Transcending into a Cybertronian, I begin by persuading Shockwave. When Chuan awakened from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he discovered that he had become one of the last survivors of Cybertron. Faced with a shattered gray form and broken transformation gears, he made a resolute decision to cling tightly to Shockwave's leg. Join the Decepticons? Absolutely. Chuan gazed at the menacing clone with a glint of greed in his eyes. While the Autobots and Decepticons clashed in the cosmos, he schemed amidst the ruins on how to transform the primordial behemoth into his personal army. Witness how a human soul, driven by greed and cunning, establishes its own power amidst the ruins of Cybertron. From repairing his body to mastering the fierce Shockwave, from an abandoned planet to returning to the cosmic battlefield, this is an unconventional Transformers legend. A gentle reminder, the protagonist does not belong to a traditional righteous faction. His style prioritizes self-interest, but it promises to offer readers a thrilling experience. Are you ready to witness the most distinctive Transformers tale? It seems I am not dead, yet what the hell? Chuan felt pain, excruciating pain, resonating through every corner of his being. His body writhed uncontrollably as he sought something to distract him. Bang, bang, bang. With his movement, the surrounding debris lost its balance and began to collapse, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a construction site. The darkness before him made Chuan realize that he was buried beneath a pile of scrap metal. Fortunately, he possessed enough strength to shift the debris. He pushed aside the objects above him, striving upward. Finally, he glimpsed a faint light, dim but a beacon of hope for someone engulfed in absolute darkness. He surged toward it, breaking free from the abyss of shadows. This defies logic. A strange yet familiar voice suddenly echoed. Chuan lowered his head and gazed down at the mound of metal debris, where he beheld a deep, purple, humanoid machine. Its left arm bore a rectangular black iron cannon, while its right arm featured a mechanical hand with 5 fingers. Its head resembled an outdated computer, akin to a camera, with a red screen. Somewhat familiar. Shockwave? Chuan recalled the imposing figure before him was indeed one of the antagonists from Transformers Prime, Shockwave. Looking at himself, he saw a gray arm, a battered body, and a chest plate riddled with cracks. His left eye was somewhat obscured, likely due to a damaged optical sensor. Surveying the surroundings, he found devastation everywhere. Piles of Cybertronian corpses loomed like colossal mountains, one after another, seemingly endless. The scene was tragic, yet devoid of smoke. It appeared that war had not touched this place in ages. Naturally, with everyone dead, how could there be any more conflict? Realizing this, Chuan understood he needed to feign a demeanor. He let his eyelids droop slightly, and, with hope, inquired, "Are they all gone?" Shockwave regarded Chuan and replied, "The war was too devastating. Cybertron has become a wasteland. I have explored over 1,000 districts and found only you, Grey Che." "Is that so?" Chuan suddenly clutched his chest, trembling as he approached the mountain. With each step, he felt increasingly astonished and amazed, for he had truly transcended into a Cybertronian. Most importantly, Shockwave referred to him as Grey Che, indicating this was the name of the boat's former owner. This was rather unfortunate, as Chuan had no idea what kind of person Grey Che was. There was no mention of this character in Transformers Prime. However, it mattered not. He would take things one step at a time. Currently, Shockwave showed no signs of concern for him, which suggested that Shockwave and Grey Che were not friends, nor colleagues. It was likely that Grey Che did not belong to the Decepticon faction. Yet, Shockwave also exhibited no hostility towards Grey Che, implying that Grey Che was likely not part of the Autobot faction either. An ordinary Cybertronian resident? This thought flashed through Chuan's mind, but he quickly set it aside upon realizing that his height was actually slightly greater than Shockwave's, akin to that of Optimus Prime. In Chuan's memory, Optimus Prime was indeed taller than Shockwave. "Could you assist me with my injuries?" Chuan asked directly. Since Shockwave bore no malice, it was worth seeking his help. "I can, but I cannot treat you here. We should return to my laboratory there. I have collected medical equipment and supplies." Shockwave did not reject Chuan's plea for help, and his demeanor brought a sense of relief to Chuan. "Then let us proceed." Chuan dragged his battered form as he followed Shockwave outward. Along the way, Shockwave remained silent. This left Chuan in a quandary. He had hoped Shockwave would divulge some information. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. "Are you still fighting?" These simple 4 words were, in fact, Chuan's attempt to probe the nature of his own faction. As a transmigrator, Chuan was familiar with the plot of Transformers Prime and aware of the situation on Cybertron, knowing that Shockwave had been solitary on Cybertron before his appearance. Given his solitude, Might Shockwave harbor a sense of compassion for him? Perhaps Shockwave, living alone, felt lonely even though he belonged to the Autobot faction. The war had ended, and it wouldn't hurt to make a friend. Of course, this speculation echoed his earlier thoughts. Everything remained mere conjecture. Whether Greyche belonged to the Autobot or Decepticon factions would hinge upon Shockwave's response. The war between the Autobots and Decepticons has persisted for a long time, and it remains unresolved. My apologies. As soon as Shockwave finished speaking, a smile crept across Chuan's heart. He had indeed become an ordinary Cybertronian, unaffiliated with any faction. Otherwise, whether Autobot or Decepticon, Shockwave would have had no reason to express such an apology. Shockwave continued, but I believe this war will soon come to an end. Chuan furrowed his brow at Shockwave's words, sensing an unusual confidence in his tone. Yes, the clone project for the Predacon Slater and Transformers Prime, a third faction, the Predacons, would emerge. The Predacons were species that had gone extinct in the prehistoric era due to biological cataclysms, akin to dinosaurs on Earth. The Predacons and Cybertronians were analogous to dinosaurs and humans. Shockwave intended to create a Predacon army through cloning, aiming to eradicate the Autobots. This method was indeed viable, as the combat prowess of the Predacons was exceptionally formidable. After all, they were massive, tough-skinned, and sharp-toothed, possessing physical attributes far superior to ordinary Cybertronians. Yet, Chuan felt no fear. The technological prowess of Cybertronians was exceedingly advanced. He recalled a specific scene where Optimus Prime wielded the Star Saber against Starscream. Even after a barrage of strikes, Starscream survived. Chuan was not surprised, for the narrative stated that the Star Saber had depleted its energy due to Optimus Prime. Were it fully charged, those strikes would surely have proven fatal. Not only the Star Saber, but also the Lock-On Staff, magnetic gloves, phase shifter, and the Allspark extractor. Which of these could not counter the Predacons? The writers had merely chosen to showcase the wild and powerful nature of the Predacons by not allowing them to confront these extraordinary artifacts. Certainly, this is not to diminish the might of the Decepticons in terms of physical prowess. They unequivocally possess formidable strength, making it exceedingly difficult to best them in close combat. However, Chuan never intended to rely on physical confrontation. Why not utilize artifacts instead? Furthermore, it is not certain that he would become adversaries with the Decepticons. Throughout his journey, Chuan contemplated extensively about the future. Upon emerging from this desolate mountain of corpses and seas of blood, he felt a tinge of unreality, unsure whether it was the absurdity of his transmigration or the surreal nature of reality that had profoundly shaken his soul. With a slight smile, he reassured himself. Having already faced death once, what was there to fear? He would simply continue onward. Amidst the dim fog, the duo had traversed an unknown distance before finally arriving at Shockwave's laboratory. Chuan gazed at the vast expanse of pale blue mist and felt a sense of relief. Fortunate was he to be a Cybertronian. Had he been human, inhaling these gases could have resulted in his immediate demise. Following Shockwave into the laboratory, Chuan promptly located a medical bed and reclined upon it without hesitation. I shall conduct a full-body examination first, Shockwave stated without preamble, approaching with an array of devices. He began scanning and testing the battered gray body, connecting various tubes, which brought to Chuan's mind the image of Megatron lying in a hospital bed. After completing the examination, Shockwave delivered a grave report. The exterior is severely damaged, but the internal condition is even more alarming. 70% of the circuitry is fractured or broken, the chest cavity is nearly shattered, and the transformation cog has been reduced to 4 pieces. It is truly astonishing that, under such circumstances, your spark continues to flicker. Though on the brink of death, it is gradually recovering. The more Shockwave spoke, the more incredulous he became. Yet this phenomenon was not entirely beyond comprehension. He attributed it to the super-energy matter, for life invariably finds a way to create miracles. But Chuan was aware that Grayscale had perished. His spark had long extinguished, forever snuffed out. The spark now burning within this gray form was not Grayscale's, but Chuan's. Observing the data on the computer screen, Shockwave addressed Chuan. My medical supplies and equipment are currently insufficient. If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to refrain from excessive movement or enter a state of hibernation. Chuan nodded in agreement and replied nonchalantly, let's go with hibernation. Without further ado, Shockwave executed a series of commands on the computer, and Chuan felt a warm current coursing through the tubes into his body. He could sense this was the super-energy matter, the very essence of life for Cybertronian beings. As the super-energy matter surged within him, Chuan's spark grew increasingly vibrant, no longer flickering on the verge of extinction. With his eyes closed, he savored the exquisite qualities of the superenergy matter and gradually slipped into a state of hibernation. He pondered several questions first. The matter of language. He could clearly understand Shockwave's words, likely due to the language system installed in the Cybertronian body, which his consciousness had commandeered, allowing him to comprehend the language of Cybertron. Next, the issue of allegiance emerged. Chuan had resolved to align himself with the Decepticons. However, he would not genuinely serve the Decepticons. His motivation for joining them stemmed from their vast resources. The Autobots. They were destitute and dilapidated. Although the Autobots would ultimately prevail, Chuan remained untroubled, for he could always turn against them at the last moment, as Megatron had done, and instantly absolve himself. Lastly, he yearned to restore his human form. Even if restoration proved impossible, he still desired to control a human and experience human sensations. For Chuan was indeed a connoisseur of beauty. Yes, he was quite the sensualist, and even in the face of dark death, his appreciation for beauty could not be extinguished. Chapter 2. The Decepticons. After an extended period of treatment, Shockwave operated the computer and concluded Chuan's hibernation. As Chuan opened his eyes once more, he noticed that many of the tubes attached to him had been removed, and his injuries had healed significantly. He was finally able to rise and move about. Ah, how delightful. It feels as though I have been reborn. Previously, each step felt as if my body might disintegrate, causing both pain and itchiness. Now, I have finally recovered. Thank you, Shockwave. Stretching his limbs and rolling his neck, Chuan reacquainted himself with his steel form, feeling that a single punch from him could obliterate a heavy tanko. Right, Shockwave's vehicle mode was indeed a tank. This is nothing. With more advanced equipment, you could recover even faster. However, you have not fully healed yet, so it would be wise to avoid strenuous movements. Additionally, I am currently unable to address the issue with your transformation cog, Shockwave remarked, gesturing toward a dark object on a nearby table, which was Grayscale's transformation cog, now rendered useless. Shockwave continued, I have scoured multiple cities nearby, but found no usable transformation cogs. Chuan approached the transformation cog slowly, picking it up gently and looking at Shockwave with hopeful eyes. Could we not salvage the transformation cogs from the deceased? Perhaps they could be repaired and utilized? Shockwave, observing Chuan's demeanor, did not grasp that he was unaware of Cybertronian customs. He assumed that Chuan was merely disheartened, prompting such remarks. They have been dead for too long. Their transformation cogs have long since lost vitality and cannot be revived. Shockwave's words did not surprise Chuan. For the Cybertronians, transformation cogs were akin to vital organs. Just as human organs could retain some function after death, but only for a short time once deprived of sustenance, they would deteriorate and perish. Transformation cogs, being organs of Cybertronians, should last longer. However, the duration since those Cybertronians had passed was far too lengthy, resulting in total degradation of their transformation cogs. Chuan gently set the transformation cog down, letting out a deep sigh. Noticing this, Shockwave quickly reassured him, do not worry, this is only temporary. Chuan smiled knowingly. He understood Shockwave's implication, hoping for Megatron to locate them or for them to discover a Cybertronian hospital still housing transformation cogs, provided that location had not succumbed to desolation. Chuan surveyed his own condition. He lacked wings, but had wheels mounted on both shoulders and calves, all of which were damaged and in need of replacement. Ah, it matters not regardless of my wheels being broken. Transformation seems irrelevant. Chuan waved dismissively and turned to Shockwave, inquiring, am I to believe you are the only one here? Shockwave nodded. Since I began transforming this place into a laboratory, you are the first individual I have encountered. Chuan furrowed his brow. Has the Decepticon forces been scattered? Shockwave replied, it is the Autobots who have been fragmented. Following the war, both we and the Autobots suffered severe casualties. Furthermore, due to the devastation of Cybertron, we have begun searching for superenergy resources on other planets. Consequently, the battlefield has shifted from Cybertron to outer space. Compared to the Autobots, our technological and military systems are remarkably advanced. With this advantage, we began to search for and eliminate the scattered Autobots throughout the universe. On one occasion, the Insecticon delivered 3 Autobots to me, instructing me to extract the necessary codes from them. After obtaining the codes, I departed to continue my research. However, the Insecticon allowed them to escape, and they learned of our plans, aiming to destroy the space bridge to thwart us. In my pursuit, I was struck by their attack, shattering my optical lens, and shortly thereafter, the space bridge exploded, rendering me unconscious from the force of the blast. When I regained consciousness, not a single soul remained alive around me. I searched in vain, discovering that both Autobots and Decepticons had vacated the planet. As he recounted the tale, Shockwave's antennae twitched slightly, a clear indication of his anger. Chuan understood that this ire was directed at the Insecticon, perhaps for neglecting to search for Shockwave or for conducting a hasty search. In any case, it was due to the Insecticon's actions that Shockwave had been abandoned on Cybertron. This betrayal of a comrade incited a profound rage within Shockwave. Yet, Chuan found himself puzzled. 3. Hadn't there only been 2? In the original narrative, the Decepticons had captured RC and Windblade, extracting Autobot intelligence from them. Ultimately, RC and Windblade managed to escape, with RC shattering Shockwave's optical lens, leading to the explosion of the space bridge. Chuan believed that Shockwave's recounting of events was accurate. But that involved only RC and Windblade. Where did the third one come from? What was happening? Was there another time traveler besides himself? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Chuan recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. He needed to follow up on Shockwave's narrative. And then? What did you do? I continued my research, Shockwave replied with unwavering resolve. What have you managed to develop? A spacecraft? Or perhaps a weapon of mass destruction? Chuan inquired. Not a spacecraft, but it certainly qualifies as a weapon of mass destruction, Shockwave admitted with a hint of pride. He then led Chuan to the deepest recesses of the laboratory, where he had meticulously crafted his research's crowning achievement, a massive, fearsome clone. At the heart of the chamber, within a colossal incubation tank, rested a gargantuan, dragon-like mechanical life form, peacefully slumbering. Behold, the Giganotosaurus! Chuan exclaimed in awe. Indeed, this is the clone I created using ancient remains. Due to limited resources, I concentrated all my efforts and materials on this singular Giganotosaurus. Compared to ordinary specimens, its genetic makeup is significantly more formidable. The ancient remains undoubtedly belong to a ferocious beast of the distant past, Shockwave stated, pride illuminating his expression as he gazed at his creation. Truly impressive, Chuan praised sincerely, eliciting a sense of gratification in Shockwave. After all, few things bring joy like genuine recognition from others. Noticing the slight tremor of Shockwave's antennae, Chuan pressed on. Is there anything else? Shockwave shook his head. Current resources only suffice to sustain this project. At this, Chuan smiled subtly. Given the present circumstances, it seemed likely that Shockwave and Gray would have a casual acquaintance, but Shockwave may not fully grasp Gray's personality. Perhaps he himself resembled Gray in many ways. In any case, since Gray was not a taciturn individual, Chuan felt he could navigate the conversation with some freedom. He queried, the Giganotosaurus is indeed a powerful entity, but what if it proves uncooperative? Shockwave replied, while the Giganotosaurus is formidable, its intelligence is limited. With proper training, it can become an excellent ally, and it will never betray us. Shockwave spoke the truth akin to how soldiers train military dogs on Earth. With adequate training, these creatures could become invaluable companions. However, the prerequisite was that their intelligence had not evolved to match that of humanity. It was only when the Giganotosaurus before Chuan was endowed with transformation capabilities that it truly became a third faction, and one of the most powerful entities at that. Chuan smiled, yearning for such strength. Humanity is inherently greedy, and Chuan was no exception. The Giganotosaurus cloning project has been continuously evolving. Through my dedicated research during this time, I can replicate the Giganotosaurus's genetic structure more flawlessly and optimize it to a certain extent. Shockwave continued to elaborate on the Giganotosaurus cloning project, wholly unaware that a flicker of avarice was igniting beside him. Chapter 3. Scheming Chuan was indeed eager to inquire further about the technologies of Shockwave, yet he understood the limitations of his own knowledge, as he lacked the foundational understanding befitting a Cybertronian. Thus, he resolved to seek out resources and expand his knowledge. Now that he was free to move, he set out to explore libraries and resource centers in the outside world. Without hesitation, Chuan embarked on his journey. Shockwave did not impede him, but merely informed him of the districts he had already scoured, providing Chuan with a map. Following the map, Chuan walked leisurely through the dilapidated streets. The somber sky and polluted air evoked a profound reflection. What catastrophic war could have ravaged the world to such an extent? In this tranquil desolation, only the sound of Chuan's footsteps echoed through the empty streets. The silence and solitude were so profound that it felt as if he were the last person on Earth. Surely, This sensation was not lost on Shockwave either. Before long, Chuan arrived at a library. The dimly lit interior exuded an oppressive atmosphere, as if the very essence of death loomed nearby. Yet, Chuan quickly recognized that this discomfort stemmed from his own fear of death. With a wry smile, he reflected on the irony of fearing death after having faced it once. Despite having experienced mortality, he still harbored a dread of it, for he was alive and yearned to continue his existence. With this thought, Chuan's resolve solidified. He began his search within the library. Eventually, he discovered a functioning computer, which appeared to retain a modicum of energy. However, this energy was likely exceedingly scarce, so much so that even Shockwave deemed it unworthy of the effort to collect. Otherwise, he would not have neglected this location. Chuan powered on the computer. Although he was unfamiliar with its operation, the limited keys allowed him to experiment. After a flurry of random presses, he gradually discerned the general functions of each key and commenced basic operations. This endeavor consumed considerable time, but possessing an abundance of it, was unperturbed. After a lengthy period of tinkering, Chuan began to grasp the functions of the various components. However, a significant obstacle loomed. He was illiterate. Although he had inherited the linguistic system of Grey Che, the written language was crafted by the Cybertronians and was not encompassed within biological systems. This posed a considerable challenge for Chuan, yet he persisted in his quest, hoping to uncover instructional videos. As he searched, the screen suddenly went dark, extinguishing all light. Chuan paused in confusion. Had he inadvertently activated the shutdown protocol, or had the energy simply depleted? Not dwelling on this, he tried several times to restart the machine, but to no avail. Concluding that it was indeed out of power, he began his search for another computer, only to find, without exception, that they all lacked energy. Thus, he was compelled to leave and seek another repository of knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, Chuan had already sought out numerous libraries. Yet the vast majority had long since depleted their energy reserves, rendering their computers incapable of starting up. Even in the few that remained operational, the energy was scant, insufficient to sustain them for long. Thus, Chuan ventured further, arriving at the outskirts of the city. There, he discovered a modest library housing a computer, its energy neither abundant nor scarce. Upon activating the device, he gazed at a series of symbols and endeavored various operations. Time slipped away unnoticed until the computer's energy was entirely consumed, and the screen abruptly went dark. Chuan was not startled by this sudden change. Rather, he realized he had grasped some of the symbols' meanings. Trusting his instincts, he pressed on with the map, soon locating another computer and embarking on a new series of operations. By chance, he opened an album and paused to examine the images within, ultimately concluding that this was an analysis of the components of Cybertronian script. A smile graced Chuan's face, and he felt a surge of triumph, almost bursting into cheers. However, he restrained himself, wary of a certain individual, Shockwave. After such a prolonged slumber, who could say whether Shockwave had installed any listening devices or tracking mechanisms on him? Remaining silent was the best way to conceal any vulnerabilities. As for his movements, Chuan could offer countless explanations, such as a desire to witness the once thriving splendor, to understand the trajectory of the war following his unconsciousness, or to uncover the whereabouts of the Cybertronian beings. Perhaps the internet held clues. One must always guard against potential threats. Caution breeds safety. Chuan, having been granted a second life, understood the necessity of prudence, even within his steel form. He traversed the ruins, seeking knowledge repositories, and at last, fortune favored the diligent. After countless hours of study, Chuan finally comprehended the meanings of the Cybertronian script. Yet, he recognized that his swift understanding was largely due to wielding the brain of a Cybertronian. These exquisite symbols appeared to possess a mysterious connection to the minds of Cybertronian beings. Without wasting time, Chuan, having mastered the Cybertronian script, embarked on a quest for knowledge. He scoured information on every topic, from the obscure to the mundane, and absorbed a plethora of news. He wished fervently to ingrain all this knowledge within his mind. Chuan even researched whether a chip existed that could facilitate the scanning of memories. He stumbled upon discussions on the subject, and a myriad of opinions flooded his vision. While I had not heard of any device that could simply scan to acquire knowledge, it was likely that the High Council possessed such treasures. For all valuable resources were in their grasp. Perhaps such a thing did not exist, at least not in my experience. The legendary magic sphere was rumored to hold such capabilities, and it seemed to be connected to the High Council as well. The High Council monopolized too many resources. We must rally behind new leader and usher in a new era. These are remnants of the past, now resurrected by M.O. Chuan, which have inadvertently granted him access to a wealth of information. In summary, the Cybertronian High Council has wielded its dominion for far too long, inciting envy and dissent among many. Consequently, various emergent factions have arisen, among which the most captivating and formidable is the ruthless organization led by Megatron, known as the Decepticons. Megatron has painted a vision of a glorious future for the oppressed Cybertronians, igniting a global campaign of terror against the High Council. In the throes of war, individuals have lost their freedom, their families, their lives, and even their very home, Cybertron. The tragedy of Cybertron underscores the horrors of conflict. Even more alarming is the fact that despite Cybertron's desolation, the war rages on unabated. In this regard, M.O. Chuan can only lament that the High Council has become decrepit and foul, destined to be discarded by the tides of time. New leaders will arise to topple this decaying edifice. In its final moments of relevance, the High Council made a remarkably astute decision to appoint Orion Pax as its leader, transforming him into Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. M.O. Chuan harbors little interest in this historical narrative. After perusing an array of information, he has turned his attention to the realm of mechanical scholarship. Indeed, he aspires to study under Shockwave and evolve into an esteemed scientist. After all, the tantalizing potential of cloning technology alone is immensely appealing, not to mention the legendary constructs such as space bridges and energy extractors, all of which are the technological marvels of the Decepticons. However, those aspirations are still distant. Given the current circumstances, M.O. Chuan must first construct a spacecraft. Why a spacecraft? You may ask. The answer is simple. Without it, M.O. Chuan cannot depart from the planet's surface, cannot traverse swiftly, and thus cannot utilize the space bridge in a timely manner. He recalls that in the original narrative, the instances of activating the space bridge are remarkably few. The first activation occurred when Megatron sought to summon an army of the dead using dark energon, necessitating the corpses of the deceased, with Cybertron being the most abundant source of such remnants. Thus, Megatron opened a passage to Cybertron. The second activation was prompted by Optimus Prime's memory loss, requiring the power of the Matrix to restore his recollections, leading the Autobots to surreptitiously use the Decepticon space bridge to reach Cybertron. The third activation was necessitated by Megatron's desire to wield the Matrix of Leadership, an energy source accessible only to the Autobot leader, compelling him to open the space bridge to Cybertron in pursuit of the Autobot leader's tomb. Beyond this, the narrative unfolds into later developments, which need not be revisited. In conclusion, M.O. Chuan cannot afford to idly await the unfolding of later events. He must seize those potent relics, particularly the red energon, lest it fall into the hands of the treacherous Starscream. However, Chuan remained unhurried, for anxiety bore no fruit. He was compelled to address the immediate challenges before him. First, he needed to masquerade as a Cybertronian with a normal reservoir of knowledge. Second, he must convince Shockwave to collaborate with him in the construction of spacecraft. Otherwise, with his meager capabilities, how long might it take to realize such an endeavor? The first issue was currently being resolved, while the second required contemplation. Yet, no matter how much Chuan pondered, the crux of the problem remained singular: resources. Chapter 4. Equipment since Cybertron was ravaged by war rendered lifeless. It ceased to produce new energon entities. Without the foundation of energon entities, an array of resources could not manifest, thus becoming irretrievable resources. Presently, most known resources were concentrated within the formidable clones. Persuading Shockwave to relinquish these was, of course, an impossibility. Consequently, Chuan was compelled to seek new resources independently. Yet another dilemma arose. Chuan's transformation cog had been rendered inoperative, preventing him from morphing into a vehicle and thus hindering swift mobility. Relying solely on his two legs, how could he ever gather the materials necessary for spacecraft construction? Problems continued to cascade one after another. Despite their daunting nature, Chuan had to confront them. Having arrived in this world, and being privy to its narrative trajectory, he knew that with astute maneuvering, he could reap monumental rewards. Encouraging himself, Chuan resolved that, even without wheels, He would gather the materials for the spacecraft using only his legs. After solidifying his determination, he explored further and, during his quest for knowledge, stumbled upon 10 crates of energon beneath the floorboards of a room, remarkably compressed and refined, boasting high purity. Upon retrieving these energon crates, Chuan began to pry up the floorboards with his bare hands, creating a chaotic scene in the once orderly room, extending the disarray even beyond its confines. However, despite his fervent efforts, he could not uncover any new resources. Instead, he found several dilapidated carts in a narrow alley. Chuan intended to utilize these carts, but upon attempting to do so, he discovered they too had exhausted their energy reserves. Furrowing his brow, Chuan was taken aback by the destitution of Cybertron. Even carts, which consumed minimal energy, had been drained. The devastation wrought by war was evidently more severe than he had anticipated. This indicated that the task of constructing a spacecraft would be exceedingly arduous. Glancing at the map, he noted he was quite distant from Shockwave's laboratory. Yet with a functional transformation cog, he could traverse greater distances. Just as he prepared to transport the 10 crates of energon to the laboratory, a resounding rumble echoed, as if something had collapsed. Curious, Chuan moved toward the source of the noise, navigating through piles of scrap metal, only to find a sinkhole in the ground, likely a result of the aging surface giving way. As Chuan gazed downward, he beheld a harrowing sight, a multitude of Cybertronian corpses, haphazardly piled together, marred by various wounds yet devoid of gunshot marks. The state of decay suggested that they had perished a considerable time ago, likely not from the ravages of war, but from inhumane torment at the hands of a deranged murderer. Continuing along the path, Chuan arrived at the threshold of a room. With a mere push, the rusted door toppled to the ground. Peering inside, a faint smile crept upon Chuan's lips. Within the confines of the room lay a dozen or so Cybertronians, some bound to beds, others tossed into corners, and some dismembered, their limbs scattered about. Among this grim assembly was one individual, entirely unrestrained, slumped in a corner with bite marks adorning his arms and legs, unmistakably self-inflicted. Driven to madness by a severe deprivation of energon, he had succumbed to insanity. In his desperation, he began to gnaw on the captives, tearing open their exoskeletons, ravaging their circuitry, and consuming their energon. Witnessing this scene, Chuan was reminded of a poignant adage: when heaven seeks to annihilate, it first drives one to madness. This individual was both mad and dead. Yet, Chuan felt a surge of elation. The madman's body bore no rust, indicating his demise was recent. Perhaps his transformation cog had not yet perished. With this thought, Chuan swiftly took action. Seizing a nearby knife, once wielded by the maniac to torment his victims, and turned it upon him. With decisive strokes, he severed the madman's limbs. The rusted blade proved cumbersome. Yet Chuan persisted until only the torso remained. Discarding the knife, he hoisted the remains and gathered the 10 crates of energon, making his way back to the laboratory step by step. The response from Shockwave did not disappoint Chuan. The transformation cog was intact, exhibiting biological characteristics suitable for use. Now, let us proceed with the installation, Chuan urged eagerly. Shockwave, understanding Chuan's fervor. After all, being a Cybertronian without the ability to transform was akin to a disability, promptly initiated the surgical procedure. The operation unfolded smoothly, the transformation cog flawlessly integrated into Chuan's being. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that his wheels had also been replaced, though not brand new. They were functional. Shockwave, do you know where I might find a vehicle to scan? Chuan inquired without hesitation. The transformation cog served as a biological organ for Cybertronians, enabling the scanning and storage of vehicle forms, thus allowing one to transform into the scan vehicle. With his previous cog rendered useless, Chuan was in urgent need of a new vehicle to scan. Then the question arises, if Bumblebee were to utilize Optimus Prime's transformation gear, could he transform into a large truck? Certainly not. Thus, despite the fact that the transformation gear of that deranged killer inherently possessed the capability to store vehicle forms, Chuan still needed a scan for a new vehicle that suited him. Behind the nearby residential building stood a racing facility where one could seek out such options. As stated by Shockwave, are there any weapons? A small handgun would suffice, or perhaps a dagger. Chuan inquired directly, bypassing any preamble. His original weapons had been shattered, necessitating replacements for everything. Not to mention, The transformation gear he currently wielded was secondhand, and while the tires showed minimal wear, they were undoubtedly discarded by someone else. At the very least secondhand. Therefore, he harbored no expectations that Shockwave would produce anything of high caliber. But he did hope for something with offensive potential to avoid being left empty-handed. I have no firearms or daggers, but I do possess an electric baton. Take it for self-defense, replied Shockwave, presenting a metal rod before Chuan. Observing the baton, Chuan noted its resemblance to the tranquilizer gun he had previously used. Electric batons, tranquilizers, and stun guns. Though they bore many names, they served a singular purpose: to incapacitate a target temporarily through electric shock. Though not lethal, they were indeed practical tools. Thank you. I shall see if I can unearth additional resources, Chuan replied succinctly, grasping the baton and turning to depart. Wait, I will accompany you. Earlier, I detected something beneath that racing facility, but at the time, the formidable clone had made advancements, prompting me to temporarily set this matter aside. Shockwave explained before stepping out. Perfect. However, you must walk alongside me. Thus, Chuan and Shockwave advanced step by step, traversing the residential area until they reached the racing facility Shockwave had mentioned. This building towered significantly above the surrounding structures, broad and elongated, with two intersecting spiral tracks constructed around its exterior. Is this meant to spiral into the heavens? Chuan mused internally as he approached the racing facility, with Shockwave closely following. As Chuan swung open the large door, a dark figure lunged at him. Shockwave immediately raised his left arm, poised to fire, while Chuan instinctively recoiled, allowing the assailant to miss entirely. However, to his surprise, the individual collapsed to the ground, motionless. Chuan prodded the figure with the electric baton, confirming its lifelessness. It appeared the person had fallen against the door just before Chuan's entrance, hence their sudden descent. Upon entering the racing facility, an unusual gas assaulted Chuan's senses, prompting him to instinctively reach for his nose, only to realize he lacked such an external organ. But the Cybertronians possess a sense of smell, albeit without a physical nose. Inside the racing facility, corpses and desiccated stains were strewn about, with wires and debris littering the floor. For the inhabitants of Cybertron, this was undoubtedly a nightmarish sight. However, for Chuan, a mere earthling, it was nothing more than a heap of scrap metal and useless wires, thus evoking no emotional response from him. In stark contrast, Soundwave was visibly affected, as the antenna atop his head quivered slightly, indicating his emotional reaction to the horrifying scene before him. Chapter 5. The dark hyperenergetic entity, Soundwave, took note of Chuan's demeanor, surprised to find no trace of distress upon his face, suggesting that he had grown accustomed to such terrifying spectacles. Upon reflection, Soundwave recalled that Chuan had emerged from a veritable sea of corpses and blood. For someone like him, the brutal aftermath before them was likely a mere triviality. Chuan, aware of Soundwave's scrutiny, chose not to react, but continued to advance step by step. Within the entire racing building, only the footsteps of the two Cybertronians echoed. Unbeknownst to them, beneath their very feet, the basement was saturated with the blood and bodies of their kin. In the darkness, a faint purple glow lingered, seemingly stagnant for an extended period. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this luminescent area was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged, imperceptibly delicate, and had it not been for the eerie silence of the surroundings, it would have gone unnoticed by anyone. In the shadows, the purple light flickered, intensifying to illuminate the dust that had been dislodged. Shortly thereafter, the sound grew slightly louder, and the purple radiance trembled violently, shaking off all the dust, revealing a blossoming ember in the dark. The commotion from the basement captured Chuan's attention, and he and Soundwave approached the door of the basement, both distinctly hearing the peculiar noises emanating from within. Soundwave raised his left arm, the purple energy coalescing instantly in the cannon, ready to fire at a moment's notice, while Chuan gripped his electric baton tightly, poised for an attack. Bang! Roar! The moment the door burst open, a chilling roar echoed as a Cybertronian, glowing in purple, surged forth, its form frenzied and wild, lunging at Chuan with the intent to bite. In that split second, Chuan braced the electric baton against its chest and activated the current, arcs of electricity enveloping the deranged creature as if to sear it to cinders. Chuan chuckled, realizing that the power of this electric charge far surpassed that of a tranquilizer. Yet in the next instant his smile faded, for he discovered that even such a ferocious jolt could not topple the crazed entity. Instead, it drove the creature into a more frenzied state. Pushing the electric baton against it, Chuan retreated to Soundwave's side. Soundwave, having fully charged his weapon, aimed directly at the mad creature and unleashed a blast of purple energy that struck its chest. With a sound akin to an explosion, the creature was sent reeling backward, collapsing to the ground as if it were a disassembled puppet. Just when Shockwave believed the ordeal had come to an end, the lunatic rose once more. From the depths of darkness, a flicker of purple light emerged, and Shockwave beheld the madman's chest, gruesomely torn apart, yet he continued to walk with unsettling normalcy, prompting Shockwave to exclaim, "This defies all logic." As Shockwave stood in astonishment, the lunatic lunged again, and just as he was about to seize Shockwave, Chuan suddenly intervened, thrusting an electric baton into the madman's chest. However, despite Chuan unleashing the maximum electrical charge, it merely served to delay the inevitable. "Get out of the way, Chuan!" Shockwave shouted, and upon hearing this, Chuan swiftly dodged. With a resounding boom, the madman's head was struck by the purple energy, exploding in a violent display. Chuan focused his gaze and thought with a smirk, truly, a dark energy entity, defying death. Even without a head, the lunatic remained standing and resumed his assault on Shockwave and Chuan. "Aim for his chest, pierce through it." Chuan kicked the lunatic away and yelled at Shockwave. Upon hearing Chuan's command, Shockwave quickly raised his left arm, directing it at the lunatic, unleashing a barrage of blasts. With a series of thunderous booms, the madman's chest was punctured, the purple embers dissipating into nothingness, and the eerie purple glow vanished in an instant. The seemingly immortal body finally succumbed to the ground. Just as Shockwave pondered the implications, Chuan interjected, "It's a dark energy entity." Shockwave turned to Chuan and slowly articulated, "A dark energy entity. The fabled blood of the Cosmic Emperor, possessing the power to resurrect the dead. This is utterly illogical." Chuan chuckled at the remark. "Shockwave, that is the Cosmic Emperor, a deity akin to the primordial celestial master, the source of mysterious powers that defy scientific explanation. For instance, can you rationally explain why only the wellspring of ember can foster new life?" Shockwave fell silent, realizing he could not logically elucidate the matter. Observing Shockwave's silence, Chuan proposed, "In the time to come, we must remain vigilant. After all, we cannot ascertain whether this is the last of the dark undead." Shockwave nodded in agreement, and together they descended into the basement. The scene within the basement was far graver than that above ground, causing Chuan's lips to twitch slightly. No wonder the corpses encountered on the surface were sparse. It seemed this group had fled indoors to engage in their brutal skirmishes. Yet it was understandable. Who would leave their supplies exposed? With resources confined to the interiors, the majority of conflicts naturally unfolded within those walls. The Cybertron War had depleted resources to such an extent that, in the aftermath, the lower-class citizens of Cybertron could not procure supplies from the powerful factions and were left to fight amongst themselves in the shadows of their homes, clinging to the hope of surviving just a little longer. Shockwave, though a scientist, was not a mad scientist. He harbored a dream of prosperity for all the inhabitants of Cybertron. To realize this dream, it is imperative to overthrow the exceedingly corrupt Supreme Council and annihilate the Autobots. In pursuit of this goal, Shockwave has produced numerous scientific achievements, among which the most emblematic is the colossal, fearsome clone. These prehistoric beasts have repeatedly decimated the Autobots for the Decepticons. As the narrative continues to unfold, please revisit shortly for further elaboration. The current chapter is somewhat lacking in substance, and other platforms may still be updating. It will automatically rectify itself in due course. The following content is unrelated to this book. With a hiccup, Rimuru glanced towards Zheng Chong, seeking praise. However, what he encountered was a disapproving gaze from Zheng Chong, which left Rimuru feeling utterly wronged and on the verge of tears, bearing in mind that Rimuru still possesses the mentality of a child. Observing Rimuru's imminent tears, Zheng Chong covered his head and communicated telepathically with him, saying, Do not cry. Rimuru, you have performed admirably. Wah, you're lying. The deity no longer cares for Rimuru. Rimuru retorted. I glared at you to deceive those opponents into thinking you are weak and to grant you a minor elevation. Upon hearing Zheng Chang's intent, Rimuru immediately adopted the guise of a dramatist, his white form suddenly shifting to a grayish hue as he curled up weakly, lamenting, "Ah, my stomach feels so uneasy. I have become exceedingly feeble." Witnessing Rimuru's lackluster performance, Zheng Chang, a professional in dramatic exercises, commenced his act. His complexion paled as he cast a worried glance at Rimuru and solemnly declared, "Everyone, there seems to be something amiss with Rimuru's health. The match shall be halted for today." Before he could finish, nearby staff members took the bait, protesting vehemently and attempting to prevent Zheng Chang from departing. "This is not how it's done. Indeed, this was supposed to be a wheel battle. Hurry, bring on the next." To enhance the realism, Zheng Chang pretended to return the divine currency to them, further inciting the crowd to obstruct his exit. Ultimately, he begrudgingly acquiesced to continue, wishing to avoid inciting the collective wrath. Li Miao, Tai Zi, Su Fan. One by one, the opponents were begrudgingly defeated by Rimuru, who inadvertently swallowed them whole. Consequently, Rimuru ascended from Silver Rank 1 to Silver Rank 5. Only the formidable Heba remained on the field. Discarding his nearly extinguished cigar, Heba glared at Zheng Chang with indignation, stating, "I see through your deceit. How dare you trick us and slaughter our kin to hone your skills? You intentionally saved me for last? Futile." Upon hearing Heba's words, the crowd realized that Rimuru had been feigning weakness all along. He had sustained no injuries whatsoever. The thought of having spent a divine coin while inadvertently leading to the demise of their carefully nurtured and strongest kin filled the spectators with profound regret, while those not participating felt an immense sense of relief. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Heba finally summoned his kin. "Come forth, Mo Sure." With that, Heba's kin materialized before Zheng Chang, their heavy, black, and stone-like bodies giving an impression of immense weight. As Zheng Chang pondered the true identity of this enigmatic clan, the signature lava stone giant of Brother Ba emerged. Our hope. The crowd cheered, "Brother Ba! Brother Ba!" Witnessing the transformation of the once downtrodden employees, who had been battered by slimes and were questioning their very existence, Zheng Chang began to feel like a villain, exploiting his subordinates without compensation. Doubting himself, he inquired of Rimuru, "Do you think I often exploit others?" "Of course not. The God Lord is the best of all." "What a joke. You wicked demon lord." While Zheng Chang sought solace in this sentiment, the lava stone giant took action. With a swift motion, he placed his right hand on his chest and yanked, extracting a massive stone from his form, causing the entire giant to lean backward. Sensing impending danger, Zheng Chang urgently communicated through his divine sense. "Rimuru, quickly evade." No sooner had the words left his lips than the giant hurled the stone at remarkable speed, reaching Rimuru in an instant. There was no time for reaction. The colossal boulder struck Rimuru head-on. With a resounding crash, the impact sent dust flying, obscuring everyone's view. As the haze dissipated, the sight revealed a seemingly unscathed Rimuru, although Rimuru appeared unharmed. Zheng Chang knew that the recent blow had forcibly expelled a staggering 10,000 units of slime essence from Rimuru. Despite Rimuru's substantial health pool of 150,000 units, the potency of the stone giant's strike filled Zheng Chang with trepidation. Previously, the weaker foes, the crowd exclaimed, "Hey," had barely dented Rimuru's health, yet this stone giant's single attack proved devastating. As Zheng Chang contemplated the source of such formidable damage, he noticed the residual heat emanating from the stone. This realization illuminated the fact that the cause of such harm was neither the stone itself nor raw strength, but rather the intense temperature. The lava giant before him was no mere stone creature, but a being radiating searing heat at all times. This type of damage was precisely what countered Rimuru. "Rimuru, use mimicry to transform into a minotaur. I shall take the field." Upon hearing Zheng Chang's command, Rimuru gradually morphed into her first adversary, the minotaur, to the astonishment of the crowd. She even manifested dual axes, a record of which Zheng Chang had instructed her to include in her mimicry template upon melting her first opponent. Subsequently, Zheng Chang extended a portion of his divine sense to control Rimuru in combat against the foe. As he felt the powerful physique of the minotaur, Zheng Chang began to strategize on how to conquer this opponent. The spectators were left in awe at the unfolding scene. Goodness, am I seeing things? Is that not the Minotaur? What in the world is this slime? Is it a ditto? The crowd's reactions were fervent, especially Chicken Ji, who lamented in despair. My Minotaur. As the crowd was captivated, the lava giant under the command of the boss sprang into action. Stones were dislodged from its body and hurled towards Zheng Chang. Perfectly inheriting the memories of its previous incarnation, Zheng Chang exhibited remarkable combat prowess, cleaving through the oncoming boulders with each swing of his axe. However, each strike consumed a portion of his precious slime essence for replenishment. Though he bore an appearance identical to that of a minotaur, he remained, at his core, a slime. The mimicry merely altered his outward form. His essence remained unchanged. In a display of caution, the lava giant opted for ranged attacks, maintaining distance, likely out of fear of being devoured by Rimuru's deadly techniques. The relatively sluggish Minotaur found it impossible to close the gap. As time ticked away, the confrontation between the slime and the lava giant devolved into a stalemate. As Zheng Chang grew increasingly troubled by the depletion of his slime essence, the stone giant ceased its barrage. Reluctantly, the boss conceded defeat, stating, "I give up." At that moment, Zheng Chang noticed that the stones covering the stone giant had nearly vanished, leaving its form significantly diminished and its left hand entirely absent, with only the right hand remaining. Heartbroken, the boss withdrew the stone giant, a testament to the vast resources required to cultivate such a formidable ally. Choosing to cut losses before complete failure was a wise decision, which earned Zheng Chang newfound respect for the boss. Thus, in the fierce battle involving 300 affiliated clans, Zheng Chang emerged victorious, solidifying his status within the confines of Work Area Number 02. No one dared to defy his commands, and this territory became the first he claimed upon arriving in this world. Chapter 7. Fortune Favors Me. Chuan navigated through the ruins, searching for usable resources. Yet, amidst his quest, a thought lingered in his mind: the activation timeline of the space bridge. Previously, he had devised a plan to reach Earth during the space bridge's opening, aiming to insert himself into the narrative. To accomplish this, he required a spacecraft. Otherwise, he would be unable to ascend into outer space or escape the explosive aftermath of the space bridge's detonation. Unlike the space bridge of the Shockwave, this one, while capable of interstellar travel, operated on an entirely different scale. Its potential for destruction was vastly more significant. To avoid meeting a fiery demise, Chuan needed a spaceship. However, upon encountering the dark specters in the basement of the racing tower, a flicker of concern arose within him. In the original narrative, Megatron activated the space bridge, launching a massive dark energy entity towards Cybertron, which resurrected numerous deceased warriors as undead soldiers, rallying to Megatron's call. This vast army surged towards the space bridge, only to be obliterated in the end when the Autobots destroyed the bridge, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that decimated the undead forces. The question then loomed: were all the undead warriors annihilated in the explosion of the space bridge? Chuan felt that among the numerous undead warriors, there must be a few that had slipped through the net. These outliers would inevitably face one of two fates: either drifting aimlessly in the vastness of space or wandering the surface of Cybertron. Indeed, Chuan now harbored suspicions that the undead warrior he had encountered was one such anomaly. If Chuan's conjecture held any truth, it would imply that the narrative arc involving the activation of the space bridge had already transpired, and, consequently, he would forfeit a critical period of advancement within the Decepticon ranks. While he felt a twinge of concern, he was not overwhelmed by anxiety. After all, this was merely speculation, a possibility that could not be taken as fact. However, he had to consider how he would respond to the unfolding narrative if it were indeed true. Moreover, a pressing question loomed. If this were the case, who were the undead warriors pursuing? Who had ventured into the conduit? And what had transpired thereafter? Had that individual successfully evaded capture? Or had they fallen prey to the undead warriors? Chuan realized that the more he pondered, the more questions arose, and more alarmingly, these inquiries were grounded in logic and evidence. It was indeed a possibility that warranted caution. Should it materialize, complications would surely ensue. Fortunately, having viewed Transformers Prime, Chuan found some solace in that reference point, which bolstered his confidence. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept in regarding this reference. particularly since Shockwave had previously mentioned capturing 3 Autobot prisoners, RC, Cliffjumper, and one other whose identity remained a mystery. Chuan had yet to inquire further, but he sensed that the narrative had undoubtedly shifted, necessitating an escalation in his own initiative. With these thoughts in mind, Chuan propelled himself forward, traversing the ruins until he arrived at a military base. According to Shockwave's map, this location had yet to be explored, at least by him. Perhaps it had already been thoroughly scoured by other Cybertronians. Once inside the military base, Chuan meticulously searched every corner until he unexpectedly stumbled upon a wall that appeared distinct from the others. Upon striking it, he became increasingly convinced that something lay hidden within. Employing various methods, he ultimately discovered a panel in the floor that could be pried open, revealing a button beneath. As he pressed the button, the wall before him slowly parted, unveiling a dark passageway. Chuan casually seized a nearby corpse and hurled it into the shadows. The moment the body struck the ground, the entire passageway illuminated, yet nothing else occurred. Seeing no immediate threats, he cautiously ventured inside. Upon entering the corridor, he encountered a staircase leading downward, where an array of supplies lay scattered, ranging from weapons to energy sources and substantial components. Approaching a wall adorned with heavy weaponry, Chuan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. These provisions were not what he urgently required at this moment. However, as he delved deeper, Chuan stumbled upon a diminutive spacecraft, its size 5 times that of a hammer. Recognizing it, Chuan identified this vessel as a military transport craft belonging to the Autobots. Notable for its substantial cargo capacity and swift speed, which enabled the rapid delivery of rare resources to the front lines, playing a pivotal role during the Cybertronian War. Today, amidst the bleak landscape of Cybertron, it appeared before Chuan, remarkably intact. Truly a fortuitous blessing. Without delay, Chuan conducted a thorough inspection of the transport craft, confirming that all functions were operational. He immediately began transferring all resources from the hidden chamber onto the vessel. While in the midst of this endeavor, he keenly detected a disturbance and promptly set down his burdens, seizing a powerful rifle as he charged up the staircase. This action was not born of recklessness. Rather, he understood that if there were intruders outside, they would still be some distance away. Should he hesitate, he risked being ambushed from above when he neared the exit. Thus, he needed to seize the initiative, guarding the entrance to prevent any advantage from being taken by his adversaries. Ascending the staircase swiftly, Chuan reached the doorway and peered outside, spotting a Cybertronian approaching. Noticing the individual was unarmed, he aimed his rifle and commanded, "Don't move." The stranger appeared taken aback, quickly raising both hands and stammering, "Brother, please don't be hasty. I merely heard some commotion from the military base and came to investigate. I mean no harm." Chuan smiled. "Really? I don't believe you." No sooner had the words left his lips than he fired. Countless blue beams erupted from the rifle, striking the individual multiple times, who desperately sought refuge behind a wall, adopting a defensive posture. In an instant, Chuan pivoted and unleashed fire in another direction, forcing a shadowy figure into retreat. Seeing his opponent take cover, Chuan also ducked behind the wall and activated his communicator. "Shockwave, can you hear me? What's the matter? I'm in trouble here. Confronted by a couple of post-apocalyptic wolves. Can you make it over?" "I can, but you're quite far from me. Hurry up, I'll be waiting." Chuan refrained from further dialogue. If he hadn't ventured this far, he would not have uncovered such abundant resources and an intact spacecraft. Although he faced at least 2 adversaries with ill intentions, they appeared to be severely lacking in provisions. Their eyes dimmed, as if their light might extinguish at any moment. Fortunately, they retained some semblance of reason, dodging the gunfire. Yet even if they charged him, Chuan felt undeterred. The closer they approached, the more accurate his shots would be, unlike earlier when he had only managed a few hits. With no desire for further communication, he found that his adversaries could not contain themselves any longer. "Brother, we are Autobots. This base serves as our stronghold against the Decepticons. Is it truly appropriate for you to exploit our resources in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Chuan could not suppress a chuckle. "Autobots, resist the Decepticons? If this military installation were truly yours, would you be oblivious to the existence of a hidden chamber? Such absurdity lacks any technical merit, and the tone of your voice betrays ill intentions that even a fool could discern." Although he was tempted to voice his disdain, Chuan remained uncertain of his adversary's numbers. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. He preferred to avoid escalating the risk, opting instead for a strategy of delay until Shockwave arrived. Chapter 8. Double kill. Hey, brother. At least respond. The impatience of the individual on the other side became evident, as he soon erupted into shouts directed at Chuan. Meanwhile, Chuan remained motionless, crouching behind the wall. As footsteps approached, he extended his firearm and pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of blue beams that forced his opponents back once more. After firing, he retreated and casually inquired, "How many of you are there?" "Just the two of us," came the immediate response. "We encountered a small squad of Decepticons, and we scattered. We are now preparing to retaliate. You must have weaponry resources, right?" Chuan smiled. "Indeed, what of it?" The other party quickly implored, as Cybertronians. "We must unite against the malevolent Decepticons. If they attack, we shall all perish. Surely you possess ample weaponry? We do not seek your energon, merely your firearms. So we can strike back at the Decepticons." Another voice joined in the persuasion. "Exactly. You cannot fathom the brutality of the Decepticons. Fortuitously, you encountered us. Consider this. Had you faced the merciless Decepticons, they would have bombarded you without hesitation, leaving you nowhere to hide. Now that we are here, hand over your guns, and we shall defend against the Decepticons. After all, protecting innocent lives is our paramount duty as Autobots." Chuan listened attentively, refraining from contradiction, and casually asked, "Is that so?" "Indeed, truly," the adversary insisted. "You may be unaware, but the Decepticons have developed new biochemical weapons. If we do not unite, we shall all fall victim to their sinister creations." For a while, a relentless barrage of persuasion ensued. Observing his opponent's eloquence, Chuan chose not to interrupt, occasionally responding with affirmations of their points, acknowledging their logic. Eventually, the foes recognized that the guardian of the hidden chamber seemed impervious to their attempts. "Brother, since you comprehend the gravity of the situation, swiftly produce your weapons. We are prepared for battle." As they stepped forward, Chuan extended his firearm once more, pulling the trigger, and the cacophony of gunfire startled them into retreat. Taken aback, one shouted in anger, "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" Chuan, unfazed, inquired nonchalantly, "Who are you?" "Brother, did I not mention that we are Autobots?" As the Cybertronian spoke these words, he attempted to advance once more, only to be repelled by Chuan's gunfire. Chuan found himself at a loss. His adversary appeared increasingly impatient, which was indeed troublesome. Thus, he engaged in dialogue. "You claim to be Autobots? Yet, Autobots do not exhibit such impatience. What evidence can you provide to substantiate your assertion?" "Evidence? Yes, we have evidence." The individual opposite him stammered, hastily producing several documents and tossing them towards Chuan. However, his lack of strength caused one of the papers to fall to the ground mid-flight. "Oh dear, allow me to retrieve that," he said, rising to collect it. But the moment he moved, he was met with a barrage of attacks from Chuan, compelling him to seek cover once more. Having just repelled that attack, Chuan swiftly redirected his focus to a shadowy figure. His actions left the two assailants dumbfounded. They realized that this opponent was exceedingly vigilant. The instant they made a move, he reacted, proving to be a formidable adversary. They communicated discreetly. "What should we do? That fellow is far too alert. We have exhausted our resources. We must secure this asset. If we continue to stall, I refuse to believe he can sustain this for long. However, we are within a military base. There should be an armory inside. I fear he might be outlasted." One of them expressed concern. "Then let us persist with our harassment. I will not believe that he can endure indefinitely." After a brief exchange, they resolved to continue their tactics. Upon stepping out from behind the wall, they were taken aback to find Chuan not attacking them, which left them puzzled. "What is happening?" One inquired. "I do not know," the other replied, their expressions betraying their confusion. Unbeknownst to them, Chuan had recognized their harassment had ceased and had retreated, descending the stairs with a package of flashbangs and a laser weapon sized appropriately for a typical Cybertronian arm. The distance was not great, and Chuan swiftly returned to the entrance, producing 2 flashbangs and tossing them to either side. "Grenades!" The two were instantly thrown into a state of panic. They could not discern the nature of the projectiles, yet instinctively assumed they were grenades. This was, in fact, a calculated decision by Chuan, who feared that grenades might create a commotion greater than a gunfight, potentially attracting more than just these two individuals. To ensure safety, he opted for the quieter flashbangs, planning to take advantage of their disorientation to eliminate them with his firearm. With a resounding pop, the blinding white light nearly blinded their optical sensors. Chuan surged forth from his position, brandishing the laser weapon, aiming directly at the individual who had thrown the documents. A long blue beam erupted forth, puncturing through the adversary's chest, extinguishing the spark within, leaving him irrevocably lifeless. This compact laser weapon is, in fact, a one-time use armament. Consequently, after its deployment by Chuan, it was rendered utterly inoperative. Chuan did not carelessly discard it. Instead, he swiftly pivoted and hurled it toward the ebony-hued Cybertronian, oblivious to the demise of his comrade. The dark figure shielded its eyes with both hands, just as the laser weapon struck its head with precision. Letting out a pained cry, it collapsed to the ground. Upon reopening its eyes, it beheld Chuan emerging from behind the door, brandishing a rifle and pulling the trigger aimed directly at it. A cacophony of gunfire ensued, resulting in countless bullet holes appearing on the Cybertronian's form. In its final moments, it gasped out a last utterance, the light in its eyes gradually fading away. Chuan remained vigilant, directing the muzzle of his weapon first to the left, then to the right, and even upwards. Cautiously, he retreated into the secret chamber, exploring his surroundings until he discovered a button on the wall. Upon pressing it, the door promptly sealed shut. Initially, Chuan intended to delay, but the relentless harassment from the two adversaries made him realize their impatience. Thus, a tactic of procrastination would yield no results. In light of this, he resolved to eliminate them outright. Seizing the opportunity while they had not yet renewed their assault, he set his rifle down, then swiftly descended the staircase, procuring a compact laser weapon and a small box of flashbangs, which he then employed to swiftly dispatch the two foes. This was made possible only because the two had drawn near, allowing Chuan to strike with such accuracy. Had they maintained their distance, he might not have been able to dispose of them in a single maneuver. Subsequently, Chuan decided to take cover and await the arrival of the Shockwave. His decision proved wise, for not far away, a shadowy Cybertronian wielding a blade stood poised, its blood-red eyes fixated on the entrance of the secret chamber. Rather than idly waiting inside, Chuan strategically placed some flashbangs at the doorway and positioned numerous tranquilizer darts along the staircase. He himself took refuge behind an energy shield that had already been deployed. Chuan refrained from utilizing explosives, fearing that the adversary might employ them as well. Should their bomb detonate and trigger his own, the resultant explosion could potentially collapse the passage, leading to his own undoing. As time passed, Chuan heard no sounds, yet he remained steadfastly alert. Regardless of whether anyone lurked outside, he knew that upon the arrival of Shockwave, he would be assured safety. Although Shockwave was a scientist, he ranked among the most formidable combatants beneath Megatron, exhibiting exceptional agility and offensive capabilities. While Chuan's physique was slightly larger than Shockwave's, he was not yet able to engage in intense combat with it. His current form had previously endured a violent impact, despite Shockwave's ministrations. The lack of adequate resources meant full recovery was unattainable. Not to mention, the exterior of his body bore visible cracks. Should Chuan engage the enemy in close combat with this form, it was highly probable that he would be overwhelmed by a single blow, breaching his spark. Fortunately, the abundance of weaponry here allows for the swift extinguishing of the enemy's sparks, much like what he had just accomplished. Chapter 9. Surveillance equipment. As the Shockwave continued its approach and the adversaries outside plotted their assault, Chuan found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. With the acquisition of a spacecraft, his mobility was assured, yet another necessity loomed: a comprehensive surveillance device. The vastness of Cybertron left him uncertain of where the space bridge would manifest. Thus, he required a device capable of global monitoring. This apparatus need not be overly sophisticated. It merely required two fundamental features. First, an extensive range, and second, the ability to present data sufficient for Chuan to ascertain whether the energy fluctuations were indeed a consequence of the space bridge activation. Boom! A violent explosion jolted Chuan back to reality, his firearm already trained on the entrance. Now, with unwavering focus, he scrutinized the gaping breach, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to unleash fire at a moment's notice. As time elapsed, the initial chaos subsided into an eerie stillness. as if the entire world had once again succumbed to silence. Chuan remained vigilant. Perceiving no immediate threat, he proactively discharged a few rounds. The brilliant blue beams halted the advance of those who had intended to attack. Concealed behind the wall, his opponent awaited the perfect moment to strike, anticipating that Chuan would eventually lower his guard. Just as a smile crept across his face, a grenade unexpectedly rolled to his feet, freezing his grin in place. Boom! In a frenzied attempt to escape, he realized it was too late. The violent explosion hurled him away, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Struggling to rise, he discovered that even standing was beyond his capabilities. Chuan, still wary, tossed several more grenades into the fray, and upon hearing the ensuing detonations, he lifted his shield and charged forward. Emerging from the doorway, Chuan spotted the individual who had been blasted away. He did not approach immediately, instead remaining alert to his surroundings. After a brief period of stillness, during which no new movements were detected, he cautiously approached the incapacitated foe. Lying on the ground, Chuan refrained from direct contact, opting instead to fire a couple of shots at his rear. Ugh! The man cried out in pain, struggling to rise and turning over with great difficulty to meet Chuan's gaze, inquiring, "How did you know I was right at the door?" Chuan replied with a smile, "You took so long to make your move. I thought I might toss a grenade to test the waters. There was little to lose. If you weren't at the door, that would be fine, but if you were, then your fate was sealed." He coughed twice, adopting a tone of regret. "I have no time for your farewell speech. It is time for you to perish." With that, Chuan ruthlessly interrupted his final words and pulled the trigger. "Wait, In the tranquil military base, a chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Chuan dealt with the assailant and retreated once more into the hidden chamber, fixating his gaze on the entrance. Should any new adversaries emerge, they would certainly experience the wrath of a flashbang. After a prolonged wait, Chuan was met not with fresh foes, but with the arrival of Shockwave. A sigh of relief escaped him at last. Shockwave surveyed the surroundings, noting the three lifeless bodies and discerning their causes of death. Upon observing Chuan, unscathed and intact, he appeared to reassess the young warrior. "It seems you have recovered remarkably well," Shockwave remarked, his antennae twitching with interest. The addition of someone like Chuan to the Decepticon ranks would indeed fortify their cause. "Though I am not fully restored, I dare not engage them in close combat." Chuan chuckled, then gestured towards the transport ship. "Look, the spacecraft has arrived." Shockwave's antennae quivered slightly. "This is a compact Autobot transport vessel. While its cargo capacity is limited, should the dire situation you fear come to pass, we can utilize this space to evacuate crucial equipment." As Shockwave concluded his statement, Chuan recalled a particular item he had discovered while holding the fort, a box among the numerous resources that appeared markedly different from the rest. He had long wished to open it, but had lacked the opportunity. Now that safety was secured, he could finally unveil its contents. Approaching the peculiar box, he opened it to reveal a pair of combat blades within. "Shockwave, come take a look. Can you equip these for me?" Shockwave approached, stating, "These are high-grade blades designed for Autobot officers. I can certainly equip you with them. Additionally, I can modify the firearms here and install them on your arm." Splendid. Chuan could hardly contain his elation, for he was finally to possess both a firearm and blades. Reflecting upon it, few bore the dual distinction of weaponry and bladed arms, with the likes of Megatron, Optimus Prime, and RC being notable exceptions. As for the others, they were hardly worthy of comparison. With caution, Shockwave and Chuan meticulously searched the vicinity, ultimately confirming that the only surviving Cybertronians were the three who had attacked Chuan, now all dispatched. It was worth noting that since the core of Cybertron had been ravaged by war, the Well of All Sparks could no longer give birth to new life, thus permanently diminishing the population by 3. Without the ultimate godlock, Shockwave's cloning project might have served as a continuation of Cybertronian existence. Chuan, not dwelling on such thoughts, opted to remain in the hidden chamber while Shockwave ventured to the command room of the military base. Only through the command system could they access the ascent passage, allowing the small transport ship to take flight. Just as Chuan finished transferring supplies from the chamber to the transport vessel, the sound of the main door opening echoed through the air. He lifted his gaze to behold the ascent passage swiftly unfolding, revealing a sky engulfed in toxic gas and dense white mist. Chuan piloted the transport aircraft, emerging from the ascent channel and landing on a helipad at the military base. Before long, Shockwave stepped out of the command room. Once Shockwave boarded the transport aircraft, M.O. Chuan ascended once more into the sky, propelling toward the laboratory at full speed. With a substantial supply of resources acquired, M.O. Chuan's physical condition improved significantly. Shockwave activated numerous resources to treat the frayed cables and shattered exterior of M.O. Chuan. In the midst of this healing, Shockwave also arranged for a surgical procedure to install a pair of advanced battle blades and 2 energy pulse guns into M.O. Chuan's arms. After several hundred hours, M.O. Chuan felt a renewed vitality coursing through his entire being, with most of his wounds having nearly healed. Furthermore, he possessed firearms and battle blades. Though they were a collection of mismatched components, he was immensely satisfied with this level of achievement given the current circumstances. However, M.O. Chuan was acutely aware that neither the firearms nor the blades, nor even the abundant energy sources, constituted his primary objectives. His main goals were solely twofold: the spacecraft and the monitoring equipment. With the spacecraft secured, the next task was the monitoring device. M.O. Chuan promptly inquired, "Shockwave, do you think it's possible to fabricate a monitoring device with these resources? The precision doesn't need to be exceedingly high, but the range must be extensive." Shockwave, taken aback, posed a question of his own. "Why?" M.O. Chuan, unhurried, elucidated. "Didn't you mention that the Decepticons possess a highly developed military and scientific system? What if they have already constructed a space bridge? If they have indeed built one, might they not use it to traverse to Cybertron? In such a case, if they fail to detect our presence, and we remain oblivious to theirs, we could miss each other entirely." Upon hearing this, Shockwave nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of M.O. Chuan's reasoning. If Lord Megatron were to seek him out while he remained hidden within the laboratory, he would indeed risk missing the encounter. However, reflecting on their current situation, Shockwave shook his head. "Your reasoning is sound. Yet the resources we have do not include sufficient components to create a device with a wide-ranging capacity." Seemingly anticipating this, M.O. Chuan smiled and replied, "The military base still has many undamaged items. We could utilize the antennas from there or dismantle the command room. We should be able to gather the necessary parts to construct the monitoring device." Shockwave gazed at M.O. Chuan in astonishment. He had not expected M.O. Chuan to propose dismantling the military base's command room, but it was indeed a viable solution. Ultimately, Shockwave concurred. After they secured the newly acquired weaponry, he and M.O. Chuan ventured to the military base, thoroughly scavenging useful items such as antennas, cables, and computers, taking what was beneficial and discarding the rest. The command room, medical facilities, power rooms, every area was systematically raided by M.O. Chuan. The components required for the monitoring device were not difficult to locate, and M.O. Chuan quickly amassed all that was needed. The task of manufacturing the monitoring devices was entirely entrusted to Shockwave, while Megatron had a matter of great significance to attend to. Chapter 10. Waiting Shockwave was deeply engrossed in his work, dedicated to creating a monitoring device with an extensive range. He did not leave the confines of his laboratory for even a moment. Upon completion of his creation, he was about to share the news with Megatron when he discovered that Megatron had vanished. Shockwave was not surprised. Megatron was likely out in search of resources. In the past, he had scavenged alone, but now that Megatron was by his side, the responsibility of resource gathering had naturally shifted to him. Just as Shockwave was preparing to conduct another performance test on the monitoring device, the sound of the ship landing suddenly echoed through the air. Exiting the laboratory, Shockwave was greeted by the sight of Megatron approaching with a smile. Shockwave immediately went to meet him, exclaiming, "Megatron, the monitoring device is complete, and its range is sufficient to cover 1/10 of Cybertron." 1/10. Megatron responded, his astonishment evident. After all, Cybertron was immense. And considering the haphazard assembly of parts that constituted the device, merely achieving a coverage of 1/50th would have been commendable. Shockwave's ability to transform the seemingly useless into something extraordinary was indeed remarkable. After all, Cybertronian science and technological magic were capable of producing excellence. Noticing Megatron's surprise, Shockwave sought to temper his expectations, cautioning Megatron, while the monitoring device boasts a wide coverage, its precision leaves much to be desired. Can it determine the presence of space bridge? Megatron inquired. Indeed, Shockwave replied promptly. That is sufficient. By the way, how many have you made? Megatron suddenly asked. If one device could cover 1/10, then 10 devices could potentially encompass the entire planet. With proper connections, they could monitor the movements of space bridges worldwide. Unfortunately, the resources I have are only enough to construct a single unit. Shockwave shook his head, understanding Megatron's desire to create more monitoring devices and his intention to oversee the entire planet. Reflecting on this, Shockwave felt a pang of sorrow. Cybertron had descended into chaos. Countless Cybertronians perished in the struggle, and those who survived were desperately seeking to escape this forsaken planet. What had led to such a dire state? The High Council and the Autobots. They sought to prevent revolution and maintain their corrupt dominion. Even more infuriating was the fact that the decrepit members of the High Council, instead of facing their end alone, dragged the entire planet down with them, an unforgivable act that disqualified them from ever returning to the Allspark. Each time Shockwave witnessed the desolation of Cybertron, he was reminded of those loathsome figures within the High Council. Megatron, perceptive to Shockwave's emotional turmoil, recognized this as an opportunity to strike at his psyche. Now that the ship was available, they had a chance to escape Cybertron, and it was time for a conversation. Previously, while researching various aspects of Cybertron, he had also looked into the character of Shockwave. Information regarding Gray Chow is exceedingly scarce. The majority of online discourse revolves around the High Council and emerging factions. Given the vastness of the global populace, it is implausible for every individual to have their information readily available. However, through relentless endeavor, Chuan ultimately unearthed some information pertaining to Gray Chow. The High Council had previously besieged Shockwave with public opinion, which resulted in some of Shockwave's acquaintances abandoning him under the weight of that scrutiny, with some tragically taking their own lives. Since that incident, Shockwave has been left friendless, immersing himself in his research as a solitary scientist. Notably, Gray Chow was among those few friends of Shockwave, and it is essential to acknowledge that their acquaintance blossomed amidst the tumult of public opinion. Although they could be deemed friends, their interactions were superficial, and Gray Chow departed from Shockwave's city shortly after the onset of the public outcry. After deducing these insights from the discourse, Chuan began to establish a rapport with Shockwave in his unique manner. Given the limited connection between Shockwave and Gray Chow, he felt no dissonance regarding Gray Chow's transformation. The subtle influences during this period had led Shockwave to fully embrace the present version of Gray Chow. With this acceptance, Chuan felt empowered to engage in deeper conversations with him. Regarding the monitoring device, one sufficed. There was no need for excess. By the way, Shockwave, have you ever contemplated leaving this place? In response to Chuan's inquiry, Shockwave candidly replied, I have considered it. If I cannot find resources on Cybertron to continue my research and survive, then I would leave. Yet, for now, I wish to remain here, awaiting the return of Lord Megatron, hoping he will find me upon his return to Cybertron. Chuan patted Shockwave on the shoulder and sighed. But how long must you wait? I recall you mentioned that you fell unconscious due to the space bridge explosion, only to awaken and find everyone vanished. Did Starscream not search for you? Even if it didn't tee back then, hasn't the space bridge been reopened to return to Cybertron and seek you out? At this point, Shockwave's antennae twitched slightly, clearly indicating his irritation. Chuan pressed on. One must always prepare for the worst. What if they are not coming for you, because they simply cannot? He added, you seem quite willing to wait. Do you place such unwavering faith in Starscream? Shockwave, with a sigh that resembled resignation, shook his head. Starscream's schemes are indeed cunning, yet his reliability leaves much to be desired. However, I have witnessed his unwavering loyalty to the Decepticons. Despite any setbacks, he has never faltered and is genuinely willing to sacrifice for the Decepticon cause. I hold him in high regard, as I do Soundwave. Upon hearing Shockwave's final remark, a glint of insight flickered in Chuan's eyes, suggesting an alignment between Shockwave and Soundwave on certain matters. Chuan posed numerous questions, and Shockwave provided extensive answers. However, from this point onward, Chuan refrained from disparaging Starscream, redirecting the conversation towards the realm of science and technology. Every moment spent with Shockwave enriched Chuan's scientific knowledge. Chuan couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of one-on-one instruction. Yet the true essence lay in the fact that the teacher was the most distinguished scientist of Cybertron. Ever since Shockwave had constructed the monitoring device, Chuan had installed it onto the transport aircraft, piloting it across the skies of Cybertron at regular intervals. For an extended period, the detector had registered no energy fluctuations. Chuan frequently ventured out, and, as a consequence, Shockwave had essentially become a recluse, remaining perpetually ensconced in his laboratory, observing Chuan's repeated excursions and the subsequent acquisition of new resources. Everything was gradually shifting, except for the monitoring device, which remained stagnant, devoid of any fluctuation in its data. However, Chuan's mood had begun to oscillate. The prolonged absence of a space bridge, coupled with the prior incident involving the Dark Energon, had intensified his concerns. Yet, as his unease reached a certain threshold, it abruptly dissipated. He resolved to brace for the worst, acknowledging that he had already missed the first space bridge, thus forfeiting the golden opportunity to develop his influence during the early narrative of the Leader-S Testament. The second space bridge, however, coincided with Optimus Prime's amnesia, and that particular bridge had the longest duration, granting Chuan ample time to traverse it. Yet, this would necessitate a direct confrontation with Megatron. How could he possibly align himself with the Decepticons? Should he disrupt the transmission link of the Allspark keycard, or perhaps transport Shockwave along with him? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Chuan's mind, yet he dismissed them all. No matter how he pondered or plotted, there was only one course of action available: to await the emergence of the space bridge. Chapter 11. Crossing the space bridge during this period of anticipation. Chuan piloted the transport aircraft above the Rust Sea, in search of something significant. The Rust Sea was vast, and although Chuan had visited this area numerous times, he had only skimmed its surface to avoid drawing Shockwave's attention. This time, as per usual, the computer screen aboard the vessel displayed the conditions of the terrain below. Just as he prepared to return, a rust-covered object suddenly captivated his attention. He promptly descended to the ground, approaching the corroded mass before him. The reason this large, rust-laden metal block commanded Chuan's focus was not arbitrary. It was in fact the ultimate artifact known as the Ultimate Lock, capable of revitalizing Cybertron. As depicted in the Leader's Testament, Chuan did not linger in the vicinity. After confirming the identity of the Ultimate Lock without making contact, he swiftly departed. His repeated visits to the Rust Sea were solely to ascertain the location of the Ultimate Lock. Yet, while he could pinpoint its position, he lacked the means to utilize it, for the 4 ultimate keys required to activate the Ultimate Lock remained ensconced within the very soil of Earth. Chuan yearned to seek the location of the magical orb, yet he refrained from doing so, for he feared that it might provoke the sentinels left behind by the Decepticons on Cybertron. Such an incursion would undoubtedly summon their attention for investigation. The Blueberry Novel Network raises the question: how would the Decepticons conduct their inquiry? Should they begin their scrutiny while Shockwave initiated communication? How could he possibly articulate an explanation? If Shockwave's investigation yielded results, the relentless onslaught of the monstrous Decepticons would ensue, leading to a rapid unraveling of 2 pivotal plot lines. For Chuan, the potential troubles arising from the search for the magical orb were hardly worth the risk. In the ensuing days, Chuan's endeavors became more straightforward. He engaged in scientific studies with Shockwave, sought resources, monitored energy fluctuations emanating from space bridges, and fostered dialogue with Shockwave, asserting his own opinions to convey that the current Chuan was a person of significant resolve. He repeated these actions with the diligence of one completing daily tasks, day after day. Chuan remained unhurried, possessing a profound understanding of a truth. Destiny often presents opportunities in the most unexpected moments, watching with amusement as astonishment graces one's face. During one of his resource-gathering excursions, the transport sensors finally registered a response. Upon examining the data, Chuan swiftly deduced that it was an energy fluctuation resulting from the emergence of a space bridge, located in outer space. He was both astonished and exhilarated, realizing he had not missed the chance to witness his first space bridge. Without delay, Chuan locked the transport's destination onto the space bridge and surged forward at full speed. At that moment, the sensors detected an exceedingly unusual energy signature. Chuan knew instinctively that it was a substantial mass of dark super-energy. Megatron intended to utilize this energy to transform the remains of Cybertron into an army of undead warriors, who would then traverse the space bridge to descend upon Earth, annihilating all in their path, be they Autobots or human beings. Ultimately, however, the Autobots thwarted this plan by redirecting the energy flow, resulting in the self-destruction of the colossal space bridge, which unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Time was of the essence. Chuan had to traverse the space bridge before it detonated and reached the Decepticon warship, although he did not witness the dark super-energy mass firsthand. As he approached the space bridge, he observed a multitude of undead warriors rising from the ground, soaring towards the bridge. Despite their lack of wings or engines, they were capable of flight, for they harbored the essence of divine power within them. Yet, they were still some distance from the space bridge, while Chuan was drawing near. He beheld with clarity a vast vortex, a magnificent amalgamation of azure and white, a dreamlike creation that fused magic and science, enabling the Cybertronians to traverse interstellar realms. Chuan propelled his vessel forward at full throttle, unhesitatingly plunging into the swirling vortex. Within this transdimensional passage, Chuan experienced an indescribable sensation, which, upon reflection, could be characterized as a distortion. Chuan had not yet had the time to ponder further when the spacecraft traversed the space bridge. Arriving on the other side of the Milky Way, on Earth, the moment Chuan laid eyes on the planet, an overwhelming sense of homecoming washed over him, accompanied by a profound joy, for he finally beheld the beautiful women of Earth. Although he could not yet savor their essence, he believed that such a moment would eventually come. His gaze shifted to the battlefield below, and just as he turned, he spotted Megatron hurtling towards him. On the verge of collision, Megatron, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of a spacecraft from the space bridge, swiftly veered aside, narrowly avoiding the transport craft. Chuan could not help but chuckle. How unfortunate it was that such a vast space bridge almost witnessed a collision. Megatron paid no heed to Chuan, his focus directed towards the base of the space bridge to thwart the Autobot forces. After gleaning no valuable information from the transport vessel, he accelerated towards his objective. Meanwhile, Starscream stood atop the Decepticon warship's bridge, observing the situation at the space bridge with clarity. Upon witnessing Chuan's passage through the bridge, he hastily reported to Megatron, Lord Megatron, that is an Autobot transport ship. However, Megatron was unconcerned, as Starscream had previously informed him of the Autobots' activities at the base of the bridge. He merely retorted with a dismissive, "Handle it yourself," before severing the communication. Just as Megatron's transmission ended, a request from Chuan for communication arrived. "Is that ship requesting to speak with us?" Starscream hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, clearing his throat theatrically. "Ahem, Autobot vessel, state your identity." Chuan replied unhurriedly, "I am Gray, an ordinary resident of Cybertron." "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Starscream erupted into laughter. "Well, listen closely. You are communicating with the illustrious Decepticon commander, Starscream." However, his boast faltered, as the space bridge had yet to explode, and Megatron was still alive. In such a public setting, was it truly appropriate to refer to himself as Lord? Chuan, amused by Starscream's abrupt halt in his self-aggrandizement, smiled knowingly. It seemed Starscream was rather ambitious, already contemplating a power grab, while Megatron still lived. Yet, it was clear that Megatron's demise was imminent. How fortuitous, Chuan mused, having previously fretted over how to confront Megatron during the second activation of the space bridge. Now, with the first activation coinciding with Megatron's impending death, the Decepticon forces would surely falter in morale thereafter. By inserting himself into the narrative at this pivotal moment, Chuan could align himself with the Decepticons, showcasing sufficient wisdom and strength to easily cultivate his own influence. As Chuan smiled, Megatron roared, "Starscream, where's my warship? We cannot succeed now. Do not be foolish, Lord Megatron. We must retreat at once." Starscream implored, though a cunning smile betrayed his true intentions. Indeed, as per the original narrative, the Red Spider commanded the warship to swiftly retreat, leaving Megatron abandoned at the space bridge. Optimus Prime had already led the Autobots to leap into the terrestrial bridge, returning to Earth. Megatron, gazing at the crumbling super space bridge, remained undeterred. He observed the impending passage of the Decepticon warriors through the bridge and instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp the specter on the opposite side. Just as their hands were about to clasp, the bridge reached its breaking point. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as if a distant, resonant explosion echoed, causing that expanse of space to collapse inward. The imploding energy mass radiated a stunning blue luminescence, spreading like the waves of the ocean, inciting ripples of cerulean hues, ultimately vanishing into the boundless cosmos. Chapter 12. Decepticons hold tight, do not let go, RC cautioned. Who spoke? Jack exclaimed, startled, as two Decepticons closed in, flanking RC on either side, preparing to converge for an ambush. However, RC reacted with remarkable swiftness, decelerating and retreating, allowing the two Decepticons to collide and rebound, thereby clearing a path. Seizing the opportunity, RC accelerated forward, swiftly distancing herself from the Decepticons. The two Decepticons persisted, relentlessly pursuing RC while simultaneously communicating with their warship. Red Spider Commander, we have identified the target along with a young human. Eliminate them all, commanded Red Spider with ruthless intent. At that moment, RC darted into an alley, ceasing her advance, prompting Jack to disembark in terror, staring at the azure motorcycle before him. Who are you? Should you dare to speak of me, I shall hold you accountable, RC retorted, lacking the leisure to engage in dialogue. She surged forward slightly, startling Jack into a hasty retreat. Upon witnessing Jack's flight, RC accelerated again, with the Decepticons hot on her heels. Through the rearview mirror, she noted that only one Decepticon had followed her, while the other veered into a different alley, evidently in pursuit of Jack. Damn it! RC swiftly turned her vehicle towards the remaining Decepticon, her tires ascending onto its hood as she soared past. Simultaneously, Jack found himself cornered by the Decepticon, and as a beam of light illuminated him, he ran with all his might, shouting in protest, I don't even know her. Jack felt utterly wronged, questioning why he was being dragged into their conflict. Just as the Decepticon soldier prepared to strike, RC soared over his vehicle, landing deftly beside Jack. Jump on, she urged. With no other option, Jack leapt onto the blue motorcycle, and in an instant RC accelerated, bursting forth from the alley and onto the street. The two Decepticons, frustrated by their inability to capture their target, transformed their vehicle sides into purple cannons, aiming at their quarry and firing. Crimson beams of light streaked past RC and Jack, startling Jack into instinctively shielding his head. As RC stepped onto the highway, Jack could not contain his curiosity. Why are they shooting at us? We are not us, and they are not human, RC corrected him. No sooner had she spoken than a yellow muscle car appeared on the highway, colliding with one Decepticon, causing it to crash into another, temporarily halting both. The yellow car then drifted and accelerated away, swiftly distancing itself from the Decepticons. Jack, witnessing this spectacle, asked in astonishment, Is that your friend? Family, RC reiterated, her tone softening unexpectedly. Mach 1 drove a black sedan closely behind the Decepticons, maintaining a prudent distance. He observed as the two Decepticons were repeatedly thwarted by Bumblebee. However, Bumblebee was merely a car, unable to occupy two lanes simultaneously, and ultimately, the Decepticons broke through, sending Bumblebee crashing aside momentarily. Meanwhile, beneath a highway bridge, a 12-year-old boy was engrossed in playing with a remote-controlled car resembling a yellow sports car. Just then, his phone rang. He answered, Mom is driving just down the street. I'll play for 5 more minutes. With that, he resumed his play, oblivious to the fact that RC was racing towards him. The highway above was sealed off, but RC paid little heed to this, seeking a suitable battleground. Accelerating forward, she leapt from the bridge, eliciting a scream from Jack. How exhilarating! As the motorcycle landed on the concrete riverbed, a drift turned Jack's gaze, revealing the boy playing with his remote car, Rafi. Rafi's full name was Rafael Jorge Gonzalez Esquivel, a prodigious child and an advanced student currently in the same class as Jack. Upon witnessing the blue motorcycle descending from the sky, Rafi was awestruck, yet he did not freeze. Instead, he gasped in amazement. Jack, noticing Rafi's reaction, wanted to say something, but, upon reflection, thought better of it, ultimately exclaiming, You wouldn't believe me anyway. At that moment, the Decepticons had caught up, leaping into the air and transforming, landing in humanoid form before Jack and Rafi. RC, too, transformed from her motorcycle into a giant, though her stature was still considerably smaller than that of the Decepticons. Nevertheless, RC stood undaunted, gazing at the Decepticons and recalling the devastation they had wrought upon her friend, igniting a fierce resolve within her. Let us settle this, Decepticons. With that declaration, she charged forward, skillfully evading the Decepticons' relentless barrage of fire with her nimble agility. With a graceful leap, she descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful kick that sent one Decepticon sprawling. Without missing a beat, she repositioned herself and struck another Decepticon with a swift kick. "What are they?" Rafi inquired with curiosity. "Robots that can speak and transform into vehicles. They become cars that transform into robots," Jack replied, bewildered by his own words, perhaps overwhelmed by the adrenaline coursing through him. Alcee exhibited remarkable speed, denying the Decepticons any chance to react. She first delivered a forceful kick to a Decepticon soldier, followed by a punch to its jaw, then to its midsection, and another to its chest. The Decepticon soldier seemed momentarily stunned. Alcee gathered her strength and unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at its face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. This was for soaring over mountains. However, despite her rapid assaults, they failed to inflict any significant damage. The Decepticons quickly adapted to Alcee's speed, launching a counterattack with a crimson beam that finally struck her abdomen. Alcee gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground, just as the two Decepticons were about to advance. Bumblebee suddenly charged onto the scene from the bridge, transforming into his humanoid form. He trampled one Decepticon underfoot while delivering a punch to the other, temporarily incapacitating them. Taking a step back, a sound of plastic shattering echoed, and Bumblebee lowered his head to find he had crushed a remote-controlled car beneath his foot. Turning to Rafi, Bumblebee emitted a series of electronic sounds. "Beezies, it's all right, really." Rafi understood Bumblebee's apology and promptly reassured him that it was nothing to worry about, urging him not to feel guilty. Seizing the moment, the two Decepticons fired at Bumblebee, knocking him to the ground. As they surrounded him, their weapons aimed at him, Rafi couldn't help but shout, "Don't hurt him." Upon hearing her voice, the Decepticons turned their attention toward Jack and Rafi, redirecting their weapons in their direction. "Please," Rafi's voice faltered as she saw the guns trained on them. "Shut up," Jack urged, noticing the Decepticons advancing. He quickly grabbed Rafi's hand, urging her to flee, run. In their escape, Jack made it a point to shield Rafi while propelling her forward. They darted into a river tunnel, and Jack, seeing a Decepticon's hand reaching in, urged, "Don't stop." Just as the Decepticon was about to grasp them, Bumblebee intervened, pushing it away and peering in, emitting a series of electronic sounds. "Beezies, beep, beezies." "Thank you," Rafi expressed gratefully. "Beezies, beep, beezies." Bumblebee responded before departing to confront the Decepticons once more. "Don't look back," Jack insisted, pushing Rafi onward. "What were those?" Rafi asked, her curiosity piqued. "I don't know, and I don't want to know," Jack replied, fully aware that the more he understood, the more perilous their situation became. To ensure their safety, he knew they must bid them a final farewell. At this very moment, a sleek gray sports car burst forth, transforming into a towering Cybertronian, positioning itself between the Decepticons and the Autobots. These formidable beings surely represent the pinnacle of Decepticon soldiers. Grayche glanced at the two Decepticon warriors before him, reflecting on how, at the onset of the Leader's Proof storyline, he had deemed the Decepticons to be overwhelmingly powerful and numerous, leading him to doubt the Autobots' chances of victory. However, the combat prowess exhibited by the Decepticon soldiers repeatedly shattered Grayche's preconceived notions. Their strength was not merely formidable. It seemed to serve as a means to fill a narrative void, a role that should not be bestowed with such high combat capabilities at the outset, only to diminish significantly later on. This inconsistency could be rationalized as a contrast between seasoned veterans and inexperienced recruits, the former being these two warriors, while the latter comprised the bulk of the forces. Yet, the glaring similarity in their appearances raised questions. Determined to test the true resilience of these elite Decepticon soldiers, Grayche launched into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent one warrior flying while swiftly pivoting to kick the other, forcing him to retreat. Transforming his hands into firearms, Grayche aimed both weapons at the Decepticons, unleashing a barrage of gray energy beams to suppress their advance. Though the two Decepticons attempted to evade, they were still struck by several rounds, astonishing Grayche as they stood up unharmed. This was somewhat expected, considering it was the first episode, where the Decepticons needed to be portrayed as formidable, making their strength slightly superior to that of RC and Bumblebee. As Grayche ceased fire, The gray glow from his weapons began to coalesce, indicating he was charging up. He was eager to see if, with all his power concentrated, he could pierce through their spark with a single strike. Chapter 13. Soundwave. Chuan was acutely aware that he had caught the attention of Soundwave and Moonracer. However, he was undeterred. With the aid of the Red Spider, the esteemed Red Spider, Chuan successfully integrated himself into the ranks of the Decepticons. The absence of Megatron made the process of joining the Decepticons considerably less cumbersome. After Chuan followed the Red Spider away, Moonracer promptly visited the Autobot transport ship. Searching within Chuan's vessel, inside he found only a few pieces of energon and some firearms, along with 2 shoulder-mounted cannons, rendering the ship quite impoverished. Moonracer conducted a thorough check of the ship's systems, but discovered nothing of significance. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed Soundwave standing silently at the ship's entrance, eerily still like a specter, which irked Moonracer immensely. "There are no issues," Moonracer reported coldly, quickly passing by Soundwave without concealing his disdain. Suddenly, Soundwave received a transmission from the Red Spider. "Soundwave, where have you gone? I present to you a coordinate. Please bring along a piece of super energy matter." Without uttering a word, Soundwave promptly sprang into action, first retrieving a highly concentrated piece of super energy matter from the warehouse, and then he approached the Red Spider. Chuan was also present, clearly indicating that he would accompany them on this venture. Soundwave was not surprised, for he was aware that during the search of the transport aircraft, Chuan had conversed with the Red Spider, expressing his desire to witness the mightiest warrior of the Decepticons. Soundwave immediately activated the land bridge, and the trio traversed the azure-white vortex, arriving above a vast expanse of the Yellowstone Canyon. As Chuan gazed upon the familiar, yet foreign Yellowstones before him, he recognized this as the inaugural tale unfolding within the evidence of leadership, where Thunderclash was awakened only to perish, not surviving even a single episode. Thunderclash, aside from Megatron, was the most formidable Decepticon, and among the Autobots, only Optimus Prime could contend with him. But why did Thunderclash meet his demise? It was not due to any other reason but Soundwave himself. From a superficial narrative perspective, the Decepticons lost such a powerful ally due to Soundwave's passive observation. However, Chuan perceived that Soundwave had intended for Thunderclash to die. This was not mere conjecture. Chuan understood that having traversed into another world, they were all characters within it, possessing thoughts, grievances, and vested interests. Thus one must not hold rigid impressions assigned by the original plot. Any elements absent from the initial narrative would be filled in by the world itself. Hypothetically, had the Red Spider been present, he would never have allowed Thunderclash to fall victim to Bumblebee. If he had been there, it was highly probable that he would have launched a missile to thwart Bumblebee. Yet he was absent, having been diverted by Soundwave, who not only distracted him, but also seized the opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities. In the end, the Red Spider ventured into outer space, leaving Soundwave to do nothing but watch as Thunderclash was slain by an enemy. Chuan was uncertain of Soundwave's thoughts. Perhaps there existed a grudge between Soundwave and Thunderclash, or maybe Soundwave deemed Thunderclash's presence detrimental to the Red Spider's consolidation of Decepticon power. However, these considerations were not the crux of the matter at hand. The pressing question was whether Chuan ought to save Thunderclash. If he chose to intervene, would Soundwave obstruct him? And if he succeeded, would the balance of power instantly tilt in favor of the Decepticons? Time was fleeting, and Chuan had yet to investigate the Autobot situation before accompanying the Red Spider to this location. Thunderclash should be nearby. "Let's search for him," he suggested. The Red Spider glanced at Chuan, suddenly a loss for words. "You all proceed. I will do my utmost to follow," Chuan replied succinctly, acknowledging that his 4 wheels lacked the aerial mobility of an aircraft in this Yellowstone Canyon. "Very well," the Red Spider conceded, instantly transforming and soaring into the sky, with Soundwave closely trailing behind. Chuan gazed at the 2 aircraft soaring in the sky and began to move, leaping from one mountain peak to another, transforming into a grand racing car as he drifted through the valley, seemingly adapting to the terrain. Before long, he received a communication from Red Spider, who informed him that he had located the position of Thunderquake and instructed him to head south for approximately 3 to 4 kilometers to find them. Chuan was not surprised that Red Spider was aware of his location. After all, Red Spider was in the sky, enjoying a broad view Upon receiving the message, he promptly advanced southward. After running 3 kilometers and just overcoming an obstacle, he encountered 2 Autobots. One was Bumblebee, and the other was Skyfall, alive against all odds. Upon hearing the commotion, Bumblebee and Skyfall immediately turn around, their arms transforming into weaponry, aimed directly at Chuan as they began to charge their energy. Chuan also transformed his hands into guns, pointing them at Bumblebee and Skyfall, and boldly initiated the conversation. "Who are you?" At this, Bumblebee and Skyfall were momentarily taken aback. "Not Decepticons." The blue light at the muzzle of Skyfall's weapon vanished in an instant, though he did not lower his guard. "From the tone of your voice, you are Autobots?" Chuan holstered his weapons and approached the two. Seeing him disarm, they too lowered their arms. Skyfall puffed out his chest with great pride, declaring, "Indeed, I am illustrious Skyfall." Chuan, however, remained indifferent. "Skyfall? I've never heard of you." Skyfall was astonished. "No way. You haven't even heard of me?" Chuan shook his head, indicating he truly had not, and explained, "I came here because I discovered a super energy body." "Were you also drawn by this?" "Exactly. Our leader is currently assessing the situation," Skyfall said, placing one hand on his hip and gesturing towards the direction where Optimus Prime had departed. At that moment, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted, capturing the attention of Skyfall and Bumblebee. "Optimus Prime needs assistance." Skyfall charged ahead. Bumblebee glanced back at Chuan before following suit. While Chuan remained rooted in place, his body still, yet a tempest of thoughts surged within his mind. Could there be other travelers from different realms? If he could traverse dimensions, it was only logical that others could as well. But if there were indeed other travelers, what should he do? Should he ally with them or eliminate them all? Chuan began to take action, climbing higher until he reached the summit of the valley, where he spotted 2 slender figures slowly turning to face him. One was Soundwave, and the other was the injured Red Spider. "Gray, you have arrived. Come, witness the moment of demise of the great Autobot leader." Red Spider turned to gaze down at Thunderquake, who was embroiled in a 1-against-3 battle. Optimus Prime, unwilling to kill Thunderquake, was not fighting at full strength, thus allowing Thunderquake to gain the upper hand. Skyfall and Bumblebee rushed in for a double attack, but were still sent flying, each struck away by Thunderquake's powerful punches. Chuan stepped forward and happened upon the scene where the Wasp and the flying figure were sent hurtling away. His first thought was one of admiration for the Wasp's ferocity. Although his physique was on par with that of Thunderclash, he knew he could not match Thunderclash's prowess. Beside him, Red Spider marveled at Thunderclash's ability to hold his own against 3 opponents, while eagerly anticipating how the Decepticons would react to this spectacle. Soundwave, capture every moment. We must meticulously document this footage of Optimus Prime's demise and archive it for posterity. Upon hearing Red Spider's words, Chuan recognized that a pivotal moment had arrived. Soundwave shifted his focus away from Optimus Prime and displayed a life signal coordinate belonging to the Decepticons. When Red Spider noted that the signal originated from outer space, he immediately surmised that it might very well belong to Megatron. No, in that scenario, he could not possibly have survived. Your sensors must be malfunctioning. Disregard that signal and delete the coordinate. As soon as Red Spider finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene, with only Soundwave's display screen continuing to show the life signal's coordinates. In that moment, Red Spider felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly recognized his blunder and hastily amended his statement. "What am I saying? This warrants investigation. If Lord Megatron is indeed there, I shall retrieve him immediately." Hearing this, Soundwave finally nodded slightly. Sensing Soundwave's approval, Red Spider grew concerned about Soundwave's potential involvement and thus instructed, "You stay here and monitor their movements. Greche, assist Soundwave. I have awaited this day for far too long. I must witness Thunderclash vanquish Optimus Prime with mine own eyes." No sooner had he spoken than Red Spider transformed into an aircraft and sped toward the location of the super space bridge's destruction. Once Red Spider vanished into the clouds, Soundwave's chest-mounted laser bird transformed and took flight, swiftly disappearing into the sky. After ordering the laser bird to track Red Spider, Soundwave abruptly turned his gaze toward Chuan. Noticing Soundwave's unreserved scrutiny, Chuan felt a surge of alarm. Chapter 14. Rescuing Thunderclash. Unlike other Cybertronians, Soundwave had relinquished his once mighty physique to enhance his intelligence-gathering capabilities, transforming into his current slender form. even altering his original visage into a curved screen. This distinctive curved screen face rendered Soundwave an iconic figure among the Decepticons. Expressionless, taciturn, yet remarkably efficient. He wielded considerable power without forming alliances, maintaining a judicious distance from all within the Decepticon ranks, while possessing a wealth of incriminating information about them. Undoubtedly, he ranked first in the volume of intelligence he controlled. More importantly, this Soundwave was exceedingly cunning. He would never divulge any information detrimental to the Decepticon cause to Megatron. Chuan understood clearly that Soundwave was not loyal to Megatron, nor to the Decepticons. Instead, he believed that only the Decepticons could overthrow the High Council. Only they could save Cybertron, and only Megatron was worthy to lead them. With Megatron gone, Soundwave had no choice but to allow Starscream to step in. Soundwave was strategic. Evidently, he considered that Thundercracker, who was merely a simpleton focused solely on combat, would hinder his plans. At that moment, Chuan suddenly moved. He intended to rescue Thundercracker. Soundwave did not intervene, but played an audio clip. "Gray, you are responsible for assisting Soundwave." These were the very words uttered by Starscream. Upon hearing this, Chuan halted abruptly, glanced back at Soundwave, then turned his gaze towards the vast, boundless sky. Soundwave tilted his head slightly, perplexed by Chuan's intentions. In truth, Chuan took those few steps to provoke deeper contemplation in Soundwave, for he knew that Soundwave's sensors were exceptionally powerful. Chuan harbored an idea. Humans could discern various aspects of another person simply by observing them. For instance, when someone is questioned, they may appear unperturbed outwardly, yet internally, their muscles might tense. Experienced individuals can detect this tension, thus gaining insight into the person's psychological state or assessing the veracity of their words. As intelligent beings, Cybertronians also exhibit physical signs of stress. Their wires may tighten in anxiety, and their pupils may dilate in shock. Soundwave, as the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, undoubtedly excelled in observing the mental states of others, especially equipped with high-powered sensors. Consequently, Soundwave demonstrated remarkable initiative, often addressing issues with piercing clarity. Thanks to the synergy of his innate abilities and advanced technology, which allowed him to exercise a form of mind-reading. As a typical Cybertronian, Chuan's every action and word would be detected by Soundwave's powerful sensors, leaving no room for concealment. In response to such formidable capabilities, Chuan adopted a contrasting approach. His previous actions were marked by resolute determination, almost as if the phrase "rescue Thundercracker" was emblazoned on his face. However, after Soundwave played Starscream's audio, Chuan abruptly ceased his actions, which left Soundwave puzzled, as he did not believe Starscream could intimidate Chuan. Observing Chuan's unwavering gaze towards the heavens, Soundwave followed suit, soon noticing a fighter jet in the distance. How did that aircraft come to be here? How could he possibly know? Was it arranged by him? If not, how had he foreseen this? A myriad of questions flooded Soundwave's mind. Although he maintained an aloof exterior, Chuan recognized that his actions had indeed impacted Soundwave. While the effect was not profound, it was merely the beginning. The aircraft in the sky is rapidly approaching, piloted by none other than William Fuller, an official representative of the leadership, who is an exceptionally unique secret agent responsible for liaising with the Autobots. He can be regarded as an ambassador for the cultural exchange between Earth and Cybertron. As Agent Fuller deftly maneuvers the aircraft, he swiftly arrives above Optimus Prime and his companions. The subdued Shockwave, upon spotting the aircraft, immediately activates the transformation gear scanning system. Optimus Prime promptly issues a warning, but it is too late. Shockwave scans and stores the design of Fuller's advanced aircraft, leaping into the air and transforming into an aircraft himself. With newfound flight capabilities, Shockwave launches an offensive against Optimus Prime and his allies, attacking with ease, forcing them to retreat in haste. How dare you steal the schematics of military aircraft? This is classified information, and I will not stand idly by. Agent Fuller, now incensed, had come to assess the situation only to find himself embroiled in a breach of confidential intelligence. He immediately counters Shockwave's assault, as the designs of their respective aircraft are similar, leaving the outcome reliant on the pilot's skill. On a nearby mountain, Soundwave and Barricade observe the aerial duel, watching as the two aircraft dart through the sky, engaging in fierce combat. Fortunately, Agent Fuller's expertise allows him to evade Shockwave's missile strikes while relentlessly pursuing his adversary. It becomes evident that for the Cybertronians, the vehicle form enhances mobility, while the combat effectiveness depends on the vehicle's design. Additionally, Shockwave's energy source is a supercharged energy core, far superior to that of Agent Fuller's aircraft. Yet the design of the aircraft ultimately dictates the upper limits of Shockwave's combat prowess. In the short term, neither Shockwave nor Fuller gains a decisive advantage. However, should the battle persist, Agent Fuller will inevitably succumb to energy depletion, as Cybertronians in vehicle form experience reduced energy consumption, enabling greater endurance. The aerial conflict continues, prompting Bumblebee and Barricade, unable to remain idle on the ground, to ascend the mountain. As Shockwave descends, they leap into action, each grasping a wing of the formidable aircraft. Shockwave, feeling their grip, begins to spiral, attempting to shake them off. Observing this, Barricade prepares to transform and fire, only to find Shockwave barreling toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Barricade jumps, catching Bumblebee midair. Shockwave suddenly falters, crashing down alongside Bumblebee and Barricade, all three tumbling to the ground. Upon impact, Shockwave swiftly reverts to his original form, landing heavily and taking a moment to regain his composure. As he prepares to rise, he finds the barrel of a gun pointed at his head, none other than Barricade himself. Bumblebee and Barricade are left bewildered by the unfolding events, while Soundwave remains motionless. Shockwave gazes at the gray figure before him, ready to speak, but Barricade retracts his weapon and extends a hand toward Shockwave. Tianjun paused momentarily, grasping Chuan's hand, and in one fluid motion, voiced his bewilderment. "Who are you?" Chuan smiled gently and replied, "I am called Che, once an ordinary inhabitant of Cybertron, and now a rather unremarkable Decepticon." "You are a Decepticon?" Fei Guoshan exclaimed in astonishment, while Bumblebee emitted a series of electronic beeps, conveying his shock and confusion. "But you didn't claim you weren't a Decepticon just now." Chuan's remark left Fei Guoshan momentarily speechless. The reason Fei Guoshan and Bumblebee had let down their guard somewhat was that every Decepticon they had encountered had exhibited severe hostility, often resorting to gunfire upon first meeting, leaving no room for dialogue. Consequently, Chuan's lack of animosity, coupled with his inquisitive demeanor, successfully perplexed them. At that moment, Optimus Prime ascended from the hillside, joining Bumblebee and Fei Guoshan to confront Chuan, Tianjun, and Soundwave. Tension filled the air as both parties faced off. Chapter 15. The search team leader, given the current circumstances, should a battle ensue, Soundwave would be compelled to engage, as both sides consisted of 3 individuals. The Autobots would undoubtedly choose which Decepticon they wished to confront. Suddenly, Chuan stepped forward. "Optimus Prime, since you deem this conflict not worth pursuing, shall we return to our respective homes for now?" "Che," Tianjun bellowed, convinced that he could contend with Optimus Prime. Given Chuan's displayed abilities and his composed demeanor, Tianjun believed that defeating either Bumblebee or Fei Guoshan would pose no challenge, and Soundwave, once the champion of the arena, could hardly be vanquished by Autobots like Bumblebee or Fei Guoshan. Thus, Tianjun was certain that a conflict would result in their inevitable victory. "Isn't the most pressing matter at hand confirming Lord Megatron's safety?" Chuan interjected, suddenly turning to Soundwave with a smile. "Wouldn't you agree, Soundwave?" Soundwave's gaze fixated on Chuan, and after a brief moment of silence, he nodded slightly. The next instant, a vivid azure hue appeared in the air, swiftly morphing into a swirling vortex of blue and white. Chuan remained still, his eyes on Soundwave, who, noticing Chuan's gaze, remained silent and stepped into the land bridge. "Che, what is truly happening? Red Spider claimed that Lord Megatron is dead, yet you speak of his safety." Before Tianjun could elaborate further, Chuan casually remarked, "You'll know once you arrive," and promptly vanished into the azure vortex. Tianjun clenched his teeth, casting one last glance at Optimus Prime and the others before hurling a parting threat and stepping into the land bridge. In the next moment, the land bridge sealed shut, the blue-white vortex rapidly diminishing before disappearing entirely, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the land bridge, Optimus Prime immediately inquired with Bumblebee and Mountain about the circumstances surrounding Chuan. Upon learning of Chuan's actions and having personally observed his demeanor, He fixed his gaze on the spot where the land bridge had vanished, succumbing to deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Chuan and his companions returned to the Decepticon warship, only to encounter a contingent of soldiers transporting a Cybertronian, none other than Megatron himself. Upon seeing Megatron's battered form, with a gaping wound in his chest, Thundercracker's face was overtaken by shock, swiftly replaced by fury. He bellowed, "Lord Megatron, who could have done this to you?" Chuan promptly replied, "Who else could it be? It was the Autobots." Thundercracker, seething with rage, turned on his heel, prompting Chuan to naturally inquire, "Where are you going?" In a fit of anger, Thundercracker retorted, "I will crush those Autobots." Chuan pressed further, "Where will you find them to crush? Do you even know the location of their base? Do you think Optimus Prime will foolishly remain in one place waiting for your arrival?" Chuan's rapid-fire questions left Thundercracker momentarily bewildered. Clenching his fists, he struck the wall in frustration. Observing this, Chuan waited a moment before gently attempting to soothe Thundercracker and offering rational advice, ultimately leading to a calming of Thundercracker's fury. Resolved, Thundercracker chose to remain by Megatron's side. After ensuring Thundercracker was settled, Chuan noticed that Soundwave was missing. However, he paid it little mind and ascended to the deck, only to discover that his ship had also vanished. He did not seek out Soundwave, but rather casually inquired with a few Decepticon soldiers, learning that his vessel had been taken to the storage by Shockwave. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Chuan inspected his ship and noted signs of a search, which did not surprise him. He promptly checked to see if any items were missing. After a thorough examination, he found everything intact, prompting a sigh of relief. It seemed that the formidable Decepticons had little interest in his modest possessions, which was reassuring. Having completed his inspection, Chuan decided to leave his ship there. Just as he exited the warehouse, he encountered a figure, the Master of Disguise. "You must be the newcomer," he remarked. "I heard that during your first outing with Lord Red Alert, you brought back Thundercracker. Quite impressive." The Master of Disguise looked up at Chuan. His stature comparable to Bumblebee S, and spikes protruded from his shoulders and back, seemingly designed for optimal transformation. His unique ability was mimicry. With sufficient data, he could assume the form of any Cybertronian. In the original narrative, he was a character who, like Thundercracker, did not survive beyond a single episode. Chuan smiled. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. It was Lord Red Alert who aimed to retrieve Thundercracker, and Soundwave who located him. I was merely a bystander. The Master of Disguise replied, "Indeed, the true marvel is Lord Megatron. Given those circumstances, to retain such physical integrity is truly astounding." Chuan engaged in further conversation with the Master of Disguise, casually inquiring about the Autobots. "The Autobots? Let me ponder for a moment. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee RC, and Skyfire all seem to have vanished, and there's also a certain homebody named Ratchet who has remained at the Autobot base, almost forgotten by me." Through the chameleon, Chuan learned about the general situation of the Autobots. There is an additional Autobot named Hook, and it appears that Skyfire has not perished, likely due to his intervention. However, it remains uncertain whether this individual is a time traveler. Chuan suddenly recalled Shiyu, and thus inquired with the chameleon about her circumstances. Upon hearing Shiyu's name, the chameleon burst into laughter. Little do you know, Shiyu has long harbored intentions to eliminate Skyfire. Recently, she planned to deal with him personally, but ended up letting Hook rescue him, which infuriated her greatly. Chuan furrowed his brow. What grievance exists between Shiyu and Skyfire? The chameleon chuckled mischievously. It's not particularly complicated. Shiyu wishes to partner with RC. Yet RC's current partner is Skyfire. Do you understand now? Chuan, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of speechlessness. He then inquired about the Decepticons, and discovered that their configuration mirrored that of the original narrative, save for the addition of Shiyu. With Hook and Shiyu in his sights, Chuan resolved to ascertain whether they were indeed time travelers, though based on Shiyu's prior conduct. The likelihood seemed exceedingly low. Hook was stationed far at the Autobot base, making it impractical for Chuan to seek him out directly. Thus, he decided to test the waters with a more accessible Shiyu. Upon locating Shiyu, Chuan observed her conversing with Thundercracker and promptly took cover to eavesdrop. He overheard her displeasure. "What do you mean, Thundercracker?" Thundercracker replied in a grave tone, "Before Lord Megatron awakens, I shall restore my former position. I trust you comprehend this." She was immediately displeased. then I believe it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourself with the Earth-S environment before reclaiming your post. Thundercracker, sensing her reluctance to yield, immediately exuded a menacing aura. I'm not seeking your counsel, Shiyu. As the foremost warrior under Lord Megatron, I possess the right to return to the search team and assume the role of team leader. Should you wish to remain, I can offer you the position of deputy. Shiyu was instantly incensed. She had labored to attain this position, and now he arrived seeking to usurp it without a hint of negotiation. This was utterly intolerable. I shall never agree. Thundercracker, faced with rejection, felt a twinge of annoyance himself, for he was originally the team leader and had only come to this desolate place at Megatron's command. Now, he merely sought to reclaim his position, and in his view, Shiyu's abilities in search were no match for his own. However, Thundercracker's ability to express himself was somewhat lacking. Instead of discussing the matter of capabilities, he bluntly stated, "If you refuse, then we may settle this with a duel. Loser submits to the victor." Does that sound agreeable? Bring it on. I fear nothing. Shiyu immediately assumed a combative stance, prepared to engage Thundercracker in battle. Chapter 16. The Thunder Rescue Team, Chuan concealed himself behind the wall, observing as Shiyu prepared to confront Tianjun, and he could not help but shake his head in silent disapproval. Tianjun's combat prowess was formidable. Apart from Tong Tianxiao, Qing Tianzhu, and Weijin Tian, no one could single-handedly defeat him. The inevitable outcome of a one-on-one confrontation between Shiyu and Tianjun would ultimately culminate in Shiyu's defeat. As anticipated, after merely exchanging a few blows, Tianjun seized Shiyu by the arm and promptly hurled him aside, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Before Shiyu could regain his footing, Tianjun's foot pressed down upon his chest. "How do you fare?" Tianjun inquired, towering over him with the imposing presence of the Decepticons' premier warrior. Shiyu remained silent, merely nodding in response, prompting Tianjun to step back a few paces, allowing Shiyu to rise. Clutching his chest, Shiyu turned the corner only to find Chuan standing there. The realization that he had been observed in such a vulnerable state heightened his agitation and anger, leading him to snort disdainfully before hastening away. Chuan watched the direction in which Shiyu departed, just as Tianjun approached. He had not anticipated Chuan's presence and was momentarily at a loss for words. Turning to Tianjun, Chuan remarked, "Tianjun, while the Decepticons operate on a principle of survival of the fittest, one cannot overlook Shiyu's indelible contributions to our cause. After all, he has served as the search team leader for quite some time, and he possesses certain connections within the Decepticons. Your actions may jeopardize our unity. When Lord Wei Zhan Tian awakens to find the Decepticons in disarray, what do you think his thoughts will be?" Tianjun, taken aback by Chuan's insights, found himself momentarily bewildered, having never contemplated such matters or the broader implications of his actions. While he did not believe he was in the wrong, the latter part of Chuan's statement caused him to furrow his brow. If the Decepticons were indeed to fracture, what then would become of them? The Decepticons will not splinter, Tianjun asserted with unwavering conviction, his voice echoing through the corridor. Such incidents have occurred too frequently within our ranks. Yet the Decepticons remain intact. What assurance do you have that the Decepticons will not fragment in the absence of Lord Wei Zhan Tian's leadership? Chuan's words struck Tianjun like a blow, rendering him momentarily speechless. Tianjun opened his mouth to respond, but he realized that this crisis was unprecedented. With Lord Wei Zhan Tian fallen and gravely injured, no one could guarantee his return to power. In the past, when Lord Wei Zhan Tian was at the helm, the Decepticons surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Now that he had collapsed, what course of action remained? There was but one solution, as Chuan concluded. He suddenly raised his voice, prompting Tianjun to inquire, "What solution?" Chuan remarked, "That means we must wait for Lord Megatron to awaken. You must understand that aboard this Decepticon warship, not all are benevolent. Take for instance the treacherous Starscream. Your ascension was merely a consequence of your formidable strength. However, it is precisely this unparalleled power that necessitates your vigilant guardianship beside Lord Megatron, to thwart any nefarious individuals who might take advantage of a slumber to enact their sinister designs." Upon hearing this, Thundercracker's mind conjured the deceitful visage of Starscream, and he harbored no doubts about Chuan's intentions. If Chuan truly sought to harm Megatron, he would never have entrusted Thundercracker with such a critical protective role, nor would he have broached this subject. In Thundercracker's eyes, Chuan was a promising new Decepticon, and he patted him on the shoulder, stating, "You speak wisely. I believe that in the near future, you shall become Lord Megatron's right hand." With that, Thundercracker turned to leave, undoubtedly resolved to remain vigilant by Lord Megatron's side in the days to come, to guard against any treachery. Contemplating this, Chuan could not suppress a smirk. It seemed Starscream was in for a beating. After watching Thundercracker depart, Chuan promptly sought out Starscream. Upon seeing Chuan, Starscream coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Just checking if the vice captain of the search team has been rendered mute by Thundercracker," Chuan retorted with a taunt, instantly drawing a glare full of ire from Starscream. "Are you looking for trouble, rookie? Or perhaps you're merely Thundercracker's new lapdog?" Starscream approached Chuan, aiming to remind him of his place. Unfazed, Chuan smiled nonchalantly. "I have a way to eliminate Flying Mountain." Starscream, intrigued, replied, "Do tell." Yet, Chuan fell silent and extended his right hand. Starscream hesitated momentarily, but eventually grasped Chuan's hand. "I sense your ambitions are considerable. Do you aspire to usurp Megatron?" Starscream scrutinized Chuan's eyes, attempting to discern his true intentions. "Lord Megatron is the eternal leader of the Decepticons. I am but an insignificant pawn, gazing upward in reverence. How could I possibly covet such a supreme position?" Chuan's earnestness momentarily baffled Starscream. In Starscream's estimation, Megatron was doomed. His continued existence was merely a result of the Decepticons' advanced medical technology, barely sustaining him. Sooner or later, that breath would cease. Megatron could not endure much longer, and the Decepticons were bound to select a new leader. Starscream had little faith in Starscream himself, and even less in Thundercracker. While the newcomer named Chuan was undoubtedly intriguing, he remained a novice. Thus, Starscream surmised that while Chuan yearned to ascend as the Decepticon leader, his lack of experience necessitated the assistance of an elder like himself to fulfill such ambitions. Yet now, Chuan professed his disinterest in the title of leader. What then did he truly desire? Chuan refrained from explanation, merely placing a reassuring hand on Suryetta's shoulder. "I shall assist you in vanquishing Fei-Guo-san, and in return, you shall help me establish my foothold within the ranks of the Batonneau. This is our pact." Following their negotiation, Chuan and Shurye reached a swift conclusion. Suryetta was not a time traveler, and the enigmatic Kingo was likely not one either. In essence, two new characters had emerged, while two others who were initially destined for demise had survived, resulting in a balanced addition of two characters for both the Autobots and the Decepticons. After a few days, Chuan settled comfortably aboard the Decepticon warship, acquiring his own quarters and a personal storage facility. It was then that he received significant news. Shungbo had detected an Autobot identification signal. Upon learning this, Chuan immediately recognized the signal belonged to Chen Jinding, a member of the Thunder Rescue Team. Although the Thunder Rescue Team was part of the Autobot forces, it was known for its fiercely independent nature and aggressive combat style, instilling fear in many Decepticons. Their motto was thunderous methods, rise after the fall. Consequently, for particularly troublesome matters, the Autobot High Command would often delegate these tasks to the Thunder Rescue Team, despite the heavy casualties they faced due to such daunting assignments. The team garnered immense honor for their efforts, attracting a multitude of formidable warriors. Chen Jinding was among them. Renowned for his proficiency with grenades and his tendency to resolve conflicts through explosive means. Armed with exceptionally sharp long knives, he was capable of wreaking havoc among enemy ranks. This is why, instead of battle blades, his arms were fitted with two large-caliber pulse guns. Although he was shorter than Dao Longfeng, his agility and robust build made him a formidable combatant, surpassing even the more imposing Kaban in terms of fighting prowess. Upon learning of Chen Jinding's expected involvement, Chuan realized that the Autobots had successfully navigated the Shritia-Chong crisis in recent days, laying the groundwork for the demise of Chen Manke. In Chapter 17, titled Perilous Adventures, Chuan received news of Sungbo detecting the Autobot signal from Hongzhichu, who also informed Suryetta. Hongzhichu summoned both Fachan and Suryetta to the bridge, declaring it an opportune moment to establish authority among the Decepticons. Noticing Suryetta's presence, Chuan understood that Hongzhichu harbored intentions to recruit him, spurred by the knowledge that Tanjun had usurped Suryetta's position as the search captain. This presented a prime opportunity to eliminate the Autobots, bolster credibility, and subsequently recruit the elite Soyut, a strategy that Hong Zhu calculated with precision. Although Soyut was aware of Hong Zhu's intentions to enlist him, he held little regard for the Decepticon. Unless Hong Zhu could capture Chuan, the Red Spider merely informed everyone that this was an opportunity, but since the Autobots had yet to respond, he instructed everyone to return and patiently await their moment. Chuan was aware of the Red Spider's scheme, yet he exhibited no intent to obstruct or partake. He simply drifted along, which only served to deepen Shiyu's confusion regarding Chuan's intentions. Soon, Soundwave intercepted a communication between the Autobot base and the ship, Jackhammer. The Red Spider summoned Chuan, Shiyu, and the Faceless One to the bridge to listen to the transmission. The content was straightforward. The Autobots had provided Jackhammer with a coordinate directing him to that location, and at the conclusion of the call, the petition mentioned organizing a welcome party for Jackhammer. The Red Spider instantly wore a sinister grin. A welcome party? I can orchestrate such affairs as well. No sooner had he spoken than Soundwave extended a mechanical tendril from his side, darting towards the Faceless One and striking him squarely in the chest. Through the mechanical appendage, Soundwave transmitted data, enabling the Faceless One to swiftly acquire Jackhammer's physical information, causing his form to morph until he bore an exact resemblance to Jackhammer. Chuan witnessed this spectacle and marveled at the utility of such a capability. Upon seeing the Faceless One successfully transform into Jackhammer, the Red Spider promptly commanded a squadron of Decepticon air forces to pursue Jackhammer's ship and bring it down, while also instructing Soundwave to prepare the ground bridge. Before long, Jackhammer's ship had traversed the Earth's atmosphere, heading towards the coordinates provided by the Autobots. At that moment, the Decepticon air squadron closed in rapidly on Jackhammer's vessel. This squad consisted of 6 soldiers, each equipped with 2 fire points, and under the concentrated assault of 12 fire points, Jackhammer's ship was struck, forcing it to make a hasty landing. The Decepticon soldiers swiftly ascended above Jackhammer's ship, transforming and descending, gradually approaching the vessel. Jackhammer leaped from the ship, catching the Decepticons off guard, and drew twin blades from his back, launching an attack against them. Observing this, the Red Spider immediately commanded Soundwave to activate the ground bridge. Once the ground bridge was opened, Chuan, Shiyu, and the Faceless One surged forth. Upon spotting the Faceless One, Jackhammer exclaimed in astonishment, "You look exactly like me. So, you intend to impersonate me to uncover the location of the Partition's base." Realizing the Decepticons' plan, Jackhammer had no time to react before he became entangled in combat with the charging Shiyu, allowing Chuan to seize the opportunity to approach from behind and incapacitate Jackhammer with an electrified baton. Chuan and Shiyu swiftly transported Jackhammer back to the Decepticon warship via the ground bridge, leaving the Faceless One to engage in a fresh round of battle with the remaining Decepticon soldiers. When the Autobots activated the ground bridge and arrived on the battlefield, they beheld the Faceless One having dispatched the Decepticon soldiers. The chameleon successfully disguised itself as a Jack and managed to recognize the divider, passing through the land bridge alongside a host of Autobots. Watching this unfold, the Red Spider couldn't help but smile. He was eager to orchestrate an assault on the Autobot base, immediately summon my Decepticon strike team, and keep this matter from Thunderclash. When he learns that I personally dismantled the Autobot base and eliminated Optimus Prime, I am confident he will regard me in a new light. The Red Spider had not yet given up on Thunderclash, for indeed, Thunderclash's power was formidable. This battalion of strike troops was directly under the command of the Red Spider. They swiftly assembled on the deck of the Decepticon warship as the Red Spider instructed them to be prepared and on standby. Anticipation hung in the air, for the Red Spider's plan seemed poised for success. Only Chuan remained quietly at the side, aware that the divider would surely see through the chameleon's ruse. It was the divider who had discovered the Iron Eater and brought it back to the Autobot base, subjecting them to a pestilence. Ultimately, it was again the divider who attracted the Iron Eater and resolved the crisis, and now he had unmasked the chameleon. Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. The divider was indeed an intriguing character. As for the chameleon, Chuan believed that apart from his disguise skills, he possessed little else of merit, for his exposure was simply due to his excessive quietness, allowing the divider to lead the conversation about past events. Had it been Chuan, he would have taken the initiative, engaged them in games, delayed them, and avoided letting the divider discuss other matters. The The chameleon's downfall lay in relinquishing control. Reflecting on the chameleon's failure, Chuan's thoughts drifted to his own ambitions. In the early stages of the narrative, his sole objective was to attain a deputy commander-level status and influence within the Decepticons. He aimed to cultivate his own faction. Currently, Shi was considered a half-ally, and Chuan's next target was the chameleon. As dusk fell, on the deck of the Decepticon warship nestled amidst the clouds, hundreds of Decepticon soldiers were fully prepared. Once the land bridge activated, with a command from the Red Spider, they would launch their offensive. On the deck, alongside the hundreds of Decepticons, Chuan, Shiyu, Soundwave, and the Red Spider were present, while Thunderclash remained quietly vigil in Megatron's medical bay. After a lengthy wait without the appearance of the land bridge, the Red Spider turned to Soundwave, inquiring, "Are you certain we are at the coordinates previously provided to the chameleon?" Soundwave nodded slightly. Upon receiving confirmation, the Red Spider's brow furrowed in concern. Then what is he waiting for? Unbeknownst to the Red Spider, due to the Iron Eater's interference, the land bridge at the Autobot base had yet to be fully repaired, rendering the chameleon unable to activate it even if he wished to. However, thanks to Ratchet's exceptional skills, the land bridge would soon be restored. All they needed to do was wait. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Perhaps their enthusiastic welcome had touched him, leading him to reform and abandon his former ways. As this was spoken, the crowd discerned his appearance. It was none other than the Jack, who had escaped from his confinement. Shiwa could not help but chuckle, realizing that the Red Spider truly could not contain anyone. The Red Spider, seething with rage, directed his ire towards the Jack, exclaiming, "Do you not see how many of us there are?" Undeterred by the hundreds of Decepticon soldiers before him, the Jack provocatively retorted, "I imagine they would greatly enjoy me making a few holes in you." The Red Spider, pointing furiously at the Jack, bellowed, "Eliminate him." Upon hearing the Red Spider's command, the Decepticon soldiers charged towards the Jack, drawing two long knives from his back. The Jack surged towards the Decepticon ranks, yet he did not engage with them. Instead, he had a singular focus, racing towards the Red Spider. Stepping atop the bodies of the Decepticon soldiers, he leapt directly onto the Red Spider. At that moment, a swirling vortex of azure and white abruptly appeared. Upon seeing this, the Jack dashed into the vortex, which promptly closed behind him, leaving only the Red Spider's furious voice in its wake. The onlookers assumed the encounter had ended, but shortly thereafter, the vortex reopened. Seeing this, the Red Spider initially believed that the chameleon had desperately reopened the vortex, and he shouted to his soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Move!" A group of Decepticon soldiers rushed into the vortex, but just as a few had entered, they turned back in haste. At that moment, Chuan had stealthily approached, standing beside the Red Spider. It was then that the chameleon emerged from within, colliding directly with the Red Spider. The Red Spider cried out in pain, quickly regaining his footing, and impatiently inquired, "For heaven's sake, have you even ascertained the location of their base?" Upon hearing this, a glint of determination flashed in Chuan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the hand grenade at the chameleon's waist, awaiting his response. Before the chameleon could utter another word, Chuan seized him, preempting any questions, and swiftly removed the grenade from his waist, hurling it into the sky. Boom! In a split second, Chuan pulled a Decepticon soldier to shield himself from the explosive force. The Red Spider reacted swiftly as well, mirroring Chuan's actions to use a soldier's body as a buffer against the blast. The chameleon, like the other soldiers, was caught off guard by the explosion's might. Toppling to the ground, although injured, his wounds were minor. Soundwave and Shiwe, positioned at a distance, remained unscathed, like many Decepticon soldiers who were outside the explosion's radius. At this very moment, an unbidden chill coursed through the hearts of all present. The preceding instant had been fraught with peril. Chapter 18, The Vote. Just moments ago, an explosion had erupted on the deck of the Decepticon warship. Even though the azure smoke generated by the blast had completely dissipated, a lingering sense of trepidation remained among the crew. This was particularly true for the chameleon, who, as one of the individuals closest to the explosion, had narrowly escaped death. Especially since the grenade. Oh no, the grenade had been affixed to his waist, merely triggered by the Jack. In summary, the chameleon had brushed shoulders with death, mere moments from returning to the source of the spark. His survival was solely due to Chuan. Thank you, Chuan. Had it not been for you, I would have returned to the source of the spark, the chameleon expressed, his spirits lifted, and his fondness for Mo Chuan soaring. What is there to think? We are all comrades here, Mo Chuan replied, patting the chameleon's shoulder. Chameleon. The voice of Red Spider suddenly rang out. He scrambled to his feet and approached the chameleon, pointing furiously at his chest. You just said you didn't know, right? After all that time, you still haven't figured out where the Autobots base is? Indeed, the chameleon admitted. In other words, not only have you failed to locate the Autobots base, but you also returned with a grenade that had already been activated. Do you realize you nearly jeopardized our lives? Red Spider exclaimed in a fit of rage, shoving the chameleon aside before storming off. Clearly, this assault on the Autobots base had ended in failure. The soldiers on the deck began to disperse, the injured prepared for treatment, while the unscathed returned to their quarters. Mo Chuan glanced around, noting that Soundwave had vanished, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. He instructed Shiyu to return, and then engaged in conversation with the chameleon on the deck. Chameleon, do you believe Lord Megatron can recover? The chameleon paused, taken aback by Mo Chuan's question. Unsure of the reasoning behind it, he pondered before responding, I find it rather unlikely. After all, Megatron's injuries are exceedingly grave. The chamber of the spark has been breached. It's quite serious, you understand. Mo Chuan smiled gently. I believe Lord Megatron will pull through, but this will require your assistance. Instantly alert, the chameleon fixed his gaze on Mo Chuan, suspiciously inquiring, what do you mean by that? With a sigh, Mo Chuan continued. Having followed Red Spider for so many years, it's natural to develop feelings. However, I think it wise not to place your hopes upon him. Setting aside other considerations, do you truly believe Red Spider can subdue Thundercracker? The chameleon fell silent. While he was aligned with Red Spider, he knew full well that Red Spider could not possibly tame Thundercracker. Thundercracker, as the foremost warrior of the Decepticons, would only yield to the mightiest of gladiators. The founder of the Decepticons, and a leader adorned with numerous accolades, Megatron. Though Thundercracker was powerful, he was destined to remain a warrior, not a commander, thus leading the chameleon to conclude that aligning with Red Spider offered a more promising future. Upon hearing this, Volachan was not taken aback. Instead, he calmly remarked, what if I told you that Megatron will fully recover within 10 days? At the mention of Megatron's impending restoration, the faceless man dismissed it nonchalantly. However, when Volachan specified the time frame of 10 days, his eyes widened in disbelief. Are you jesting? Such grievous injuries cannot possibly heal. The faceless man vehemently refuted, struggling to fathom how anyone could survive such severe wounds. The truth will reveal itself within 10 days, faceless man. I sincerely hope you align yourself appropriately. Moreover, in light of my life-saving grace, our conversation must remain confidential. With that, Wuachan turned and departed, leaving the faceless man in a state of complex contemplation. He lingered in place, unable to regain his composure, largely due to Vanessa's astonishing confidence. After leaving the deck, Moachan swiftly sought out Soyut. There is an opportunity to eliminate Flying Mountain. Moachan's direct proclamation immediately piqued Soyut's interest. What opportunity? Follow my instructions, and the opportunity will present itself, Moachan replied enigmatically, which slightly irked Soyut. Yet the prospect of vanquishing Flying Mountain quelled his irritation. Moachan's request was nothing less than global surveillance. Soyut found this perplexing, as it evidently required waiting for the Autobots to act. But when would they do so? Would he be monitoring indefinitely? Wuachan urged him not to rush and to trust that the Autobots would indeed take action. For the time being, Soyut acquiesced to Wuachan, primarily because he had come to accept his own diminished role, having been relegated from captain to vice-captain of the reconnaissance team. Given Wuachan's apparent capabilities, Soyut was intrigued to observe how far Wuachan could advance. After all, in the treacherous environment of the Decepticon warship, having a formidable ally was a rare fortune. Within a few days, a Decepticon soldier reported the Autobots' location, prompting Soyut to dispatch an elite squad. Before their departure, he specifically instructed 3 of the Decepticon soldiers to seek an opportunity to eliminate Flying Mountain during the skirmish, leaving the remaining soldiers to engage as they pleased. Soyut's intent was to keep his maneuvers discreet. Should the Autobots discern that Flying Mountain was the target, Alcee would undoubtedly grow more anxious for his safety. The thought of the one he cherished being concerned for another filled him with distress. He could not take matters into his own hands. For should he personally eliminate Flying Mountain, his standing in Alcie's eyes would surely diminish. He must strike when she was vulnerable and grieving. Observing the smile on Soyu's face, Chuan discerned his thoughts. The Mecha Special Operations Team, tasked with troubling the Autobots, indeed served a purpose, albeit limited to fostering an increase in Soyu's trust. The Mecha Special Operations Team is merely a trivial concern. The real issue that Chuan must address is the enigmatic Qian-Mian-Ku. His previous verbal assault has already shaken the very core of Qian-Mian-Ku's resolve. If he can resurrect the formidable Megatron, it will undoubtedly cause the standing of the Red Spider to plummet to unfathomable depths. At that juncture, Qian-Mian-Ku will comprehend where his true allegiance lies. Before long, Shiyu's fist collided with the wall, and without needing to glance, Chuan understood that the operation had failed. In the aftermath of this setback, the Red Spider deliberately summoned the Decepticons together. Chuan, Shiyu, Soundwave, Qian-Mian-Ku, and others of notable standing among the Decepticons convened on the bridge. Even the imposing Tianjun made an appearance. Standing at the highest point, the Red Spider surveyed the assembly and spoke with gravity, as the former leader of the Decepticons. The illustrious Lord Megatron has succumbed to eternal slumber. This is nothing short of an affront to the supreme majesty of our revered leader. He continued presently. Two voices echo within the Decepticons. The first voice implores that we spare Lord Megatron from enduring further anguish. Suddenly, Tianjun emitted a low growl. His visage contorted with rage as he glared at the Red Spider, as though poised to launch a fierce attack. The Red Spider, taken aback, inadvertently leaked a modicum of lubricant, offering a sheepish smile as he pressed on. The second voice advocates for the allocation of all resources to restore Lord Megatron to health. However, given the stark divergence of these two perspectives, I have summoned you all here for a vote. The faction with the greater number of votes shall guide our course of action. Tianjun bristled at this, ready to erupt, when Chuan swiftly approached. Grasping Tianjun's shoulder with urgency, Tianjun, remain calm. Trust me, the majority will surely favor the second voice. At this assurance, Tianjun subsided, not out of genuine belief in Chuan, but rather with the resolve that should the first voice prevail, he would ensure the Red Spider understood the might of the Decepticons' foremost warrior. Seeing that Tianjun had been placated, the Red Spider exhaled in relief. Thus, let the voting commence. As he announced this, his gaze fell upon Soundwave, who nodded and began operating the computer with remarkable speed. In an instant, two options appeared before each individual, denoted simply by the numbers 1 and 2, while all others displayed little surprise. Chuan felt a flicker of astonishment. The technology of Cybertron truly was advanced. He raised his hand without hesitation and selected the second option. The voting process concluded swiftly, and the results were immediately displayed on a large screen. The first option garnered 1/5 of the total votes, while the second option claimed a resounding 4/5. Upon witnessing such a significant disparity in the vote count, the Red Spider seethed inwardly. He turned to face the assembly and spoke slowly. Since the consensus favors the restoration of Lord Megatron, let us first summon a specialist to assess the precise condition of our esteemed leader. Chapter 19. The Gatherers upon the arrival of the Decepticons on Earth. They commenced an extensive exploration and extraction of the planet's various energon mines. In contrast to the aerial forces, the ground troops possessed greater mobility, particularly in urban areas where vehicular forms aided in their stealthy operations. Among the expedition teams searching for energon, there existed a duo, one named Knockout, the other known as Dead End. The former excelled in agility, taking the form of a striking red sports car, while the latter embodied strength, transforming into a blue armored vehicle. The combination of red and blue, speed and power, complemented each other harmoniously. Upon their introduction, they had already demonstrated their prowess by challenging the entire Autobot leadership cadre, even managing to incapacitate Optimus Prime. Currently, they were traversing a location on Earth in pursuit of energon, having received orders from Starscream to proceed towards the coordinates of the Decepticon warship. Within a data room, a screen displayed the information on Knockout and Dead End. Shiyu turned to Chuan and remarked, I have encountered this duo before. They constitute a formidable team, particularly Knockout, who is an astute opportunist. With Megatron incapacitated, as the medic, he will be the closest to Megatron. Chuan observed the eager Shiyu and sighed in resignation. And what is your point? Unfazed by Chuan's sigh, she articulated his thoughts. Starscream desires Megatron's demise. Yet due to Shockwave's interference, Starscream cannot find the opportunity to strike. Now, with Knockout's arrival, compared to the brute force of Shockwave, Knockout's medical expertise could render him the harbinger of Megatron's fate. If we could sway Knockout to our side, impossible. Chuan firmly rejected Shiyu's notion. Shiyu inquired, "Why is it impossible?" Chuan retorted, "Why would it be possible?" Without allowing Shiyu to pose further questions, Chuan continued, "Shiyu, have you considered who you are? A deputy leader. Who am I? A novice. And who is Starscream? The commander of the Decepticons. Although many may dissent against him, he remains the commander. As long as that identity persists, he will gradually consume the Decepticons, inevitably becoming their new leader, though this process will undoubtedly take considerable time." Upon hearing Chuan's conclusion, a smile crept upon Shiyu's lips. While he could not assert that anyone could become the Decepticon leader, he was unequivocally certain that Starscream could not. Noticing the amusement on Shiyu's face, Chuan chuckled. "Soundwave is on his way." This simple statement caused the smile on Shiyu's lips to abruptly freeze. Soundwave, the taciturn individual, served as the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, possessing the largest reservoir of information within the entire faction, without exception. Moreover, the combat prowess of Soundwave is remarkably formidable. He was once the sovereign of the Kaon gladiatorial arena. Subsequently, due to the influence of Megatron, he aligned himself with the Decepticon cause. Owing to his exceptional intelligence capabilities, he modified his own form, transforming from a warrior capable of contending with Megatron into an intelligence officer whose stature could rival that of Starscream. Nonetheless, despite this transformation, Soundwave's operational capabilities did not diminish. He is equipped with extendable mechanical tentacles affixed to either side of his waist. At the tips of these tentacles are mechanical claws capable of grasping and releasing objects or serving as drilling apparatuses. Within the claws, there are subsidiary tentacles that facilitate intricate maneuvers or discharge high-voltage electricity. Additionally, there is Laserbeak, a supporting companion to Soundwave, outfitted with a miniature energy pulse gun and small tentacles, assisting Soundwave in executing specialized tasks or engaging in a dual assault during combat, proving to be exceedingly efficient. Upon contemplating these aspects, Shiyu could not help but feel a sense of unease, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Indeed, Soundwave is exceptionally formidable. Yet it is undeniable that without his heavy armor, close-quarters combat remains his Achilles heel. Chuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging this truth, but highlighted that it was not the crux of the matter. Observing Shiyu's inability to grasp the essential point, Chuan discerned his apprehensions and remarked, "Shiyu, I understand your concerns. You are worried about your position and your capacity to safeguard RC aboard this Decepticon warship. However, there is no need for concern, for we have yet to ascertain the location of the Autobot base. Furthermore, RC, being the sole female among the Autobots and the smallest in stature, is likely to receive ample protection. Consider this. Has Optimus Prime ever placed RC at the forefront of danger?" After a moment of reflection, Shiyu raised a hand to stroke his head, calming himself as he acknowledged, "I am well aware of Optimus Prime's character. You are correct. RC is not in significant peril. My unease stems from my recent demotion, compounded by the return of these Decepticons and the pressure of recent operational failures." Chuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Relax. Take it one step at a time. At this juncture, it is unnecessary for us to engage in any deliberate actions. Firstly, regarding this duo, we need not attempt to win them over. You mentioned that Knockout is an opportunist. He will undoubtedly pursue the greatest advantage, which can only be offered by the Decepticon commander, Starscream. Others simply do not measure up. Secondly, while Starscream may wish to eliminate Megatron, if he indeed intends to do so through Knockout, I believe that the Decepticon's foremost warrior, Soundwave, would certainly be aware of such intentions. Thus, we need not complicate matters. We should merely observe the unfolding events." Chuan's words instantly illuminated Shiyu's understanding, and his eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Indeed, let the Red Spider and Thunderquake engage in a confrontation, allowing us to reap the benefits like a cunning fisherman. If Thunderquake remains oblivious to the Red Spider's intentions, we shall discreetly convey this information to him, and then how amusing it shall be. Suddenly, Shiwe broke into a sinister smile, though a glimmer of vigilance flashed in her eyes. This Chuan, I can't shake the feeling that he is even more cunning than the Red Spider. Before long, a communication came through, and Shiwe discovered it was from one of her subordinate Air Force soldiers. What is it? Captain, Lord Red Spider wishes to see you. Along with Grey Chow. Understood. Shiwe ended the communication and proceeded towards the bridge alongside Chuan. Upon reaching the bridge, Chuan beheld Red Spider, Knockout, Deadlock, and Soundwave all present. As Red Spider and Knockout heard the door open, they turned their gazes towards them, while Deadlock was currently examining the curved screen on Soundwave's face, exclaiming, "It's definitely it." Deadlock's words instantly made Chuan acutely aware of the situation. Soundwave had already tracked down the location of the energy collector through the network, indicating that a museum heist was imminent. Upon hearing Deadlock's remark, Red Spider chuckled, "Shiwe, Grey Chow, come and see what this is." Shiwe approached Soundwave and was met with an image depicting a statue of a human from Earth, raising a golden sphere. "Is this the energy collector?" Shiwe exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating such an item would be found on Earth. Red Spider grinned wickedly with it. "We can directly harvest energy from sources that are otherwise inaccessible due to environmental factors, even extracting energy from the very bodies of the Cybertronians." Chapter 20. Logistics. The energy collector is a formidable tool crafted by ancient Autobots, capable of extracting energy from any location. The original intent behind its creation was to aid the Cybertronians in avoiding the perils of mining collapses. Now, it resides within a museum on Earth, and by searching keywords such as Greek deities and the Golden Sphere, one can ascertain its precise location. Chuan had once contemplated acquiring the collector ahead of time, but after careful consideration, he resolved to leave this achievement to Red Spider. Every endeavor has its limits. Chuan had already performed remarkably well, and should he display an inscrutable demeanor in this matter, his performance would surpass the bounds of excellence. The Decepticons' operations commenced swiftly, although they held the advantage. They were not overly brazen, and thus refrained from deploying a multitude of soldiers for the task. Knockout and Deadlock possessed vehicle forms suitable for urban infiltration. Shiwe's vehicle form was a fighter jet, while Chuan's was a Cybertronian sports car. Additionally, given that Chuan's physique was on par with that of Soundwave and Shockwave, his car form was significantly larger than that of Bumblebee and Smokescreen. Shiwe remarked, "Your vehicle form is strikingly different from the automobiles on Earth. It may attract attention." Chuan smiled faintly, responding, "And what of it? I am neither aligned with the Autobots nor with humanity. I stand with the Decepticons, though they too must operate discreetly. As a faction of aggression, the Decepticons will never allow themselves to be restrained by the so-called need for secrecy." Thus, under the cloak of night, a uniquely styled gray sports car emerged within the human city, eliciting gasps of amazement from passers-by. Chuan deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Knockout and Dead End to arrive ahead of him. Shiwe had transformed into a jet form, circling above the city. Observing the situation below, he immediately relayed to Chuan, "Knockout and Optimus Prime are already engaged in battle." Chuan responded with measured calm, "I am aware." Sensing Chuan's disinterest, Shiwe cautioned, "Dead End is already taking a beating. If you don't assist soon, they will be overwhelmed." Chuan remained unhurried. "Then you should intervene first, unless you wish to be perpetually pressured by Starscream and Thundercracker." Just as Shiwe was about to protest, he was silenced by the realization that if Knockout and Dead End were defeated, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to incite a mutual destruction between Starscream and Thundercracker, thereby losing his chance to benefit from the chaos. With a huff, Shiwe reluctantly decided to take action. From a distance, Chuan observed a silver-white aircraft descending from the sky, landing near the museum. He understood the reason behind Knockout and Dead End's predicament. It was all due to that hook. The last time, the Faceless One had failed to acquire the Autobot's base location, likely due to him. Shiwe Hook, and the third Autobot prisoner mentioned by Soundwave were all alterations brought forth by the narrative's integration into this world, though these changes might yield unforeseen consequences in the future. As long as the overarching direction remained intact, Chuan still possessed the advantage of foresight. Chuan did not accelerate, but maintained his current speed. Upon arriving at the museum, he found Knockout, Dead End, and Shiwe engaged in a fierce battle against the Autobots. Surrounding grass and trees lay shattered or obliterated, the commotion escalating. Optimus Prime was temporarily incapacitated by Knockout's tranquilizer gun, while Dead End had just sent RC flying before clashing with Windcharger. Knockout faced Bumblebee, and Shiwa confronted Hook. Where was Soundwave? Chuan looked skyward to see a drone hovering ominously in the darkened sky. Undoubtedly, it was Soundwave's vehicle form. Once again focusing on the museum, he noticed two human youths maneuvering a lift platform vehicle emerging from the rear entrance, with a golden sphere approximately a meter in diameter on board. This sphere was the shared objective of both the Autobots and the Decepticons, the energy collector. Seizing the opportunity while they were preoccupied, Chuan quickened his pace, circumventing the battlefield to swiftly position himself before the two youths. Just as Vichon was about to grasp the collector, he suddenly lurched forward, nearly losing his balance. In that instant, a blue figure descended from the heavens. It was Ara-chan, who delivered a swift kick to Vichon's back before leaping gracefully to land precisely behind the two human youths. In a flash, Moachan's right hand morphed into a pulse gun, aimed directly at the lift platform vehicle, and he fired. As the gray beam struck the vehicle, poised to detonate, Arching seized the two human boys, turning to shield them as she retreated. The collector erupted in flames, tumbling to the ground, fortuitously landing right before Wichon. He bent slightly to retrieve it, discovering it unscathed, which did not surprise him. After all, the collector was crafted from Cybertronian steel, not easily damaged. This was one of Voachan's methods of resolving issues. Since Surayit harbored affection for Archa, Voachan refrained from harming her, knowing that doing so would jeopardize his invaluable ally. Instead, he opted to detonate the lift platform vehicle. The explosion posed no threat to the collector, let alone the Cybertronians, but its force was sufficient to pose a lethal risk to the humans. If Archang wished to save the two boys, she would have to relinquish the collector. In the end, Archang saved the two humans at the cost of the collector, which conveniently landed in Moachan's possession. Mission accomplished. Moachan called out to everyone before transforming into a sleek sports car and, with a swift drift, vanished from sight. Mission complete. He muttered casually, exchanging a glance with Awa. The two quickly retreated, transforming into vehicles and speeding away. Gobon and Fei Goashan promptly transformed as well, pursuing them. Surayir kicked the grappling hook aside, transforming into a fighter jet, soaring into the sky like a silver meteor, disappearing into the vast darkness. Despite the pursuit, Gobon and Fei Goashan soon lost track of them, as Sumboa had utilized the land bridge to teleport Richon and Sava to safety. This operation marked a resounding victory for the Decepticons. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Moachan personally handed the collector to Hungdraju. Holding it delicately, Hungdraju remarked, "Legend has it that ancient Autobots crafted this device to extract the super energy bodies from the Rust Sea. With it, we can bypass the mining process and directly harvest super energy. Then we must first locate a vein interjected at the opportune moment." With a smile, Hungdraju replied, "There is no need for such complications. We shall head to the locations where the humans unearthed the collector. I am certain there are super energy veins nearby." Turning to Shou, who nodded slightly, he immediately locked onto a coordinate derived from an archaeological site in a country named Greece, where the collector had been excavated. On this occasion, Shimbo and Shoayur remained aboard the Decepticon warship, while the others set forth on their quest. Chuan deliberately equipped himself with an electric baton and, accompanied by Knockout, Deadlock, and a Decepticon soldier, traversed the land bridge to the archaeological site. The most striking feature was a damaged mural, a remnant of the battle that Deadlock had engaged in upon his arrival. Observing his surroundings, Knockout soon noticed a protruding energon deposit and remarked, "In the past, I would have summoned a crew to excavate, but now, with just a gentle touch, I can harness this gift bestowed upon me by the ancient Autobots." At this moment, Knockout interjected, "Commander Knockout, this gift is actually from Deadlock and me." Upon hearing this, Knockout's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. In the days when Megatron was present, such matters were acceptable, but now that Megatron was effectively absent, he considered himself the rightful leader and felt he should be addressed with greater respect. Without hesitation, Knockout raised the collector and aimed it at Knockout and Deadlock, activating the device. As it powered on, a continuous stream of blue energy surged between Knockout and Deadlock, striking the Decepticon soldier behind them. The soldier, upon being hit, experienced excruciating pain as the energon within him rapidly drained, flowing through the blue beam into the collector. Moments later, the soldier collapsed, his optical sensors extinguished, devoid of life. Witnessing this, both Knockout and Deadlock felt a shiver of apprehension, prompting the former to quickly amend his previous statement. Those ancient Autobots are truly skilled, my lord. Upon hearing the term my lord, Knockout's mood lightened, and he feigned an intention to aim the collector at them again, startling Knockout and Deadlock before redirecting it towards the Energon deposit to commence mining. Chuan, aware that the barrier would soon arrive, joined Knockout and Deadlock in focusing intently on the collector. Just as he turned his head, the barrier's head suddenly emerged. From a distance, he observed Knockout operating the collector and decided to stealthily approach. However, as he drew near, a crisp sound echoed, revealing that he had inadvertently stepped on something. Regardless, his attempt at a surprise attack instantly faltered. Knockout and Deadlock exchanged glances and charged towards the barrier. Knockout wielded a tranquilizer gun while Deadlock swung a hammer mounted on his arm, preparing for a coordinated assault. Sensing their impending attack, the barrier crouched down to evade, resulting in Deadlock's hammer striking Knockout instead. Knockout momentarily lost consciousness, and before the tranquilizer gun could hit the ground, the barrier snatched it and promptly jabbed it into Deadlock. Deadlock was instantly incapacitated by the high-voltage shock, collapsing heavily. As the barrier turned to advance further, Chuan's electric baton suddenly struck the barrier's abdomen. The barrier caught a glimpse of Chuan's slight smile before the current surged forth, causing it to lose consciousness. Like a lifeless ember, the partition crashed heavily to the ground. "Step aside, Gray. I shall drain this Autobot dry." Red Spider brandished the collector, slowly advancing towards Chuan. Observing this, Chuan immediately positioned himself before Red Spider. "My lord Red Spider, now that the partition is here, the Autobots will surely arrive shortly. The collector, being a logistical tool, cannot drain this behemoth in a short span of time. Therefore, I propose a swift retreat." Chuan deliberately slowed his speech, not for any other reason, but to buy time for the Autobots. And the Autobots did not disappoint his expectations. As Chuan's words fell, a streak of azure emerged from the depths of night, transforming into a cerulean vortex, from which Optimus Prime and his companions erupted. "Cursed Autobots!" Red Spider seethed, swiftly transforming into his aerial mode and soaring into the sky. Both Knockout and Deadlock quickly regained consciousness upon seeing the oncoming Autobots and the already distant Chuan. They immediately morphed into their vehicular forms and fled. Chapter 21. Logistics Action Team, the Super Energon Collector, a powerful tool devised by ancient Autobots, is capable of harvesting super energon from any location. The original intent behind its creation was to aid the inhabitants of Cybertron in avoiding the perils of mining collapses. Presently, it resides within a museum on Earth. One need only search for keywords such as Greek deities or the Golden Sphere to uncover its precise location. Chuan had contemplated acquiring the collector in advance, but after considerable reflection, he resolved to bestow this credit upon Red Spider. Every endeavor has its limits. Chuan had already demonstrated remarkable prowess, and should he appear excessively inscrutable in this matter, his performance would surpass commendable. The Decepticon operation commenced swiftly. Although the Decepticons held the advantage, they were not overly brazen, thus refraining from deploying a vast number of soldiers for the mission. Both Knockout and Deadlock possessed vehicular forms adept at infiltrating urban environments. Deadlock's vehicular form was a fighter jet, while Chuan's was a Cybertronian sports car. Given Chuan's physique was on par with that of Thundercracker and Shockwave, his sports car form was considerably larger than those of Bumblebee and Smokescreen. Deadlock remarked, "Your vehicular form is starkly different from the styles of Earth automobiles. It may attract attention." Chuan smiled faintly. "And so what? Chuan does not align with the Autobot faction, nor does he belong to the human camp. He currently stands with the Decepticons, while the Decepticons also strive for secrecy. As a violent organization, they are decidedly unbound by the constraints of covert operations. Thus, beneath the cloak of night, a uniquely styled gray sports car made its appearance in a human city, eliciting gasps of astonishment from passers-by. Chuan deliberately reduced his speed, enabling Knockout and Deadlock to arrive a moment before him. The moonlit figure had transformed into a fighter jet, soaring above the city. Observing the tumult below, he promptly relayed a message to Chuan. "Gray Che, Knockdown is already engaged in battle with Optimus Prime." Chuan responded with an unhurried demeanor. "I am aware." Noticing Mo Chuan's apparent lack of urgency, Shiyu cautioned, Deadfire is taking a beating. If you don't assist him soon, they'll be finished. Mo Chuan remained unfazed. Then you should take the lead unless you wish for Red Spider and Thunderclap to keep you under pressure. Just as Shiyu was about to retort, he was struck by the realization that if Knockdown and Deadfire were defeated, it would be exceedingly difficult to incite a fierce confrontation between Red Spider and Thunderclap, thereby eliminating his opportunity to benefit from the chaos. With a huff, Shiyu conceded and took the initiative to strike first. From a distance, Mo Chuan observed a silver fighter jet descending from the heavens, landing near the museum. He understood the reason behind Knockdown and Deadfire's predicament. It was all due to the hook. Last time, the Faceless One had failed to obtain the location of the Autobot base, likely because of him. Shiyu the Hook and the third Autobot prisoner mentioned by Shockwave were all manifestations of the narrative woven into this world. Although these changes might lead to unforeseen consequences in the future, as long as the overarching direction remained unchanged, Mo Chuan still possessed the advantage of foresight. Mo Chuan did not hasten his pace, but maintained his current speed. Upon arriving at the museum, he found Knockdown, Deadfire, and Shiyu engaged in fierce combat with the Autobots, the surrounding grass and trees shattered or obliterated. The commotion escalating. Optimus Prime, temporarily incapacitated by Knockdown's tranquilizer gun, had Deadfire first launch RC away, before clashing with Skyfire, while Knockdown battled Bumblebee. And Shiyu faced the Hook. But where was Soundwave? Mo Chuan glanced skyward, spotting a drone circling ominously in the darkened sky. Undoubtedly, it was Soundwave's vehicle form. Redirecting his gaze to the museum, Mo Chuan witnessed two human youths maneuvering a lift platform vehicle exiting through the museum's rear door. The vehicle was laden with a golden energy collector, approximately 1 meter in diameter, which was a shared target of both Autobots and Decepticons. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, Mo Chuan quickened his steps, circumventing the battlefield, and swiftly approached the two youths. Just as he was about to seize the collector, he suddenly lurched forward, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, a blue figure descended from the sky. RC, who delivered a kick to Mo Chuan's back and gracefully leapt, landing precisely behind the two human boys. In an instant, Mo Chuan's right hand transformed into a pulse gun, aimed directly at the lift platform vehicle. As the gray beams struck the vehicle, moments before it was to explode, RC grasped the two boys and, while retreating, turned to shield them. The collector detonated, scattering debris, and fortuitously, it landed directly in front of Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan slightly bent down to pick it up, discovering it to be entirely intact. This did not surprise him, as the collector was crafted from Cybertronian steel, not easily damaged. This was also one of Mo Chuan's methods for problem-solving. Since Shiyu had an affection for RC, Mo Chuan could not harm her. To do so would risk losing Shiyu, a precious ally. Consequently, he refrained from shooting RC and instead detonated the lift platform vehicle. The resulting explosion posed no threat to the collector, let alone the Cybertronians, yet its force was sufficient to inflict mortal danger on humans. If RC wished to save the two human boys, she would have to relinquish the collector. Ultimately, RC saved the boys and surrendered the collector, which fell neatly into Mo Chuan's grasp. Work's done. Mo Chuan shouted to everyone, then transformed into a sleek sports car. With a swift drift, he vanished from their sight. After the battle, he exchanged a glance with Deadlock, and the two quickly retreated, transforming into vehicles and speeding away. The others, including Soundwave and Overdrive, also transformed and pursued them. Shiyu kicked the grappling hook away and transformed into a fighter jet, soaring into the sky like a silver meteor, disappearing into the vast darkness. Although Soundwave and Overdrive attempted to give chase, they soon lost track of them, as Soundwave used the land bridge to teleport Mo Chuan and Deadlock away. This operation resulted in a resounding victory for the Decepticons. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Mo Chuan personally handed the collector to Black Arachnia. Holding it, she remarked, "Legend has it that ancient Autobots created this device to extract energon from the Rust Sea. With this, we can bypass the mining process and directly harvest energon." Deadlock interjected, "Then we must first locate a vein." Black Arachnia smiled. "There's no need for that. We can simply head to the locations where humans uncovered the collector. I'm certain there will be energon veins there." She glanced at Soundwave, who nodded slightly and promptly locked onto a coordinate derived from an archaeological site in a country called Greece, where the collector had been unearthed. This time, Soundwave and she remained aboard the Decepticon warship, while M.O. Chuan took the electrified baton and, accompanied by Black Arachnia, Deadlock, and a Decepticon soldier, traversed the land bridge to the archaeological site. The most striking feature was a damaged mural, a result of the battle between Deadlock and Soundwave during their earlier visit. Black Arachnia surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted the exposed Energon mine. Smiling, she said, "In the past, I would have needed to gather a team to mine, but now, with just a gentle touch, I can collect it. I truly appreciate this gift from the ancient Autobots." At that moment, Deadlock interjected, "Commander Black Arachnia, this is actually a gift from me and Deadlock for you." Upon hearing this, Red Spider's demeanor clearly shifted to one of displeasure. In the past, when Megatron was present, matters were different. However, now that Megatron was akin to a ghost, he was no longer the leader of the Decepticons. Red Spider was now the leader, and he should be addressed as such. Immediately, Red Spider raised the collector and aimed it at Knockout and Dead End, activating the device. At the moment the collector whirred to life, a continuous stream of azure light surged between Knockout and Dead End, striking the Decepticon soldier positioned behind them. The soldier, upon being hit, was overwhelmed by excruciating pain as the energy within him swiftly drained away, coursing along the blue beam into the collector. In no time, the soldier collapsed entirely, his optical sensors dimming, extinguishing all vestiges of life. Witnessing this, Knockout and Dead End felt a tremor of fear. Knockout hastily amended his previous statement. "Those ancient Autobots truly are remarkably resourceful, my Lord Red Spider." Upon hearing the term "my Lord," Red Spider's spirits lifted. He feigned intent to aim the collector at them once more, startling Knockout and Dead End, before finally directing the collector towards the Energon mine, commencing the extraction process. M.O. Chuan was aware that the barrier should soon arrive, and thus, like Knockout and Dead End, he focused intently on the collector. Just as M.O. Chuan turned his head, the barrier's head suddenly emerged. From a distance, he witnessed Red Spider utilizing the collector and decided to approach stealthily. However, as he crept closer, he inadvertently stepped on something that produced a sharp sound. Unbeknownst to him, his attempt at ambush had instantly failed. Knockout and Dead End exchanged glances and immediately charged towards the barrier. Knockout wielded a tranquilizer gun, while Dead End brandished a hammer affixed to his arm, preparing for a coordinated assault. Sensing the impending attack, the barrier unexpectedly crouched down to evade, causing Dead End's hammer to strike Knockout instead. Knockout temporarily lost consciousness, and before his tranquilizer gun could hit the ground, the barrier snatched it away and promptly plunged it into Dead End. Dead End was instantly incapacitated by a surge of high-voltage electricity, collapsing heavily to the ground. As the barrier spun around to continue its advance, M.O. Chuan's electrobaton suddenly jabbed into the barrier's abdomen. The barrier caught sight of M.O. Chuan's slight smile before the electric current surged forth, rendering it unconscious. Like Dead End, the barrier fell heavily to the ground. "Great chase, step aside. I intend to drain this Autobot dry," Red Spider declared, slowly approaching M.O. Chuan with the collector in hand. Seeing this, M.O. Chuan immediately positioned himself in front of Red Spider, stating, "My Lord Red Spider, since the barrier is here, the Autobots will undoubtedly arrive shortly. The collector, being a logistical tool, cannot drain this massive creature in a short span of time. So I suggest an immediate retreat." M.O. Chuan deliberately slowed his speech, not for any other reason, but to buy time for the Autobots. The Autobots did not disappoint M.O. Chuan's expectations. As M.O. Chuan's voice faded, a streak of azure emerged from the darkness, transforming into a cerulean vortex from which Optimus Prime and his companions surged forth. "Damn those Autobots!" roared Red Spider, swiftly transforming into his aircraft mode and soaring into the sky. The Decepticons Deadlock and Deathfire soon regained consciousness. Upon witnessing the approaching Autobots and the retreating M.O. Chuan, they transformed into vehicles and fled in haste. Chapter 22. A heavy blow to Flying Mountain. M.O. Chuan's right hand morphed into a firearm, and he fired at Flying Mountain. Gray beams struck the latter's form, yet Flying Mountain did not evade. Instead, he launched a fierce counterattack against M.O. Chuan. As he fired upon M.O. Chuan, he charged forward with all his might, rapidly closing the distance between them. Observing this, M.O. Chuan transformed his left hand into a blade and lunged directly at Flying Mountain. The latter narrowly evaded, almost getting pierced in the chest by M.O. Chuan's strike. He retaliated with a powerful punch that landed on M.O. Chuan's shoulder, causing him to stagger, and then leaped up to deliver a kick to M.O. Chuan's chest. M.O. Chuan staggered back, retracting both firearm and blade, before surging forward again to seize Flying Mountain's arm and, with a swift turn, hurled him aside. Flying Mountain crashed heavily to the ground, shattering several stones and narrowly avoiding falling into a nearby lava pool. He did not rise immediately, lying by the lava's edge to catch his breath. Seeing this, M.O. Chuan did not rush to attack, but approached Flying Mountain leisurely. "Your name is Flying Mountain, is it? It seems today shall be your last." M.O. Chuan advanced step by step, raising his right hand, which transformed into a blade. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden blue figure appeared, forcefully kicking M.O. Chuan away. "Alcy, your timing is impeccable," exclaimed Flying Mountain as he clutched his chest, rising with Alcy's assistance. "Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise you would have become a flying volcano," Alcy replied with a wry smile. Suddenly, a blue beam shot towards Flying Mountain, draining him of all strength as he collapsed to the ground. His internal super energy was being siphoned away in streams of blue light, flowing against the main blue beam. "Flying Mountain," Alcy cried out in concern, following the source of the blue beam. M.O. Chuan held a collector that greedily absorbed the super energy from Flying Mountain's body. Should the energy be completely drained, Flying Mountain would perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Alcy drew her weapon and fired a blue beam directly at the collector. However, M.O. Chuan swiftly adjusted the collector to evade the projectile. With his left hand, he fired at Alcy, who deftly dodged while advancing towards him. Meanwhile, Flying Mountain lay completely defeated on the ground. "No." As Alcy's pupils abruptly constricted, she charged towards Ichin, her arms extending to unleash two sharp wrist blades aimed directly at him. However, Moachan swiftly turned and delivered a kick that sent Alcy flying. Just as despair engulfed her, a series of beeping sounds suddenly erupted. Alcy's surprise was palpable. While Suayir gazed in astonishment, Moachan, however, remained impassive, making the most judicious choice by shutting off the collector and retracting it into his chest armor before making a hasty retreat. In the next moment, a large truck barreled forth, transforming as it descended, landing precisely where Wuchan had just stood. Optimus Prime, Alcy approached the fallen truck, her small pupils reflecting helplessness as she glanced at it. Optimus Prime turned his attention to Wuchan and Shuriyit, witnessing a swirling vortex of azure and white. Moachan and Shuriyit promptly dove into it, causing the vortex to vanish instantaneously. "Ambulance, deploy the land bridge and prepare the medical bay." Optimus Prime swiftly communicated with the ambulance. As the land bridge unfolded, he and Alcy assisted the fallen figure onto it. The ambulance, upon seeing the injured individual, promptly transported him to the medical bay for essential treatment and examination. His energy reserves had depleted significantly, affecting several organs. However, I have replenished his energy, and with some time for recuperation, he shall return to his former state. The ambulance's reassurances lifted the burdens weighing on everyone's hearts. Lying on the medical bed, the injured individual turned to Alcy and remarked, "It seems I won't be able to accompany you on missions for a while." Alcy, relieved to know he was out of danger, sighed and managed a faint smile. "Rest well. This privilege of not undertaking missions is quite rare." Seeing that the injured was stable and with everyone present, Optimus Prime began to speak, given the knowledge that our adversary possesses a collector. Acting independently and confronting the enemy alone was a most foolish decision. I implore you, should you encounter such a scenario again, let your first instinct be to await reinforcements or retreat rather than engage. Everyone concurred with Optimus Prime's assessment, recognizing the recklessness of the injured. "I apologize," Moachan mumbled, embarrassment evident in his averted gaze. "This time, you must reflect deeply," Alcy echoed in agreement, acknowledging that had Optimus Prime not arrived in time, Wuchan might have perished. Recognizing the impact of his words, Optimus Prime refrained from further admonishment and shifted the conversation towards their foe. That gray figure is undeniably a new Decepticon, and his agility and responsiveness are formidable, particularly with a powerful tool like the Collector at his disposal. We must remain ever vigilant against such adversaries. Just as Optimus Prime concluded, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. The group turned to see Jack hurriedly answering a call. "Hey, Mom." "Jack, do you have any idea what time it is?" "I'm sorry, Mom. I'll be home shortly. Gotta go. Jack hurriedly hung up the phone, only to find everyone staring at him, prompting an awkward scratch of his head. Observing this, Optimus Prime remarked, "Ambulance, take Jack home." The ambulance waved its hand silently and approached the land bridge, pinpointing Jack's residence before activating the bridge. Seeing this, RC waved goodbye to Flyover Mountain and turned to head toward the land bridge. Flyover Mountain, startled, asked, "RC, are you abandoning me just like that?" RC waved her hand again, saying, "Who knows? You should take a nap. I could use some peace." With teary eyes, Flyover Mountain lamented, "You will miss me." "One to you?" RC's final response was a non-committal, "Not necessarily," before she followed Jack on the land bridge. Meichi observed Jack and RC disappear into the bridge and turned to Flyover Mountain, saying, "It seems you have fallen out of favor." Flyover Mountain chuckled, "She find me annoying. If I were to quiet down, it would be my turn to find her bothersome." Meichi rolled her eyes, "I've never seen you silent." The partition laughed heartily. "That's just Flyover Mountain. No matter the situation, he never runs out of words." Upon returning home, Jack faced a reprimand from his mother, but he found it hard to articulate his feelings. After all, aside from attending classes, he spent his days at the Autobot base where they warned him of the Decepticons' interest in him. He had indeed come perilously close to death at their hands, and he could not involve his mother in this chaos. RC sensed Jack's troubled thoughts, offering him comfort before watching him rest, while she remained in vehicle mode. Quietly stationed in Jack's garage, early the next morning, Jack arose to attend school, riding the blue motorcycle that RC had transformed into, speeding down the streets until he swiftly arrived at school. Unbeknownst to him, his appearance on the motorcycle caught the attention of several girls and drew the gaze of some local toughs. In Chapter 23, Racing at School, a delinquent with red hair walked alongside a boy with yellow hair. The former, known as Logan, and the latter, Vince, were notorious troublemakers. Logan patted Vince on the shoulder, grinning. "Hey Vince, did you see that motorcycle?" "What motorcycle?" Vince replied, oblivious. "You don't know? That guy Jack somehow got his hands on a super cool motorcycle. Even the girls in our class are swooning." "Uffed. It's just a motorcycle. What is the big deal?" Vince shrugged off Logan's shoulder, scoffing as he walked away, clearly displeased. Logan, unfazed by Vince's irritation, understood that there was a particularly attractive girl at school named Sierra who happened to be the cheerleading captain. Recently, Sierra had been casting glances at Jack, a fact noted by both Logan and Vince. Logan had brought up the motorcycle to see Vince's reaction, knowing he would likely take action. He was prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. The focal point of attention, unbeknownst to the crowd, was oblivious to the unfolding events. Jack, whose full name is Jack Derby, is among the rare humans aware of the existence of Autobots. He is an ordinary student, and during classes with his peers, he harbors a sense of superiority. In this world, few are privy to the fact that the blue motorcycle parked outside can transform into a towering 4-meter robot. He cannot fathom the significance of this motorcycle, which he has owned for less than a month, yet it has already become immensely important to him. Reflecting on the past, he recalls that his initial attempt to ride merely stemmed from a moment of curiosity, an action that ultimately opened a new chapter in his life. On this day, as Jack typically does after school, he mounted his motorcycle and donned his helmet, preparing to depart. "Hey, nice little motorcycle you got there." A voice laced with malice and mockery suddenly rang out. Jack turned to see none other than Vince, the notorious school delinquent. In the face of such troublemakers, Jack had always chosen to turn a blind eye, primarily to avoid any association with their ilk. However, due to the influence of RC, he was unaware of his newfound confidence. Thus, when confronted by the troublemaker, Jack instinctively retaliated. This motorcycle has dual carburetors and can accelerate to 60 miles per hour in just 3.5 seconds, he declared before riding off. Vince felt as though he had been spat upon. The implication of Jack's words was clear. His motorcycle was far superior to Vince's clunky four-wheeler. Infuriated, Vince revved up his muscle car, adorned with a flamboyant flame decal that engulfed its entire body, and pursued Jack. A few intersections later, Jack was halted at a traffic light. Noticing the lack of bystanders, RC remarked, "Jack, one should never casually disclose a woman's important numbers." Jack, feeling both awkward and resigned, managed a wry smile. Suddenly, a girl's voice interrupted, "Hey." Turning, Jack saw two girls approaching, also waiting at the light. One was Linda, a cheerleader at school, and the other was Sierra, the cheerleading captain. "Is it Nick?" Sierra asked, perplexed. I'm Jack, he replied. Jack, sorry, I'm Sierra. I know. Weren't you the one who invited me for a ride once? At this, Jack suddenly recalled that during the initial encounter with RC, his murmured thoughts had been overheard by Sierra and Linda, prompting him to invite Sierra for a ride to diffuse the awkwardness. Before the girl could respond, two Decepticons suddenly appeared, prompting RC to make a swift escape. Consequently, Jack, who was seated atop RC, found himself inadvertently entangled in the clash between the Autobots and Decepticons. The pressing question now was whether he should take Sierra for a ride. Of course, he welcomed the idea wholeheartedly. However, Jack felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that RC might not consent. What about now? Sierra's inquiry left Jack momentarily speechless, unsure of how to reply. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Vince, driving a sports car adorned with fiery decals, sped into the scene, interjecting himself between Jack and Sierra. Ah, a narrow path for foes, Vince remarked, his demeanor reeking of mischief. I'm in the midst of conversing with a lady, Jack replied, inwardly relieved. The previous situation had been rather uncomfortable. Yet to his surprise, Vince boldly issued a challenge. Our cheer captain might prefer to witness you compete against a muscle car, he proclaimed, his voice deliberately raised, sparking a hushed discussion between Sierra and Linda about who might emerge victorious. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and RC's wheels swiftly spun into action, whisking Jack away from the scene. Taken aback, Jack felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he regained his composure. You could at least let me respond. No, RC retorted. We will undoubtedly win. Then why not race? Jack pressed. We have regulations, Jack, established by Optimus. Have you forgotten? The first rule, do not act recklessly for personal gain, including racing against ordinary humans. RC's admonition left Jack at a loss for words. More importantly, with RC's disapproval, he had no choice but to stifle his thoughts. At the next traffic light, RC halted once again. Just as Jack intended to dismiss the earlier conversation, the fiery sports car reappeared. He dared not glance back and turn his head to respond. Vince, I don't believe racing is a wise choice. Vince erupted in laughter. I knew it. When you ride, you act as if it's something grand, but in reality, it's just a dilapidated heap of junk. Utterly hideous. With that, Vince spun his car around and drove off. RC, infuriated, exclaimed, I've had enough. Let's show him what we're made of. Jack nearly lost his grip as RC began to turn back toward Vince. He hesitated, questioning. What about the first rule? Just this once, we'll make an exception, RC retorted casually, swiftly navigating behind Vince's car. At that moment, Vince was about to disparage Jack when the screeching halt of a motorcycle seized his attention. With RC's backing, Jack straightened his posture, accepting Vince's challenge in front of the girls. They promptly agreed on the details of the race and invited Sierra and Linda to witness the competition. On the road beside Predacon Farm, Vince gazed ahead at the girl and declared from here to the next milestone, ready, set, go. No sooner had he spoken than he accelerated his sports car, a brazen act that elicited a derisive scoff from Jack. However, Jack was unfazed by the prospect of losing due to a delayed start. After all, Vince's vehicle was merely a conventional sports car powered by gasoline, while he himself was astride a Cybertronian, fueled by an extraordinary energy source. With such a superior configuration, defeat seemed inconceivable. Yet, a flicker of anxiety crept over Jack as he noticed that Alcee was maintaining the speed of an ordinary motorcycle, trailing closely behind Vince. This could very well lead to their loss. Alcee? Jack called out tentatively. Upon hearing this, Alcee explained, winning alone is insufficient, Jack. We must ensure he loses with tears. With that, Jack fell silent, gripping the handlebars tightly, awaiting Alcee's maneuver. Initially, Vince reveled in his position, believing his victory was assured as he noticed Jack trailing behind. As they approached the final stretch, Vince, glancing at his rearview mirror, chuckled upon seeing Jack still behind him. Yet, at that moment, the mirror suddenly revealed an empty void. The blue motorcycle had vanished. Startled, Vince scanned his surroundings, only to find Jack beside him, lifting his bike front and accelerating with a surge, instantly overtaking Vince. Within mere seconds, Jack had left Vince hundreds of meters behind. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Vince's mood plummeted from elation to despair. After his victory, Jack jestingly mentioned inviting Sierra for a ride, to which Alcee humorously declined. Upon returning to base, they resolved to keep this incident a secret, particularly from Optimus Prime. However, just as Alcee departed, Meichi approached Jack, excitedly inquiring about the victor. Jack was momentarily stunned, and before he could respond, Raffi chimed in, revealing that the news had already spread throughout the school. The once unknown Jack had decisively defeated the notorious Vince. Panic surged within Jack. But then he remembered that Optimus Prime would not venture to the school. As long as Meichi and Raffi remained silent, he would be safe. Thus, he urgently urged them to keep the secret, emphasizing that Optimus must not find out, lest disaster ensue. Chapter 24. Jack's Antics on the Decepticon Warship. Megatron was strolling when he encountered Knockout. He stepped forward, but before he could utter a word, Knockout, visibly agitated, pointed to the door on his right arm. "Look here. Gray, see what that little punk has done to me." A scratch marred the surface of Knockout's door, but for a Cybertronian, it was hardly a striking blemish, as daily life was rife with minor scrapes, not to mention the scars inflicted during battle. It can be said that during ordinary times, Knockout was the only Cybertronian without a single scratch on his entire body. For someone like him, even the most inconspicuous mark in the eyes of others could be of monumental significance. Chuan chuckled softly. "You went racing again, didn't you? Encountered some ruffians? How'd it go?" Knockout also smiled, replying, "I sent that little brat tumbling off a cliff. After that, I paid him no mind. Whether he lives or dies is a matter of luck." The two walked side by side, encountering numerous Decepticon soldiers along the way. Upon seeing the medical officer and the promising newcomer, the soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. Even with a professional medic on duty, Lord Megatron's condition had not improved. Megatron, of course, was at the epicenter of the super space bridge explosion. Surviving such an ordeal would likely result in irreparable damage. That individual named Gray Che, upon his arrival, was the leader of the logistics operations group, which was truly enviable. Moreover, the collector was still in his possession. With it, he could effortlessly procure super energon. What was the need for so much super energon? It wouldn't help him gain weight. Moreover, it seemed that both of these individuals were affiliated with Commander Starscream. Chuan paid little heed to the Decepticon soldier's remarks, choosing instead to focus his attention on Knockout, as he was one of the targets he aimed to win over. Hearing the soldier's comments, Knockout remarked, "Gray Che, speaking of which, you've recently added quite a number of resources to our super energon depot." Chuan shook his head, saying, "How long has it been? How much super energon can we collect? Our main strength still lies with the miners. Though the collector is powerful, there's only one, merely a supplementary asset." As they conversed, they arrived at the bridge. On the bridge, Starscream and Deadlock stood together. Both turned their gazes simultaneously, with Starscream striding directly towards Knockout, questioning, "Knockout, you've been racing again?" Knockout sidestepped Starscream and approached Deadlock, casually stating, "I'm not just a car. I'm also a car enthusiast." Starscream stepped forward once more. "Listen, my management is quite strict, so I advise you to seek my approval as commander before racing off next time." Knockout smiled. "No problem, Commander Starscream." Starscream maintained a stern demeanor, correcting him. "It should be Lord." That would have to wait until Megatron had completely shuffled off this mortal coil. Knockout waved his hand dismissively, his gaze directed toward a wall that traversed dozens of barriers, leading to the medical chamber where Megatron resided. "That's why I came to ask about Lord Megatron's condition," Knockout said. Starscream glanced at Deadlock, who paused briefly before responding. "It remains unchanged." Upon hearing this, the Red Spider could not help but smirk. "It seems that our Lord Megatron wishes to awaken from slumber, a matter fraught with uncertainty, considering our woefully inadequate level of mechanical repair. Thus, Deadfire, you should continue polishing. May Lord Megatron grace his memorial ceremony with his splendid presence." Chuan observed the scene before him in silence. At Jasper S. School, Logan walked alongside Vince, who was inquiring about a recent event. "Vince, I heard you lost. And quite miserably at that." "Logan, could you not keep your mouth shut?" "Yes, I lost, but what of it?" It was merely a moment of carelessness that allowed him to seize the opportunity. Vince exclaimed in frustration, drawing the attention of passers-by. Noticing the multitude of gazes upon them, Logan shot back defiantly, "What are you looking at? Be careful, or I might just take a swing at you." The onlookers promptly averted their eyes and dispersed, preferring to avoid any association with the local ruffian, particularly Logan, who was notorious for having fought adults and even blinding one in the process. Once the crowd had scattered, Logan turned to Vince. "Since you believe Jack is no match for you, then issue him a challenge. There's a car race tonight at 11 at the Ring Road." Amidst so many vehicles, his motorcycle will surely be at a disadvantage. Vince suddenly grasped the idea. Indeed, that guarantees my victory. I shall go challenge him right away. Especially with Sierra present, he certainly won't refuse. Determined, Vince began to seek an opportune moment. Meanwhile, Jack remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of a local thug. After school, Sierra quickly caught up with him, discussing the racing incident. Jack, upon hearing this, merely responded instinctively, "It's nothing." Vince, overhearing this, rushed up to Jack, nudging his shoulder. Facing Jack while turning his back to Sierra, he feigned a cool demeanor, pointing at Jack and theatrically declaring, "It's nothing. If you wish to prove yourself, come to the ring road car race tonight at 11. Are you daring enough?" Jack's expression turned awkward at these words. He wanted to decline, but seeing Sierra's eager anticipation, his hormones surged, and he found himself involuntarily exclaiming, "No problem. We'll meet there." When Jack relayed this information to RC, she firmly rejected the idea. With RC's resolute disapproval, Jack found himself in an impasse. He certainly could not attend the race on the bicycle from his garage. After much contemplation, he suddenly recalled the Skyhook, which transformed into a sports car, much like Bumblebee. However, Jack thought of the Skyhook first, as Bumblebee belonged to Raph, and he preferred not to borrow Bumblebee if he could avoid it. Meanwhile, RC, engaged in a task, believed her authoritative words had quelled Jack's enthusiasm, unaware that a youth yearning for romance might go to any lengths to pursue it. More importantly, compared to Raph and Mickey, Jack appeared more composed in the eyes of the Autobots, which led RC to form a misguided impression of him. To put it plainly, she underestimated Jack's abilities. Not only RC, but everyone else also underestimated Jack. Whatever Mickey could accomplish, Jack was equally capable of achieving, and he could even surpass her. Upon returning to the Autobots base, Jack immediately sought out Hook to discuss the matter of street racing. Without hesitation, Hook agreed to Jack's request. At 10 o'clock that night, the two stealthily exited the Autobots base and sped down the road, quickly arriving at the Underground Racing Club's event. Hook noticed a throng of attractive humans and casually remarked, "There are quite a few people here. Where's that little beauty you have your eye on?" "What was her name again?" "Sierra," Jack replied, scanning the area from the driver's seat of Hook, searching for the girl who captured his heart. As Jack maneuvered Hook onto the racetrack, they found themselves alongside a fiery sports car. Vince, initially indifferent to the approaching vehicle, was taken aback when the window slowly descended, revealing Jack's striking face. How did Jack get such a stunning car? He thought, but before he could ponder further, a girl emerged amidst the racing cars. It was none other than Sierra, the object of Jack's affections. She waved at Jack, and the mere gesture illuminated his eyes with excitement. Vince, witnessing this, let out a discontented huff. Just then, an announcement blared. "Brave and fierce. Fair competition. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. As the final word echoed, all the wheels began to spin, racing past Sierra in an instant. Vanishing from view, unbeknownst to everyone, a Decepticon had infiltrated the race alongside an Autobot. The Decepticon, known as Knockout, had been engaged in street racing games with humans. Positioned at the rear of the pack, eager to experience the thrill of surging from last to first place. However, as he overtook the cars ahead, he noticed a vehicle leading the pack, which appeared to be the Autobot named Hook. Recognizing the car, Knockout accelerated towards it, deliberately colliding with the other racers to clear his path. "Is that Knockout?" Hook realized the situation behind him and immediately recognized the Decepticon. "Knockout, that Decepticon?" Jack turned to glance back, just in time to see a gun barrel protruding from Knockout's vehicle, aimed directly at Hook, unleashing a barrage of red beams. Hook dodged a few blasts, but maneuvering within the confines of the racetrack proved challenging. "Hold on," he warned, before accelerating away from the track. Observing this, Knockout wasted no time in giving chase. A series of crimson beams shimmered on the road, swiftly inciting the ire of the Hook. "What the hell, you have a gun, right? Who doesn't T?" In an instant, the Hook transformed into a human figure, manifesting firearms from his hands, unleashing a flurry of shots aimed at the adversary. The torrent of bullets sent the opponent tumbling, just as he began to morph for combat. However, the Hook reverted to his sleek sports car, wheels spinning rapidly, his silhouette dwindling into the night. "Damn it," the adversary cursed, promptly transforming into a car to give chase. Chapter 25, Warning on the Outskirts. Two sports cars raced at breakneck speed, with the adversary doggedly tailing the Hook. At that moment, he embodied the true essence of a Decepticon, intent on annihilating his foe. Inside the Hook's transformed vehicle, Jack was reminded of the terror he felt while fleeing from the Decepticons alongside Alcee. Yet compared to that ordeal, Jack felt considerably more secure this time, nestled within the protective confines of the car, confident that he would remain unscathed unless the Hook fell. Jack glanced into the rearview mirror, noticing two compact pulse guns mounted on either side of the adversary's vehicle, incessantly firing crimson beams that zipped past the Hook's car. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, the adversary stowed his weapons and focused on accelerating, determined to catch up with the Hook. Realizing he was being relentlessly pursued, the Hook contemplated signaling the base to lower the land bridge. However, considering the adversary's speed, he feared the enemy might breach the base. Without further ado, the Hook opted to contact the base. Unlike his comrades, who might confront a singular foe, the Hook preferred not to engage alone unless absolutely necessary. Although facing but one adversary, he deemed it prudent to summon reinforcements. It was precisely this caution that had previously saved his ally from certain death when he intervened at a critical juncture, preventing them from facing the Decepticons solo. "Is anyone there?" The Hook's voice resonated within the control center of the base. "Hook, are you racing with Jack?" Alcee's voice suddenly pierced through, causing Jack to shudder involuntarily with anxiety, his expression betraying his dread. "Yes, but that's not the crux of the matter. I'm being pursued by a Decepticon named Knockout. How many personnel do we have at the base? Hurry and send support. We need to overwhelm him together." Upon hearing the Hook's words, the others exchanged incredulous glances. Among the elite unit, the Hook was undoubtedly the most cautious. Unless utterly unavoidable, he would never confront an enemy alone, a trait that had earned him commendations from Optimus Prime. If it were anyone else beside Jack, Alcee might have harbored concerns for his safety, but with the Hook, there was no cause for alarm. Sighing with relief, Alcee responded earnestly, "Hook, try to shake Knockout off until we arrive." "Understood. Please hurry." The Skyhook severed communications, while the Decepticon Knockout relentlessly pursued from behind. Within the base, RC, Bumblebee, and Ratchet swiftly prepared to provide assistance. Witnessing the unfolding situation from his makeshift bed, Bulkhead could not help but express his regret. "Alas, I could have raced and battled the Decepticons, but that gray one has left me to watch helplessly. Just wait until next time. I shall settle the score." Upon hearing his words, RC turned her gaze towards him. Noticing her intense stare, Bulkhead managed a sheepish smile. "RC, stay safe. You too. Recover quickly, my partner." She replied with a faint smile before transforming into her vehicle form, departing the base alongside Bumblebee and Ratchet. "My partner?" Bulkhead was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the implication. The only two individuals he often spent time with were RC and Jack. If he was the big partner, then Jack must be the little partner. As RC, Bumblebee, and Ratchet exited the base, they set forth at full speed towards the position of Skyhook. Meanwhile, Skyhook and Knockout continued their chase, unbeknownst to either that they had both called for reinforcements at the same time. The distinction being that Skyhook had summoned 3 allies, while Knockout had only called upon his partner, Fireburst. Just after Knockout had reached out to Fireburst, a communication from Mako came through. "Knockout, where are you?" "Gray 1. I am currently pursuing a lone Autobot. If luck is on my side, I may be able to take him down. Can you guess who it is?" "Skyhook. How did you know?" "Just a wild guess." Mako understood that Knockout was pursuing an Autobot, but due to the evolving narrative, he was unaware of the identity of the pursued. RC was unlikely, Optimus Prime even less so, and Ratchet's imposing stature would attract too much attention. Bulkhead was not expected to recover so quickly, leaving only Bumblebee and Skyhook as viable candidates. Mako surmised that it was likely the latter, having learned from Decepticon resources that Skyhook was a cautious yet unconventional individual. In simpler terms, he was lively in demeanor but astute in judgment. More importantly, Skyhook's vehicle form was a new model sports car, undoubtedly indicating his passion for racing as a Cybertronian. Thus, it was probable that Jack would seek out Skyhook first, resorting to Bumblebee only as a last measure. Indeed, the events unfolded as Mako had anticipated. While the details had shifted, the overarching narrative remained intact. However, sometimes details can significantly impact the larger picture. He promptly informed Knockout that he would provide support, which Knockout gratefully accepted. Following the conclusion of their communication, Knockout and Skyhook continued their chase, both awaiting their respective reinforcements. Mako directed the Decepticon soldiers to lock on a fireburst coordinates and activate the ground bridge before plunging into the swirling vortex of blue and white. Transforming into vehicle mode, Mako sped onto the road, and it wasn't long before he spotted a muscle car adorned in shades of black and red. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Vince's fiery vehicle. Without hesitation, Mako pursued, aligning himself alongside the flaming sports car. Vince was in pursuit of Jack's whereabouts when a gray four-wheeled vehicle abruptly appeared to his left, startling him considerably. What was happening? What kind of sport car was this? Which science fiction production crew did it belong to? Vince was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such a vehicle before. Not only was it larger than the typical sports car, but its exterior also bore no resemblance to those luxurious models, resembling instead an alien craft from sci-fi film. Yet, before he could ponder further, he saw the car barreling directly towards him. In shock, Vince let out a cry, and when he regained his senses, he discovered that his vehicle had veered off the road, its front end colliding with a large boulder. Meanwhile, the gray behemoth continued to encroach upon his line of sight. Assuming the car intended to run him down, Vince was momentarily paralyzed with fear. A quick glance revealed that the damage to his car wasn't too severe, prompting him to prepare to reverse. However, before he could act, a menacing voice rang out. "If you dare to trouble Jack again, I will take your life." With that, Chuan departed, leaving Vince in his vehicle, bewildered and terrified, questioning his existence. The reason for Chuan's actions stemmed from a deviation in the storyline. In the original narrative, Bumblebee had delayed the defeat by using gasoline and subsequently concealed himself beneath a bridge. At that moment, Vince had pursued and was mistakenly identified as an ally of the Autobots, leading to him being incapacitated and abducted. Eventually, the Autobots rescued him, and Jack returned him home, whereupon Vince was mocked for his racing inadequacies. However, since then, Vince had refrained from causing trouble for Jack, as he no longer wished to engage in racing disputes after all he had endured. The catalyst for the aforementioned events was Jack's decision to race with Bumblebee. Now, Jack had opted for the Hook, which differed from Bumblebee, thereby altering their tactical approach against adversaries. Until now, the Hook had not employed any method to temporarily shake off the defeat, but had instead been prolonging it, preventing Vince from being incapacitated and potentially allowing him to witness the battle among the Cybertronians. In summary, Chuan had contemplated numerous factors and ultimately decided to eliminate Vince. Of course, Chuan had no intention of killing Vince. Should he do so, what would the Autobots' reaction be? They would only gain further insight into the Decepticons' brutality. However, Chuan was more concerned about Optimus Prime's disposition. This was a departure from the norm. During conflicts between the Decepticons and humans, the casualties were typically officials or warriors. Vince, on the other hand, was a mere delinquent, yet still a student, a young boy, innocent of any wrongdoing. If he were to kill Vince, Optimus Prime would undoubtedly gain a profound understanding of the Decepticons' cruelty, leading him to become more ruthless in the future. Consequently, Chuan would find himself as a prime target for Optimus, much like Megatron. Thus, Chuan did not eliminate Vince, but rather rendered him temporarily incapacitated before issuing a warning and departing. Chapter 26. The headlights beneath the starlit sky. The road lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the headlights of Chuan's vehicle. As he gazed into the surrounding abyss, memories of his time on Cybertron flooded back. Decay and darkness enveloped him. Continuing onward, he drew closer to the coordinates of his target. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared ahead. It was Arsai, who transformed into her humanoid form and leaped towards him. Launching a kick. "Huh!" Arsai exclaimed, but before her feet could land, Chuan, having swiftly transformed, seized her ankles and flung her aside. Arsai landed gracefully, instantaneously morphing her hands into firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Chuan. A series of blue beams hurtled toward him, yet he remained unfazed, pivoting to unleash a powerful punch into the darkness. This strike connected directly with the head of the barrier, sending it flying. Utilizing Arsai to divert attention, he executed a conventional tactic of ambushing from behind the barrier. Unfortunately, their strategy was anticipated by Chuan from the outset and easily dismantled. After incapacitating the barrier, Chuan scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of Bumblebee, which indicated he had undoubtedly gone to assist the Hook. Once Optimus Prime discovered the absence of personnel at the base, he would promptly arrive, signaling the imminent conclusion of the battle. However, until that moment, Mo Chuan relished the opportunity to toy with them. As Arsai's blue beams struck Mo Chuan's back, they caused him to lurch forward uncontrollably, nearly collapsing onto the barrier. Instantly repositioning, he drew his weapons, aiming at Arsai, and initiated fire. Due to her smaller stature, Arsai wielded a smaller caliber pulse gun, rendering her attacks, unlike those of the more robust Cybertronians like Mo Chuan, Shockwave, and Megatron, less impactful. The formidable figures typically equipped themselves with larger caliber pulse weapons, akin to artillery. Against Mo Chuan's gray beams, Arsai could only evade, her diminutive size providing her with some advantage. Gradually regaining consciousness, the barrier sat up to witness the duel between Arsai and Mo Chuan. It quickly rose, transforming its right hand into a massive spherical mace, adorned with menacing spikes, a blow from which would undoubtedly be devastating. Brandishing the mace, the barrier charged at Mo Chuan. Observing this, Mo Chuan aimed both guns at the mace, firing continuously and redirecting the impending strike. As the barrier drew near, Mo Chuan executed a powerful kick, sending it sprawling. However, no sooner had he regained his footing than Arsai lunged at him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. As Chuan was hurled backward, he transformed into a sleek sports car the moment he hit the ground, his wheels spinning rapidly as he swiftly departed the battlefield. Alcee did not pursue Chuan immediately. Instead, she approached the partition to assess its condition. The partition gradually sat up and scratched its head, remarking, "I've never witnessed such a fighting style before." Alcee, relieved to see the partition unharmed, stated earnestly, "We must hasten our pursuit. Knockdown and Firestorm are after Skyhook. If Voyager catches up, both Skyhook and Jack will be in peril." "Firestorm is here too?" The partition, upon hearing this, transformed into a vehicle and sped alongside Alcee down the roadway towards Skyhook's direction. At that moment, Skyhook was being relentlessly pursued by Knockdown, and upon noticing Firestorm's arrival, he promptly contacted Alcee and the others. "Alcee, partition, Bumblebee, hurry up. If this continues, I will be overwhelmed." A sudden cacophony of electronic sounds erupted in the communication channel, and Skyhook instantly recognized it as Bumblebee's arrival. As Skyhook glanced back, Bumblebee surged onto the roadway, positioning himself between Knockdown and Firestorm. Upon seeing this, Knockdown and Firestorm attempted to close in for a pincer attack, but unexpectedly, Bumblebee decelerated and withdrew from the central position, causing Knockdown and Firestorm to collide directly with one another. The impact slowed their speed significantly, nearly sending them off the road. Seizing the opportunity, Bumblebee accelerated past the two, positioning himself behind Skyhook. Observing the situation behind him, Skyhook erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, Bumblebee." However, his amusement was short-lived as a large gray sports car suddenly appeared ahead, barreling straight towards him. What? Noticing the vehicle showed no sign of slowing down, Skyhook swiftly changed direction. Yet, due to his excessive speed, the abrupt maneuver caused him to lose control, veering off the roadway and crashing into a rugged pile of stones. After driving Skyhook away, the large sports car transformed back into a humanoid form and delivered a powerful kick that sent Bumblebee flying. Bumblebee was thrown through the air, transforming back into his humanoid state and landing heavily on the ground, emitting painful beeps and whirs. "Bumblebee!" Skyhook cried out in alarm, transforming into his human form and gesturing towards a nearby rock, signaling Jack to take cover behind it. Jack remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement as he quietly concealed himself amidst the stone debris. In the distance, Knockdown and Firestorm, having arrived, transformed back into their humanoid forms and approached Bumblebee. Knockdown let out a dismissive snort. "Why don't you run?" Meanwhile, Firestorm's right hand morphed into a hammer resembling the kind humans use for driving nails, with the only distinction being that while a human hammer is round, his was square. "Haha, watch me crush your skull," Firestorm taunted, lightly tapping Bumblebee's head with the hammer before raising it high above. Just as he was about to strike, a blue motorcycle surged forward. Arcee transformed into a human, maintaining her high speed, and delivered a powerful kick directly to the chest of the fallen adversary, sending him flying. The fallen, noticing this, turned to see that Chuan was obstructed by a partition, which allowed Arcee to rush in. It seemed that everyone had gathered. Just as the Fallen finished speaking, RC launched a punch, not only forcing him to retreat repeatedly, but also shattering the headlight on his chest. The Fallen, momentarily stunned, erupted in anger. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to replace that headlight? RC, however, paid no heed and instead focused her attention on the slowly rising Bumblebee. Bumblebee, how are you? Bumblebee rubbed his head and responded with a series of electronic sounds, indicating that he was unharmed. RC scanned the surroundings, observing that Tian-Go and the Partition were engaged in a fierce exchange with Chuan, while the Fallen, still lamenting his headlight, was charging towards her. He brandished a hammer, seemingly intent on reducing RC to scrap metal. RC prepared for battle, but at that moment, Bumblebee stepped forward to confront the Fallen in her stead. As the Fallen swung down his hammer, Bumblebee deftly evaded, not only dodging the attack, but also landing a punch on the Fallen. As the Fallen attempted another strike, Bumblebee evaded once more, provoking the Fallen's frustration to boil over. In a fit of rage, he opened his arms wide and tackled Bumblebee to the ground, following up with a hammer strike. Bumblebee quickly rolled aside, narrowly escaping the attack once again. However, as Bumblebee regained his footing, the Fallen charged again, landing a blow to Bumblebee's chest that sent him flying. With a sinister grin, the Fallen's left shoulder armor suddenly opened, transforming into a shoulder-mounted cannon. Lacking pulse guns on his arms, this cannon served as his means of long-range attack, capable of firing pulses or small missiles. The Fallen unleashed a barrage of red beams from the cannon, prompting Bumblebee to swiftly dodge, transforming his arms into pulse guns to retaliate. Chuan glanced over at Bumblebee before shifting his gaze to Tian-Go. He had once suspected that Shiyu and Tian-Go were traversers, but after learning about Shiyu's history and state, he realized he had overthought it. Shiyu was not a traverser, merely a new character born from this world of the leader's proof. The same should apply to Tian-Go. Nevertheless, Chuan felt compelled to test the waters, declaring, Tian-Go, do you wish to die again? Tian-Go furrowed his brow in response. What are you talking about? Chuan observed Tian-Go's reaction, scrutinizing every detail without missing a beat. Meanwhile, the Partition paid no mind to Chuan's intentions, charging forward with a hammer, but was soon sent reeling back by Chuan's counterattack. Tian-Go remained unperturbed by Chuan's words, perceiving them merely as a deliberate attempt to distract him. To thwart Chuan's schemes, he chose to disregard his remarks entirely and engaged in a meticulous collaboration with the Divider, both uniting to confront Chuan. One would occasionally throw punches, while the other intermittently fired shots, leaving Chuan somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, Chuan did not find himself ensnared. His right hand transformed into a blade, poised to inflict harm upon his adversary. Suddenly, a series of honking horns echoed from a distance, growing ever closer. Without hesitation, Chuan morphed into a vehicle, accelerating at full speed in the opposite direction of the sound. Retreat. His voice and swift action caught the attention of Ji Dao and Sihua, who turned to witness a large truck hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. To strike or not? Sihua inquired of Ji Dao, seeking his counsel. Let us get out of here. Ji Dao transformed into a vehicle, with Sihua closely trailing behind, and the two hastily fled the battlefield after Chuan. At that moment, the truck reached the center of the battleground, transforming into a towering and formidable Cybertronian. Who else could it be but Optimus Prime? RC, Tian-Go, cease your pursuit. Optimus Prime commanded, halting the eager advance of the two. RC had merely acted on instinct to chase, whereas Tian-Go felt certain that their foe was intimidated by Optimus Prime. If they continued the chase, they could surely vanquish the enemy. However, with Optimus Prime's disapproval, there was nothing more to be done. The group gathered beside Optimus Prime. Their expressions varied, some tense, others ashamed, but all shared a reluctance to speak, acutely aware of their missteps. At that moment, Jack rushed over, exclaiming, Optimus Prime, this is all my fault. Optimus Prime regarded Jack and then the others, stating gravely, return to base. I require an explanation from each of you. Chapter 28. Relocation. The Autobots and Decepticons are regarded as extraterrestrial beings by humanity. The distinction lies in their intentions. The former arrives with goodwill and peace, while the latter brings malevolence and war. With the assistance of the human elite, the Autobots established a base in North America, one of Earth's 7 continents, specifically on the outskirts of Jasper, Nevada. As a renowned entertainment city, the bustling traffic in Nevada easily conceals the Autobots' presence. Consequently, Even after encounters with the Decepticons in this city, their base remained undetected, situated right on the outskirts. A primary factor contributing to this obscurity is the land bridge, allowing both Autobots and Decepticons to appear anywhere across the globe at any moment. Thus, the Autobots' base could be located in any conceivable place. Additionally, the Decepticon warship had been hovering over Asia, while the Autobots' base lay in North America, keeping the two entities on separate continents. Chuan stood on the Decepticons' deck, gazing contemplatively at the Asian continent beneath him. The biting cold wind howled past, striking against Chuan's face. He reached out, only to touch the warm steel. With outstretched arms, he seemed poised to embrace the world, yet he suddenly lowered them, exhaling a gentle sigh. At that moment, a communication came through. Leader Huiche, we have discovered a new vein of super energy but the loose rock here makes mining difficult. We require your assistance with a collector. I understand. Secure the area. I will be there shortly. Chuan replied calmly before summoning the Decepticon soldier responsible for the land bridge, instructing him to prepare it for his imminent arrival. Descending from the deck, Chuan approached the land bridge equipment, prompting the soldier to activate it before stepping inside. Upon traversing the land bridge to the site, he aimed the collector at the super energy vein. In no time, he had completely excavated the vein, causing the loose, rocky ground to collapse in the absence of the super energy ore. With the mining operation concluded, Chuan returned to the battleship via the land bridge. As he stepped back on board, he was greeted by the hearty laughter of Shiyu. Inquiring about the source of his amusement, he learned that the Red Spider had scraped off the paint from his vehicle during a reckless race with humans. Now, he was preoccupied with repairing the damage, neglecting even the affairs of Megatron. Chuan chose not to comment on Shiyu's gleeful demeanor and instead asked, "What is the status of global surveillance?" Shiyu waved dismissively. "Nothing significant. Aside from those super energy pulses, there are no signs of other transformers. However, I did detect an unidentified object crossing the atmosphere about half an hour ago, landing in a rainforest region." A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Chuan's eyes. "Shall we investigate? It could be an extraterrestrial species." Seeing Chuan's enthusiasm and having no pressing matters himself, Shiyu nodded in agreement. "All right, but aside from humans, I have yet to encounter any other species with a cultural system akin to ours." Chuan, pleased with Shiyu's consent, did not set off immediately. Instead, he summoned a dozen Decepticon soldiers to accompany him. Noticing Chuan's cautiousness, Shiyu acknowledged his prudence. Chuan then instructed the soldier controlling the land bridge that if they lost contact after their departure, they should immediately activate the land bridge and send reinforcements as soon as it was clear. Having made these preparations, Chuan and Shiyu officially set off, leading a contingent of Decepticons through the land bridge, swiftly arriving at the humid rainforest region. The trees and soil were dark and in the dim light. The atmosphere appeared ominously eerie, a perfect setting for a thrilling horror film. As Chuan observed the countless, oversized mosquitoes fluttering in the air, an involuntary sense of annoyance washed over him. He recalled that in his previous life, every summer was plagued by an unending swarm of mosquitoes darting about his home. Despite their apparent few numbers, it seemed that every time he managed to swat them down, more would inexplicably appear, a truly tiresome experience. Fortunately, in this incarnation, he possessed a body of steel. Even if these mosquitoes were to pierce their proboscis, they could not draw his blood. Chuan and Shiyu advanced through the woods and soon arrived at the site where the unidentified object had fallen. Upon seeing the trail left by the crash, the group instinctively followed the markings forward. As they continued along the path, they quickly beheld the enigmatic object. When Shiyu discerned its nature, a flicker of astonishment crossed his visage. It was a spaceship, and by the looks of it, a Cybertronian vessel. "Let us investigate. Perhaps there are those who are injured or unconscious," he suggested. Chuan proceeded directly toward the ship, with Shiyu closely trailing behind. Chuan circled the spaceship, scanning the surroundings, and soon discovered several human footprints, unmistakably belonging to Jack. Jack was here, and so was RC, yet it remained uncertain whether other Autobots were present. After completing his circuit around the vessel, Chuan boldly entered the interior, transforming his left hand into a gun and his right into a blade, stepping cautiously into the ship's dark recesses. Shiyu, observing Chuan's vigilance, felt compelled to mirror it. He transformed his hands into weapons. charging them while aiming at every suspicious shadow, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. The Decepticon soldiers behind them also transformed their right hands into guns, adopting combat stances. Ready for confrontation, they ventured deeper into the ship, arriving at a spacious chamber. The room remained unlit, yet several large glass containers emitted an eerie greenish glow. Wow, Shiyu breathed as he caught sight of the contents within one of the jars, skulls, the severed heads of alien life forms. Approaching one jar, he noted that the head inside bore some resemblance to a human's, albeit adorned with a large, blood-red bulge. Another head was triangular, with each corner extending numerous long tentacles, each covered in red and white bristles. Yet another skull grotesquely exposed its malformed brain, surrounded by muscle tissue, with countless tendrils sprouting from a scalp, adhering to the crimson mass of the brain. Gazing upon these heads, which humanity would undoubtedly deem monstrous, Chuan recognized their value as precious research material, capable of enriching the Decepticon database and potentially facilitating studies on this type of life form. A smile crept across his face as he waved his hand decisively. Remove all of these. The Decepticon soldiers sprang into action, beginning to dismantle the jars and transporting them out of the spacecraft. Upon witnessing the situation, Shiyu attempted to establish contact with the warship, only to find herself unable to connect. What could be the reason? Shiyu persisted in her efforts, yet silence remained. It became apparent that further attempts were futile. The spacecraft was emitting high-frequency pulses that disrupted the surrounding signals. Chuan, while explaining, lifted a canister with deft hands. As Shiyu fully grasped her disconnection from the warship, a troubling thought emerged. Had Chuan anticipated this scenario when he instructed the soldiers to sever their communications and activate the land bridge? The sight of Chuan's silhouette filled her with an unsettling dread, a sensation she had never felt even in the presence of the formidable Megatron. Chapter 29. The wounded fly over the mountain. The soldiers aboard the Decepticon warship, unable to reach Chuan, complied with his directive to open the land bridge. As it swung open, a large, green canister emerged, containing the head of an extraterrestrial creature suspended within. The soldiers, startled by this revelation, instinctively prepared their weapons. However, in the next moment, two soldiers crossed the land bridge, laboring under the weight of the canister, instructing their comrades, "Hurry and assist. Captain Huiche has ordered that we transport these items to the warehouse." Prompted by this, the soldiers rushed to help, ferrying the large canisters across the bridge. Chuan joined in the effort, urging Shiyu to assist as well. While they worked, Chuan engaged the soldiers in camaraderie, assuring them that their assistance would not go unrecognized when it came time to distribute the super-energy substances. Shiyu observed Chuan's efforts to forge alliances and felt at a loss for words. After all, Chuan was acting in his presence, indicating an increase in his trust. The group continued their labor, swiftly emptying the spacecraft of its contents. Chuan surveyed the soldiers and commanded, "Spread out and search this woodland area in pairs. If you encounter any anomalies, fire into the air to signal for support." In an instant, dozens of Decepticon soldiers dispersed, following Chuan's orders to search the forest in pairs. Shiyu accompanied Chuan in their exploration, and not long into their journey, they arrived at a ravaged area. The trees here bore the scars of destruction, each trunk marred with numerous scratches, and one tree oozed a green liquid that corroded its bark, clearly indicating a highly corrosive substance. Recognizing the marks and the green liquid, Shiyu knelt to inspect the evidence, quickly identifying the malevolent force responsible for this devastation. Chuan, intrigued, inquired Black Widow, "Is she the one known for her venom, webs, and 6 spider-like legs?" As Shiyu heard the tone of confusion in Chuan's voice, an inexplicable sense of superiority arose within him due to this minor gap in information. He feigned a sigh and waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, indeed, it is that Black Widow. She is also one of our Decepticons, though I am not well acquainted with her. I have only encountered her a few times during the Cybertron War. Her web and the green liquid left a lasting impression on me. However, since the war, I have not seen her again." Chuan gazed into the depths of the forest and remarked lightly, "It seems you are about to meet her again soon." The two continued deeper into the woods, but before long, a series of red beams of light in the sky captured their attention. They must have discovered the Black Widow. "I'll go ahead." With a leap, Shickwave transformed into his aircraft mode and soared into the sky toward the source of the red beams. Meanwhile, due to the terrain, Chuan could only run, the rugged forest ground preventing him from using his vehicle form. As Chuan arrived at the battlefield, a familiar voice echoed. "Decepticons! If you have the guts, come at me." The shout reverberated through the mountains, drawing the attention of all Decepticons. In an instant, every pulse gun was aimed at the source of the voice, unleashing a torrent of red beams that swiftly obliterated the cover of the one who had called out. Seeing the cover destroyed, the figure quickly sought refuge again. Upon spotting him, an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent welled up in Shicwave's eyes. He longed to shout for all Decepticons to charge forth and eliminate him. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether Alcee would be nearby. Considering this, Shicwave chose silence and joined his fellow Decepticons in their assault on the figure's cover. Chuan observed Shicwave's demeanor and choices, finding them quite appealing. As long as Shicwave harbored feelings for Alcee and wished to eliminate the figure, he could be easily manipulated. However, the question lingered: how did this figure come to be here? On the Autobot side, the only one capable of altering the original trajectory was Hook. Chuan had reviewed Hook's data and had even clashed with him. Hook was known for his cautious nature and his tendency to voice his prudent opinions. Considering this, it was likely that Optimus Prime often heeded Hook's opinions during missions. Chuan realized his thoughts were spiraling into complexity. The catalyst for this realization, aside from his own reflexes, was the invaluable memory that chronicled the original plot of their leader. This segment of the narrative involved Alcee and Jack embarking on a mission together. Why would Alcee bring a human like Jack along? Because this mission was deemed to be without risk. With no risk involved, it was merely a routine task. Thus, the presence of the figure in question could very well be attributed to the fact that he had nearly recovered and sought to stretch his limbs while idly chatting near the ambulance. The ambulance, weary from the incessant chatter of Feigweshan, finally acquiesced to allow him to undertake this seemingly risk-free mission, having observed that he had nearly recuperated. Chuan believed this to be the truth, and indeed it was. Feigweshan had largely restored himself. Otherwise, the ambulance would never have permitted him to embark on any mission, even one devoid of peril. Little did the ambulance anticipate that this task was far from ordinary and fraught with danger, as it involved both Alcee's arch-nemesis, the Black Widow, and the Autobots' adversary, the Decepticons. Feigweshan, once again facing overwhelming odds, found himself entangled in a precarious situation. Chuan frowned. Could Feigweshan ever amend his reckless tendencies? Fortunately, within Optimus Prime's elite guard, there was the cautious Ironhide, without whom Feigweshan would have been in dire straits. "Huacha!" Shicwave suddenly shouted at Chuan. Without needing to glance, Chuan understood Shicwave's intent. He wanted Chuan to eliminate Feigweshan. Without hesitation, Chuan nodded and dashed through the woods towards Feigweshan. "Cease fire!" he bellowed, issuing the command primarily out of concern for his soldiers' safety from friendly fire. The gunfire from the Decepticons abruptly ceased, prompting Feigweshan to peek out. Before he could assess the situation, he spotted Chuan charging toward him. Instantly, he aimed his pulse gun at Chuan, but before he could fire, a gray beam from Chuan struck before him. Feigweshan withdrew his head just in time as the cover behind him began to shatter. With a resounding crash, the stone he had relied upon for protection fragmented, and a steel fist accurately penetrated the debris, striking Feigweshan squarely in the back. He was sent careening into a ravine below. Chuan approached the ravine step by step. Before he could reach it, a faint sound emanated from the opposite side. He looked up to behold a human emerging from behind a tree, his face a mask of terror. "Is that you, Jack?" "Greetings," Chuan smiled. Just as his smile blossomed, Feigweshan erupted from the ravine, tackling Chuan to the ground. Chuan pushed Feigweshan off, swiftly regaining his footing, lifting his weapon to aim at Feigweshan, then abruptly shifting the muzzle to gather energy. Feigweshan noticed Chuan's maneuver and quickly turned to see the target of his aim, a blue motorcycle. "Aichi!" Just as Feigweshan braced himself to thwart Chuan, the accumulated energy pulse shot forth, striking Feigweshan instead. It dawned on Feigweshan that Chuan's assault on Alcee had merely been a ruse. His true target was Feigweshan himself. Meanwhile, a rushing Alcee, witnessing Feigweshan's collapse, cried out in horror and hurried to his side. Chuan observed the two individuals before him. One appeared on the brink of death while the other was consumed by worry. He slowly approached them, towering over them as he calmly stated, "There is no need for concern, Arsai. The recent pulse wave was insufficient to eliminate Figuishan. Thus, we must ensure a few more shots are delivered." Just as Chuan aimed his weapon at Figuishan, a sudden thread of spider silk shot forth, ensnaring his pulse gun. Chapter 29. The Black Widow. Chuan was both familiar and unfamiliar with this spider silk. He recognized it as the singular biological hunting skill encompassed within the leader's token, uniquely possessed by the Black Widow, while others relied on technological equipment. Regardless of whether it was the pulse gun or the battle blade, they were all products of advanced technology. As for the Black Widow's ability to command mechanical insects, Chuan had a rather vague impression of it, as she had not demonstrated any noteworthy achievements in this regard. The spider silk left a more profound impression. The unfamiliar aspect was that this was Chuan's first experience being ensnared by spider silk. In his previous life, he had encountered spider silk at home during his childhood, where he had clumsily attempted to grasp it with his bare hands, only to find himself entangled. He recalled the spiders that had crawled upon his hands, the specifics of which had faded from memory, as he had paid little attention at the time. Nonetheless, he remembered ultimately squashing or pinching those spiders to death. Reflecting on this past, Chuan's mood inexplicably brightened. He lifted his gaze and observed the spider hanging from a tree. It regarded him with curiosity, then glanced at the legion of Decepticon soldiers behind him, remarking, "I do not recall having seen you before. It appears that some newcomers have joined the Decepticons in my absence." Chuan chuckled softly. "Black Widow, was your recent action an act of provocation towards me?" The Black Widow, undeterred, responded with a menacing tone. "Provocation? You may perceive it as such, but allow me to clarify. He is mine, and only I hold a right to take his life." No sooner had the Black Widow spoken than a beam of blue light surged forth, striking her in the chest. She gasped, suddenly feeling her limbs weaken, and she fell from the tree, landing heavily on the ground. With great effort, she lifted her head to see Chuan holding a golden iron sphere, which emitted a blue beam connecting to her body. A super energy body collector. The Black Widow felt a surge of terror. If it were someone like the robust Deadlock or a Cybertronian like Figuishan, they might endure for a brief moment. However, she was petite, comparable in size to Arsai, and the amount of super energy stored within her was minimal. If struck by the collector, she would be reduced to scrap metal in an instant. I concede. The Black Widow felt her super energy depleting rapidly and hastily begged for mercy, disregarding her pride in the face of imminent death. Yet Chuan remained unmoved, as the collector continued to voraciously draw in her super energy. Upon witnessing the scene, Arsai promptly called for Flying Over Mountain, who, at that moment, regained consciousness with great difficulty. He managed to rise to his feet and leaped across the ravine, racing away into the distance. Simultaneously, Arsai transformed into a motorcycle, carrying Jack as they both fled the battlefield. A contingent of Decepticon soldiers was poised to pursue them when Chuan intervened, commanding, "Do not chase after them. Surround this Black Widow instead." The soldiers instinctively fired a few shots, none of which struck Flying Over Mountain and his companions, before ceasing their advance and encircling the Black Widow. Within the encirclement, the Black Widow's gaze gradually dimmed, and she collapsed to the ground, seemingly devoid of life. However, at that moment, Chuan abruptly deactivated the collector, deliberately leaving a measure of super energy within the Black Widow's body, ensuring she would not perish immediately. She still held value. "Bring the Black Widow back," Chuan instructed. No sooner had she spoken than two soldiers approached the Black Widow, lifting her up. At that juncture, she stepped forward and inquired, "Why let them escape?" Chuan replied, "If we do not allow them to leave, Arsai will surely shield Flying Over Mountain from harm. Do you wish for Arsai to be injured?" Upon hearing this, Shiyu fell silent, tacitly approving Chuan's decision. Observing her lack of response, Chuan addressed a nearby Decepticon soldier, "Go detonate that spaceship. Then contact the warship to establish a land bridge." The soldier promptly complied, and shortly thereafter, an explosion erupted in the forest. With the Black Widow ship reduced to mere scrap, the high-frequency interference pulse emitted from the vessel dissipated. With the disruption eliminated, the soldiers swiftly re-established contact with the warship and activated the land bridge. News of the Black Widow's return to the warship quickly reached the Red Spider, who immediately instructed Chuan to bring the Black Widow to the bridge. Upon arrival, Red Spider regarded the unconscious Black Widow and gently tapped her head, exclaiming, "Black Widow! Black Widow, awaken!" Regardless of Red Spider's calls, the Black Widow remained unresponsive. Suddenly, an idea struck Red Spider. He stood abruptly and turned to M.O. Chuan, asking, "Did you use the collector on her?" M.O. Chuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, my Lord Red Spider. However, I intentionally left some super energy within her. She is not dead yet. But if we do not quickly replenish her with more super energy, she will surely perish." Red Spider furrowed his brow, glancing at the soldiers nearby, commanding, "Go provide the Black Widow with super energy. Do not allow her to die. When she awakens, bring her to me." "Yes, my Lord Red Spider," the Decepticon soldiers responded, promptly escorting the Black Widow away from the bridge. Once Red Spider observed that only he and M.O. Chuan remained, he slowly approached M.O. Chuan and whispered, "Huiche, in light of your recent exemplary performance, I am pleased to assign you a significant mission. Should you accomplish this task, you will be second to none among the Decepticons." M.O. Chuan feigned confusion. "My Lord Red Spider, what is this mission?" Red Spider chuckled mischievously and said, "I need you to lure Shockwave away from the Decepticon warship. If you can accomplish this, you shall have whatever you desire in the future." M.O. Chuan hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, "I shall not betray Lord Red Spider's expectations." Upon hearing such unwavering conviction in M.O. Chuan's tone, Red Spider could not help but display a satisfied, sinister smile. M.O. Chuan was acutely aware of Red Spider's intentions. The fact that Megatron was not yet dead meant that Red Spider's complete control over the Decepticons remained a distant dream, especially with many Decepticons still hoping for Megatron's revival. Though the likelihood of Megatron awakening was indeed minuscule, Red Spider was determined to extinguish even that faint possibility. However, a dilemma arose. Shockwave had been steadfastly guarding Megatron's side, rendering Red Spider hesitant to act. Thus, he devised a plan to distract Shockwave, intending to eliminate Megatron during the latter's absence. Consequently, Red Spider turned to M.O. Chuan, believing him to possess the capability to engage Shockwave in conversation. With that, the task of diverting Shockwave was entrusted to M.O. Chuan, leaving Red Spider unconcerned about the means employed. He only required results. With M.O. Chuan accepting the mission, Red Spider felt a sense of relief. He instructed M.O. Chuan to prepare, and as M.O. Chuan departed, he fortuitously encountered Starscream, who was about to enter the bridge. They exchanged casual greetings as they passed each other, and M.O. Chuan understood that Red Spider now aimed to persuade Starscream to assist in dealing with Megatron. Without delay, M.O. Chuan took immediate action, directly approaching Shockwave. "Shockwave, I have a method that might restore Lord Megatron to his former state," he proposed. "What did you say?" Chapter 30. Cortical Mental Connection aboard the Decepticon warship. Red Spider watched intently via surveillance footage as M.O. Chuan and Shockwave traversed the land bridge. Before crossing, M.O. Chuan discreetly sent a message to Red Spider, stating, "Lord Red Spider, once Shockwave and I cross the land bridge, please refrain from responding to any communications unless I utter the phrase regarding Lord Megatron's current condition." Red Spider promptly relayed this message to a trusted Decepticon soldier, assigning them the task of managing the communication channels while feigning a malfunction, ensuring that upon Shockwave's return, he could provide an explanation. Feeling that all preparations were in place, Red Spider sought an opportunity during Shockwave's examination of Megatron. Given the stakes surrounding Megatron's fate, Red Spider was compelled to include Soundwave in the plan. He understood that if he executed Megatron quietly, Soundwave would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, if Red Spider dispatched Megatron in Soundwave's presence, Megatron would become a relic of the past, a mere memory, allowing Soundwave to relinquish his ties to the past and continue to support the new leader of the Decepticons. The Red Spider was poised to take action when an unforeseen event occurred. The electromagnetic field barrier of the Decepticon warship experienced a catastrophic leak, rendering its cloaking capabilities ineffective. The Autobots could effortlessly pinpoint their location by accessing a specific wavelength. In this scenario, the Autobots remained concealed while the Decepticons were exposed, signaling imminent doom for the latter. Fuming with rage, the Red Spider was nearly driven to the brink of despair. He had not anticipated such a calamity at such a critical juncture. With no alternative, he commanded the repair team to expedite their efforts, for failure to do so might mean his demise at the hands of the Autobots before he could confront Megatron. As time elapsed and the repair crew struggled to resolve the issue, the Red Spider's frustration escalated, rendering the Decepticon officials silent in fear. Suddenly, he recalled the presence of the earthquake. How long could Chuan hold him off? Every second was of the essence. Reluctantly, he chose to disregard the electromagnetic leak and summoned Soundwave and Knockout, directing them to Megatron's medical chamber. Unbeknownst to them, two Autobots, Hook and RC, were secretly hiding within the medical room. Following the failure of the Decepticon warship's cloaking system, the Autobots had swiftly detected its presence. However, they also intercepted a distress signal from an Autobot vessel. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Optimus Prime immediately abandoned the assault on the Decepticon warship and shifted his focus to the Autobot ship, embarking with Ratchet to investigate for any survivors. Upon entering the vessel, they were horrified to discover it was a plague ship, and during the turbulence of their entry, Optimus Prime was inadvertently contaminated by a droplet of the infectious energy contained within. Consequently, he became infected with the plague, a creation of Megatron, leading the Autobots to speculate that the Decepticon warship's database might hold the key to a cure. Thus, the Autobots locked onto the Decepticon warship's coordinates and activated the land bridge. Although Bumblebee was the finest scout, Hook insisted on going, and considering Hook's cautious nature, the others concurred that he would be less likely to be detected. RC was undoubtedly the best candidate for stealth due to her petite stature. Upon their arrival on the Decepticon warship, while searching the database, they unexpectedly encountered Megatron, realizing he still existed in a comatose state. Their collective thought was to eliminate him once and for all to prevent future threats. However, the grim revelation awaited them. The database contained no information regarding the cure for the plague. In straightforward terms, there was simply no antidote to be found. The prospect of Optimus Prime perishing alongside Megatron was unacceptable to every Autobot. The ambulance was inundated with a torrent of information, and he swiftly conceived a plan to establish a cerebral cortical psychic link to infiltrate Megatron's mind. "What do you mean, ambulance?" Hook inquired, bewildered. The ambulance elucidated. The Cybertron plague is the brainchild of Megatron. If an antidote exists, he is likely the sole custodian of such knowledge. To procure the antidote, we must forge a psychic connection and delve into Megatron's consciousness to unearth it. At the mention of the cerebral cortical psychic link, RC involuntarily shivered. During her time on Cybertron, she had previously fallen into the clutches of Black Arachnia, who attempted to extract intelligence from her. Despite her unwavering resolve, Black Arachnia was left with no alternative but to deliver her to Shockwave. Under Shockwave's control, RC experienced the harrowing sensation of psychic link, where all her secrets were ruthlessly extracted through this terrifying technology. Although she eventually escaped, shattering Shockwave's optical lens in the process, an indelible shadow was etched into her psyche. However, Optimus Prime was perilously close to his end. Despite her trepidation, RC resolved to press forward, for Optimus needed her, just as she prepared to confront her fears. Hook gently tapped her shoulder. "RC, ready yourself. Once I penetrate Megatron's mind, I will rely on you to keep watch." RC, taken aback yet warmed by his words, wasted no time and promptly assisted Hook in gathering the necessary equipment for the psychic link, primarily focusing on the connector. Under the ambulance's guidance, Hook and RC swiftly completed all requisite procedures, then concealed themselves in the wall's recess of the medical chamber, which had initially served as a storage space for apparatus, now repurposed as a hiding spot. As RC held the connector, she deftly inserted it into Hook's brain. Once connected to Megatron's mind, Hook was immediately thrust into Megatron's illusory realm. RC, witnessing Hook's stillness, began her quiet vigil. However, it wasn't long before calamity struck. Decepticons approached. Black Arachnia and Knockout were present. And worse still, Soundwave was also on the scene. Damn it! RC cursed inwardly, fervently praying that Hook would swiftly locate the antidote. In the next moment, the ambulance's communication crackled to life. "RC, I have obtained the formula. Quickly sever Hook's connection." So soon, RC gasped in astonishment, having anticipated a longer wait. Without delay, she sprang into action, disconnecting the connector from the back of Hook's head. At the same moment, the ambulance accurately pinpointed RC's location and activated the land bridge. What sound was that? Black Arachnia, astutely attuned to the slightest disturbance, began to approach RC's hiding spot. He crouched down and immediately spotted RC, along with the recently awakened Hook. Intruders. Red Spider was taken aback, astonished at how swiftly the Autobots had arrived. What had they done to Megatron? Although Red Spider was eager to uncover the truth, he assumed a combat-ready stance, his right hand transforming into a pulse blaster. However, it was too late. Hook had already darted into the ground bridge, and before entering, RC had fired a pulse wave at Megatron's chest with a polite, "Excuse me." With a resounding explosion, the medical conduit in Megatron's chest was obliterated, and RC vanished into the ground bridge. The moment she disappeared, the bridge closed instantaneously, denying Red Spider any chance to retaliate. Red Spider felt an intense fury towards the Autobots' incursion, yet he acknowledged that they had unwittingly assisted him in dispatching Megatron. In this scenario, he could easily shift the blame onto the Autobots. With Megatron dead, he could lead the Decepticons in a vengeful assault against the Autobots. The mere thought of this filled Red Spider with a sense of exhilaration. He glanced at Soundwave and feigned regret, stating this was an inevitable conclusion. In a valley, the sound of metallic footsteps echoed. Upon inquiry, two colossal mechanical beings were seen searching for something. Chuan observed his surroundings without concealment, drawing the attention of Thunderclash, who asked, "Greyche, what is it that you seek? Wasn't there a way to restore Lord Megatron to his former self?" Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Indeed there is, but we must first locate the battlefield." "Battlefield?" Thunderclash queried, perplexed, as he was unaware of Megatron's dealings with the Dark Energon. Chuan elucidated, "Before I joined the Decepticons, Lord Megatron summoned Dark Specters using Dark Energon, commanding them to assault Optimus Prime. Ultimately, all those spectral warriors were eradicated by Optimus, and Lord Megatron fled immediately thereafter." Thunderclash remained confused. "What are you implying?" Chuan was not surprised by Thunderclash's bewilderment, as his understanding of Dark Energon was limited. Anyone knowledgeable about Dark Energon would immediately recognize that the Dark Energon used by Megatron to resurrect the Spectres had not been depleted. This meant that the Dark Energon would serve as Megatron's lifeline. However, Chuan chose not to elaborate further, intentionally stepping away to create distance between them. As the most formidable warrior of the Decepticons, Thunderclash quickly sensed the grave atmosphere. His combat instincts warned him that this newcomer was about to challenge him to a duel. As expected, Chuan slowly turned, extending his hands towards him. "Thunderclash, let's engage in battle." "Very well. I have long wished to face you in combat." Thunderclash responded without hesitation. In the next moment, he charged towards Chuan. As Chuan positioned himself, he awaited the moment when Tianjun would close the distance, poised to unleash a devastating punch. However, just as the strike was about to descend, Chuan suddenly leaned to the left, causing Tianjun's fist to miss its mark. In quick succession, another punch followed, striking Chuan squarely on the shoulder. The force of the blow sent him stumbling back several steps, but fortunately, his lower body remained stable enough to prevent him from being toppled. Tianjun pressed his assault, throwing punch after punch alongside Chuan, who skillfully evaded nearly 8 or 9 of the 10 blows. Realizing that his attacks were not yielding the desired results, Tianjun bellowed, "Huiche, come and meet me in combat." Upon hearing this, Chuan did not immediately engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, after dodging 2 more punches, he assessed Tianjun's current strike as less potent than before, making a swift decision to counter. Their fists collided, the sound of their clash reverberating through the valley, stirring up clouds of dust. Once more, Tianjun exclaimed with excitement, launching another punch. Chuan deftly avoided it and retaliated with a flying kick that sent Tianjun staggering back a few paces. Although the punch had missed its target, the sight of Chuan initiating an attack ignited Tianjun's fervor. With arms outstretched, he swung his robust limbs and solid fists, creating a tempestuous wind around Chuan. As Tianjun brought one arm down, Chuan raised both arms to intercept the blow. The two became locked in a stalemate, with Tianjun exerting downward pressure while Chuan resisted upward. Chuan's gray physique was slightly more diminutive than Tianjun's, whose stature could rival that of Optimus Prime and Megatron. In the hierarchy beneath their leader, few could withstand such a formidable frame. While Chuan could hold his own against Tianjun, the notion of defeating him in a fair one-on-one fight was utterly fanciful. Thus, from the outset, Chuan's intention was not to conquer Tianjin, but to buy time until the Autobots could delve into Megatron's mind and discover the antidote, all while fostering a rapport with Tianjin. After an extensive exchange, Chuan ultimately succumbed to Tianjin's prowess. Tianjin, exhilarated from the vigorous bout, showed no signs of fatigue. He paused momentarily, glancing at Chuan, who lay on the ground to recuperate, and then sat beside him, exclaiming, "What a thrilling experience! It reminds me of the time spent with my brother." Feigning confusion, Chuan inquired, "Your brother?" Tianjin lifted his gaze to the sky. "His name is Hai, and he should be tracking down the Thunder Rescue Team in some galaxy. One of our crucial missions was to search for and eliminate members of the Thunder Rescue Team." Chuan responded, "The Thunder Rescue Team? I have heard that this Autobot organization has caused considerable trouble for the Decepticons." Tianjin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they are one of the most formidable factions among the Autobots. I still recall how 2 members of the Thunder Rescue Team managed to detonate one of our largest energon storage facilities." Chuan asked, "Do you remember the names of those 2 individuals?" Tianjin replied, "Of course I remember. One is called Jack, who, much like my brother Hai, has a penchant for explosives, and the other goes by the name of Old Flash, a fellow who enjoys playing with flash grenades." Old Flash? A sense of foreboding washed over Chuan as he realized that 2 characters not originally in the storyline had now appeared, with Tianjin suddenly mentioning the Thunder Rescue Team. It led him to wonder if Old Flash had, like Jack, also arrived on Earth that day. In truth, Chuan had encountered more names beyond just Shiwei, Tiango, and Old Flash. He had discovered numerous characters akin to Jack through the database of the Decepticon warship, as well as several high-ranking Autobots comparable to Tom Shanksio. However, with Tianjin referencing the Thunder Rescue Team, Hai, and Jack, and subsequently mentioning Old Flash, Chuan found himself pondering deeply. After all, this was a world of endless transformations, rather than a rigid original narrative. Fortunately, these alterations did not impede the progression of the storyline, and Chuan's actions remained within acceptable bounds, not disrupting the narrative's essence. What constitutes the essence of the story? Optimus Prime and Megatron are the narrative's core, while everything else serves as subplots and embellishments. The emergence of Shiwei and Tiango undoubtedly altered these subplots, but would these changes affect the main storyline? Most likely not. For the Leader's Testament can be seen as a character-driven ensemble centered around Optimus Prime and Megatron, with each individual possessing their own narrative, seemingly unrelated to one another. It is precisely for this reason that Chuan could maneuver freely within a limited scope. For instance, consider his encounter with Black Widow. What role did she play within the narrative? Her primary significance lay in awakening the mechanical insects, nothing more. As for her personal entanglements, they were inconsequential side stories that did not impact the minor threads involving Optimus Prime and Megatron. To ensure the smooth operation of the narrative core, Chuan had to maintain a balance of power between both factions. The individual most likely to disrupt this balance was undoubtedly Tianjin, given that his combat strength approached that of Megatron, whereas the Autobot counterpart, whose prowess rivaled Optimus Prime, was Tom Shanksio, yet it was not yet time for his appearance. Consequently, it became challenging for the Autobots to present a character capable of confronting Tianjin. Thus, Chuan persuaded Tianjin to remain by Megatron's side, advising him to refrain from engaging with the Autobots in order to prevent a collapse of the power equilibrium. Despite the potential for Tianjin to cause such a collapse, Chuan still chose to save him. Why? Quite simply, because he was useful. Chapter 32. Time Tianjin and Chuan engaged in extensive conversation, discussing a myriad of topics, until Tianjin's gaze began to wander, surveying their surroundings, which prompted him to recall the purpose of their presence here. He immediately inquired about Megatron. Chuan, however, urged Tianjin to first locate the battlefield, assuring him that understanding would follow. Though somewhat impatient, Tianjin found that his relationship with Chuan had slightly improved after the recent battle. Additionally, his perception of Chuan was far more favorable than that of Hong Jizu, leading him to begrudgingly nod and begin searching for the battlefield alongside Chuan. The two searched diligently for a considerable time before they finally discovered the site where Optimus Prime had vanquished the undead warriors, situated in a higher terrain. The ground was littered with the remnants of Cybertronian corpses, severed and shattered, resembling long-abandoned scrap metal. Tianjin turned to Chuan and inquired, "So, what exactly are we looking for?" "We seek the Dark Energon," Chuan replied succinctly, making his way toward the battlefield. Dark Energon, the legendary blood of the cosmic overlord. With a mix of confusion and astonishment in his eyes, Tianjin observed Chuan as he stepped over the dismembered bodies of the Cybertronians. Advancing to the deepest part of the battlefield, the source of that dark power, a purple crystal emanating an aura akin to violet flames, the Dark Energon. Chuan seized the Dark Energon, extracting it from the earth with a firm grip. Upon seeing the Dark Energon, Tianjin could not help but exclaim in shock. Is this the hope for the resurrection of Lord Megatron that you spoke of? Chuan remained silent, and Tianjin immediately sensed something amiss. He glanced around at the scattered remains of the Cybertronians, and the visage of Megatron flashed in his mind. Startled by his own imagination, he shifted his gaze back to Chuan and asked, Huaicha, if the Dark Energon is used on Lord Megatron, would he not also become a lifeless dark undead like them? Chuan shook his head. No, Tianjin, you are mistaken. While ordinary Cybertronians who utilize Dark Energon may indeed meet the same fate as those remains, Lord Megatron is different. His willpower is sufficient to control the dark energy. In fact, before your awakening, Lord Megatron had already employed Dark Energon. You may inquire with other Decepticons about this. Observing Chuan's confident demeanor, Tianjin felt reassured, though a lingering concern remained. Chuan continued, consider this. Tianjin, it is precisely due to the Dark Energon that Lord Megatron could withstand the explosion of the space bridge. Upon hearing this, Tianjin found some merit in the argument. After all, the space bridge was immense, and the force of its explosion was undoubtedly sufficient to obliterate everything within its vicinity. Yet, Lord Megatron had survived at the very center of the explosion. Truly inconceivable. However, if the source of this incredible resilience was indeed the Dark Energon, it began to make sense, given that it was the blood of a deity. Yet, Tianjin remained somewhat hesitant. The blood of the Cosmic Emperor might aid Lord Megatron in restoring his former self. However, upon noticing Tianjin's indecision, Chuan promptly waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I understand your concerns. The blood of the Cosmic Emperor is a counter to the Allspark, and every Cybertronian is derived from the Allspark, originating from the Primus. The two are fundamentally opposed. This dark super energy entity can serve as a last resort. Should Lord Megatron find himself in dire straits with no alternatives, it may be worth a gamble to try. Tianjin pondered this seriously before nodding in agreement. Chuan smiled. Good. Since you concur, let us return with this dark super energy entity. Tianjin nodded once more and initiated communication with the Decepticon battleship. This is Search Team Leader Tianjin, requesting immediate activation of the land bridge to my location. After his request, there was not a single response from the other side, plunging the atmosphere into an immediate silence. Tianjin felt a flicker of confusion and continued to call out, but regardless of his efforts, the battleship remained unresponsive, as if they were calling into the void. Chuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that the battleship's communication system is malfunctioning? He too began calling for the land bridge, but met with the same silence as Tianjin. What was happening? Why was there no reply? As Tianjin's agitation began to rise, Chuan's words ignited his emotions further. Could it be that the Autobots have sabotaged the battleship's communication system? If they attacked the battleship? Chuan left the thought unfinished, but the implication was clear. Tianjin shouted vehemently, impossible! The Autobots cannot breach the battleship's cloaking system. Tianjin calling the battleship. Tianjin calling the battleship. Respond immediately. After watching Tianjin fume for a moment, Chuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Tianjin, if the battleship is unreachable, then you must fly back. I cannot fly. Only you can return swiftly. Tianjin hesitated, knowing the distance to the battleship was great. If the Autobots had indeed attacked, flying back at his speed would be too late. Chuan seemed to read his thoughts and urged, this is the best course of action. We have no knowledge of Lord Megatron's current condition. Steeling himself, Tianjin replied, very well. I shall return at full speed, and once I have assured Lord Megatron's safety, I will promptly activate the land bridge to bring you back. Chuan nodded, and in the next moment, Tianjin transformed into his jet form and soared into the sky, ascending into the clouds. Chuan watched as Tianjin sliced through the clouds, gradually disappearing from view. Just then, a voice from a Decepticon soldier reached his ears. Commander Huiche, Lord Blackarachnia is in Lord Megatron's medical room and is currently unable to contact you. Do you require me to activate the land bridge to bring you back? No need. M.O. Chuan, with a stoic expression, concluded the communication before taking a seat upon skeletal remains. He had successfully secured some time. Now, all that remained was to rest in place. A vivid image of the ambulance's screenshot flashed through his mind. The antidote to the Cybertronian plague lay firmly in Megatron's grasp, who had threatened Bumblebee that unless he assisted in restoring him to his former self, the chemical formula for the antidote would remain undisclosed. Yet, little did he realize that as he showcased the antidote's formula to Bumblebee, this moment was captured by the ambulance. At that instant, the ambulance had also instructed RC to sever Bumblebee's mental connection. However, due to the ambulance's unfamiliarity with the cortical mental link devised by Shockwave, a miscalculation occurred, allowing Megatron's consciousness to invade Bumblebee's mind. Nonetheless, with the presence of both Hook and Bumblebee among the Autobots, M.O. Chuan could not ascertain precisely who had been infiltrated by Megatron's consciousness. Yet, he was unconcerned. This was not the crux of the matter. Megatron's consciousness was more potent than any Autobot, save for Optimus Prime. Thus, the identity of the host was inconsequential. Time passed, and suddenly a greenish light materialized before M.O. Chuan, swiftly transforming into a swirling vortex. As the vortex expanded, it trailed a halo of white light, crafting a mesmerizing and enigmatic spiral of blue and white. Rising to his feet, M.O. Chuan approached the vortex, his form gradually vanishing within its depths. Once he fully dissipated, the blue and white whirlpool, akin to a dandelion in the wind, vanished without a trace. Chapter 33. Confrontation, Thundercracker. Hear me out. Red Alert cried desperately, gripped by fear as he stood before Thundercracker, the mightiest warrior of the Decepticons. What is there to explain? You allowed Lord Megatron to be harmed by the Autobots. Can that possibly be a fabrication? Thundercracker bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Red Alert flying. Nearby Decepticon soldiers wished to intervene, but upon witnessing Thundercracker's towering stature, they instinctively halted in their tracks. Red Alert, trembling in terror as Thundercracker approached, felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to respond, when Soundwave suddenly appeared, positioning himself before Thundercracker. Soundwave, what is the meaning of this? Thundercracker halted, scrutinizing Soundwave in an attempt to decipher his intentions. But Soundwave's face was obscured by a curved black screen, revealing nothing. Soundwave remained silent, merely displaying information about a Cybertronian on his visor. RC. Thundercracker uttered the name, grasping Soundwave's implication. If Thundercracker were to exact vengeance, it should be upon RC, not Red Alert. With a dissatisfied huff, Thundercracker was about to respond when the door swung open, revealing a gray Cybertronian before the assembly. Who else could it be but Skywarp? Thundercracker, puzzled, inquired, Skywarp, what brings you here? Were you able to contact the warship? Upon hearing this, M.O. Chuan's eyes glimmered with a spark of insight. The scenario he had anticipated had indeed come to pass. Thundercracker had long harbored discontent toward Starscream, and following the recent assault by the Autobots, it was highly probable that Thundercracker would hold Starscream accountable. Consequently, upon returning to the Decepticon warship, Thundercracker would inevitably seek to retaliate against Starscream. Starscream commanded a private army, and every soldier in the Decepticon air squadron had been meticulously trained by him. Many aerial warriors were loyal to Starscream. However, Thundercracker was not to be underestimated either. As the foremost warrior of the Decepticons, he commanded immense respect within the ranks. When he raised his voice, numerous valiant fighters would undoubtedly respond. Should hostilities break out between the two factions, the Decepticons would surely fracture, leading to their systematic dismantling by the Autobots, resulting in the obliteration of the Decepticon cause. In this precarious moment, the one who least desired such an outcome was Soundwave, who would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, Soundwave's role was quite unique. As the intelligence officer directly under Megatron, he oversaw a plethora of information within the Decepticons, possessing leverage over many individuals. This had rendered his relationships with nearly everyone quite tenuous, and moreover, Soundwave was not one to vocalize his thoughts. Therefore, addressing this situation would necessitate the involvement of others. Could it be Shockwave? Certainly not. Thundercracker's former subordinates would prove ineffectual. What Blitzwing? That was even less feasible. as Blitzwing had already acquiesced to Starscream's actions, and approaching him would result in a similar backlash. As for Brawl, his brutish demeanor left much to be desired in terms of strategic thinking. At this juncture, M.O. Chuan emerged as the optimal choice. He had previously demonstrated sufficient capability and had assuaged Thundercracker during the earlier voting incident. Thus, Soundwave would promptly establish a land bridge to summon M.O. Chuan back. Soundwave cast a glance at M.O. Chuan, who had noticed the urgency in Soundwave's demeanor. Understanding Soundwave's intent, M.O. Chuan subtly nodded in acknowledgement. He approached Thundercracker and inquired, "Thundercracker, what are you doing?" Thundercracker, visibly agitated, pointed an accusing finger at Starscream, exclaiming, "This shameless scoundrel allowed the Autobots to attack the warship and even caused harm to Lord Megatron. This is unforgivable." M.O. Chuan asked, "How did he instigate the Autobots' attack on the warship? Was there not only a communication blackout, but also a failure of the cloaking system?" Thundercracker snorted disdainfully. "The cloaking technology is under Starscream's purview. The electromagnetic leakage was no mere accident. It is evident that Starscream sought to take advantage of Lord Megatron's slumber to inflict harm upon him." At this point, Thundercracker seemed to have a sudden realization. Turning to M.O. Chuan in anger, "Could it be that you deliberately lured me away to allow the Autobots and Starscream to conspire together?" Faced with Thundercracker's wrath, M.O. Chuan remained unperturbed, responding in an almost indifferent tone. "Thundercracker, do you suspect me?" Thundercracker's fury momentarily faltered at M.O. Chuan's calmness, yet he retorted with considerable indignation. "When it concerns Lord Megatron's life or death, I must exercise utmost caution. If you truly conspire with the Red Spider, do not blame me for taking action against you." M.O. Chuan suddenly changed his expression, speaking gravely. "Tianjun, since you are aware of the matter concerning Lord Megatron, you should exercise greater caution. Let us thoroughly investigate before making any judgments. You may doubt the Red Spider, and you may doubt me, but can you truly doubt Soundwave? He has been by Lord Megatron's side since his rise, and I believe he is more loyal to Lord Megatron than any of us. Tianjun, you must understand that our true enemy is the Autobots. They will resort to any means to harm Lord Megatron. If we wish to prevent further injury to him, we must unite. Trust me, Tianjun, I will uncover the truth, providing an explanation for both you and Lord Megatron." Tianjun fixed his gaze on M.O. Chuan, whose eyes radiated unwavering resolve. He then turned to Soundwave and glimpsed the Autobot displayed on his visage. Gritting his teeth, a fierce countenance revealed boundless wrath. Tianjun departed, choosing not to further confront the Red Spider. After a moment's pause, the Red Spider regained his composure, observing Soundwave's gradual retreat. He did not express gratitude, but instead turned to M.O. Chuan, inquiring, "Hui-Che, how do you know that Megatron is not dead?" M.O. Chuan could not help but chuckle inwardly. The Red Spider was indeed adept at pinpointing key issues. From their perspective, it was evident that M.O. Chuan should be unaware of Megatron's survival. Thus, he could not have uttered such words about preventing further harm to Lord Megatron. M.O. Chuan replied, "It is due to Tianjun's reaction. If Megatron were truly dead, even if Soundwave stood in his way, he would have charged forward. Yet he did not, which indicates that Megatron has merely been injured, not truly deceased. It seems, Red Spider, your endeavor has failed this time." The Red Spider appeared to accept M.O. Chuan's reasoning, sighing. Indeed, it was just a hair's breadth away. After this, anxiety returned to him. "By the way, Hui-Che, you must have a serious talk with Tianjun. Ensure he does not act foolishly." "Rest assured, Lord Red Spider," M.O. Chuan replied. After his departure, he did not make any significant movements, but sought out Shiyu. Upon encountering M.O. Chuan, Shiyu remarked, "I have heard about the situation. I did not expect the Autobots to attack the warships so swiftly. It is a pity that the Red Spider did not summon me." M.O. Chuan smiled. "What is there to regret? We still do not know whether Fei Guishan boarded the warship. Moreover, the events have passed, whether he came or not. Your regrets are of no consequence." Shiyu furrowed his brow. "I sense you seem rather enthusiastic. What are you anticipating?" Upon hearing this, M.O. Chuan's lips twitched imperceptibly. Though Shiyu lacked intelligence, he possessed an unusually keen perception. M.O. Chuan did not withhold information, directly recounting the recent events, particularly emphasizing the moment Soundwave transmitted the message regarding RC. As Shiyu became aware of the peril surrounding RC, his expression instantly shifted to one of panic. He immediately berated Soundwave, recognizing that there must be other Autobots infiltrating the warship. Yet, Soundwave only transmitted RC's information to the sky, raising suspicions about his intentions. Chapter 34. Preparations. Shockwave grew increasingly anxious, for this time the threat to RC did not stem from mere soldiers, but from Megatron himself. Shockwave had first-hand experience of Megatron's formidable strength. Aside from Optimus Prime, he doubted anyone could adequately protect RC. Moreover, Optimus could not remain by her side at all times, and RC could not indefinitely stay within the Autobot base. Megatron would invariably find an opportunity, and should he do so, RC would be doomed. Observing Shockwave in distress, Chuan interjected, "Do not panic. I have a way to divert Megatron's attention." With no other options, Shockwave, unable to persuade Megatron, reluctantly agreed to follow Chuan's lead. Chuan did not instruct Shockwave to undertake any particular task. Rather, he simply asked him to assist in investigating the Autobot incursion into the warship. This left Shockwave perplexed, as he suspected Chuan was toying with him. Nevertheless, although anxious, he retained his composure and dutifully followed Chuan to thoroughly uncover the situation, even inquiring about the circumstances surrounding Black Arachnia at the time. The matter was rather straightforward. RC and a certain Hook had infiltrated the Decepticon warship, and it was unclear what they had done to render Megatron unconscious. Upon learning this, Chuan noticed Chuan began researching the cerebral cortical connection, which was undoubtedly pivotal in this invasion. After reviewing the information on the cerebral cortical connection, Chuan promptly took Shockwave to seek out Megatron. Upon their arrival, Megatron, preoccupied by the events concerning Starscream, wasted no time in asking, "Greyche, what brings you here? Have you clarified the situation?" Chuan nodded. "Yes, it has been clarified. An Autobot named Hook utilized the cerebral cortical connection to incapacitate Lord Megatron." Hook? Megatron appeared puzzled, as Soundwave had only conveyed information regarding RC. Observing this, Shockwave swiftly produced a projection device, displaying Hook's information. Megatron remained silent, his gaze intensifying as he scrutinized the image, clearly having committed the name Hook to memory. Chuan seized the moment to add, "Indeed, it is because of him that Lord Megatron finds himself in this current state. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The key question is why the Autobots would undertake such an action. The cerebral cortical connection facilitates the invasion of another's mind to extract information. What could the Autobots possibly seek from Lord Megatron's consciousness? What is their objective?" Although these questions lingered, it was evident that the Autobots had already achieved their aim. However, they seemed to possess a limited understanding of the cerebral cortical connection. As the words of Chuan fell, the information from Tian-Go abruptly vanished, replaced by data concerning the cortical psychic connection. The most striking detail was that the cortical psychic connection facilitated bidirectional communication. Chuan continued, "Lord Megatron's mind has always been conscious. However, after the Autobots invaded the warship, his consciousness seemed to dissipate, akin to a vessel devoid of its energon core. But where has the energon core gone?" Upon hearing this, Shockwave appeared to grasp the implication. "Are you suggesting that Lord Megatron's consciousness has traversed through the cortical psychic connection in a Tian-Go's brain? What do the Autobots intend? Do they wish to imprison Lord Megatron?" Tian-Jun furrowed his brow. "So, you mean to say that Lord Megatron is currently residing within Tian-Go's mind?" Chuan remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Observing this, Tian-Jun struck the wall with great force. "I will organize a search party immediately. Even if I have to upend the Earth, I will locate the Autobots base and rescue Lord Megatron." As he spoke, he prepared to leave, but Chuan suddenly interposed himself before Tian-Jun. "Tian-Jun, calm down. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? The Autobots lack a comprehensive understanding of the cortical psychic connection because they do not possess the requisite technology to explore this phenomenon. Thus, the entry of Lord Megatron's consciousness into Tian-Go's brain may well be an unforeseen event that even the Autobots could not anticipate. Following the explosion of the superspace bridge, the Autobots likely presumed Lord Megatron to be deceased. Their invasion of the warship might have been an attempt to extract crucial information. Upon searching the database and finding nothing, they stumbled upon Lord Megatron, seeking to extract the information they desired from his mind, leading to the subsequent events. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, based on the circumstances at hand. However, You must understand that this hypothesis is likely to be close to the truth, and if it holds any validity, then Lord Megatron may very well take a certain action. At this point, Mo Chuan's words faltered, causing both Shi Yu and Tianjun to pause in anticipation. Shi Yu, growing impatient, urged what action. Speak quickly. Mo Chuan deliberately cast a glance at him, then turned to Tianjun, stating, you decide. Tianjun realized that Mo Chuan was alluding to the matter of the Dark Energon. He looked at Shi Yu with a serious demeanor. Shi Yu, listen carefully. What we discuss next must remain strictly confidential. After a moment of silence, Shi Yu nodded slightly, understood. Mo Chuan recognized that this action might create a subtle rift in his friendship with Shi Yu, yet he deemed it worthwhile. For Tianjun's value surpassed that of Shi Yu significantly. By doing so, he could enhance Tianjun's sense of identification with him, especially as Tianjun took the initiative to request confidentiality from Shi Yu, further solidifying their bond. Seeing both individuals focused on him, Mo Chuan promptly opened his chest armor, revealing a piece of radiant purple crystal that emanated an ethereal glow. This is, in the gaze of Shi Yu, a look of astonishment suddenly emerged. This was indeed the dark superenergy entity. Tianjun's supplementary remark plunged Shi Yu into reminiscence, reminding him of a recent time when Megatron had summoned an army of the deceased using the dark superenergy entity. To his astonishment, another fragment lay right beside him. Mo Chuan waved the dark superenergy entity in his hand, stating, the dark superenergy entity can assist Lord Megatron in restoring his former self. Should he wish to utilize it to regain his corporeal form, he will undoubtedly seize control of the body of the Hook and head to that battlefield to acquire the dark superenergy entity. Subsequently, he shall use it to repair his body and reconnect with his consciousness to return to his physical form. Tianjun, I propose that we discreetly dispatch a small team to guard this dark superenergy entity at that location. If my conjecture holds true, they will certainly encounter the Hook, under Lord Megatron's command. At that moment, Megatron would reclaim his position in the Decepticons, leading them to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Without further ado, Mo Chuan placed the dark superenergy entity into Tianjun's hands. I understand, Tianjun replied, firmly grasping the dark superenergy entity and nodding gravely. Wasting no time, he set out to find a few trusted elite members of the Decepticons, entrusting them with the dark superenergy entity, instructing them to secretly depart the warship and await Lord Megatron on that battlefield. Shi Yu glanced at Mo Chuan, feeling a twinge of concern mingled with fear. Chapter 35. Megatron within the Autobot base. The ambulance was performing a checkup on Optimus Prime. Observing the lights, he remarked, excellent, very good. The ambulance maneuvered a small flashlight, while Optimus Prime's eyes followed the light with no sign of delay. Optimus, it appears your system has completely recovered from the Cybertronian plague. However, I still advise against overexertion. Considering your recent convalescence, the ambulance remarked, retracting the light and finally feeling relief at Optimus's restored condition. Optimus smiled, saying, I owe my recovery to your remarkable medical skills. My old friend. Embarrassed by the praise, the ambulance chuckled modestly before turning to the Hook, saying, we must also thank the Hook, who, despite his usual aversion to danger, bravely ventured into unknown territory to help you find the antidote. Nearby, Bumblebee emitted a series of electronic beeps, a language incomprehensible to ordinary humans, yet perfectly understood by Cybertronians. As he lauded the Hook sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. To be honest, I was quite frightened myself. Fortunately, Megatron still walks among us, Alcee remarked without hesitation. The moment her words left her lips, she noticed everyone's gaze fixed upon her, realizing, oh dear, how could I have said that? The ambulance chose to disregard Alcee's comment and returned its attention to Optimus Prime, stating, most importantly, Optimus, you're gradually recovering while Megatron is finished. The Hook added, referring to Alcee's earlier shot at his spark chamber. Indeed, I have personally witnessed the malevolent life of this individual, yet I lament that I could not behold his final journey. Alcee still harbors a sense of regret. The situation was urgent, and she fired but a single shot before departing. Unbeknownst to all the Autobots, Megatron was right before them, residing solely within the mind of Hook. Within Hook's consciousness, Megatron incessantly undermined his will, causing a dissonance between Hook's actions and thoughts, rendering his overall demeanor somewhat unnatural. Megatron was acutely aware that if this continued, Optimus Prime would inevitably discern something amiss with Hook. Should Optimus uncover the truth, all would be lost. While Megatron devised various means to exert control over Hook, the Insecticons had already commenced their own maneuvers. Although the Decepticon Knockout's actions did not aid in fulfilling Megatron's demise, they partially satisfied the interests previously promised him. Moreover, before Red Alert could provide Knockout with any benefits, Knockout had already proclaimed himself as the deputy commander, leaving Red Alert with no recourse, for they had already become intertwined in their schemes. Thus, Knockout ascended to the rank of deputy commander of the Decepticons, albeit this position would not endure for long, perhaps merely 2 hours or even 1. Red Alert elucidated his plans to Megatron and Shadow Moon, asserting that to augment the Decepticons' power, an influx of energy, specifically energon, was imperative. Presently, the largest deposit of energon on Earth lay buried beneath the Arctic ice cap. However, due to environmental conditions, this energon could not be extracted. Cannot extract? Then we can have Gray use the collector, Shadow Moon suggested presumptively. Yet, Megatron shook his head in dissent. That is unfeasible. The energon deposit is immense. Although the collector is powerful, it is singular and cannot efficiently harvest such a vast deposit in a short span. Therefore, we must first melt the ice above, allowing all mining personnel to commence extraction, which will constitute a monumental undertaking. Megatron's words echoed Red Alert's own sentiments. Indeed, the energon collector, while formidable, had limited efficacy and would struggle to yield significant results from such a colossal deposit. To be precise, while the collector could eventually extract from the vast deposit, the time required would be exceedingly long. During this protracted period, the resources consumed by the Decepticons would undoubtedly far exceed what the collector could amass. Thus, the Decepticons must mobilize their entire force, which was also part of Red Alert's strategy. Once all Decepticons acted in unison, they would be following his directives, marking the inception of his dominion over the Decepticons. Both Red Alert and Megatron embarked on their respective courses of action. Megatron, acquiescing to Red Alert's desires, traversed the land bridge en route to Hawaii, tasked with seizing the space telescope. Although the Decepticons' technology surpassed that of humanity, the ravages of war had obliterated numerous devices and components, rendering manufacturing prohibitively costly and time-consuming due to insufficient materials. Given the existence of readily available resources on Earth, one might as well seize them directly. In Hawaii, Chuan beheld an array of captivating human beauties. Although this corporeal form lacked the hormonal essence of humanity, a latent desire stirred within the depths of his being. Chuan refrained from action. He merely gazed a moment longer before departing with his space telescope. The Red Spider had long been prepared. He commanded the technology department to construct a thermal energy projector to melt the Arctic ice cap, awaiting merely a lens capable of concentrating heat. As soon as Chuan traversed the land bridge, he affixed the space telescope to the projector. Above the Arctic, the Decepticon warship hovered ominously over the largest super-energy mineral vein, separated from it by a thick layer of ice. Observing the glaciers below, the Red Spider proclaimed with a smile, "From this moment forth, the reign of my lord, the Red Spider, commences." Nearby, a Decepticon soldier operated the projector, unleashing a concentrated thermal shockwave toward the glaciers below. As this concentrated heat descended upon the ice, an intense warmth radiated outward, melting layer upon layer of the frigid frost. Chuan understood that the Autobots would soon learn of this development and rush to thwart the Decepticons' plan to melt the Arctic. Should the Decepticons succeed, the global sea levels would rise precipitously, wreaking havoc upon coastal cities worldwide. Once a tsunami struck, those once thriving coastal metropolises would be rebranded as underwater cities. On the warship's deck, the Red Spider, Knockout, Dead End, Chuan, and the Decepticon soldier controlling the projector observed the unfolding scene below, soon recognizing several familiar figures. RC, Cliffjumper, Bumblebee, and Sideswipe boldly charged toward the Decepticon warship. Autobots. The Red Spider seethed with clenched teeth. Esteemed Lord Red Spider, allow the Vice Commander to handle this matter. Knockout suggested with a slight bow, promptly commanding Dead End, eliminate them. Receiving the order, Dead End leaped from the warship. We shall assist. I will contend with Cliffjumper and RC, while you confront Bumblebee, Chuan declared, tapping Sideswipe's shoulder before also taking the plunge. Without hesitation, Sideswipe followed suit. 4MO Chuan had promised to help him vanquish Cliffjumper, and he felt compelled to contribute. Thus, he leapt and transformed mid-air into a fighter jet, launching an assault against Bumblebee. MO Chuan engaged RC and Cliffjumper. Sideswipe faced Bumblebee and dead-end battled Sideswipe. The Red Spider, observing the fray below, could not suppress a triumphant smile. This was the very scenario he had envisioned, his subordinates obeying his directives to engage in battle with the Autobots, fulfilling the ambitions of the Red Spider's Decepticon legacy. However, before he could revel in his satisfaction, a familiar sound suddenly echoed from behind. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a recognizable red figure. Optimus Prime. The Red Spider, stunned, furiously chastised Knockout as second-in-command. You cannot even safeguard the rear. The Red Spider pushed aside the defeated soldier and approached the launcher, delivering a swift kick to the soldier's side. Taking control of the launcher, he redirected it, unleashing a searing energy pulse aimed directly at Optimus Prime. Optimus did not evade. He braced himself against the overwhelming heat of the shockwave. Although his speed diminished, he continued to advance rapidly towards the launcher. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air, transforming into his humanoid form, and with his right hand wielding a blade, he struck down fiercely upon the launcher. Boom! The launcher was obliterated, and the accumulated thermal energy erupted in an instant, causing widespread destruction that billowed thick clouds of smoke, conspicuously visible against the vast sky. The plume of smoke was several times larger than that of the Decepticon warship. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though the warship was on the brink of destruction. However, this was not the case. The explosion had only devastated a small section of the warship, specifically a portion at the rear of the deck. With timely repairs, the warship's operations would not be hindered. Crucially, the explosion incapacitated the soldiers on deck, leaving the Red Spider and the Decepticon troops dazed. Optimus was blasted off the warship, crashing heavily onto the glacier below. Meanwhile, the Red Spider swiftly transformed into his jet form and soared into the sky, escaping the blast's fury. As he navigated through the clouds, he observed the scene below. Upon spotting Optimus lying on the ground, he immediately changed direction and dove downwards towards him. The greatest mistake made by Megatron was allowing you to remain alive in this world, Optimus. The Red Spider shouted, as the missiles beneath his aircraft prepared for launch. Suddenly, a familiar jet surged forth, colliding directly with the Red Spider and using its form to propel him back onto the warship. Megatron, he has returned. Chapter 36. Competition. Everyone clearly recognized the jet. It was not Megatron. Who could it be? Moku Chuan glanced at the sky and promptly called for the land bridge, shouting to Shiyu and Sihua, retreat. With the appearance of the land bridge, Moku Chuan was the first to plunge into the swirling vortex of blue and white, followed closely by Sihua, with Shiyu bringing up the rear. Before Shiyu retreated, he felt a tinge of regret for not having slain the flying mountain. Yet he did not harbor anger, as he believed such opportunities would abound, convinced that he would eventually succeed. Upon returning to the Decepticon warship, Moku Chuan found Megatron engaged in combat with the Red Spider. Rather than intervene, he chose to evade alongside Shiyu and Sihua. By the next day, after the Red Spider had been thoroughly battered, Moku Chuan had yet to take action when he was summoned to the bridge by Megatron. Just a short time ago, the one standing there had been the Red Spider, and now was Megatron. Lord Megatron, you called for me? Moku Chuan lowered himself in deference. Megatron, pleased, gestured to the nearby Thundercracker, saying, I have heard about your endeavors from Thundercracker. Your performance has been exemplary. Given that the Red Spider is currently unable to act freely, would you be interested in challenging for the position of Deputy Commander? M.O. Chuan humbly lowered his head, declaring, I am devoted to serving you, the magnificent leader of the Decepticons. Megatron smiled slightly, responding, Do not be hasty, Grey Chuan, for you still have a rival. It was clear from Megatron's words that he could appoint M.O. Chuan as the Deputy Commander, but first, he must vanquish his competitor. Who then? Was this contender for the Deputy Commander position? M.O. Chuan turned to see a slender figure gracefully approaching the bridge. It was none other than Black Widow. M.O. Chuan was not taken aback. He remarked coolly, It seems you have recovered, Black Widow. She glared at him with undisguised fury, yearning to strike down the man before her. However, the circumstances had changed. They were aboard the Decepticon warship, and Megatron was present. Noticing Black Widow's ire, Megatron, with a wry smile, Mused, I did not expect to awaken and find so many familiar faces, along with a remarkably ambitious newcomer, such as the caprice of fate. With Megatron's return, the command of Black Arachnia was swiftly stripped away, yet she still retained a portion of her personal forces. Though they were private troops, they ultimately belonged to the Decepticons. If Black Arachnia could not survive under Megatron's reign, then they would hardly qualify as her private army. Fortunately, Megatron bore no intent to eliminate Black Arachnia. Moreover, Megatron did not directly assign the deputy command to anyone, but instead allowed those qualified to compete for it, as he now had the luxury of choice. Firstly, Thundercracker was certainly unfit. Megatron recognized that Thundercracker was better suited as a warrior rather than a commander. Black Arachnia was recuperating, and it would take some time before she could return to the role of deputy commander. As for Knockout and Dead End, Megatron was acutely aware that their intellect and capabilities did not align with the demands of a commander. Shadow Striker was equally unsuitable, as Megatron knew her affection for RC could potentially be exploited by the Autobots. Thus, only MO Chuan remained. However, upon learning of Black Widow's presence aboard the warship, Megatron was presented with another option. Although Black Widow had been away from the Decepticons for quite some time, she was still a veteran of considerable standing. Consequently, Megatron decided to have them compete. Whoever could achieve remarkable feats would be deemed worthy of the deputy command. Black Widow shot a stern warning at MO Chuan before departing from the bridge. Thundercracker cautioned, "Grey Chuan, be wary. This Black Widow is as treacherous as Black Arachnia." MO Chuan nodded, acknowledging the advice. He was not particularly concerned about the content of Thundercracker's warning, but rather the fact that Thundercracker had taken the time to remind him, indicating a closer bond between them. After leaving the bridge, MO Chuan sought out Knockout. Upon seeing him, Knockout expressed surprise. "Well, if it isn't Grey Chuan, what brings you to me?" MO Chuan nodded slightly, replying, "Of course, Knockout. Do you consider yourself a deputy commander or merely a medic at this juncture?" Knockdown. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly, saying, "What deputy commander? I am merely a medical officer under the esteemed Lord Megatron." MO Chuan chuckled softly. "Knockdown, I understand you." "Understand me?" Knockdown appeared puzzled. "We don't seem to know each other very well. How could you possibly understand me?" MO Chuan nodded. "Indeed. I wanted a friend quite similar to you." He was also an opportunist, possessing many clever tricks to seize chances, yet he lacked the ambition and capability to ascend. He would forever remain stagnant in mediocrity. He could only accomplish so much, for he did not possess the cunning or strength required for higher positions. Nevertheless, he waited for opportunities, which was, in fact, a grave mistake, as opportunities cannot be solely awaited nor overly relied upon when they present themselves. To rise, one must create opportunities. However, you have not done so. Knockdown, you merely wait for chances to come your way. Thus, I say, compared to others, you resemble a typical Cybertronian, for ordinary individuals do not forge opportunities that could elevate their status. Each of MO Chuan's words struck deeply at Knockdown's soul. Upon reflection, he realized that he indeed fit that description. Simultaneously, he was astonished by MO Chuan's perceptiveness. He had not anticipated that someone he barely knew could so effortlessly see through him, understanding him better than he understood himself. MO Chuan continued, "Yet, whether one is ordinary or a genius, they share a common desire, the pursuit of a better life." Knockdown was momentarily taken aback. He had not misheard MO Chuan's intent. On the contrary, he comprehended fully that MO Chuan was vying for the deputy commander position and was attempting to court him. MO Chuan smiled and inquired, "Knockdown, do you desire a better life, or a life devoid of brilliance and plagued by a shortage of super energy?" Knockdown hesitated briefly before breaking into a smile. "Certainly, I desire a better life." Given the torment that Red Spider had endured and MO Chuan's connections with Black Widow, Knockdown no longer believed that Red Spider could reclaim the deputy commander position. Thus, why not seek a different path? MO Chuan's remarks led Knockdown to fully realize that this gray figure before him was no ordinary character. After enlisting Knockdown's support, MO Chuan wasted no time and directly sought out the Faceless One. Ever since MO Chuan proclaimed that Megatron would return to his former glory within a month, the Faceless One had adopted an unusually low profile. The Faceless One was skeptical of MO Chuan's assertions, harboring doubts without belief. Yet, MO Chuan spoke with such certainty that the Faceless One chose to observe quietly, only to witness Megatron indeed restoring himself to his prime. The Faceless One was utterly astonished, and amidst his shock, Chuan approached him directly. "Grey One, what brings you here?" The Faceless One feigned calmness. Yet all of it was laid bare before Chuan's eyes. "Do you remember what I said before?" Chuan's words echoed like a devil's whisper, lingering in the Faceless One's ears. "I remember. I shall be direct. I aspire to become the deputy commander and seek your assistance. Are you to assist in dealing with Black Widow?" The visage of Black Widow surfaced in the mind of the chameleon, and among the crew aboard this warship. She alone possesses the capability to vie for the position of deputy commander. Chuan shook his head, clarifying, "No, the assistance I speak of entails your collaboration with me." Upon hearing this, Chameleon displayed a troubled expression. After all, Red Spider had treated her quite well. With Red Spider now bedridden, would it be excessively harsh to abandon her? Observing her reaction, Chuan continued, "The Decepticons operate on a principle of survival of the fittest. With Red Spider's power waning, Megatron may not tolerate her for much longer. Contemplate your choice. Will you join me on the path to a luminous future, or will you descend into the abyss alongside Red Spider?" The next morning, the courtyard indeed buzzed with more activity than usual. Lan Xiaonyang's chief maid, Cui Shi, led the new maids, all awaiting her arrival. Yu Changning had intended to linger in bed a while longer, but the commotion outside made it impossible for her to do so. Reluctantly, she rose to prepare herself. As she sleepily opened her door, she was greeted by a group of young ladies, all clad in tidy attire, standing demurely at her threshold. The matron, upon seeing her emerge, hurried towards her with a beaming smile, saying, "Greetings to the fifth miss. Please come and take a look. These maids are fresh to our household. Each comes from a respectable background and are quite capable, so you may command them without concern." Yu Changning scanned the group of young women. They all appeared quite youthful. She circled around them and eventually halted before two sisters at the rear. The pair seemed to be twins, strikingly similar in appearance. One was slightly taller, likely the elder, while the other, a bit plump, bore a small beauty mark beneath her right eye. "How old are you both?" Yu Changning inquired gently. "We are both 15 years old," the twins replied, bowing respectfully. 15, she mused, a tad older than preferred for nurturing. As Yu Changning scrutinized them, her brow involuntarily furrowed. Although she feared that poor training might lead to betrayal, these two girls appeared far more agreeable than the others standing in the courtyard. Given the circumstances, it was evident to her, even without much thought, that the backgrounds of these maids were not as pristine as the matron had claimed. Moreover, since Shui she remained close to Lan Xiaonyang, it was clear that today the courtyard would inevitably welcome some unsavory characters. "I shall bestow names upon you both, allowing you to remain in my service as first-class maids. Would you accept?" Regardless of the origins of the two young maidens she has taken a liking to, she must endeavor to utilize them to her advantage. If she cannot even sway these two, what prospect does she have of contending with the royal family of Baoyong in the future? The young maidens were somewhat taken aback, yet they were also puzzled as to why, amidst so many individuals in the courtyard, they were singled out for such attention. "We are willing. Please bestow upon us names. You are siblings, are you not? Henceforth, I shall call you Dan Yun," she addressed the taller sister, and then turned to the slightly plumper younger sister. "You shall be named Daniel." After pronouncing their names, she cast a glance at Cui Shi, saying, "Cui Shi, you are a person of discernment, accustomed to the company of our mistress. I find these two maidens to my liking, so I shall appoint them as first-class maidservants. Kindly assist me in selecting a few who are capable to serve as second- and third-class attendants." Cui Shi paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, promptly selecting several competent-looking maidens to remain, while the rest were taken away by Yabao. The maidens chosen by Cui Shi indeed appeared promising. However, it must be noted that their striking beauty suggested they might not possess the diligence required for hard work. Yet, Yu Changning remained silent on this observation, her countenance still radiant with a smile. After Cui Shi briefed the selected maidens, she turned to Yu Changning, stating, "Fifth Miss, these maidens are quite capable. You may entrust all your affairs to them, and they shall ensure excellence in their execution. I truly appreciate your assistance today, and please extend my gratitude to our mistress." She gestured to Sun Dong, who understood and retrieved a silver ingot from her sleeve, handing it to Cui Shi. Cui Shi accepted the coin, her smile widening as she expressed her thanks profusely before departing from Wu Yuan with satisfaction. Once the outsiders had left, Yu Changning instructed Yun Xiang to close the courtyard gate. She surveyed the newly selected maidens standing in a row before her, her gaze sharp and penetrating, as if she could see through the murk of their innermost thoughts. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Now that you have entered Wu Yuan, it is imperative that you conduct yourselves properly and attend to your duties. A harmonious coexistence will ensure tranquility for us all. I'm not particularly adept at managing affairs, so I trust you will exercise patience with me in the days to come. She addressed them with a gentle smile. The others remained silent. Aside from Dan Yun and Dan Yu, who listened attentively, the rest harbored a sense of disdain for this illegitimate fifth miss from the very beginning. Only Miss Lan's kindness seemed to extend towards this illegitimate daughter. Yu Changning understood that speaking harshly to them today would likely yield little effect. Those who were inclined to serve her original persona would not be swayed by mere words. Thus, it would become necessary to employ a more stringent approach to ensure compliance. For the principle of first courtesy, then force applies here. Sun Dong instructed Yun Xiang and Chui Zhu to lead the others to their tasks, while Dan Yun and Dan Yu, being the first-class maidservants chosen by Yu Changning, naturally remained by her side. Chui Shi returned to the Chiyoya courtyard, where Miss Lan was languidly reclining on the imperial concubine couch, toying with a glass bead. "You have returned," she remarked, lifting her eyelids to glance at her. Chui Shi bowed to Lan Xianyang, assuring her that their people had already been arranged in the Wu courtyard. Those young ladies were adept at creating disturbances, and now that they had gone to the Wu courtyard, it had alleviated much of their troubles. It would also bring some liveliness to Qi Yuntang's place. However, there was a hint of regret. Chui, she shook her head, noting that the first-rate maid in her courtyard was not one of theirs. She had chosen her herself, and it was uncertain whether she had been sent by Lady Wei. Lan Xianyang raised an eyebrow, aware of the matters concerning the master from years past, which made the master's current favorable treatment of Qi Yuntang seem justifiable, although she had always regarded Qi Yuntang's mother as a thorn in her heart. Bai Ji had not actually threatened her position in the second room, or in the master's heart over the years. Thus, she had not placed much importance on the two of them. As for Lady Wei's fixation on Qi Yuntang, it was shrouded in too many complexities. It was better to observe the conflict as a spectator, allowing the two parties to exhaust themselves while she reaped the benefits. Let those young ladies keep a close watch on Qi Yuntang. Not a single movement of hers should go unnoticed. Lan Xianyang, with her crimson-painted nails and the shimmering glass beads on her hands, exuded an enchanting allure, the sunlight reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors from the beads. Leaning languidly against the couch, her posture was seductive, and her expression bore a unique charm of weariness. Yesterday, Yu Changning had requested several local chronicles regarding northern Liang and its neighboring states from Qi Heyun. She had always preferred solitude, disliking disturbances while reading, so she did not allow Sun Dong and Dan Yun to attend her. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Dong quietly slipped out through the back door of the Qi residence. Opposite the back door of the Qi residence was the side gate of the Xie residence, where the steward, Dong Lin, had been waiting. Upon seeing Sun Dong emerge, he softly called her over and opened the gate for her to enter the Xie residence. "The eldest young master has been waiting for you at the estate these past few days. Why have you only just arrived?" Dong Lin guided Sun Dong towards the Fu Hung courtyard. Along the way, they encountered several servants from the Xie residence, but they all discreetly lowered their heads. Pretending not to see Sun Dong, she sighed, explaining that she had been too busy lately. If she had gone out earlier, it might have raised the mistress's suspicions. "The Yu family's maid is rather precocious," she remarked. Dong Lin shook his head, recalling that he had seen her father and brothers not long ago. While her father needed no further mention, her two brothers, had it not been for this unexpected calamity, might have become extraordinary figures in northern Liang. It was truly unfortunate that they had come to face such imperial misfortune. As they conversed, they unexpectedly encountered a group of young gentlemen adorned in brocade hats and sable fur. At the forefront was a young master, seemingly around 14 or 15 years old. Though slightly plump, upon closer inspection, his features were exceptionally handsome, his brows and eyes radiating a remarkable vigor. Dressed in a crimson silk robe with arrow sleeves and donning dark green deer-hide boots adorned with cloud patterns. He wore a long tassel at his waist and a jade-inlaid longevity lock around his neck. His appearance was striking, with bright eyes and a fair complexion. Yet his face bore a youthful, nonchalant arrogance. Dong Lin and Sun Dong exchanged glances, silently lamenting their misfortune. It appeared they had not chosen an auspicious day to venture out, for they had encountered this formidable presence whom everyone wished to avoid. Ah, is that not the steward of the esteemed elder by his side, Dong Lin? I had not seen my good brother around lately. The young master, upon catching sight of Dong Lin from afar, approached him and, raising an eyebrow, spoke. Dong Lin, feeling a flush of embarrassment, wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Forcing a smile as he replied, "The eldest young master has been occupied at the Fuhong courtyard. It is only natural that you have not seen him." The young master scoffed, casting a haughty glance at Dong Lin. "Do you think I yearn to see him?" Dong Lin dared not utter a word, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. He silently wished that this ancestral figure would cease his relentless pursuit. Chapter 37. The Mecha Special Operations Team, while Hui Che was engaged in his mission. The Black Widow was also on the move. However, her operational scope appeared rather limited in contrast to Huiche's swift and precise advances. Utilizing her reputation within the Decepticon ranks, she swiftly garnered a small faction of Decepticons. But in the grand scheme, this group was negligible compared to the entirety of the Decepticon forces. Both parties were under the watchful eyes of Soundwave, who would relay all gathered intelligence directly to Megatron. Upon observing the developments, Megatron's interest in Hui Che intensified. How intriguing, he mused. It was he who piloted the Autobot ship through the space bridge, the destination being Cybertron, where he was but a civilian. No sooner had Megatron spoken than the curved screen of Soundwave displayed information regarding Hui Che. The details were scant, not significantly deviating from the basic profiles of ordinary Cybertronians. After a cursory glance, Megatron abandoned the pursuit of Huiche's identity. After all, if even Soundwave could uncover only this much, it was unlikely that Hui Che was an Autobot. If the Autobots truly possessed the means to deceive Soundwave, the Decepticons would have long since met their demise. It is essential to note that Soundwave's limited findings were chiefly due to the catastrophic Cybertronian War, an unprecedented conflict that drained Cybertron of vitality, resulting in the loss of vast amounts of information and even technological regress. In a vast cosmos, among numerous Cybertronians, only the Decepticons still wielded advanced Cybertronian technology, particularly that of the space bridge. Just as the Black Widow had attracted a handful of Decepticon soldiers, she chanced upon Hui Che. Following closely behind him were three individuals, Shiwa, Jidao, and Sihua. The Black Widow was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this newcomer, Hui Che, possessed such formidable capabilities to command these individuals. It seemed that her quest for vengeance would require meticulous planning. Hui Che was acutely aware of the Black Widow's animosity, yet he remained unfazed. His focus lay on the Black Arachnia. Megatron had not reclaimed the dark energon core that Black Arachnia had extracted from his chest. She would undoubtedly seize an opportunity to utilize this powerful core. In the original narrative, following the demise of Thundercracker, Black Arachnia exploited this dark energon to resurrect him, aiming to possess a fierce warrior like Thundercracker. At present, the formidable Thundercracker remains alive, and the Red Spider finds himself devoid of any worthy candidates for resurrection. The fallen Decepticon warriors and Autobot soldiers on Earth are simply not deserving of the singular and potent dark energy at his disposal. Consequently, the Red Spider's decision is to remain idle. For 2 to 3 consecutive days, he obediently stayed in the medical bay to recuperate, and his subtle demeanor even gave rise to unfounded rumors aboard the warship that he had been vanquished by Lord Megatron. Meanwhile, Grey Clear was not idle. His previous words had successfully garnered the allegiance of both the Faceless and the Downfall. However, Grey Clear did not insist that they sever ties with the Red Spider. Instead, he simply wished for the status quo to persist. Additionally, he requested the Downfall to arrange a surgical procedure for him, one aimed at rejuvenation and enhancement. Indeed, previously on Cybertron, Shockwave had conducted treatments on Grey Clear, but due to equipment limitations, he bore numerous signs of patchwork. Now, aboard the Decepticon warship, with ample resources and complete components at his disposal, he intended to undergo thorough treatment and simultaneously upgrade his arsenal. His battle blades and pulse rifles, originally crafted by the Autobots, were to be replaced with superior Decepticon gear. The prior delay in upgrading was due to his insufficient authority. But now the entire Decepticon faction recognized him as a promising candidate for the position of deputy commander. With the support of the Downfall, Greyclear would finally acquire the finest equipment. The Downfall also recommended a plethora of aesthetically pleasing weaponry, all of which Greyclear declined. He required no extravagant weaponry. Only 2 reasonably powerful pulse rifles and 2 resilient, sharp battle blades would suffice. The surgery commenced promptly, as the Downfall replaced Greyclear's weaponry. He enlisted the assistance of the Deadfire to polish them. Upon completion of the procedure, Greyclear extolled the polishing skills of Deadfire, proclaiming their partnership to be one of utmost synergy, which delighted both the Downfall and Deadfire. The astute Red Spider perceived their actions and inquired about their whereabouts. Yet the Downfall and Deadfire offered no elaboration, exhibiting a demeanor vastly different from before. This left the Red Spider seething with frustration, attributing it all to the return of Megatron. He lamented that he should have acted more decisively in the past. Had he done so, the current predicament could have been averted. Yet, regret was futile. The Red Spider recognized that his influence was gradually waning, and to reclaim his former standing, he required sufficient power. He possessed a singular opportunity to harness such power, the dark energy. This trump card must be utilized at the most critical juncture. Until then, it must remain concealed. He envisioned a future where he would unveil this secret, leaving Megatron utterly astonished. The Red Spider found himself lost in a reverie, imagining the moment he would summon a legion of the undead. During this period, Greychay's activity level was exceedingly high as he sought out Tianjun, Shiyu, and Ji Dao, while also attempting to persuade the enigmatic Qian Mianke. Indeed, despite Greychay having laid everything bare, Qian Mianke insisted on taking time to consider the matter. Greychay remained unperturbed, having discerned that Qian Mianke was filled with uncertainty about the future, stemming from the recent violent confrontation between Hong Zhizhu and Wei Jin-Tian. Should one maintain the status quo or embrace change? In Chapter 38, titled Mecha Special Operations Team, an encounter occurs in a desolate urban area. Sihua, observing a similarly built green Cybertronian before him, felt an eagerness as he approached. It seemed that fortune favored Sihua today. Guban, with a malevolent tone, remarked before charging at Sihua. Unfazed, Sihua raised his hands, and the two engaged in a contest of strength, neither yielding an inch as they grappled fiercely. Suddenly, Sihua jested, "Where is your human little follower? Once I have you figured out, should I pay her a visit?" This remark provoked Guban's ire, prompting him to exert his strength, seize Sihua, and leap forward, slamming Sihua heavily to the ground. Yet, such damage was trivial for the steel-bodied Cybertronians. Observing Guban's agitation, Sihua quipped, "It appears the big guy has quite a sensitive side." This further incited Guban, who rose and transformed his right hand into a hammer, swinging it fiercely towards Sihua's head. Sihua adeptly dodged, quickly regaining his stance and countering with a blow that sent Guban flying. Struck on the head, Guban found himself momentarily disoriented, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. "It seems this is our final gathering. Farewell," Sihua declared, raising his hammer high before descending it upon Guban. In an unexpected turn, a sudden electric shock struck Sihua, causing him to cry out in pain before succumbing to unconsciousness. Guban, too, soon fell into a stupor, though, in his fading consciousness, he faintly heard the whirring of helicopter rotors. As Guban lost all awareness, dozens of helicopters descended, and hundreds of fully armed humans disembarked. Among them stood a man with two prominent scars on his face, one on the left side of his forehead and the other on his nose, his stern demeanor exuding authority. He lacked any visible weaponry, carrying only a radio, clearly indicating his role as the leader of this armed force. After surveying the scene, a soldier rushed to his side, reporting, "Commander, our equipment can only transport one of them." Without hesitation, the scarred man made his decision, the one who wins. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers immediately commenced their task, swiftly carrying Sihua away. Due to concerns regarding potential mishaps during transportation, they resolved to establish a temporary base nearby, where they would dismantle the entity known as Deadfire into fragments, subsequently transporting these pieces discreetly to other locations. This makeshift base was constructed within an abandoned tunnel in the vicinity. Upon regaining consciousness, Deadfire found himself lying in the center of a tunnel. his limbs securely restrained by steel, rendering him powerless and unable to escape. "Who are you filthy meatbags?" he bellowed in fury, filled with utter disdain for the humans surrounding him. Had he possessed the ability to move, he would have transformed his hammer and crushed each of them into a pulpy mass. Yet, none of the humans appeared fearful to them. This Cybertronian was merely a subdued extraterrestrial being. The commander of this group, a man with 2 scars etched on his face, stepped forward and introduced himself. "We are the Mecha Special Operations Team. Greetings, I am Silas." Recognizing him as the leader, Deadfire continued to rage. Oblivious to his dire situation, "Release me, and I shall spare your life." Silas promptly declined. "That is not an option. To us, you are an invaluable treasure." At this, Deadfire erupted in laughter. Megatron would never pay a ransom. Silas smirked. "Oh, you seem to misunderstand. We do not seek a ransom. We desire every nail and rivet of yours. To put it plainly, we intend to dismember you, transforming you into true Deadfire. Furthermore, I will utilize the technology gleaned from you to develop new weaponry. Is that so?" A sudden, resonant voice echoed through the tunnel, reverberating hauntingly. Silas was taken aback, and the other soldiers immediately raised their firearms, aiming into the darkness ahead. Pulses of purple light flickered in the shadows, revealing the imposing steel forms of their adversaries. Silas glanced behind and realized they were surrounded by the Decepticons. Turning back, he beheld a towering gray Cybertronian, even larger than the Decepticon soldiers, none other than the formidable Grimlock. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Agent Fuller had been apprised of the unfolding situation and conveyed his findings to the Autobots. The Kamchatka Peninsula in eastern Russia, devastated by a volcanic eruption 2 decades ago, has become a wasteland. Intelligence indicates that the Mecha Special Operations Team is active there. Upon hearing this, Mika immediately recalled the group that had previously attempted to seize the nuclear core, exclaiming, "Could it be those technological fanatics?" Ratchet nodded. "They are among the few who know of our presence on Earth. They will undoubtedly keep a close watch on us. What do they want with Deadfire? What concern is it of ours?" The group exchanged words, clearly disinterested in the matter. Whether Deadfire lived or died held no significance for them. However, Optimus Prime spoke with a solemn expression. "Ambulance, restart the last coordinates of the land bridge. We must rescue the lifeless fire." "What? Optimus, you must be jesting." The others looked astonished, and the Partition, harboring animosity towards the lifeless fire, directly retorted, "What concern is his life or death to us? Let the Decepticons save him." Optimus replied, "Megatron is not the type to expend effort on saving a comrade." RC, possessing a keen emotional insight, immediately understood that Optimus had made his decision. "Very well. But the lifeless fire is, after all, our adversary." Optimus replied sternly, "Sometimes one must set aside personal grievances for the greater good." "What do you mean by that? Do you expect him to be grateful and have a change of heart?" The Partition was bewildered, his reaction stronger than the others, driven not only by his disdain for the Decepticons, but also for the lifeless fire. Optimus remained unfazed by the Partition's emotions and continued, "The likelihood of the Decepticons experiencing a change of heart is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, we can still attempt it." Upon hearing this, the Partition finally grasped that Optimus was resolute, and he scoffed, "What a futile endeavor." Optimus stated, "I do this to protect humanity. The Mech Special Operations Team poses a significant threat." Agent Fowler readily concurred. Optimus is right. The Mech Special Operations Team will stop at nothing for advanced technology. Optimus elaborated, in other words, "We cannot allow the biotechnology of Cybertron to fall into their hands." After a series of explanations from Optimus, the Partition finally comprehended why Optimus chose to rescue the lifeless fire. Yet, he still shook his head. "I'm sorry, Optimus. I cannot go to save the lifeless fire." "I support your decision." As soon as Optimus finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. After all, they had believed he was instructing the Partition to rescue the lifeless fire. But that was far from the truth. Your grudge against the lifeless fire will cloud your judgment, potentially jeopardizing the entire mission. Given that the Mech Special Operations Team may have already harmed the lifeless fire, we need a medic in our ranks, not a warrior. Optimus, RC, Flyover Mountain, Bumblebee, Hook. An ambulance immediately set off. The Partition watched them traverse the land bridge, unsure of what to say, and thus fell silent. Once they had departed, The partition turned to the somewhat disheartened Mickey and suggested, "Shall we watch Monster Battle?" "All right," Mickey replied weakly. "Oh, I want to join too," Agent Fowler chimed in, having become somewhat more animated since being shocked by Red Spider. Perhaps the electricity had affected his mental faculties. To lighten the mood, the partition dimmed the lights in the base, then turned on the television to play Monster Battle. The narrative of a monstrous battle unfolds as titanic creatures, far larger than skyscrapers, engage in fierce combat. Amidst this chaos, Meichi remains despondent, while Agent Fuller succumbs to slumber on the couch. As the story reaches a climactic juncture, the partition remarks on Meichi's persistent gloom, exclaiming, "The mutated giant lizard is clashing with 5 apes. You are about to miss the grand showdown." However, rather than a simple battle between a mutated giant lizard and 5 apes, one could liken it to Godzilla facing 5 King Kongs, a spectacle beyond description. Yet, Meichi seems unfazed by this. She finally rises, declaring loudly, "No, it is you who will miss the grand showdown. The issue lies in the fact that Deathfire is your arch-nemesis. He is neither Optimus Prime nor part of the Mech Special Forces." The partition sighs, "Meichi, you cannot comprehend. My entanglement with Deathfire runs deep. You are unaware of his past deeds, and thus, I cannot save him, now or ever." Meichi, seemingly exasperated, spreads her hands and states, "Partition, no one is asking you to make peace with him. You must defeat him yourself." The partition furrows his brow. "What?" Meichi continues, "If you do not rescue him, you will lose your chance." Hearing this, the partition casts a glance towards the land bridge, hesitating momentarily, but after a struggle, he resolves his decision. Indeed, Deathfire must not perish at the hands of another. He must die by his own hand. The partition promptly activates the land bridge. Upon traversing the swirling vortex of blue and white, he gazes in a direction only to be met with a blinding flash of fire. Boom. The group number is 7526099272. Named the Decepticon Battleship. Interested readers may join. Chapter 39, Decepticon Technology. You're called Silas, correct? You possess quite the audacity to lay hands on our Decepticons. Huichai stands before Silas, reflecting suddenly on his previous life. In his former existence, he too was human, a carbon-based life form, flesh and blood. In this life, he is a Cybertronian, a silicon-based entity, a being of steel. Now, observing humanity, they appear so insignificant. With but a gentle squeeze, he could extinguish their lives. Huichai feels a sense of melancholy, while the other Decepticons genuinely desire to crush these humans. He keenly perceives the emotions of the gathered Decepticons and is not surprised. After all, from a different perspective, if a swarm of ants were to tear apart a human in front of other humans, what would their thoughts be? Undoubtedly, such actions would violate the dignity of an entire species, utterly unforgivable. Yet, none of the Decepticons act, for their leader is Huichai. Silas has also grasped the situation, and now everyone awaits Huichai's command. Huichai frowns. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and release Deathfire." Only then do the nearby Decepticon soldiers step forward, tearing apart the iron shackles binding Deathfire's limbs. Free from restraint, Deathfire stands and immediately transforms his right hand into a hammer, preparing to strike Silas. "Stop!" Huichai commands, halting Deathfire. "Why?" The moment Deathfire ceased his actions, he turned to Great Shay, his eyes brimming with confusion. Why was he being prevented from crushing this group of humans? Great Shay smiled faintly and replied, "To simply kill them would be far too merciful. It is time for humanity to experience the might of the Decepticon technology." Upon hearing this, Silas instantly sensed the impending danger. Just as he attempted to flee, the tunnel's entrance was abruptly blocked by a Decepticon's hand. Great Shay continued, "However, before we proceed, I wish to inquire if you have installed any explosives in the vicinity. Do not attempt to play coy with me. Otherwise, you will swiftly become nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Be truthful, and you may yet have a chance at survival." Silas hesitated before confessing. "We had previously set explosives at the location where Deathfire was to confront the barriers, intending to remove one of his eyes to lure you in before detonating them. I never anticipated your arrival would be so swift, nor that you would breach this place so directly." Upon hearing this, Deathfire let out a furious growl. Thankfully, Great Shay had arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have indeed lost an eye. The mere thought of becoming a one-eyed monstrosity fueled Deadfire's burgeoning rage. Greychay glanced at Deadfire and suggested, "Let's wait a moment for Knockout and the Faceless One to join us." Deadfire, albeit puzzled, managed to temper his anger at the prospect of Knockout's arrival. Time trickled by, and Silas, along with the other humans, began to sweat profusely, for their fates rested solely upon Greych's words. Yet, Greychay remained eerily silent, which felt to them like the calm before a storm. Soon, Knockout and the Faceless One appeared before the group, bringing with them news. "Deadfire, are you unharmed? Oh, by the way, the Autobots have arrived. I just saw Optimus and the others, along with an unfamiliar Autobot." As Knockout finished his statement, Greychay instantly recognized the identity of the unfamiliar Autobot. It was Ratchet, the Autobot's primary medic, who rarely undertook missions and thus seldom appeared in the direct line of Decepticon's sight. It was understandable that Knockout did not recognize him. Greychay inquired, "Where is the item I requested?" Knockout grinned and opened his palm. "It is all right here. I fail to understand why you required me to procure such trivial items." In Knockout's hand lay several small objects resembling bottle caps, which, to humans, were akin to tiny basins. Greychay accepted these small basins from Knockout and turned to Silas, commanding, "Detonate the explosives you have set." Immediately, Silas seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, and without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to trigger the explosives. They pressed a button, and a faint tremor reverberated through the air, indicating the detonation had occurred. Greychay continued, "Excellent. Now remove your skin, but only the upper half will suffice. Be swift." Silas first removed his shirt, revealing a series of scars on his chest, some of which had faded to leave only the faintest traces. Greychay produced a small device and affixed it to Silas's chest. A shiver coursed through Silas's body, accompanied by a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Yet he became acutely aware that the device on his chest had extended iron spikes that penetrated his flesh. Greychay methodically applied these devices to the chests of each member of the Mecha Special Forces. "Do not fear, as long as you comply. These devices pose no threat to your lives. However, should I detect even the slightest act of defiance, I cannot guarantee whether you will meet your end by electrocution or explosion." Greych's words resonated deeply within the minds of the Mecha Special Forces, who realized that the object on their chest was not only a monitor, but also a bomb. Silas harbored no fear. After all, a bomb crafted by technology could be removed. Greychay, as if perceiving Silas's thoughts, smiled and remarked, "Do not attempt to dismantle it, unless you believe human technology has surpassed ours." Upon finishing his statement, Greychay immediately summoned the land bridge. As the swirling vortex of blue and white reappeared, Silas's eyes brimmed with shock and curiosity. "Let us proceed," Greychay declared, leading the way into the land bridge, followed closely by the others. Deathfire let out a disdainful snort. Although he bore resentment towards these humans, it appeared that Greychay intended to utilize them, having even equipped them with bombs, which made Deathfire feel somewhat better. He had little interest in how Greychay planned to use these humans. His only concern was that Greychay had had him create these small devices, which had consumed some of his time and effort. The chameleon, somewhat bewildered, had anticipated a fierce gunfight with these audacious humans, only to find himself accompanying Deathfire on this brief excursion before departing again. Once all the Decepticons had vanished into the tunnel, Silas fixated on the spot where the blue and white vortex had dissipated, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Just then, Greych's voice suddenly echoed. "The Autobots are coming. Shouldn't we retreat?" Greych's words sent a shiver down everyone's spine, particularly Silas, who finally realized that the device on his chest also had a communication function. Reflecting on the earlier blue and white vortex, he was struck by a profound sense of helplessness. It seemed that with current human technology, they were ill-equipped to contend with these extraterrestrial visitors. "Retreat," Silas commanded furiously, feeling powerless yet resolute, for the Mecha Special Forces must continue to pursue advanced technology, even at the cost of their lives. For in the wars of the future, only those who wield advanced technology stand a chance of victory. Chapter 40. What foolish caution. Upon returning to the battleship, Greychay began to contemplate the situation regarding the Autobots. On the side of the Autobots, they must have already detected the traces of the Decepticons and the Mech Special Operations Team's actions. As for any casualties on the Autobot side, it is evident that there are none. The Autobots located the bomb thanks to Deadlock's keen eyesight, now that Deadlock's eyes remain intact. The Autobots would naturally avoid stepping in harm's way. Even if they were to be caught in an explosion, the meager power of the bomb would not be sufficient to annihilate the Autobots, at most inflicting a few superficial injuries. Optimus Prime and his companions found themselves perplexed, as they had not anticipated that the Decepticons would rescue one of their own, and to do so with such alacrity. Optimus immediately thought of Grayshade, as he was familiar with all the Decepticons, yet knew nothing about this new addition. If there had been a shift within the Decepticons, the root must surely lie with Grayshade. When Optimus shared his speculation with the other Autobots, they all expressed their agreement. However, despite their extensive discussions, they accomplished little, as they had not achieved their objective. In contrast, Grayshade succeeded. Due to his intervention, Deadlock was spared from the potential fate of being attacked by his adversary. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, for in the original narrative, Deadlock had become hesitant in confronting the Autobots due to Grayshade's assistance, losing his capability to handle two opponents simultaneously. Now, having been rescued by Grayshade, he had joined forces with him, thereby solidifying Grayshade's position within the Decepticons. More crucially, the entangled relationship between Grayshade and Deadlock served merely as a subplot, not affecting the core narrative. With Deadlock's issue resolved, the focus shifted to Black Widow. In Megatron's eyes, Black Widow was also a formidable contender for the deputy commander position. Although Grayshade had many redeeming qualities, they were not yet sufficient for Megatron to make a definitive decision. Grayshade remained unhurried. He need not exert excessive effort, merely orchestrate a situation that would lead to Black Widow's downfall. How could he ensure Black Widow's failure? The answer was simple. He merely needed to rearrange the original plot. Due to Grayshade's influence, Black Widow had boarded the Decepticon warship prematurely. If Grayshade took no action, the scene of her duel with RC under the moonlight would naturally dissipate. Now, Grayshade aimed to recreate that moment, utilizing this event to achieve two primary objectives. First, to deepen his relationship with Sheath. Second, to ensure that the news of Black Widow's defeat spread throughout the entire Decepticon warship. To accomplish these goals, Grayshade needed to undertake just two tasks. He promptly sought out Black Widow. Upon encountering Grayshade, Black Widow playfully teased, "Ah, if it isn't the illustrious Grayshade. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be courting Deadlock and his followers instead?" Grayshade smiled and responded, "Black Widow, since you're already aware of my esteemed reputation, you must also recognize that my time is quite valuable. I have no leisure for idle chatter. I require but one answer from you. Do you still wish to reminisce about RC and her human companion?" As soon as Grayshade's words fell, Black Widow's expression instantly turned grave. She coldly inquired, "What do you mean?" Unfazed, Grayshade replied, "The individuals responsible for capturing those Deadfire humans belong to an organization known as the Mech Special Operations Team. Although their strength may not rival that of the Decepticons, locating a human is a trivial endeavor for them, considering they are humans themselves. My suggestion is that you seek out this organization and enlist their assistance in finding a human by the name of Jack. In doing so, you might also locate RC." He continued, "I mention this after careful consideration, as Lord Megatron would prefer not to squander resources on your personal vendetta with RC. I believe this to be a viable solution. What do you think?" Upon hearing Grayshade's proposal, Black Widow suddenly revealed a charming smile. She regarded him and asked, "And what is it you desire?" Grayshade coldly responded, "I seek the position of the Decepticons' deputy commander. With you around, it would complicate matters. So I believe a straightforward approach is best." With a chuckle, Black Widow abruptly turned and departed, leaving behind a single remark, "I will consider it." As Grayshade observed her retreating figure, he understood that Black Widow was already eager to act. Having positioned herself, it was now time for Shadow Moon. Grayshade approached her directly, startling her with his opening line. "Shadow Moon, do you wish to possess RC?" Shocked, Shadow Moon pondered the implications of Graysh's words. Although he harbored feelings for RC, he was not so blinded by affection as to lose sight of reality. He understood the nature of their circumstances. He was a Decepticon, while RC was an Autobot. They were inherently adversarial. Shadow Moon aspired to ascend the ranks to a position of sufficient authority, enabling him to safeguard RC after the Autobots' defeat. Thus, in Shadow Moon's vision, any potential union with RC would only occur post-conflict. Yet, Grayshade's sudden pronouncement left him bewildered. Noting Shadow Moon's look of confusion, Grayshade casually remarked, "You should be aware that RC has a history with Black Widow." Shadow Moon nodded and resolutely declared, I know this. I will not allow her to harm RC. Greyche smiled approvingly. Precisely. You now have an opportunity. What opportunity? Shadow Moon queried, still perplexed. However, upon hearing Greyche recount his previous exchange with Black Widow, Shadow Moon's initial reaction was not one of joy concerning RC, but rather a sense of trepidation at Greyche's cunning. Though Shadow Moon might act foolishly out of affection for RC, his instincts were remarkably sharp, which had propelled him swiftly to the position of search team leader after Thunder's departure. His acute awareness played a significant role in his ascent. Greyche was well aware of Shadow Moon's keen perception, yet he still chose to unveil his machinations before him, because he understood that Shi Wei was an astute individual, well-versed in the art of discernment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Wei realized that he and Huiche were indeed allies, sharing the same boat. Rather than succumb to fear and anxiety, it would be more prudent to relish the advantages that Huiche had to offer. After all, although Huiche was calculating, he had never inflicted harm upon Shi Wei, had he? At present, the pressing concern was the Black Widow who sought to harm Arsai. Yet, Shi Wei had the opportunity to save Arsai. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Shi Wei. For the sake of their future, he would have to sacrifice the Black Widow. In the Autobot base, Skyhook jested to Flying Mountain, you have fallen out of favor. This time, however, the loquacious Flying Mountain found himself at a loss for words. His expression clouded with gloom. Since the arrival of the human known as Jack Darby, he sensed a decline in his interactions with Arsai. Nonetheless, Flying Mountain bore no animosity towards Jack. He merely teased him occasionally in Arsai's presence. Suddenly, Ambulin approached them with an impassive demeanor, stating, if you two have nothing better to do, why not investigate this faint super-energy pulse signal? It is so weak that the Decepticons would likely overlook such a meager source of energy. You may extract the super-energy without any reservations. Without waiting for their ascent, Ambulin turned and activated the land bridge. Flying Mountain was the first to stride towards the bridge, expressing his discontent as he walked. If only the Decepticons would show up now, I could vent all my frustrations on them. Skyhook, trailing beside him, stiffened at this remark. You should tread carefully. When the Decepticons appear, had it not been for me, you would have been reduced to scrap metal by that super-energy mine. Recently, you nearly became a desiccated corpse at the hands of that fellow Huiche. Flying Mountain waved his hand dismissively. I was cautious enough. Who would have known that during my last mission with Arsai and Jack, we would encounter the Decepticons? It seems that fate conspires for me to clash with them. Skyhook rolled his eyes. Cautious, you say? Chapter 41. Cautious Skyhook. Jack Darby, one of the few humans aware of the Autobots on Earth, had forged a profound bond with Arsai, an Autobot. Each day, he would ride Arsai to and from school, engaging in lively conversation during their journeys. However, his frequent visits to the Autobot base had led to a disruption in his daily routine. Then, trouble ensued. Jean Darby, Jack's mother, had recently discovered that Jack often neglected to return home after school. Furthermore, Jack's art history teacher had sent her an email, succinctly stating that Jack was perpetually sleeping in class. The crux of the matter was that due to Jack's previous street racing exploits with Vince, coupled with his participation in a circuit race with Skyhook, rumors regarding Jack's reckless driving began to circulate. These whispers, transmitted from person to person, eventually reached Jin's ears. Inevitably, Xiaojin found herself contemplating the possibility that Jack's frequent disappearances were likely due to his involvement in reckless street racing with those morally bankrupt individuals. It is worth noting that Jack's school harbors many unsavory characters, with Vince and Logan being the most conspicuous examples. Working in the emergency room, Xiaojin had witnessed the horrific aftermaths of accidents involving such racers. The mere thought of her son potentially ending up in a similarly grotesque state sent shivers down her spine. However, a flicker of realization dawned upon her. Perhaps Jack was not racing at all, and her fears were nothing more than a product of her own imagination. Rather than indulging in such anxious ruminations, it would be far more prudent to confront her son directly. Thus, that afternoon, Xiaojin left work early, intent on having a heart-to-heart conversation with Jack. Yet, as time slipped away and darkness enveloped the sky, Jack remained absent. Worry began to gnaw at her. Could it be that he truly had gone racing with those delinquent youths? Xiaojin contemplated making a phone call, but after a moment's reflection, she realized that even if she did, Jack would likely not speak the truth. Consequently, she decided to wait for him in the garage, a space she typically would have been asleep in at this hour. As the night deepened, though she did not hear the familiar sound of a motorcycle, she did catch snippets of Jack's voice, as if he were engaged in conversation with someone. The voice drew nearer. "My mom has trouble sleeping, and I feel she wouldn't understand." At this, Xiaojin's expression turned grave. She fixed her gaze on the roll-up door as it opened, demanding, "Understand what, Jack?" Jack was momentarily taken aback, turning to face her with evident surprise, clearly not expecting his mother to be waiting for him in the garage. Witnessing his astonishment pierced Xiaojin's heart. Had she not been there, how much longer would Jack have continued to conceal the truth from her? This thought fortified her resolve, and she stared intently at Jack, stating firmly, "This is the third time you have ventured out during your grounding. Your boss called to inquire why you didn't go to work, and your art history teacher emailed me to say you often sleep in class." Jack immediately grew flustered, stammering in his defense, "It was just once or twice, not often, Mom." Xiaojin pressed on, "Tell me the rumors are false. Tell me you have not been racing with anyone out there." "Absolutely not," Jack vehemently denied, though he had indeed raced before, always with a car present, leading him to believe that there was no real danger. Suddenly realizing a discrepancy, he asked, "Wait, Mom, where did you hear this?" "Small towns have a way of spreading news quickly," Xiaojin replied, her demeanor reverting to seriousness. "Jack, I work in the emergency room. I have seen the consequences of racing. I beg you, please tell me you are not associating with those bad influences." Jack quickly asserted, "I absolutely am not, Mom. I promise, my friends are good people." Although Jack professed his intentions, little Jane remained unconvinced. More significantly, she harbored a suspicion that Jack was being deceitful. Her gaze abruptly shifted to the blue motorcycle behind him, and she declared, "I allowed you to ride the motorcycle because you claimed you were mature enough, but it seems otherwise." "All right, enough, Mom. I get your point," Jack retorted, his impatience evident as he pushed the motorcycle towards the garage. However, just then, little Jane stepped in front of him. "Let us observe in the coming weeks, devoid of motorcycle distractions, whether you will demonstrate any improvement. But no buts. You're not permitted to go anywhere except for school and work. If you need to travel, you may ride a bicycle." "I am serious, Jack. Do not let me see that motorcycle leave the garage." Jack remained silent, acquiescing to his mother's wishes and resorting to cycling for the next few weeks. As for RC, Jack initially assumed she would remain in the garage, but he momentarily forgot that RC was a member of the Autobot Elite Guard, tasked with battling the Decepticons. Thus, it was implausible for her to stay confined. Fortunately, little Jane worked late every day, allowing RC to return home before her arrival. This situation soon reached the ears of Flying Mountain, who laughed unabashedly. "Ha! Banned from street racing, RC. It seems you must temper your antics. Otherwise, if you speed and inadvertently catch the attention of a camera, and it happens to be seen by Jack's mother, you'll be in serious trouble." Nearby, Skyhook chuckled, though his mirth was directed not at RC, but at Flying Mountain. "I wonder who it is that is always getting caught by tires? Unlike me, I have never received a ticket." Bumblebee chimed in with a series of Cybertronian electronic sounds, inquiring why this was so. Skyhook proudly responded, "Because those who wish to ticket me cannot possibly keep pace." Just then, the sound of an ambulance interrupted. "I have detected a pulse signal from an Energon entity. You should investigate." Reluctantly, Skyhook glanced at the ambulance. Despite the discouraging nature of its remark, they felt compelled to investigate, as Energon was the lifeblood and energy source for the Cybertronians, especially since they were in dire need of Energon resources. With Optimus and Ironhide absent, let us proceed. Skyhook, RC, Flying Mountain, and Bumblebee declared as they plunged into the swirling vortex of blue and white. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an underground cavern surrounded by blue, or what else could it be but Energon? Yet, before the Autobots could revel in their discovery, a swarm of purple Cybertronians materialized before them. Decepticons, Autobots. The two factions immediately engaged in combat, transforming to wield pulse rifles, unleashing wave after wave of energy blasts. In the dark depths of the mine, the crimson pulses of the Decepticons clashed with the azure waves of the Autobots, their brilliance flickering incessantly. After a fierce skirmish, RC suddenly received a communication request from Jack, which she promptly accepted. Upon seeing RC on the line, Jack immediately inquired, "RC, are you not in the garage?" RC swiftly concealed herself behind a rock, replying, "No, Jack, let's discuss this later." "Hightower, Overhearing RC's words boomed, "We can talk now. After all, the three of us are here and can hold our ground, right, Flyover Mountain?" Flyover Mountain, already perturbed by the situation between RC and Jack, was further irked by Hightower's provocation and retorted impatiently, "You're more chatty than I am." Jack's voice echoed again, "No, I can't. My mom is on her way home. If you don't return now, I'll be grounded for life, and you'll end up being sold as scrap by my mom." Realizing the gravity of the circumstance, RC glanced at the others and caught Hightower's reassuring gaze. Without further ado, RC transmitted, "Ambulance, I need to return." Flyover Mountain, witnessing RC enter the land bridge, wore a displeased expression and vented his frustration on the Decepticons. "Damn Decepticons, come on," he shouted, unleashing a barrage of blue beams that struck a Decepticon soldier, swiftly incapacitating him. Hightower and Bumblebee exchanged glances before engaging the Decepticons in close combat. Equipped solely with pulse guns and lacking melee blades, Hightower, Bumblebee, and Flyover Mountain relied on their fists and feet during the confrontation. Surprisingly, the typically cautious Hightower charged to the forefront, reminiscent of a general sweeping through adversaries, trampling a horde of foot soldiers beneath him. Bumblebee and Flyover Mountain followed closely, with Flyover Mountain-S attacks proving more ferocious than Bumblebee-S. The battle concluded swiftly, with the Autobots emerging victorious. Surveying the field strewn with Decepticon corpses, Flyover Mountain turned in astonishment to Hightower, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be at the forefront." Hightower chuckled. "After that prolonged gunfight, I discerned they were merely an ordinary squad. That's why I fought so fiercely. Had an elite team where that gray clear been present, I would have charged in. I would have certainly dragged you all along to flee." With the enemies vanquished, Bumblebee promptly emitted a burst of electronic music. Flyover Mountain responded, "Bumblebee is right. We must swiftly transport these energon bodies back to the base. If the Decepticons dispatch another squad, we will be in serious trouble." Without delay, the trio promptly contacted the ambulance to request the delivery of all necessary tools for extracting the energon from the mine and thus commence their labor. The Autobots, lacking any collection devices or the extensive mining crews of the Decepticons, found themselves expending considerable time merely on this modest mine. Nevertheless, while the Decepticons possessed the capacity to extract greater quantities of energon, they also had to sustain an entire battleship filled with Cybertronians, whose demand for energon was equally as pressing as that of the Autobots. As the ambulance observed the three from the aerial team transporting load after load of energon, a weight lifted from its heart, for both Autobots and Decepticons had a profound need for this precious resource. Once the aerial team had thoroughly excavated the energon mine, they began to engage in lighthearted banter during their respite. The aerial leader initiated the conversation. "Who do you think will arrive home first, RC or Jack's mother?" Flying Mountain chuckled. "Without a doubt, it will be Jack's mother." Suddenly, Bumblebee emitted a series of electronic sounds, suggesting that RC, having utilized the land bridge, would likely reach home faster than Jack's mother. After a moment's contemplation, Flying Mountain conceded that this could indeed be the case, as the land bridge could transport one to their destination in the blink of an eye, whereas Jack's mother would still need to drive. Yet Flying Mountain continued, "Who knows where Jack's mother was when Jack called RC? Perhaps she was en route home just as Jack was trying to reach her." The trio soon engaged in a spirited debate. Flying Mountain was convinced Jack's mother would arrive home first, while Bumblebee maintained the opposite. As the instigator of the discussion, the aerial leader offered thorough analyses of both outcomes. After listening for some time, the ambulance, growing impatient, interjected, "I say, can you not discuss this elsewhere? I am currently analyzing magnetic field variations." The aerial leader chuckled and waved dismissively. "Enough of that. After all this chatter, we can simply contact them to find out the result." He promptly reached out to RC, but curiously, there was no response. "What's going on?" Flying Mountain and Bumblebee cast expectant glances. RC? The aerial leader called several times, yet still received no reply. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Flying Mountain, who understood the implication and began to contact RC as well, but to no avail. "What is happening?" The group wondered in confusion, while the aerial leader stated directly, "I have an unsettling premonition. Something might be amiss." "Don't say such things," Flying Mountain instinctively countered, unwilling to entertain the idea of any misfortune befalling RC. The aerial leader replied gravely, "Regardless, we cannot dismiss this. We must ascertain what has transpired. To be prudent, let us forego the land bridge and drive to Jack's home. Chapter 42. Gray Depths. 1 against 3. The reason the trio was unable to reach RC was quite simple. Gray Depths had ordered the mech's special operations team to assist Black Widow in the operation to capture RC. To be candid, Silas was quite displeased with Gray's demeanor. However, Gray mentioned a matter of significance, asserting that if Silas possessed the capability, he could obtain the remains of RC. Upon hearing that he had a chance to acquire the corpses of the Cybertronians, Silas momentarily overlooked Gray's commanding tone and promptly expressed his willingness to assist Black Widow in apprehending RC. Black Widow swiftly made contact with the mech special operations team, and upon their convergence, they immediately commenced their search. The team managed to locate Jack's information online and traced his family's residence. They promptly proceeded to Jack's mother's hospital, abducting her, and subsequently dispatched a parcel to Jack's home. When Jack opened the package, Silas detected the device's vibration and swiftly alerted him. RC, who was beside Jack, immediately recognized Silas's voice and called out his name with an unkind tone. While Jack remained perplexed about Silas's identity, Silas bluntly revealed that he had captured Jack's mother and warned him to follow the coordinates displayed on the communicator if he wished to prevent any harm from befalling little Jenda. RC intended to contact the base, but upon attempting to do so, she was struck by a severe headache. Silas promptly clarified that his communicator could not only disrupt signals, but also interfere with brain functions, should the communication be severed or if she attempted to contact other Autobots. Ms. Jenda would face dire consequences. In truth, Silas's technological prowess had yet to reach the level he envisioned. The communicator's ability to disrupt the Cybertronian brain was primarily due to signal interference, continuously emitting electromagnetic waves that disrupted the mechanical brain's operations. Compared to Cybertronian civilization, such technology was rather rudimentary, brutal, yet effective. At the very least, with such forceful technology, Silas achieved his objective of luring RC, a Cybertronian, into a trap. With no other option, RC and Jack complied with Silas's demands and promptly headed to the coordinates indicated by the communicator. The situation began to align with the original narrative under Gray's orchestration. Yet, Gray remained apprehensive. With himself on the Decepticon side, there were no concerns. However, he felt uncertain about the Autobot side, particularly with the presence of a cautious Autobot named Hound, whose vigilance had allowed him to survive the initial deadlock. Gray did not dwell on these thoughts, understanding that the plot was straightforward. Overthinking held no purpose. Thus, rather than pondering the inconsequential, he resolved to take action himself. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would personally address them. Gray set off immediately, preemptively summoning Shudder, Mirage, Knockout, and Deadlock to be prepared for swift support. The reason Gray chose not to call them directly was that a larger group would draw unnecessary attention. Acting alone would afford him greater convenience, whether in offense or retreat. He armed himself with a stun gun and activated the land bridge using the warship's equipment, crossing through the swirling hues of blue and white. Arriving a kilometer away from the operation site of Alcai, under the shroud of night, Huicheng observed a motorcycle swiftly entering a factory. He understood that once Alcai entered the premises, she would be ambushed by the Black Widow, who would not kill her immediately, but rather allow her to experience the anguish of losing her loved ones. Just as Huicheng anticipated, although Jack had not destroyed the Black Widow's ship, she was still intent on tormenting him. She promptly devised a game. If Jack could rescue Little Jean before midnight, they would be allowed to leave safely. All of this was crystal clear to Huicheng through the device embedded in Alcai's chest. He heard the Black Widow leave to monitor Jack and immediately commanded Alcai to be severed. Although perplexed, Alcai complied, reasoning that she was already trapped and could not escape, making it feasible to cut her open for easier extraction. As time trickled by, it soon approached midnight. Jack arrived at Lil Jean's side, but due to the Black Widow's web ensnaring her, he found himself unable to free her in a timely manner. Consequently, the Black Widow resolved to eliminate them. Just as she was about to strike, Alcai suddenly burst forth. Indeed, Huicheng had ordered Alcai to be severed, but since the Black Widow had ensnared her in webs, severing her required first cutting through the strands. After slicing through the webs, the feigned unconscious Alcai sprang to life, charging directly at the Black Widow and delivering a kick. They stood atop the crane's pillar, reenacting the duel beneath the moonlight from the original narrative. Outside the factory, Huicheng witnessed this scene and transformed into human form, drawing his stun gun and aiming it at Alcai to fire a jolt of electricity. The current sliced through the night, striking Alcai directly. Alcai cried out in pain, falling heavily to the ground. Who? The Black Widow immediately turned toward the source of the electric strike. Before she could spot Huicheng, she noticed 3 cars approaching. Recognizing them instantly, she realized they were Tiango, Fei Guoshan, and Huang Feng. What surprised her even more was Huicheng's appearance. As he positioned himself in front of the 3 Autobots, the Black Widow quickly grasped the situation. The recent electric strike was Huicheng's warning that time was running out. How considerate. The Black Widow smiled and then cast a more sinister grin at the fallen Alcai, remarking that their time together was about to be cut short. Alcai swiftly regained her footing and launched an offensive against the Black Widow, but due to the recent electric shock, she soon found herself at a disadvantage in the ensuing struggle. Outside the factory, Huicheng, poised to fire at the 3 Autobots, was suddenly struck by a shot from Tiango, hitting the core of his stun gun directly. A faint sound echoed as the electric shock gun malfunctioned. Tiango, witnessing the demise of the electric shock gun in the hands of the gray-clad Suja, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated his aim would be so precise. Yet, Tiango remained vigilant. Although Suja was now without his electric shock gun, the threat of the Collector remained. He promptly declared, 3 against 1, we fear you not. If you possess the courage, refrain from using the Collector. Suja smiled and replied, very well, I shall not use the Collector. Tiango paused, taken aback. He had intended to provoke him, yet Suja did not take the bait. Suja was focused on the current situation, engaging in a 1-on-3 confrontation. Utilizing the singular effect of the Collector would render it vulnerable to destruction at the hands of his adversaries, which would be a grave miscalculation. At that moment, a swirling vortex of azure and white materialized beside Suja, from which emerged a Decepticon, none other than Shiyue. Before she could utter a word, Suja instructed, Alcai and the Widow are in the factory behind us. Assess the situation and act accordingly. Shiyue nodded vigorously and transformed into an aircraft, soaring into the sky. The azure and white vortex dissipated swiftly, and the scene reverted to its prior state. Fei Guoshan, witnessing the developments, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he said, it appears that in order to rescue Alcai, we must first vanquish this gray adversary. Tiango and Bumblebee remained silent, equally prepared for battle. Suja wasted no time. He swiftly drew his weapons and unleashed a barrage aimed at Bumblebee. The latter, instinctively dodging, provided Tiango and Fei Guoshan the opportunity to charge at Suja. Having repelled Bumblebee, Suja turned his attention to Tiango and Fei Guoshan, aiming both guns at them. Gray beams of light sliced through the night, striking Tiango and Fei Guoshan with unerring accuracy. While Tiango felt little impact from the hit, Fei Guoshan experienced a stark difference. He could clearly sense that Suja's pulse wave had grown in strength. Observing the pulse gun in Chuan's possession, he shouted, Tiango Bumblebee, be cautious. He has upgraded his equipment, and its power exceeds that of before. Upon hearing this, Tiango's gaze sharpened, while Bumblebee, a reconnaissance unit, took Fei Guoshan's warning to heart. Suja chuckled, you are correct. I have recently mended my old injuries and undergone an upgrade. Now, I shall test my new equipment on you. Previously, Suja wielded a pulse gun designed for high-ranking Autobots, while his battle blade was exclusively for the Autobot military. Once Suja attained a substantial position aboard the Decepticon warship and garnered the allegiance of Knockout, he promptly had Knockout replace his equipment and provide thorough medical treatment. Now, Suja was more agile and powerful than before. His punch struck with such force that Bumblebee struggled to withstand it. Only Fei Guoshan could offer some resistance, while Tiango evaded, entirely avoiding Suja's onslaught. As Bumblebee seized the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield in order to assist RC, he was swiftly pursued by Gray, who yanked him back into the fray. Observing Gray's pursuit of Bumblebee, Tiango was about to head to the factory when he witnessed Gray kick a flying object off the mountain, then brandish his blade, aiming to pierce Bumblebee's chest. Realizing the imminent danger, Tiango had no choice but to return and thwart Gray's lethal intent. In this back and forth, the trio comprehended that they must utterly defeat Gray to aid RC. Otherwise, if one of them escaped, the remaining 2 would surely fall victim to Gray's wrath. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, dispersed to launch an attack from 3 different directions. Tiango advanced from the left, Bumblebee from the right, and flying over the mountain approached from the center, all 3 unleashing a barrage of gunfire directed at Gray. Upon noticing their coordinated assault, Gray promptly designated Tiango as his target and charged towards him. Rather than retreating, Tiango countered, leaping into the air to deliver a kick towards Gray. However, Gray deftly evaded, retaliating with a swift kick that sent Tiango crashing into Bumblebee. Flying over the mountain, shouted fervently to bolster his resolve, advancing relentlessly towards Gray. Delivering 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, Gray was forced back 3 steps before retaliating with a punch to flying over the mountain's head. The latter felt a dizzying sensation, helplessly collapsing to the ground. Gray, surveying the fallen Autobots, boomed, "Is this all you are capable of?" Chapter 43. Miscalculation? Certainly not. Tiango rose anew, his arms drawn, advancing as he fired upon Gray, soon closing the distance. He executed a flying kick aimed at Gray's chest, but Gray sidestepped just in time, leaving Tiango to strike nothing but air. Instead of capitalizing on this opening, Gray approached flying over the mountain, but before he could make a move, Bumblebee charged in, seizing Gray in a bear hug and forcefully pushing him forward in a tackle. Unfortunately, Bumblebee was no wall. His attempt to grapple Gray lacked significant impact. Gray shrugged off Bumblebee's hold and sent him flying with a powerful kick. As Gray regained his footing, Tiango arrived before him, striking without hesitation with a punch to Gray's head. Gray grimaced, clutching his head as he staggered back. Seizing the moment, Tiango pressed his advantage. But as he lunged towards Gray, he was unexpectedly met with a swift turn and kicked away. Flying over the mountain struggled to rise and caught a glimpse of Tiango being sent flying. As his vision cleared, he also spotted Bumblebee, who was similarly struggling to get up. With a determined shout, flying over the mountain charged at Gray once more. Observing this, Bumblebee joined him in the assault, while Tiango swiftly regained his stance. The trio advanced once again from 3 directions, resolutely attacking Gray. On the Blueberry Novel website, Grayche kicked the Hornet away and then struck the Skyhook down to the ground with a powerful punch. Subsequently, he seized the head of the flyover mountain and hurled it high into the air. Taking a moment to glance towards the factory, he noticed that Shockwave had already commenced her actions. Without hesitation, he activated the communication device, uttering a single command, "Retreat, Celas." Inside the factory, Arsai was thrown off her initial state due to Gray's electric shock. A fighter state is subject to fluctuations influenced by the environment, mindset, and personal attributes. In an outdoor setting, such as a jungle, the Black Widow spider form would bestow upon her significant advantages, as few possess the extraordinary 6 spider legs. However, within the confines of a factory, where leverage is scarce, the combat effectiveness of the Black Widow diminished due to the loss of environmental benefits. Yet Arsai was less affected by her surroundings, lacking any significant flaws, especially with her mindset driven by the dual motives of protection and vengeance. She sought to ensure the safety of Jack and Little Jean. The desire for revenge stemmed from a past partnership with a comrade named S.H.I.E.L.D. During a confrontation with the Decepticons, they were both captured following a surprise attack by the Black Widow. Under duress, the Black Widow interrogated Arsai for the Autobots' coordinates. But when Arsai claimed ignorance, the Black Widow, growing impatient, executed S.H.I.E.L.D. before her eyes. That harrowing scene was deeply etched into Arsai's memory. Initially, Arsai was destined to meet her end at the hands of the Black Widow, but at that moment, the Autobot forces arrived and rescued her. From that day forward, Arsai vowed to avenge S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the opportunity lay before her. Arsai felt invigorated, convinced that she could finally exact her revenge today. However, Gray's electric surge abruptly shattered Arsai's hopes. After falling from a crane, she had been relentlessly pursued and assaulted by the Black Widow. Just as the Black Widow prepared to ensnare Arsai with her web, a series of red beams descended from above, striking the Black Widow with precision. The beams continued to advance, slicing past Arsai. Upon witnessing this, Arsai looked up to the sky and realized that her savior was none other than Shockwave, the Decepticon. "Shockwave, what are you doing?" The Black Widow roared in fury. "Haha, just a little mishap," Shockwave casually retorted to the Black Widow, who discerned that it was a deliberate act. The Black Widow glared at Shockwave, wishing nothing more than to bring him crashing down from the sky. Although Arsai was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Decepticon, she recognized that the chance to strike the Black Widow had arrived. She sprang to her feet, delivering a powerful kick to the Black Widow's chest, forcefully pinning her to the ground. Just as Arcai transformed to unleash her wrist blades for a decisive strike, the Black Widow's 6 spider legs propelled Arcai across the room, slamming her into the opposite wall. Arcai had just fallen from a wall when she charged toward the Black Widow without a moment's hesitation. Her arms morphed into guns, unleashing a barrage of fire aimed at the Black Widow. In the darkness, beams of blue light struck the Black Widow's obsidian form, prompting her to emit a chilling roar before she took cover. With Arcai's momentum surging, the Black Widow wisely opted to retreat from the fray. She intended to hide in the shadows and launch a surprise attack on Arcai. Though Arcai was aware of the Black Widow's tactics, she found herself with no choice but to advance into the darkness, remaining vigilant to deny the Black Widow any opportunity to escape. At that moment, the sudden whir of rapidly spinning rotors filled the air. Under the cloak of night, dozens of combat helicopters descended upon the factory. Upon seeing the helicopters, Jack spoke in his radio. "Thanks, Agent Fuller." Jack's radio had been pilfered from Silas during a moment of desperation, unnoticed by either Gray or Silas, largely due to Silas's underestimation of Jack. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Jack was not overly intimidated by the mech special forces, knowing they paled in comparison to the Autobots and Decepticons. Thus, he dared to execute subtle maneuvers in front of Silas, the commander of the mech special forces. From one of the helicopters, Agent Fuller gazed downward, issuing orders. "Aim for that 8-legged creature." A soldier beside him nodded and began operating the helicopter's heavy machine gun, unleashing a fierce assault on the Black Widow. Despite her steel form, the relentless fire from the heavy machine guns began to take its toll on the Black Widow. Realizing her situation was dire, she resolved to retreat. Glancing skyward, she recalled that she lacked a vehicular form. Her eyes emitted a green beam as she scanned the helicopter occupied by Agent Fuller from top to bottom. Not again. Agent Fuller seethed, recalling how the last time the Titan had used this very scanning technique on his new fighter jet. Now, it was the combat helicopter's turn. Decepticons were truly insufferable. Upon completing the scan, all pertinent information about the helicopter was recorded within the Black Widow's transformation gears. She instantly transformed into a sleek black combat helicopter, her 6 spider legs serving as rotors. Ascending swiftly, her dark silhouette soon vanished into the night. Observing the unfolding situation from a distance, Gray promptly contacted the Decepticon warship. "This is Commander Gray, requesting immediate activation of a land bridge." Seizing the opportunity, Bumblebee lunged forward once more, but Gray remained on guard. With a swift pivot, he sent Bumblebee flying once again, only to be halted mid-flight by Hook. "What are you doing?" As Feguishans glanced toward the sky Hook in confusion, the latter merely shook his head. Upon witnessing this, the nearby Bumblebee immediately ceased his attack. Next to Hui Chung, a hue of azure suddenly manifested, swiftly transforming into a swirling vortex infused with a radiant white glow. Unabashedly, Hui Chung stepped into the land bridge before the 3 onlookers. Skyhook clutched Feguishans tightly until the azure and white vortex vanished from existence. Only then did he release his grip. "Alcee!" Feguishans instantly morphed into a vehicle and sped toward the factory. The group number was 752609272, named the Decepticon warship. Those interested may join. Chapter 44. The Struggle for Power. Lord Megatron, in light of Black Widow's recent failures, I believe she is unworthy of serving as the Decepticon's deputy commander. Upon returning to the Decepticon warship, Hui Chung's initial act was to impeach Black Widow. On the bridge stood only Megatron, Black Widow, and Hui Chung. Megatron had dismissed all other Decepticons to spare Black Widow further embarrassment before them. Recognizing her utility and unwilling to relinquish her just yet, Hui Chung understood Megatron's intentions and harbored no desire for Black Widow's immediate demise. However, from Black Widow's perspective, she deemed her current predicament perilously dire. With Megatron remaining non-committal, Hui Chung continued to mock her, unable to endure any longer. Black Widow hissed fiercely at Hui Chung. "Hui Chung, do not presume your petty maneuvers can escape Lord Megatron's notice. Were it not for me, you would have long been encircled by Autobots and reduced to scrap metal." Hui Chung, towering above her, displayed an air of dominance as he retorted, "If you cannot even handle Alcee, how do you expect to confront other Autobots?" At this, Megatron's eyes glimmered with a keen light, promptly interrupting Hui Chung before he could continue. Enough. Sensing Megatron's rising anger, both parties fell silent and lowered their heads in submission. Megatron continued. For the Decepticons to dominate Earth, we must stand united. Unwarranted infighting serves only to provide the Autobots with opportunities. It is of no benefit to us. Therefore, I wish for no such occurrences to repeat. Do you understand, Hui Chung? As you wish, Lord Megatron. Hui Chung and Black Widow replied in unison, adopting a posture of reverence. This matter concluded, yet Black Widow had another concern. Previously aboard the Decepticon warship, she had gathered scant information and had believed that her collection aboard the ship had been reduced to ashes in the explosions. However, with an increase in her subordinates, Black Widow began to unearth tidings that her collection, which comprised the heads of extraterrestrial beings, had been entirely transported onto the warship by Hui Chung. She learned that Gray Che had given all the alien heads to Overkill, entrusting him with the responsibility of studying these extraterrestrial life forms. The Black Widow was immediately infuriated. She longed to extract Gray Che's spark at that very moment. Those were rare species she had painstakingly collected, although the alien life forms were not considered endangered until they encountered the Black Widow. In any case, upon receiving the confirmed news, without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards Overkill's laboratory. Just as Overkill stepped out the door, he spotted the Black Widow charging at him. Before he could utter a word, she unleashed a torrent of webbing, binding him to the wall. "What are you doing, Black Widow?" Overkill exclaimed in a fit of rage. He was diligently conducting experiments when this Black Widow suddenly attacked him. Had she lost her mind? The Black Widow entered the laboratory and scanned her surroundings, discovering no alien heads. It was merely an ordinary lab. She immediately approached Overkill, deliberately letting a green corrosive liquid glide across her fingertips, threatening him. "Where are my collectibles?" "Don't tell me you don't know." Overkill, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. "Your belongings were taken by Gray Che. Why don't you go find him instead of coming to me, as if I were easy prey?" At that moment, Deathfire happened to return. He had been summoned by Overkill to fetch something. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the scene before him. Overkill was pinned against the wall by the Black Widow's web, and she seemed poised to do something to him. Without hesitation, Deathfire dropped the device in his hand, transforming his right arm into a hammer, and charged at the Black Widow. Seeing Deathfire rushing towards her, the Black Widow had no time to shoot her webs before Deathfire struck her with a powerful blow, sending her flying. In the confined space of the laboratory, the Black Widow could not exploit her usual advantages, and the force of Deathfire's initial hit left her somewhat dazed. She managed to shoot a web that stuck to Deathfire's face. With his vision obstructed, Deathfire grasped the web on his face, attempting to tear it away while simultaneously transforming his left shoulder into a shoulder-mounted cannon, which fired a small missile directly at the Black Widow. The missile struck the Black Widow, causing her to fall to the ground. As she attempted to rise, she saw Overkill using his portable equipment's circular saw to cut through the webbing. Meanwhile, Deathfire had removed the web from his face and turned to the Black Widow, launching another missile from his shoulder-mounted cannon. The Black Widow evaded the missile and launched another attack on Deathfire. "Enough, Black Widow!" A booming voice suddenly resonated, commanding the attention of all present. The Black Widow gradually retracted her 6 spider legs. Deathfire also stowed away his shoulder-mounted cannon, while Overkill had just begun to saw through the web. After breaking free from the web, I hurriedly approached Lord Megatron, exclaiming, "My lord, I strongly recommend detaining Black Widow. This individual has been causing disturbances, and at this rate, the entire warship may be dismantled by her." Megatron turned his gaze upon Black Widow, his voice laced with fury. "Black Widow, I have just finished warning you, and already you stir up trouble." Black Widow immediately retorted, "Lord Megatron, Gray has stolen my collection. I only came here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me." Megatron stepped closer to her, his furious visage causing Black Widow to instinctively take a step back. He intoned gravely, "If you wish to retrieve your belongings, go find Gray yourself. Should I discover that your actions have involved others, I shall extract your spark." Although Black Widow and Gray were competitors, Megatron did not wish for their rivalry to instigate a rift within the Decepticons. The loss of Knockout would be regrettable. He was indeed a rare talent in both medicine and technology, and Megatron could not afford to see him harmed. Black Widow was genuinely frightened this time, to the extent that she left the laboratory without fully grasping the conversation between Knockout and Dead End, though she surmised it was not favorable. Upon reflection, as she recounted the recent events, she realized that her standing in Megatron's eyes must have significantly diminished, while Gray's must have risen considerably. Black Widow did not seek out Gray immediately. She recognized that she was no match for him at present. An ambush? She had been searching for an opportunity, yet she had not encountered any suitable moment to strike Gray. Furthermore, she was reluctant to confront him directly, for with his collector, he could reduce her to mere scrap metal in an instant. Unlike the bulky bulkhead, her own meager reservoir of energy would hardly suffice to withstand such an assault. A sudden thought struck Black Widow. If Gray possessed a collector, she too would require a powerful weapon to contend with him, one that was compact enough for her to carry. Did such a weapon exist aboard the warship? Just as she pondered this, she noticed Soundwave making his way toward the bridge. A wicked smile crept across her face. She was certain Soundwave had discovered something. Quietly, she trailed behind him. But as she began to follow, Soundwave abruptly turned to look directly at her. Black Widow was taken aback by his keen sensitivity. She had merely commenced her pursuit and was already detected. Just as she prepared to reveal herself openly, Soundwave turned back, seemingly oblivious to her presence, and leisurely continued toward the bridge. Following him, Black Widow arrived at the bridge, where she beheld Dead End and Megatron. Megatron cast a fleeting glance at her without uttering a word, while Dead End regarded Black Widow with evident displeasure. As the sound waves approached Megatron, a magnetic wave fluctuation diagram immediately materialized on his curved screen. Megatron chuckled. "I believe I recognize this magnetic signal. Soundwave. It would be most unfortunate if this remarkable invention of the Decepticons were to fall into the hands of our enemies." At that moment, Starscream stepped forward, stating, "I shall prepare to depart at once, my lord." Megatron slowly turned, letting out a cold huff. "Starscream, if you cannot even handle the insignificant humans, what makes you think you possess the capability to contend with the Autobots?" With that, Megatron turned and strode towards the exit. Observing this, Starscream hastily implored, "Please grant me this opportunity. I reflect daily and constantly remind myself not to disappoint your expectations." Megatron remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Starscream's plea, yet before departing, he cast one last, profound glance at Black Widow. He knew she would undoubtedly take action. In just 3 days, the streets of Kyoto buzzed with news of 2 new agricultural products, the most discussed being cucumbers and coriander. Coriander is simply delightful. It enhances the flavor of noodle soup, making it both delicious and aromatic. Indeed, its flavor harmonizes beautifully with anything. Cucumbers are quite pleasant as well, sweet to the taste. Such deliciousness. Where can one purchase them? The only place is at the restaurants, but they are exorbitantly priced, unaffordable for the average person. Isn't anyone selling them at the market? No one else sells them. It is said that the Fourth Prince is cultivating them and promoting them at the market. The Fourth Prince? The onlookers murmured, gradually becoming aware. At the residence of the Minister of Rights, Lu Rue listened to her maid's words, her eyes narrowing as she paced back and forth. "No, if I create a disturbance, the Fourth Prince will surely ascertain it was I. Alas, my mother has advised me to avoid provoking him. I shall let him be for now." In the hall of the Sioux in Chuan, over 40 individuals were quietly conversing, all there to purchase cucumbers and coriander. "Old Yin, you come too." "Sister He, you're here as well." Sun Jie and Li Jiao greeted them with smiles, while internally, Sun Jie thought, those selling ceramics, silk, and jewelry are here to buy vegetables. Are they mad? I'm just here to join the excitement. Old Yin, a man in his 50s, remarked, "I've heard cucumbers are priced at 1 tael per pound. I'm here to see just how many wealthy individuals reside in Kyoto." Sister He, a woman in her 30s, chimed in, "Business people are profit-driven. Whether they intend to buy or not, they must come to observe, to connect with peers, and to gather insights on current commercial secrets, discovering what proves lucrative and what valuable goods are in demand. Unlike the current era of the internet, where one can effortlessly browse online or converse with peers to discern popular trends and lucrative products, the situation was markedly different in the past. Take, for instance, a certain platform where a particular piece of clothing garnered immense popularity, prompting countless sellers to follow suit, commonly referred to as a hit product. Half an hour later, the Fourth Prince arrived. Under the command of Grand Eunuch Hai, the bustling hall descended into silence. "Commoners, pay your respects to His Highness, the Fourth Prince." A multitude of eyes turned towards him as the merchants collectively performed a grand salute. No need for formalities, Si-Tu-Shio waved his hand, making his way directly to the foremost chair, casting a discerning glance over the merchants below, predominantly women, numbering around 30. "Thank you, Your Highness." The merchants rose and took their seats, cautiously observing the fourth prince. Despite his royal status, being born into the imperial family naturally conferred an advantage over ordinary folk. Esteemed merchants, Si-Tu-Shio began, but was abruptly interrupted. "Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness. I come to pay my respects." A woman hurriedly entered the hall, kneeling to greet him. Noticing her direction towards Shio and the Zhuang residence, Grand Eunuch Hai inquired sternly, "What business do you have?" "I am at fault, having consumed unclean food this morning, which resulted in an upset stomach," she replied, bowing her head. "Rise," Si-Tu-Shio commanded. "Thank you, Your Highness," she exhaled in relief. Si-Tu-Shio nodded slightly and asked, "Is everyone present?" The merchants exchanged glances in silence. As merchants, let us dispense with trivial conversations. You have all partaken of cucumbers. If there are inquiries, feel free to voice them. He smiled faintly, taking a sip of tea from the table. "Your Highness, aside from consumption, does the cucumber have any other uses?" Upon hearing this, several women blushed, casting shy glances at the fourth prince. "This vegetable is quite versatile," Si-Tu-Shio mused internally, responding aloud. "Indeed, it possesses significant benefits, particularly for women. Slices of cucumber applied to the face can enhance beauty and rejuvenate the skin, restoring collagen for a smoother complexion." The woman who had laughed at the initial remark now wore a stiff expression, forcing a smile. "Your Highness, how long can cucumbers be preserved?" Another inquired. "During this season, they last about 3 days at room temperature, but submerged in water, they can remain fresh for several additional days." "Are there methods for longer preservation?" "Pickled cucumbers stored in airtight jars can last for months. The longest preservation can reach several months." "And how long can pickled cucumbers last?" 2 to 3 days. Ideally not longer. In the hall, many frowned. These merchants engaged in long-distance transport, and if cucumbers could not be preserved adequately, they would be unable to reach farther markets. "Ladies and gentlemen, pickled cucumbers are quite delightful as well. Do not underestimate their flavor. They complement meals wonderfully. Pickled cucumbers and brined cucumbers differ. One can be consumed after a day, while the other requires a storage period of half a month to a month. Sometimes, these two preservation methods can easily lead to misunderstandings. The pickled cucumbers crafted by Si-Tu-Shio require a considerable amount of time before they can be savored. Thus, none of these individuals have had the opportunity to taste them. "Pray tell, Your Highness, what is the price of the cucumbers?" One inquired. The others remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the fourth prince. If a pound costs 1 tael of silver, the profit appears elusive. Transporting them elsewhere incurs costs, rendering them unaffordable for the common folk, while the affluent would not indulge in them daily. The price aligns with that of meat, 10 won per pound. Si-Tu-Shio pondered, noting that 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 100 won, allowing an ordinary person to sustain themselves for a month, while 10 won could procure a multitude of items. Those who purchase for 1 tael typically belong to grand taverns, unconcerned with costs, selling to the wealthy at an even higher price. After much contemplation, he settled on 10 won as a viable price for bulk sales. Had he opted for retail pricing, it would likely have been higher. However, with 200 acres to manage, time was of the essence, and it was preferable to allow merchants to reap some profit. 10 won per pound. The crowd furrowed their brows slightly. This price exceeds that of ordinary vegetables by several folds, comparable to meat pricing. A few deemed it somewhat expensive, yet the majority felt tempted. While they might not afford such prices elsewhere, in the capital, the general cost of living surpasses that of other towns, rendering 10 won for cucumbers reasonable. "Your Highness, might there be a reduction for bulk purchases?" Someone queried. "No, the price remains uniform at 10 won." Upon hearing Si-Tu-Shio's response, many shook their heads, deeming the price too steep, worried that the return on their investment might be minimal. People today often seek novelty and would eventually revert to other vegetables. "Fourth Prince, may I inquire about the price of cilantro?" Another asked. 8 won per pound. Yet another vegetable priced similarly to meat prompted some individuals to discreetly withdraw. "Your Highness, are these vegetables exclusive to your establishment?" "Indeed," Si-Tu-Shio affirmed with a nod, aware that scarcity begets value. "If you choose not to purchase, others will, Among the 40 or so present, there will undoubtedly be buyers willing to procure and resell. For in the capital, amidst millions, there exists a multitude of affluent individuals who spare no expense on indulgences. 10 won for a pound of cucumbers. 8 won for a pound of cilantro. Li Jiao furrowed her brow, her eyes sweeping over her fellow merchants, noting that some had already retreated. The pricing was indeed steep. Whispers circulated around her as Situ Xiao took a sip from his teacup, confident that there would be buyers for the cucumbers. For the capital is not a mere small town, but a hub for the wealthiest of merchants and officials. Your Highness, I would like to purchase 300,000 pounds of cucumbers, Li Jiao declared, rising. This was a gamble. A victory would elevate her status immensely and foster a favorable rapport with the fourth prince, while a loss would cost her 30,000 taels of silver. You shall discuss the cucumber procurement with Grand Eunuch Hai. Situ Xiao regarded Li Jiao with silent admiration. She possessed remarkable courage. He then entrusted the matter to Grand Eunuch Hai, who would lead the merchants to inspect the fields. It would be impossible to sell all in one day. 1 acre yields 15,000 pounds, and with 200 acres, it would take no less than 10 to 15 days to complete the sales. There is also cilantro, with a yield of 3,000 jin per mu. Similarly, managing 200 mu requires considerable time for harvesting. In the afternoon, Old Man Hai returned with good news. 150 mu of cucumbers had been reserved, and 50 mu of cilantro had also been booked with deposits paid. Your Highness, here is the deposit, 50,000 taels in silver notes. Please keep it safe. Managing the estate requires funds. Situ Xiao was utterly indifferent to money. 50,000 taels were insignificant. If he were more ruthless, the 200 mu of cucumbers could fetch 3 million taels, undoubtedly creating a stir throughout the great Saint Nation. The land cultivated by the fourth prince was not mere soil, but gold. Your Highness, they also inquired about other crops and expressed interest in reservations. However, they are uncertain about the prices. These were trivial matters. Prepare some cucumbers and cilantro to be sent to the palace for the empress. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately. The entire capital was aware of the cucumber situation. Failing to present them to the empress at this juncture would cost him dearly. Should the empress be pleased, she might bestow precious gifts, enhancing his standing, or perhaps even bestowing the throne upon him in a moment of exuberance. The thought of the imperial throne brought a gleeful smile to Situ Xiao's face. In his current position as the leader of the group, he was unconcerned with the emperor, but the fruits of his hard-earned efforts were undeniably sweet. Chapter 45. Family disputes. Hui Che had already learned of the departure of the Deadfire and, through the Decepticon soldiers, was informed of the Black Widow's impending journey, which would commence slightly later than that of Deadfire. It was evident that the Black Widow intended to follow closely behind Deadfire, waiting for him to locate the Decepticon technological artifact before making her move to seize it. As Deadfire belonged to Hui Che's faction within the Decepticons, and given the suspicions surrounding the Black Widow's potential for harm, a confrontation between them was inevitable. Shi Yiwei followed Deadfire, but refrained from intervening, simply observed from the sky. Hui Che was uncertain of the situation among the Autobots, whether the base still contained only the ambulance, RC, and the barricade, as in the original storyline. If so, the original plot of the Leader's Challenge would be reenacted. Besides the Decepticon technological artifact, the only aspect of the narrative that piqued Hui Che's interest was the almost domestic drama unfolding between Xiaojin and RC. Following the incident involving the Black Widow, Xiaojin Dabi had become one of the few humans aware of the existence of Cybertronians on Earth. After hearing Jack's explanation, she finally understood that Jack's later return home was not due to mingling with unsavory characters, but rather spending time with these colossal extraterrestrials. Xiaojin still harbored some apprehension, given their alien nature. However, upon meeting Optimus Prime and gaining insight into his character, she found solace in this extraterrestrial group that called themselves Autobots. Upon reflection, Xiaojin realized that Jack harbored numerous secrets, particularly in his close relationship with a certain Autobot named RC. This revelation left her feeling somewhat excluded. Her child had secrets he preferred to share with other girls rather than confide in her, his mother. Consequently, for a period of time, Xiaojin frequently visited the Autobot base, conducting surprise inspections on Jack. One day, as usual, she drove into the base, and before she could exit her vehicle, she caught a glimpse of RC striking an unmistakably unwelcoming pose with her hands on her hips. But what of it? Jack is my son. Is it unreasonable for a mother to check on him? Absolutely not. Upon alighting from the car, Xiaojin immediately enveloped Jack in a warm embrace, greeting him with, "Hi, sweetheart. I finished early at the hospital today, so I thought I'd come by." RC, of course, understood that this was Xiaojin asserting her authority, expressing her distrust in RC's ability to care for Jack. At that moment, a nearby partition suddenly burst in, drifting to a halt before opening its doors, revealing Mei Qi and La Fei, who joyfully leapt out. Did you feel that exhilarating centrifugal force? That partition is quite the wild one, Mei Qi exclaimed, her arms flailing as she animatedly expressed her excitement, with La Fei unwittingly mirroring her exuberant antics. Yet, just as they began to revel in their playful display, they abruptly halted, breath caught in their throats, as they noticed the presence of an elder. "I thought this was supposed to be a secret place," Mei Qi murmured quietly. While she treated the Autobots, even Optimus Prime, as confidants, Jack's mother was a bona fide elder within human society. Thus, respect was paramount, and certain behaviors needed to be tempered in the presence of an elder. However, Mei Qi greatly despised this feeling. She had once envisioned the Autobot base as a paradise where she could freely express her personality. Yet, since Jack's mother arrived, that paradise felt as though it was transforming into a veritable hell. La Fei, sensing that Jack's mother might address their earlier reckless driving, quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. Mrs. Darby, we were wearing our seatbelts." Xiaojin nodded slightly. "That is indeed essential, La Fei. How have you been, Mei Qi?" "Very well." Mei Qi suddenly shuddered, turning her gaze sharply towards Jack, interrogating him. "What did you say?" Jack shook his head in exasperation, conveying that he had said nothing at all. Seizing the opportunity, RC grabbed a coil of wiring and began to make her exit, reasoning that since she and Xiaojin did not see eye to eye, it was better to part ways sooner rather than later. "It's time to go, Jack." Upon hearing RC's words, Jack recognized an opportunity to escape, promptly following her lead. "But I just got here. I brought sandwiches," Xiaojin exclaimed, but before she could finish, Jack impatiently interjected, "Mom, I need to help RC test her tracking system right now." After speaking, regardless of whether Xiaojin agreed or not, Jack unconsciously quickened his pace, eager to leave the place. Xiaojin felt a sense of frustration as her son spoke loudly to her in front of everyone. She subtly remarked, "All right, just be careful." Alcy, without glancing back, retorted, "There's nothing to be cautious about. It's merely a routine test." Xiaojin immediately countered, "Then does Jack need to assist?" Alcy momentarily faltered, her expression revealing a brilliance unseen for many years, as if she were a human from Earth, on the verge of losing her temper. The partition sensed the situation was deteriorating, but felt powerless to intervene. Fortunately, at that moment, the ambulance arrived. "Partition, I need you on an external assignment to investigate an anomalous magnetic field fluctuation." The implication was clear. Partition was to hastily take Alcy away, simultaneously suggesting that if she wished to escape the charged atmosphere, she should accompany him on the mission. "I want to go too." Mei Qi suddenly dashed toward the land bridge, but was swiftly halted by the partition. "No, you stay here." The partition pushed Mei Qi back. Noticing this, Xiaojin asked knowingly, "Why aren't you going with him?" Mei Qi replied indignantly, "Someone thinks it might be dangerous." Seizing upon Mei Qi's words, Xiaojin swiftly shifted the conversation back to Alcy. "Is it not dangerous if Jack goes with you?" Jack, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely thought his mother was overly concerned and rather nagging. "Mom, I have things to do. Is it important?" Before Jack could respond, Alcy tossed aside the connector in her hand. "Your mother only wants what's best for you." "Wait, Partition, I'll go with you." Alcy threw down the remark in frustration and headed toward the already open land bridge. "Alcy." Jack watched her enter the land bridge and then turned to his mother, feeling overwhelmed. On the way to the site of the magnetic anomaly, Partition observed Alcy's sullen demeanor. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Don't be upset, Alcy. Jack's mother merely wishes to protect him." Alcy chuckled bitterly. "Before she knows the truth, I have protected Jack for a long time. Suddenly one day, when she comprehends the truth, will I become redundant?" As soon as Alcy finished speaking, Mei Qi's voice chimed in. "Honestly, can we prohibit her from coming to the base?" "Mei Qi, how did you get here?" Partition was momentarily taken aback, unsure when Mei Qi had entered the land bridge, while Alcy was preparing to signal the ambulance to activate the land bridge. Seeing this, Mei Qi quickly added, "Wait, I don't want to return to Jack's mother." I simply prefer things the way they were. Alcee understood Meichi's feelings and said, "Forget it. Ambulance. No need to activate the land bridge. It's just reconnaissance. Let her come along." The trio conducted their reconnaissance with an air of casualness, swiftly locating the source of the magnetic anomaly. In Chapter 46, the pivotal moment for the resurrection of Cybertron unfolds aboard the Decepticon warship, where Greyche receives a communication from Shockwave. Aware of Greyche's disdain for superfluous information, Shockwave promptly conveys the crux of the matter. Deadlock and Black Widow have engaged in conflict over the magnetic gloves, and while the Autobots have arrived, only two, Screamer and RC, are present. Upon hearing this, Greyche smiles slightly, remarking, "Oh, just observe. Deadlock should secure victory, and once he obtains the magnetic gloves, he will contact me." With that, Greyche terminates the communication, refraining from unnecessary actions. The narrative reveals that the ultimate downfall of the Decepticons stemmed from their soldiers' inadequate response to Deadlock's request for a ground bridge, which afforded Black Widow a strategic advantage, leading to an entire episode of ensuing combat. The delayed response was attributed to the fact that, following the news of Deadlock's capture by the Mech Special Ops, most Decepticons, including Megatron, began to underestimate him. Thus, when Deadlock called for a ground bridge, the Decepticon soldiers controlling it deliberately ignored his plea, marking the root cause of their failure. This was not merely a baseless conjecture by Greyche. He observed that certain Decepticons, particularly those managing the ground bridge, indeed disregarded Deadlock. However, with Shockwave overseeing the battlefield and Greyche personally managing the ground bridge, the plan was set in motion. Should Deadlock emerge victorious, Shockwave would relay the message, prompting Greyche to activate the ground bridge and retrieve Deadlock, thereby nipping any subsequent troubles in the bud. The decision not to contact Deadlock was also motivated by concern that communication might disrupt his combat state, which would be detrimental. Everything unfolded according to Greyche's design. The process was straightforward. As the original script dictated, Deadlock seized the opportunity during the fray to acquire the magnetic gloves, using them to launch the Autobots away. Meanwhile, Black Widow had early on utilized her 6 spider legs to burrow underground. Upon witnessing this, Shockwave immediately contacted Greyche. Upon receiving the news, Greyche promptly locked onto Deadlock's coordinates and activated the ground bridge. Black Widow, initially retreating to regroup, was taken aback when she resurfaced. "No!" she screamed in fury. But it was too late. As she emerged from the earth, she beheld Deadlock entering the ground bridge, followed by the swirling vortex of blue and white vanishing into the ether, rendering Black Widow's schemes futile. Upon returning to the warship, Black Widow quickly realized that Megatron had disregarded her presence. Greyche observed this with a sense of understanding. After all, Megatron had little regard for Deadlock, and with Black Widow's defeat at his hands, she was, in essence, deemed inferior to him. Megatron, however, paid little heed to Black Widow. His focus was primarily directed towards Grey. He was well aware of Black Widow's capabilities, and her repeated failures served only to underscore the formidable prowess of Grey. Particularly notable was Grey's demeanor. In the presence of Megatron, he exhibited profound humility, showing no inclination towards vying for the position of Decepticon leader. Grey's aspirations were distinctly clear. He aimed to become the Decepticon second in command. Yet at this moment, Grey was not preoccupied with thoughts of command. Instead, he contemplated the impasse between RC and Cher. In accordance with the original narrative, Mika, RC, and Cher were set to engage in further exchanges, during which Cher would come to recognize her own stubbornness, ultimately reconciling with RC. However, due to Grey's intervention, communication had ceased, and it seemed the rift between Cher and RC would endure for some time. In contrast to the violent clashes of war and the intricate machinations of deceit, the unfolding domestic drama was, at times, rather intriguing. Grey found a moment of respite in the discord between Cher and RC before embarking on his next course of action. After presenting the magnetic gloves to Megatron, the latter stored them in the deepest recesses of the Decepticon warship, guarded by elite soldiers to ensure their security. Would Megatron utilize the magnetic gloves? Certainly not. He desired a fair and honorable duel with Optimus Prime and would not resort to such technological contrivances, as it would render the confrontation meaningless. Thus, while Grey had effectively provided the Decepticons with the magnetic gloves, it would not alter the narrative's essence. The next step was to wait for Megatron to confer with Black Arachnia. Only after their departure from the warship would Gray proceed with his plans. Within a few days, Megatron and Black Arachnia departed the warship, the destination of their journey unknown. Meanwhile, Shadow Moon relayed an intriguing piece of intelligence to Gray, stating that Megatron had instructed Soundwave to keep a close watch on Black Widow, a directive witnessed by him and other soldiers. Gray chuckled softly, recognizing that Megatron had seemingly resolved to abandon Black Widow, while Black Arachnia's time was also running short. Observing Gray's amusement, Shadow Moon sensed that he was poised to take action and inquired what he needed to do. Gray merely shook his head, indicating that no assistance was required. Though puzzled, Shadow Moon refrained from pressing further. Gray made his way to the warship's storage area, where his Autobot transport craft was housed. Upon entering the vessel, he accessed the ship's database to extract information on a data receiver and a signal jamming technology. Subsequently, he incapacitated the human monitor who had invented these devices and transmitted the two pieces of Cybertronian technology to Silas. Silas, initially bewildered, soon received Gray's directive to construct the device and equip it with wings, enabling it to soar through the clouds. Furthermore, Gray offered to provide advanced technology, but only if Silas ensured the completion of the tasks at hand. Silas paused momentarily before responding. Understood. The Mecha Special Operations Team will have it constructed within 3 days. Gray did not reply, but abruptly severed the communication. After arranging for the Mecha Special Operations Team, Gray refrained from undertaking any further actions, particularly from interfering with the dialogue between Megatron and Starscream. This particular sequence bore no intrinsic value. Its genesis lay in the chance encounter wherein Megatron intimidated Starscream amidst the mining operations, subsequently unleashing a pulse wave that caused the entire mine to collapse. Frightened by Megatron, Starscream fled in a panic, fearing for his life. Had Starscream indeed abandoned the situation without a second thought, his demise would have been inevitable. However, he did not, thus ensuring his survival. The Autobots also managed to escape, rendering the entire scenario a mere accident, a farcical event. What purpose would Gray serve by intervening? Would he excavate Megatron from the debris? Should Gray attempt to rescue Megatron, Starscream's retreat would only magnify in Megatron's eyes, potentially inciting him to eliminate Starscream. Yet, Gray had no desire for Starscream's demise. He still held value. Hence, Gray could not intercede in this narrative. Instead, he could utilize Megatron's absence to prepare for the impending storyline concerning the data storage tanks, which was imminent. During Cybertron's golden age, numerous storage tanks were constructed. While they themselves may not have held great significance, the data, information, and knowledge contained within them were of utmost importance. The information housed within these tanks could very well be the key to reviving the planet of Cybertron. On the Decepticon warship, Soundwave stood before Starscream, who was earnestly conducting a self-critique. I have been so foolish, committing grave errors that are unforgivable. I have finally come to realize that I have never possessed the qualities of a leader, nor do I even deserve to be regarded as an equal partner. However, I have come to terms with my current situation. I now understand my place in the universe. Who am I? And what is my rightful position? Starscream, a subordinate, a servant to Lord Megatron. Thank you for listening, Soundwave. Starscream was aware that Soundwave was recording. His earlier words served as both a self-reflection to Megatron and a response to Megatron's invitation for a conversation, which had spared his life. On the bridge, Black Widow humbly submitted before Megatron, pleading, Lord Megatron, please grant me another chance. Spare me the trivialities. If there is something to discuss, please speak swiftly. Megatron, already growing impatient with Black Widow, had just returned from dealing with Starscream's affair and had no desire to waste further time rectifying Black Widow's mess. The Black Widow was acutely aware that her standing in the eyes of Megatron had nearly diminished entirely. She promptly stated the Ark. I have found in the database that this spacecraft crash-landed on this planet a long time ago, carrying an experimental weapon known as the Lock-On Staff, and the one responsible for the search at that time was Starscream. Coincidentally, Starscream had just completed a reflection session and arrived on the bridge. Upon seeing Starscream's timely arrival, Megatron inquired about the Arkansas. To Megatron's frustration, Starscream had failed to record the coordinates of the crash site in the Decepticon database. Fortunately, Starscream still remembered where the crash site was located. Without hesitation, Megatron instructed Starscream to lead the way, sending Black Widow to retrieve the experimental weapon. Upon receiving Megatron's command, Black Widow immediately recognized the opportunity before her and resolved to obtain the lock-on staff, determined to show Hot Rod a thing or two. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Ratchet had just separated from RC. Previously, due to the magnetic gloves, Ratchet and RC had been drawn together, unable to part ways. However, Ratchet remained unperturbed, understanding that the phenomenon was due to the residual magnetic force left on them by the gloves. All that was needed was to eliminate this residual magnetism. In the original narrative, Ratchet and RC would have engaged in combat with the Decepticons, creating collisions that would lead to demagnetization. With no ongoing battle, such collisions were absent. Instead, Ratchet employed a gentle approach, using a demagnetization tool to help them rid themselves of the lingering magnetic force. At long last, they were free. RC stretched, having been uncomfortably suspended on Ratchet's back. "I'm sorry we couldn't retrieve the magnetic gloves," Ratchet expressed, appearing quite disheartened, as he had hoped for a chance. At that moment, Optimus Prime approached. Although the magnetic gloves possess formidable power, given Megatron's nature, he is unlikely to utilize such technological artifacts frequently. My greater concern is that, should the magnetic gloves fall into Hot Rod's hands, it would spell disaster. RC pondered for a moment before responding. "I doubt Megatron would bestow the magnetic gloves upon him. He already has a collector." Suddenly, Hook interjected, "But what if Megatron gives the magnetic gloves to Black Widow?" RC paused, her expression turning grave. "Even if she possesses the magnetic gloves, I will still seek vengeance." "Agreed. We shall confront her together," Ratchet declared, flying over to RC's side, exuding an air of fearlessness. Optimus Prime was about to dissuade RC from making a foolish decision when he noticed Ratchet fixated on the computer screen, seemingly having discovered something. He approached Ratchet, who then stated, "Optimus Prime, I have detected an old energy signal from a Decepticon. The ambulance. History always manages to resurface in contemporary times." Optimus Prime was unaware of the situation at hand, yet he felt compelled to investigate. The energy signal emanating from the Decepticons was none other than the ship known as the Ark. Upon discovering it, Black Widow promptly activated its systems. However, as the ship's cloaking mechanism had long been rendered inoperative, its energy was detected by the Autobot surveillance system the moment it was activated. After initiating the Ark's systems, Black Widow swiftly examined the cargo manifest and discerned the location of the experimental weapon. It was situated in Sector 23. Without a moment's hesitation, she began her search, trailed leisurely by Starscream, until she came to a halt, having reached a dead end. Black Widow murmured, "The ship ends here. It must have split in two during the emergency landing." Starscream scoffed, "It broke apart in midair. Had you conducted a thorough investigation, you would have realized that the Autobots shot it down." Black Widow inquired, "How far is the other half from here?" Starscream chuckled, "I believe this information is not meant for outsiders." Upon hearing this, Black Widow's expression twisted into a menacing glare. She immediately unleashed her webbing, ensnaring Starscream before he could react. With her 6 spider legs unfurled, revealing her sharp stingers, she confronted him with fury. "You wish to humiliate me before Megatron, do you? Let me return empty-handed while you take that weapon back." Starscream was unperturbed by her threats, retorting, "How dare you accuse me? You are nothing but an opportunist seeking to survive." Black Widow countered, "Aren't you also searching for an opportunity?" "Perhaps, but I have changed and acknowledged my past mistakes. I now serve only Lord Megatron." His words were heartfelt, yet Black Widow dismissed his ramblings, unwilling to believe that he would reform. However, the pressing matter at hand was not to engage in verbal sparring with Starscream, but rather to locate the weapon. "If you wish to serve him, tell me where the other half of the ship is. Speak." Confronted by Black Widow, Starscream paused momentarily, then replied, "A few kilometers north, just cross a stone arch, and you'll find it. Now release me." Black Widow smiled, "Let me find that weapon first. I hope I can locate it without a guide." With that, she turned her back and proceeded toward the exit. Starscream immediately panicked. Black Widow's activation of the systems would surely attract the Autobots' attention. And now she was abandoning him. Wasn't that a death sentence? "This is no laughing matter, Black Widow. Come back and free me." "Black Widow, this is an order. I am your commander." Hearing Starscream's impotent shouts, Black Widow, with a smile, reached a corner where her steps suddenly faltered as she spotted the Autobots. RC, Bumblebee, Bulkhead, Thrust, and Optimus Prime. "Surrender. Optimus Prime invariably uttered his famous catchphrase whenever his adversaries found themselves at a disadvantage. However, the enemy's reactions were akin to that of Black Widow, as they hastily fled. Upon witnessing Black Widow's retreat, RC resolutely pursued her. Optimus Prime sought to intervene, but it was too late. The Autobots had no choice but to hasten after them. Black Widow traversed past tarantulas and arrived at the location where the spacecraft had been severed. 6 spider legs formed a drill, immediately burrowing into the rock. RC did not hesitate and followed suit, crawling through the opening. This predicament left the others in a quandary. Such a narrow passage could only accommodate RC and Black Widow, while their robust frames could not fit. This tunnel ascends. We must make our exit swiftly, Jetfire exclaimed, racing towards the spacecraft's exit, closely followed by Optimus Prime and Ironhide. The trio soon reached the surface, and at a glance, they beheld Black Widow holding RC captive. Black Widow, remove your filthy hands from her, Jetfire shouted, transforming his hands into weapons and charging at Black Widow. Upon hearing this, Black Widow glanced back and saw Optimus Prime, Ironhide, and Jetfire in pursuit. She immediately released RC and transformed into a helicopter, soaring into the sky. With a cold smirk, she thought to herself, I'll spare you for now. Once I acquire that experimental weapon, I shall deal with you. Black Widow swiftly arrived at the site of the other section of the spacecraft. Just as she landed and looked up at the ship, a surge of electricity struck her. She cried out in pain before collapsing to the ground. In her fading consciousness, she vaguely perceived a figure atop the decrepit vessel, seemingly an Autobot. Ratchet. Ratchet emerged from behind the spacecraft, wielding the very electric weapon that had incapacitated Black Widow in his left hand. In his right, he held a slender, short staff, the target locator that Black Widow sought in this operation. With a sinister grin, Ratchet summoned a vortex of blue and white behind him. As he stepped through it, he was met by none other than the elusive Mirage. Without hesitation, Ratchet handed over the locator to Mirage. Well done, Master of Disguise, Mirage exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He had long desired the locator, but due to Tarantulas failing to record the crash site of the Ark in the Decepticon database, Mirage was unable to procure the weapon. However, he knew that the Ark had split in mid-air, with the locator residing in the rear section, which was situated a few kilometers north of the front section, in a place characterized by stone arches. Thus, Mirage had been utilizing the Decepticon system to track Tarantula's position. The disappearance of Tarantula's signal signified that both he and Black Widow had burrowed underground, entering the front section of the Arkansas. At this moment, the gray figure swiftly activated a terrestrial bridge a few kilometers north of the coordinates where the Red Spider had vanished, allowing the shape-shifted paramedic, the Chameleon, equipped with a stun gun, to traverse the bridge in search of the rear section of the Pioneer and locate the locking staff. Capitalizing on this temporal window, the Chameleon successfully retrieved the locking staff and, upon exiting the spacecraft, fortuitously encountered the Black Widow, launching a surprise electric assault upon her. It is worth mentioning that transforming into a paramedic was a trivial task for the Chameleon, as it merely required retrieving the paramedic's data from the Decepticon database and transferring the information via a data conduit. In summary, the locking staff was secured. Chapter 48. The Red Spider flees RC. You are aware that you should not engage the enemy alone. After Optimus Prime drove off the Black Widow, he turned his gaze toward RC. She was an exception, having dealt a treacherous blow to the barricade. Retribution awaited her. RC recalled the scene vividly. The Black Widow's claws sinking into the chest of the barricade. The rarely vocal Jetfire had been present among the Autobots rescuing RC. Had he arrived sooner, the barricade would not have perished. Vengeance cannot resurrect our fallen comrades. Can you comprehend this? As soon as Optimus Prime finished speaking, RC turned her head away, clearly unable to grasp the sentiment. At that moment, Skyhook suddenly sensed something and noticed Bumblebee and the others escorting the Red Spider towards them. Hurry up. There is no need for violence, is there? The Red Spider exclaimed, only to be forced to kneel before Optimus Prime by the barricade. Upon seeing Optimus, the Red Spider quickly declared, I can tell you everything. Skyhook narrowed his eyes, and then what? What do you seek? After a moment's hesitation, the Red Spider replied, I wish to join your side. As soon as he finished speaking, the barricade, Skyhook, and Jetfire erupted into laughter, clearly skeptical of the Red Spider's words. RC added, You will not betray the Decepticons. The Red Spider retorted promptly, "Oh really? Look at what they have done to me. Besides humiliating, surveilling, and belittling me, what else? Megatron even sought to extinguish my spark cruelly. He then let those treacherous fellows, the Black Widow and Gray Figure, vie for my position, particularly that Gray Figure. I assisted him immensely, yet after my downfall, he disregarded me entirely. And the Black Widow? She abandoned me to my fate. So, why should I not betray them?" The group fell silent, instinctively moving aside to deliberate, leaving Bumblebee to guard the Red Spider. Forming a circle, RC was the first to speak. "It is true that Megatron wishes to eliminate the Red Spider. I witnessed it firsthand. Previously, Megatron sought to have a heart-to-heart with the Red Spider. But due to the Autobots, the pulse wave from the battle caused the mine to collapse. The Autobot who exchanged fire with Megatron was none other than RC, who had been present to witness Megatron intimidating the Red Spider. The petition inquired, 'Do you truly believe the words of Red Spider?' Flying over the mountain added, 'RC cannot possibly trust Red Spider, nor can I, nor can Skyhook.' RC frowned. 'Nevertheless, our goals may align at this moment.' Suddenly, Skyhook raised his hand. 'Let us first inquire about their purpose for coming here. Perhaps the Black Widow is on a mission from Megatron.' Optimus Prime nodded. 'Skyhook is right. We must ascertain the objective of the Decepticons' current operation.' After their discussion, they returned to Red Spider. 'What did Megatron send you and the Black Widow here to do?' Skyhook aimed his pulse gun at Red Spider, nearly pressing the latter's head to the ground. Red Spider quickly replied, 'Megatron sent us to retrieve an experimental weapon. But I am unaware of its exact nature. I only know its location.' 'Where is it?' 'A few kilometers to the north, just beyond a stone arch.' After a brief deliberation, they decided to investigate. Optimus Prime, knowing Red Spider's treacherous nature, kept a vigilant watch over him. The group traversed the rocky terrain and soon arrived at a grand stone arch, but they all halted in unison, clearly apprehensive that a trap lay beyond. A snare set by the Decepticons. Optimus Prime gathered everyone, distancing them from Red Spider, and initiated a discussion. Red Spider has never demonstrated unwavering loyalty to Megatron. If he truly wishes to sever ties with the Decepticons, with the intelligence he possesses, he could become an invaluable ally. The petition quickly interjected, but not a permanent ally. Merely a means to utilize his intelligence, correct? Optimus Prime replied, regardless of how slim the possibility may be, every being deserves a chance for redemption. The group fell into a contemplative silence. They had not anticipated that Optimus Prime genuinely wished to extend an opportunity to Red Spider. Does this include our sworn enemy? The Black Widow? RC exclaimed, angered. If even Red Spider is granted a chance, then surely the Black Widow should also be? If we abandon hope, we cannot achieve lasting peace. Optimus Prime declared his resolution, and the others did not oppose him. After all, he was their leader, and his word was law. Noticing the absence of dissent, Optimus Prime issued his command. Skyhook, RC, you two remain here to keep an eye on Red Spider. The rest of you, follow me. At this, RC immediately implored, please allow me to join. But Optimus Prime shook his head. The desire for vengeance against the partition will cloud your judgment. With that, he advanced towards the stone arch along with flying over the mountain, Bumblebee, and the partition. As RC watched Optimus Prime and the others recede into the distance, she could not help but sigh. RC, do not fret. Optimus and the others will capture the Black Widow. She cannot possibly contend with all four of them alone. Skyhook reassured, standing beside Red Spider and waving at RC. Upon hearing this, RC struggled to muster a smile. But suddenly, the Red Spider interjected, you must understand. I am not the true villain here. It is Megatron who embodies malevolence. Tian-Go clicked his tongue in annoyance. Enough of that. Save it for someone else. Who else would listen? The Black Widow, perhaps? Just wait until I capture her. You will see how I deal with her. You have no idea. One day, she just appeared, acting as if she were the true sovereign of this realm, covertly maligning me to Megatron, attempting to usurp my position. Yet, she shall not succeed, for she has been frequently stumbling in her encounters with Grey Che. As Red Spider concluded, he erupted into laughter. Grey Che, doing leaguing me. Tian-Go, intrigued, leaned in, eager to hear what Red Spider would divulge. Just then, a strand of web suddenly obscured his vision. The Black Widow. RC was the first to react, her hands transforming into weapons as she unleashed a barrage of fire upon the Black Widow, who deftly evaded the onslaught while recollecting the events that had just transpired. The stun gun had not rendered the Black Widow unconscious for long. She swiftly regained her senses and immediately recognized that this operation had failed. Fury surged within her. Ever since encountering Grey Che, misfortune had plagued her every endeavor, as if cursed by fate itself. Yet, her anger was short-lived, for the sound of an approaching vehicle broke through the tension. The Black Widow swiftly employed her 6 spider legs, nimbly scaling the mountain to witness Optimus Prime escorting Red Spider to the stone arch, seemingly engaged in discussion. At that moment, a communication from Grey Che abruptly came through. Black Widow, is the operation proceeding smoothly? Grey Che's rhetorical question only served to infuriate the Black Widow further. She bellowed, Grey Che. He, unfazed, chuckled lightly before responding, I have informed Lord Megatron of Red Spider's capture by the Autobots. Care to guess what his reaction will be if you return alone? The Black Widow scoffed. What does that matter to me? It is his incompetence that allowed the Autobots to seize him, leading us to lose the locator staff. Grey Che continued to smirk. Is that so? Black Widow, if you truly believe your argument will sway Megatron, then return and await your demise. By the way, I actually do not wish for your death. It would be rather dull if you simply perished. With that, Grey Che ended the communication without waiting for a response. The Black Widow paused, contemplating his words, and ultimately sighed, deciding to launch a surprise attack on the Autobots to provide Red Spider with an opportunity to flee. Thus, she waited patiently until Optimus Prime and his team traversed the stone arch, leaving only Alcee and Tion go behind, before she initiated her plan. She stealthily approached, then unexpectedly fired a strand of web, rendering Tion go temporarily incapacitated. Arcee swiftly reacted and launched a counterattack against Black Widow. The grappling hook was ensnared by Spider Silk, drawing Arcee's attention, and Red Spider immediately realized it was an opportunity to flee. Without hesitation, he rose and sprinted deep into the valley. Chapter 49, Deputy Commander. It took great effort for the grappling hook to tear the Spider Silk from his face. Once his vision cleared, he scanned the surroundings and spotted Red Spider making his escape, but he also heard the sounds of struggle. Turning his gaze, he saw Arcee entangled in combat with Black Widow. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Black Widow, forsaking the pursuit of Red Spider, for in his eyes, even 10 Red Spiders could not compare to the significance of Arcee. Black Widow, he bellowed, transforming his hands into weapons and preparing to unleash a barrage, seemingly poised to fire at any moment. Upon seeing the grappling hook advance and realizing Red Spider had already fled, Black Widow prepared to make her escape. She launched a strand of spider silk at the grappling hook. However, he anticipated her move, deftly evading it while closing the distance towards her. Finding herself unable to subdue the grappling hook, Black Widow swiftly redirected her attack towards Arcee. Too close for comfort, Arcee was struck by her silk, ensnaring her arms. Witnessing Arcee's predicament, Black Widow's 6 spider legs leapt and embedded themselves into the rock wall. At that moment, a barrage of blue beams struck beside Black Widow. She glanced at the grappling hook, growling in displeasure, then rapidly ascended, soon vanishing from the sight of both the grappling hook and Arcee. The grappling hook did not pursue Black Widow. Instead, he activated his communicator and hurried to Arcee's side. Optimus Prime, do you read me? We were attacked by Black Widow. She fled south, and Red Spider has also escaped. While communicating, the grappling hook swiftly assisted Arcee in freeing her from the spider silk. The instant she broke free, Arcee dashed towards the direction Black Widow had fled. Arcee, the grappling hook, now focused solely on her, prepared for her pursuit and lunged forward, firmly grasping her arm. Let go! I cannot allow Black Widow to escape. Arcee struggled fiercely, but the grappling hook would not relent. Arcee, I will not let go. It's too perilous for you to pursue her now. We must first locate Optimus Prime and the others. His tone remained composed, and upon realizing the grappling hook's resolute grip, Arcee ceased her struggles. They refrained from pursuing, allowing both Black Widow and Red Spider to escape unscathed. The difference lay in Black Widow's immediate call for her warship to activate the land bridge upon her departure, while Red Spider had no intentions of returning to the ship. He smashed the locks in his hands against the stone, reciting the monologue in his mind. I am so foolish, having committed an unforgivable error. Yet I have come to recognize my place in the universe. Who am I? I am Red Spider, without allegiance to any faction and serving no one. The Red Spider has severed ties with the Decepticons, becoming an alien drifter on Earth. Upon discovering that Black Widow had returned to the warship alone, Gray knew of this development, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. In the original narrative, the Red Spider's escape hinged on two pivotal factors. First, he was guarded solely by RC, and second, he had killed a certain character. Based on these elements, during a conversation with RC, the Red Spider inadvertently revealed too much, igniting her murderous intent and granting him the opportunity to flee. However, in the current scenario, as the character in question remains alive, and there is no animosity between RC and the Red Spider, the chance for escape has vanished. Furthermore, with an increase in the Autobot ranks, Gray could not ensure that Optimus Prime would assign only RC to guard the Red Spider. Thus, after acquiring the locking staff, Gray urged Black Widow to rescue the Red Spider, allowing him to evade the Autobots and return the storyline to its intended course. Recognizing the Red Spider's continued utility, Gray was determined not to let him fall at this juncture. Now, he needed to solidify his position as the Decepticons' second-in-command. Aboard the Decepticon warship on the bridge, Black Widow had just reported the events to Megatron, who, upon hearing the account, erupted in fury. "Black Widow, are you not aware of the grave error you have committed?" Yet, she protested, "My lord, it was due to the Red Spider that we lost the locking staff." Her feeble justifications, in an attempt to deflect blame, fell on deaf ears. "Such trivial antics do not concern me. You have allowed my first lieutenant to become a captive of the enemy, which means the Autobots will acquire all of the Decepticons' confidential intelligence." Black Widow stepped back slightly, continuing her defense, "But, my lord, the Red Spider has already escaped." To which Megatron retorted, "Then why has he not contacted the warship? Did you not fail to delay the Autobots long enough for him to be recaptured? Did you not say he was shackled and unable to fly?" At this moment, Megatron was on the brink of uncontrollable rage. Black Widow's repeated failures in recent operations had already displeased him, and now the Red Spider had fallen into Autobot hands. Sheer foolishness. Observing the situation, Gray recognized the moment had come and stepped forward. "Lord Megatron." His voice commanded the attention of all present. Megatron furrowed his brow. "What is it, Gray?" With a smile, Gray continued, "In light of Black Widow's recent string of failures, I do not believe she possesses the capability to assume the role of second-in-command. After all, if she were to be appointed, who would respect her?" As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs of agreement rippled through the ranks of Decepticons. "Indeed, what has Black Widow accomplished? She has never won. I doubt she could ever be second-in-command." "Exactly, I would be a better choice. I refuse to follow her." Listening to the discourse of numerous Decepticon soldiers, Black Widow felt a surge of both astonishment and anger, itching to launch an immediate assault on Gray Che. Megatron fell into a contemplative silence. He had long harbored an answer in his mind, yet had refrained from voicing it. The candidates for the position of Decepticon-S second-in-command were none other than Red Spider, Black Widow, and Gray Che. While he held greater faith in Thundercracker, he knew Thundercracker was ill-suited for the role of commander, better suited as a warrior. Given that Red Spider was oblivious to the danger, and Black Widow had underperformed, Gray Che emerged as the sole viable option. More crucially, Gray Che was astute, having already forged a formidable covert alliance within the Decepticon ranks. Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Gray Che. It was time to act. He waved his hand decisively. "Gray Che, from this day forth, you shall be the second-in-command of the Decepticons, second only to me." He abruptly shifted his tone. "As for you, Black Widow, I expect you to procure sufficient energon for me in the coming days. Do you understand?" Black Widow paused momentarily before bowing her head. "Understood, my lord." News of Gray Che's promotion swiftly spread throughout the warship. Gray Che smiled, having achieved his goal, yet he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. For he was on the brink of undertaking a matter of utmost significance. The fate of Cybertron hung in the balance. Chapter 50. Synthesizing Energon. Congratulations, second-in-command. Shiyu patted Gray Che on the shoulder, his satisfaction evident. Accompanying Shiyu to congratulate Gray Che were the likes of Faceless, Knockout, and Deadlock, who organized a celebratory feast in his honor. Gray Che was not particularly fond of the Cybertronian style of celebration, but for the sake of social convenience, he acquiesced and indulged them for a while. The feast concluded swiftly, and during the festivities, Gray Che discerned that these four individuals remained unchanged. Shiyu was still astute, yet irrational when the topic of RC arose. Faceless exhibited shrewdness, evident in his abandonment of Red Spider in favor of Grey Che. Knockout remained infatuated with surface maintenance, often infiltrating human automotive hubs to pilfer various car care products. Deadlock, conversely, was the most engaged with the lower ranks of the Decepticons, clinging to a small group mentality, which was one of the primary reasons Megatron and Red Spider regarded him with disdain. In human society, no leader would appreciate Deadlock's straightforward demeanor. Thus his position remained lowly, primarily serving as a brute to execute violent tasks for the Decepticons. Grey Che had come to understand these individuals very well, having observed them during his previous life while watching the Testament of Leadership. Not long after the celebratory feast, a new message arrived from Megatron, heralding a new mission. Soundwave had detected an unusual signal. Without waiting for Black Widow to make a move, Grey Che stepped forward. Addressing Lord Megatron, "Please allow me to retrieve that item. Do not let me down." Megatron readily acquiesced. Grey Che continued, "Considering the potential emergence of Optimus Prime, which may pose a challenge for us, I request that Thundercracker accompany us on this mission." Megatron hesitated momentarily before agreeing, recognizing the soundness of Grey Che's request. After all, only he could defeat Optimus Prime. A smile crept into Grey Che's heart, for Megatron had accepted the security signal he had emitted. To reassure Megatron of his loyalty, Grey Che needed to demonstrate that he did not threaten his position, opting for a more circuitous approach. To vanquish the Autobots, one must first overpower their leader. Thus, Grey Che indicated his inability to confront the Autobot leader and sought Megatron's assistance. Was this not an implicit acknowledgement that only Megatron could rival the Autobot leader? Megatron appreciated Grey Che's attitude and performance, promptly summoning Thundercracker to explain the situation. Upon understanding the context, Thundercracker immediately expressed his commitment to dealing with Optimus Prime. Once the tasks were assigned, Soundwave activated the land bridge. Grey Che, Thundercracker, Knockout, Dead End, and Moonracer traversed the swirling vortex of blue and white, only to find themselves face-to-face with the Autobots. Decepticons. Optimus Prime was the swiftest to react, transforming his arms into blasters and unleashing a blue beam that sent Thundercracker flying. The trio of Knockout, Dead End, and Moonracer felt a surge of panic at this scene, while Grey Che maintained an outward calm, though his heart raced as he swiftly scanned the area, realizing that, apart from Ratchet, all the Autobots had arrived. They were all here. In the original narrative, the barriers were absent, allowing Optimus Prime to activate the land bridge from the Autobot base to support his battle against the Decepticons. It was this very activation that had enabled Mika to stealthily infiltrate the battlefield. Small in stature, Mika navigated through the chaos and swiftly reached the storage tank. This brings us to the origins of the storage tank. It was created during Cybertron's golden age, designed to preserve the wisdom of Cybertronians, information of various kinds. While there were many storage tanks containing diverse information, the one they sought was unlike the rest. It held the formula for synthesizing super-energy entities. The synthesis of super-energy entities, a masterpiece birthed from Cybertronian magical science, not only promised near-infinite synthetic energy for the Cybertronians, but also served as a crucial component in creating the ultimate godlock. Its significance was paramount, an absolute necessity in Grey Che's eyes. However, this storage tank possessed a defense mechanism, designed to prevent Cybertronian technology from falling into the hands of alien races. Once extraterrestrial life comes into contact with the storage tank, it will automatically release information to prevent the aliens from obtaining it. In the original narrative, Meichi inadvertently activated the storage tank, causing the information regarding the synthetic energy entity to be emitted, fortuitously striking the head of the barrier. However, this information began to erode the barrier's mind due to its peculiar nature. Consequently, prompted by Meichi, the barrier's brain released the information, even though it had yet to fully transcribe the formula for the synthetic energy entity. The information soared into the sky, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind only a fragmented formula. It took several episodes before the complete formula was finally restored. Grey Che's intentions were straightforward. He sought to monopolize the synthetic energy entity. To avoid alarming either the Decepticons or the Autobots, he meticulously controlled the Mecha Special Operations Team, which subsequently developed a data receiver. His original plan was to have the data receiver poised in the sky, while he, at the moment Meichi touched the storage tank, would launch the data into the air, directing it towards the pre-prepared data receiver. In doing so, neither the Autobots nor the Decepticons would acquire the synthetic energy entity, and no one would be the wiser that it had unknowingly fallen into his hands. Of course, this entire scheme hinged on the Autobots adhering to the original plot, allowing the barrier to remain at the base and providing Meichi the opportunity to traverse the land bridge. However, reality diverged once more. The Autobots congregated at the scene, and the ambulance would no longer activate the land bridge, depriving Meichi of a chance to cross over to the battlefield. It would indeed be futile. Gray Che, ever meticulous in his planning, anticipated such a scenario. Given these circumstances, Gray Che had already foreseen the possibility of this deviation, especially with the Autobots bolstered by the presence of the Skyhook and the persistent fly over mountain. It was unreasonable for Gray Che not to consider the current situation. In an instant, he made a decision. If he could not seize it privately, he would take it by force. It mattered little if the Decepticons gained possession. With this thought, a fierce determination ignited in Gray Che's gaze. This time, he was prepared to engage earnestly. Optimus Prime. The Thunderstorm sprang into action, roaring as it charged towards Optimus Prime. With Thunderstorm preoccupying Optimus, Gray Che's eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the storage tank. Without hesitation, he dashed toward it, his strides purposeful and swift, reaching the storage tank in mere moments. Just as he was about to act, the barrier rushed in, fiercely embracing Gray Che and sending him sprawling away. As Gray Che fell to the ground, he felt a moment of discomfort in his chest. The barrier was indeed quite heavy. After Gray Che was downed, Shiwei approached the storage tank, but was promptly intercepted by Fly Over Mountain. Acting in concert, Skyhook and Fly Over Mountain succeeded in seizing the storage tank after Shiwei was thwarted. However, just as he grasped the storage tank, he was sent sprawling by a fierce blow from Deadfire. The storage tank slipped from his grasp, landing fortuitously before Deadfire. Instead of reaching for it, Deadfire transformed his right hand into a hammer, striking RC, who rushed to seize the tank and sending her flying. Meanwhile, Bumblebee seized the opportunity to tackle Deadfire to the ground. At that moment, Fly Over Mountain, witnessing the scene, forcefully shoved Shiyu aside and charged toward the storage tank. Just as he was about to grasp it, a partition thrown by Hui Che sent Fly Over Mountain sprawling. Ah! He cried out in pain. The partition is too heavy. The scene was chaotic, with one obstructing another, while yet another attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted and sent flying. The pandemonium was overwhelming, except for the location of the storage tank, which remained untouched as anyone attempting to claim it was thwarted. Although Hui Che had resolved to act, he refrained from doing so amid the tumult, waiting for the situation to stabilize before unleashing his full force. Under Huiche's deliberate guidance, the battle between the Autobots and Decepticons gradually took on a more focused nature. Thundercrash targeted Optimus Prime, Shiyu aimed at Skyhook, Deadfire confronted the partition, and Knockout engaged Bumblebee, while Hui Che himself focused on Fly Over Mountain and RC. Once the situation stabilized somewhat, Hui Che seized RC and hurled her high into the air. It must be noted that the petite RC was relatively easy to handle, especially given Huiche's imposing stature. This robust physique, comparable to the likes of Shockwave, Predacon, and Thunderwing, provided Hui Che with a significant advantage. With a powerful punch, he accurately struck Fly Over Mountain on the head, so forcefully that one of the horns atop Fly Over Mountain's head broke off. Fly Over Mountain crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily dazed and unable to rise. Hui Che did not linger on the state of RC and Fly Over Mountain, but immediately turned and charged toward the storage tank, snatching it into his grasp. Observing this, Optimus Prime swiftly shoved Thundercrash aside and fired a shot at Hui Che. However, as soon as he fired, Thundercrash tackled Optimus Prime to the ground. A blue beam traversed the battlefield, striking Huiche's arm with precision. Hui Che grimaced in pain, aware that Optimus Prime's true target was the storage tank. From Optimus Prime's perspective, everyone was preoccupied, and Hui Che holding the storage tank signaled imminent victory. The only recourse was to destroy the storage tank to prevent the Decepticons from acquiring the information from the Golden Age. Fortunately for Hui Che, the moment he obtained the storage tank, he instinctively protected it, specifically guarding against Optimus Prime, which meant that Optimus could only strike Hui Che without being able to destroy the tank. Seeing the storage tank fall into enemy hands, Bumblebee erupted with tremendous force. delivering a punch that sent Knockout staggering before quickly charging toward Hui-Che. At that moment, Hui-Che suddenly produced an energy collector, emitting a beam of azure light that struck Bumblebee squarely in the chest. Instantly taken aback, Bumblebee faltered, feeling an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, his limbs growing increasingly feeble. "Bumblebee!" RC shouted, charging towards Hui-Che with all her might, her arms transforming into lethal blades, exuding a palpable aura of menace. However, Hui-Che refrained from further utilizing the collector. His intent was merely to subdue Bumblebee's fervor. Consequently, he ceased its operation and stowed it away, mindful of the risk of damage during combat. "Lord Megatron, I have secured the item. Please activate the ground bridge immediately." No sooner had Hui-Che spoken than a swirling vortex of green and white materialized beside him. At that juncture, RC had already reached Hui-Che, who deftly evaded her assault and retaliated with a kick that sent her sprawling once more. As RC lifted her head again, Hui-Che stepped into the ground bridge. With the item in hand, further combat seemed futile. The other Transformers, Moonracer and Skyhook, swiftly transformed into aircraft, ascending into the skies. Meanwhile, Knockout and Deadlock morphed into vehicles, hastily entering the ground bridge alongside Hui-Che. As the ground bridge sealed shut, it signified the conclusion of the battle, marking a victory for the Decepticons. Chapter 51. The Cybertronian Covenant. Well done, Hui-Che. On the bridge, Megatron held aloft the storage canister, astonished at how swiftly the benefits emerged following Hui-Che's promotion to second-in-command. He immediately instructed Knockout to analyze the contents of the canister, determined to uncover its secrets. True to his reputation, Knockout successfully extracted the information, revealing a complete formula for an artificially synthesized energy core. Megatron was pleased, though not overly so. As the leader of the Decepticons, he possessed an abundance of energy cores, and the synthetic variant was merely an enhancement. Yet Hui-Che held a differing perspective, recognizing the potency of the synthesized energy core. With a sufficiently high concentration of components, its power could indeed surpass that of a standard energy core. Hui-Che promptly directed Knockout to produce a batch of the synthetic energy core. A flawed formula would yield energy detrimental to Cybertronian physiology, adversely affecting cognitive function. In the original narrative, Ratchet had suffered significantly after using an incomplete energy core, leading to a drastic decline in judgment, culminating in the foolish decision to face Megatron alone. Thus, Hui-Che resolved never to utilize a defective synthetic energy core. Fortunately, having acquired the complete formula, the resultant synthetic energy core would be devoid of adverse effects. Upon injecting the synthesized core into his being, Hui-Che was enveloped by an exhilarating sensation that surged through him. On the Blueberry Novel Network, Gray-Che conducted a thorough examination of himself and was astonished to discover that his various physical metrics had risen by 10%. Surprisingly, the metrics of the ambulance, originally a mere 3%, had surged by 30%. Gray-Che immediately formed a plausible hypothesis. The Autobots had been persistently deprived of super energy entities. As a non-combat medical personnel, the ambulance had been in a state of insufficiency, deliberately conserving super energy for the use of Optimus Prime and his team during battles. After utilizing an incomplete synthetic super energy entity, it was more accurate to say that the ambulance's physical metrics had not significantly increased, but rather returned to a normal state. Naturally, on this foundation of normalcy, the incomplete synthetic super energy entity would still enhance certain metrics. Since joining the Decepticons, Gray-Che had not experienced hunger. Thus, his physical metrics remained normal. Consequently, when he ingested the synthetic super energy entity, the degree of enhancement could not compare to that of the ambulance. In summary, the synthetic super energy entity would further amplify the Decepticons' power, benefiting each member. As the individual who had acquired the formula for the synthetic super energy entity, Gray-Che was subtly promoting himself, aiming to gain greater influence within the Decepticons. He entrusted the task of self-promotion to the Master of Faces. Since the Master of Faces obtained the locking staff, his loyalty had intensified. Compared to Knockout and Deadlock, the Master of Faces could be regarded as Gray-Che's confidant, a notion he himself embraced, as he was one of the key participants in the locking staff incident. The entire Decepticon warship, including Megatron, believed the locking staff had fallen into the hands of the Autobots. However, that was not the case. It was in the possession of the Master of Faces. He felt a surge of excitement, particularly since even Megatron was unaware of this fact. Suddenly, the Master of Faces was startled, having unexpectedly collided with Megatron at a corner. Megatron remained unyielding, while the Master of Faces stumbled back 2 steps, unable to budge the imposing Cybertronian before him. Though anxious, the Master of Faces noticed that Megatron seemed oblivious to him, his gaze vacant as if lost in thought, reminiscent of a human student daydreaming in class. Megatron murmured to himself, and the Master of Faces queried, "Lord Megatron, what troubles you?" However, Megatron ignored him and turned away. The Master of Faces stood momentarily bewildered, sensing something was amiss with Megatron. As Megatron continued down the corridor, he had completely forgotten about the collision, deeply engrossed in the peculiar sensation he had just experienced. A feeling emanating from the dark super-energy entity within him. Why is the dark super-energy entity within me roaring? Megatron was uncertain, yet he swiftly resolved to uncover the reason behind the resurgence of the dark energon. It was of paramount importance. As the days passed, the Decepticons and Autobots continued their usual pursuits of seeking energon deposits, mining it, and engaging in skirmishes upon encountering one another. The synthetic energon had not yet been distributed to all Decepticons, resulting in a negligible enhancement of their overall combat capabilities. In the past, upon acquiring synthetic energon, Megatron would have seized the opportunity to bolster the Decepticons' collective strength. However, he refrained from taking action, delegating the matters to his subordinates. During this time, he had been fervently searching for the cause of the dark energon's roar. He sensed that he was nearing a discovery, shifting his focus from contemporary information to ancient lore, where prophetic texts soon captivated his attention. Among these, the most striking was the account in the Covenant of Cybertron. When 47 planets align, an eternal conflict will commence in a world forged from chaos, where the weak shall inevitably perish in the shadow of the rising darkness. Upon noticing this prophecy, the dark energon within him roared violently. Megatron froze. The more he contemplated this prophecy, the more he was compelled to believe in its veracity, an instinct imparted by the dark energon. He immediately recognized that he required more dark energon. But where could he find it? The prophecy indicated that when the 47 planets aligned, dark energon would surely manifest. Where would it appear? Earth? Cybertron? The search area was vast. How to proceed? The space bridge. Without hesitation, Megatron commanded his subordinates to gather any equipment capable of constructing a space bridge on Earth. Sparing no expense, I seek the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, not merely to ignite my spark, but to empower my undead army to conquer the world. For this, I require more dark energon, for I am the shadow that rises from the darkness foretold in the prophecy. Chapter 52, Destiny Autobot Base. Jack and Mickey were assisting Raph in browsing a website dedicated to supernatural events, where users uploaded various paranormal images. Examples included mysterious alien spacecraft amidst storm clouds, terrifying monsters lurking in forests, and even driverless muscle cars, among others. Suddenly, Jack's gaze flickered. Raph and Mickey's attention was also drawn to the webpage, as it showcased an image of a driverless muscle car, none other than Bumblebee. Jack couldn't help but jest. Bumblebee certainly knows how to steal the spotlight. Mickey waved her hand dismissively. What can we do? Superstars are bound to be caught on camera. Just then, an ambulance approached. Its driver perplexed as he spotted Bumblebee's photo on a human website. A photograph of a bumblebee was posted on a website dedicated to supernatural events. However, fear not, for we have resolved the situation. Observe as we replace the bumblebee with a bottle of Lafite while explaining the process at the computer. In an instant, the bumblebee's image transformed into that of a comical cat, accompanied by amusing sound effects. The extraterrestrial feline exclaimed, "Take me home." This ludicrous audio provoked a hearty laugh from the ambulance crew. Yet in the next moment, the ambulance fell silent, startled. "Ambulance, you laughed?" Meichi remarked, as if she had stumbled upon a new world, for it was her first time witnessing such mirth from the ambulance. Suddenly, Jack was curious whether Optimus Prime would share a laugh, so he called out, "Optimus, want to see something amusing?" "No," Optimus Prime replied indifferently, his attention wholly consumed by the ancient prophecies of the Covenant of Cybertron. He firmly believed that Megatron would exploit this prophecy to fulfill his nefarious objectives. As Optimus solemnly analyzed the situation, RC and the others approached. Do not suggest anything. He has always been this way. I have never seen him laugh, cry, or lose composure. Moreover, I have never witnessed him at any social gathering. They each chimed in. The ambulance added, I have known Optimus Prime for many years longer than you, and while he is quite adept at controlling his emotions, he was not always like this before he became Optimus Prime. Lafayette inquired, puzzled, was he not Optimus Prime before? The ambulance responded slowly on Cybertron. No one is born great. Greatness is earned through strength. Meiji, however, shifted her focus, asking, in what way was he different? Did he make jokes? No, not at all. The ambulance promptly denied. While Optimus was indeed more active in the past, he was never as frivolous as Meiji imagined. After a moment of contemplation, the ambulance remarked, Optimus was more akin to Jack back then. What? I am nothing like Optimus Prime. Jack protested with a hint of pride. Yet his unconscious gesture of flipping his hair revealed his joy. Immense joy. Optimus. Agent Fowler's voice suddenly resonated throughout the base. Everyone turned their gaze to the large screen, where Agent Fowler's face appeared prominently. Optimus Prime asked sternly, What is it, Agent Fowler? My department has been investigating a technology theft, initially believing it to be the work of the mech's special operations team. However, not long ago, the security cameras at the Pennington Abos Particle Collider captured this. Agent Fowler explained. No sooner had he finished speaking than an image popped up on the screen, depicting a slender Cybertronian. The assembly immediately recognized the figure. Soundwave. This faceless Decepticon had stolen an advanced phase conductor, and there was also a list of other stolen items that we have since verified. As Agent Fowler concluded, another image flashed onto the screen. As the ambulance gazed upon the list, it read aloud, Plasma injectors, neutron barriers, and hypercubes. Only one component remained before they could construct the space bridge. The Decepticons intended to build a space bridge. All Autobots were perplexed. What purpose did the Decepticons have for such a bridge? Were they planning to leave Earth? Did they intend to transport zombies to Earth via the space bridge? A single remark sparked a memory among them. Previously, Megatron had utilized the space bridge to transport dark entities to Earth. Thankfully, they had managed to divert the energy flow, obliterating that colossal space bridge. On the Decepticon warship, the command deck was filled with high-ranking Decepticons, where Starscream reported to Megatron. The Decepticon space bridge was nearly complete, with only one energy component remaining. No sooner had Starscream finished speaking than Soundwave manipulated the computer, projecting the schematics of a human military base onto the screen. The energy component the Decepticon sought was concealed within that military facility. Black Widow stepped forward and calmly stated, This installation is impervious by human standards. Yet I can infiltrate through the tunnels. The moment of prophecy was nearing fulfillment. Megatron suddenly roared, startling everyone into confusion. What had befallen their leader? Megatron continued, We need not act in secrecy any longer. Previously, their clandestine operations were aimed at avoiding direct conflict with humanity, specifically to prevent the outbreak of full-scale war. Should such a war commence, the consequences would be unfathomable. Earth might very well become a second Cybertron. Megatron was resolutely opposed to allowing Earth to meet such a catastrophic fate. Thus, both the Decepticons and Autobots had operated in shadows, constraining the war to a scale insufficient to ignite an all-out conflict. However, the situation had changed. Megatron had declared that even a full-scale war was inconsequential. The construction of the space bridge must proceed. With the leader's decree, his subordinates were compelled to comply. Moreover, the Decepticons perceived engaging the insignificant humans in total warfare as devoid of pressure. It was a battle they were certain to win. Consequently, the Decepticons not only felt no fear, but rather a sense of anticipation. Without delay, Megatron dispatched an aerial fleet to launch an assault on the human military base. Under the onslaught of Cybertronian civilization, humanity on Earth was utterly defenseless. The pulse waves unleashed by the Cybertronians toppled tanks and destroyed helicopters with ease. Decepticon soldiers stormed the military base and swiftly extracted the energy component. While humans required machinery to transport it, the towering Cybertronians could manage with mere pairs. As they retrieved the energy component, a swirling vortex of blue and white abruptly materialized, from which Optimus Prime and his allies surged forth. The Decepticon soldiers immediately reported to Megatron, We have secured the energy component, but the Autobots are here. Upon sensing that his plans were thwarted, Megatron's anger surged. He turned to Starscream and commanded, "Prepare the warship for rendezvous. I shall board once I secure the objective." With that, Megatron exited the bridge and made his way to the deck, transforming into a jet and soaring away from the Decepticon warship, speeding towards the military base. As he traversed the clouds and gradually descended, he chanced upon a yellow muscle car racing along the highway. A foolish little creature was isolated. Megatron smirked wickedly and launched an assault on Bumblebee. Beams of purple light rained down, striking Bumblebee with unerring precision. Hit! Bumblebee instantly lost speed and halted. Megatron chose not to pursue further, but instead accelerated towards the energy source, merely passing by and delivering a casual strike. Covering the remaining 3 kilometers swiftly, he soon hovered above the military base. Transforming back into his humanoid form, he descended and positioned himself in front of the energy source, obstructing the Autobots' path. Optimus Prime. Megatron, you insist on making the prophecy come true. Do you not find this rather foolish? Optimus had long anticipated Megatron's intentions, and as Megatron absorbed the weight of Optimus's words regarding the prophecy, he felt a pang of emotion. Indeed, it was Optimus who truly understood him. Megatron responded imperiously, "If I can seize my own destiny, why should I leave it to fate?" Upon hearing this, Optimus comprehended Megatron's resolve. Just as he prepared for battle, Megatron's attention was drawn to a sound behind him. Turning, he beheld Bumblebee cradling Raph as they approached the group. In that instant, Optimus's pupils dilated in shock. "Raph!" RC stepped forward, gently lifting Raph from Bumblebee's grasp. He still breathed, albeit faintly. RC gazed at Raph's pallid face, her heart filled with profound worry. Megatron chuckled. "It seems I have not only swatted a bee, but also crushed a pest." Optimus, stunned by this revelation, felt a chill, while Bumblebee erupted in fury, transforming his arms into weapons, ready to confront Megatron in a fight to the death. "Bumblebee, calm yourself." Ironhide and Ratchet swiftly restrained Bumblebee. "Ratchet, we need to transport him back immediately." Optimus quickly abandoned the notion of combat. They must ensure Raph's safety first. The ground bridge opened rapidly, with RC holding Raph and leading Bumblebee into the passage. The others positioned themselves at the entrance of the ground bridge, prepared to thwart any Decepticon ambush. Megatron observed the Autobot stance, a sinister smile spreading across his face as a massive shadow loomed overhead. He looked up to see the colossal Decepticon warship hovering above. When Megatron shifted his gaze back to the Autobots, he noticed the quickly dissipating turquoise vortex, mistakenly believing that the Autobots had all departed. Unbeknownst to them, the Autobots lay in wait nearby. As Megatron ascended the warship, they seized the opportunity to ascend the vessel's exterior, making their way onto the deck. Chapter 53. Optimus Prime versus Megatron. Upon returning to the Autobot base with Raph, RC and Bumblebee were alarmed to see Raph's pallid complexion. He remained unresponsive, prompting them to declare, "We must assess his components and his critical performance indicators. Alas, my tools are inadequate." Faced with a human body, even the most advanced Cybertronian medic was at a loss. "Call my mother," Jack suddenly exclaimed, pulling out his phone and dialing Miko's number. However, the medic shook his head slightly. "Though your mother is a nurse, does she comprehend the effects of an energy entity on a human body?" Jack retorted. "And how much do you truly know about the human body?" The medic was momentarily speechless. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Starscream was reporting to Megatron. "Lord Megatron, the energy is nearly in place. The space bridge can soon be constructed. Faster. It is still not quick enough. The planets are aligning. I cannot afford to miss my moment." Megatron's voice faltered, his pupils dilating as the dark energy entity roared, conjuring an almost vivid illusion in his mind. "Here it comes again. It feels as though I can hear the thoughts of the Cosmic Emperor," Megatron pondered, while the others exchanged puzzled glances. The Cosmic Emperor, the Dark God? It is said that the dark energy entity is his very blood. Who knows? Then doesn't that mean the energy entity is akin to the primordial essence of the celestial sovereign? Disregarding his subordinate's musings, Megatron slowly approached the bridge's entrance, stating, "Prepare the space bridge. There are matters I must personally attend to." Upon witnessing this, Black Widow couldn't help but smile slightly. Is our leader perhaps not quite himself? Starscream, noticing her smile, understood that she was likely concocting some devious plan. Nevertheless, it mattered little, due to his machinations. Black Widow's position within the Decepticons was merely that of an ordinary senior officer, posing no threat. Moreover, the command was currently in Starscream's hands. He remained unconcerned about Black Widow's schemes. His focus was on the Autobots. Optimus and his companions had likely already boarded the warship and discovered the energy components. At that moment, Optimus, Ironhide, Ratchet, and Bulkhead had successfully located the storage room for the energy components, having dealt with the Decepticon guards. Seeing that the adversaries had been neutralized, Optimus took a moment to open communications, asking, "Ratchet, how is Raph?" It is difficult to say at this point. Upon hearing the medic's worried tone, Optimus offered reassurance. He will receive proper treatment. But I cannot assist. This is entirely my fault. We welcomed humans into our lives. Yet I have scarcely sought to understand their science and medicine. The ambulance cast another glance at Rafi, a wave of regret surging within. Had he begun his journey into human medicine earlier, he would not be so helpless now. You must pull yourself together, old friend. Rafi needs you. So do I. Optimus Prime observed that Hook and his companions had already removed the energy components and declared, "Now, lock onto my coordinates and activate the land bridge immediately." Just as Hook and Overload had finished unloading the energy components, a swirling vortex of blue and white suddenly materialized beside them. "Let us proceed," Hook said, looking towards Optimus. "You all return first. There is something I must attend to," Optimus replied with a serious expression. "I will accompany you," Hook immediately volunteered, only to be met with a shake of Optimus's head. "No, Hook, your duty is to return the energy components to humanity." After saying this, Optimus glanced at the fallen Decepticon soldiers he had slain and finally poured forth his innermost thoughts. "In the past, I was foolish, repeatedly ignoring the lessons history has taught us. The Autobots and Decepticons can never reconcile. If no diplomatic means can resolve this eternal conflict, then I shall extinguish the darkness entirely. I will not allow it to descend upon any planet. To achieve this, I must eliminate Megatron." With his resolve firm, Optimus left Hook and the others no choice but to return to base. The Decepticon soldiers were engaged in constructing the land bridge when they suddenly halted, all at once hearing the heavy thud of footsteps. They looked up to see a towering figure. Optimus Prime. He strode purposefully toward the command bridge, his hands transforming into weapons, proclaiming in an undeniable tone, "I seek Megatron. This is not about anyone else. Stand down. Those who obstruct me shall perish." The Decepticon soldiers disregarded Optimus's words and launched an assault against him, unaware that they were about to confront the most ruthless incarnation of Optimus Prime ever witnessed. The air was filled with explosive sounds as blue beams sliced through the ranks of soldiers, swiftly extinguishing one spark after another. In the face of such leadership-level combat prowess, these soldiers were utterly defenseless. Even the elite forces appeared as fragile as paper before Optimus. "Megatron is not on the warship," shouted one soldier, prompting a brief pause in Optimus's onslaught. He seized the wrist of a Decepticon soldier and activated the communication channel on his arm, bellowing, "Megatron, I am aboard your warship. Come forth at once." After declaring this, Optimus pressed on, soon catching sight of a gray Cybertronian. If it is not gray, who could it be? Beside gray, a swirling vortex of blue and white rapidly formed. "Megatron awaits you, Optimus," Gray announced. Optimus regarded Gray with a deep gaze before resolutely stepping into the vortex. He traversed the lengthy tunnel and beheld a seething volcano alongside his destined target, Megatron. Dark clouds loomed ominously, lightning flashed, and beside the molten lava, Optimus Prime and Megatron stood in a tense standoff. "Megatron, today, you shall pay for all your transgressions against Cybertron, as well as your atrocities towards humanity," Optimus Prime declared with a fierce glint in his eyes, resolutely stating, "Only one shall emerge alive from this encounter. The other must perish, and that will be you, Megatron." No sooner had Megatron uttered his retort, he charged toward Optimus Prime. The latter, swift in his response, positioned himself before Megatron, and both unleashed powerful jabs that struck the adversary's cranium. A flicker of surprise coursed through Megatron, for Optimus Prime's strength was unlike anything he had previously encountered. Steadying himself, Optimus Prime surged once more towards Megatron. Megatron, slightly delayed, couldn't assume his stance in time, and instead lifted his right arm, firing his pulse cannon at Optimus Prime. Yet, as the purple beam shot forth, Optimus Prime deftly pushed aside Megatron's arm, sending the pulse wave soaring into the sky. transforming his right arm into a firearm. Optimus Prime ready to shot from Megatron, only to find Megatron mirroring his action, redirecting the blue beam skyward as well. Undeterred, Megatron fired again, and Optimus Prime reciprocated, each exhibiting remarkable agility as neither landed a hit. Beneath the dim sky, blue and purple beams flickered amidst the shadows. Seizing an opportunity, Megatron aimed his pulse cannon at Optimus Prime while deflecting the latter's shot, but Optimus Prime's reflexes were too swift. He repositioned his cannon just before Megatron could fire. Both adversaries discharged their weapons nearly simultaneously, causing the blue and purple pulse waves to collide, the resulting energy surge propelling them apart. Optimus Prime and Megatron were sent flying, though Optimus Prime was cast further back, indicating that Megatron's pulse cannon possessed a slightly greater potency than Optimus Prime's pulse gun. Realizing this, Optimus Prime swiftly retracted his pulse gun, transforming it into a blade, and charged at Megatron. Megatron did not advance. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of pulse shots towards Optimus Prime. A flurry of purple beams surged forth, but Optimus Prime met them with his blade, deflecting the incoming waves, and, at the right moment, leaped to deliver a decisive strike at Megatron. In a timely manner, Megatron produced his own blade, effortlessly parrying Optimus Prime's assault. Observing the ease with which he had thwarted Optimus Prime's strike, Megatron's confidence surged. Your defeat was foretold long ago. How did it go? The weak shall perish. To believe everything written is folly. Optimus Prime, undeterred, initiated his offensive once more, the glint of his blade shimmering in the darkness as he advanced towards Megatron's head. Chapter 54. The eruption of darkness within the Autobot base. Chip had already crossed the land bridge to this location, swiftly assessing the situation for Ratchet. The examination revealed that Raph's body was gradually losing its vital signs. Without prompt intervention, it would be too late. Jack, help me get Raph into the car. He needs to go to the hospital, Xiaojin urged, attempting to move Raph away. Darby, the doctors here cannot comprehend what has caused his condition unless they study it for a decade. The medic has little faith in human medicine. He believes that Raph's departure from here is tantamount to certain death. I have no time for debates. Although Xiaojin was unaware of the composition of the energy entity, she firmly believed that only human doctors could save Raph. The medic, fixated on the computer screen, muttered, an explosion of the energy entity would greatly harm the Transformers. But I have not detected any readings for humans. Wait, how did I not realize that Raph harbors a dark energy entity within him? As if awakened from a dream, the medic suddenly conceived a plan. I require the energy entity. Xiaojin appeared puzzled. Wait, didn't you mention that the energy entity is harmful to humans? The medic nodded slightly. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed harmful. But I now hope it can counteract the dark energy entity within Raph's body. Quickly, push Raph into the laboratory. Jack and Meichi sprang into action, swiftly transporting Raph into the lab. The medic needed liquid energy, which only existed within the bodies of Cybertronians and their machinery. It was impractical to destroy the energy flow conduits or retrieve solid energy from the warehouse to convert it into liquid. Such processes would take too long. Extracting directly from a Cybertronian's body was the most expedient solution, particularly with one so close at hand. Without hesitation, Bumblebee stepped forward. The medic, aware of the urgency, wasted no time. He produced the extractor and inserted it into Bumblebee's arm, drawing forth a full vial of energy, which he placed on the release apparatus. The medic swiftly manipulated the keyboard, releasing the entirety of the energy into the laboratory. In an instant, a brilliant white light filled the command center. When the light faded, the vial was completely empty, not a single drop remaining. Everyone hurried to assess Raph's condition. Xiaojin immediately checked his pulse, which stabilized. Her diagnosis showed that Raph's pallor was gradually giving way to a healthy flush, and the transformation in his complexion brought a collective sigh of relief. Optimus, we have succeeded. A heavy weight lifted from the medic's heart. He felt fortunate, unable to fathom what he would have done had the plan failed. But that was no longer relevant. What mattered was that they had triumphed. Raph was alive. But where is Optimus? The medic, having been tense due to Raph's condition, finally relaxed only to notice something amiss. Where is Optimus? Why hasn't he returned? Hook paused momentarily before recounting Optimus's solitary challenge against Megatron. Upon hearing the command, the ambulance swiftly commenced its search for Optimus Prime's location. When it successfully pinpointed his whereabouts, The information displayed on the computer screen filled it with dread. Hurry! We must extract Optimus Prime from that place. A resounding clash of steel echoed beneath the volcano, reverberating like thunder and causing the molten lava to churn once more. The battle between Optimus Prime and Megatron intensified, each combatant fighting with reckless abandon. Blades flashed and shadows danced beneath the darkened skies, where clouds loomed and thunder rumbled. In a moment of urgency, Megatron struck with his sword, yet Optimus Prime did not retreat. Instead, he advanced boldly. His throat grazed the edge of Megatron's blade as his left fist propelled forward, striking Megatron squarely in the face. Staggering backward from a force, Megatron barely regained his footing before Optimus Prime's fist came crashing in again, delivering a decisive blow that sent Megatron hurtling away to the precipice of a cliff. Quickly rising to his feet, Megatron raised his right arm to activate the pulse cannon affixed to it. Observing this, Optimus Prime transformed into a truck and charged at full speed toward Megatron. The latter unleashed a barrage of purple beams that whizzed past Optimus Prime. In his vehicular form, Optimus Prime swiftly approached Megatron, utilizing a small slope to launch himself into the air, colliding directly with Megatron's chest. With a thunderous crash, Megatron was sent careening off the cliff, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Optimus Prime landed atop Megatron's face, his tires spinning at high velocity, grinding against Megatron's visage. Megatron felt his vision blur, followed by an intense burning sensation. The energy surge. My face is bleeding. Blinded, he hastily reached out into the darkness, grasping Optimus Prime's head and flinging him away before quickly regaining his stance. As Optimus Prime was hurled through the air, he immediately hit the ground, propelling himself forward like an athlete launching from the starting line, sprinting towards Megatron in a burst of speed. Seizing the opportunity while Megatron's vision was impaired, Optimus Prime charged forward, swinging his arms with ferocity. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Megatron attempted to defend himself, but with Optimus Prime dominating the offensive and his own sight hindered, he could not withstand the onslaught. Optimus Prime continued to unleash a flurry of punches, each one landing squarely on Megatron's face. With each successive blow, Megatron was forced to retreat, while Optimus Prime pursued relentlessly. After enduring an uncountable number of strikes, Megatron was finally sent sprawling to the ground, struggling to rise. My fate, Megatron persisted, still endeavoring to stand. A thunderous sound echoed once more. Once again, a thunderous roar echoed as Optimus Prime's foot crushed down upon Megatron's chest, forcefully asserting dominance. The conclusion should not have unfolded in this manner. Yet, Megatron remained unyielding. Conversely, Megatron, I shall not permit an alternate outcome to transpire. Amidst the cacophony of rumbling, Optimus Prime elevated his right arm, wielding his blade to declare Megatron's fate. Boom! It was not the sound of thunder, but rather the eruption of a volcano. In that moment, the dark energy surged forth. Optimus Prime swung his blade downward, only to find his pupils constrict in disbelief, for Megatron had withstood the blow. Gripping the blade with both hands, Megatron's violet eyes widened, and he emitted a strained roar. Rising defiantly, with a malevolent grin, he taunted, "What did you just say?" Optimus Prime, I shall not allow an alternate outcome. With a low growl, Megatron then shattered Optimus Prime's right arm blade. The explosion of dark energy incapacitated Optimus Prime, rendering him unable to react to Megatron's onslaught. With a fierce thrust, Megatron drove the broken blade into Optimus Prime's shoulder. The pain jolted Optimus Prime back to awareness, prompting an attempt to retaliate. Yet his efforts barely inflicted any damage upon Megatron. With relentless fists, Megatron unleashed a barrage, sending Optimus Prime hurtling through the air, much like how he had been dealt with moments earlier. As Optimus Prime crashed to the ground and opened his eyes, he beheld erupting volcanoes and a sun shrouded in darkness. It dawned on him that the 47 stars of the Cybertronian covenant had aligned. A momentous event had transpired. With a fierce determination, Optimus Prime yanked the broken blade from his shoulder, but before he could rise, Megatron's foot pressed down upon his chest once more. Thunderous booms echoed from the storm clouds, and the roar of the volcanic eruption reverberated, invigorating Megatron's spirit. The dark energy howled with excitement. This is splendid. It appears that the blood of the cosmic emperor I seek is not within the cosmos, but right here. Elated, Megatron raised his arms high, a habit formed from his early days in the Colosseum of Chuan, declaring his triumph. Chapter 55. Sustaining. Why does the dark energy erupt from the Earth? As Optimus Prime gazed at the volcano expelling purple crystalline formations, his bewilderment intensified. Optimus Prime, take that question with you to your grave. Megatron raised the blade in his right hand, poised to end Optimus Prime's life. At that moment, a swirling vortex of azure and white rapidly formed before Megatron, and a massive green figure burst forth, colliding with Megatron and sending him flying. Regaining his balance, Megatron focused his gaze and recognized the newcomer. It was Bulkhead, the only one with the weight capable of displacing him. At that instant, Hook and Jetfire surged forth from the land bridge, joining Bulkhead in a coordinated assault against Megatron. As Megatron sneered dismissively, preparing to retaliate, he beheld the ambulance and RC dragging Optimus Prime toward the land bridge. No! Just as Megatron's words fell, he was forcefully struck back by the barricade. Observing the barricade still entangled with Megatron, RC shouted urgently, "Come back." The trio of the barricade instantly transformed into vehicles, hastening toward the land bridge, with Hook being the swiftest, entering the land bridge first, followed closely by the barricade and the others, who plunged into the swirling hues of blue and white. Megatron, unable to rush into the land bridge in time, erupted into a hearty laugh. "This is merely the beginning. I now possess sufficient dark energy, enough to resurrect the very Emperor of the universe himself." Splendid. Amidst the thunderous roars from the ominous clouds, his malevolent laughter reverberated through the realms. Aboard the Decepticon warship, tension ran high among the crew as they prepared for the impending confrontation between the leaders of the Decepticons and Autobots. Yet, one individual remained remarkably composed, none other than Gray. Noticing Gray's demeanor, she quietly inquired, "Gray, don't you care who will emerge victorious? Optimus Prime is quite formidable." Gray smiled faintly. "What purpose does concern serve? Waiting in silence is the wisest choice." She felt a twinge of confusion. He sensed a deeper meaning in Gray's words. Yet his instincts hinted that Gray was biding his time, waiting for something. Soundwave also cast a curious glance, puzzled by Gray's usual eagerness having given way to such stoic restraint. Despite his curiosity, Soundwave chose to remain silent, opting to conduct his own investigation, convinced that the day would come when he would uncover Gray's hidden agenda. Suddenly, Gray moved, not out of his own volition, but in response to a communication from Megatron. "Gray, direct the warship to my location immediately and prepare all Decepticon soldiers to extract the dark energy." "As you command, Lord Megatron," Gray replied, then began issuing orders to the Decepticons. The massive warship navigated through the layers of dark clouds, swiftly arriving at the volcano emitting dark energy. Upon witnessing the purple volcano, Gray realized that the embodiment of destruction and chaos, the Emperor of the universe, had finally awakened from the depths of time. As for the battle between Megatron and Optimus Prime, it initially seemed that Optimus would triumph. However, the awakening of the Emperor of the universe unexpectedly amplified the dark energy, simultaneously bolstering Megatron's strength. Consequently, Optimus faced defeat, nearly falling victim to Megatron's wrath. In the final moments, the Autobots arrived just in time to temporarily hold Megatron at bay and drag Optimus into the land bridge. Although Megatron failed to slay Optimus, with the acquisition of such vast dark energy, he was convinced that the moment to eliminate Optimus was not far off. It was merely a matter of time. Upon witnessing the battleship descending from above, Megatron eagerly issued a command to all Decepticons, instructing them simply to collect the dark energon. The Decepticons sprang into action, equipped with various extraction tools, descending from the ship in a grand procession. This marked the most extensive extraction operation since their arrival on Earth. Notably, the substance being harvested was dark energon. While dark energon may not pose an immediate fatal threat to Cybertronians like its toxic counterpart, prolonged exposure could yield equally perilous consequences. However, for Megatron, the situation was markedly different. He had adapted to dark energon, enabling his form to absorb its power. The more dark energon he consumed, the stronger he became. Unfortunately, the Decepticon soldiers were not so fortunate. The majority of Cybertronians could not acclimate to dark energon, with Megatron being a rare exception. Gray, observing the soldiers transporting dark energon, felt no inclination to approach. Previously, he had only dared to handle a small fragment of dark energon used to resurrect Megatron. This time, however, the quantity was overwhelming. A typical Cybertronian could not afford to expose themselves to such vast amounts of dark energon, as it would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, it was prudent to leave the handling of dark energon to the Decepticon soldiers. Before long, the ship's storage was filled to capacity with dark energon. Gray deliberately kept his distance from the storage area and advised Thundercracker and the others to maintain a safe distance from the dark energon. At that moment, Gray recalled the fragment of dark energon that was extracted from Megatron by Starscream. Although Starscream's departure from the Decepticons was inevitable, only Gray could ascertain the certainty of this matter. Whether for Megatron or Starscream, the timing of leaving the Decepticon ship was uncertain. So it was likely that Starscream had not managed to take the dark energon fragment with him. It remained hidden somewhere aboard the ship. However, this was of little consequence, as the storage was already brimming with dark energon, rendering that small fragment insignificant in comparison. As Gray gazed towards the volcano, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. He had no intention of confronting the Cosmic Emperor or joining forces with Megatron and Optimus Prime against him. The Cosmic Emperor was a deity, but Gray was not. He was not even an apostle. Should the Cosmic Emperor awaken, chaos would ensue throughout the universe, reigniting divine warfare and heralding doom, from which Gray could not remain aloof. He was merely an ordinary Cybertronian. Although a traveler from another world, he possessed no extraordinary powers or advantages. This was reality, not a game. Fortunately, compared to everyone else present, Gray had a significant advantage. He had watched Transformers Prime. Before the conclusion of the narrative, Huiche equates to a prophet. Thus, Huiche must contemplate matters that escape the consideration of others. A recent dilemma pertains to the Cosmic Emperor, a formidable force of destruction, which has caused Huiche considerable concern. Consequently, he exercises caution, refraining from meddling with the core of the plot. Even when addressing side stories, he strives to maintain the status quo. Why? To navigate the challenge posed by the Cosmic Emperor. Regardless of Huiche's aspirations, he must first overcome this formidable obstacle. For everyone, confronting the Cosmic Emperor is fraught with uncertainty. Yet, for Huiche, endowed with prophetic advantage, this hurdle is not insurmountable. By merely preserving the existing state, he can effortlessly transcend it. As the narrative unfolds, the protagonist, Luo Hua, experiences a flicker of excitement at the prospect of signing in to the profound martial art, the Yi Jing. However, upon glancing at his own legs, he lapses into silence. After all, he is merely a novice in his cultivation, barely qualifying as a warrior-level practitioner. Despite having begun training in the Yi Jing, he remains a weakling, devoid of any capital or strength to showcase. Moreover, he is afflicted by disabilities of the legs. Furthermore, prior to his rebirth, Luo Hua has no intention of revealing his capabilities. He chooses to bide his time, observing his elder brother Luo Feng's ascent, assisting him discreetly from the shadows, content to sign in without rivalry. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, concepts like wealth and power seem fictitious. True strength is paramount. With strength comes authority. Authority equates to wealth. As for beauty, Luo Hua adjusts his black spectacles, smiling to himself. In the vast cosmos, amidst countless human races, with beauty abounding, is it not a matter of mere command to gather such treasures? With this thought, Luo Hua smiles knowingly and picks up the English book he had just set down, engrossing himself in its pages. As the day draws to a close, the Yi Jing proves itself worthy of its reputation as the foremost foundational skill of the Golden System. In just one day, under the subtle influence of the Yi Jing, Luo Hua's physical abilities ascend to a new level. Within him, internal energy begins to circulate through his meridians. On the second day at dawn, Luo Feng, as per his routine, prepares to head downstairs to warm up before heading to the extreme martial arts school. However, as he opens the door, a voice calls out from behind. "Ahua, why are you up so early today?" Turning around, Luo Feng sees Luo Hua seated in a wheelchair, a smile blooming on his face. "Are you heading to the martial arts school?" Luo Hua inquires with a grin. "What, do you wish to go out for a stroll?" Luo Feng, sensing Luo Hua's intent, chuckles, but upon noticing the empty pant leg of Luo Hua, his heart aches. "Well, I wish to visit the extreme martial arts school, Luo Hua replies with a nod, seizing the daily opportunity to sign in. Marking his first sign-in at the South Bank community. The strongest individual before him, his brother Luo Feng, who could barely be considered a qualified martial artist, had managed to draw the legendary Jing technique. What if he were to sign in at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? If memory served him right, the hall master of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Ian District, Jiang Yin, possessed the strength of a junior battle general, an entire realm above that of Luo Feng. With a resolute demeanor, Luo Feng readily agreed and proceeded to push the wheelchair to the stairwell, lifting it down with care. He then leisurely pushed Luo Hua towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Ian District. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall, renowned as the largest martial arts institution on Earth, had branches scattered across the globe. As Luo Feng pushed Luo Hua, the journey, which should have taken only a few minutes, extended to several tens of minutes. However, Luo Hua did not rush him. After all, having been a diligent worker in his previous life, and now finding himself with disabilities, he savored the scenic view along the way, which was a delightful choice. Upon reaching the entrance of the martial arts hall, Luo Feng scanned his student ID to gain entry. Goodness! Luo Hua adjusted his glasses, gazing in awe at the imposing structure of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The entire edifice loomed like a colossal entity, and by his estimation, it was even larger than Anhui Normal University, which he had attended in his previous life. Particularly striking was the main entrance, spacious enough to accommodate 10 cars passing side by side. Good morning, senior brother. Good morning. As they entered the hall, on the pathway and lawns, numerous students were present. Upon noticing Luo Feng, who was pushing Luo Hua, they all greeted him with respect, bowing slightly. The reason was simple. Luo Feng wore a student ID badge that symbolized his status as a senior student. With only a little over 100 senior students in the entire Extreme Martial Arts Hall of Ian District compared to more than 40,000 formal students, this clearly indicated Luo Feng's esteemed position. As he listened to the respectful greetings around him, Luo Feng continued to push Luo Hua, gradually making their way to the third floor of the senior student building, which was accessible only to senior students. This level housed a vast training hall, measuring 100 meters in both length and width. Madman, you've arrived. Good morning. Inside the training hall, 7 or 8 individuals were present, and upon seeing Luo Feng with Luo Hua, they greeted him with warm smiles and enthusiastic welcomes. Brother Wang, Brother Yang, Sister Li, good morning. Luo Feng replied with a smile. Who is this? Questioned the lean and muscular man referred to as Brother Yang, curiously glancing at Luo Hua. Hello, Brother Yang. I am Luo Hua. This is my brother. You can call me Ahua. Luo Hua quickly interjected, introducing himself with a friendly smile. Oh, hello, Ahua. I'm Yang Wu. I'm Li Qian. Just like Madman, you can call me Sister Li. I'm Wang Bensheng. You can call me Brother Wang, just like Madman. The group introduced themselves in turn. My brother wanted to see me train, so I brought him along. I hope you all don't mind. What's there to mind? Ahua, would you like some water? As the sole woman among several individuals, Li Qian cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng, smiling as she extracted a bottle of functional beverage from the resting point and handed it to Luo Hua. Thank you, Sister Li. You continue your training. There's no need to concern yourself with me. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured. System, commence my check-in. Observing Luo Feng proceed to his training, Luo Hua pressed his lips together and maneuvered his wheelchair to the edge, commanding in his mind. Check-in location, Yian District Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Life level, 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have attained 3 years of cultivation. What a boon. Luo Hua's eyes brightened, silently commending the system. From his perspective, nothing could be more reliable than receiving direct cultivation. Although the effects of the I Jing he received yesterday were remarkable. After a day, he had only managed to cultivate a few strands of internal energy within his meridians. Luo Hua was aware that this pace was already commendable. However, based on the logic of his situation, if he could secure cultivation through check-ins, why not take advantage of it? Assuming his adopted brother's third fainting spell occurred within these few days, the plot would soon unfold. In other words, within a decade, the narrative involving the golden horned giant beast would commence, plunging Earth into an extremely perilous state. While he contemplated surviving and nurturing his growth, observing his prodigious brother's ascent, he realized he must also enhance his own strength. At the very least, he should not be defenseless when danger loomed. With this thought, Luo Hua glanced at his adopted brother before maneuvering his wheelchair toward a corner, acutely sensing a surge of warmth rushing through his meridians. Almost instantaneously, his previously empty dantian became flooded with a substantial amount of internal energy. Luo Hua recognized that this internal energy was the result of the system's check-in. With no time to seek a more concealed location for absorption, he could only retreat to the corner, holding his breath, concentrating, and striving to refine the internal energy within his body for his own use. Fortunately, the internal energy provided by the system seemed akin to what he had cultivated himself. With a mere thought, he could refine it in an instant. Exhaling softly, Luo Hua released a breath of turbid air, subsequently examining himself and feeling a surge of joy. If 3 years of cultivation yielded such results, what marvels awaited in 10 years or 100? The strands of internal energy he painstakingly cultivated yesterday were now indistinguishable, mingling seamlessly with the 3 years of cultivation bestowed by the system. Akin to water merging into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, arduous training paled in comparison to the advantages of the system. Chapter 56. The Cosmic Emperor. Your life force flows forth like a river, surging from the depths, merging with my essence. The dark super-energy within the being of the Cosmic Emperor grew increasingly vibrant as the will of the Cosmic Emperor continued to awaken. Before the origins of all things, there existed the primordial heavenly sovereign and the Cosmic Emperor. The former embodied creation, while the latter embodied destruction. The inaugural creation of the primordial celestial sovereign was the planet Cybertron, heralding the dawn of order. The Cosmic Emperor, sensing the emergence of this order, approached with a clear intent to obliterate Cybertron and plunge the universe into utter chaos. The primordial celestial sovereign, resolute in his stance, engaged the Cosmic Emperor in a divine conflict. This celestial war raged for an interminable duration, measured in millennia, with neither side securing a definitive victory. It was not until the primordial celestial sovereign birthed the first 13 Cybertronians, known as the 13 Apostles, that the tide turned. Ultimately, he vanquished the Cosmic Emperor, relegating him to exile. This act of banishment stemmed from the sovereign's inability to completely annihilate the Emperor, as he could not ascertain a method to do so. Though victorious, the primordial celestial sovereign bore significant wounds, and the era of order he envisioned had yet to materialize. Thus, he continued his creative endeavors. He merged with the core of Cybertron, seeking to harness the power of order to heal the injuries inflicted by the Cosmic Emperor. Subsequently, 3 of the 13 Apostles, Micronus Prime, Vector Prime, and the 13th Apostle, united with Cybertron, transforming into the Allspark, the very source of the mechanical life that would flourish on the planet. The fates of the other 10 Apostles diverged, each following their own path. Notably, Sentinel Prime later joined the Allspark, thereby imbuing it with the essence of 4 Apostles. Following these events, Cybertron officially entered its golden age. During this era, groundbreaking advancements in space bridge technology, synthetic energy formulations, and faster-than-light spacecraft emerged, marking an epoch of creation and the establishment of order. However, with the inception of order came the inevitability of its downfall. The High Council began to decay, and even the apostles of the primordial celestial sovereign found themselves powerless. A cataclysmic revolution loomed on the horizon. Led by Megatron, the revolutionary forces seized control of Chuan, establishing it as the epicenter of the Decepticons, and waged war that swept across the world. The conflict intensified, gradually corrupting the very core of Cybertron, leading to its desolation. The collapse of order and the demise of life only served to amplify the power of the Cosmic Emperor, whose form gradually regained strength as his consciousness began to awaken. Now, with 47 planets aligned, their magnetic pull has become the alarm that rouses the Cosmic Emperor. Consequently, the dark energon surged forth, revitalizing the Cosmic Emperor's essence from its stagnant state, transforming it into a relentless river. As a Cybertronian imbued with dark energon, Megatron sensed within this energy the will of the Cosmic Emperor. He sensed it. The Cosmic Emperor was on the verge of awakening. At that moment, the Earth would be torn asunder, obliterated in the blink of an eye, plunging the universe into chaos. This cannot be allowed. Megatron's ambition was to dominate the Earth. How could he permit its annihilation? He resolved to attempt persuasion, to see if he could sway the Cosmic Emperor. Acting swiftly, he departed, casually remarking, "Gray, you shall command in my absence." "Where are you going, my lord?" Gray inquired, as if reciting a script. "I am to meet the Cosmic Emperor," Megatron replied, before leaving the bridge. He made his way to the deck, transforming into a fighter jet, soaring directly above the volcano. Shifting back into human form, he landed on the precipice of the volcano, gazing down at the seething dark energy below. Suddenly, he cried out, "I sense your presence. Please reveal yourself. I honor you as my master, the great Cosmic Emperor." After a brief pause, the dark energy began to churn violently, erupting into a cloud of shadowy mist, from which a pair of violet eyes radiated a terrifying brilliance. "Who seeks to behold me?" echoed the Cosmic Emperor's voice, resonating through the heavens and the earth. "It is your most humble servant, Megatron. I am the leader of the Decepticons, and it is I who bears the dark energy connecting us, awakening you once more, fulfilling the ancient prophecy." The overwhelming influence of the dark energy compelled Megatron to kneel, though he quickly rose again. "This is merely the inception of our joint endeavor. With my aid, you shall reign over this planet and all its inhabitants." Megatron continued to plead, yet it was evident that he sought to prolong the Cosmic Emperor's slumber. An impossible task. The Cosmic Emperor, however, responded coolly, "Arrogant fool, how dare you presume to summon my life force? I awakened because I deem the time has come." Upon hearing this, Megatron hastily replied, "Master, I do not wish to overestimate my own importance." "Silence. I have no need for your inept assistance," the Cosmic Emperor retorted, clearly uninterested in continuing this futile dialogue. Megatron furrowed his brow, his mind racing for strategy. But the will of the Cosmic Emperor embedded within the dark energy continued to influence him. Resolutely, he sank to his knees once more. "I beseech you, Master. My existence is solely to serve you." Yet the Cosmic Emperor, disinterested in Megatron's supplication, shifted his focus elsewhere. "What do I sense?" "The vile presence of the primordial celestial." The violet eyes suddenly sparked with fury. Observing this, Megatron rose again. "That is Optimus Prime, the final apostle, and our bitter enemy," the Cosmic Emperor declared. "You profess loyalty to me, yet you allow the apostle of the primordial celestial to live." In response, Megatron swiftly asserted, "I shall annihilate him for you, that you may hear his cries of despair. I have grown weary of your nonsensical ramblings. If you possess the capability to annihilate this apostle, I assume you would have done so long ago." The Cosmic Emperor has lost interest in continuing discourse with Megatron. "I shall personally resolve this apostle." As the words fell from my lips, those violet eyes vanished into the abyss, and that darkness once again plummeted into the seething dark energy entity. Megatron could not help but grit his teeth, astonished that he was utterly unable to persuade the Cosmic Emperor. More accurately, the Cosmic Emperor's perception was astutely clear, rendering Megatron's intentions entirely transparent and without refuge. The resurrection of the Cosmic Emperor would lead to the annihilation of Earth, while his own ambition was to dominate the planet. The divergence in their ideologies precluded any possibility of collaboration. Therefore, he was left with no choice but to ally with Optimus Prime, for the Cosmic Emperor must be eradicated. Chapter 57. Parasite aboard the Decepticon warship. On the bridge, various anomalies occurring on Earth were reflected on the large screen. Simultaneously, as volcanoes erupted, 7 earthquakes of identical magnitude, yet differing locations, transpired in an instant. Storms, tsunamis, and fierce thunderstorms were advancing upon human cities, some coastal cities precariously on the brink of disaster. The electromagnetic field exhibited anomalies, plunging all cities into a state of crisis. In a heartbeat, the world was engulfed in panic. Grayche observed the myriad of surveillance data displayed on the screen, maintaining an air of calm, while the other Cybertronians began to express their concerns. After all, Earth was the planet they had discovered in the cosmos, rich in dark energy resources, second only to Cybertron. The destruction of Earth would undoubtedly gravely impact their interests. Why the panic? Grayche suddenly thundered, and in that instant, the entire bridge fell silent. He slowly turned to face everyone. "Now, the cargo hold is brimming with dark energy. Our mission is to launch the warship into the skies, ensuring that the atmospheric disturbances on this planet do not impede us, and then we shall await Lord Megatron's return. Do you comprehend?" Finally, he deliberately cast a glance at the sole female Cybertronian aboard the Decepticon warship, especially you, Black Widow. Black Widow, suddenly singled out, erupted in fury. What do you mean, Great Shay? Great Shay chuckled. Aren't you secretly conspiring with your little entourage to abandon Lord Megatron? Which planet were you planning to flee to? Ah yes, planet Lagulan 4. What treasures lie there? Mechanical insects, perhaps? Black Widow was taken aback. She was not foolish. After enduring several setbacks, she had come to realize that Great Shay was a formidable opponent, and with Megatron, Shockwave, and Soundwave, none were to be trifled with. Consequently, her status within the Decepticon ranks was high, yet due to Great's deliberate suppression, she remained at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Rather than endure indignation here, it would be wiser to rally a faction and defect elsewhere. The universe was vast. Surely, there was a place for her. She also intended to reclaim the heads of the alien creatures that Great Shay had taken before her departure. However, more crucially, how did Great Shay become aware of these plans, which were supposed to be kept secret? Could it be that among those she had recruited, there was a mole working for Great Shay? The mere thought of this caused the Black Widow's expression to darken. Observing her countenance, which was more sorrowful than one could imagine, Great Shay couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Among the Decepticon soldiers that the Black Widow had gathered, there indeed was an informant, but not one of Great's, rather one of Shiwei's. As a former captain of the search team, Shiwei held considerable prestige among the Decepticons, enticing many soldiers to seek his allegiance. One soldier within the ranks assembled by the Black Widow believed that following her would lead to no promising future, and thus took the initiative to disclose her plans to Shiwei, who subsequently informed Great Shay. Upon receiving this news, Great Shay couldn't suppress a smile. In the original narrative, how did the Black Widow meet her demise? It was due to her own ambitions, as she sought to abandon Megatron and usurp his position as the Decepticon leader. This time, however, owing to Great's influence, it was evident that the Black Widow would no longer entertain thoughts of seizing leadership. Yet, she still clung to her original intention of leaving Earth to search for another planet where the Cybertronians could thrive. This notion was not flawed, but the error lay in her continued desire to seize the power of the Decepticons. The will of the Cosmic Emperor began to extend outward, swiftly reaching the surface of the Earth. His gaze swept across the land, and in a canyon, he discovered Optimus Prime. He longed to crush this apostle with a single strike, but given his current state, he could only create some avatars to confront him. The will of the Cosmic Emperor merged with the rocks, manipulating them to form a colossal body that descended directly before Optimus Prime, a form wrought from stone. Towering and formidable, perhaps only 3 Optimus Primes combined could rival it. Do you recognize me, apostle of the primordial celestial master? His brow furrowed slightly. He posed this question because he sensed another familiar essence emanating from Optimus Prime, aside from that of the primordial celestial master. Yet his weakened state prevented him from pinpointing the source of this sensation. Dark evil god, you are the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime immediately displayed an unprecedented level of vigilance. The Cosmic Emperor, noticing this, dismissed the familiarity of that essence, focusing solely on the destruction of his adversary. Indeed, today marks your doom, Optimus Prime. His hands transformed into 2 enormous thorned flowers, representing the dark blades that pierce through light and lunge toward Optimus Prime. The latter swiftly evaded, but the Cosmic Emperor's thorny assault shattered the rocks behind him, debris scattering across the ground, some even striking Optimus Prime's face. Realizing he was no match for the Cosmic Emperor, Optimus Prime immediately opened his arms, adopting a posture of non-threat, signaling that he was not inclined to fight. I beseech you to lend me your ear, esteemed sovereign of the universe. Optimus Prime lowered his head in a gesture of profound respect, prompting even the universe sovereign to pause his movements. The apostle of the primordial celestial one, do you have counsel to offer me? Were it someone else, like Megatron, the universe sovereign might not have ceased his onslaught. Yet, this individual is Optimus Prime, the apostle of his adversary, the primordial celestial one, and thus possesses the right to engage in discourse with him. Seeing the universe sovereign was amenable to negotiation, Optimus Prime harbored a glimmer of hope within his heart. My words are not for my own sake, but for the planet you have shaped and the beings that inhabit it. Humanity relies upon you for its continuation. Yet your resurrection would merely halt the evolution of species on this planet, leading them inexorably toward extinction. The universe sovereign replied coolly. You refer to this species known as humanity. They are my progeny? Optimus Prime nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are but parasites. They shall come to know the wrath of the universe sovereign, but before that, I must first deal with you. The universe sovereign grasped Optimus Prime's intentions. He wished for the sovereign to remain dormant to maintain peace on Earth. In other words, to uphold order. Uphold order? How is that conceivable? The dark embodiment of thorns immediately unleashed a torrent of dark energy towards Optimus Prime. He was struck and sent flying, collapsing onto the ground, momentarily incapacitated. The universe sovereign furrowed his brow. In my absence, these apostles have grown so feeble. Thus, your demise is inevitable. Every life must ultimately meet its end. Yet it should not be today. Optimus Prime transformed his hands into weapons, wildly firing at the chest of the universe sovereign. A barrage of azure beams struck the sovereign's stony form, shattering it into fragments. However, upon witnessing the universe sovereign's apparent defeat, Optimus Prime did not allow himself to relax, for he understood that this was merely a fragment, an inconsequential avatar. In the next moment, the surrounding rocks morphed into manifestations of the universe sovereign, swiftly encircling Optimus Prime. They collectively intoned in an ancient, resonant voice. You are mistaken, foolish apostle. Today is indeed the day. Today has no tomorrow to compensate. The soul contract, binding our essences, cannot be undone as long as it remains intact. Even if the other party possesses celestial prowess, the agreement cannot be nullified. Just as the undying emperor, the little yellow chick, was once merely a divine monarch, he, as the emperor, was equally incapable of resolving such an accord. To prevent any shift in this individual's resolve and avert backlash, the Master S continent has stipulated that even if one could extricate themselves from the celestial edicts, they could not escape the soul as covenant. Indeed, the soul contract cannot be severed from the sea of consciousness. But I have assimilated a unique essence capable of dissolving even the celestial laws. It is not insurmountable. With sufficient power, one can strike at the locus of the contract and achieve dissolution. Such is the nature of the relentless. The soul contract is founded upon celestial laws. Unique forces can unravel even divine decrees. To dissolve a soul contract, provided one handles the matter adeptly, how difficult could it truly be? As Zhang Xian's gaze flickered, he expressed his gratitude for being brought to the divine realm. After sharing his thoughts, he ceased further conversation, his aura becoming increasingly ancient and profound. The black hole behind him expanded further, evidently consuming an immense amount of power, thus enhancing his strength. Luo Ruoshi, sensing the anomaly, hastily communicated, urging him to prepare for action. With his doubts dispelled, Zhang Xian took a deep breath, raising his sword with determination. If that is the case, let us reveal our true capabilities. With a thunderous roar, the most powerful sword intent surged forth once more. Life returns after death, and in the face of mortality. What could possibly hinder one? This sword technique, although not reaching the comprehension of an emperor, encapsulated all his fervent beliefs, pushing the heavenly emotion technique within him to its zenith. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through the ruthless one's assault. Simultaneously, Luo Ruoshi made her move, her jade hands swirling as her sword radiated like snow. Her swordsmanship bore resemblance to that of the young sword deity, exuding an unstoppable momentum and the elegance of natural laws. Your techniques are impressive, yet they still fall short compared to mine, she remarked with a gentle smile. As the ruthless one lunged again, in an instant, his palm overshadowed the heavens, shattering the space around them, as if the very sun and moon were to be forcibly brought down. Zhang Xian and Luo Ruoshi were both sent flying, blood spurting in the air. With their combined strength, they were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. What level of power had this individual attained? Impudent. The doppelganger advanced with grand strides, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, resonating with the sound of flowing water. From a distance, it was an imposing sight, refining the nine heavens' chaos golden lotus. His cultivation was no less formidable than Zhang Xian's. A fist was raised, power surging skyward. Upon colliding with the ruthless one, he too was sent reeling, unable to withstand a single strike. Zhang Xian held his forehead, realizing that the doppelganger had indeed attained the status of an emperor, yet retained its ostentatious nature. Such flamboyance will be better spent concentrating power for a greater impact. We must act together, or we shall all perish, cried the little yellow chicken. Flames of crimson igniting the sky. The remaining 6 emperors each unleashed their own techniques. Together, the 7 emperors sought to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Yet, faced with the ruthless one, who absorbed unique powers, their combined might was insufficient. The black hole suddenly expanded, swiftly devouring their attacks, immediately retaliating with overwhelming force. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 emperors, like Zhang Xian and the others, were sent flying. Even the united front of 10 emperors could not withstand a single assault from this formidable opponent. How could he be so powerful? You may perish, the ruthless one declared, stepping forward, flicking his wrist to strike down once more. You dare challenge me? Accompanied by a thunderous shout, the elderly figure from Sword God Heaven abruptly appeared, standing defiantly in front of them, his sword transforming into a river of stars. An emperor? He, too, possesses the strength of an emperor? Zhang Xian's pupils contracted sharply. This elder, who had once trailed behind the young man, was presumed to be merely an attendant, perhaps a god king at most. However, upon unleashing his power, it became evident that he was indeed a formidable emperor. If he is an emperor, then what of that young man? The emperor of Sword God Heaven is struggling to rise. Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth and declared, "What the young man who imparted my sword techniques?" Zhang Xian could no longer contain his curiosity. He is, Luo Ruoshi was about to respond when the space around them contorted, and the emperor of Sword God Heaven was sent flying, crashing into the ground a short distance away, creating a large crater. Zhang Xian's current strength and understanding of the sword far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to withstand even a single strike. Despite his formidable cultivation and exceptional swordsmanship, he remained at a disadvantage. Haha, an emperor? Merely a group of insignificant beings. Today, I shall annihilate the heavens and obliterate this divine realm, trampling all rules beneath my feet. After defeating the emperor of Sword God Heaven, the ruthless man laughed maniacally as the surrounding space continuously collapsed, accentuating his demonic presence. What should we do? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. Just moments ago, both he and his avatar had unleashed their utmost combat prowess. Even Luo Ruoshi had employed her strongest techniques, yet they could not withstand the opponent's single blow. Is there truly no one in the divine realm capable of opposing this individual? Shall we allow him to bring about the world's destruction? The only solution is to return to the Tao of Heaven, which has its flaws, and let the Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoshi clenched her fists, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Return to the Tao of Heaven? Zhang Xian comprehended her meaning. The library within his mind is part of the Tao, once restored. The Tao would become entirely complete, potentially repairing its flaws and expelling the ruthless man, much like the human immune system. When the immune system is intact, it can easily fend off invading viruses. When it falters, even the strongest individual may succumb to infection. However, he is far too powerful. Even if the Tao were restored to its completeness, could it truly suppress him? Zhang Xian shook his head. Viruses can be eradicated by the immune system, but what of a ferocious tiger? No matter how robust the immune system, it stands no chance. The figure before them is merely an ordinary god king, even if titled. The Tao could easily eliminate him, yet he is undeniably stronger than an emperor, beyond the Tao's capacity to contend with. Luo Ruoshi paused momentarily, a look of disappointment crossing her delicate features. Indeed, there is no means to suppress him. However, if the Tao is complete, he can awaken and vanquish this foe, which is not an insurmountable task. Zhang Xian furrowed his brows. I will take you to meet him, just as Zizai Tian inhaled deeply. Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth and turned to soar forward. Attempting to flee, the ruthless man scoffed, pressing downwards. Boom! Luo Ruoshi plummeted from sky. Zhang Xian unleashed his sword techniques once more, the sword intent radiating brilliantly. Clang, clang, clang. Once again, he was thwarted by the ruthless man. Go quickly. I will hold him off, he declared, aware that they were contemplating ways to save the divine realm rather than flee. With a commanding shout, the clone and the immortal emperor stood firm at the forefront, while Luo Chi-Chi transformed, returning to her true form within the tranquil pearl. The surrounding space solidified. Let us go. As the others bravely shielded the rear without fear of death, Zhang Xian felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment for lengthy discourse. Grabbing Luo Ruoshi, he swayed and tore through the fabric of space, reappearing in the domain of the free heaven. The free heaven was no longer as it once was. The divine realm had collapsed into chaos. "Where's the person you mentioned?" Zhang Xian inquired, unable to observe the mundane lives of ordinary people, his attention now focused on the girl in his arms. If the individual she spoke of could indeed save the divine realm, then what was his sacrifice in comparison? "He's my father. The blood within your pendant belongs to him. The immortal emperor was once his beast companion," Luo Ruoshi explained after taking a moment to gather herself. "Your father?" Zhang Xian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder he had felt a resemblance, yet difference between the blood in the pendant and Luo Ruoshi. It belonged to her father. This also elucidated why the lingering consciousness left by the immortal emperor had immediately recognized the pendant as its master. Is your father also an emperor? Or does he possess strength that surpasses that of an emperor? He could not help but ask. The library was in disarray, but it was the blood within the pendant that had restored his clarity. Was it possible that not only she was an emperor, but her father as well, or even more powerful? If so, why had he fallen into a coma? Why did the heavenly path need to be flawed for him to awaken? He is not merely an emperor. He is the heavenly path. Luo Ruoshi clenched her fist tightly. The heavenly path? Your father is the heavenly path? Zhang Xian gasped in disbelief. Indeed, 50 years ago, my father could not withstand that great hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly path shattered into 3 parts. The ordered heavenly path and the flawed heavenly path, which were swept into the chaotic currents of space. I took it upon myself to govern the natural order of the heavenly path, to maintain balance in the divine realm. To restore him, I must gather the scattered fragments. That is why I am so resolute. I cannot afford to fail. I specifically ventured into the Master S continent to study the Spring and Autumn Classic and devise a way to overcome Master Kong. When battling with Master Kong, I also entrusted him with this matter, Luo Ruoshi elaborated. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Having only recently met Luo Ruoshi, he recalled her sharing her story of saving a cherished relative. At the time, he had not fully comprehended, but now it dawned on him. It was indeed her father, and he was the heavenly path of the divine realm. Could the heavenly path truly take human form and bear children? In your body, you govern the heavenly path. Do you not possess fragments of the heavenly path? He suddenly realized there was a discrepancy in her words and turned to her. To govern, it is different from being a part of the heavenly path, Luo Ruoshi clarified. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he only needed to separate the flawed heavenly path from himself, without necessitating her demise. Despite this fate, unwilling to accept it, I also do not wish for the girl before me to suffer. If I strip away the flaws in the heavenly path within me, your father can be revived, and perhaps even the ruthless one can be vanquished, right? Zhang Xian observed. I'm not so certain. Luo Ruoshi hesitated as she gazed at the crumbled divine realm. The divine realm is the foundation of my father. Now that the foundation has collapsed, even if he awakens, can he truly defeat that formidable adversary? It is hard to say. It seems you cannot be certain either. Since that is the case, relying on others is less effective than relying on ourselves. We must find a way. Zhang Xian clenched his teeth. You, I, and our doppelgangers, along with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, if we collaborate with Master Kong, victory may not be beyond our reach. Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi furrowed her brow. Master Kong is already dead. Isn't he? He is not truly perished. If my conjecture is correct, he was slain by you, but the method he used to escape the heavenly path should, without a doubt, be the innate fetal soul body. Zhang Xian explained. Seeing Wei Changfeng made it clear. Master Kong's so-called preservation of consciousness is likely akin to his state, the innate fetal soul body, which allows one to remain lucid in the womb. Coupled with the contingency plans left behind, revival is merely a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi was taken aback, seemingly not having anticipated this outcome. Let us go see for ourselves. If my guess is right, he should have already recovered. Otherwise, his students would not have neglected the title C, Zhang Xian stated. Master Kong's students, such as Ziyuan Gusheng and others, are all remarkably strong. Even without the Emperor's assistance, they would surely have found a way to enter the title C. yet none have been seen. There must be more pressing matters at hand. Likely something significant that they aim to accomplish while all the emperors are preoccupied with the title C. And this crucial matter is evidently Master Kong's revival. This realization struck Luo Ruoshi with a jolt. Let us proceed. Without further explanation, she waved her hand, and Zhang Xian found himself once again at Master Kong's residence. Indeed, he saw an elder meditating in midair, who smiled gently upon their arrival. You have come. Who else could it be but Master Kong? This master of ages has not disappointed me. As I suspected, he took advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the title C to resurrect himself. Luo Ruoshi's delicate form trembled. She knew that the emperors could be revived. The undying emperor had returned, but she did not anticipate such swiftness. I concealed the heavenly path and prepared contingencies in advance. The nameless giant in the ghost pool was my doing. On that day, when you struck me down, I seized the opportunity to break free from the constraints of the heavenly path and reconstituted my corporeal form. And I have only just regained my strength. Master Kong smiled faintly. He is adept in the manipulation of time. It appears that only a day or two has passed in the divine realm, yet in reality, he has endured an unfathomable length of time to restore his power. Decades may have gone by. Our combined strength is formidable. Yet overcoming the ruthless one will not be an easy feat, seeing Master Kong truly restored. Luo Ruoshi still shook her head. It is not about elevating others while diminishing one's own aspirations. Rather, it is a matter of reality. The recent collective efforts of so many have failed to thwart the adversary, and even the addition of Master Kong would not alter the situation. Our individual strengths, even when united, are indeed insufficient to contend with the opponent. However, what if we were to consolidate the powers of all into a single individual? Master Kong turned with a smile. Consolidating into one? This notion not only puzzled Luo Ruoshi, but also left Zhang Xian in a state of bewilderment. The hand capable of rending the divine realm and dispersing the heavenly order possesses undeniable might. If such power were to be entirely absorbed, coupled with the consumption of the divine realm's essence over 50 years, our collective prowess as several emperors would indeed be inadequate. Master Kong remarked, yet when united, focusing our strength upon one person might yield different results. How do we concentrate this power? Luo Ruoshi inquired. It may sound simple, but executing it is far more challenging. The emperors have already reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it were so easy to absorb other strengths, she would not have remained stagnant for so many years. It is quite straightforward. We concentrate our powers into Zhang Xian. Once he breaks the shackles of the emperor, he can save the divine realm. Master Kong declared. Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why me? The emperor of Lingxi cultivates freedom, transcending nature, yet with the constraints imposed by his father and the heavenly order, and the burdens of attachment, true transcendence remains forever elusive. If I recall correctly, during our battle, you two contemplated surrender, intending to be slain by me, did you not? Master Kong stated. Luo Ruoshi found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, during their confrontation, there had been such intentions, and thus their exchanges initially bore the semblance of sparring rather than a life-or-death struggle. Without transcendence, the utmost power cannot be unleashed, even with an abundance of true energy. One cannot breach the exalted realm. As for me, Master Kong nodded, to harbor the welfare of all, to aspire to enlighten the world, yet unwilling to let others sacrifice for me. Excessive compassion can also be a flaw. Had one been more ruthless, eradicating the alien race, the present predicament would not exist. If the alien race had been entirely annihilated back then, the cruel one could not have been revived, thus averting the current situation. Therefore, I too am unfit. However, Zhang Xian possesses a method that is unblemished, one that emphasizes living authentically. Even in death, as long as one lives without regret, the heart remains unburdened. Such individuals possess greater tolerance and expansive potential. Only in this manner can they ascend higher and venture further. Master Kong continued, life should return, and in death, one should be remembered fondly. If one is indifferent to death, how can they be shackled by other concerns? As Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, he noticed Master Kong's piercing gaze upon him. Do not decline. Time is of the essence. Cultivating others may not be feasible. Even if it were, I doubt anyone could surpass what you could achieve. Though the Lingxi Emperor did not possess fragments of the heavenly Tao within him, he had long been in command of it, harboring his own profound comprehension of its essence. I wield the orderly might of the heavenly Tao. If we channel our power into you, you shall embody the complete force of the heavenly Tao, coupled with the 9 heavens chaos golden lotus of my avatar. One could indeed stabilize the 9 heavens, command the universe, battle the ethereal realms, and annihilate all existence. Very well, seeing that the other party had made a decision. Further explanations were futile. Zhang Xian nodded in acquiescence. With a thunderous roar, he assumed a meditative posture, and in the blink of an eye, 2 torrents of immense power surged forth from either side. Zhang Xian's entire being stiffened, transforming in that instant into the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, soaring through the firmament. His soul, body, and vital energy were instantaneously purified, growing ever stronger and more formidable. You wish to impede me as well? Very well. I shall eliminate you before dispatching Zhang Xian. With a chilling smile, the Ruthless One sent Luo Qi and his avatar flying. The combined might summoned by the avatars and numerous emperors was indeed formidable. However, in comparison to his own power, it still fell short. The tidal sea devoured nearly all the spiritual energy beyond the city of the divine realm, converting it into his sustenance. With a mere gesture, he wielded the power to obliterate the cosmos. These emperors and divine kings, despite representing the pinnacle of the divine realm, remained utterly feeble. In that moment, the Ruthless One epitomized the entirety of the divine realm, an unassailable force. The annihilation of the divine realm rendered our existence meaningless. I, Yun Qi, shall perish alongside you. The Emperor Yun Qi transformed into his true form, a colossal 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring towards him with ferocity. You are unworthy. With a firm grip, the Ruthless One ensnared the golden dragon in his palm, rendering it unable to escape despite its desperate struggles. Old friend, wait for me. The Emperor Fu Meng roared, morphing into his true form of a white tiger, ascending to confront him. The undying Emperor revealed his true form, the undying fire phoenix, illuminating the heavens with its flames. The Xianming Emperor, in his true form, resembled a great turtle, as if propping up the heavens themselves. The 4 divine beasts, guardians of the 4 corners of the divine realm, simultaneously transformed into their true forms, causing the collapsing divine realm to decelerate. The cosmos seemed to freeze in that moment. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 consecutive strikes, the Ruthless One suppressed the 4 beasts, his eyes flashing with a fierce murderous intent. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Amidst the roars, as he prepared to annihilate everyone, he felt a tightening in his raised arm, halting him in midair. To slay them. Have you consulted me first? Suddenly, amidst the astonished gazes of all, a figure gracefully descended from the sky. It was none other than Zhang Xian. At this moment, the young man radiated with overwhelming power, his strength magnified tenfold, descending from the heavens as if he were an entire universe unto himself. Significant progress indeed. The Ruthless One paused, his expression grave. He clearly could not comprehend how, in such a brief span of mere minutes, the other's power had undergone such a staggering transformation. However, what did it matter if he had grown stronger? In the prime of the divine realm, no force could withstand me. I refuse to believe that you can. With a disdainful snort, the Ruthless One descended once more. Zhang Xian raised his long sword, preparing to engage. The 2 sides clashed, tearing the fabric of space, and chaotic currents of air surged around them. Would Zhang Xian emerge victorious? At the residence of the heavenly Kong Master, Luo Ruoxi gazed on with deep concern. She and the Kong Master had transferred their powers to Zhang Xian, but their own cultivation had diminished to merely the level of a divine king, far from its former glory. However, regardless of the level, as long as the power is sufficient, restoration is inevitable one day. With their current strength, achieving victory seemed nearly impossible, unless he could comprehend a power that transcends that of an emperor. After a moment of silence, the Kong Master spoke. Even a coalition of more than a dozen emperors could not prevail against the Ruthless One. Even if they combined all their strength, victory would not come easily. The reason for such an endeavor is that power must be concentrated in one individual to possibly touch the pinnacle, to genuinely surpass limits and break through oneself. Transcending the power of an emperor, Luo Ruashi's gaze became distant. When her father was still lucid, he had spoken similar words to her. But she found herself incapable of achieving such heights. Could the man she cherished accomplish it? He surely could. He possessed an indomitable heart and a proud spirit toward this world. Perceiving the doubt in her heart, the Kong master smiled. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of exchanges, Zhang Xian's palms cracked, and a massive, gruesome wound appeared on his chest. Just as the Kong master had said, even with their combined powers forming a complete heavenly Tao within him, he remained no match for his opponent. Huh, I thought you were formidable. But this is all you amount to. The ruthless one sneered coldly. Regardless, you are not my adversary. It is only a matter of time before you meet your end. Since that is the case, I wish to perish beneath your mightiest blow. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian ceased his assault and instead looked toward the ruthless one. Very well. I shall grant you this. Unleash your most powerful attack. Upon hearing this, the ruthless one paused momentarily, then scoffed, raising his palm. With a whoosh, a beam of azure light manifested in his palm, crashing down with ferocity. Indeed, it was the strongest attack. The entire divine realm reverberated as if on the verge of collapsing, creating a massive pit. With eyes tightly shut, Zhang Xian did not evade. Boom! His head exploded, his soul scattering in all directions. Zhang Xian witnessed this scene, and everyone turned pale. Luo Qiqi appeared, as if driven mad. The Emperor Yun Qi and others widened their eyes, trembling incessantly. The Kong Master and Luo Ruashi were equally stunned. Their intention had been to help him break through his shackles, to ascend beyond the realm of emperors. Why did he not resist, willingly embracing death? Did this not betray their good intentions? No, it was the method of immortality from the undying emperor. As he pondered, the Kong Master suddenly spoke. The crowd beheld the spectacle as Zhang Xian's head erupted, and his very soul appeared to shatter. Suddenly, the pendant upon his chest detonated, releasing a droplet of blood that levitated and ignited, transforming into a searing flame. From within that blaze emerged an unscathed figure, stepping forth with deliberate grace. Had he, utilizing the strength of his adversary and the blood from the pendant, managed to sever the connection between the heavenly Tao and his soul? Luo Ruashi's pupils contracted in astonishment. Upon being reborn from the flames, Zhang Xian found himself devoid of the heavenly Tao library, free from its interference, liberated from the heavenly Tao itself. How had he accomplished such a feat? Kong Shi, too, was engulfed in disbelief. The fusion of the heavenly Tao and the soul was traditionally inseparable. To extricate oneself from it, one would typically need to disperse their soul and reconstruct it within the soul pool. Yet, this individual had merely been struck down once and had entirely freed himself. What method had he employed? Luo Ruashi's realization dawned upon her. He had utilized the ruthless means to break free from the soul contract. The soul contract binds master and servant. Without the master's release, the servant remains forever subjugated. The heavenly Tao library functioned similarly, akin to an enhanced version of a contract. Once bound, one could not escape unless death occurred. However, through a special force, he had extricated himself from the soul contract. The precise technique had been meticulously inquired by Zhang Xian previously, suggesting he had harbored intentions even then. He had feigned desperation, prompting his opponent to unleash their utmost power against him. By harnessing that force, he was reborn from the flames, achieving remarkable success. Thus, this was the method to transcend the status of an emperor. Emerging from the flames, Zhang Xian bore a faint smile, as if enlightenment had struck him. Suddenly, he gestured, and a nearby clone transformed back into a lotus flower, soaring towards him. In an instant, it perfectly fused with his essence. In the blink of an eye, those present sensed that Zhang Xian had become the embodiment of the nine heavens. The nine heavens were him. With a gentle step upon the ground, the chaotic nine heavens were instantly stabilized. The nine heavens chaos golden lotus, which manifested at the inception of the nine heavens, possessed the power to stabilize them. Now, with the perfect fusion of his clone and self, he had effectively seized control of this power. Furthermore, having integrated the cultivation of the nine heavens chaos golden lotus, his already peak realm began to shift on the brink of a breakthrough. The bonds of master and servant, brotherhood, teacher and student, parental love, and romantic affection intertwined, revealing the essence of existence. This is what it means to be human. With a smile upon his face, Zhang Xian mused softly. In the moment of severing from the heavenly Tao library, he grasped a profound truth. Does humanity perceive the world, giving rise to it? Or does the world exist prior to humanity? Is it the wind that stirs, or the heart that stirs? This question has eternally perplexed countless souls. Yet at this juncture, such contemplations bore little significance. Without life, without emotion, what meaning could the world possess, even if it existed? Thus, beyond the realm of love lies the affection for all sentient beings, the intertwining emotions of the world. Every entity in existence possesses feelings. It is through emotion that the world exists. Emotion begets life. Love is emotion. Hatred is emotion. Joy is emotion. Suffering is emotion. Separation is emotion. Reunions are also a form of affection. Countless emotions are at my disposal. A soft exclamation shattered the confines of Zhang Xian's realm in an instant. The shackles of the Emperor were broken. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though I had touched a brand new world and opened a door, allowing my soul to be swiftly nourished. An influx of chaotic energy surged forth, rapidly elevating my physical form. Previously, one could only progress by absorbing spiritual power, yet now, amidst the tumultuous currents of space, even the azure light of my opponent could be claimed as my own, indistinguishable from mine. You, the fierce one, never anticipated that your full-force assault would not only fail to vanquish me, but would instead empower me, inciting your furious cries. With a bellow of rage, you struck again. You harbor resentment towards the lofty Emperor for not rescuing you amidst the chaotic flow of space. That is an emotion. You feel a mix of humility and anger. Having once been my servant, that too is an emotion. The desire to obliterate the divine realm as a means of venting your fury is yet another emotion. Your aspiration to grow ever stronger is also rooted in emotion. Emotion governs your actions. Yet how can you hope to overcome me and evade my control? With a faint smile, Zhang Xian's voice grew increasingly rapid and resonant as his hand gently grasped. The once invincible fierce one found himself ensnared by countless emotional threads. Bound and unable to move. As long as there is emotion, it shall be wielded by him and controlled by him. The fierce one's eyes were filled with terror. Master Zhang, I am your servant. Do not kill me. I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice. But uttering such words now was too late. With a slight smile, Zhang Xian shook his head. For him, the control over the emotions of the world rendered notions of servitude meaningless. Having slain so many divine beings, harmed his girlfriend Luo Qiqi, and countless friends, how could there be any chance of forgiveness today? Not sensing his resolve, the fierce one's pupils constricted, and before he could finish his words, he was suddenly seized by intense pain. Boom! In an instant, he exploded into countless streams of spiritual energy, flooding throughout the divine realm. All the power that had been devoured by the tidal sea was now returned in full force, reviving the once barren wilderness. Is this how he perished? The likes of Emperor Yun Shi, the undying emperor, and the exquisite fairy Linglong all widened their eyes in disbelief. Having just battled the fierce one, they knew of his terrifying strength. How could such a formidable foe be so effortlessly extinguished? What level has Zhang Xian truly attained? Is there truly a realm beyond that of the Emperor? He has succeeded. Kong Shi and Luo Ruashi relaxed their clenched fists. If this is a part of the heavenly Tao, then I shall now return it. Observing the fragment of the heavenly Tao that had recently been separated from his being, still hovering in the air, Zhang Xian smiled gently and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth thunderously embedded itself in the sky of the divine realm. The chime resonated like a great bell, and the crumbling divine realm slowly began to recover, the chaotic currents once again converging. The collapsed divine realm has finally come to a halt, and the withered spiritual energy, alongside the demise of the ruthless, slowly begins to revive. It appears that the divine realm is poised to embrace the era of spiritual resurgence once more. A smile graced Zhang Xian's face. The chasm of the tidal sea, restored with the completion of the heavenly Tao, signifies that the divine realm's former glory will be reinstated. It is merely a matter of time. Just as Zhang Xian completed these thoughts, a voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause momentarily before stepping forward. With that stride, he soared an unknown distance, only to find a young man standing before him. the very same individual who had imparted sword techniques to him earlier. Senior, is it you? Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had previously sensed that this individual was unfathomable, and now he realized that he was merely a hair's breadth away from reaching the same pinnacle as himself, having already attained the zenith of the Emperor realm, surpassing even the formidable Luo Ruoxi from before. Simply call me by my name. I am Nietong, the young man declared, exuding an unwavering sword intent. Nietong. Zhang Xian frowned, having never encountered this name before. Follow me. I shall introduce you to my brother. Nietong smiled gently and stepped forward. Zhang Xian closely trailed behind him, traversing an indeterminate distance until they halted before a mountain peak, where another young man awaited them. This new figure, slightly older in appearance, raised his eyebrows, exuding an aura of inscrutability. Zhang Xian trembled at the sight of him. This youth's power surpassed his own, having also broken through the shackles of the Emperor realm, with a cultivation that was even more profound and substantial. I am Yeyun, the young man greeted with a faint smile, also known as Nielingxi, the father of Luo Ruoxi. The father of Ruoxi? Zhang Xian was taken aback. You are the heavenly Tao of the divine realm? Previously, Luo Ruoxi had mentioned that her father was the heavenly Tao. He never anticipated that it would be such a young man. I transformed a part of my soul into the heavenly Tao through the process of unifying my essence. Nieyun replied nonchalantly. Moreover, this world is of my own creation. It is not inaccurate to refer to me as the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xian found this hard to believe. Could it truly be that this individual was the architect of the divine realm? How formidable must his strength be? Yet he pondered, if the divine realm was indeed his creation and he embodied the heavenly Tao, why did he allow the ruthless to wreak havoc unchallenged? Zhang Xian looked at him, questioning why he seemed indifferent even to the fate of his own daughter. Without answering his inquiry, Nieyun gazed at him with an air of calmness. Do you believe there exist even more powerful beings beyond the divine realm? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before responding. There should be. Though he had never witnessed such entities, he reasoned that if he could cultivate to such heights, surely others could as well, perhaps even stronger. Much like the individual before him, I once harbored doubts that there could be beings of greater strength beyond the divine realm. Thus I exerted my utmost efforts to glimpse into it, ultimately inviting the backlash from a higher world. He revealed, as a hand descended through the void. Nieyun glanced over. At that moment, had I chosen to evade, it is highly probable that the entire divine realm would have been obliterated, leaving no trace of life. Thus, I absorbed that strike, yet in doing so, the embodiment of the heavenly path was fragmented. In this scenario, I contemplate restoration, which is merely a thought. However, I realize that to genuinely transcend the constraints of the divine realm and to explore the origins of existence beyond, it is a daunting endeavor that cannot be accomplished solely by me. Therefore, I seek to discover if there exists a life form capable of overcoming the shackles of the Emperor and reaching an equivalent stature alongside me. Hence, I dispatched the dispersed thoughts of the heavenly path to the lowest realms, bestowing them upon souls that rightfully belong to this world, as well as one that does not. And you, ultimately, did not disappoint me. Nieyun smiled. A soul that does not belong to this world. Does this imply that my crossing over is also due to you? Zhang Xian's heart quaked. No wonder he was able to traverse here. It all stemmed from the actions of the person before him. Nieyun chuckled softly, saying, to inherently belong to this world is to possess a reverence for it. Striving to transcend its confines is far more arduous. I merely acted on a whim, never anticipating your genuine success. Zhang Xian's face flushed. Were it not for Master Kong, I could never have reached this stage. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, attaining my current level would have been utterly impossible. The opportunity was given to him. He merely failed to seize it. The contest with Lingxi was indeed the optimal chance for him to break through. Unfortunately, he chose to retreat, believing he had preserved a fallback, allowing for a safe exit. In truth, he lost the chance for valor and advancement. How could one hope to contend with those who surpass us without possessing even this modicum of spirit? Nieyun remarked. Zhang Xian fell silent. He had witnessed their battle. Indeed, Master Kong had faltered in decisiveness. It was also possible that he hesitated to slay Luo Ruoxi. Alas, in that fleeting thought, the opportunity for advancement was missed. If Master Kong had triumphed, Ruoxi would have perished shortly thereafter, Zhang Xian observed, his brows furrowing. Could it be that the individual before him cared not for his daughter's life or death? With me here, she shall not perish, Nie Yun replied with an indifferent smile. Your current strength is scarcely inferior to mine. Do you believe that in a life and death crisis, one could save another with equal might? Zhang Xian forced a smile. The distinction between breaking through to become an emperor and being an emperor is profound. Had he truly been willing to act, he could indeed have salvaged the situation at the last moment, ensuring that no harm befell her. Lingxi is the offspring of my other wife, Luo Qingxing. Hence, her assumed name, bearing the surname Luo, is a means to instill belief and prevent emotional entanglement. To this day, she remains under the impression that I am still ensnared in a state of coma. Nie Yun let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging, I have indeed been a rather ruthless father. Perhaps it would be best if you explain this matter to her. After all, her thoughts have now shifted towards you. As for me, this old father, I suspect she has almost forgotten. Haha, I shall refrain from appearing for the time being, retreating for a while, lest I fear she might cause an uproar. Observing his unreliable father, Zhang Xian could only acquiesce. Very well. There was no alternative. After all, he had spirited away her daughter. The Tao of the library is a manifestation of my singular intent, a foundation as well as a constraint. Your ability to transcend these limitations signifies both your prowess and potential, heralding a promising future. As a father, I find solace in the thought that my daughter may be with you. Chapter 58. Collaboration. The power of the divine is incalculable. The Cosmic Emperor need not regain his full strength. Merely awakening from his slumber, with a flick of his finger, he could obliterate the pillar of heaven. Unlike the present, where the available power is scant, limited to wielding these rocky entities, countless cosmic emperors, transformed from stone, surge towards the pillar of heaven. Although their might is formidable, their forms remain mere constructs of rock. The pillar of heaven discerned this weakness and understood that it could not adopt a defensive stance. It must take the initiative. His right hand morphed into a blade, swiftly cleaving the two approaching emperor avatars in half. Subsequently, his left hand transformed into a gun, unleashing a barrage of pulse waves, shattering the rocky bodies one by one. From this perspective, it seemed that these cosmic emperors posed little threat to the pillar of heaven, given their fragility. However, this was a mere illusion. As time wore on, the cosmic emperors would gradually awaken. Suddenly, the surrounding emperor avatars multiplied, dozens, hundreds, thousands. The pillar of heaven found it increasingly challenging to withstand the onslaught, as two hands could scarcely contend against four, let alone thousands. Soon, the pillar of heaven was compelled to reveal vulnerabilities. An emperor avatar infiltrated from behind, striking him squarely in the back with a thorny attack. The pillar of heaven was sent flying. Just as he regained his footing, two emperor avatars grasped his arms, rendering him immobilized. In that moment, both his pulse gun and blade lost their threat. As the surrounding emperor avatars converged, preparing to deliver the final blow, a torrent of blue beams cascaded from the heavens, reducing the nearest batch of avatars to mere fragments. The pillar of heaven looked up to see a swirling vortex of azure and white in the sky. Arsai, Bumblebee, Feiguan, Kingo, and Goop Band surged forth from within. Arsai descended from above, delivering a crushing kick that shattered the Emperor Avatar, gripping the pillar of heaven's left arm into splinters. The celestial hook swiftly followed, eliminating the formidable Avatar that grasped Optimus Prime's right arm. The Cosmic Emperor, witnessing the destruction of his opportunity to vanquish Optimus, remained unfazed, for he could conjure as many avatars as he desired. The annihilation of Optimus and his gallant allies was merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, the Cosmic Emperor was taken aback. The extent of the power at my disposal is limited, indicating that the damage inflicted by the primordial celestial master exceeds my expectations. However, it matters not. Once I fully awaken, all realms shall plunge into eternal chaos and ruin. For now, I must first deal with this apostle, thoroughly dismantling the leadership module within him. As time progressed, the Cosmic Emperor found himself with an increased reservoir of power. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Even summoning reinforcements cannot avert your demise." Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime's pupils constricted, and he urgently commanded his companions, "Hurry back to the base. Optimus, you are the target. It is you who should return to safety." RC, standing beside Optimus, fired relentlessly, shattering one avatar after another. Yet Optimus shook his head, stating, "These avatars of the Cosmic Emperor can track me anywhere. Even with the base's defenses, I can only temporarily conceal my location. I cannot endanger you. Then we shall retreat. We will lead the charge, just this once." The Divider glanced at Optimus, clearly determined not to solicit his opinion any further. Suddenly, a voice from the communication channel broke through. "Optimus, listen to me. If you encounter any misfortune, Earth may also face inevitable calamity." Very well. Optimus surveyed the Autobots, gesturing decisively in a direction. "Autobots, let us move. Onward." RC took the lead, leaping to crush yet another avatar before advancing further. Optimus and the others followed closely, attacking as they progressed. In an instant, the canyon was strewn with fragments of rock, which began to coalesce into the form of the Cosmic Emperor, only to be shattered again by the Autobots' relentless assault. They fought their way through, soon emerging from the canyon into a vast plain. At that moment, the Cosmic Emperor's power had amplified significantly. He concentrated his might, transforming a great mountain into his likeness. The Autobots, witnessing the colossal figure resembling the mountain, momentarily halted. "Is this the Cosmic Emperor?" one inquired, gazing toward Optimus. Optimus stepped forward, addressing his comrades. "No, this is merely one of his avatars." The Divider questioned, "If we cannot overpower the Cosmic Emperor and cannot shake him off, what then shall we do?" "Our only recourse is to eliminate as many of his avatars as possible, until we devise a solution that allows us to destroy him without jeopardizing this planet." Optimus Prime transformed his hands into weapons and charged towards the colossal rock giant. The other Autobots followed closely behind, unleashing a barrage of azure beams upon the Cosmic Overlord. However, the damage inflicted upon the immense rock creature was negligible, and since they were unable to soar through the skies, their assaults were limited to the giant's shins. In that moment, the Autobots finally comprehended the plight of humanity when faced with the Cybertronians. Such a gargantuan form proved impervious to lethal harm without the use of weapons of mass destruction. The Cosmic Overlord wielded his thorned weapon, sending the Autobots flying one after another. These diminutive warriors stood no chance against the might of the Cosmic Titan. The Overlord thrust his weapon into the earth, upheaving massive boulders that hurtled toward Optimus Prime. Despite his evasive maneuvers, the sheer volume of the rocks overwhelmed him, leaving him trapped beneath their weight. With great effort, Optimus pushed aside the debris, only to find the Cosmic Overlord looming before him. "I am the sovereign of this world's past and future. As for the present, all apostles shall become history." He raised his colossal foot, intent on crushing Optimus beneath it. Yet, just as he was about to strike, a volley of violet beams suddenly pierced through his head. In an instant, the rock giant toppled backward, his immense form crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured the scene. As the dust settled, only a heap of shattered stone remained. The Autobots slowly rose to their feet, momentarily bewildered, exchanging glances as they realized that none among them had delivered the strike. Who could it be? Suddenly, Skyhook exclaimed, directing the others' gaze toward the summit of the rubble, where Megatron stood triumphantly. With a powerful leap, Megatron arced through the air and landed directly in front of Optimus Prime, who had just emerged from the debris. As he looked up, he saw Megatron raising the pulse cannon mounted on his arm, aimed squarely at him. The other Autobots, witnessing this, quickly transformed their arms into weapons, targeting Megatron in response. With a slight smile, Megatron rotated his arm, retracting the cannon and extending his hand instead. Optimus, recognizing the gesture, felt a spark of hope and grasped Megatron's hand. Rising to his feet, the two stood face to face, locking eyes, and withdrew their right hands. Megatron mused, reflecting on our last encounter, "This scene is quite ironic. If I recall correctly, you were intent on extinguishing my spark." Optimus, unwavering, replied, "Indeed, that intention remains unchanged." "I anticipated you would say that," Megatron acknowledged with a nod. "However, I propose we unite to vanquish our common foe, the Dark God, the Cosmic Overlord." At this moment within the Autobot base, the ambulance clearly heard Megatron's words through Optimus Prime's communication channel. He scoffed, "How absurd. The Emperor of the Universe is the embodiment of evil. If Megatron does not conspire with him, does he intend to assist us? A prideful individual like Megatron would never allow anyone, aside from himself, to dominate this planet." Optimus Prime spoke lightly, already discerning Megatron's intentions. Megatron chuckled. It seems you truly know me well. However, Hook was perplexed. You possess a Decepticon army. Why seek us out? To obliterate the Emperor of the Universe, one crucial element is required: the power of the Apostles. Suddenly, Megatron turned his gaze toward Optimus Prime. The partition let out a cold snort. It appears we have no need for you. On the contrary, although Optimus is the only one capable of defeating him, only I can lead you to him. The blood of the Emperor flows through my veins. I can hear his thoughts and anticipate his actions. Upon concluding his statement, Megatron addressed Optimus Prime. As long as the Emperor of the Universe remains alive, the grievances between you and us, the Autobots and Decepticons, will lose their significance. Upon hearing this, Optimus inquired, if the Autobots and Decepticons were to shake hands and make peace, how long do you believe such tranquility would endure? Megatron smiled. As long as it serves our interests, it can last indefinitely. Optimus pressed further. And what about after our common enemy has been dealt with? Megatron suddenly revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. I shall conquer the Earth in my own way. The ambulance within the Autobot base voiced its dissent. This is Megatron's scheme to use us. We shall never allow you to succeed. Clearly, aside from Optimus, who understood Megatron, the others held no trust in his words. Sensing the need to stoke the flames further, Megatron bellowed, "Do you think this is all the Emperor of the Universe is capable of? What we have witnessed is merely the chaotic prelude. The Emperor has not yet fully awakened. With each passing moment, he grows stronger until he utterly annihilates the Earth. Just as you once destroyed Cybertron." RC shouted at Megatron, her words brimming with hatred. "That was merely an accident. This time, I shall rule a living planet." Megatron's declaration was sincere. He had never intended to obliterate Cybertron, nor had he anticipated that the ravages of war would severely affect Cybertron's core. Nevertheless, this does not absolve him of guilt. He is undoubtedly the architect of Cybertron's destruction, a fact that cannot be denied. The others finally grasped Megatron's stance. Under the influence of the situation, they reluctantly accepted his words. Yet one question lingered. Hook brought it forth. Even if we collaborate, the Emperor is located at the Earth's core. How shall we reach him? Do you propose we construct a land bridge? As he finished speaking, he noticed both Megatron and Optimus staring at him, momentarily taken aback. Given their expressions, could it be that they truly intended to create a land bridge? I absolutely refuse. Transporting through a terrestrial bridge to space, or even aboard a moving train, poses significant challenges. Now, to blindly transmit into the interior of a living entity, particularly one as formidable as the Cosmic Emperor, is perilously reckless. Being directly exposed to an entity of dark superenergy poses an immediate threat to your lives. You lack the immunity that Megatron possesses. The sound of an ambulance reverberated throughout the communication channel, clear even to Megatron. This further substantiates the necessity of my leadership. Does it not? Megatron slightly tilted his head. Optimus Prime inquired, "Can you accurately provide the coordinates of the Cosmic Emperor?" Megatron replied with pride, "Certainly. If you can transport us to the center of Earth, I can guide you to the spark of the Cosmic Emperor, the very source of dark power." Chapter 59. The key, Commander Gray. The energy component has been stolen by the Autobots. A Decepticon soldier hurried onto the bridge, reporting loudly to Gray, who stood at the highest point of the command deck. "I am aware. You may leave now," Gray replied nonchalantly, seemingly uninterested in taking action. The soldier hesitated for a moment before retreating, while the high-ranking Decepticons exchanged puzzled glances. Without the energy component, the space bridge would remain unconstructed. Did Gray not fear Megatron's wrath upon his return? "Commander Gray, without the energy component, we cannot construct the space bridge." A high-ranking Decepticon suddenly stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention, including Gray, who regarded him with interest. "What do you suggest?" Upon hearing this, the others were perplexed. After all, Gray was the commander. Yet he was inquiring about another's opinion. The high-ranking Decepticon seemed torn, pausing for several seconds before proposing. "I suggest we immediately organize a team to attack the human base and reclaim another energy component." "Well said. I believe I am quite capable of undertaking this mission." Black Widow suddenly interjected, stepping forward to acknowledge Gray with a slight nod. "You think so?" Gray smiled and, in a swift motion, advanced towards Black Widow. Her pupils dilated in alarm as Gray propelled her with a kick, sending her flying. Instantly, Black Widow extended her 6 spider legs, landing gracefully on the ground. She glared at Gray, but before she could react, a gray beam struck her chest, sending her crashing against the bridge's entrance. Gray! Black Widow roared, lifting her head only to find Gray looming before her. He grasped her neck firmly, pinning her against the door. Have you forgotten what I previously stated? Gray's icy tone only served to infuriate Black Widow. With that, her 6 spider legs unleashed sharp blades, launching an assault towards Gray. Gray Che was utterly unperturbed. He extended his other hand and seized the joint of the Black Widow spider's leg, subsequently releasing his grip on her neck. With a vigorous swing of his arm, akin to a towel being flung, he forcefully hurled the Black Widow to the ground. Ugh! She cried out in pain, yet Gray Che continued to swing his arm, repeatedly slamming her down. After no more than 10 throws, he cast her aside. I instructed you to remain silent and wait, Gray Che uttered in a frigid tone as he approached the Black Widow, placing his foot firmly upon her. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your clandestine maneuvers regarding the energy components? Are you genuinely intent on seizing them? I was wrong, the Black Widow's voice emerged, weak and barely audible, yet it failed to elicit any sympathy from the Decepticons. Such was the nature of the Decepticons. Self-interest and might were paramount. Gray Che's actions did not provoke disdain. On the contrary, they hoped for a more ruthless approach from him, perhaps even the elimination of the Black Widow. I am the commander here, and this is my domain. All Decepticons are to remain inactive. Any deviation will be considered treachery. Do you comprehend? Upon uttering this decree, Gray Che turned away and ascended to the highest point of the bridge. He was aware that the Black Widow was preparing to depart, having even arranged for someone to be stationed at the laboratory entrance to seize the heads of the extraterrestrial species. Furthermore, she had colluded with a high-ranking Decepticon to steal a spacecraft and flee Earth. Undoubtedly, this was an infringement upon Decepticon interests, an act of division and a severe rebellion. Yet, she could not die, at least not at this moment. Moreover, Gray Che seized this opportunity to promote his own authoritarian status, albeit beneath the shadow of Megatron. He cast a deliberate glance at the high-ranking Decepticon who had suggested seizing the energy components. The Decepticon, catching Gray Che's eye, trembled involuntarily before lowering his head. Gray Che withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the panoramic display of Earth. The colossal storm continued to rage, indicating that Optimus Prime and his allies had yet to extinguish the spark of the Unicron. Gray Che surmised that Megatron and Optimus Prime had likely begun to collaborate. Just as he anticipated, Megatron's proactive gestures and proposals had indeed swayed Optimus Prime. On the vast expanse of the Yellowstone Plains, Unicron's avatar re-emerged, bearing a colossal, mountainous form. Ambulance, activate the land bridge. Optimus Prime immediately decided to return to the base. Since it had been resolved to utilize the land bridge to reach the Earth's core, he could exploit the base's shields to buy time for preparations. As the azure and white vortex reappeared, RC suddenly had a realization and exclaimed, "Wait, we are about to open the entrance to our base right in front of Megatron." The partition was incredulous. Are you serious? He would risk his life to save us. At this, Megatron burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, such is not my nature. Consider my suggestion. I shall detain him for you. As soon as Megatron's words fell, he transformed into an aircraft and ascended into the sky, launching an assault on the Cosmic Emperor. Seizing this opportunity, Optimus Prime and his companions rushed into the ground bridge. Upon returning to the base, Optimus conveyed his decision to everyone, only to be met with considerable opposition. Notably, Janda expressed her concerns, fearing that Megatron would again harm Raph. Optimus immediately assured her that he would keep a vigilant watch over Megatron. Meanwhile, Agent Fowler worried about the Decepticons discovering the base's location, to which Optimus replied that utilizing the ground bridge for transportation would alleviate such concerns. Jack then inquired, "Optimus, if your leadership module is released, will you be in danger?" Optimus responded, "Until now, the power of the leadership module has never been employed for such purposes. Yet you know what may happen, do you not?" After Jack's words, silence enveloped the room, and all eyes turned to Optimus, who displayed unwavering determination in his gaze. "For me, if it means saving all of humanity, I shall not falter. There is no other choice." With his resolve solidified, Optimus promptly contacted Megatron to prepare for the ground bridge transmission. All Autobots stood ready before the ground bridge, anticipating a sudden attack from Megatron. As Megatron's figure emerged from the swirling blue and white vortex, all Autobots, save for Optimus and Ratchet, transformed and aimed their weapons at the Decepticon leader. Undeterred by the multitude of gun barrels pointed at him, Megatron calmly entered the Autobot base. So, this is the birthplace of miracles, he mused. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the unadorned and unkempt rock walls and ceiling, the few rudimentary chandeliers, and the cramped environment, which paled in comparison to the Decepticon warship, though he could hardly be bothered to scrutinize it further. At that moment, a human child suddenly dashed forward. Megatron focused his gaze and recognized the child previously cradled by Bumblebee. It's you. You appear to be in much better health than last time. Human. Quite resilient. I must say, Megatron found it rather intriguing that such a diminutive human could endure the corruption of dark energy. However, curiosity was not his priority at present. His attention shifted to Jack. And you, I shall never forget your face, even if it belongs to a human. Just as Megatron finished speaking, a piercing voice rang out. You deceived everyone. It is your face that I shall remember forever, screamed Mickey as Agent Fowler pulled her away. Megatron regarded Mickey with contemplation. He seemed to have never encountered this human girl before. Ah, right, Soundwave had reported about her, one of the 3 human pets of the Autobots. At that moment, Optimus stepped forward, positioning himself between Megatron and the others. Ratchet acquired the coordinates of the target location from Megatron. As Megatron observed Optimus Prime attending to the humans, he was not surprised. He promptly turned and walked towards the ambulance. Seizing this opportunity, Optimus Prime entered the corridor that Jack and the others had traversed, calling out to Jack. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's voice, Jack immediately halted, turning to gaze upwards. Noticing that both the ambulance and Megatron were focused on the land bridge's control screen, while the other Autobots were fixated on Megatron, Optimus Prime crouched down, discreetly retrieving a card that emanated a faint blue glow, exuding a distinctly technological aura. To a human, this card appeared quite large, yet as Optimus handed it to Jack, it continuously morphed and shrank until it became a mere palm-sized card. Jack, intrigued yet not entirely astonished. After all, the mechanical beings surrounding him were already awe-inspiring, held the card with a look of confusion. Having spent considerable time at the Autobot base, he had never encountered such an object. This was the key to the base's land bridge energy system. Optimus's gaze momentarily evading Jack's. Jack inquired, why not give it to the ambulance? Optimus's eyes flickered again. That could be arranged, but your growth over these past days has truly impressed me. Thus, I trust you possess the responsibility to safeguard this crucial item until my return. Jack's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he resolutely declared, I will not let you down. Optimus nodded slightly, then rose to his feet, turning towards the land bridge. As Jack watched Optimus's departing figure, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. Whether it was excitement from the trust bestowed upon him or a foreboding premonition, he could not discern. The land bridge leading to the heart of Earth opened wide, and RC glanced at Megatron, gesturing with her hands, after you. Megatron, cradling his left arm, slightly bowed. As you wish. He then straightened and proceeded into the swirling vortex of blue and white, with Optimus and the others following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the vicinity nearest to the source of chaos and darkness in the entire universe, the interior of the Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 60, Extinction as of Now. I remain merely an ordinary little red fox, destined to transform into something unpredictable in the near future. Certainly not the charming creature humans envision. Humanity has long harbored biases against the fox lineage, insidious, cunning, suspicious, and sycophantic, bestowing upon us every derogatory term without hesitation, which is profoundly unjust. I do not seek to vindicate my kind, nor do I possess such grandeur. I am still perplexed as to why I was chosen as a spirit fox. What is a spirit fox? Well, prior to the commencement of the mission, it is essential to clarify the significance of the term spirit, which will resonate throughout the entirety of this tale. The word count for this chapter is rather scant. Other websites may still be updating, and subsequent corrections will be made automatically. The following content bears no relation to this book. Confronted by the dissipating mark, King Yang and the 8 original lords chose to disregard it, for they were already well aware of the inherent function of such a mark. Moreover, its significance was limited to the present realm, offering no assistance in their future plundering of other worlds. Thus, its loss was inconsequential, eliciting no sense of regret. Upon their descent to the ground, each of the 8 lords merely adjusted their bodies slightly to passively absorb the energy of the void, allowing their vital energies to regain equilibrium, such as the resilience of a level 29 original lord. Even after prolonged exertion, barring injuries from combat, fatigue was a rare occurrence for their well-honed forms. Once they had calibrated their states, the 8 original lords ascended to the platform, forming a circle around the sand table representing King Yang's territory. They extended their arms toward the table, palms facing down, and began to channel void energy into it. This was not merely a simple infusion of energy into the model of King Yang's domain. Rather, they were enhancing and embellishing this sand table with the energy they supplied. As they continuously transmitted void energy, the originally bare sand table depicting King Yang's territory began to gradually incorporate the landscapes of other primordial lords, becoming increasingly complete over time. The process of perfecting this sand table required a considerable duration to accomplish. During the construction period, King Yang and the other original entities present refrained from interruption, silently observing both the Lord's actions and the evolving sand table. After a significant interval, some of the original lords began to cease their energy transmission, as the terrains and territorial distributions they had surveyed were now fully represented on the sand table. Since the 8 original lords had simultaneously embarked on their explorations and returned to King Yang's territory almost concurrently, the variations in the number of territories each had surveyed were minimal. Once one lord completed the construction of the sand table, the others promptly followed suit, finalizing their respective tasks. Upon the thorough transformation and enhancement of the original sand table, the 8 lords continued to encircle the newly augmented model without moving. In response to King Yang's acknowledgement of their labors, they expressed their gratitude. Subsequently, King Yang approached to jointly observe the newly enriched sand table. It was evident that the entire shape of the original realm had been meticulously rendered, with clear demarcations of the borders between the original lords. And even the boundaries between each territory were delineated by the 8 lords. The locations of each territory's central platform were similarly represented, ensuring that no detail was overlooked on the sand table. As for the crucial task of compiling statistics on the original lords under the command of the sovereign kings, the focus undoubtedly lies on the 8 original lords involved in this endeavor. The sand table meticulously delineates the number of 28th and 29th level original lords allocated across each territory of the various sovereign kings, along with the names of the 29th level lords. Once an original lord attains the 29th level, their essence becomes intrinsically intertwined with their position. Consequently, the 8 original lords dispatched by the sovereign king to survey the continent naturally became cognizant of these 29th level lords and duly recorded their names on the sand table. The sand table vividly presents the entire situation of the original realm before the gaze of the sovereign king's forces, revealing the ongoing conflicts between the sovereign kings and the deployment of original lords on the battlefield. All this intelligence has been acquired by the sovereign king's faction, allowing them to form a relatively accurate forecast of the potential developments in the original realm in the forthcoming period. By discerning that the monarch king, the armor king, and the ancient king are left with only a single territory, the sovereign king's faction also infers that the forces capable of reducing these 3 sovereign kings to a mere remnant must be formidable, and these 2 sovereign kings must possess considerable strength within the hierarchy of their peers. Moreover, the sovereign king is not oblivious to the whispers circulating within the original realm. It is well understood that the monarch king was vanquished by the alliance formed between these 2 sovereign kings and the ascendant king. Thus, it is likely that even the ascendant king, who possesses the qualifications to ally with the monarch and the armor kings, does not belong to the lower echelons of the sovereign kings. At this juncture, the current cycle of the original realm nears its conclusion. During this transition, although the sovereign king has secured the position of Tianyuan and the bestowed energy from the original realm, he refrained from capitalizing on this opportunity to expand his territories while his forces were fortified. Nevertheless, the time invested by the sovereign king was not in vain. With merely 1 cycle's duration, he has gained insights into the overarching dynamics of the world that other sovereign kings could never hope to possess. By dispatching 8 29th level original lords capable of flight, he expended half of the cycle to complete a thorough reconnaissance of the original realm, followed by another half cycle to construct the sand table, thereby gaining a clear understanding of the vastness of the continent. As this cycle draws to a close, the actions undertaken by the Sovereign King in mobilizing his original lords resonate deeply with the other Sovereign Kings still engaged in the struggle for supremacy. In truth, the doubts harbored by these Sovereign Kings regarding the Sovereign King's ability to endow his original lords with the capacity for flight are unfounded. The bestowal of such a mark necessitates that the recipient possesses the strength of the 29th level in the sacred domain to bear this mark, granting them a fleeting ability to traverse the skies of the original realm. Thus, there is no cause for concern that, should they face the Sovereign King in battle in the future, they would be overwhelmed by a formidable aerial army. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the Sovereign of the Yang can only bestow this particular mark upon his subordinates. In this instance, he chose not to grant himself the ability to fly. Consequently, he too must attain the realm of divinity before he can soar in the original realm. Thus, for the other primordial sovereigns, the so-called heavenly surveillance merely serves as a limited skill for the Yang sovereign to assess the continental situation. Once this opportunity is utilized, it cannot be employed again, alleviating concerns of encountering unforeseen circumstances. During the first half of this rotation period, the 8 original marquises under the Yang sovereign traversed the original continent. Upon concluding their inspection, they returned directly to the Yang domain, leaving the Yang sovereign unaware of the changes in the dynamics among the other primordial sovereigns during the latter half of this rotation. This shift occurred in the northeastern region of the original continent, where the Yang sovereign, upon realizing that the esteemed king, possessing over 5,000 territories, might only command 6 to 8 29th level holy domain marquises, regained a certain confidence in the potential for warfare within his own forces. This sentiment was not solely held by the Yang sovereign, but was also shared by the Cloud sovereign, who had already commanded 8 29th level marquises at that time. Equally buoyed by this revelation, initially, after absorbing a batch of high-quality void energy, the Cloud sovereign had 7 marquises ascend to the 29th level holy domain. Subsequently, during this rotation, another marquis under the Cloud sovereign amassed sufficient capability and successfully achieved the same esteemed level. Therefore, prior to the Yang sovereign's audacious pursuit of the heavenly origin position, his forces were not as formidable as those of the Cloud sovereign. However, upon seizing the opportunity, the Yang sovereign dared to dream and venture forth, ultimately reaping substantial rewards. Conversely, the Cloud sovereign did not foresee the opportunity to acquire the void energy of the original realm, nor did he devise a plan worthy of action. Perhaps he contemplated relevant methods, but lacked the courage and resolve to act, for the repercussions of failure, even for a primordial sovereign, were intolerable. Thus, the Cloud sovereign ultimately chose not to pursue the infusion of energy from the original realm, despite the glaring success of the Yang sovereign as a quintessential case study. Chapter 61. Olaine Peak's The Soul Contract, binding souls together, remains unbreakable as long as one does not choose to dissolve it. No matter how formidable the other party may be, it cannot be undone. Much like the undying emperor, previously merely a god king, he, as an emperor, was equally unable to dissolve such an agreement. To prevent this being from reneging and causing backlash, the Master's Continent specifically established that even if the counterpart could extricate themselves from the celestial records, they would still be unable to escape the covenant of souls. Indeed, the soul contract cannot be severed from the sea of consciousness. However, I have integrated a unique gas capable of dismantling even the heavenly order. It is not difficult to dissolve this contract, provided one possesses sufficient power to strike at the site of the contract, such as the nature of the ruthless. The soul covenant is established upon the foundation of celestial principles, possessing a unique power that even the divine realm's celestial laws can dissolve. Resolving a soul covenant is not insurmountable, provided one handles it with the requisite finesse. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with understanding. Having shared so much, he felt a sense of gratitude for being brought to the divine realm. With his explanation concluded, the formidable figure spoke no further, his aura becoming increasingly ancient and profound, while the black hole behind him grew ever more immense, evidently having absorbed untold amounts of energy during their conversation to bolster itself. The more the black hole consumed, the stronger he became. Luo Ruoshi sensed something amiss and quickly conveyed through thought, Prepare for action. With doubts dissipating, Zhang Xian took a deep breath, raising his long sword with sudden resolve. If that is the case, let us see the true essence beneath our hands. Boom! The most powerful sword intent surged forth once more. Life shall return, and death shall long be remembered. Unfazed by the duality of existence, what could possibly impede his path? This sword technique, though not yet reaching the comprehension of an emperor, encompassed all his fervent obsessions, pushing the heavenly sentiments within him to their utmost limits. With a swift stroke, he cleaved the formidable opponent's assault in twain. At that very moment, Luo Ruashi also struck, her jade hand weaving through the air, her sword radiating like snow. Her technique bore a resemblance to that of the young sword deity, imbued with an indomitable spirit and an effortless elegance of the Tao. Your techniques are indeed impressive, yet they fall short in comparison to mine. With a gentle smile, the formidable figure lunged downward once more. In an instant, his palm overshadowed the heavens, shrouding the world in darkness. The very fabric of space fractured, as if the sun and moon were to be forcefully cast down. Puff! Puff! Zhang Xian and Luo Ruashi were both sent flying, blood erupting in the air. Despite their formidable strength, they could not withstand the onslaught. What realm had this individual truly attained? Impudent! The doppelganger strode forward, each step blossoming with lotuses, accompanied by the sound of flowing water in the void. From afar, it exuded an air of grandeur, refining the nine heavens' chaos golden lotus. His cultivation was not at all inferior to Zhang Xian's. With a single punch raised, he unleashed power that soared to the heavens. Colliding with the formidable figure, he too was propelled backward, unable to withstand a single strike. Zhang Xian pressed his forehead, realizing the doppelganger had indeed achieved the status of emperor, yet retained his ostentatious nature. Such flamboyance would be better utilized by concentrating power for greater impact. Let us strike together, or we shall all perish. The little yellow chicken proclaimed with fervor, crimson flames igniting the sky. The remaining 6 emperors each unleashed their own abilities. The 7 emperors united, striving to obliterate heaven and earth. Yet, before them stood the formidable figure who absorbed unique powers. As the attack approached, the black hole expanded abruptly, consuming the energy in a blink and swiftly retaliating. Bang! 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 The 7 emperors, like Zhang Xian and his companions, found themselves sent flying. Even the coalition of 10 emperors could not withstand a single strike from their opponent. How could this individual possess such immense power? You may perish. With a single strike, he vanquished the crowd. The formidable figure stepped forward, twisting his wrist and delivering another blow. You wretched rodents! He bellowed. Suddenly, the elder from Sword God Heaven appeared, standing defiantly in front of him, his long sword transforming into a galaxy. An emperor? He too possesses the strength of an emperor? Zhang Xian's pupils contracted. This elder had initially followed the young man, and Zhang assumed he was merely an attendant, perhaps a mere god king at most. Yet, upon unleashing his power, it became evident that he was indeed a formidable emperor. If he is an emperor, then what of that young man? He himself is the emperor of Sword God Heaven. Struggling to rise, Luo Ruashi gritted her teeth. What the youth who imparted my sword techniques? Zhang Xian could no longer contain his curiosity. He is... Luo Ruashi began to respond when the space around them distorted, and they witnessed the Emperor of Sword God Heaven being sent flying, crashing into the ground not far away, creating a large crater. Zhang Xian's current strength and comprehension of the sword far surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Despite his formidable cultivation and exceptional swordsmanship, he remained no match. Haha, Emperor, they are merely a bunch of insignificant chickens and dogs. Today, I shall obliterate the 9 heavens, annihilate this divine realm, and trample all rules into dust, having defeated the Emperor of Sword God Heaven. The formidable figure laughed maniacally as the surrounding space continued to collapse, framing him as a demon. What shall we do? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. Just moments ago, he and his avatar had unleashed their utmost combat prowess, and even Luo Ruashi had executed her strongest techniques, yet none could withstand the opponent's strike. Is there truly no one in the divine realm capable of opposing this individual? Shall we allow him to destroy the world? The only way is to return to the essence of the heavenly Tao, to let the Tao suppress him, Luo Ruashi said, her fists clenched and her eyes reddening. Return to the essence of the heavenly Tao? Zhang Xian understood her implication. The library in his mind was a part of the heavenly Tao. Once returned, the Tao would be rendered complete, perhaps allowing it to rectify its flaws and expel the formidable figure, much like the human immune system. When the immune system is intact, it easily drives away viruses. When compromised, it cannot resist their invasion, and even the strongest may succumb to death. Yet, he is far too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were restored, could it truly suppress him? Zhang Xian shook his head. Viruses can be eradicated by the immune system. But what of the ferocious tiger? No matter how robust the immune system, what can it do against such a beast? This individual, though merely a god king, possesses strength that surpasses even that of an emperor, rendering him beyond the reach of the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruashi paused, a look of disappointment crossing her pristine face. Indeed, it cannot suppress him. However, if the heavenly Tao is complete, it can awaken, and slaying him would not be difficult. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. I shall take you to meet him, Luo Ruashi said, taking a deep breath and, with determination, soaring forward. Attempting to flee, the formidable figure snorted coldly and pressed downwards. Bang! Luo Ruashi plummeted from the sky. You summoned the Zhang Xian sword technique once more, the brilliance of sword intent radiating forth. Clang! 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 Yet again, it was thwarted by a formidable foe. You all must flee. I shall hold them off. Knowing they sought a method to rescue the divine realm rather than escape. The Avatar and the Undying Emperor shouted and stepped forward, while Luo Chi-Chi transformed, returning to her true form within the Tranquil Pearl. The surrounding space solidified. Go! Seeing the group courageously standing their ground, unafraid of death, Zhang Xian felt a surge of emotion in his eyes, yet understood that now was not the time for words. Grasping Luo Ruashi, he swayed, tearing through space, and in the next moment, they found themselves within the realm of the Zizishan. Zizishan was no longer the tranquil haven it once was. The divine realm had collapsed, and chaos reigned. You mentioned him. Where is he? With no time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Xian gazed at the girl in his arms. If the person she spoke of could indeed save the divine realm, what was his sacrifice in comparison? He is my father. The blood within your pendant belongs to him. The Undying Emperor was once his beast companion, Luo Ruashi explained after taking a moment to compose herself. Father? Zhang Xian suddenly comprehended. No wonder he had always sensed a similarity, yet a difference between the blood in the pendant and Luo Ruashi. It was indeed her father's. This also elucidated why the lingering consciousness of the Undying Emperor had immediately recognized him as its master upon seeing the pendant. Is your father also an emperor? Or does he possess power that transcends that of an emperor? He could not help but inquire. The chaos within the library had been quelled by the blood in the pendant, restoring his clarity. Could it be that not only was she an emperor, but her father as well, perhaps even more formidable? If that were the case, why had he succumbed to unconsciousness? Why did he require the disruption of the heavenly path to regain his senses? He is not an emperor. He is the heavenly path. Luo Ruashi clenched her fist tightly. The heavenly path? Your father is the heavenly path? Zhang Xian was shaken, struggling to believe. Yes. 50 years ago, my father was unable to withstand that great hand, falling into a coma, causing the heavenly path to fracture into 3 parts, the orderly heavenly path and the deficient heavenly path, which were cast into the chaotic currents of space. I have taken on the responsibility of maintaining the natural order of the heavenly path to uphold the balance of the divine realm. To restore him, I must gather the scattered fragments, which is why I am so resolute. I cannot afford to fail. I specifically entered the Master Continent to study the Spring and Autumn Classic, seeking a way to overcome Master Kong. The task I entrusted to him during our battle was also related to this, Luo Ruashi elaborated. Zhang Xian realized the profoundness of her words. Just recently acquainted with the Master Continent, the girl before him had shared her story of striving to save a beloved one, and now he understood. It was indeed her father, and he was the heavenly path of the divine realm. Could the heavenly path truly take on human form and bear offspring? You govern the natural order of the heavenly path within you. Do you not possess any fragments of the heavenly path? Suddenly, realizing the inconsistency in her words, Zhang Xian turned to her. To govern a natural order is distinct from being a part of the heavenly path itself. Luo Ruashi clarified. Zhang Xian exhaled in relief. It seemed that all he needed to do was to separate the flawed heavenly path from himself, without requiring the girl before him to meet her demise. Despite his reluctance to accept such a fate, he was equally unwilling to see her suffer. If I can extract the flawed heavenly path from within me, your father could be revived, and perhaps we could vanquish the ruthless foe, correct? Zhang Xian pondered. I cannot say for certain, Luo Ruashi replied, glancing up at the collapsed divine realm. The divine realm was the foundation of her father, with it in ruins, even if he regained consciousness. Could he truly defeat such a formidable adversary? It was uncertain. It appears you're not entirely confident either. In that case, relying on others may not be as effective as relying on ourselves. We must devise our own strategy. Zhang Xian bit his lip. I and my clone, united with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, and if we coordinate with Master Kong, we may have a chance of victory. Master Kong? Luo Ruashi furrowed her brow. Isn't he already dead? He has not truly perished. If my conjecture is correct, although you struck him down, he merely employed a method to escape the constraints of the heavenly path. He should, like Wei Changfeng, be a primal fetal soul body. Zhang Xian explained. Upon seeing Wei Changfeng, he realized that Master Kong's so-called preservation of consciousness was akin to his state, a primal fetal soul body capable of retaining clarity within the womb. With the preparations he left behind, resurrection was merely a matter of time. Luo Ruashi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this revelation. Let's go. There is no need for further explanation. With a swift motion of his hand, Zhang Xian returned to Master Kong's dwelling, where he indeed found an elderly man meditating in midair. Upon their arrival, the old man smiled gently. You have come. If not Master Kong, then who else could it be? This master of ages had not disappointed him. As anticipated, he had been resurrected while all attention was diverted to the tidal sea. Luo Ruashi trembled slightly. She understood that the emperors could be revived. The immortal emperor had returned as well, but she had not expected such rapidity. I concealed the heavenly path and prepared in advance. The nameless giant in the soul pool was my contingency. When you struck me down, I seized the opportunity to free myself from the heavenly path's restraints and reconstitute my physical form. I have only just regained my strength. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was adept in the manipulation of time. Although it seemed only a day or 2 had passed in the divine realm, he had endured an unfathomable duration to restore his powers, decades, perhaps. The combined strength of the 3 of us is formidable, yet surpassing a ruthless adversary is no trivial feat. Upon witnessing Master Kong's genuine recovery, Luo Ruashi shook her head once more. It was not a matter of bolstering others' morale at the expense of our own aspirations. It was simply the truth. Even with so many united, they could not withstand the opponent. What difference would adding Master Kong make? The situation would remain unchanged. Individually, our might, indeed, even when united, was not a match for our foe. However, what if we were to amalgamate all our strengths into a single individual? Master Kong smiled as he gazed over. Amalgamating into one? This notion elicited furrowed brows not only from Luo Ruashi, but also from Zhang Xian. That hand could rend the divine realm, shattering the heavenly Tao, its strength undeniable. The ruthless one absorbed that power entirely, consuming the spiritual essence of the divine realm for 50 years. In terms of sheer strength, none of us, even as numerous as we were, could stand against it. Master Kong asserted, but when united, concentrating our powers in one individual might yield different results. How do we concentrate? Luo Ruashi inquired. It is simple in theory, but challenging in practice. The emperors stand at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If absorbing others' powers were so effortless, she would not have stagnated for so many years. It is quite simple. We consolidate our powers on a Zhang Xian. Once he shatters the shackles of the emperor, he can save the divine realm. Master Kong declared. Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why me? The Lingxi emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence, yet bound by paternal ties and the constraints of the heavenly Tao, as well as the attachments to others. True transcendence is perpetually out of reach. If I am not mistaken, during our earlier battle, you too considered surrender, intending to allow me to vanquish you, Master Kong remarked. Luo Ruashi found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, during their clash, such a thought had crossed her mind, leading both to initially hold back, as if engaged in a friendly spar rather than a life-and-death struggle. Without true transcendence, one cannot unleash their utmost power. Even with an abundance of true energy, it would be futile in breaking through to the highest realm. As for me, Master Kong nodded, harboring compassion for all, wishing to enlighten the world, yet unwilling to have others sacrifice for my sake, is a flaw of excessive kindness. If one were to be more ruthless and eradicate the alien race, the current predicament could have been avoided. Had they been exterminated initially, the ruthless one would not have been revived, and we would not be facing this situation now. Therefore, I am unfit for this role. In contrast, Zhang Xian's cultivation is harmonious, devoid of flaws. He emphasizes living authentically, even in death. As long as he lives without regret, his heart remains unburdened. Such an individual possesses greater tolerance and expansive potential for growth. Only through this can one ascend higher and further. Master Kong continued, "To live is to return. To die is to be longed for. If one is indifferent to death, how could they be bound by other matters?" Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, poised to voice his thoughts when he noticed Master Kong gazing intently at him. There is no need for reluctance. Time is of the essence. Cultivating others will take too long, and even if it were not, I doubt anyone could surpass your capabilities. Though the Lingxi Emperor did not possess fragments of the heavenly Tao within, he had long mastered its essence, cultivating a profound understanding of its principles. I wield the orderly forces of the heavenly Tao. Should we bestow our strength upon you, you shall embody the complete power of the heavenly Tao within you. Coupled with the 9 heavens chaotic golden lotus of my avatar, we could indeed stabilize the 9 heavens, command the universe, engage in battle across the firmament, and annihilate all creation. Very well. Recognizing the resolution of his counterpart, Zhang Xian ceased further explanations and nodded in agreement. Boom! Sitting cross-legged in the blink of an eye, 2 torrents of immense power surged forth from either side. Zhang Xian's entire being stiffened as if, in that instant, he transformed into the heavenly Tao itself. Soaring through the 9 heavens, his soul, body, and vital energy were instantaneously purified, growing ever stronger and more formidable. Do you wish to obstruct me as well? So be it. I shall eradicate you before turning my wrath upon Zhang Xian. With a chilling smile, he sent Luo Qi and his avatar flying. The strength unleashed by the avatars and numerous emperors was indeed formidable. Yet, when compared to him, it remained somewhat lacking. The tidal sea devoured nearly all the spiritual essence beyond the city of the divine realm, transforming it into his nourishment. With every motion, he wielded the power to obliterate realms. These emperors and divine kings, despite embodying the pinnacle of the divine realm, were still easily vanquished. At this moment, he seemed to represent the entirety of the divine realm, unstoppable by any force. The destruction of the divine realm renders our existence meaningless. I, Yun Qi, shall perish alongside you. The great Emperor Yun Qi transformed into his true form, a colossal 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring toward him. You are unworthy. With a mere squeeze of his palm, the golden dragon was ensnared in his grasp, unable to escape despite its desperate struggles. Old friend, wait for me. The great Emperor Fuming bellowed, transforming into his true form of a white tiger, soaring towards him. The undying Emperor revealed his true form, the immortal fire phoenix, illuminating the sky with flames. The Xianming Emperor, embodying a massive tortoise, seemed to uphold the heavens themselves. The 4 divine beasts, guardians of the 4 corners of the divine realm, simultaneously revealed their true forms, slowing the collapse of the divine realm. The universe appeared to come to a standstill. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of 4 strikes, he suppressed the 4 beasts, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Amidst his roar, just as he prepared to annihilate them all, he felt a tightening in his raised arm, halting him mid-air. If you wish to kill them, have you sought my permission? In astonishment, the onlookers beheld a figure stepping forth from the sky. It was none other than Zhang Xian. At this moment, the young man radiated an overwhelming surge of power, magnified tenfold from before, descending as if he were an entire world unto himself. He has made significant progress. He stopped, his expression grave. Clearly, he could not comprehend how, within the span of mere minutes, his adversary had undergone such a monumental transformation. Yet, what did an increase in strength truly signify? In the zenith of the divine realm, Even the most formidable forces could not withstand my resolve. With a chilling scoff, the ruthless individual descended once more. Zhang Xian brandished his longsword, confronting the oncoming threat. The clash of their battle tore the very fabric of space, sending turbulent currents swirling in every direction. Could Zhang Xian emerge victorious? At the residence of the Celestial Master, Luo Ruashi gazed on with deep concern. She and the Master had channeled their powers to Zhang Xian, yet their own cultivation had diminished to merely the level of a divine king, far from their former glory. Nevertheless, regardless of their current ranks, with sufficient strength, they could one day reclaim their former selves. Given their present capabilities, triumph seemed elusive, unless he could comprehend a power that transcends that of an emperor. After a moment of silence, the Master spoke. Even a coalition of several emperors could not best the ruthless one. Even with their combined powers, victory would not come easily. The rationale behind their actions lay in the notion that power must be concentrated in a single individual to touch the pinnacle, to genuinely surpass one's limits and transcend oneself. The notion of surpassing an emperor's power lingered in Luo Ruashi's mind. Her father had once imparted similar wisdom while he was still lucid, yet she found herself incapable of achieving it. Could the man she cherished accomplish such a feat? He certainly could. His heart was indomitable, and he bore a proud spirit towards this world. Sensing her doubts, the Master smiled knowingly. With a series of strikes, Zhang Xian's palm split, and a massive, grotesque wound marred his chest, just as the Master had indicated. Even with their combined strength and the formation of a complete heavenly Tao within him, he remained outmatched. "Huh, I thought you were formidable. Yet this is all you can muster." The ruthless one sneered coldly. "In any case, you are no match for me. It is only a matter of time before you fall. Thus, I wish to perish beneath your mightiest assault." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian halted his advance, shifting his gaze towards the ruthless adversary before him. "Very well, I shall grant you this. Unleash your strongest attack." Upon hearing this, the ruthless one paused momentarily, then scoffed, raising his palm. Suddenly, a surge of azure light materialized in his palm, crashing downward with ferocity. Indeed, it was the mightiest of assaults. The entire divine realm reverberated, as if it could scarcely endure the onslaught, creating a massive crater in its wake. With his eyes tightly shut, Zhang Xian did not evade the strike. A resounding explosion ensued, his head shattered, and his soul scattered in disarray. Witnessing this scene, everyone turned pale. Luo Qiqi appeared frantic, while Emperor Yin Shi and his companions widened their eyes, trembling incessantly. The Master and Luo Ruashi were equally taken aback. Their intent had been to facilitate his breakthrough, to challenge the confines of the Emperor's realm. Why did he not resist, instead resigning himself to death? Would this not render their efforts in vain? No. It was the method of the immortal Emperor's immortality. Just as they pondered, the Master suddenly spoke. The onlookers beheld the scene as Zhang Xian's head burst open, and even his soul seemed to shatter. Suddenly, the pendant upon his chest exploded, causing a single droplet of blood to rise and ignite, transforming into a blazing flame. Within this inferno, an intact figure emerged, stepping forth with purpose. Had he harnessed the power of his adversary and the blood within the pendant to sever the connection between the heavenly path and his soul? Luo Ruashi's pupils constricted in disbelief. After being reborn from the flames, Zhang Xian found himself devoid of the heavenly path library, free from its interference, liberated from its grasp. How had he accomplished such a feat? Kongsher was equally incredulous. The fusion of the heavenly path and the soul was inseparable. To break free, one would typically have to disintegrate their very essence, using the soul pool to reconstitute their spirit. Yet this figure before them, having merely been struck down, had completely extricated himself. What method had he employed? Luo Ruashi suddenly realized that he had utilized a ruthless approach to escape the soul contract. The soul contract binds master and servant. If the master does not release the servant, the latter remains forever subjugated, much like the heavenly path library, which functions as an enhanced version of such a contract. Once bound in soul, one cannot escape without death. However, through that peculiar power, the ruthless individual had managed to liberate himself from the soul contract. The specifics of this method had been thoroughly inquired about by Zhang Xian previously, and it seemed he had harbored intentions even then. He had feigned a desperate struggle to provoke his opponent into unleashing their strongest attack against him. Utilizing that very strength, he was reborn from the flames, achieving remarkable success. Thus, this was the method to transcend the realm of the Emperor. As Zhang Xian stepped forth from the flames, a subtle smile graced his lips, as though he had attained an epiphany. With a swift gesture, a nearby doppelganger transformed back into a lotus flower, soaring toward him. In an instant, they merged flawlessly. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers perceived Zhang Xian as if he had become the embodiment of the nine heavens. He was the nine heavens. With a gentle tap of his foot upon the ground, the tumultuous nine heavens instantly stabilized. The nine heavens chaos golden lotus, which emerged at the dawn of creation, was capable of bringing order to the chaotic expanse. At this moment, the unity of his doppelganger and self meant he had commandeered this power. Moreover, having merged with the nine heavens chaos golden lotus, his previously unparalleled cultivation began to shift, indicating an imminent breakthrough. The bonds of master and servant, the camaraderie of brothers, the teacher-student relationship, parental affection, and romantic love intertwined, representing the essence of existence. This is what it means to be human. With a smile upon his face, Zhang Xian murmured to himself. In the instant he severed ties with the Heavenly Path Library, enlightenment dawned upon him. Is it humanity that perceives the world, thus creating it? Or did the world precede humanity? Is it the wind that stirs, or the heart that moves? This question has eternally perplexed countless souls. Yet at this moment, such ponderings held little importance. Without life, without emotion, what significance does the existence of the world hold? Therefore, beyond the realm of love lies the affection for all beings, an intricate tapestry of emotions interwoven throughout the universe. All things possess feelings. It is through emotion that the world exists. Only with emotion can life endure. Love is an emotion. Hatred is an emotion. Joy is an emotion. Suffering is an emotion. Separation is an emotion. Reunions are also a form of sentiment. Countless emotions now at my disposal. A low murmur shattered the confines of Zhang Xian's being, instantly liberating him from the shackles of the Emperor. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had touched a brand new realm and door, nourishing his soul with unprecedented vigor. An influx of chaotic energy surged forth, rapidly enhancing his corporeal form. Previously, one could only progress through the absorption of spiritual energy. Yet now, amidst the tumultuous flow of space, even the azure light from his adversary could be claimed as his own, indistinguishable from his essence. The formidable foe had not anticipated that his full-force assault would not only fail to vanquish Zhang Xian, but instead empower him, inciting a furious outcry. With a roar, he launched yet another attack. You harbor resentment towards the lofty Emperor for failing to rescue you amidst the chaotic currents. That is emotion. You feel the weight of being a former servant, imbued with humility and rage. That is emotion. You wish to annihilate the divine realm to vent your fury. That is emotion. You aspire to grow stronger. That is also emotion. Controlled by such feelings, how could you possibly triumph over me and evade my influence? With a faint smile, Zhang Xian's voice quickened and resonated louder, his hand gently grasping the air. The once invincible adversary was ensnared by countless threads of emotion, bound and unable to move. As long as there is emotion, he shall wield it, controlling the very essence of the foe. The formidable opponent's eyes were filled with terror. Master Zhang, I am your servant. Do not kill me. I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice. But it was too late for such pleas. With a slight smile, Zhang Xian shook his head. The control of emotions over the world rendered notions of servitude meaningless to him. Having slain countless divine beings and harmed his beloved, Luo Chi-Chi, along with many friends, how could he possibly grant mercy today? Sensing his resolve, the formidable opponent's pupils constricted. Before he could finish his plea, a sharp pain coursed through his body. Boom! In an instant, he exploded, transforming into a myriad of spiritual energies that cascaded throughout the divine realm. All the power previously consumed by the tidal sea now returned, revitalizing the desolate wilderness. Is this how it ends? The Emperor Yun Qi, the undying emperor, and the exquisite fairy Linglong all widened their eyes in disbelief. Having just battled the formidable opponent, they understood his terrifying strength. To see such a powerful being effortlessly obliterated left them in awe. What heights had Zhang Xian truly attained? Was there indeed another realm beyond that of the Emperor? He succeeded. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxi unclenched their fists. This is a part of the heavenly Tao. I shall now return it. Observing the fragment of the heavenly Tao that had been separated from him, still hovering in the air, Zhang Xian smiled gently and flicked his fingers. Buzz. The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth thundered into the sky above the divine realm. The resonant chime echoed as the crumbling divine realm visibly began to mend, and the chaotic currents gradually coalesced once more. The crumbling divine realm has finally come to a halt, and with the demise of the ruthless individual, the once dormant spiritual energy begins to gradually revive. It seems that the divine realm is poised to embrace a new era of spiritual resurgence. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. The void in the tidal sea, now restored alongside the completion of the heavenly path, heralds the return of the divine realm to its former glory. It is merely a matter of time. Just as Zhang Xian completed these thoughts, a voice echoed in his mind, momentarily startling him before he took a step forward. In that instant, he traversed an unknown distance and found a young man standing before him, the very one who had imparted sword techniques to him previously. Senior, is that you? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had sensed this individual was enigmatic, but now he realized that, compared to him, he was only a fraction away from reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor Lord, far surpassing the former Luo Ruoxi. Simply call me Nie Tong, the young man said, radiating an unwavering sword intent. Come with me. I shall introduce you to my brother. A smile graced his face as he stepped forward. Zhang Xian followed closely behind, traversing an immense distance until they halted before a mountain peak. There, he beheld another young man, whose appearance was not much older than his own. Yet his raised brows exuded an aura of profound inscrutability. Zhang Xian trembled at the sight of this young man's strength, which eclipsed his own, having also transcended the shackles of the Emperor Lord, with a cultivation far deeper and more substantial. I am Nie Yun, the young man greeted with a gentle smile. I am also known as Nieling Si, the father of your Luo Ruoxi. The father of Ruoxi? Zhang Xian gasped, realization dawning upon him. You are the heavenly path of the divine realm? He recalled Luo Ruoxi mentioning that her father was the heavenly path. Yet he never imagined it would be such a young man. I transformed part of my soul into the heavenly path through the process of refining the three pure energies. Nie Yin explained with a serene smile. Moreover, this world was created by me, so it is not unreasonable to refer to me as the heavenly path. Zhang Xian found it hard to believe. Could it truly be that this man before him was the creator of the divine realm? How formidable must his power be? Yet, if he had indeed created the divine realm and embodied the heavenly path, why did he allow the ruthless individual to wreak havoc without intervening? Zhang Xian questioned him. Had he not broken through, the divine realm would have likely collapsed entirely. Why did this man remain indifferent, even to the fate of his daughter? Without answering his inquiries, Nie Yin gazed at him calmly. Do you believe there are even more powerful beings beyond the divine realm? Zhang Xian paused momentarily. There should be, I suppose. Though I have not witnessed them, if he could cultivate to such a level, perhaps others could as well, even surpassing him, much like this individual before me. I once suspected that there might be stronger beings beyond the divine realm, which led me to exhaust my efforts to probe, ultimately provoking a backlash from a higher world. A hand descended, piercing through the void. Nie Yin glanced over. At that moment, had I chosen to evade, it is highly likely that the entire divine realm would have been obliterated, leaving no trace of life. Therefore, I braced myself against that strike, yet in doing so, the embodiment of the heavenly path was fragmented. I wish to restore this state. It is merely a thought away. However, I comprehend that to truly transcend the shackles of the divine realm and explore the origins of existence beyond is a daunting task that I cannot achieve alone. Thus, I seek to discover if there exists a life capable of breaking free from the constraints of the Emperor and reaching a level akin to mine. Consequently, I disseminated the fragmented essence of the heavenly path to the lowest echelons of the world, bestowing it upon the souls that rightfully belong to this realm and one that does not. And you, in the end, did not disappoint me. Nie Yun remarked with a smile. A soul that does not belong to this world. Does this imply that my crossing over is also due to you? Zhang Xian's heart quaked. No wonder I was able to traverse here. It was all orchestrated by the one before me. Hee hee. Nie Yun chuckled softly and said, Those who inherently belong to this world possess a reverence for it, making the endeavor to break free from its constraints significantly more arduous. I merely acted on a whim and did not expect you to truly succeed. Zhang Xian's complexion flushed. Were it not for Master Kong, I would never have reached this level. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, attaining my current realm would have been utterly impossible. The opportunity was granted to him. He simply failed to seize it. The duel with Lingxi was, in fact, the optimal chance for his breakthrough. But alas, he chose to withdraw, believing he had preserved a fallback, thinking he could escape unscathed. In reality, he lost the courage to advance. When faced with someone surpassing us, if one lacks even this spirit, how can they hope to contend? Nie Yin stated. Zhang Xian fell silent. He had witnessed their battle. Indeed, Master Kong exhibited a lack of decisiveness. Perhaps he hesitated to slay Luo Ruashi. Regrettably, in that fleeting moment of indecision, he missed the opportunity for advancement. Had Master Kong triumphed, Ruashi would have perished moments later, Zhang Xian thought, furrowing his brows. Could it be that this individual before me is indifferent to his daughter's fate? With me here, she will not perish, Nie Yin replied with a serene smile. Your current strength is not far from mine. Do you believe that in a life and death scenario, one could save another? Zhang Xian managed a wry smile. The distinction between breaking through to the emperor and being an emperor is profound. If he truly were willing to act, he could indeed save someone at the critical moment, ensuring they would suffer, not a scratch. Lingxi is the offspring of my other wife, Luo Qingqing. Thus, she has donned a disguise, adopting the surname Luo to ensure her belief in my detachment from emotion. Until now, she has been under the impression that I remain in a state of unconsciousness. Nie Yin let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging the severity of my paternal role. Perhaps you should explain this matter to her, seeing as her thoughts have now gravitated towards you. As for me, this old father may as well remain in the shadows for a while. Otherwise, I fear her uproar may be catastrophic. Observing the unreliable demeanor of this father figure, Zhang Xian could only acquiesce. Very well. With no alternative, considering he had absconded with another's daughter, he had little choice. The Tao of the library is a manifestation of my singular intent. It serves as both foundation and constraint. Your ability to transcend this limitation speaks volumes about your potential and capability, heralding a future of boundless promise. As a father, I find solace in knowing my daughter can be with you. Chapter 62. The Demon Lord's ambulance, Orin followed by the side of Megatron. His curiosity peaked at each intersection, glancing eagerly towards a particular direction. Megatron, noticing Orin's intrigue, could not suppress a smile, reminiscent of days gone by. Rather than extinguishing Orin's existence, he preferred to have him by his side, fighting alongside him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Orin and he were ultimately not of the same ilk. Their current circumstances were merely transitory. Lord Megatron, are we aboard a warship? Orin inquired, having observed the bridge and the various corridors, instantly realizing that this was not merely a structure, but a vessel soaring through the skies. Indeed, however, I no longer bear the title of Lord Megatron. I am now simply Megatron. Megatron? Why the change? Because Lord Megatron was merely a name bestowed upon me by others. Previously, I had no choice. But now I possess the opportunity to carve my own identity, and I intend to seize it. Yet, regrettably, while I have claimed my name, I have failed to grasp the fate of Cybertron. A faint sigh escaped Megatron's lips, his feelings of regret and resentment transparently reflected in Orin's gaze. What does this signify? Orin suddenly sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. I shall explain this to you shortly, Megatron replied curtly before activating the communication device. Knockout. Report to your laboratory immediately. After concluding the communication, Megatron led Orin into the laboratory. Orin curiously surveyed his surroundings, though he refrained from lingering too long, as he had encountered similar items on Cybertron. Before long, Knockout entered the room. Lord Megatron. Knockout, assist Orin in removing that damned Autobot insignia from his shoulder. As soon as Megatron's command was issued, Orin glanced at his shoulder, discovering indeed the presence of a symbol, the Autobot insignia. Bewildered, he exclaimed, "Why do I bear the Autobot insignia upon my shoulder?" Megatron gritted his teeth and explained, "It is the despicable Autobots attempting to expand their ranks. They are branding the captives with the Autobots insignia and coercing them through violence to charge into battle. Consequently, The enemies of the Autobots will perceive them as their soldiers and strike them down. Upon hearing this, Orion was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be possible?" Megatron continued, "There is nothing impossible, Orion. Before the leadership of Cybertron became corrupt, no one could have anticipated the onset of revolution and war." Gradually, Orion regained his composure. For Megatron's words held a semblance of truth. Yet, the thought that someone would resort to such vile tactics to take lives sent shivers down his spine, causing him to clench his teeth in anger. "Knockdown," Megatron called out. Knockdown nodded slightly and began preparing his tools. "Calm yourself, Orion. Allow Knockdown to remove that abhorrent insignia first. Once you have regained your tranquility, I shall share more with you." With that, Megatron departed the laboratory without awaiting Orion's response. Seizing the opportunity, while Orion remained in the lab, Megatron hurried to the bridge. At that moment, only Soundwave, Starscream, and a few high-ranking Decepticons were present, as the others had returned to their respective duties. Standing at the highest point of the bridge, Megatron activated the intercom for all Decepticons, proclaiming, "Attention everyone. Our guest is currently being isolated to facilitate his transformation. When Optimus Prime, or Orion Pax, appears, you're to treat him with utmost respect. Should anyone dare to refer to him as Optimus Prime, I shall tear out their vocal processors." "Lord Megatron," Soundwave's voice suddenly resonated. Megatron turned to find Soundwave standing beside him. "What is it, Soundwave?" "Lord Megatron, I believe you intend to leverage Orion. But do you truly wish for an Autobot to roam freely here? What if he witnesses something he should not?" Soundwave concluded with a shrug. Megatron chuckled. "This will test your capabilities as second-in-command. Orion is not one to wander aimlessly. I trust you will manage this matter well." Soundwave bowed slightly. "I shall not disappoint you." Although Megatron did not know much about Soundwave, his recent performance indicated that he was indeed a valuable asset, albeit lacking the humorous antics that Starscream occasionally provided to alleviate the tension. He then turned to Soundwave. "While Orion may not roam freely, he will undoubtedly request unrestricted access to data. Before Orion officially begins his work, all information pertaining to Optimus Prime within the database must be thoroughly erased." Soundwave. Soundwave remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Starscream remarked, "Lord Megatron, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave to prepare." Megatron nodded, cautioning, "Go forth and ensure Orion remains oblivious to any anomalies." Gray nodded slightly, then turned to walk towards the bridge's main door. Soundwave followed closely by his side as they both departed from the bridge, each attending to their respective duties. Megatron soon received a communication confirming the alteration of the insignia on Orion's shoulder to that of the Decepticons. Without delay, Megatron proceeded to the laboratory, bringing Optimus Prime to the bridge. The reason for summoning Optimus here was the immense size of the bridge's screen. Utilizing it for video playback would deliver the most profound impact on Orion, furthering his own agenda. As they ascended to the highest point of the bridge, Orion's gaze instinctively wandered around, noticing that the Decepticons below were watching him. Was it because they had never seen him before? Indeed, he too had never encountered them. "You had previously become a captive of the Autobots, forced into a prolonged stasis, Orion. We are in a different world, far removed from the one we once knew." Megatron halted at the pinnacle of the bridge. "A different world? Why?" Optimus inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Because that great tyrant, Ratchet, acted recklessly and caused a calamity." Megatron pressed a button on the console, and an image instantly filled the entire screen. The vast display showcased the aftermath of the city warfare on Cybertron. Devastation, darkness, disarray. An endless expanse of scrap metal and ruins. Cybertron. Optimus was taken aback, struggling to believe that Ratchet could commit such horrifying acts. Megatron, however, nodded in acknowledgement. This apocalyptic doctor, in his pursuit of power, has committed unspeakable atrocities and continues to wreak havoc. His minions have pursued us here. The inhabitants of this world are not yet prepared to accept us, but we have resolved to safeguard this planet from repeating the fate of our own. Optimus was still processing the information before him. Though he considered Ratchet a friend, his bond with Megatron was stronger, leading him to trust Megatron's words more. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, "I have a question, Megatron. Why are we called Decepticons?" "It is, of course, because I aspire to dominate the world." "That, certainly, cannot be the whole truth. It is those cowardly Autobots who sought to ensnare us, they intended to demonize us. Conversely, we have willingly embraced this identity. If guarding justice is deemed a form of dominance, then we shall gladly accept it. Hearing Megatron's explanation, Orion nodded in agreement, not necessarily because he endorsed the name Decepticons, but because it aligned with his perception of Megatron as a defiant individual, rendering such actions entirely plausible. Very well, Orion, we shall have ample time for reminiscing. You need a rest now. Megatron patted Orion on the shoulder before descending from the bridge. Orion gazed at the desolate scenes displayed on the screen, his voice unwaveringly resolute. Megatron, I shall do everything in my power to thwart the heinous crimes perpetrated by Ratchet. He raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and placed it upon the location of the spark chamber. I solemnly swear, in the name of my spark, today, no further soul contract shall be made, as long as one does not dissolve it. Even if the other possesses unparalleled abilities, it cannot be undone. Just like the undying emperor, the little yellow chick, who was once merely a divine king, despite being an emperor, could not resolve such an agreement. To prevent this individual from reneging and causing a backlash, the Master Continent had established that even if one could detach from the Book of Heaven's path, they could not escape the Covenant of Souls. The soul contract, indeed, cannot be severed from the sea of consciousness. Yet I have integrated a special gas that even the heavenly path can dissolve, making it feasible to unravel this contract as long as sufficient power is applied to strike where the contract resides. The soul contract is founded upon the principles of the heavenly path, with special powers capable of dissolving even the divine realm's heavenly path, disentangling a soul contract, if handled appropriately, poses no difficulty. Thus, Zhang Xian's gaze flickered with understanding. I express my gratitude for bringing me to the divine realm. After the explanation, the formidable individual ceased to speak further, his aura growing increasingly ancient and profound, while the black hole behind him expanded, evidently having devoured an immeasurable amount of power during their discourse. Zhang Xian sensed the shift and, with urgency, received a message from Luo Ruashi. Prepare to act. With doubts dispelled, Zhang Xian took a deep breath, raising his long sword with determination. If that is the case, let us reveal our true capabilities. Boom! The most powerful sword intent surged forth once more. In life, one should return. In death, one should long for. Life and death hold no significance. What could possibly obstruct us? This sword technique, though not yet reaching the comprehension of an emperor, encapsulated all his obsessions, pushing the heavenly affection technique within him to its limits. With a single strike, he cleaved the formidable one's attack in two. Simultaneously, Luo Ruashi made her move, her jade hands swirling, sword light gleaming like snow. Her swordsmanship bore resemblance to that of a young sword god, imbued with an unstoppable momentum and a natural grace of the Tao. Your techniques are impressive, yet in comparison to mine, they still fall short. With a gentle smile, the formidable one reached downward once more. In an instant, a shadow enveloped the heavens, his palm casting a shroud over the world, shattering the space as if the sun and moon were about to be forcibly struck down. Puff! Puff! Zhang Xian and Luo Ruashi were simultaneously propelled backward, blood spraying in the air. With their combined strength, they were unable to withstand the onslaught. What realm has this individual attained? Arrogance. The clone stepped forward, each stride blossoming with lotus flowers, the sound of flowing water resonating in the void. From a distance, it appeared truly magnificent, refining the nine heavens' chaos golden lotus. His cultivation was in no way inferior to Zhang Xian's. With a fist raised, power surged skyward. Colliding with the formidable one, he too was sent flying, unable to withstand even a single blow. Zhang Xian pressed his forehead, having achieved the status of an emperor, yet his alter ego remained stubbornly ostentatious. Such flamboyant display of power would be better served by concentrating strength for a greater impact. We must strike together. Otherwise, if they perish, we too shall face demise. The little yellow chick bellowed, flames of crimson igniting the skies. The remaining 6 emperors unleashed their respective powers. United, the 7 emperors wrought devastation upon the heavens and the earth, yet the opponent, a formidable adversary who had absorbed extraordinary forces, effortlessly countered their onslaught. The black hole expanded abruptly, devouring their might in an instant, followed by a swift retaliation. Boom, 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 like Zhang Xian and his comrades. The 7 emperors were sent reeling backward. The 10 emperors, despite their alliance, could not withstand even a single strike from a foe. How could this individual possess such immense power? You may perish. With a single blow that shattered the multitude, the ruthless adversary advanced, twisting his wrist to launch another attack. How dare you, rodent! Accompanied by a thunderous shout, the elder from Sword God Heaven materialized unexpectedly, interposing himself with a sword that transformed into a galaxy. An emperor? He too possesses emperor-level strength? Zhang Xian's pupils constricted. This elder, initially thought to be a mere attendant to the youth, now revealed himself as a formidable emperor upon demonstrating his might. If he is an emperor, then what of that youth? The emperor of Sword God Heaven struggled to rise, while Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth. And the youth who imparted my sword techniques? Zhang Xian could no longer restrain himself. He is. Luo Ruoshi was about to respond when the space warped, revealing the emperor of Sword God Heaven being flung backward, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Zhang Xian's current prowess and understanding of the sword far surpassed that of the elder. Even with formidable cultivation and remarkable swordsmanship, he remained no match. An emperor, a mere gathering of insignificant beings. Today, I shall obliterate the 9 heavens and lay waste to this divine realm, trampling all rules beneath my feet. Defeating the emperor of Sword God Heaven, the ruthless adversary laughed maniacally as the surrounding space continuously collapsed, casting him as an apparition of demons and monsters. What shall we do? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. He and his alter ego had already unleashed their utmost combat prowess. Even Luo Ruoshi had employed her strongest techniques. Yet they could not withstand a single strike from him. Is there truly no one in the divine realm capable of halting this individual? Shall we allow him to annihilate the world? The only solution lies in restoring the deficiencies of your heavenly Tao, returning to the essence of the heavenly Tao, allowing it to suppress him. Luo Ruoshi tightened her fists, her eyes reddening. Return to the essence of the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xian comprehended her intent. The library within his mind was part of the heavenly Tao. Once restored, the heavenly Tao would be complete, perhaps capable of mending its flaws and repelling the ruthless adversary. Much like the human immune system. When the immune system is intact, it easily drives away invading viruses. When compromised, it cannot withstand the intrusion, and even the mightiest will succumb to death. However, he is far too formidable. Even if the heavenly Tao were to be restored in its entirety, suppression would remain elusive. Zhang Xian shook his head. A virus, it can be vanquished by the immune system, but what of a fierce tiger? No matter how robust the immune system, what recourse is there? The individual before us is merely an ordinary divine king. Even with the title, the heavenly Tao could easily eliminate him. Yet he possesses a strength that transcends what the heavenly Tao can contend with. Lo Ruo, she paused momentarily, a look of disappointment gracing her alabaster face. Indeed, suppression is unattainable. However, with the heavenly Tao whole, he would awaken and slay this one effortlessly. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. I shall take you to meet him. Just as Tian inhaled deeply. Lo Ruo, she gritted her teeth and turned to soar forward. Attempting to flee, the ruthless man scoffed, pressing downwards. Bang! Lo Ruo, she plummeted from sky. Zhang Xian unleashed his sword technique once more, radiant sword intent emanating forth. Clang, clang, clang. Again, he was thwarted by the ruthless man. You all must flee. I will hold him off. Understanding their intent to save the divine realm rather than escape. The avatars and the undying emperor shouted in unison, while Luo Chi transformed, returning to her original form within the quiet space pearl. The surrounding space solidified. Go! Witnessing the others selflessly standing firm, unafraid of death, Zhang Xian felt his eyes redden. Yet he understood that this was not the time for lengthy discourse. Grasping Lo Ruo, his body swayed, tearing through space, and in the next moment, they found themselves within the realm of Tian. Tian was now devoid of its former tranquility. The divine realm lay in ruins, chaos abounding. You mention him. Where is he? With no time to observe the lives of ordinary beings, Zhang Xian gazed at the girl in his arms. If the person she spoke of truly held the power to save the divine realm, what was his own sacrifice in comparison? He is my father. The blood within your pendant belongs to him. The undying emperor was once his beast companion. Lo Ruo, she elucidated after a moment of meditation. Father? Zhang Xian's realization dawned. No wonder he had always sensed a resemblance between the blood in the pendant and Lo Ruo Shi, yet it was different. It originated from her father. This also elucidated why the fragment of consciousness left by the undying emperor immediately recognized him as its master upon seeing the pendant. Is your father also an emperor? Or does he possess power that surpasses that of an emperor? He could not help but inquire. The chaos in the library was triggered by the blood in the pendant, which restored his clarity. Could it be that not only she is an emperor, but her father as well, perhaps even more potent? If that is the case, then why was he in a state of unconsciousness? Why must the heavenly Tao be fragmented for him to awaken? He is not an emperor. He is the heavenly Tao. Lo Ruo, she clenched her delicate fist. The heavenly Tao? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom it. Indeed, 50 years ago, my father could not withstand that colossal hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao fragmented into 3 parts. The order of the heavenly Tao and the deficient heavenly Tao entered the chaotic currents of space. I took on the responsibility of governing the natural order of the heavenly Tao to maintain balance within the divine realm. To restore him, I must gather the scattered fragments. Thus, my resolve is unwavering. I cannot fail, having just entered the realm of esteemed masters to delve into the spring and autumn annals. The goal was to devise a means to triumph over Master Kong. During the confrontation with Master Kong, the matter entrusted to him was precisely this. Luo Ruoshi remarked. Zhang Xian was struck with sudden clarity. Having only recently acquainted himself with this realm, the young woman before him had previously recounted her tale of rescuing a beloved kin. At the time, he had not comprehended the gravity of her words. Now, the realization dawned upon him that it was indeed her father, and furthermore, a being of the divine realm, the heavenly Tao. Could the heavenly Tao truly manifest in human form and procreate? If one were to govern the heavenly Tao, would there not be fragments of it within oneself? Suddenly, Zhang Xian perceived an inconsistency in her language. To govern and to integrate with it internally were 2 distinct notions. I merely govern. I am not a fragment of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi clarified. Zhang Xian exhaled in relief. If that were the case, he merely needed to extricate the flawed essence of the heavenly Tao from within himself. There was no necessity for her demise. Although reluctant to accept such a fate, he was equally unwilling to see the young woman before him come a harm. If I were to extract the flawed essence of the heavenly Tao from within me, your father could be resurrected, and we could even vanquish that formidable adversary, correct? Zhang Xian inquired. I cannot say for certain, she replied, glancing up at the already collapsed divine realm, hesitating. The divine realm was the bedrock of her father, now that the foundation lay in ruins. Could he truly defeat such a powerful foe, even if he were to awaken? It was hard to say. It appears you too are uncertain. In that case, relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. We must devise our own strategy. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. You are our avatars, united with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors. With Master Kong's assistance, we may yet secure victory. Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi furrowed her brow. He has already perished. Has he not? He has not truly died. If my conjecture holds, you struck him down merely as a means to extricate himself from the heavenly Tao. He should, like Wei Changfeng, be a primal fetal soul body, Zhang Xian explained. Upon witnessing Wei Changfeng, it became evident that Master Kong's alleged retention of consciousness was akin to his own, a primal fetal soul body capable of remaining lucid in the womb. Coupled with prior contingencies, resurrection was merely a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi was momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. We shall see for ourselves. If my assumptions are correct, he is likely already recovered. Otherwise, his students would not have neglected even the title C, Zhang Xian posited. Master Kong's students, such as the ancient Seizuan, were all immensely powerful. Even without the aid of an emperor, they would undoubtedly have found a way to access the title C. Yet none had been seen. There must be more pressing matters at hand. Likely tasks designed to facilitate Master Kong's restoration while all the emperors were preoccupied with the title C. This realization sent a tremor through Luo Ruoshi. As understanding dawned upon her, let us proceed. Without further elaboration, she gestured with a hand, and Zhang Xian was transported back to the dwelling of Master Kong. Indeed, they beheld an elder meditating in midair, who, upon their arrival, bestowed upon them a gentle smile. Ah, you have come. If not Master Kong, then who else could it be? The Master of Eternity has indeed met my expectations. As anticipated, while everyone was preoccupied with the title C, he resurrected. Luo Ruoxi felt her delicate body tremble. She knew that the Emperor could be revived, and the Undying Emperor had also returned. Yet she was astonished by the swiftness of it all. I concealed the heavenly path and prepared a contingency plan in advance. The nameless giant in the ghost pool was left by me. When you struck me down that day, I seized the opportunity to free myself from the shackles of the heavenly path and reconstitute my physical form. I have only just begun to recover. Kongsher smiled faintly. He was adept in the manipulation of time, although it appeared as if only a day or two had passed in the divine realm. He had endured an unknown duration to regain his strength. Several decades had elapsed. The combined might of the three of us is formidable. Yet overcoming such ruthlessness is no simple feat upon witnessing Kong Shi's true revival. Luo Ruoxi shook her head. It was not a matter of diminishing others' glory while extinguishing one's own ambition. It was simply the reality. Just now, so many had united, yet they could not withstand the opponent. What difference would adding a Kong Shi make? The situation would remain unchanged. Individually, our prowess, even when united, undeniably fell short of the adversary. But what if all our strengths were merged into a single individual? Kongsher regarded her with a smile. Merging into one? This time, not only did Luo Ruoxi frown, but Zhang Xian was also filled with confusion. That hand could rend the divine realm and shatter the heavenly path. Its might was indisputable. The ruthless one had absorbed this power entirely and consumed the essence of the divine realm for 50 years. By sheer strength alone, we, a dozen emperors, would indeed be no match. Kongsher remarked. But united, concentrating our power in one person, might yield different results. How do we concentrate? Luo Ruoxi inquired. It sounded straightforward, yet execution proved difficult. The Emperor stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If absorbing others' power were so effortless, she would not have remained stagnant for so many years. It is quite simple. We will focus our strength on Zhang Xian. Once he can break through the shackles of the Emperor, he can save the divine realm. Kongsher declared. Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why me? The Lingxi Emperor practiced freedom and transcendence. However, constrained by the ties of his father and the heavenly path, and burdened by those he cared for, true transcendence remained elusive. If I am not mistaken, during our previous battle, you two had contemplated surrendering, intending to allow me to slay you, correct? Gong Shi asserted. Luo Ruoxi found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, during combat, such thoughts had crossed her mind, which is why the initial exchanges resembled a spar rather than a life-and-death struggle. Unable to transcend, one could not unleash their utmost power. Even with an abundance of true energy, one could not breach that exalted realm. As for me, Kongsher nodded, harboring compassion for all, wishing to enlighten the world, yet unwilling for others to sacrifice for me. Excessive kindness can also be a flaw, if one were to be more ruthless and annihilate the alien race. The current predicament would not exist. Had the alien beings been eradicated at that time, the ruthless individuals would not have been able to resurrect, and thus the present situation would have been avoided. Therefore, I am not suited for such a path. As for Zhang Xian, his cultivation method is in perfect harmony. Devoid of flaws, he advocates for living authentically, even in death. As long as one lives without regret, the heart remains unburdened. Such individuals possess greater tolerance and expansive potential for growth. Only in this manner can one ascend higher and venture farther. Master Kong continued, live to return, die to be remembered. If one is unconcerned with death, how could they be shackled by other matters? Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when he noticed Master Kong's piercing gaze directed at him. No need for modesty. Even if time is of the essence and we nurture others, I doubt anyone could surpass your capabilities. Although the Lingxi Emperor lacks fragments of the heavenly Tao within, he has long governed the Tao and possesses his own understanding of it. I control the orderly Tao. If we channel our power into you, you will embody the complete force of the heavenly Tao. Coupled with the 9 heavens chaotic golden lotus from your doppelganger, it is entirely feasible to stabilize the 9 heavens, command the universe, combat the heavens, and obliterate all existence. Very well. Recognizing the other's resolve, further explanations seemed futile, and Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Boom! As he sat cross-legged, in the blink of an eye, Two surging forces flowed in from either side. Zhang Xian's body stiffened, and, in that moment, he transformed as if into the heavenly Tao, soaring above the 9 heavens. His soul, physical form, and vital energy underwent a baptism, growing increasingly powerful and vigorous. Do you also wish to obstruct me? Very well. I shall eliminate you before slaying Zhang Xian. A cold smile crept across the ruthless one's face as he sent Luo Qiqi and his doppelganger flying. The combined might of the doppelganger and numerous emperors was indeed formidable. It still paled in comparison to his strength. The tidal sea had nearly consumed all the spiritual energy outside the city of the divine realm, and now these forces had become his fostered power. With a mere gesture, he wielded the capacity to annihilate the cosmos. These emperors and divine kings, despite representing the pinnacle of the divine realm, remained utterly powerless. At this moment, the ruthless one seemed to embody the entire divine realm, an unstoppable force. The annihilation of the divine realm renders our existence meaningless. I, Yun Qi, shall perish with you. The great emperor, Yun Qi, transformed into his true form. A colossal 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring through the air towards him. Is it you? Unworthy. With a firm grip, the ruthless one ensnared the golden dragon in his palm, rendering it unable to escape, no matter how fiercely it struggled. Old friend, wait for me. The Emperor Fu Meng roared, transforming into his true form, a white tiger. Soaring into the fray, the undying emperor revealed his true form, the immortal fire phoenix, illuminating the sky with flames. The Xianming emperor, taking the shape of a great tortoise, appeared as if lifting the heavens themselves. The 4 divine beasts, guardians of the 4 corners of the divine realm, simultaneously transformed into their true forms, causing the crumbling divine realm to slow its descent. The cosmos seemed to freeze in that moment. Bang, 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 with a series of powerful strikes. The fierce individual suppressed the 4 beasts, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Just as he intended to annihilate them all, he felt a tightening in his raised arm, halting it mid-air. If you wish to kill them, have you consulted me? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a figure emerged gracefully from the sky. It was none other than Zhang Xian. At this moment, the youth exuded an overwhelming force, more than 10-fold stronger than before, descending from the heavens as if he were an entire world in himself. Significantly improved, the fierce individual paused, his expression grave. He clearly could not comprehend how, in mere minutes, the opponent's strength had undergone such a tremendous transformation. However, what did it matter? Even the peak of the divine realm could not withstand me. I refuse to believe you can. With a cold snort, he once again descended to strike. Zhang Xian raised his sword to meet him. The two engaged in battle, tearing through space as gusts of energy surged chaotically around them. Would Zhang Xian emerge victorious? At the Heavenly Kong Master's encampment, Luo Ruoxi gazed on with deep concern. She and the Kong Master had transmitted their powers to Zhang Xian, yet their own cultivation had diminished to the level of divine kings, far less magnificent than before. Nevertheless, regardless of their current status, as long as their strength was sufficient, restoration would eventually be possible. With their current power, victory seemed a daunting challenge. Unless he could comprehend the strength that transcends the Emperor. After a moment of silence, the Kong Master spoke. Even a coalition of several emperors cannot surpass the fierce individual. Even if they were to transfer all their power, success would not come easily. The reason for such a strategy is that power must be concentrated in one individual to touch the pinnacle, to truly transcend limits, and break through oneself. The notion of transcending the Emperor's strength lingered in Luo Ruoxi's mind. Her father had once imparted similar wisdom when he was still lucid, yet she could not achieve it. Could the man she cherished accomplish such a feat? He surely could. He possessed an indomitable spirit and pride in this world. Perceiving the doubts in her heart, the Kong Master smiled. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of strikes, Zhang Xian's palms cracked, a massive wound grotesquely marring his chest. Just as the Kong Master had said, even with their combined powers forming a complete heavenly Tao within him, he was still no match for the fierce individual. Haha, you thought you were formidable, yet you are merely this. The fierce individual scoffed coldly. Regardless, you are no match for me. It is only a matter of time before you meet your demise. Since that is the case, I shall allow you to perish under your most powerful attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian ceased his assault, instead fixing his gaze upon the fierce individual. Very well, I shall grant you this. Unleash your strongest attack. Upon hearing this, the fierce individual was momentarily taken aback, then coldly snorted as he raised his hand. Suddenly, a beam of azure light appeared in his palm, crashing down with tremendous force. Indeed, it was a most formidable attack, causing the entire divine realm to reverberate as if it were on the verge of collapse, creating yet another massive pit. With eyes tightly closed, Zhang Xian did not evade. Bang! His head shattered, and his soul dispersed in all directions. Witnessing this scene, everyone turned pale. Luo Qiqi seemed to have gone mad. The Emperor Yin Qi and others widened their eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxi, who beheld this spectacle, were also momentarily stunned. Their intention was to aid him in breaking through his shackles and transcending the imperial realm. Why did he not resist, willingly walking towards death? Was this not a betrayal of their goodwill? No, it was the undying emperor's method of immortality. Just as this realization struck, Kong Shi suddenly spoke. The crowd then observed that as Zhang Xian's head exploded and his soul fragmented, the pendant on his chest suddenly detonated and a drop of blood levitated, igniting into a searing flame. From within that blaze emerged an intact figure, stepping forth with measured grace. He had utilized the strength of another and the blood within the pendant to separate from the Tao of heaven and his soul. Luo Ruoxi's pupils constricted. After being reborn from the flames, Zhang Xian found himself devoid of the Tao of heaven's library, free from its interference, liberated from the Tao of heaven. How had he accomplished this? Kong Shi was equally incredulous. The Tao of heaven and the soul were intertwined, inseparable. To escape, one would have to completely disintegrate the soul and rely on the spectral pool to reconstitute it. Yet this individual had managed to break free with just a single strike. What method had he employed? I understand now. He utilized the ruthless means to extricate himself from the soul contract, Luo Ruoxi deduced. The soul contract binds master and servant. If the master does not release it, the servant remains eternally subjugated. The Tao of Heaven's library operates similarly, acting as an enhanced version of contract. Bound by the soul, one cannot escape the cycle of death. However, the ruthless individual had employed a unique power to sever the soul contract. Zhang Xian had inquired about this method in detail previously, perhaps with intentions already stirring. He had deliberately fought to the brink of death, provoking the strongest force against him. Harnessing that power, he was reborn from the flames, and indeed, it had proven immensely successful. Thus, this was the method to transcend the emperor. Emerging from the flames, Zhang Xian wore a subtle smile, as if he had grasped a profound truth. Suddenly, he beckoned, and a nearby avatar instantly transformed back into a lotus, soaring towards him. In an instant, it perfectly melded with his essence. In the blink of an eye, those present felt as though Zhang Xian had become the embodiment of the nine heavens. The nine heavens were him. With a gentle step upon the ground, the chaotic nine heavens immediately stabilized. The nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus, which appeared at the dawn of the nine heavens, had the power to stabilize them. At this moment, the avatar and his true self were in perfect harmony, indistinguishable from one another, signifying his mastery over this force. Furthermore, with the fusion of the nine heavens' chaotic golden lotus, his already peak cultivation exhibited signs of loosening, as if he were on the cusp of a breakthrough. The bonds of master and servant, brothers, teacher and student, parents and children, and love intertwine to form the essence of humanity. With a smile gracing his lips, Zhang Xian murmured to himself. The moment the Heaven's Path library detached from his soul, enlightenment dawned upon him. Is it humanity that perceives the world, thus giving rise to it, or does the world exist prior to humanity? Is it the wind that stirs, or the heart that beats? This question has eternally perplexed countless souls. Yet, at this juncture, such musings hold little significance. Without life, without emotion, what value does existence hold? Even if the world persists? Hence, transcending love leads to the compassion for all beings, a tapestry of emotions that binds the universe. Every entity possesses sentiment. It is through emotion that the world exists and life endures. Love embodies sentiment. Hatred embodies sentiment. Joy embodies sentiment. Suffering embodies sentiment. Separation embodies sentiment. Reunion embodies sentiment as well. Countless emotions serve my will. With a soft exclamation, the realm that had confined Zhang Xian shattered instantaneously. The shackles of the Emperor were broken. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if he had touched a brand new world and doorway, his soul nourished rapidly. An influx of chaotic energy surged forth, elevating his physical form at an astonishing pace. Previously, one could only advance by absorbing spiritual energy, but now, amidst the chaotic turbulence, even the azure light of his adversary became his to command, indistinguishable from his own. The ruthless individual, taken aback, realized that his full-force assault not only failed to vanquish Zhang Xian, but instead facilitated his ascendance, inciting furious cries from him. With a roar, he launched another attack. The resentment towards the lofty emperor for not rescuing him from the chaos is sentiment. The feeling of having once been his servant, steeped in humility and rage, is sentiment. The desire to obliterate the divine realm as a means of releasing anger is sentiment. The aspiration to grow ever stronger is, too, sentiment. Emotion governs you. And how can you possibly overcome me without succumbing to my control? With a subtle smile, Zhang Xian's voice grew increasingly rapid and resonant as he gently grasped with his palm. The once invincible adversary, he found himself ensnared by countless threads of emotion, rendered immobile and powerless. As long as there is sentiment, it shall be his to wield and govern. Fear filled the eyes of the ruthless man. Zhang, I am your servant. Do not kill me. I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice. Yet, uttering such words now was too late. With a faint smile, Zhang Xian shook his head. The mastery of universal emotions rendered notions of servitude trivial in his eyes. Having slain countless divine beings, harmed his beloved Luo Chi-Chi, and injured many friends, how could he possibly grant forgiveness today? Noticing his resoluteness, the ruthless man's pupils constricted. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain coursing through him. Boom! In an instant, he exploded, transforming into countless streams of spiritual energy that surged throughout the divine realm. The forces devoured by the tidal sea earlier returned in full, revitalizing the once barren wilderness. Was this truly how he met his end? The great emperor Yin Qi, the immortal sovereign, and the enchanting fairy Linglong all gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom the reality before them. Just moments ago, they had encountered a formidable adversary, and now, witnessing such overwhelming power effortlessly vanquish him, they pondered the extent of Zhang Xian's capabilities. Could it be that there exists a realm even beyond that of the sovereign? He had succeeded. Kong Shi and Luo Ruashi relaxed their clenched fists. This is part of the heavenly Tao. I shall now restore it, Zhang Xian mused, observing the fragment of the heavenly Tao that had been separated from him, still suspended in the air. With a gentle smile, he flicked his fingers. A resounding hum filled the air as his library, which had accompanied him since his rebirth, thunderously embedded itself in the skies of the divine realm. The chimes echoed like a colossal bell, and the crumbling divine realm began to visibly mend, with chaotic currents gradually coalescing once more. The collapse had finally ceased, and with the demise of the formidable adversary, the once desiccated spiritual energy began to revive. It appeared that the divine realm was on the cusp of ushering in an era of spiritual rejuvenation. Zhang Xian smiled. The gaping void of the tidal sea, now restored alongside the completion of the heavenly Tao, signified that the divine realm would soon regain its former glory. It was merely a matter of time. Just as Zhang Xian completed these thoughts, a voice resonated in his mind, prompting him to take a step forward. In an instant, he found himself standing before a youthful figure, the very one who had imparted swordsmanship to him earlier. Senior Yu. Zhang Xian hesitated, recognizing him. He had previously sensed this individual's depth, but only now did he realize that he was nearly on par with him, having reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, far surpassing Luo Ruashi from before. You may simply call me by my name, Nietong, the youth replied, exuding an indomitable sword intent. Nietong. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, having never heard this name before. Follow me. I will introduce you to my brother. Nietong smiled warmly and stepped forward. Zhang Xian closely followed, traversing an indeterminate distance until they arrived at a mountain peak. There, he encountered another young man, whose appearance was only slightly older, with brows raised, imparting an inscrutable depth. At the sight of him, Zhang Xian trembled. This youth's power eclipsed his own, having also transcended the sovereign's limitations, with a cultivation that was even more profound and substantial. I am Nieyun, the youth stated with a subtle smile, meeting Zhang Xian's gaze. I am also known as Nyelingxi's father, the one you refer to as Luo Ruashi. Father of Ruashi? Zhang Xian gasped. You are the heavenly Tao of the divine realm? He recalled Luo Ruashi mentioning that her father was the heavenly Tao, but he never anticipated it would be such a young man. I transformed one aspect of my essence into the heavenly Tao, Nie Yun replied with a serene smile. Moreover, this world is of my own creation. It is not unfounded to claim that I embody the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xian could hardly believe it. The divine realm had been crafted by the very person before him. How immense must his power be? If the divine realm is a creation of your own, and you embody the Tao of heaven, why do you allow ruthless individuals to wreak havoc without intervening? If not for your own breakthrough, the divine realm could very well face total collapse. Why do you remain indifferent to the plight of the individual before you? Do you even care about the life or death of your own daughter? Without answering the question, Nie Yun cast a calm glance. Do you believe there are even more powerful beings beyond the divine realm? Zhang Xian paused momentarily. There should be, I suppose. Although I have not encountered them, if he can cultivate to such a level, perhaps others can too, or even surpass it, much like the individual before me. I once harbored doubts that greater beings existed beyond the divine realm, thus exhausting my efforts to glimpse into such realms, ultimately inviting backlash from higher worlds. A hand descended through the void, Nie Yun remarked. Had I chosen to evade at that moment, it is highly likely the entire divine realm would have been obliterated, leaving not a single life behind. Therefore, I intercepted that attack, but as a consequence, my incarnation of the Tao of Heaven was shattered. To restore such a state, I believed it could be merely a thought, yet I understood that to truly transcend the confines of the divine realm and explore the origin of that hand, I could not accomplish this alone. Hence, I sought to discover if there existed any beings capable of breaking free from the shackles of the Emperor, reaching a level akin to my own. Thus, I dispatched the scattered thoughts of the Tao of Heaven to the lowest realms, bestowing them upon souls belonging to this world and those not. And you, ultimately, did not disappoint me. Nie Yun smiled. A soul not belonging to this world. Could it be that my crossing over was also due to you? Zhang Xian felt a jolt in his heart. No wonder I could traverse here. I had not anticipated it was all orchestrated by this individual before me. Nie Yun chuckled softly, saying, to belong to this world inherently instills a sense of reverence towards it. Striving to break free from its constraints proves to be far more challenging. I merely thought, I did not expect you to truly succeed. Zhang Xian's face flushed. If it were not for Master Kong, I could not have achieved this level. Without the selfless dedication of Master Kong, reaching my current realm would have been utterly impossible. I provided him with the opportunity. He simply failed to seize it. The duel with Ling Shi was, in fact, his best chance for a breakthrough. Regrettably, he chose to retreat, believing he had reserved a fallback to escape unscathed. In reality, he lost the chance to advance with valor. When faced with those who surpass us, if one lacks even this spirit, how can one hope to contend? Zhang Xian fell into silence. He had witnessed their battle unfold. Master Kong indeed faltered in decisiveness. Perhaps he was unwilling to slay Luo Ruashi. Alas, in that fleeting thought, he missed the opportunity for advancement. Had Master Kong triumphed, Ruashi would have perished moments later. Zhang Xian glanced over, his brow furrowing. Could it be that this individual before me does not even care for the fate of his own daughter? With my presence, she shall not perish. Nie Yun smiled faintly. Your current prowess is not vastly different from mine. Do you think that in a life-and-death situation, we could save someone? Zhang Xian wore a bitter smile. The distinction between breaking through to the Emperor and being an Emperor is profound. If he truly wished to intervene, he could indeed rescue the individual at the last moment, ensuring they suffer no harm whatsoever. Ling Si, my other wife, is the daughter of Luo Qingsheng. Thus her assumed name bears the surname Luo, to instill belief in her and prevent emotional entanglements. Until now, she has remained convinced that I am still in a state of unconsciousness. Nie Yun sighed with a bitter smile. I suppose I have been quite ruthless as a father. Perhaps it is best you explain this matter to her, for her affections have now shifted to you. As for me, I doubt she even remembers her old father. He chuckled. I shall refrain from appearing for a while. Otherwise, I fear she might create quite the uproar. Faced with such an unreliable father, Zhang Xian felt a twitch in his facial muscles and ultimately acquiesced. Very well. There was no alternative, as he had indeed taken away someone else's daughter. The Tao Library is a manifestation of my will, serving both as a foundation and a constraint. Your ability to transcend this limitation speaks volumes about your capabilities and potential. Your future is boundless, and, as a father, I find solace in my daughter being with you. Tonight, there will be more. The soul contract aligns souls, and as long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other possesses celestial means, they cannot unravel it. Just as the undying emperor, the little yellow chick, was once merely a god king, he, as the emperor, could not dissolve such an agreement. To prevent this fellow from reneging and causing backlash, the Master S continent established that even if one could break free from the Taoist decree, they could not escape the bonds of the soul's agreement. Indeed, the soul contract cannot be severed from the sea of consciousness. But I have merged with a unique essence capable of dissolving even the Tao itself. It is not difficult. With sufficient power, one can strike at the location of the contract and achieve dissolution. The soul contract is built upon the foundation of the Tao, and with the right handling, dissolving it is far from a challenge. Zhang Xian's eyes gleamed with understanding. Thank you for bringing me to the divine realm. After the explanation, the figure no longer spoke further. An ancient and profound aura emanated from him, and the black hole behind him expanded further, evidently absorbing untold power during their conversation. The more the black hole consumed, the stronger Zhang Xian became. Luo Ruoxi sensed something amiss and hurriedly transmitted a message. Prepare to take action. With doubts dispelled, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and raised his long sword, declaring, if that is the case, let us see true skill in action. Boom! The most formidable sword intent surged forth once more. In life, one must return. In death, one must long for. In the face of life and death, what could possibly hinder us? This sword technique, although not yet reaching the comprehension of an emperor, encapsulated all the obsessions within his heart, unleashing the full potential of the heavenly affection technique contained within him. With a swift motion, he cleaved the merciless attack in two. At that very moment, Luo Ruoxi also made her move, her graceful hands weaving, the sword's radiance gleaming like snow. Her swordplay bore a resemblance to that of a young man from Sword God Heaven, imbued with an indomitable spirit and a natural elegance of the Grand Tao. Your techniques are formidable, yet when compared to mine, they still fall short. With a gentle smile, the merciless figure lunged downward once more. In an instant, darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth, his palm casting a shadow over all, shattering the space, as if the sun, moon, and stars were to be forcibly brought down. With a violent splatter, both Zhang Xian and Luo Ruoxi were sent reeling through the air, blood gushing forth. Despite their formidable strength, they could not withstand the onslaught. To what realm has this individual ascended? Impudent. The doppelganger strode forward, each step causing a lotus to bloom, resonating with the sound of flowing water in the void. From a distance, it exuded an air of grandeur, refining the nine heavens' chaos golden lotus. His cultivation was not in the least inferior to Zhang Xian's. With a fist raised, his power surged to the heavens. Upon colliding with the merciless figure, he too was sent flying, unable to withstand a single strike. Zhang Xian pressed his hand to his forehead. The emperor has been achieved, yet the doppelganger remains unabashedly ostentatious. Such flamboyant display could be better utilized by concentrating power for greater impact. Let us strike together. Otherwise, if they perish, we shall all meet the same fate. With a thunderous shout, the little yellow chick ignited crimson flames, setting the sky ablaze. The 6 remaining emperors also unleashed their respective techniques. United, the 7 emperors sought to annihilate the heavens and obliterate the earth, yet against the merciless figure who had absorbed a unique power, their assault faltered. The black hole suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it devoured their strength entirely, retaliating fiercely. Bang! 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 The 7 emperors, along with Zhang Xian, were sent flying. Even the alliance of 10 emperors could not withstand a single strike from this formidable opponent. How could this individual possess such incredible strength? You may perish. With one blow, he shattered the collective, stepping forward once more, his wrist flicking as he struck down again. You rodents dare to challenge me. Accompanied by a booming voice, The elder from Sword God Heaven unexpectedly appeared, standing in defense, his sword transforming into a galaxy. An emperor? He too possesses the strength of an emperor? Zhang Xian's pupils contracted. This elder, who had once trailed behind the young man, was presumed to be merely a retainer, perhaps at most a god king in title. Yet upon unleashing his power, it became evident that he was indeed a formidable emperor. If he is an emperor, then what of that young man? He himself is the emperor of Sword God Heaven, struggling to rise. Luo Ruoshi gritted her teeth. But what the young man who transmitted my sword technique? Zhang Xian could no longer contain himself. He is... Luo Ruoshi was about to respond when the space twisted violently, and they then witnessed the Emperor of Sword God Heaven being sent flying as well, crashing into the ground not far away, creating a deep crater. Zhang Xian's current prowess and understanding of the sword path far exceed his own capabilities. He is unable to withstand the pressure. Despite his formidable cultivation and exceptional swordsmanship, he remains outmatched. Amparo, just a bunch of insignificant beings. Today, I shall annihilate the 9 heavens, obliterate this divine realm, and trample upon all the rules. The ruthless man laughed maniacally as the surrounding space continued to collapse, casting him in a demonic light. What should I do? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. He and his avatar had unleashed their utmost combat strength, and even the present Luo Ruoshi had employed her strongest techniques. Yet they could not fend off the opponent's single strike. Could it be that in this divine realm, no one could stand against this individual? Would they allow him to bring about the world's destruction? The only solution lies in restoring the deficiencies of your heavenly path, returning to the essence of the heavenly path itself, allowing it to suppress him. Luo Ruoshi tightened her fists, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Returning to the essence of the heavenly path. Zhang Xian understood her meaning. The library within his mind is an integral part of the heavenly path. Once restored, the heavenly path would be utterly complete, perhaps capable of mending its flaws and repelling this ruthless man. It is akin to the human immune system. When intact, it easily drives away invaders. When compromised, it cannot withstand viral incursions, leading even the strongest to succumb to death. Yet, he is far too powerful. Even if the heavenly path were restored to its completeness, could it truly suppress him? Zhang Xian shook his head. Viruses and immune systems can be eradicated. But what of a ferocious tiger? No matter how strong the immune system, what recourse is there? This individual before him, while merely an ordinary divine king, surpasses even the emperor in strength, rendering the heavenly path incapable of contending with him. Luo Ruoshi paused momentarily, a look of disappointment crossing her pristine face. Indeed, it cannot suppress him. However, with the heavenly path complete, he can awaken and slay this foe, which should not be difficult. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. I will take you to meet him, Luo Ruoshi declared, taking a deep breath and resolutely turning to fly forward. Thinking of escape? The ruthless man scoffed, pressing downwards. Bang! Luo Ruoshi plummeted from the sky. Zhang Xian unleashed his sword techniques once more, radiating brilliance. Clang, clang, clang. He was once again blocked by the ruthless man. Quickly go. I will hold him off. Knowing they sought a way to save the divine realm rather than flee, the Avatar and the Undying Emperor shouted in unison, stepping forward. Luo Chi-Chi transformed, returning to her true form as the Tranquil Pearl. The surrounding space solidified. Go! Witnessing their selfless bravery in the face of death, Zhang Xian's eyes reddened. However, he understood that now was not the time for words. Grasping Luo Ruoshi, his body shimmered, slicing through space, and in the next moment, they found themselves within the realm of the Tranquil Heaven. The Tranquil Heaven was no longer the serene place it once was. The divine realm had crumbled, chaos reigning everywhere. Where is the person you mentioned? Zhang Xian inquired, his gaze fixed upon the girl in his arms, not having the luxury to observe the lives of ordinary beings. If the person she spoke of can indeed save the divine realm, then what harm is there in self-sacrifice? He is my father. The blood within your pendant belongs to him. The immortal emperor was once his beast companion, Lu Ruoshi explained after taking a moment to collect herself. My father? Zhang Xian exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon him. No wonder he had always felt that the blood in the pendant bore a resemblance to Lu Ruoshi, yet was distinctly different. It was in fact her father's. This also elucidated why the lingering consciousness left by the immortal emperor immediately recognized itself as the master upon seeing the pendant. Is your father also an emperor? Or does he possess power surpassing that of an emperor? He couldn't help but inquire. The chaos in the library was brought about by the blood in the pendant, which had restored his clarity of mind. Could it be that not only was she an emperor, but her father was as well, perhaps even more formidable? If that were the case, why then had he fallen into a coma? Why was it necessary for the heavenly Tao to be incomplete for him to regain consciousness? He is not merely an emperor. He is the heavenly Tao. Lu Ruoxi clenched her fist tightly. The heavenly Tao? Your father is the heavenly Tao? Zhang Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom the revelation. Indeed, 50 years ago, my father could not withstand that colossal hand and fell into a coma, causing the heavenly Tao to shatter into 3 parts. The ordered heavenly Tao and the incomplete heavenly Tao drifted into spatial turbulence. I took it upon myself to govern the natural order of the heavenly Tao to maintain balance in the divine realm. To restore him, I must gather the scattered fragments. That is why I am so resolute. I cannot afford to fail. I specifically ventured into the Master S continent to study the Spring and Autumn Classic, seeking a way to overcome Master Kong. When battling Master Kong, I entrusted him with this matter as well, Lu Ruoxi elaborated. Zhang Xian's understanding deepened. Having only recently met the girl before him, he now grasped her tale of rescuing a beloved relative. At the time, he had been oblivious. Now, the truth struck him profoundly. It was indeed her father, and he was the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. Could the heavenly Tao truly take human form and sire offspring? You govern the natural order of the heavenly Tao. Does that mean there are no fragments of the heavenly Tao within you? Suddenly, Zhang Xian sensed an inconsistency in her words and turned to her. To govern is not to be a part of the heavenly Tao, Lu Ruoxi clarified. Zhang Xian exhaled in relief. This meant he merely needed to separate the incomplete heavenly Tao from himself, without requiring her to perish. Though he was reluctant to accept such a fate, he was even less willing to see the girl before him come to harm. If I extract the incomplete heavenly Tao from within me, your father can be revived, and we can even vanquish that formidable foe, correct? He inquired earnestly. I cannot say for certain, Lu Ruoxi replied, glancing up at the already crumbling divine realm, her hesitation evident. The divine realm was the foundation of her father. Now that foundation lay in ruins. Even if he awakened, could he truly defeat such a powerful adversary? It was difficult to say. It seems you are uncertain as well. In that case, relying on others is less effective than relying on ourselves. We must devise our own plan. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. You are avatars, united with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors. If we coordinate with Master Kong, we may yet secure victory. Master Kong? Lu Ruoxi frowned. Master Kong is no longer among the living, is he? Yet, he has not truly perished. If my conjecture holds true, you have slain him. But it was merely a means to extricate himself from the constraints of the heavenly path. He should, like Wei Changfeng, be a being of the primordial fetal soul body. Zhang Xian remarked, realizing upon seeing Wei Changfeng that Master Kong's so-called preservation of intellect must be akin to his own, an embodiment that allows one to remain lucid within the womb. Coupled with the contingencies laid out in advance, resurrection is simply a matter of time. Luo Ruoxi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a revelation. A visit will confirm, and I surmise he has indeed returned. Otherwise, his disciples could not possibly have neglected to venture into the tidal sea. Master Kong's students, such as Zi Yuan the ancient sage and others, are all immensely powerful. Even without the aid of the emperors, they would undoubtedly have devised a way to enter the tidal sea, yet none have been seen. There must be more pressing matters at hand, intended to be executed while all the emperors are preoccupied with the tidal sea. This critical undertaking is evidently the revival of Master Kong. Luo Ruoxi's heart trembled as clarity dawned upon her. Let us proceed. Without further explanation, she gestured with one hand, and Zhang Xian was once again transported to Master Kong's abode. Indeed, there he was, an elderly figure levitating with his legs crossed. Upon their arrival, he greeted them with a gentle smile. You have come. Who else could it be if not Master Kong himself? This timeless master has truly lived up to my expectations. As anticipated, he has resurrected while all attention was diverted to the tidal sea. Luo Ruoxi felt a jolt within her being. She was aware that the emperors possessed the ability to resurrect. Even the undying emperor had returned, but she had not anticipated such swiftness. I concealed the heavenly path and prepared contingencies in advance. The nameless giant within the ghost pool was my creation, a remnant left behind when you struck me down. I seized the opportunity to free myself from the shackles of the heavenly path and reconstituted my physical form. I have only just regained my strength. Master Kong remarked with a subtle smile. His mastery over time was evident. While it seemed but a day or two had passed in the divine realm, he had endured an unfathomable duration to restore his power. Decades may have transpired. While the strength of the three of us is formidable, overcoming a ruthless adversary is no simple feat. Upon witnessing Master Kong's genuine revival, Luo Ruashi still shook her head. This was not to diminish others' valor or undermine her own spirit, but rather a reflection of reality. Just moments ago, so many had united yet failed to withstand the opposition. How could the addition of Master Kong alter the outcome? Indeed, our individual prowess, even when combined, does not match that of our foes. However, what if all our strengths were to be fused into a singular entity? Master Kong turned his gaze towards them with a smile. Fused into one? This time, not only did Luo Ruashi frown, but Zhang Xian too was enveloped in confusion. The palm capable of tearing apart the divine realm and dismantling the heavenly path possesses undeniable strength. The ruthless individual has absorbed this power entirely, alongside consuming the spiritual energy of the divine realm for 50 years. Individually, the dozen or so emperors among us are indeed no match for such might. Kong Shidao remarked. But if we unite and concentrate our strength on a single individual, it may not be so. How shall we concentrate it? Luo Ruashi inquired, her gaze shifting. It is simple to say, yet arduous to execute. The emperors have already reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it were so easy to absorb another's power, she would not have remained stagnant for so long. It is straightforward. We will consolidate the power within us onto Zhang Xian. Once he breaks free from the shackles of the emperor, he can save the divine realm. Kong Shidao asserted. Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why me? The Lingxi emperor cultivates freedom and transcendence, yet bound by the constraints of his father and the heavenly path, and with attachments to others, true transcendence remains elusive. If I am not mistaken, during our initial battle, you two had contemplated surrendering, intending to let me strike you down, did you not? Kong Shidao continued. Luo Ruashi was rendered speechless. Indeed, there was such a thought during our confrontation. Thus, at the beginning of our duel, we both held back, resembling a friendly spar rather than a fight to the death. Without true transcendence, the utmost power cannot be exerted. Even with an abundance of true energy, one cannot breach that supreme realm. As for me, Kong nodded, I carry the burden of the world, wishing to enlighten all, yet unwilling to sacrifice others for my own gain. Excessive compassion can also be a flaw. Had I been more ruthless and annihilated the alien race, the current predicament would never have arisen. If we had exterminated all of the alien beings back then, the ruthless individual could not have been revived, and we would not face this situation now. Therefore, I'm also unfit. However, Zhang Xian possesses a flawless cultivation method, emphasizing the importance of living for oneself. Even in death, as long as one lives without regret, they shall find peace within. Such individuals possess greater tolerance and expansive potential for growth. Only in this way can they ascend higher and venture further. Kong continued, to be born is to return, and to die is to be long remembered. If one is untroubled by death, how could they be fettered by other matters? Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, about to speak. When he noticed Kong's piercing gaze upon him, there is no need for modesty. Time is of the essence. Cultivating others may not yield better results than you. Although the Lingxi Emperor does not harbor fragments of the heavenly path within, he has long mastered its control and possesses unique insights into it. I command the orderly nature of the heavenly path. If we infuse our powers into you, you shall embody the complete power of the heavenly path. Coupled with the 9 heavens chaos golden lotus of your doppelganger, you can indeed stabilize the 9 heavens, command the universe, battle the skies, and annihilate all things. Very well. Acknowledging the decision made by the others, Zhang Xian realized further explanation would be futile and nodded in agreement. Boom! As he settled into a meditative posture, in the blink of an eye, 2 torrents of immense power surged forth from either side. Zhang Xian felt his entire being stiffen, as if, in that instant, he transformed into the heavenly path, soaring above the 9 heavens. The soul, the corporeal form, and the vital energy were instantaneously baptized, growing ever stronger and more robust. Do you wish to impede my path? Very well. I shall dispatch you before seeking to vanquish Zhang Xian, sending Luo Qi and the others flying. The Ruthless One laughed coldly. The combined might of the avatars and numerous emperors was indeed formidable. However, in comparison to him, they remained somewhat lacking. The tidal sea devoured nearly all the spiritual energy beyond the confines of the city in the divine realm, and now these forces had become his nurturing essence. With every gesture, he wielded the power to annihilate the very heavens and earth. These emperors and divine kings, though they epitomized the pinnacle of the divine realm, were still feeble against him. In that moment, the Ruthless One seemed to embody the entirety of the divine realm, unopposed. The annihilation of the divine realm renders our existence meaningless. I, Yin Qi, shall perish alongside you. The great emperor, Yin Qi, transformed into his true form, a colossal 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring towards him. You? Unworthy. With a mere squeeze of his palm, the golden dragon was ensnared, unable to escape despite its frantic struggles. Old friend, wait for me. The Emperor Fu Meng bellowed, morphing into his true form of a white tiger, confronting him in midair. The undying emperor revealed his true form, the immortal fire phoenix, illuminating the skies with flames. The Xianming Great Emperor, taking the shape of a gigantic tortoise, seemed to bear the weight of the heavens. The 4 divine beasts, guardians of the 4 corners of the divine realm, simultaneously transformed into their true forms, slowing the collapse of the divine realm. The cosmos appeared to momentarily freeze. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 consecutive strikes, the Ruthless One suppressed the 4 beasts, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. As he prepared to obliterate them all, he felt a tightening of his raised arm, bringing him to a halt in midair. Do you seek to slay them without consulting me? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a figure gracefully descended from the sky. It was Zhang Xian. At that moment, the youth radiated with a surging power, at least 10-fold stronger than before, descending from the heavens as if he were an entire world unto himself. Significant progress has been made. The Ruthless One paused, his expression grave. He was evidently puzzled as to how, within a mere few minutes, the opponent's strength had undergone such a dramatic transformation. However, what of it? Even the full might of the divine realm could not withstand me. I do not believe you can resist my onslaught. With a cold snort, the Ruthless One descended once more. Zhang Xian raised his sword, ready to meet him. The two clashed, tearing through the fabric of space, with turbulent air swirling chaotically around them. Could Zhang Xian emerge victorious? At the Heavens Teacher Station, Luo Ruoxi gazed on with deep concern. She and the teacher had bestowed their power upon Zhang Xian, reducing their own cultivation to merely that of a divine king, far from their former glory. However, regardless of their level, as long as their power was sufficient, they could one day reclaim their former selves. With their current strength, achieving victory seemed a formidable challenge, unless he could comprehend a power surpassing that of an emperor. After a moment of silence, the teacher spoke. A coalition of several sovereigns could not surpass the formidable individual. Even if they transferred all their strength to one another, achieving victory was no simple task. The reason behind this was that true power could only be realized when concentrated in a single entity, allowing one to reach the pinnacle and genuinely transcend their limits. To surpass the might of the sovereigns? Luo Ruoxi's gaze drifted far away. Her father had once imparted the same wisdom to her while he was still lucid. Yet she found herself incapable. Could the man she cherished accomplish such a feat? Surely he could. He possessed an indomitable spirit and a proud stance towards the world. Observing the uncertainty in her heart, Master Kong chuckled. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of relentless strikes, Zhang Xian's palms were torn apart, revealing a ghastly wound upon his chest. As Master Kong had predicted, even after merging their powers and forming a complete path of heaven within him, he remained no match. Huh, I thought you were formidable, but it's merely this. The formidable individual scoffed coldly. Knowing he was no match, Zhang Xian accepted his fate. declaring he wished to perish under the mightiest strike. Taking a deep breath, he ceased his offensive and turned his gaze towards the formidable one. Very well. I shall fulfill your wish and unleash my strongest attack. Upon hearing this, the formidable one paused momentarily before scoffing, raising his hand. With a whoosh, a surge of azure light materialized in his palm, crashing down with tremendous force. Truly, it was the mightiest assault. The entire divine realm trembled as if it could scarcely withstand the onslaught, creating a colossal pit. With his eyes tightly shut, Zhang Xian did not evade. Boom! His head exploded, and his soul scattered in all directions. Witnessing this scene, everyone turned pale. Luo Qiqi appeared as if she had gone mad, while Emperor Yin Shi and others widened their eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Master Kong and Luo Ruoshi were equally taken aback. Their intention had been to help him break through his shackles and ascend beyond the realm of sovereigns. Why did he not resist, willingly embracing death? Was this not a betrayal of their good intentions? No, it was the undying method of the immortal sovereign. As if struck by inspiration, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The crowd then beheld Zhang Xian, whose head had exploded and soul shattered. Suddenly, the pendant on his chest erupted, and a droplet of blood levitated, igniting into a blazing flame. From within the flames emerged an intact figure, stepping forth with measured grace. He had harnessed the power of his adversary and the blood from the pendant to mend the deficiencies in the path of heaven and separate his soul. Luo Ruoshi's pupils constricted. After being reborn from the flames, Zhang Xian found himself devoid of the heavenly library and the interference of the celestial path, having liberated himself from it. How had he achieved this? Master Kong was equally incredulous. The celestial path and soul were intertwined, inseparable. To escape, one would typically have to disperse their soul and rely on the soul pool to reconstitute their essence. How had this individual, having been struck once, completely freed himself? What method had he employed? I have come to understand that he utilized a ruthless method to extricate himself from the soul contract, and Luo Ruoshi has now realized this. The soul contract binds master and servant. Unless the master releases it, the servant remains forever subjugated. The heavenly Tao library operates similarly, representing an augmented version of such a contract. Once bound by the soul, one cannot escape death or sever the connection. However, the ruthless individual harnessed a peculiar power to liberate himself from the soul contract. The specifics of this method had been meticulously inquired by Zhang Xian previously, and he likely harbored intentions from that moment. He feigned desperation to compel the adversary to unleash their most formidable power against him. Utilizing this force, he was reborn from the flames, and to his astonishment, he achieved resounding success. Thus, this was the method to transcend the Emperor's realm. Zhang Xian emerged from the fire, a subtle smile gracing his face, as if he had come to a profound realization. Suddenly, he gestured, and a nearby avatar instantly transformed back into a lotus flower, soaring towards him. In an instant, it melded seamlessly with his essence. In the blink of an eye, those present felt as though Zhang Xian had metamorphosed into the nine heavens, and the nine heavens had become him. With a gentle step upon the ground, the chaotic nine heavens stabilized immediately. The nine heavens chaos golden lotus, which manifested during the birth of the nine heavens, was capable of stabilizing them. Now, with the avatar and his true self perfectly fused, it was as if he had gained mastery over this power. Moreover, the cultivation infused with the nine heavens chaos golden lotus, combined with his already peak state, exhibited signs of loosening, as if on the brink of a breakthrough. The bonds of master and servant, the camaraderie of brothers, the bond between teacher and student, the affection of parents, and the essence of love all intertwined, revealing the essence of existence. This is what it means to be human. With a smile, Zhang Xian murmured to himself. The moment he detached from the soul within the heavenly Tao library, enlightenment dawned upon him. Is it humanity that perceives the world? Or does the world exist prior to humanity? Is it the wind that stirs, or the heart that quivers? This age-old conundrum has perplexed countless souls. Yet at this moment, none of that holds significance. Without life, without emotion, what meaning does existence possess? Thus, after transcending love, one encounters the emotions of all sentient beings, the intertwining feelings of the world. Everything in existence possesses emotion. It is through emotion that the world flourishes, and it is emotion that sustains life. Love is but an emotion. Hatred is an emotion. Joy is an emotion. Suffering is an emotion. Parting is an emotion. Reunion is also an emotion. Countless sentiments are at my disposal. With a soft exclamation, the constraints binding Zhang Xian's realm shattered instantaneously. The shackles of the Emperor were broken. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had touched upon an entirely new world and gateway, with his soul rapidly nourished. An overwhelming tide of chaotic energy surged forth, rapidly elevating his physical form. Previously, progress could only be made through the absorption of spiritual energy, but now, amidst the spatial turbulence, even the chaotic energies of his opponent's azure light could be harnessed as his own, indistinguishable from one another. The ruthless individual had not anticipated that his full-force assault would not only fail to vanquish Zhang Xian, but would instead facilitate his ascendance, inciting his fury. With a furious bellow, he launched another attack. You harbor resentment towards the lofty Emperor for failing to rescue you amidst the chaotic currents of space. This is an emotion. You perceive your former status as a servant, infused with both humility and indignation. This, too, is an emotion. Your desire to annihilate the divine realm, to unleash your fury, is an emotion. The yearning to grow even more powerful is likewise an emotion. Emotions govern your being, yet how can you possibly triumph over me without succumbing to my control? With a faint smile, Zhang Xian's voice quickened, growing ever louder as he gently grasped with his hand. The once invincible and ruthless individual found himself ensnared by countless threads of emotion, rendered immobile and powerless. As long as emotions exist, they will be his instruments, subject to his dominion. The ruthless one gazed on in terror, exclaiming, "Master Zhang, I am your servant. Please do not kill me. I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice." Yet, it was too late to utter such words. With a slight smile, Zhang Xian shook his head. Control over the emotions of the world rendered notions of servitude meaningless to him. Having slain so many divine beings and harmed his beloved, Luo Chi-Chi, as well as numerous friends, how could he possibly grant forgiveness today? Sensing his resolve, the ruthless one's pupils constricted. Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly gripped by excruciating pain. Boom! In an instant, he exploded, transforming into countless streams of spiritual energy that surged throughout the divine realm. The powers devoured by the tidal sea earlier now returned in full force, revitalizing the previously desolate wilderness. Is this how he perishes? The Emperor Yun Qi, the undying monarch, and the exquisite fairy Ling Long all stared in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had engaged the ruthless one in combat and recognized his formidable nature. Yet this powerful being was effortlessly obliterated. To what heights had Zhang Xian ascended? Could there truly exist realms beyond that of the Emperor? He has succeeded. Kongshu and Luo Ruashi unclenched their fists. This is a part of the heavenly Tao. I shall now return it, Zhang Xian mused. Observing the fragment of the heavenly Tao that had been separated from within him, still suspended in midair. With a gentle smile, he flicked his finger. Buzz! The library that had accompanied him since his rebirth thunderously embedded itself in the skies of the divine realm. The resounding chimes echoed, and the crumbling divine realm visibly began to mend, as the chaotic energies coalesced anew. The collapsing divine realm finally came to a halt, and the depleted spiritual energy began to revive alongside the demise of the ruthless one. It appears that the divine realm is poised to embrace a new era of spiritual resurgence. Zhang Xian smiled. The tidal sea's void, now replenished with the restoration of the heavenly Tao, signified that the divine realm would soon return to its former splendor. It was merely a matter of time. Zhang Xian, over here. Just as he completed these thoughts, a voice resonated in his mind. Zhang Xian paused momentarily before stepping forward. With that step, he traversed an unknown distance, only to find a young man standing before him, the very one who had previously imparted sword techniques to him. Senior, is that you? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Previously, I perceived this individual as unfathomable. Only now do I realize that, in comparison to myself, he is but a hair's breadth ahead, having already ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, surpassing the former Luo Ruashi by an immeasurable degree. You may simply call me by my name, Nietong, the young man declared with an unwavering sword intent emanating from him. Nietong. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, having never encountered this name before. Follow me. I shall introduce you to my brother. The young man named Niet Tong smiled gently and stepped forward. Zhang Xian closely trailed behind, soaring through the air until they halted before a majestic peak. There, he beheld another young man, whose countenance was strikingly similar in age, yet exuded an enigmatic depth that was hard to penetrate. Zhang Xian trembled at the palpable power radiating from this youth. His strength was indeed formidable, having also transcended the shackles of the Emperor's realm, with a cultivation that was even more profound and substantial. I am Ye Yun. The young man greeted with a faint smile, gazing back at Zhang Xian. I am also known as Nieling CS father, the one you refer to as Luo Ruoshi's progenitor. The father of Ruoshi? Zhang Xian was taken aback. You are the Celestial Tao? Previously, Luo Ruoshi had mentioned her father as the Celestial Tao, yet he had never envisioned it to be such a youthful figure. I transformed a portion of my soul into the Celestial Tao through the process of unifying the three pure ones. Furthermore, this world is my creation, so it is not unfitting to refer to me as the Celestial Tao, Nie Yun replied with an unassuming smile. Zhang Xian found it hard to believe that this person had created the celestial realm. How immense must his power be? However, if you're the creator of the celestial realm and embody the Celestial Tao, why do you allow ruthless individuals to roam unchecked? Zhang Xian questioned, his gaze fixed on Ye Yun. Were it not for my own breakthrough, the celestial realm would likely have crumbled entirely. Why do you remain indifferent, even to the life and death of your own daughter? Without responding to his inquiry, Ye Yun regarded him coolly. Do you believe that there exist life forms even more formidable beyond the celestial realm? Zhang Xian paused momentarily. There should be, I suppose, though I have not witnessed them. If I can attain such heights, perhaps others can as well, possibly even stronger, much like the individual before me. I once harbored suspicions that there were indeed more powerful beings beyond the celestial realm, and so I endeavored to peer into those depths, ultimately inviting repercussions from a higher world, Nie Yun recounted. A hand descended from the void. Nie Yun looked towards Zhang Xian. Had I chosen to evade then, it is likely that the entire celestial realm would have been obliterated, leaving no vestige of life. Thus I braced myself against that strike, but in doing so, the embodiment of the Celestial Tao was fragmented. I could restore this condition with merely a thought. Yet I understand that to truly transcend the shackles of the celestial realm and to explore the origins of that hand, as well as what lies beyond, is a task far too daunting for me alone. Therefore, I sought to discover if there existed life capable of breaking the Emperor's constraints and reaching parity with me. I thus disseminated the fractured essence of the Celestial Tao to the lowest realms, bestowing it upon souls native to this world and one that did not belong here. And you, in the end, have not disappointed me. Nie Yun smiled. A soul that does not belong to this world. If that is the case, could it be that my crossing over is also due to you? Zhang Xian felt a jolt in his heart. No wonder I managed to traverse here. I had not expected it was all orchestrated by the person before me. Nie Yun smiled gently and remarked, to truly belong to this world is to possess a profound reverence for it. The desire to transcend the shackles of existence is far more challenging. I merely acted on a fleeting thought, never anticipating that you would genuinely succeed. Zhang Xian's face flushed. If not for Master Kong, I would never have reached this point. Without Master Kong's selfless dedication, attaining my current realm would have been utterly impossible. The opportunity was provided. It was merely not seized. The confrontation with Lingxi was, in fact, the optimal chance for him to break through. Alas, he chose to retreat, believing he had preserved a fallback, allowing him to escape unscathed. In truth, he lost the spirit of valorous progress. When faced with someone surpassing us, how can one hope to contend without that tenacity? Nie Yun stated. Zhang Xian fell silent. He had witnessed their battle. Master Kong indeed faltered in decisiveness. Perhaps he was reluctant to slay Luo Ruoshi. Unfortunately, in that fleeting moment, he missed the opportunity for advancement. Had Master Kong triumphed, Ruoshi would have perished moments later. Zhang Xian glanced over, his brow furrowed. Could it be that this individual before me cared not for his own daughter's fate? With me here, she shall not perish, Nie Yun replied with a faint smile. Your current strength is not significantly different from mine. Do you believe that, in a life-or-death situation, we could save someone? Zhang Xian offered a bitter smile. The distinction between breaking through to the emperor level and being an emperor is vast. If he were truly willing to act, he could indeed rescue someone at the last moment, ensuring they would suffer no harm. Lingxi is the offspring of my other wife, Luo Qingsheng. Hence her disguised name bears the surname Luo, to allow her to trust that I am not emotionally involved and still believes I am in a coma. Nie Yin chuckled softly. I suppose I have been quite ruthless as a father. Perhaps it is best that you explain this matter to her. After all, her thoughts have now shifted to you. As for me, this old father will likely fade from her memory. Haha, I shall refrain from appearing for a while. Otherwise, I fear she may cause quite the uproar. Faced with such an unreliable father, Zhang Xian felt a twitch in his expression and could only acquiesce. Very well. There was no alternative, for he had indeed taken away someone else's daughter. The Heavenly Tao Library is a manifestation of my will, a foundation, and yet a constraint. If you can rely on your own abilities to break through this limitation, it speaks volumes of your capabilities and potential. Your future is limitless. As a father, I find solace in the fact that my daughter can be with you. Chapter 63. Iron Fortress Project, Space Bridge. The soul contract, harmonizing souls, remains unbreakable as long as one does not choose to dissolve it. It is akin to the undying emperor, the little yellow chick, previously merely a divine king. Yet as an emperor, he too could not resolve such an agreement. To prevent this individual from changing his mind and causing a backlash, the renowned Master Continent had previously established that even if one could break free from the Book of Heaven's path, they would remain bound by the covenant of the soul. Indeed, a soul contract cannot be severed from the sea of consciousness. However, I have amalgamated a unique gas capable of dissolving even the heavenly path itself. It is not a daunting task, provided one possesses sufficient strength to strike at the locus of the contract. The soul covenant is fundamentally anchored in the heavenly path, and with special powers capable of dismantling even the divine realm's heavenly path, dissolving a soul contract should pose no challenge if handled adeptly. Thus, enlightenment dawned upon Zhang Xian. Having conveyed so much, I must express my gratitude for bringing me to the divine realm. With this explanation concluded, the formidable being ceased further discourse, his aura becoming increasingly ancient and profound, while the black hole behind him expanded immensely, evidently having absorbed an unfathomable amount of energy during the exchange. The more the black hole consumed, the stronger he became. Luo Ruashi also perceived the anomaly and hastily communicated, prepared to take action. With doubts dissipated, Zhang Xian inhaled deeply, his sword raised imperiously. Then let us reveal our true strengths in earnest. Boom! The most potent sword intent surged forth once more. Life must return, and death must be longed for. If life and death are of no concern, what can impede us? This sword technique, though not yet attaining the comprehension of an emperor, encapsulated all his fervent aspirations, unleashing the full potential of the Tian Rua Yuqing technique within him. With a single sweep, he cleaved the formidable one's onslaught in twain. In that very moment, Luo Ruashi also made her move, her delicate hands weaving through the air, her sword radiating like snow. Her swordsmanship bore a resemblance to that of a young swordsman from the sword god Heaven, imbued with an unyielding momentum and the elegance of the natural Tao. Your techniques are indeed impressive, yet in comparison to mine, they still fall short, she remarked with a gentle smile as the formidable one once again lunged downward. In an instant, the heavens were obscured, and his palm enveloped the world, causing the space to shatter as if the sun and moon themselves would be forcibly brought down. Puffed, puffed. Zhang Xian and Luo Ruashi were simultaneously sent hurtling backward, blood spewing forth as they soared through the air. With their combined might, they could not withstand the assault. What realm has this individual attained? Impudent. The doppelganger strode forward, each step causing lotuses to bloom, accompanied by the sound of flowing water in the void. From a distance, it appeared utterly magnificent, having refined the 9 heavens chaos golden lotus. His prowess was on par with Zhang Xian's, if not superior. With a fist raised, he unleashed power that soared to the heavens. As they clashed, he too was sent reeling backward, unable to withstand a single strike. Zhang Xian grasped his forehead in disbelief. An emperor indeed, the doppelganger remains unabashedly ostentatious. Such flamboyant display of prowess is less effective than consolidating strength for greater impact. Let us strike together. Otherwise, if they perish, we shall all meet the same fate. The little yellow chick proclaimed with a mighty roar, flames of crimson igniting, setting the sky ablaze. The remaining 6 emperors each unleashed their own formidable techniques. The 7 sovereigns united, unleashing devastation upon the world, rendering the very fabric of reality incapable of withstanding their might. Yet, their adversary, a formidable being imbued with extraordinary power, approached with an overwhelming assault. The black hole suddenly expanded, voraciously consuming their strength in an instant, before retaliating with ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 sovereigns, akin to Zhang Xian and his companions, were hurled backward. Astonishingly, even the combined might of the 10 sovereigns could not withstand a single strike from this foe. How could he possess such power? You shall perish. With a single blow that shattered the collective defense, the relentless warrior advanced, his wrist twisting as he struck once more. You insignificant vermin! A thunderous shout resonated as the elder from Sword God Heaven unexpectedly appeared to intercede, wielding his long sword which transformed into a celestial river. A sovereign? He possesses the strength of a sovereign? Zhang Xian's pupils constricted. Initially, this elder had followed the young man, seemingly merely a retainer, likely a mere divine king at best. Yet, upon revealing his power, it became evident that he too was an exceptional sovereign. If he is a sovereign, then what of that young man? The sovereign of Sword God Heaven, struggling to stand, exclaimed, "What of the youth who imparted my sword techniques?" Zhang Xian could no longer contain his curiosity. Luo Ruashi began to respond, but at that moment, the space warped, and the sovereign of Sword God Heaven was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Zhang Xian's current strength and comprehension of the sword far surpassed that of the elder, rendering him powerless in the face of such might. Despite his formidable cultivation and exceptional swordsmanship, sovereigns, merely a band of insignificant chickens. Today, I shall obliterate the 9 heavens, annihilate this divine realm, and trample upon all laws. Defeating the sovereign of Sword God Heaven, the ruthless warrior laughed maniacally as the surrounding space collapsed, casting him in a demonic light. What shall we do? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. Just moments ago, both he and his doppelganger had unleashed their utmost combat prowess. And even Luo Ruashi had employed her strongest techniques, yet none could withstand their opponent's singular assault. Was there truly no one in the divine realm capable of standing against this being? Would they allow him to bring about the world's ruin? The only solution lies in returning to the essence of the heavenly Tao, mending its flaws, allowing it to suppress him, Luo Ruashi said, her fists tightened and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Returning to the essence of the heavenly Tao, Zhang Xian comprehended her intent. The library within his mind was, in fact, a fragment of the heavenly Tao. Once restored, the Tao would be entirely complete, potentially rectifying its vulnerabilities and expelling the ruthless warrior. Much like the immune system of the human body. When the immune system is intact, it easily drives away invading viruses. If compromised, even the mightiest can fall to infection. Yet, he is far too powerful. Even if the heavenly Tao were restored, it might still prove incapable of suppression. Zhang Xian shook his head. Viruses can be eradicated by the immune system, but what of a ferocious tiger? No matter how robust the immune system, it stands no chance against such a beast. The being before him, though merely an ordinary divine king, surpassed the sovereigns in strength, rendering him beyond the reach of the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruashi paused for a moment, a look of despondency gracing her pristine jade-like visage. Indeed, there seemed to be no means of suppression. However, if the heavenly Tao were whole, he could awaken and vanquish this foe, which would not be a formidable task. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. I shall take you to meet him, Luo Ruashi declared, inhaling deeply before resolutely turning and soaring forward. Planning to flee? The ruthless individual scoffed, pressing downwards. Bang! Luo Ruashi plummeted from the sky. Zhang Xian once again unleashed his swordsmanship, the brilliance of his sword intent illuminating the air. Clang, clang, clang. Once more, his efforts were thwarted by the merciless foe. You all must escape. I will hold them off, he urged, aware that they sought a means to save the divine realm rather than retreating. The avatars and the undying emperor stood firm, with Luo Chi-Chi transforming back into her original form, the quiet sky pearl. The surrounding space solidified. Go. Witnessing his companions bravely shielding him without fear of death, Zhang Xian felt his eyes redden. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for words. Grabbing Luo Ruoshi, he felt the air shimmer as they tore through space, reappearing within the confines of the free heaven. The free heaven, now devoid of its former tranquility, was engulfed in chaos following the collapse of the divine realm. "Where's the person you mentioned?" Zhang Xian inquired, his gaze fixed upon the girl in his arms, unable to spare a moment to observe the lives of ordinary beings. If the individual she spoke of could truly save the divine realm, what was his own sacrifice in comparison? "He is my father," Luo Ruoshi explained. "The blood within your pendant belongs to him. The undying emperor was once his beast companion." "Your father?" Zhang Xian's realization dawned upon him. No wonder he had sensed a resemblance, yet distinct difference between the blood in the pendant and Luo Ruoshi. It belonged to her father. This also clarified why the lingering consciousness of the undying emperor had instantly recognized the pendant as its master upon seeing it. "Is your father also an emperor? Or does he possess strength surpassing that of an emperor?" He could not help but inquire. The turmoil within the library had been quelled by the blood in the pendant, awakening his senses. Could it be that not only she was an emperor, but her father was as well, or even more formidable? If that were the case, why was he in a state of coma? Why did he require a deficiency in the heavenly Tao to awaken? He is not merely an emperor. He is the heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoshi clenched her fist tightly. "The heavenly Tao? Your father is the heavenly Tao?" Zhang Xian gasped in disbelief. "Indeed, 50 years ago, my father could not withstand that colossal hand and fell into a coma. The heavenly Tao shattered into 3 parts, the orderly heavenly Tao and the deficient heavenly Tao, which were swept into the chaotic currents of space. I took it upon myself to control the heavenly Tao naturally, maintaining the balance of the divine realm. To restore him, I must gather the scattered fragments. Hence, I was so resolute. I cannot afford to fail. That is why I ventured into the Master Continent, studying the spring and autumn classic, seeking a way to overcome Kong Shi. The task I entrusted to him during our battle was precisely this," Luo Ruoshi recounted. Zhang Xian was enlightened. Having only recently become acquainted with the Master Continent, the young girl before him had shared her story of rescuing a beloved kin, a tale he had scarcely comprehended then, yet now it all fell into place. It turns out she is the daughter of her father, and he is none other than the heavenly Tao of the divine realm. Can the heavenly Tao truly take on human form and procreate? To wield control over the heavenly Tao within you, do you not possess any fragments of it? Suddenly, realizing the inconsistency in her words, Zhang Xian turned to look at her. The concept of wielding control is distinct from being a part of the heavenly Tao itself. I merely wield control. I am not a fragment of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ruoshi stated. Zhang Xian exhaled in relief. If that is the case, then I only need to extricate the flawed fragments of the heavenly Tao from within me, and there is no need for her to perish as well. Despite the unwillingness to accept such a fate, he could not bear to see the girl before him come to harm. If I extract the flawed fragments of the heavenly Tao from within me, your father will come back to life, and we might even defeat that ruthless adversary, correct? Zhang Xian inquired. I cannot say for certain. Luo Ruoshi hesitated, glancing up at the already crumbled divine realm. The divine realm is the foundation of my father. Now that the foundation is in such disarray, even if he awakens, will he truly be able to vanquish that formidable foe? It is hard to say. It seems you cannot be certain either. In that case, it is better to rely on ourselves than to seek help from others. We must find a way. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. You, I, our avatars, united with the 9 heavens and 9 emperors, along with the assistance of Master Kong, may indeed secure victory. Master Kong? Luo Ruoshi frowned. Has he not perished? He has not truly died. If my conjecture is correct, you have slain him. But he merely utilized a method to escape the heavenly Tao. If there are no unexpected events, he should, like Wei Changfeng, possess the primal fetal soul body. Zhang Xian stated. Upon seeing Wei Changfeng, it became evident that Master Kong's ability to retain his intellect should be akin to his own. Being a primal fetal soul body allows one to remain lucid within the womb. Furthermore, with preparations laid in advance, resurrection is merely a matter of time. Luo Ruoshi was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this revelation. We will find out if we take a look. If my guess is accurate, he should have already recovered. Otherwise, his students would not have failed to venture into the title C, Zhang Xian asserted. Master Kong's students, such as Ziyuan the ancient sage, are all immensely powerful. Even without the aid of the emperors, they would undoubtedly have a means to enter the title C, yet none have been seen. This indicates that there must be something far more pressing that they intend to accomplish, while all the emperors are preoccupied with the title C. And this pressing matter is evidently to facilitate Master Kong's revival. Luo Ruashi's heart trembled as she came to a sudden realization. Let's go. Without further explanation, she gestured with one hand, and Zhang Xian found himself once again at Master Kong's dwelling. There, he indeed saw an elder meditating in midair, who smiled gently upon their arrival. You have come. Who else could it be if not Master Kong? This teacher of countless generations has truly not disappointed me. Just as I speculated, while everyone else was distracted by the title C, he has returned to life. Luo Ruashi's delicate form shuddered. She knew that the emperors could be revived, and the undying emperor had also returned, but she had not anticipated such swiftness. I concealed the heavenly path and had prepared a contingency in advance. The nameless giant in the spirit pool was my creation, which you vanquished on that fateful day. Seizing that opportunity, I liberated myself from the constraints of the heavenly path and reformed my corporeal body. I have only just begun to recover. Master Kong smiled faintly. He is well versed in the manipulation of time, although it appeared that only a day or two had passed in the divine realm. He had endured an unfathomable duration to restore his powers. Decades of time have indeed elapsed. The strength of the three of us is formidable. Yet overcoming the ruthless adversary is no simple feat upon witnessing Master Kong's genuine recovery. Luo Ruashi continued to shake her head. This was not an act of demeaning oneself to elevate another, but rather a matter of fact. Just moments ago, so many had united in their efforts, yet they could not thwart the opponent. What difference would the addition of Master Kong make? It would not alter the situation. Individually, our prowess, even when combined, undeniably pales in comparison to our foe. But what if all our strengths were to coalesce within a single individual? Master Kong glanced over with a smile, concentrating within one individual. This time, not only did Luo Ruashi frown, but Zhang Xian too wore an expression of perplexity. That hand capable of rending the divine realm and scattering the heavenly path was undeniably powerful. The ruthless being had absorbed that strength and consumed the spiritual essence of the divine realm for 50 years. Based solely on raw power, we, the dozen or so sovereigns, are indeed outmatched. Master Kong continued. Yet if we unite, concentrating our power into one person, we may have a chance. How do we concentrate it? Luo Ruashi inquired. It is easy to speak of, but difficult to execute. The sovereigns stand at the pinnacle of the divine realm. If it were so simple to absorb other strength, I would not have stagnated for so many years. It is quite simple, Master Kong asserted. We shall focus our strength on a Zhang Xian. If he can break free from the sovereign's chains, he can save the divine realm. Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why must it be me? The Lingxi Emperor cultivates the essence of freedom and transcendence. However, bound by the influences of his father and the heavenly path, and with attachments to others, he can never truly transcend. If I am not mistaken, during our battle, you too contemplated surrendering, intending to be vanquished by me. Did you not? Master Kong remarked. Luo Ruashi was rendered speechless. Indeed, during their confrontation, there had been a moment of such intent. Thus, their initial engagement resembled a sparring match rather than a struggle for life and death. Without the ability to transcend, one cannot unleash their utmost potential. Even with an abundance of true energy, one cannot breach the exalted realm. As for myself, Master Kong nodded, harboring the well-being of all, seeking to enlighten the world, yet unwilling to allow others to sacrifice for me. Such excessive compassion is also a flaw. If one were to be more ruthless and annihilate the alien race, the current predicament would not exist. Had they managed to eradicate the alien race entirely, the ruthless being could not have been resurrected, and the present circumstances would not have arisen. Therefore, I too am unfit. However, Zhang Xian possesses a method that is harmonious and without flaw. He emphasizes living for oneself. Even in death, as long as one lives without regret, their heart remains unburdened. Such individuals possess greater tolerance and expansive potential for development. Only in this manner can they ascend to greater heights and venture further. Master Kong continued, life should return, and death should linger in longing. If one is indifferent to death, how could they be bound by other matters? Just as Zhang Xian, furrowing his brow and preparing to speak, was met by Master Kong's piercing gaze, he asserted, there is no need for reluctance. You may claim time is insufficient to cultivate others, yet even if time permits, I doubt anyone could surpass your capabilities. Although the Lingxi Emperor lacks fragments of the heavenly path within, he has long held dominion over it, fostering a unique understanding. I command the order of the heavenly path. Should we channel this power into you, you would embody the complete force of the heavenly path. Coupled with the 9 heavens chaos golden lotus from your avatar, it would enable you to stabilize the 9 heavens, command the universe, battle through the skies, and annihilate all existence. Very well. Acknowledging the other's resolution, Zhang Xian nodded, realizing further explanations were futile. With a thunderous roar, he seated himself cross-legged, and in the blink of an eye, 2 immense forces surged toward him from either side. Zhang Xian's body stiffened, and he felt as if he had instantaneously transformed into the heavenly path, soaring above the 9 heavens. His soul, physical form, and true energy underwent an instantaneous baptism, growing ever stronger and more formidable. Do you seek to impede me? So be it. I shall vanquish you before slaying Zhang Xian. The ruthless figure smirked coldly, sending Luo Qiqi and his avatar flying. The combined might of the avatars and numerous emperors was indeed formidable, yet still paled in comparison to his own. The tidal sea devoured nearly all the spiritual energy outside the cities of the divine realm, converting it into his own sustenance. With every gesture, he wielded the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth. These emperors and divine kings, despite embodying the pinnacle of the divine realm, were utterly insignificant. In that moment, the ruthless figure seemed to embody the entirety of the divine realm, unstoppable by any force. If the divine realm perishes, our existence is rendered meaningless. I, Yinqi, shall accompany you to oblivion. The Emperor Yinqi transformed into his true form, a colossal 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring toward him. Is it just you? You are unworthy. With a firm grasp, the ruthless figure ensnared the golden dragon within his palm, rendering its struggles futile. Old friend, wait for me. The Emperor Fu Meng roared, transforming into his true form of a white tiger, soaring close. The undying Emperor revealed his true form, the immortal fire phoenix, illuminating the sky with flames. The Xianming Emperor, taking the shape of a great tortoise, appeared as if bearing the weight of the heavens. The 4 divine beasts, guardians of the 4 corners of the divine realm, simultaneously manifested their true forms, slowing the collapse of the divine realm. The cosmos seemed to freeze in that instant, with a series of resounding strikes. The ruthless figure suppressed the 4 beasts, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Just as he prepared to unleash a fatal blow to eradicate them all, he felt a tightening in his raised arm, halting in midair. If you wish to kill them, have you sought my permission? Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, a figure emerged gracefully from the sky. It was none other than Zhang Xian. At this moment, the young man was brimming with an overwhelming strength, surpassing his previous power by tenfold, as if he embodied an entire world. His progress was remarkable. Yet the formidable opponent paused, his expression grave. Clearly, he could not comprehend why, in such a brief interval, the other's prowess had undergone such a staggering transformation. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Even the zenith of the divine realm could not withstand him. He doubted that this adversary could resist his might. With a cold snort, the opponent descended once more. Zhang Xian raised his long sword, meeting the challenge head-on. The two engaged in battle, tearing the very fabric of space as turbulent winds swirled around them. Would Zhang Xian emerge victorious? At the Celestial Master's encampment, Luo Ruoshi gazed on with deep concern. She and the Master had transferred their power to Zhang Xian, yet their own cultivation had diminished to merely the level of a divine king, far less glorious than before. However, regardless of their diminished status, as long as their strength was sufficient, they could eventually recover. With their current abilities, achieving victory seemed a daunting task, unless he could grasp a power that transcended that of the emperors. After a moment of silence, the Master spoke. A coalition of several emperors had proven unable to best this formidable foe, even if they combined their powers. The reason for such a strategy was that true greatness could only be reached when strength was concentrated in a single individual, allowing for the potential to touch the pinnacle and genuinely surpass one's limits. Transcending Emperor-level power? Luo Ruashi's gaze drifted into the distance. Her father had once spoken similar words to her when he was still lucid, but she had found herself incapable of achieving such heights. Could the man she cherished succeed where she could not? He certainly could. He possessed an indomitable spirit and a proud heart towards this world. Perceiving her inner turmoil, the master smiled. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of fierce exchanges, Zhang Xian's palms split, and a massive, ghastly wound appeared on his chest. Just as the master had stated, even after merging their powers and forming a complete heavenly path within him, he was still no match for his adversary. Huh, I thought you were formidable. It appears you are nothing more than this. The opponent sneered coldly. Since he was no match for him, he would inevitably perish. Thus, he wished to die beneath the might of his most potent attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian halted his assault and turned his gaze to the formidable enemy before him. Very well, I shall grant you this. Unleash your strongest attack. Upon hearing this, the opponent was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold snort, raising his palm. With a whoosh, a beam of azure light materialized in his palm, crashing down with tremendous force. Indeed, it was the mightiest of strikes. The entire divine realm reverberated as if it could scarcely endure, creating a monumental pit upon impact. With eyes tightly shut, Zhang Xian did not retreat. Boom! His head exploded, his soul scattering in all directions. Witnessing the scene, everyone turned pale. Luo Qiqi appeared as if she had lost her mind, while Emperor Yun Qi and the others stared, trembling in shock. The master and Luo Ruashi, witnessing the spectacle, were equally taken aback. The original intention was to break free from the shackles and strive to transcend the realm of the emperor. How could one not resist and willingly embrace death? Would this not betray their kindness? No, it is the immortal emperor's method of immortality. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Master Kong suddenly spoke. The onlookers then witnessed Zhang Xian, whose head had exploded and whose soul had fragmented, as the pendant on his chest erupted, releasing a drop of blood that floated upward, igniting into a blazing flame. From within that flame emerged an intact figure, stepping forth with measured grace. Had he utilized the power of his opponent and the blood from the pendant to separate from the flawed heavenly path and his soul? Luo Ruashi's pupils constricted. After being reborn from the flames, Zhang Xian astonishingly found himself free from the heavenly path library, devoid of its interference, liberated from its grasp. How had he achieved this? Master Kong, too, was filled with disbelief. The fusion of the heavenly path and the soul is inseparable. To break free, one would have to disperse their soul and rely on the ghost pool to reconstitute it. Yet, this individual had been slain only once and had completely extricated himself. What method had he employed? Luo Ruashi suddenly realized that he had utilized a ruthless method to escape the soul contract. The soul contract binds master and servant. Unless the master releases it, the servant remains eternally bound. The Heavenly Path library operates similarly, functioning as an enhanced version of this contract. Once the soul is bound, immortality cannot be escaped. However, this ruthless individual had employed a unique power to sever the soul contract. Zhang Xian had inquired about this method in detail before, perhaps harboring intentions even then. It was a deliberate act of risking his life, allowing his opponent to unleash their utmost power against him. By harnessing that strength, he was reborn from the flames, and to his astonishment, it proved remarkably successful. Thus, this was indeed the method to transcend the Emperor's realm. Emerging from the flames, Zhang Xian bore a faint smile, as if he had come to a profound realization. Suddenly, he gestured, and one of his avatars transformed back into a lotus flower. Soaring toward him, in an instant, it merged perfectly with his being. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers felt as though Zhang Xian had become the very essence of the nine heavens. The nine heavens were now him. With a gentle step upon the ground, the tumultuous nine heavens stabilized instantly. The nine heavens chaos golden lotus, which manifested at the birth of the nine heavens, had the ability to stabilize them. At this moment, the avatar and his true self were perfectly fused, indistinguishable from one another, which meant he had gained mastery over this power. Moreover, With the cultivation of the nine heavens chaos golden lotus, his already peaked cultivation began to loosen, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. The bonds of master and servant, of brotherhood, of teacher and student, of parental affection, and of love, these intertwine to form the essence of all existence. This is humanity. With a smile upon his face, Zhang Xian murmured to himself. In the moment the heavenly path library detached from his soul, he came to understand. Is it humanity that perceives the world? Or is it the world that gives rise to humanity? Is it the movement of the wind or the stirring of the heart? This question has eternally perplexed countless souls. Of course, none of this holds significance now. Without life and emotion, what significance does the world hold, even if it exists? Thus, beyond the confines of love lies the affection for all beings, a tapestry of emotions interwoven throughout the universe. Every entity in existence possesses feelings. It is through emotion that the world thrives, and it is emotion that sustains life. Love embodies emotion, so does hate. Joy reflects emotion, as does suffering. Separation is emotion, and reunion is also emotion. Countless sentiments are mine to command. With a mere whisper, Zhang Xian shattered the confines of his being, breaking free from the shackles of the emperor. In an instant, it felt as though he had touched an entirely new realm, a gateway, and his soul was rapidly nourished. An influx of chaotic energy surged forth, swiftly elevating his physical form. Whereas previously, progress could only be achieved through absorbing spiritual power, now, even the turbulent chaos and the azure light from his adversary could be claimed as his own, indistinguishable from one another. The ruthless foe had not anticipated that his full-force assault would not only fail to vanquish Zhang Xian, but would instead empower him, leaving him enraged and howling in frustration. With a furious shout, he launched another attack. The resentment towards the aloof emperor for not rescuing him from the chaotic currents was one form of emotion. The realization that he once served Zhang Xian, imbued with humility and anger, was another. The desire to obliterate the divine realm, to vent his fury, was yet another manifestation of emotion. The wish to grow even stronger was also rooted in emotion. Emotion governs you. And how can you hope to overcome me, to evade my control? With a serene smile, Zhang Xian's voice grew increasingly rapid and resonant as he gently grasped the air. The once invincible adversary found himself ensnared by countless threads of emotion, rendered immobile and powerless. As long as there exists emotion, it shall be wielded by him, controlled by him. In the eyes of his opponent, fear permeated. Master Zhang, I am your servant. Do not kill me. I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice. However, uttering such words now was too late. With a subtle smile, Zhang Xian shook his head. Commanding the emotions of the world rendered notions of servitude meaningless to him. Having slain so many divine beings and harmed his beloved Luo Chi-Chi, along with numerous friends, how could he possibly grant mercy today? Sensing his resolve, the foe's pupils constricted. Before he could finish speaking, an intense pain coursed through his body. Boom! In an instant, he exploded, transforming into a myriad of spiritual energies that flooded the divine realm. The powers previously consumed by the tidal sea now returned in full force, breathing new life into the once barren wilderness. Was this how he perished? The Emperor Yun Qi, the immortal emperor, and the enchanting fairy Ling Long all widened their eyes in disbelief. Having just battled the ruthless foe, they knew his terrifying strength. How could someone so formidable be effortlessly eradicated? To what heights had Zhang Xian ascended? Was there truly a realm beyond that of the emperor? He had succeeded. Kong Shi and Luo Ruashi released their tightly clenched fists. This is a facet of the heavenly Tao, and now I shall return it to its rightful place. Observing the fragment of the heavenly Tao that had been separated from within himself, still suspended in the air, Zhang Xian smiled gently and flicked his finger. A resonating hum echoed as the library that had accompanied him since his rebirth thunderously embedded itself in the skies of the divine realm. The chime, akin to a great bell, reverberated through the crumbling divine realm, which visibly began to restore itself at a languid pace. As the chaotic currents of energy gradually coalesced once more, the collapse of the divine realm finally ceased, and the withered spiritual energy began to revive, slowly, alongside the demise of the ruthless. It seemed that the divine realm was poised to embrace a new era of spiritual rejuvenation. Zhang Xian smiled knowingly. The cavern of the tidal sea, restored with the completion of the heavenly Tao, would soon witness the divine realm regain its former splendor. It was merely a matter of time. Zhang Xian, come here. A voice echoed in his mind just as he finished these thoughts, momentarily startling him as he took a step forward. In that instant, he soared an unknown distance and found a youth standing before him. It was the very individual who had previously imparted sword techniques to him. Senior Yu. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Previously sensing the depths of this person, he now realized that, compared to himself, he was merely a whisper away from having reached the pinnacle of an emperor, far surpassing the previous figure of Luo Ruashi. Simply call me Nie Tong. The youth radiated an unwavering sword intent, speaking softly. Nie Tong. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, having never encountered this name before. Follow me. I shall introduce you to my brother. The youth named Nie Tong smiled warmly and stepped forward. Zhang Xian closely followed, traversing an immeasurable distance until they halted before a mountain peak, where another young man awaited them. This individual appeared only slightly older, with brows raised, exuding an air of inscrutable depth. Zhang Xian trembled at the sight of him. The strength of this youth was indeed more formidable than his own. Having similarly transcended the constraints of an emperor, his cultivation far more profound and substantial. I am Ye Yun. The young man smiled faintly and regarded Zhang Xian. I am also known as Nieling Si, the father of the Luo Ruashi you mentioned. The father of Ruashi? Zhang Xian was taken aback. You are the heavenly Tao of the divine realm? He recalled Luo Ruashi's words indicating that her father was the heavenly Tao, and he could scarcely believe that such a young man could embody it. I transformed a part of my essence into the heavenly Tao. Nie Yun replied with a serene smile. Moreover, this world is my creation, so it is not unfitting to call me the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xian struggled to comprehend. Could it truly be that the divine realm was crafted by this very individual? How immense must his power be? Yet, if this realm was indeed his creation, and he was the heavenly Tao, why did he permit the ruthless to wreak havoc without intervening? Zhang Xian cast a questioning glance. Had he not achieved his own breakthrough, the divine realm might have faced utter collapse. Why did this man remain indifferent, seemingly unconcerned even for his daughter's fate? Without addressing Zhang Xian's queries, Nie Yun gazed thoughtfully at him. Do you believe there exists a being even more powerful beyond the divine realm? The figure of Zhang Xian hovered momentarily, contemplating the existence of others who may have achieved such a formidable realm as the one he faced now, despite having never encountered it before. It seemed plausible that, if he could cultivate to this level, others might as well, perhaps even stronger beings. He had once harbored doubts about the existence of more powerful entities beyond the divine realm, thus exerting all his efforts to glimpse the truth, which ultimately summoned a backlash from a higher world, manifesting as a descending hand that shattered the void. Nie Yun turned to him, reflecting that had he chosen to evade that strike, it was highly probable that the entire divine realm would have been obliterated, leaving no life in its wake. Therefore, he stood his ground against the attack, albeit at the cost of his own incarnation of the Tao being fragmented. In such circumstances, he believed restoration to be merely a matter of thought. Yet, he understood that transcending the shackles of the divine realm to uncover the origins of that hand and what lay beyond was an endeavor far too daunting for one alone. Thus, he yearned to discover if any life could break through the constraints of the emperor and attain a level of parity with him. Consequently, he disseminated the fragmented essence of the Tao to the lowest realms, bestowing it upon the souls that rightfully belonged to those worlds, as well as one that did not. And you, ultimately, did not disappoint me, Nie Yun remarked with a smile. Realizing the implications, Zhang Xian trembled inwardly. So, my crossing was indeed orchestrated by you? It became clear to him why he had been able to traverse to this realm. It was all thanks to the figure before him. Indeed, Nie Yun replied with a gentle smile. To be inherently part of this world engenders a profound respect for it. Thus, attempting to transcend its limitations is immensely more challenging. I merely acted on a whim, never anticipating that you would truly succeed. Zhang Xian's face flushed. Had it not been for Master Kong, I would never have reached this level. Without his selfless dedication, achieving my current state would have been impossible. I offered him the chance. He simply failed to seize it. The duel with Lingxi was, in fact, the perfect opportunity for his breakthrough. Regrettably, he chose to retreat, believing he had preserved an advantage for himself. Yet in doing so, He lost the drive to advance. When faced with someone who surpasses us, how can one hope to compete without a spear of courage? Zhang Xian fell silent. He had witnessed their battle, and indeed, Master Kong had faltered in decisiveness. Perhaps he had been reluctant to slay Luo Ruashi. Alas, in that fleeting thought, an opportunity for advancement was lost. Had Master Kong emerged victorious, Ruashi would have perished moments later. Zhang Xian glanced at him, brow furrowed. Could it be that this figure before him was indifferent to his daughter's fate? While I am here, she shall not perish, Nie Yun said with a calm smile. Your current strength is not vastly different from mine. Do you believe that in a life and death situation, one could save another? Zhang Xian smiled ruefully. The concepts of breaking through to become an emperor and being an emperor are entirely distinct. If you are truly willing to act, he could indeed save someone at the last moment, ensuring they would incur no harm. Lingxi is the offspring of my other wife, Luo Qingqing. Therefore, her disguised name bears the surname Luo, to instill in her a sense of trust, devoid of emotional entanglements. To this day, she remains under the impression that I am still mired in unconsciousness. Nie Yun chuckled bitterly, acknowledging, as a father, I have indeed been rather ruthless. Perhaps it would be best for you to explain this matter to her, for her affections have now shifted entirely to you. I, as her father, have likely slipped from her thoughts as well. He added with a light-hearted laugh, for now, I shall refrain from appearing, opting to retreat for a spell. Otherwise, I dread the upheaval she may cause. Faced with such an unreliable father figure, Zhang Xian could only acquiesce. Very well. There was no other choice. After all, he had whisked away another's daughter. The Heavenly Tao Library is a manifestation of my singular thought, serving as both foundation and constraint. Your ability to transcend these shackles speaks volumes of your potential and capability, heralding a future brimming with promise. As a father, I find solace in the notion that my daughter may be with you. Chapter 64. Betrayal Olayan. How is the Iron Fortress project progressing? Megatron inquired as he entered the laboratory, seeking an update on Olayan's work. I fear I might be somewhat out of practice. I have only managed to decrypt 3 pieces of information, Olayan reported casually, not bothering to turn around. And what are these 3 pieces of information? Megatron pressed. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the encrypted data. All of it consists of records left by the Autobot archivists during wartime. At that time, I was still in stasis, so I only know that they are coordinates, Olayan explained, pressing a button and pivoting to reveal a newly projected hologram, corresponding to 3 locations on this planet. Megatron gazed at the hologram, recognizing that the projected planet was none other than Earth. Olayan continued, I suspect these locations conceal spacecraft launched from Cybertron, preserving some form of artifacts, perhaps historical documents or cultural relics. As Megatron stepped closer to the projection, he committed the 3 displayed coordinates to memory. Olayan furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. What troubles me most is the possibility of some form of weapon of mass destruction being hidden here for future use. Upon hearing this, Megatron couldn't help but smile inwardly. This aligned perfectly with his intentions. Of course, such sentiments were to remain unvoiced. He turned to Olayan with resolute determination, stating, Then it is all the more imperative that we employ every means at our disposal to ensure the Autobots do not uncover these items. I'm grateful to have you on our side, Olayan. With that, Megatron prepared to depart, unwilling to impede the progress of the Iron Fortress project due to his presence. Megatron. Olayan's sudden address caused Megatron to pause momentarily, feeling a mix of joy and regret. Olayan continued, There is something peculiar that I cannot fathom. In several historical records I have uncovered, there is mention of the Red Spider, your predecessor, as deputy commander. Yet, I have never encountered him aboard the warship. I inquired with Gray, but he remained silent. Unfortunately, Commander Red Spider has passed away, Megatron remarked with a hint of grievance before departing from Olayan's workshop. Upon reaching the bridge, Megatron expressed his concerns before Soundwave and Gray. Olayan's inquiries are excessive, while this trait may serve him well as an archivist. It is ill-suited for a Decepticon. Sooner or later, he will unravel the deception we have woven for him. His deeply ingrained sense of right and wrong will inevitably surface. I merely hope he completes the Fortress project before I am compelled to eliminate him myself, thereby resolving all matters once and for all. Soundwave remained silent, and Gray was equally reticent, aware that Red Spider was nearing. Fortunately, he had finalized the space bridge project days prior, diligently mastering the technology to align with the original timeline of its construction. In the sky, a Decepticon fleet had just returned to their warship, oblivious to the fact that a familiar aircraft was swiftly approaching from behind. As the soldiers of the fleet disembarked onto the deck and entered the warship, the mysterious aircraft landed on the deck as well. If not Red Spider, then who could it be? After months of pursuit, Red Spider had finally located the Decepticon warship, not to rejoin their ranks, but rather to satiate his hunger. The super energy deposits on Earth were exceedingly rare, and the resources available to Red Spider were dwindling. If this continued, he would perish from starvation without intervention from either the Autobots or the Decepticons. Upon entering the warship, Red Spider deftly navigated his way to the super energy storage facility. Spotting soldiers stationed as guards, he cursed under his breath and suddenly devised a plan. He approached them, leveraging his former identity to engage them in conversation. As he drew near, he seized the opportunity to strike, plunging his sharp fingers into their cores, eliminating both guards. Having dealt with the Sentinels, Red Spider hurried into the storage room, retrieving 4 blocks of concentrated super energy. This bounty would sustain him for an extended period. Just as he prepared to depart, the sound of approaching footsteps alerted him to the imminent arrival of a Decepticon patrol. Damn it! Red Spider cursed inwardly as he quickly scanned his surroundings and identified the nearest door. He opened it and slipped inside, seeking refuge. Suddenly, the sound of keyboard tapping caught his attention. Leaning forward, he attempted to peer around the super energy blocks he was clutching, and there, he spotted a familiar, towering silhouette. It was Optimus Prime. The Red Spider could no longer contain his rage and let out a fierce shout, instantly hurling the super energy core he held onto the ground. He aimed his arms at Optimus Prime, with 2 missiles poised to launch at any moment. No, I mean no harm. Orion quickly spread his hands, feigning innocence. Is that so? Then what brings you here? Red Spider was incredulous. The Autobot leader had ventured into the Decepticon headquarters. This was unacceptable. I am conducting research for Lord Megatron. What? Are you jesting? Red Spider was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, his foremost thought was not about Optimus or Megatron, but rather about himself. He wondered if his recent insufficient intake of super energy had led to hallucinations. Optimus inquired with confusion. I do not comprehend your meaning. Why do you call me Optimus Prime? What else should I call you? A look of unprecedented perplexity crossed Red Spider's face. Bewilderment and intrigue mingled. My name is Orion Pax. I am merely an obscure individual. As Orion spoke, the Decepticon emblem on his shoulder caught Red Spider's eye. Upon seeing the insignia, Red Spider, though unclear about the situation, swiftly grasped the essence of it. Optimus had lost his memory, and Megatron had deceived him. What was Megatron's ulterior motive in manipulating Optimus? Red Spider did not know, but he recognized the necessity of keeping this matter concealed. He quickly added, "You remind me of someone I know, nothing more." Orion harbored no suspicion towards Red Spider. He accepted his words and inquired, "So you are Red Spider?" "Indeed. But Lord Megatron said you had perished." At this, Red Spider chuckled. "Lord Megatron has spoken many things, but only a fraction of them bear truth." Orion questioned, "Are you suggesting our leader frequently lies? You truly are oblivious, are you not?" Red Spider laughed heartily. At that moment, he genuinely believed that what lay before him was not a mere illusion. This seemingly guileless individual truly was Optimus Prime. Biting his teeth in frustration, he thought about Megatron's cunning, how he had managed to render the Autobot leader in such a state. However, this also presented an opportunity for Red Spider to exact revenge on Megatron. Perhaps he could even owe this Autobot leader a favor. Before Red Spider could act, Orion hastily asked, "I do not understand what you are saying, Red Spider. Please, tell me what you know." Seeing Orion's urgency, Red Spider could not help but smirk. "What will you offer me in return?" No sooner had Red Spider spoken than the door beside them burst open, and 3 Decepticon soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at him, urging him to surrender. Red Spider darted behind Orion and in a flash transformed into a jet, soaring forward at full speed. Run! Quickly run! He was acutely aware of the bounty on his head, and knew he must flee the Decepticon warship before the soldiers amassed. For failure to do so would spell his doom. Megatron would surely eliminate him. Starscream, renowned for his unparalleled flying prowess, deftly dispatched a pursuing Decepticon Air Force soldier mid-flight and obliterated the entrance to the deck from a distance. The moment Starscream departed the warship, he was targeted by its weaponry, with a torrent of crimson beams raining down upon him. Alas! Starscream cried out in agony, evading left and right, yet could not escape the relentless barrage. With a thunderous crash, he was engulfed in a plume of smoke, plummeting through the clouds towards the earth below. News of Starscream's incursion swiftly spread throughout the Decepticon ranks, prompting Megatron to rush to Orion's workshop upon hearing of the incident. With a heavy heart, Megatron expressed, "Orion, I sincerely apologize for involving you in this turmoil. It appears you were unharmed, correct?" "Indeed, Lord Megatron," Orion replied, unscathed. However, the situation seemed to have stirred the very core of the Decepticons, and he inquired, "Why did you inform me that Starscream was dead?" "To our cause. He is as good as dead. Starscream was once my most trusted lieutenant, yet he betrayed us and allied with the Autobots. I have never witnessed such a vile act of deception." Megatron seethed into the air, his words laden with double meaning. For Orion had once held the same esteemed position in his eyes. He gently asked Orion, "He did not threaten or speak ill of you, did he?" "No, Orion de Blaive," nodding vacantly. "Very well. It would be prudent for you to forget this unpleasant matter and resume your duties." With that, Megatron turned to leave the workshop. "As you wish, my lord." Orion maintained a composed demeanor. Yet it was this very facade that informed Megatron that Starscream must have divulged something to Orion, sowing seeds of doubt in his mind. Regret washed over Megatron. How foolish it was not to eliminate Starscream when he had the chance. Next time, he vowed, he would show no mercy. Chapter 66. Transforming gears. The moment Orion transformed back into Optimus Prime, Megatron's opportunity slipped away. The medic immediately instructed Ratchet to activate the ground bridge. Though adjacent to the space bridge, both were tunnels traversing time and space. Their distinct energy fluctuations rendered them unaffected by one another. Megatron attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch as all Autobots, including Optimus Prime, traversed the ground bridge. When the small whirlpool of blue and white vanished, Megatron found himself alone, surrounded only by the remnants of that swirling vortex. The tale of the Autobots' audacious rescue of Optimus Prime soon reverberated throughout the Decepticon warship. No one anticipated that the Autobots would display such boldness. This revelation led many to comprehend why the Autobots were so formidable. Despite their smaller numbers, each was an elite warrior, unwaveringly loyal to Optimus Prime. In contrast, the Decepticon ranks were rife with discord. Although the second-in-command, Gray Shadow, outwardly displayed loyalty and did not exhibit any intentions of rebellion or usurping leadership, others harbored different ambitions. For instance, Black Widow was perpetually scheming to eliminate Megatron and Gray Shadow or to escape the Decepticons with ample resources. In essence, her strategy was simple. Engage if victory was plausible, retreat if not. She had no intention of dutifully serving the Decepticons. On board the Decepticon warship, Gray Shadow ambled through the corridors when he spotted Black Widow stealthily traversing a passageway. "What's she up to now?" A familiar voice suddenly halted Gray Shadow in his tracks. It was none other than Megatron himself. "Gray Shadow," Megatron began, and upon seeing the expression on his leader's face, Gray Shadow instinctively fell silent, sensing that Megatron had something to convey. As expected, Megatron smiled and said, "Do not concern yourself with Black Widow for the time being. Let us investigate the coordinates decrypted by Orion and uncover what secrets they hold." Following Megatron's command, Gray Shadow promptly organized a Decepticon ground force. The rationale for deploying ground troops was primarily due to Gray Shadow's vehicle form being that of a sports car, making it easier to garner support from the ground division. Utilizing the coordinates derived from Orion's decrypted files, Gray Shadow activated the Decepticon land bridge, unveiling a swirling vortex of azure and white. At his command, the Decepticon soldiers surged into the vortex, equipped with excavation tools. Gray Shadow followed suit, and the land bridge promptly sealed behind him as he departed. Surveying his surroundings, Gray Shadow noted the absence of verdant grass, wildflowers, grand trees, or babbling brooks. It was merely an expanse of barren yellow stone, unmistakably a no man's land for humanity. Commander Gray Shadow, a Decepticon soldier, approached, seeking his guidance. "Commence the operation," Gray Shadow replied flatly, and the soldiers immediately set to work excavating. Under the relentless assault of the Decepticon digging apparatus, The massive rocks shattered into smaller fragments, scattering across the terrain. What was once a relatively even ground quickly transformed into a gaping pit. Despite the cacophony, the desolate nature of the area alleviated any concerns. As time elapsed, the pit expanded significantly. At last, a breakthrough was achieved. Two Decepticon soldiers unearthed a mysterious jar at the base of a pit, a relic from the planet Cybertron. Just then, the sound of a jet slicing through the sky echoed above, prompting everyone to look up and behold Megatron transforming from his aircraft form into a humanoid shape, descending gracefully to land before Gray. "Have you found it? Bring it here, but be gentle." Upon spotting the jar, which he could easily grasp with a single hand, Megatron surmised that it contained something diminutive. A flicker of suspicion ignited within him. Could it be a cultural artifact or a historical record? No, that couldn't be right. If it were, the Autobots would not have encrypted such a file with such advanced technology. Regardless, he thought, whatever it is, we shall soon uncover its nature. One soldier gingerly cradled the jar and presented it to Megatron. As he unscrewed the lid, a thrill surged within him at the first glimpse of its contents. "Megatron, I cannot permit you to seize the Autobot's sacred relic." A familiar voice rang out, and Optimus Prime leaped forward, landing squarely in front of the Decepticons. Flanked by an Autobot, none other than Ratchet. "You're not only misinformed, Optimus, but I suggest you lower your weapon unless you wish for us all to perish together." As he spoke, Megatron retrieved a small, exquisite object from the jar. Upon recognizing it, both Optimus and Ratchet's eyes widened in alarm. The former quickly identifying the weapon, the Allspark extractor. Megatron continued, "It may appear unassuming, yet it possesses the capability to extract all sparks within its vicinity. Interestingly, it was you, or rather Orion Pax, who assisted me in locating it." Observing the shift in Optimus's demeanor, Megatron relished the moment, adding, "You ought to retain your Decepticon insignia, for you are unaware of how invaluable your decoding skills proved during our brief coexistence. Soundwave, activate the ground bridge." At his command, a swirling vortex of blue and white materialized beside him. He stepped into the bridge, leaving behind a single directive for the assembled Decepticons: dispose of them. As Megatron's words faded, the Decepticon soldiers surged towards Optimus and Ratchet, igniting the flames of battle. Gray stood silently beside the ground bridge, watching as his comrades were encircled, awaiting Bumblebee's arrival. Before long, a yellow muscle car appeared in Gray's line of sight. As Bumblebee approached the ground bridge, poised to dash through and seize the Allspark extractor, Gray suddenly positioned himself before the bridge, unexpectedly brandishing an energy collector. Upon gazing at the golden sphere, Bumblebee was instantly reminded of the disconcerting sensation he experienced when struck by the collector during the battle for the information storage pod, a feeling as though all his energy was being forcibly siphoned away. This recollection caused Bumblebee to involuntarily slow his pace. With his speed diminished, he lost the chance to surge into the land bridge and was subsequently flung aside by a Decepticon soldier. Observing Bumblebee's thwarted advance, Grayche merely retracted the collector with no further action, stepping into the swirling vortex of blue and white. The inaugural contest for the Iron Fortress items concluded with the Decepticons triumphing, thanks to their informational advantage. Indeed, Grayche's intervention was pivotal. Otherwise, Bumblebee would have charged into the land bridge, seizing the Allspark extractor from an unsuspecting Megatron, as per the original storyline. Now, this formidable weapon of mass destruction lay in the hands of the Decepticons. True to form, Megatron secured the Allspark extractor within the Decepticons' repository, assigning numerous elite soldiers to guard this perilous device, which could render the entire battleship inoperative upon activation. On the command bridge, Megatron chuckled as he scrutinized the two coordinates displayed on the waveform screen. It appears that the Autobots' Iron Fortress beacon may not signify their sacred relic. Let us investigate the other two. Perhaps we shall uncover something familiar. "Lord Megatron, I shall arrange this immediately," Grayche volunteered, taking on the task. After departing the command bridge, Grayche did not promptly attend to the Iron Fortress beacon. His focus shifted to another matter. He activated the surveillance system of Silas and communicated, "Silas, are all preparations complete?" Silas promptly replied, "All is ready. Once the disorienting ray strikes its target, we can swiftly return the subject to our base." Grayche smiled, "Excellent. Though whether we will take the target depends on who it is." In the original narrative, Bumblebee, detecting the beacon, erroneously believed the Decepticons had unearthed the Iron Fortress pod and hurried to investigate, only to fall into a trap set by the Mechanized Special Operations Team. Greyche had a vested interest in the Mechanized Special Operations Team, having gained complete control over Silas's existence through Decepticon technology, compelling him to obey his directives. Greyche also intended to enlist the aid of the Mechanized Special Operations Team once more, specifically during the attempt to seize the information storage pod. Although they ultimately proved unhelpful, their demonstrated operational capacity was undeniably efficient and formidable. As in the original storyline, the Mechanized Special Operations Team attracted Cybertronian attention by fabricating a beacon, employing disorienting rays to incapacitate their target, subsequently pilfering transformation gears. This was largely attributable to Black Widow. Had she not scanned Agent Fuller's combat helicopter in the presence of the Mechanized Special Operations Team, acquiring its vehicle form, they might never have unraveled the secret of the transformation gears. However, diverging from the original plot, it was not Bumblebee who fell victim, but rather Starscream. Regarding this matter, Huiche had long contemplated the situation. After all, the presence of the cautious Hook among the Autobots had even allowed the typically reckless Flyover Mountain to evade the peril of demise in the first episode through his caution. Consequently, it stands to reason that Bumblebee might similarly escape the crisis of losing his transformation ability due to Hook's prudence. In the original narrative, Red Spider arrived a moment too late for Bumblebee and thus avoided the trap. Now, however, Bumblebee has outpaced Red Spider, resulting in Red Spider falling victim to the snares. Huiche could have directed the Mecha Special Task Force to take action against Bumblebee, yet he refrained, as such a move would not ensure the storyline remained intact. The emergence of Hook complicates matters for the Autobots, rendering solitary combat nearly impossible. This implies that if the Mecha Special Task Force desires Bumblebee's transformation gear, they must confront multiple Autobots, leading to inevitable defeat and the loss of the gear. In summary, the more one interferes with the narrative, the more chaotic it becomes. Each plot point must be approached with careful deliberation, a consideration Huiche has already accounted for. Silas, bring Red Spider back to your base. Before night falls, ensure he remains in slumber. Oh, and you can have his transformation gear as well. In terms of recent events, I returned home just after one last night, witnessing numerous vehicles stranded in ditches along the way and trailers on the highway. In essence, the snowfall has precipitated an abundance of accidents. Though my own vehicle has narrowly avoided mishaps multiple times, fortune has favored me, and I have emerged unscathed. Last night was spent tidying up, yet today has been overwhelming and exhausting. I shall return to my writing tomorrow. Good night. By the way, as time becomes more abundant, I intend to increase my updates. Starting tomorrow, I shall provide more frequent updates. The content of this chapter is rather brief, and other websites may still be in the process of updating. Any discrepancies will be rectified automatically. The following content is unrelated to this book. In the time that followed, Jason continued his training, increasingly enduring longer bouts against Flandra. However, Jason soon discovered that his finances were dwindling. Previously, he had amassed a considerable sum, spending without heed. Yet, frequent visits to Flandra had gradually depleted his funds. That rascal is quite the swindler. Jason lamented as he gazed at the few remaining soul coins in his backpack. With no money left, how could he persuade that fellow to train with him? Surely, Jason could not squander time seeking additional income. The earnings from selling bee skins had all gone to that avaricious Dean. After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jason's mind. He first grasped a couple of stones for a while, then stealthily approached the Dean's office. Outside the door, Jason faintly overheard Flandra's words. Why hasn't that kid shown up yet? Individuals who willingly part with their money are a rare breed. Yet, I never anticipated that kid would be so well off. Taking a deep breath, Jason knocked on the door. Come. As Jason entered, he was greeted by Flander, who approached him with an enthusiastic demeanor. Come. Take a seat. Are you here for training today? His eyes sparkled with what seemed to be the glimmer of coins. However, the payment must increase a bit. You see, as you grow stronger, my burden also escalates. Surely, a little more compensation is warranted. He regarded Jason with a shrewd expression, calculating the implications. No, Jason replied calmly. I've given you all my money, and I currently have none left to pay for your training. I'm not here for that today. Teacher Zhao sent me to find you. He mentioned there's been an incident with Tang San and the others, but he is unable to make a decision, so he asked me to seek your assistance. What sort of trouble could they be in? Flander murmured in confusion. Oh, I heard it's quite urgent. The master is there as well, and it seems he has been injured. What? Xiao Gang is hurt, Flander exclaimed, immediately bypassing Jason and heading towards the training area where Tang San and the others were. A gust of wind tousled Jason's hair as he observed Flander rushing away. He quickly approached Flander's desk, noticing a stack of soul coins in the drawer, coins that had just been counted and not yet stored away. Greedy old man, he whispered to himself, swiftly gathering the coins into his backpack. He then took a pen and paper from the side of the desk and began to write. After carefully placing the note on the desk, he glanced around before soaring out the door, propelled by an explosion, and headed towards the small grove. Meanwhile, Flander soon spotted Tang San and the hidden Zhao Wujia, with the master standing there, his expression grave. Everything appeared to be in order. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived by Jason. But why would Jason trick him? Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he hurriedly turned back. Upon his return, he found the room empty. The first thing he noticed was a large sheet of paper on the desk. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up and read, Dean, after spending time with you, I have come to appreciate your dedication as both a teacher and a dean. Although you have a penchant for wealth, I understand it is for the sake of the academy, and this earns my respect. Furthermore, my recent training sessions have been immensely rewarding, and I owe this to your careful guidance. As he read the heartfelt compliments, Flander felt a sense of warmth, thinking the boy was merely too shy to express himself directly. The lengthy praise even made him feel somewhat bashful. After reading for a while, he finally reached the concluding line. Oh, by the way, I am currently short on funds for some nutritional supplies, and I notice some money in your drawer. I'll take it for now. The final sentence caused a smirk on his lips to freeze abruptly. He rushed to his desk and flung open the drawer, only to find it utterly empty. That little rascal dares to steal from me. He seethed, glaring at the vacant drawer with clenched teeth. Then came a resounding slam of the door. Bang! Thud! Two distinct sounds. One was the door being slammed shut. The other was the sound of the door crashing to the ground. Observing the fallen door, Flander's lips twitched once more at that little rascal. It was evident that Jason had made mischief with the door as he left. Casting a glance at the door that lay on the ground, he turned and soared away. First, he must locate that boy. In the skies above Flandra Academy, his keen eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking any trace of Jason. As he passed through the familiar training woods, he finally sensed a fluctuation of soul power. Suddenly, a purple arrow shot up from the ground towards him. Flomp, well accustomed to such attacks, deftly evaded the projectile, gliding gracefully to the ground. During his descent, he skillfully dodged the incoming arrows. As he neared the ground, one of his soul rings illuminated. His feathers unfurled, sending forth a barrage of them in the general direction of Jason. The feathers effortlessly sliced through obstructing branches, hurtling towards the earth. On the ground, Jason watched this unfold, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Was he serious? He quickly took cover behind a nearby rock. The relentless barrage of feathers prevented Jason from lifting his head. After a while, the onslaught of feathers finally ceased. While hiding behind the rock, Jason suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Without a moment's thought, the crystal on his chest glowed. The instant Jason was enveloped in lightning and made his escape, the rock he had just concealed himself behind exploded. The dust from the shattered stone gradually settled, revealing Flandra, poised with wings spread wide. Without hesitation, Jason activated his first soul ring, sending a red arrow soaring towards Flandra. However, the arrow detonated mid-flight, the explosion causing Flandra to stumble momentarily. The smoke from the blast did not deter him. He adjusted his stance and charged toward Jason. Despite Jason activating his latent potential, he could not outrun Flandra. Yet, he was not without preparation. Positioning his index and middle fingers before his mouth, he conjured an explosion. Bombs crafted in the vicinity erupted in rapid succession, engulfing the area in flames. The very ground seemed to tremble. Jason found himself ensnared in roots, hurled away by the force of the blast. Crouching on the ground, he covered his head, exclaiming, "Don't hit my face." Flandra, charred and singed, cracked his neck and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Jason. Instantly, the woods, which had just echoed with the sounds of explosions, were filled once more with cries of distress. "You little rascal, taking my money. letting you take my money. Stop. I told you not to hit my face. Yet you still do. This is pure jealousy. Chapter 67. In the future, due to the timely warning from Gray, the Mecha Special Operations Team prepared the necessary equipment to transport a Cybertronian. They swiftly conveyed the Red Spider to their base. However, Gray's subsequent order perplexed Silas, as he instructed him to place the Red Spider in the forest outside the base, a location where they could clearly observe their stronghold. Silas did not question this directive. As long as Gray could provide him with advanced technology beyond Earth's capabilities, he was more than willing to comply with Gray's peculiar commands. Of course, had his life not been in Gray's hands, he might not have acted with such alacrity. Before long, Silas removed the transformation gears from the Red Spider and placed him at the designated location. Silas inquired, "We have positioned the Red Spider as you specified. What shall we do next?" "Next, you may take the transformation gears and all your belongings and depart from this place," Gray replied. At his words, Silas instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, a thought flashing through his mind, a betrayal at the last moment. Seemingly sensing Silas's apprehension, Gray let out a barely perceptible chuckle. "Indeed, I have entertained the notion of eliminating you all. However, based on my understanding of the various factions of humanity on Earth, your Mecha Special Operations Team is a formidable force, and it would be a pity to eradicate you. Therefore, I intend to cultivate your potential, and with my covert support, you shall undoubtedly carve out a place for yourselves in the cosmos in the future." With that, Gray ended the communication. Silas remained stationary, contemplating Gray's earlier remarks. After some reflection, he discerned Gray's ambition, though the scope of that ambition eluded him. What were his true plans? Silas could not fathom. However, he understood that as long as he followed orders, Gray would not betray him and would, in time, provide the Mecha Special Operations Team with cutting-edge technology. Turning to his subordinates, he declared, "Gentlemen, it is time to relocate our command center." In short order, the Mecha Special Operations Team evacuated the base with all their equipment, leaving the Red Spider abandoned in the forest, unconscious. When the Red Spider finally opened his eyes, he was met with the dim light of dusk. Startled, he quickly rose, raising his arms and scanning his surroundings with utmost vigilance, the missiles on his arms primed for launch. After a moment of waiting, finding no one in sight, he lowered his arms and began to scrutinize the area. What had transpired in this forest? How did I end up here? As the Red Spider pondered these questions, he suddenly sensed a disturbance and turned his gaze toward a human base, where he beheld a land bridge materializing, from which emerged a Cybertronian he knew all too well. Optimus Prime, the Red Spider, upon noticing the newcomer, harbored no intention of combat. A singular thought occupied his mind. Escape. What could be the reason? A wave of confusion suddenly washed over him as he realized he was unable to transform into a jet. He made further attempts, yet each was met with failure. Desperate, he endeavored to morph into a pulse gun, but the outcome was similarly disheartening. Could the transformation gear be damaged? Before he could contemplate this further, he observed Optimus Prime surveying the surroundings. If he were to discover the Red Spider's presence, it would spell disaster. With no means of flight, the only option left was to run. He swiftly altered his course and dashed into the depths of the forest. Optimus Prime glanced in the direction of the Red Spider, but upon finding no trace of him, he turned and entered the land bridge. Once the azure and white whirlpool dissipated aboard the Decepticon warship, Optimus turned to Gray and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Commander Gray, why allow the Red Spider to escape?" "Because he still has his uses," Gray replied, pausing momentarily before a faint smile crept onto his face. "However, that utility will soon come to an end." Indeed, this Optimus Prime was not the true Optimus, but rather the Faceless One, a direct subordinate of Gray. The purpose of having the Faceless One masquerade as Optimus was to instill fear in the Red Spider. After all, when faced with a leader of such formidable combat prowess, it is only natural that one would shy away from confrontation without external assistance, Gray included. Now, stripped of his transformation gear, the Red Spider found himself wandering in the very same region dictated by the original narrative, under Gray's orchestration. As for the task of retrieving the Iron Fortress items, Gray had dispatched Shiyu, Ji Dao, and Sihua to undertake it. These three did not disappoint him, successfully bringing the second Iron Fortress item aboard the warship. Gray promptly made his way to the bridge. Upon arrival, he found Ji Dao half-crouched in the center of the bridge, while the others, Shiyu, Sihua, and the Decepticon soldiers cowered along the sides. The reason for this was evident. Standing at the highest point of the bridge, Megatron had raised his pulse cannon towards Ji-Dao. It was clear that Megatron had just fired upon Ji-Dao, prompted by Ji-Dao's inquiry about the nature of the Iron Fortress item. Without needing to glance, Gray knew that the item in question was the shield generator. Its function was to emit a blue planar barrier, which could be adjusted in size and distance, and possessed electromagnetic properties capable of neutralizing or deflecting nearby energy attacks, as well as repelling physical objects that approach the barrier. It was indeed a highly versatile defensive weapon. Lord Megatron, Gray approached the bridge with calm assurance. I shall retrieve the third Iron Fortress item at once. Megatron smiled slightly, not anticipating Gray's willingness to take action personally. However, he found it agreeable. The Autobots had already squandered 2 opportunities to seize the Iron Fortress items, and they might become frantic in their desperation for a third attempt. He felt uneasy about sending Shiyu, but with Gray at the helm, the endeavor would surely be secure. In the midst of the snow-draped mountain ranges, Hui-Che led Shiyu, Ji-Dao, and Si-Hua to the coordinates indicated by the Iron Fortress archives. Upon reaching the designated location, situated on the mountainside, Hui-Che commanded, "Let us commence our excavation." He looked at Si-Hua, who transformed his right hand into a hammer and began to strike forcefully against a cluster of stones. With each powerful blow, the large boulders shattered into smaller fragments, scattering debris that flew towards the other Cybertronians. While Hui-Che and Shiyu remained unfazed, Ji-Dao prudently stepped back, clearly reluctant to risk damaging his paintwork. "Ji-Dao, hand me the shield generator," Hui-Che requested. Upon receiving it, Ji-Dao did not stow it away, as in Megatron's eyes. It was merely a shield, albeit one with intricate designs. Yet, for Hui-Che, the shield generator held a different significance. After taking possession of it, Hui-Che approached the cliff, maintaining a safe distance from the edge before turning his back towards it. Ji-Dao and Shiyu exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by his actions. When the Iron Fortress artifact is unearthed, the Autobots will detect the signal beacon. The visibility here is advantageous. Should they choose to attack from above, I will be able to respond promptly, Hui-Che explained succinctly. He continued, "Do not remain idle. Observe Si-Hua closely, and once the artifact is revealed, assist him in retrieving it and activate the land bridge for an immediate departure. We must act swiftly." "Understood," Ji-Dao replied, yet he remained at a distance from Si-Hua, a decision Hui-Che chose not to challenge. Before long, Si-Hua's relentless efforts unveiled the Iron Fortress artifact, which glimmered with a golden radiance, captivating the attention of all, particularly Hui-Che. After all this effort, only to unearth a hammer? Si-Hua remarked, unimpressed. Despite its beauty, it was merely a hammer, one of substantial size, likely requiring someone of Si-Hua's stature to wield effectively. Nevertheless, the magnificent hammer held Hui-Che's unwavering gaze. This is a genuine relic, the hammer of the Celestial Champion, one of the 13 apostles of the primordial Celestial Venerable, possessing the ability to forge any material into a legendary weapon, Hui-Che urged. "Continue striking, Shiyu. Assist Si-Hua in extracting that hammer." "Very well," Shiyu responded, moving to stand opposite Si-Hua. She deftly cleared away several stones from the hammer before grasping its head and beginning to pull upward. Si-Hua seized the handle, joining in the effort. At that moment, Shiyu suddenly loosened his grip, for he beheld the Autobots climbing up from below the cliff, right behind Hui-Che. Before Shiyu could issue a warning, Hui-Che, as if endowed with eyes on the back of his head, abruptly turned to face the Autobots and activated the shield generator in his hands. In an instant, a blue barrier materialized, expanding to a width of 100 meters. The next moment, this vast blue shield surged forward like a tidal wave in a storm, forcefully pushing Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and the others back. Due to the overwhelming speed, the 5 were completely propelled off the cliff, plummeting from the mountainside. Such a display left Shiyu, Ji-Dao, and Si-Hua astounded. Hui-Che, it seemed, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Having rarely witnessed him in action, Ji-Dao now comprehended how Hui-Che had ascended to the esteemed position of Decepticon Deputy Commander in such a short time. While Si-Hua remained unfazed, Shiyu furrowed his brow, wondering about the Autobot named Hook. Following Hui-Che's gaze to the mountain's peak, Shiyu spotted an Autobot standing there. If not Hook, then who? Hook stood atop the mountain, gazing down with an expression of displeasure. Hui-Che merely cast a glance at Hook, paying him no further heed, and promptly contacted the warship to activate the land bridge. Departing the scene with the hammer of Tianjiao in a composed manner, Hook refrained from acting, recognizing the futility of his efforts. 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands, let alone 8, especially when one pair belonged to Huichue. Hook had intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to catch the Decepticons off guard by scaling to the mountain summit, only to realize that his comrades had been swiftly eliminated by the enemy. The mere thought of Huichue's name caused Hook great distress. With such a formidable opponent among the Decepticons, the future for Autobots seemed bleak. Chapter 70. Captivity and exile. As of now, I remain merely an ordinary little red fox. Yet soon I shall transform into something unpredictable, certainly not the mythical fox spirit as humans might envision. We cannot attain such a form. Humanity has long harbored prejudices against our kind, labeling us as cunning, treacherous, and duplicitous, bestowing upon us every derogatory term without reserve. This is profoundly unjust. I do not come to vindicate the Fox clan, nor do I possess such noble aspirations. Even now, I am perplexed as to why I was chosen as a spiritual fox. What exactly is a spiritual fox? Before embarking on this quest, it is essential to clarify the significance of the term spiritual, as it will resonate throughout the entirety of this tale. The content of this chapter is rather brief, and other websites may still be updating. It will be automatically rectified in due time. The following content is unrelated to this book. Boom! A column of water surged down from above, targeting all in its path, yet they managed to evade it. If we delay a while longer, the time should soon arrive. Chi Amling summoned a water shield to protect Mira and Caroline from the relentless bombardment of water columns. The onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. Is it truly wise to entrust him with this? Nitri whispered as she approached Chi Amling. I do not know, he replied. Meanwhile, Tan Xin was engaged in a fierce struggle with C. Lacking experience in combat against adversaries with extraordinary abilities, he could do little but evade and seek opportunities. C, on the other hand, relentlessly bombarded the arena with water columns. What should I do? Tan Xin pondered. He rapidly reviewed his past combat experiences in his mind, techniques taught in his youth, and lessons learned at the military academy in the Star Alliance. Yet, he found no means to contend with the foe before him. No amount of techniques could suffice. It would be more prudent to observe one's strengths, the enemy's weaknesses, and the characteristics of the battlefield. By synthesizing these elements and employing the appropriate techniques, one might achieve effects beyond imagination. Suddenly, these thoughts echoed in Tan Xin's mind, reminiscent of words spoken by Marshal Su Shanhua. Without delving into the source of his recollection, he began to meticulously observe C and the surroundings. C hovered in midair, an inexplicable distortion of space swirling beside her, before manifesting a thicker water column that crashed to the ground. Thus, her summoning of water columns required a brief moment. Though it was fleeting, her position remained unchanged. Was it due to her need for focus, or did she deem them a negligible threat? If she remained stationary in the air, she could not be attacked from the ground. Perhaps an aerial assault could suffice? As Tan Xin dodged the water columns while scrutinizing the battlefield, he noted that the venue resembled an ancient Chinese tavern, spacious yet only 2 stories high, with 5 beams supporting the roof. He glanced at the sword in his hand. If you truly possess the ability to rend space, I pray you cooperate with me. He summoned more water columns, one of which hurtled directly toward Tan Xin. This time, he chose not to evade but to strike with his sword. C, taken aback by his action, was aware of the rotational speed of her water column. How could a mere human possibly withstand it? The anticipated scene of blood and carnage did not unfold. Instead, a black fissure appeared before Tan Xin, its width slightly exceeding that of the water column. The water column flew into the fissure, leaving him unscathed. Space. C mused, perplexed. A deafening crash resounded from above C's head. She looked up, realizing that her water column had somehow struck one of the beams, severing it completely. The broken section plummeted toward her. How bothersome, C exclaimed, just as a falling beam struck her. Well, that worked out nicely, Tan Xin thought, satisfied with the outcome. It's not that simple. Retreat quickly. Chi Amling shouted. What? Tan Xin had yet to fully grasp his words when a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from the spot where C had just fallen. This luminescence was unlike any ordinary brightness. It expanded outward like a white balloon, enveloping Tan Xn before he could evade its grasp. The remnants of a sea. She, Amling remarked, Sea has given her all. Now what of Nitri? She inquired. First, take them, Chi, Amling directed, glancing at Mira and the unconscious Caroline. To a safe place. I shall remain here to observe. C's chances had vanished entirely, leaving only the question of whether the individual within would seize the opportunity. Chapter 71. Unveiling Brilliance, Lord Megatron. I have failed to live up to your trust. On the bridge of the Decepticon warship, Skywarp and Stinger knelt before Megatron, the latter feeling particularly disheartened. It was the first time he had failed in an operation against Jax since aligning himself with Megatron, and now he had also faltered in dealing with the Black Widow. It was not merely the failure that was daunting, but the relentless string of defeats. Stinger, however, remained unfazed. To him, a failed task was merely a prompt to strive harder next time, nothing of great consequence. Greyche glanced at Stinger, choosing not to comment, as Stinger's survival was not unexpected. In the original narrative, Stinger's demise at the hands of the Black Widow was primarily due to the loss of an eye inflicted by the Mecha's Special Operations team, marking him as vulnerable to the feeble humans. This glaring symbol of weakness led to frequent ridicule from his fellow Decepticons, severely dampening his spirits and inciting him to act impulsively against the Black Widow. Naturally, his recklessness was exacerbated by the Black Widow's deliberate taunts, calling him blind, a provocation that stripped Stinger of his reason and ensnared him in her trap. Thus, Stinger met his end. Yet now, Stinger bore no such humiliating mark. Although he had been captured by humans before, the negative experience had faded from the consciousness of the Decepticon soldiers under Grape's influence. Stinger was not perturbed. Despite the Black Widow's provocations, she had not pushed him to the brink of irrationality. Consequently, he had survived. Megatron did not cast a glance at Stinger, but rather addressed Skywarp directly. Skywarp, it seems that after all these years, you have regressed. If next time, suddenly, a notification tone pierced the tension. What is happening? Megatron turned, and Soundwave promptly began to investigate, soon receiving a communication signal. The sender was none other than the Black Widow, who had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Megatron, you thought to dispatch a mere errand runner to eliminate a high-ranking commander like myself? I assumed you would reserve such honors for yourself. Megatron, infuriated by her words, retorted, Are you challenging me? The Black Widow smiled and remarked, Consider this an invitation. I am aware that Soundwave is undoubtedly tracking my signal. Let us not miss this opportunity. With that, she severed the communication link. Soundwave promptly pinpointed the Black Widow's location, which was within an abandoned super-energy mineral mine previously exploited by the Decepticons. Just a moment, Megatron said, glancing at the coordinates before swiftly making his way towards the bridge's exit. As a gladiator, it was imperative to respond directly to the enemy's provocation. Just as Shockwave was about to speak, he was halted by a firm grip on his shoulder from Soundwave. I underestimated the Black Widow's ability to evade capture. This time, we must prepare more thoroughly, Soundwave stated in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, Megatron departed the bridge without looking back, a slight smirk betraying his thoughts as he left. Commander Soundwave, what do you imply by that? Shockwave inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face. What I mean is, although Lord Megatron is formidable, the Black Widow's skills in evasion are not to be taken lightly. Especially in the wilderness, her 6 spider legs will significantly aid her escape, Soundwave articulated with clarity. Indeed, when it comes to fleeing, the Black Widow possessed a distinct advantage. Are you suggesting that the Black Widow will flee without a fight? Shockwave expressed skepticism, recalling that although she eventually escaped, she had engaged them in combat beforehand. Soundwave chuckled softly. What else could it be? The Black Widow is no fool. Confronted by a powerhouse like Megatron, she understands her only recourse is to escape. This is where you come in, Shockwave. Upon realizing Soundwave's intent, Shockwave nodded decisively, understood. The mission to intercept the Black Widow is entrusted to me. No, Soundwave countered, shaking his head. Given that the Black Widow has already evaded capture through your combined efforts with Inferno, I have decided to summon your brother to assist you. Shockwave quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, Commander Soundwave, I cannot allow my brother to come and redeem my disgrace. This is an order. If the Black Widow escapes again, Lord Megatron will be utterly disappointed in you. Is it the outcome you desire? Soundwave's expression turned serious, his authoritative tone momentarily catching Shockwave off guard. Without delay, he activated the communication system. Thunderclash, Moonracer, Report to the bridge immediately. Before long, Thunderclash and Moonracer enter the bridge. Standing before Soundwave. Thunderclash, your responsibility is to assist your brother Shockwave in eliminating the Black Widow. Do not underestimate her. If cornered, she could be quite formidable. Moonracer, you shall lead Thunderclash and Shockwave in aerial surveillance of the coordinates. Should the Black Widow attempt to flee, she will undoubtedly appear within your line of sight. As Soundwave issued his commands, both Thunderclash and Moonracer exchanged bewildered glances. Even Soundwave himself regarded the situation with a measure of doubt. Was such a grand display truly necessary to deal with a single Black Widow? Before anyone could speak, Huaiche interjected, reiterating, I shall state once more. This is an order. You are first and foremost a soldier bound to obey commands. Unbeknownst to you, I have endured a similar experience where negligence led to a harrowing lesson. I have come to understand profoundly that when dealing with such malignant forces, we must leave no room for leniency. We must eradicate them entirely. As the commander, Huaiche commanded respect, and in the absence of the mighty Megatron. As long as his orders did not undermine the Decepticons' grand ambitions, Soundwave would lend his support. However, Shiyu appeared somewhat perplexed, perhaps even astonished. What had prompted such a sudden display of assertiveness from Huaiche? Tianjun, Hai-E, the mission to eliminate Black Widow is entrusted to you, but the timing of the strike shall be determined by Shiyu. Unless he gives the command, you are to remain airborne throughout the night, refraining from action. Upon hearing this, Tianjun expressed his discontent, stating directly, Commander Huaiche, I am capable of executing your orders, but before Tianjun could elaborate, Huaiche placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Tianjun, you must recognize that during your absence alongside your brother Hai-E, Shiyu has diligently served as the leader of the search team, demonstrating commendable performance. Though his combat prowess may not match yours, his observational skills are undeniably exceptional. If the Decepticons are to dominate the world in the future, we must unite. Trust in Shiyu's instincts, just this once. Huaiche's words left Tianjun speechless. After all, Huaiche was the commander, a superior officer, and he had invoked the Decepticon as greater purpose. What more could Tianjun possibly say? I understand. I shall place my faith in him this time, and I hope he does not disappoint me. Tianjun cast a sidelong glance at Shiyu, choosing not to voice any further objections. Yet, that brief exchange left Shiyu feeling quite irked. Had Huaiche not been present, he might have erupted in frustration. Huaiche nodded. Very well, Tianjun, Hai-E, proceed to the deck to prepare. Shiyu, accompany me. With that, Huaiche strode purposefully towards the bridge's entrance. Shiyu glanced at the others before promptly following in Huaiche's wake, quickly matching his pace. Following Huaiche, they soon arrived at the warship's storage area, specifically the chamber designated for the magnetic gloves. Upon sighting Huaiche, the two soldiers stationed at the entrance of the warehouse immediately stepped aside. Huaiche opened the warehouse door and retrieved the magnetic gloves, presenting them to Shiyu. Huaiche, what is this? Shiyu inquired, his expression a mask of confusion. Their eyes met, and he found himself momentarily entranced by the steely gray of Huaiche's gaze, which seemed to reveal a hint of barely perceptible madness. Was it real, or merely an illusion? Huaiche, undeterred by Shiyu's inquisitive stare, promptly explained, Shiyu, these magnetic gloves are designed to prevent Black Widow from escaping. As once she burrows underground, retrieving her becomes exceedingly difficult. With these, you need not worry about her fleeing. Remember, you must strike at the opportune moment. Wait for the right time to act. As Shiyu heard Huaiche say wait for the right moment twice, a fleeting understanding washed over him. Yet he felt as though he grasped nothing at all. Before he could decipher this peculiar sensation, Huaiche urged him to depart. Equipped with magnetic gloves, he made his way to the deck, where he transformed into a fighter jet alongside Tianjun and Hai, racing at full speed toward the coordinates of the Black Widow. Meanwhile, Huaiche ascended to the bridge alone, observing the large screen that displayed the three figures ascending into the clouds. A smile flickered across his face, but his expression remained grim. An unsettling premonition gripped him. I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the sound wave attempting to decipher the Iron Fortress project. I still harbor some reservations about Soundwave. I must see for myself. As long as we keep an eye on this Black Scorpion, we should encounter no issues. With that, Huaiche departed the bridge. Soundwave glanced at the surveillance footage by the confinement room door, confirming that both soldiers were unharmed and the Black Scorpion remained secured. The scene shifted to Hui-Che gathering the Decepticon ground troops. Under Hui-Che's command, an entire squad of Decepticon soldiers assembled on the deck, forming a dark, imposing mass, seemingly poised to overthrow the world. Standing before the throng, Hui-Che's gray eyes surveyed the assembly, causing every soldier to involuntarily shudder. After all, the man before them had swiftly ascended to the rank of deputy commander upon joining the Decepticons, a formidable figure indeed. The soldiers felt immense pride in following such a leader, as both the current and past Decepticons revered strength. After a brief glance, Hui-Che contacted the soldier controlling the land bridge equipment, pinpointing the Black Widow's coordinates and preparing to activate the bridge. Chapter 74. Death to the Red Spider. Before the seething blue flames stood a towering gray figure, who observed the gradually extinguishing fire with a glimmer of intent in his eyes. Behind him, a throng of Decepticon soldiers slowly encircled the entrance, bewildered by the blue flames, unsure of the unfolding events, only aware that an explosion had occurred following Hui-Che's ascent. The duel between Megatron and the Black Widow was known to only a select few aboard the warship. The soldiers, brought here by Hui-Che, were oblivious to the entirety of the situation. Suddenly, Hui-Che lifted his gaze toward a direction where some soldiers hastily cleared a path. Shiwa, Tianjin, and Hai escorted the Red Spider and the Black Widow slowly toward Hui-Che. Red Spider, long time no see, Hui-Che greeted in an unassuming tone. Yet such demeanor instantly enraged the Red Spider. Hui-Che. The Red Spider began to retort, but Tianjin abruptly pushed him aside, stepping directly in front of Hui-Che. Commander Hui-Che, where's Lord Megatron? Tianjin inquired, uncertain of Hui-Che's intentions, but instinctively aware that he had come from Megatron. Lord Megatron is inside, Hui-Che replied, gesturing toward the entrance where the blue flames had dwindled, leaving only charred rock in their wake. What? The Red Spider was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Megatron had likely endured the recent violent explosion without significant harm. After all, he had survived far more devastating blasts before. Thus, this incident should pose no real danger. Without uttering a word, Thunderquake charged directly into the cavern's entrance. Hui-Che, surveying the surroundings, suddenly raised his arm and exclaimed, "What are you all waiting for? Rush in. Retrieve Lord Megatron." Upon hearing his command, the soldiers immediately surged into the mine. However, they soon found their advance impeded. A soldier emerged to report to Hui-Che, "Commander Hui-Che, the mine has collapsed due to the explosion. We cannot proceed further down." Hui-Che promptly ordered, "Then immediately activate the land bridge and bring in the mining equipment. Start excavating." Following Hui-Che's orders, several soldiers initiated communication with the warship to request the activation of the land bridge. Soon, numerous soldiers aboard the warship transported the mining equipment across the land bridge to the entrance of the collapsed mine. Once the soldiers had thoroughly excavated the mine, they discovered Megatron's lifeless body and brought it before Hui-Che. Whether it was Thunderquake, the Harbinger, the Moonshaper, the Red Spider, RC, or the enigmatic Faceless one hidden among the army's ranks, or even the ordinary soldiers, each wore an expression of disbelief. Among them, the one most affected psychologically was the Faceless one, who had never contemplated that Megatron could perish while providing Hui-Che with energon bombs. No one could have foreseen this event. Yet, in a moment that no one could have anticipated, the chilling reality presented itself. Megatron lay before them, his cold body seemingly embodying the temperature of truth. Megatron was dead. This was inconceivable. Thunderquake approached Megatron's corpse, fists clenched, eyes wide with rage, gritting his teeth. He turned to Hui-Che, abandoning the formal address of commander, and shouted, "Hui-Che, who killed Lord Megatron?" At that moment, Hui-Che was examining Megatron's body, which appeared marred with wounds. Though the primary damage was to the head, evidence of both blade penetration and explosive destruction. In truth, while Hui-Che had employed an energon bomb, he never intended to obliterate Megatron's body. Otherwise, he would not have only instructed the Faceless one to prepare a single bomb. His true objective in using the bomb was to obscure the damage inflicted by the blade. Now, while it was evident that Megatron's head had been pierced by a blade, it was impossible to ascertain the nature of the weapon that had inflicted such harm. Hui-Che's intention in this was to shift the blame for Megatron's demise onto the Autobots. It was Optimus Prime, he declared. I had just ascended to Scout and hoped to create a favorable impression on Lord Megatron when I witnessed Optimus Prime's blade piercing through his head. They even brought a bomb, evidently intending to turn this mine into Lord Megatron's tomb. As Shockwave heard the words, a wave of confusion washed over him. How could the Autobots be here? Upon hearing this, Starscream shuddered involuntarily, his anxiety reaching a peak. This is disastrous. I have doomed Megatron. If Shockwave finds out, he will surely extract my spark without hesitation. Starscream hastily composed himself, as long as he kept silent. Who could possibly know that he had divulged Black Widow's coordinates to the Autobots? Just as Starscream fortified his mental defenses, he noticed Shockwave staring intently at him. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. He realized that Shockwave had taken notice of him. Damn it! Why is this Shockwave so perceptive? What are you staring at, Shockwave? Grayche raised his voice, diverting the attention of others towards Shockwave as well. Upon hearing Gray's inquiry, Shockwave pondered little and replied straightforwardly. When you mentioned the Autobots earlier, Starscream's expression seemed rather peculiar. Grayche, following Shockwav's lead, approached Starscream directly, demanding, Starscream, do you know something? Faced with this unexpected and lethal interrogation, Starscream dared not bring up past grievances with Grayche and quickly waved his hands in denial. No, absolutely not. I know nothing. Grayche pressed on. Your leg is injured and bandaged. Who assisted you with the dressing? Starscream was taken aback once more, feeling as though his spark might leap out of his chest. He quickly covered his leg, inwardly cursing Grayche for targeting him at such a moment. This desperate attempt to feign innocence successfully caught the attention of Shockwave and Skywing. Grayche continued, on this planet, the only medical resources available are aboard that warship. And it must have been the Autobots who treated you. No, Starscream hastily denied. I commandeered human resources and treated myself. Grayche chuckled. Is that so? Yes, absolutely. Just as Starscream was desperately defending himself, nearly on the verge of tears, the soldiers unearthed a corpse. It was that of a mechanical insect. Mechanical insects on Earth. Everyone was astonished. During the Cybertronian War, the Decepticons had indeed dispatched mechanical insects to other planets, but to find one here was unexpected. Then, Starscream, was your wound inflicted by a mechanical insect? Gray's sudden accusation once again drew everyone's gaze to the injury on Starscream's leg. At this moment, Starscream's emotions were a tumultuous blend of hatred towards Grayche, fear of Shockwave, and a humiliation of being mocked by his former subordinates, all of which felt incredibly degrading. Grayche persisted. Do not lie, Starscream. Although your wound has been bandaged, we can still ascertain the weapon that caused your injury. We will determine whether it was indeed the mandibles of a mechanical insect. The Red Spider took several steps back, the thought of fleeing resurfacing in his mind. Yet, just as he turned to escape, he found himself encircled by a group of army soldiers, with no avenue for retreat. Indeed, my leg was bitten by a mechanical insect, yet I had no inkling that Lord Megatron would arrive. I was merely in search of the remnants of the super energy body, striving for survival, merely seeking to continue living. The Red Spider shouted towards the gray figure, his voice resonating throughout the surroundings, echoing softly in the forest. No, Red Spider. A voice of denial suddenly emerged. Everyone turned to the source, and there stood Gray, gazing down at the Red Spider, declaring, your presence here is certainly no coincidence. You seek revenge against Lord Megatron, as well as to incite the mechanical insects to cause harm alongside the Black Widow. At that time, I wondered how the Black Widow could dare provoke Lord Megatron. What audacity did she possess? Now I comprehend. This must be machinations. Upon seeing the mechanical insects, you intended to conspire with the Black Widow to eliminate Megatron. But once she adopted your suggestion, she immediately commanded the mechanical insects to attack you, resulting in your injuries. You harbored resentment, wishing for both the Black Widow and Megatron to suffer mutual destruction, yet fearing your own inadequacy to manage the aftermath. You disclosed the coordinates of the Black Widow and the intelligence of the mechanical insects to the Autobots. Hence, the Autobots came to your aid. Red Spider, what a masterful scheme of betrayal you have orchestrated. Truly, you are the most cunning of the Decepticons. As Gray concluded, everyone stood in stunned silence, realizing that this entire affair was the Red Spider's plot. He had successfully manipulated them all. Is this true? Thunderclash advanced step by step toward the Red Spider, his fury reaching a boiling point, ready to erupt at any moment. And no, Thunderclash, I had no knowledge that Lord Megatron would come. I merely wished for the Black Widow and the Autobots to mutually annihilate each other. The Red Spider, taken aback, spoke without thought. Gray suddenly let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Although the mechanical insects are tough and resilient, I do not believe they could inflict significant losses upon the Autobots, led by Optimus Prime. Red Spider, your words are utterly implausible. Silent, Shockwave observed the unfolding scene. Though he sensed something amiss, he knew that after Gray's revelations, the Red Spider was doomed. Meanwhile, RC looked on in astonishment, questioning the turmoil within the Decepticons. Had they begun to turn against their own leader? Red Spider, you deserve to perish. Following Gray's assertions and the Red Spider's demeanor, Thunderclash became firmly convinced that it was the Red Spider who had caused Megatron's demise. Thunderclash delivered a powerful punch to the Red Spider's chest, sending him crashing away. The Red Spider's body shattered numerous rocks as he collapsed onto the debris, clutching his fractured armor, continuously coughing up blue blood. Thunderclash, you! Before the Red Spider could utter more, he was met with a leap from Thunderclash, who crushed one of his legs underfoot. He cried out in agony, yet received not a shred of sympathy from any Decepticon. RC observed the scene, pondering whether it was excessively cruel. Chuan continued his relentless assault, grasping the Red Spider's head with his left hand and delivering a devastating punch with his right, piercing through the Red Spider's chest. The spark of life within the Red Spider was extinguished. Chapter 76. 3 commands after issuing his orders. Huiche immediately called out 2 names, Shiyu and the shape-shifted thousand-faced guest, who both nodded in acknowledgement. They promptly activated their respective artifacts, the magnetic gloves and the targeting staff. Shiyu employed the magnetic gloves to repel the panels and airborne threats aimed at ambushing Huiche. Meanwhile, thousand-faced guest swept the targeting staff towards Tiango and a Huang Feng, compelling both to take refuge behind the rocks. Although the circular light waves emitted by the targeting staff possessed immobilizing effects akin to a spell, they were incapable of penetrating walls. Nevertheless, thousand-faced guests successfully established the positions of Tiango and a Huang Feng behind their cover. At that moment, a swirling vortex of blue and white emerged at the center of the battlefield, signifying the activation of the terrestrial bridge called forth by the soldiers for the Decepticon warship. Seizing the opportunity, RC prepared to make her move, only to be confronted by 3 Decepticon soldiers who trained their weapons at her head, prompting her to curse under her breath. Optimus Prime advanced unhesitatingly towards RC, his path unimpeded by the Decepticon soldiers who found themselves unable to obstruct his progress. Huiche brandished an energy collector, sprinting directly towards Optimus Prime, and unleashed a straight beam of blue light aimed at him. Optimus deftly sidestepped the beam, clenched his fists, and leapt into action. Suddenly, Huiche halted, realizing that continuing forward would lead him directly to the spot where Optimus would land, inevitably resulting in a clash of their forces. The energy collector was at risk of destruction in such a confrontation. Thus, Huiche paused, observing Optimus Prime landing a mere 10 meters ahead, and calmly retracted the energy collector. Upon witnessing this, Optimus's expression grew more solemn. While Huiche's combat prowess might not surpass that of Megatron, his strategic acumen was far more formidable. Optimus's visor closed over his face, and with several powerful strides, he closed the distance to Huiche. He unleashed a powerful punch, to which Huiche resolutely countered with all his might. The 2 fists collided, generating a shockwave that sent rocks tumbling and trees shaking. The force of their blows was remarkably matched. The army soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, felt their resolve to follow Huiche intensify. They hurriedly executed his commands, transporting the corpses of Megatron and the mechanical insects, along with Tianjun and Hai-E, to the terrestrial bridge. With guns trained upon her, RC was compelled to advance towards the bridge, despite her deliberate efforts to slow her pace. The soldiers persistently urged her on with their weapons prodding her back. As the other Autobots witnessed this scene, they hurried to rescue RC. However, the Decepticons, being numerous and powerful, along with the formidable presence of Shadow Moon and the Faceless One wielding their respective artifacts, rendered the Autobots incapable of approaching RC, let alone rescuing her. Observing that others were unable to breach the line, Optimus Prime swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful punch that sent Grayche back, simultaneously commanding, "Grayche, release RC." Impossible, Greyche bellowed, regaining his balance, his right hand transforming into a blade as he charged towards Optimus Prime. In response, Optimus transformed his right hand into a blade as well. And at the moment their weapons clashed, he redirected his strike, aiming to slice along Greyche's right arm. Greyche adeptly seized Optimus' right arm with his left hand, thwarting the attack, and then altered the trajectory of his right-hand blade, lunging towards Optimus' waist. Reacting swiftly, Optimus countered by grasping Greyche's right arm with his left hand, closing the distance between them. He then advanced a step, intending to deliver a headbutt. To his surprise, Greyche employed the same tactic, resulting in a violent collision of their foreheads. With a resounding thud, both staggered backward, regaining their footing after several steps. As they distanced themselves, Optimus was taken aback, realizing that Greyche was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Greyche felt a surge of relief. His mimicry of Optimus's tactics stemmed from recalling the original narrative, particularly the battle between Optimus and Starscream. Compared to Starscream, Optimus possessed significantly greater combat experience, having deployed a headbutt in a similar scenario that had sent his opponent flying. Greyche vividly remembered every leader-level confrontation from the original story, as such moments were rare. However, when it came to skirmishes involving Bumblebee or others of similar caliber, he struggled to recall specifics, as he was merely familiar with the plot rather than able to recite it verbatim. In summary, to contend with Optimus, Greyche synthesized insights from both the narrative and reality to analyze his combat style. Regarding personality, there was no need to invest further time in understanding. Those who witnessed the complete story, especially those who reached its conclusion, recognized Optimus as benevolent and noble. Nonetheless, this was not the reason Greyche hesitated to engage the Autobots. The true motivation lay in the fact that the crisis of the Cosmic Emperor was only half over. To navigate the remaining challenges and restore Cybertronian civilization, they would need Optimus. This understanding weighed heavily on Greyche's mind. Seizing the moment to create distance from Optimus, he glanced back and saw the bodies of Megatron and the mechanical insects, along with the immobilized Thundercracker and Skywarp, and the captured RC, all being escorted by soldiers onto the land bridge. A sigh of relief escaped him. All right, Optimus. Though the time was brief, this battle must come to an end. As Huiche spoke, he took measured steps backward. Huiche, Optimus Prime, seemed to wish to convey something. It was futile. Whatever he might say would bear no weight. Rest assured, RC shall not be harmed, I assure you, Huiche declared, suddenly transforming into a vehicle and racing towards the land bridge. Both Shiyue and the faces of many began to lead the Decepticon soldiers charging towards the bridge. Once the last Decepticon soldier darted into the land bridge, the swirling vortex of blue and white dissipated in an instant. At that moment, the desolate mining cavern was left with only 5 Autobots alongside the lifeless bodies of Black Widow and Red Spider. Damn it! Flyover Mountain exclaimed in fury, shattering a nearby rock with a punch to vent his anger. Hook approached Flyover Mountain, seeking to counsel him to calm down. RC has been captured right before our eyes. I failed to rescue her. We must bring her back. Flyover Mountain pleaded, his eyes brimming with desperation. Optimus Prime placed a reassuring hand on Flyover Mountain's shoulder and gently urged, Flyover Mountain, calm yourself. Huiche's motive for capturing RC is likely to deal with us. Thus, she's unlikely to be harmed. Hook quickly added, moreover, with Megatron deceased, the Decepticons are undoubtedly in disarray. In such circumstances, Huiche may not have the time to deal with RC and might simply confine her to a cell without further consideration. Although Flyover Mountain was still seething, he gradually accepted the analysis provided by Optimus Prime and Hook, leading him to a state of calm. The partition gazed at Red Spider's corpse and remarked, with Megatron gone, Red Spider has also met his end. At that moment, Bumblebee emitted a series of electronic sounds, indicating that Thunderwing and Skyquake had also been subdued. Optimus Prime stated gravely, it appears that Huiche has ascended to the pinnacle of Decepticon power. Regardless of his intentions, he must first consolidate the Decepticon forces, which presents us with an opportune moment to rescue RC. What does that mean? Flyover Mountain suddenly felt perplexed. Optimus Prime suggested that if Huiche's attention was consumed by consolidating Decepticon strength, he would inevitably be distracted by mining operations. They merely needed to locate the Decepticon mining site, take advantage of their activation of a land bridge for transporting Energon, and stormed through to the confinement area to rescue RC. Hook's explanation promptly garnered Flyover Mountain's enthusiastic agreement. There is no time to lose. We must immediately utilize the land bridge and disperse across the globe to locate the Decepticon mining site. Following Optimus Prime's directive, they swiftly contacted Ratchet to facilitate their return to base. Aboard the Decepticon warship, many Decepticon soldiers were exhilarated by the clash between Huiche and Optimus Prime. Yet, Huiche remained unperturbed, for he was well aware that Optimus had held back, not unleashing his full power. In general, Optimus Prime seldom unleashes his full potential. When confronted by Thundercracker and Skywarp, he displayed no intent to kill. Thus, it is not surprising that even the medic, Knockout, could hold his own against Optimus. And some Decepticon soldiers have even managed to achieve the astonishing feat of knocking him away. From this perspective, it seems that Optimus is not as formidable as he appears, unable to best even the lesser soldiers. However, once he is driven by the desire to eliminate, his combat prowess ascends to terrifying heights, effortlessly striking fear into the hearts of his adversaries. Presently, neither he nor the formidable Megatron are inclined towards lethal action. Megatron's intent is straightforward, to buy time for the soldiers' transport. He has succeeded in delaying Optimus and, in doing so, has garnered the unwavering support of the army. With the matters concerning the Autobots concluded, it is time to address the Decepticons. Megatron promptly activated the communication channel and issued 3 commands. Soundwave. Lead a team to confine Thundercracker and Skywarp within a laboratory. Affix heavy restraints upon them and induce a forced stasis. Reflector. Accompany me to transport the remains of Megatron and the mechanical insects to the bridge. Maintain a safe distance from Soundwave and be ready to employ the magnetic gloves. Knockout and Dead End. Proceed to the confinement chamber and eliminate Black Scorpion. After a moment contemplation, Megatron added, Soundwave. Ensure RC is included in the forced stasis and remember to provide our guest with a separate room. Chapter 78. The Decepticon assembly. The essence of Cybertronians emanates from the spark located beneath their chests. The spark imbues Cybertron with vitality, while their intellect derives from their mechanical brains. Although Megatron's spark remained unharmed, his brain had been punctured, leading to his cerebral demise. His bodily tissues, bereft of their commander, succumbed to disarray, plunging into an abyss of darkness, ceasing all activity. A lifeless body without a brain, even if revived, would merely be a shell of its former self. As an intelligence officer, Soundwave was acutely aware of this fundamental truth. Should he insist on utilizing the dark energy entity, it would only serve to further disgrace Megatron. Megatron refrained from voicing these thoughts, knowing Soundwave comprehended the gravity of the situation and awaited his response. Soundwave gazed at Megatron's remains for an extended period before finally nodding in agreement to Megatron and turning away to approach a computer. He accessed the Iron Fortress files and resumed his own tasks. Reflector and the other Decepticon soldiers exchanged glances, contemplating if Soundwave had accepted the reality of their predicament. After a moment of silence, Megatron suddenly received communication from Knockout. Commander Megatron, Black Scorpion has escaped. What? Megatron exclaimed in shock. Swiftly activating the communication broadcast, all soldiers in Sector 3 immediately protect the Energon conductor. Now, as Shockwave momentarily paused, he realized he had not quite grasped the intricacies of Hugh's thoughts. However, after a swift contemplation, he discerned Hugh's intent. Are you concerned that the electromagnetic field barrier might fail, exposing our location? Shockwave inquired. Hugh nodded solemnly indeed. Should the conductor be compromised, the electromagnetic barrier would cease to function, thereby placing us within the line of sight of the Autobots. Moreover, with RC aboard our warship, the Autobots would undoubtedly activate the land bridge and launch an immediate assault on us, which would spell trouble. Hughes was also taken aback. The fact that Black Scorpion, tightly shackled, managed to escape was an astonishing turn of events. Yet, rather than apportioning blame for this unforeseen incident, Hughes understood that, as a leader of the Decepticons, his responsibility lay in addressing the crisis at hand. He strode purposefully to the highest point of the bridge, activated the computer, and projected the surveillance feed onto the large screen. On the screen, the aircraft transformed from Black Scorpion soared through the air, displaying no intention of damaging the conductor, but rather hastening towards the deck's gate. This desperate attempt to flee, disregarding all else, made Hughes realize that he had overestimated the situation. He had initially perceived Black Scorpion as a psychopathic individual willing to risk everything for chaos, only to discover that he indeed valued his own life. "Not everyone possesses your wisdom, my lord," Shockwave remarked, promptly addressing Hughes with a title befitting his newfound status as the leader of the Decepticons, an acknowledgement that was indeed true, especially since even Soundwave had voiced no objections, let alone others. The intellect of each individual is not born out of mere happenstance. Hughes, however, did not revel in Shockway's words or his elevated position. Instead, he contemplated Black Scorpion's predicament. From Black Scorpion's perspective, confined within the isolation chamber and unaware of the surrounding circumstances, his only fixation was on the need to eliminate Black Widow, the sole ally he had. Should Black Widow perish, Black Scorpion would find himself utterly isolated, and given his previous interactions, he would surmise that he would not be welcomed back. After a period of incarceration, both Overthrow and Deadfire arrived at the isolation chamber, intent on killing Black Scorpion. Utilizing his exceptional skills, Black Scorpion managed to escape. At this juncture, had it been Hughes, he would have immediately proceeded to District 3 to sabotage the conductor, allowing the Decepticon warship's electromagnetic barrier to dissipate, thus enabling the Autobots to detect the warship and incite a confrontation, thereby creating chaos in the situation. In simple terms, he could not permit any unfavorable circumstances to persist. Yet, Black Scorpion chose inaction, opting instead to flee with all his might. It was evident that he was afraid. He feared that pausing would invite Hughes' personal wrath. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, Hughes noted that before fleeing, Black Scorpion had stumbled upon and taken a fragment of dark energy from a corridor. Indeed, it was the very piece that Red Spider had extracted from the Allspark chamber and subsequently concealed. The Crimson Spider did not take anything, nor did Megatron mention it. As a newcomer, Greychain knew the entire storyline but chose to disregard it, suspecting it might have been intentionally left by Megatron. Shockwave glanced at the large screen and grew anxious upon discovering that Black Scorpion had taken a fragment of the dark super energy. "Not to worry, I have a plan." Great's calm words reassured Shockwave. If Greychain had a strategy, there was no cause for concern. At that moment, the bridge doors swung open once more, revealing two Cybertronians, Knockout and Deadlock. "Commander Greychain," Knockout began to report, but suddenly took 2 steps back, his face reflecting unprecedented horror, while Deadlock's pupils dilated in shock. "Lord Megatron." Knockout could hardly believe his eyes. There lay Megatron's lifeless body, his head pierced through. There was no hope left. And what of this mechanical insect's corpse? What on earth is happening? Hearing his name called, Knockout jolted and turned towards the highest point of the bridge, where Greychain stood, the one who had summoned him. He scanned his surroundings, noticing Soundwave at work and Shockwave beside Greychain. After a final glance at Megatron's body, realization dawned upon him, prompting him to bypass Megatron's remains and approach Greychain, with Deadlock following closely behind. Before Knockout could utter a word, Greychain inquired, "Knockout, I recall that Black Scorpion was securely locked by Ironhide. How could someone in shackles escape under your watch?" Knockout, at a loss for words, fell silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts before responding. Deadlock intended to crush him with a single blow, yet somehow managed to break the handcuffs instead. After freeing himself, he transformed into a jet and fled. "It's my fault, Commander Greychain." Knockout had little else to say, although the mishap was Deadlock's responsibility. As a companion on this mission, he too bore a portion of the blame. A task that was meant to be foolproof has turned into this. "Deadlock, you must reflect deeply on your actions and strive to make amends in future assignments." Knockout, you need to delve into human technology and fully grasp the advancements of Earth's civilization. While the first part of Great's admonishment was accepted without question, the latter left everyone bewildered. Although human technology had made significant strides, it paled in comparison to Cybertronian civilization, akin to the primitive art of friction fire. What was there to comprehend? Greychain spoke with an undeniable authority. "You need not question, simply follow my orders." Upon hearing this, Knockout promptly bowed, "Understood, my lord." Immediately, Greychain activated the battleship's intercom. All high-ranking Decepticons convene on the bridge at once. Before long, the upper echelons of the Decepticons gathered on the bridge. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Megatron, astonishment and horror were etched on every face. The reality of Megatron's death was a shocking revelation laid bare before them. Under the intense scrutiny of the assembly, the towering Gray Che spoke slowly. Megatron withstood the explosion of the space bridge, yet could not evade the blade of his nemesis. Indeed, my fellow Decepticons, it was Optimus Prime who ended Megatron's life. This declaration sent a wave of murmurs rippling through the crowd. What? Optimus Prime? Did Megatron engage in battle with him? With Megatron gone, who shall lead us henceforth? They exchanged comments, some in disbelief, others in confusion, and many filled with apprehension for the future. Gray Che continued. The demise of Megatron is undeniably a grievous blow to our grand aspirations. However, we must not falter. Optimus Prime and his minions lurk upon Earth, watching us with predatory intent. Should we reveal any weakness, the specter of our annihilation will swiftly follow. Fortunately, in contrast to the Autobots, we Decepticons possess a complete military structure. If we unite our strengths and stand as one, with the power at our disposal, we shall prevail. Commander Gray Che suddenly called out a Decepticon, raising a hand. When Gray's gaze fell upon him, he quickly amended his address. My Lord Gray Che? What is it? Gray Che, somewhat exasperated, had yet to broach the topic of a new leader, and this Decepticon had already changed his tune. The soldier continued. If under Megatron's leadership we could not vanquish the Autobots, how can we hope to do so now? The crowd fell into a collective silence. This seemed strikingly reminiscent of a previous encounter. Gray Che furrowed his brow. Were you the one who questioned Starscream last time? Yes, the Decepticon admitted, scratching his head in apparent embarrassment. Gray Che nodded slightly. Indeed, when facing Optimus Prime, even our numbers may not guarantee victory. Yet, we possess other advantages. Whether it be our energy resources, technological prowess, or sheer manpower, we Decepticons far surpass the Autobots. Additionally, we hold a significant advantage, the Fortress files. Before reverting to Optimus Prime, Orion decrypted 3 coordinates, leading us to discover 3 powerful artifacts: the Allspark Extractor, the Shield Generator, and the Hammer of the Primes. Each of these items is a formidable weapon, particularly the Allspark Extractor. Once activated, even Optimus Prime would meet his demise. Within the Fortress files lie 9 additional coordinates yet to be deciphered, and I am confident that they conceal mysterious weapons capable of ensuring our ultimate triumph over the Autobots. Fortunately, Soundwave has mastered the method to decipher the Orion code. We merely need to maintain our current advantage and await the moment when Soundwave cracks the Iron Fortress archives. At that juncture, we shall strike decisively to annihilate the Autobots and reign supreme over Earth. Gray's voice escalated in intensity until it reached a deafening crescendo, resonating quietly throughout the entire bridge. Chapter 79. The power of the divine in my hands. The battle between us and the Autobots could ignite at any moment. Now, everyone return to your respective posts, especially those in the 3rd District. As he spoke, Gray Che cast a glance towards the high-ranking Decepticons responsible for the 3rd District aboard the battleship. The stealth system of the vessel must not falter. Should I discover any negligence on your part, you shall experience the torment of having your blood drained. Furthermore, the traitor Black Scorpion has escaped the battleship. Upon discovery, report immediately with the coordinates of Black Scorpion's location and eliminate him on the spot, without seeking permission. Having said this, Gray Che deliberately looked at Shockwave before striding purposefully towards the bridge's exit. Shockwave, sensing Gray's gaze, understood it was a signal to follow. Defeat and deadlock. Take this team to transport the remains of Megatron and the mechanical insects to the storage. Then proceed to your laboratory. After leaving this instruction, Gray Che exited the bridge, followed closely by Shockwave, leaving the others in a state of perplexity. Why were they all bewildered? Because Gray Che had not mentioned the new leader. If it had been Red Spider, he would have proclaimed himself the new leader in an instant. Yet Gray Che refrained from doing so. Following closely behind Gray Che, Shockwave inquired, "Why did you not mention the new leader? Do you not wish to lead the Decepticons?" Gray Che replied nonchalantly, because true leadership is never declared, without the corresponding strength. Forcibly ascending to power is merely self-inflicted suffering. Yet, Shockwave was even more perplexed. Your words hold merit, but with Megatron dead, Thundercracker and Skywarp subdued, and Soundwave expressing no objections, no one is more suited for this position than you. If it is due to the Wheeljack matter, I shall handle the Air Force. What will you use to resolve that? Gray's tone suddenly sharpened. I have no intention of killing Thundercracker and Skywarp. With them present, how can you ensure the Air Force will side with me? Upon hearing this, Shockwave felt a headache coming on. Indeed, if Greyche were to declare himself the new leader but lacked the combat prowess to subdue Thundercracker and Skywarp and was not an aerial unit himself, it would easily lead to the fragmentation of the Decepticons. The more Shockwave pondered, the more his head throbbed, yet seeing Greyche's calm demeanor, he seemed to have a realization. Are you planning to upgrade yourself? This was the only conclusion Shockwave could reach. Since the current Greyche could not sway Thundercracker, the solution would be to enhance himself. Once he became stronger, defeating Thundercracker would naturally follow. No, with upgrades, the resources on the battleship should still be insufficient. However, we possess the synthesized super energy body. And with this boundless energy, we should be able to facilitate your upgrade, though it will require some time. As Shockwave spoke, he suddenly noticed the unchanged demeanor of Greyche, and he instantly realized he had misjudged the situation. Greyche offered no response to Shockwave, nor did he halt his steps. Shockwave followed closely behind Greyche until they reached the entrance of the warehouse. A glimmer of insight flashed in Shockway's eyes. He remained silent, quietly trailing Greyche into the warehouse. Upon arriving before a small Autobot transport, Shockway's suspicions were further confirmed. Greyche had concealed something aboard this spacecraft. Greyche pressed the activation button of the transport, and as the ship's doors opened, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Do you remember when I traversed the space bridge? I arrived in this very transport, and it was you who came to greet me. Shockwave smiled in agreement. Indeed, it's astonishing how swiftly time has passed, and you have now become the new leader of the Decepticons. Not yet, but soon, Greyche replied with a smile, then abruptly shifted the subject. However, I am more intrigued as to why, as the former search team leader, you did not conduct a thorough inspection of this transport. Shockwave was taken aback, his smile fading involuntarily, leaving only his eyes aglow with a sharp intensity. His ascent to the position of search team leader was not solely due to his keen intuition. It was also a product of his swift and formidable methods. He had vanquished numerous formidable warriors of the Thunder Rescue Team. In essence, Shockwave was no novice to the game. Under Huiche's scrutinizing gaze, Shockwave replied with a smile, because the army requires a leader. Although the Decepticon soldiers are of equal rank, the Air Force subtly holds a superior position. Among the upper echelons of the Decepticons, those with wheels are the lowest tier and are exceedingly rare. However, this does not signify that the army is weak. On the contrary, once their strength coalesces, they will undoubtedly command significant influence within the Decepticons. The dilemma lies in the absence of a leader. Those who wish to lead either lack the capability or are reluctant to relinquish their wings. Of course, I fall into this category as well. I do not wish to lose my wings, yet I aspire to leverage this power to elevate my standing within the Decepticons. At that moment, you appeared, and I believed you were fit for the position of army leader. To demonstrate my sincerity, I chose not to search your ship, which is a mark of my respect for you. As soon as Shockwave finished speaking, Greyche turned and entered the spacecraft, casually tossing a remark over his shoulder. Yet you still conducted a covert search, did you not? Shockwave followed him inside, waving his hand dismissively. That was merely a routine check, as ordered by Megatron. However, I did not conduct an in-depth investigation. At least, I did not dismantle your vessel. Then I must thank you for not disassembling my belongings, Greyche said. Squatting before crate, he opened it to reveal a tubular weapon inside. The energy cannon, albeit a one-time use weapon, is indeed quite substantial. Once the magazine is emptied, it can serve as a vessel for concealment. What secrets lie within? Shockwave approached, her gaze fixated on the energy cannon, which was more robust than Megatron's arm, eager to uncover the hidden truth behind Greyche's intentions. However, when Greyche disassembled the cannon with his bare hands, Shockwave was momentarily taken aback. For nestled within the energy cannon was, astonishingly, a severed arm. Greyche, you wouldn't have some peculiar penchant akin to Black Scorpion, would you? Shockwave furrowed her brows. Instinctively retreating a step, Greyche, in his defense, remarked, Indeed, I possess certain peculiarities, yet not of the nature you might suspect. Rising to his feet, he donned a confident smile. Come, let us proceed to the laboratory. This arm will be pivotal for my upgrade. Indeed, what Greyche held was the left forearm of the former Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. In the original narrative, Megatron activated the space bridge to Cybertron and severed Optimus's right arm from his grave, replacing his own to wield the power of the Star Saber. No leadership module was required. As long as a being had once borne the mantle of leadership among the Autobots, the power of the Star Saber could still be awakened. Even in the absence of a leadership module, it was unforeseen that the Star Saber could also be activated via a fingerprint unlock mechanism. As a time traveler endowed with prophetic advantages, Hui-Che had to adopt a comprehensive perspective. Hence, he had long prepared Optimus Prime's arm. When did this happen? It was during his time on Cybertron, after seizing the Autobot transport ship, that he undertook a most significant endeavor while Shockwave was busy crafting surveillance equipment. What could possibly eclipse the importance of raiding the Autobot leader's tomb, manipulating the Star Saber, and wielding divine power? Hui-Che had long coveted this force. Yet, he understood the necessity of patience. The more critical the matter, the less one should rush, for haste could lead to complications. With measured steps, he and Shi-Wei arrived before the laboratory door of the Fallen. As Hui-Che approached, Knockout and Dead End followed closely behind, accompanied by the army soldiers who had previously transported the corpses. Knockout, you shall accompany me inside. Dead End, you will guard the entrance with them. With that, Hui-Che was the first to enter the laboratory, with Shi-Wei and Knockout trailing closely behind. Dead End remained stationed at the laboratory's entrance with a contingent of Decepticon soldiers. Inside the laboratory, Knockout, upon hearing Hui-Che's request, was left bewildered. He could not comprehend why Hui-Che desired to replace his arm with one that did not align with his physical condition. Nonetheless, he was capable of fulfilling the task. And under Hui-Che's insistence, Knockout had no choice but to replace Hui-Che's arm, as Hui-Che had declined to enter stasis. The entire process of arm replacement was excruciatingly painful, particularly when Knockout utilized his circular saw to sever Hui-Che's left forearm from his upper arm, leaving Hui-Che gritting his teeth in agony. It hurts immensely. In a previous life, pain was not foreign to me, and in this existence, I have also experienced it. I distinctly remember the initial encounter with the Shockwave, when it felt as though my entire being was on the verge of fracturing. Now, I find myself reliving that sensation once more. The display of resilience by Hui-Che has garnered respect from both Jidao and Shi-Wei. As to endure such agony bodes well for the future. However, Hui-Che is no masochist. His refusal to enter a state of dormancy stems from a belief that the current circumstances are still precarious. Should an unforeseen event occur during slumber, his ability to react would be severely compromised. Thus, he prefers to endure a modicum of pain, utilizing it as a means of self-awareness, reminding himself to remain humble. Jidao swiftly affixed the left forearm of the heavenly enemy onto Hui-Che's right bicep. As the blood vessels connected, Hui-Che felt the warm flow of blood, igniting a peculiar sensation within his heart. Lord Hui-Che, with the arm just installed, I recommend you take a moment to rest until you feel ready to move again, Jidao. In his capacity as a medic, advised. Hui-Che graciously accepted the counsel, acknowledging his need for a brief respite. Yet before doing so, he issued 2 commands, one for Shi-Wei to prepare the Celestial Hammer, and the other for Sihua to gather some super energy blocks, all to be delivered to the weapon laboratory. Hui-Che's rest was short-lived. After merely an hour, he was able to maneuver his left arm freely. Inside the weapon laboratory, he grasped the handle of the Celestial Hammer with both hands. As his left hand enveloped the handle, the hammer radiated a brilliant azure light. Now, the power of the divine resides within my grasp. He swung the Celestial Hammer, striking the pure super energy blocks, commencing the forging process. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 80. A major upgrade as of now. I remain merely an ordinary little red fox, yet the transformation that awaits me is unpredictable. Certainly not the alluring fox spirit imagined by humans. We cannot attain such forms. Humanity has long harbored biases against the Fox clan, attributing traits such as treachery, cunning, suspicion, and sycophancy to us without hesitation. This is profoundly unjust. I do not come to champion the Fox clan, nor do I possess such nobility. Even now, I am perplexed as to why I was chosen as a spiritual fox. What is a spiritual fox? Well, before embarking on this mission, it is imperative to clarify the significance of the term spiritual, as it will resonate throughout the entirety of the narrative. The word count of this chapter is insufficient. Other sites may still be in the process of updating, and the subsequent content will automatically rectify itself. The following content is unrelated to this book. In an instant, the linear assault commenced, and the scene within the room was sharply detected by Gao Yuan. The air erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Boom! A tremendous noise reverberated, causing the room to tremble, while countless wood splinters flew outward. With a dark line surging forth, Gao Yuan's formidable physique crashed through the two grand doors, creating a human-shaped breach. "Who goes there?" Lu Hun bellowed, his face etched with vigilance, for that was Song Sang wood. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a source warrior, now shattered by this unfamiliar hunter before him. Gao Yuan burst into the room, and Mu Ran was momentarily taken aback as he locked eyes with Xiao Miao. The girl spat blood, her gaze filled with affection, as if she wished to etch the figure before her deeply into her memory. Yet, the flame of her life flickered perilously low, her spirit dimming gradually until she finally closed her eyes. "You wretched fiend!" Gao Yuan seethed with rage, nearly losing his sanity. He raised his fist and instantaneously appeared before Lu Han, bringing down his fist with tremendous force upon that loathsome visage. Bang! Lu Han had not anticipated the hunter's speed, so rapid that he could not react in time. Just as he heard the man speak, a fist loomed before him. In the next moment, his head was struck by an overwhelming force, uprooting him and sending him hurtling against the wall. "Xiao Miao!" Gao Yuan shook the girl's body, but receiving no response. He hastily exchanged for a green soul fragment and forced it into her crimson mouth. The green soul dissolved instantly, releasing a vast amount of life force, even causing a green light to emanate from her lips. What in the world is happening? Gao Yuan's expression darkened as he gently pried open her lips. Her delicate tongue was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, she appeared restored. Yet, she remained unresponsive, lying serenely on the bed, her long, fair neck slightly furrowing her brow, resembling a sleeping beauty. "Wake up!" Gao Yuan gently patted her cheek, her once rosy face now devoid of color. He opened her eyes, revealing only the whites beneath her long lashes. A chill coursed through him as he discovered that Xiao Miao was not even breathing. What to do? Gao Yuan's mind raced, forcing himself to remain calm. He was no doctor. Though the green soul could heal injuries, he felt utterly helpless in the face of such a medical crisis. Suddenly, he recalled a method from his past life. Xiao Miao's clothing had been torn open, leaving her with only a thin layer of undergarment barely concealing her fair curves, a bloodstain marring her smooth abdomen. Gao Yuan's gaze turned increasingly frigid. He could not afford to concern himself with Lu Han at this moment. Saving Xiao Miao was his utmost priority. He propped her up, tilting her face downwards to pry open her mouth, allowing blood to trickle forth. He examined her until no further clots remained, then laid her flat again. Gao Yuan reached behind Xiao Miao, gently loosening the tight straps of her bodice to eliminate any obstructive factors in his desperate efforts. Next, he tilted her head back, one hand supporting her alabaster chin while the other pinched her delicate nose. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his lips against hers. Whoosh! A steady breath flowed into Xiao Miao, causing her fair chest to rise slightly. Gao Yuan quickly lifted his head, inhaled deeply once more, and repeated the action. After several dozen repetitions, he pressed 2 fingers against the artery in her neck, his expression tense. He was following the emergency methods of the future, uncertain whether they would yield any result. No pulse responded. "Wake up!" Gao Yuan's heart was heavy with anxiety. Despite his remarkable physical endurance that allowed him to run for miles without breaking a sweat, he was now drenched in perspiration. At the junction of the lower third of his ribs, he meticulously recalled the knowledge from his previous life's first aid course. Details he had once overlooked now loomed like a blade over his heart, gravely impairing his judgment. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to squander a precious moment for rescue. He straightened his arm, pressing the base of his palm firmly against the girl's chest, applying pressure once, twice, 150 times. The contours of her chest distorted with each compression, sinking and rising under his hands, yet she remained unresponsive. With fervent hope, he leaned closer to the girl, straining to listen for any sign of breath, but none came. Desperation flickered in his eyes as he inhaled deeply and blew once more. Seconds slipped away, and Gao Yuan was oblivious to his surroundings, entirely focused on the girl before him. He was unaware of a small figure lurking in the corner. Eventually, He found himself sitting despondently on the ground. He struck the earth with a fist, the half-hearted application of first aid yielding no results. The little girl beside him gazed at Gao Yuan, viewing him as a ray of light illuminating her dimmed eyes. The formidable and terrifying demon lay unconscious in the corner, unable to withstand even a single blow. If only she were alive, her sister would surely be happy. The sight of this man, fervently striving to save another, filled her heart with profound sorrow, and her glistening eyes misted with tears. Why was it that, as a girl herself, others had protectors when danger arose, who would vanquish the foes, while she and her sister were left to the mercy of fate? Overwhelmed by this thought, the little girl felt her nose tingle and could not help but weep. Gao Yuan, startled by the sound, finally noticed the small figure on the bed. A quick glance was all it took for him to avert his gaze, a wave of guilt washing over him. If only he had been swifter, perhaps the girl would not have perished. If he had escorted her to the Qingfeng bunker, she might have been spared. If it weren't for that wretched Qingfeng hunter, she would be alive. You shall pay for this. Gao Yuan glared at Lu Han, who lay unconscious in the corner, a fierce glint of vengeance in his eyes. Just as he rose to confront the man, a faint rhythmic sound echoed in his mind. He halted in his tracks. Cautiously, he approached the bed, leaning over the girl's chest to listen intently, fearful that it might be a mere illusion. The sound resounded again, faint yet unmistakably emanating from her heart. As if to avoid startling her, Gao Yuan gently lifted her delicate wrist, placing 2 fingers on her pulse to sense it carefully. After a moment, he finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she was alive. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gao Yuan retrieved a green elixir and placed it in her small, cherry-like mouth. He tenderly adjusted her chest garment and then donned his outer clothing. Though the circumstances were dire at that moment, it was prudent to feign ignorance to spare Xiaomiao any embarrassment upon awakening. Once everything was resolved, Gao Yuan conducted a thorough inspection until he finally heard the rhythmic sound of steady breathing, which put his mind at ease. Next, it was time to settle the score. Turning around, Gao Yuan's expression had transformed into one of icy severity as he rolled up his sleeves and approached the figure in the corner. Lu Han struggled to rise, groggy from his recent awakening, his face displaying unyielding arrogance as he spat out blood and declared fiercely, "So was the Panshan bunker that ambushed me. Huh? Today, no one can save you." Chapter 81. The function of the sapphire. Although I had experienced significant enhancement, the power of the Pride Hammer had been completely depleted. It was now merely a colossal mallet. Despite this, Huiche did not relinquish the Pride Hammer, gripping it tightly in his hand. "My lord Huiche, if the Pride Hammer can forge any mechanical device, why not create a device that can recharge it? That way, it could be used indefinitely." As she finished speaking, Shiwen nodded in agreement. However, Huiche shook his head. "I have considered that long ago, but upon experiencing the power of the Pride Hammer, I realized that such an idea is impractical. A so-called recharging device is merely akin to a charger, yet the issue lies not with the charger itself, but with the energy source. The power contained within the Pride Hammer, although derived from the same source as the super energy bodies flowing within us, stems from the primordial creative force of the Yuan Shizun, or, more precisely, from the divine apostle Saijiao. In other words, super energy bodies are far too rudimentary to replenish the power inherent in the Pride Hammer. Even if we harnessed all the super energy bodies on Earth to recharge it, the contribution would be negligible, not to mention that we ourselves are already in need of those limited super energy bodies." This explanation promptly convinced Shi Wei and Ji Dao, for Huiche was indeed the primary beneficiary. If a more advantageous method existed, and yet Huiche chose not to pursue it, it could only imply that the method was unfeasible. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Dao inquired, "What if we utilize synthetic super energy bodies?" Huiche shook his head once more. "Synthetic super energy bodies are incompatible with the Pride Hammer." Ji Dao immediately fell silent, realizing that whatever he could conceive, Huiche had likely already considered. Yet, even Huiche faced unforeseen challenges. He had initially intended to forge a green gemstone using synthetic super energy bodies, only to discover that the consumption of the Pride Hammer exceeded his expectations. Consequently, Huiche had to allocate the majority of his divine power for his own use, forcing him to abandon the creation of certain items. Ultimately, synthetic super energy bodies were mere artificial substances, while super energy bodies represented the pure essence of Cybertronian life. After weighing his options, he opted for the sapphire over the emerald. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Huiche's eyes. Shiyue, transform for me. Huh? Hurry up. Oh. As Shiyue immediately transformed into a fighter jet, Huiche's eyes emitted 2 beams of green light, scanning the entire aircraft. Once Shiyue's jet form was recorded by Huiche's transformation gears, Huiche promptly began his own transformation. To the astonishment of both Shiyue and Jidao, Huiche did not morph into an identical fighter jet. Rather, his jet form was unprecedented yet perfectly aligned with his humanoid shape. Shiyue reverted to human form, furrowing his brow. Is this the capability of the upgraded transformation gears? No sooner had Shiyue spoken than Huiche shifted from his jet form into that of a sports car. Now, capable of both flying and driving, it was truly remarkable. Jidao sincerely marveled at the extraordinary power of the Hammer of Pride. But there was more. Huiche transformed back into human form and addressed Jidao, requesting the shield generator. At this, Jidao shuddered, instantly grasping Huiche's intention. Without uttering a word, he hurriedly retrieved the shield generator from a corner of the laboratory. Huiche set down the Hammer of Pride with his left hand and took the shield generator, his eyes glowing green as he conducted a scan. Upon completing the scan, his right arm morphed into a launching device for the shield generator. The shield generator possesses 2 launching devices, yet Huiche only formed one because he scanned the structure of the device, not its quantity or appearance. Just as he had scanned Shiyue's jet form, he focused solely on the basic structure, crafting his transformation from that foundation. Raising his right arm, Huiche activated the launching device, and in the next moment, a square blue light screen materialized before him, identical to that of the shield generator. My source of fire. Jidao and Shiyue were left in awe, astonished by the prowess of this upgraded transformation gear, capable of transforming into anything it scans. This was far superior to the Chameleon-S transformation gears. With a smile, Shiyue produced a magnetic glove, suggesting, "Shall we try this?" Huiche returned the shield generator to Jidao and then took the magnetic glove, scanning it thoroughly. His right arm subsequently transformed into a control mechanism for the magnetic glove. When Huiche activated the control device, a tool from the laboratory table began to levitate under magnetic influence, only to be gently lowered again. The chameleon could rely on his transformation gears for disguise and alteration of appearance, becoming a master of change, while my transformation gears, forged by the Hammer of Pride, can morph into any shape or weapon that has been scanned, thus deemed the gears of myriad transformations. As Huiche concluded his statement, Jidao interjected, "Gears of countless transformations?" Huiche chuckled softly. The gears of countless transformations belong to one of the 13 apostles, the Phantom Spirit, who can assume any form. Any form? Shiyue's pupils dilated in astonishment. How powerful must those 13 apostles be? Any form, Huiche affirmed, for the essence of the Phantom Spirit allows for the transformation into any being on Cybertron, including formidable entities like the fearsome Decepticons or the voracious Insecticons. Now I have wheels, wings, and weapons. The next step is energy. Greyche smiled faintly and activated the communication channel. Soldiers, deploy the land bridge and proceed to the largest ore vein we have discovered. Soon, Greyche, Knockout, Shiyue, and Deadfire traversed the land bridge and arrived deep within a vast mine. Here, hundreds of miners operated their machinery, extracting every piece of blue ore. Greyche produced the energy collector, aimed it at a colossal super-energy ore, and activated the device. A blue beam shot forth, and, as it struck the ore, streams of energy formed from the super-energy surged into the collector. While gathering energy, Greyche commanded, "Shiyue, inform all the miners that their only task now is to locate super-energy entities. The collection task is hereby rescinded." "Understood," Shiyue replied, turning to loudly instruct the miners. Time flew by. In a brief moment, Greyche had completely emptied the super-energy vein. Knockout observed as the last piece of super-energy ore lost its luminous blue glow, exclaiming, "This collector is remarkably convenient. The task was accomplished in no time. If we had relied on the miners, it would have taken at least a month and a half to deplete this vein." As soon as he finished speaking, Greyche aimed the collector at his chest. "Lord Greyche, are you about to?" Knockout began, but before he could finish, Greyche activated the collector, releasing the entirety of the super-energy vein into himself. In an instant, a torrent of super-energy surged into Grache's body like a laser. For an ordinary Cybertronian, such a massive influx of super energy would undoubtedly result in immediate self-destruction. However, Grache was no ordinary being. Despite absorbing the entire vein, he emerged unscathed, even radiating a newfound aura of strength. Soon, the blue light that filled the mind dissipated entirely, and the last remnants of super energy were infused into Grache. Lord Grache, knockout, witnessing the light vanish and seeing Grache motionless, half kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of anxiety. It was understandable. Grache's actions had always been astonishing, particularly this time, with such a vast amount of super energy entering his body, which would typically lead to self-detonation. Amidst Knockout's astonished gaze, Grache gradually rose, stowing away the collector. He then stretched his limbs and twisted his waist. With a proud smile, he proclaimed, "Now, I have an endless supply of super energy to sustain my battles." Thus, the purpose of the sapphire was revealed. It was a reservoir for super energy. Indeed, the metamorphic gears have bestowed upon me the formidable abilities of transforming weaponry in flight. However, harnessing such potent armaments necessitates a considerable expenditure of energy, which elucidates why we, the Cybertronians, have refrained from integrating such devastating weaponry into our forms. Our intrinsic super energy cores cannot sustain the consumption required by these weapons. Yet, the current circumstances differ. I have utilized the Hammer of Pride, employing the super energy core as a raw material to forge this sapphire, embedded within my spark chamber. This gem not only enables the storage of super energy, but also interacts with my spark energy, allowing me to adeptly wield the super energy stored within the sapphire. For instance, as Grache raised his right hand, he transformed it into a pulse gun, aiming at a nearby rock and commencing fire. In an instant, a gray beam struck the stone, its relentless surge of power shattering the obstacles in its path. Once Grache ceased his assault, an unfathomable chasm appeared before all. They, unlike me, cannot continuously unleash such formidable pulse waves. Grache's voice snapped everyone back from their astonishment. "Grache, your imagination is truly extraordinary." Someone could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, simply upgrading oneself or crafting weapons would not yield such results. However, Grache conceived the idea of creating a storage device, complemented by the metamorphic gears, achieving a remarkable synergy where 1 + 1 transcends 2. Chapter 83. The Thought of the Heavenly Hook on a Dirt Road on Earth. A red sedan adorned with 2 horned insignias sped along at high velocity. It was none other than Flyover Mountain. Suddenly, he veered off the dirt path, transforming into a human form, vaulting over a massive boulder, and dashing into the depths of the valley, his movements fluid yet somewhat heavy. "Ambulin, I have arrived at the coordinates. This is where the super energy pulse originated, and the Decepticons must have commenced their mining operations," Flyover Mountain reported as his pace slowed, leaning against the mountain and advancing step by step into the depths. Flyover Mountain, do not act recklessly. Ambulin, far away in another location, felt a pang of worry. He had not anticipated that Flyover Mountain would be the closest individual to the pulse coordinates. The relationship between Flyover Mountain and RC was well known, and he feared that Flyover Mountain might act impulsively. "Fear not, Ambulin. I shall wait until they transport the super energy and activate the land bridge before I proceed." Flyover Mountain curbed his impatience, not due to exceptional self-control, but because he understood that unless the Decepticons activated the land bridge, he would be unable to board their warship and rescue RC. Ambulin, deeply concerned, contacted others. "Optimus, Flyover Mountain has reached the Decepticon mining site." Understood, Optimus responded swiftly. "Raffi, immediately activate the land bridge and bring me back to the base." No sooner had he spoken than Raffi at the Autobot base locked onto Optimus's position and initiated the land bridge. In pursuit of the formidable Decepticon, the Autobots mobilized, including the usually reclusive Ratchet, who joined the operation. The terrestrial bridge was operated by a human named Raffi, utilizing human technology. Jack and Mickey stood by Raffi, prepared to assist him should an urgent matter arise. Optimus Prime returned to the base via the terrestrial bridge and immediately instructed Raffi, "Lock onto the coordinates of a Decepticon and activate the terrestrial bridge at once." Understood. Raffi responded without hesitation, promptly securing the coordinates and initiating the bridge. Optimus Prime swiftly entered the newly activated terrestrial bridge, arriving at the location of the Decepticon, yet he found no trace of it. Drawing his weapon, he remained vigilant and began to explore the depths of the valley. After a brief search, he stumbled upon a cave. Evidently, the Decepticon had entered this dark refuge, explaining why Optimus had not spotted him at first. Stepping into the cave, he scoured through numerous tunnels, ultimately discovering the Decepticon crouched on the ground, his hands feeling the surface. "Decepticon," Optimus called out, advancing toward him. The Decepticon seemed unaware, engrossed in examining his surroundings, until he suddenly froze, realizing that Optimus had addressed him. Rising to his feet, he faced Optimus with a mixture of regret and anger, declaring, "Optimus, I have discovered something. The energon here has not been harvested through normal means. It is gray matter. The energon collector is in his possession. Only he could achieve this. I am too late. If only I had been quicker, I could have found the Decepticon and rescued RC." "Calm yourself, Decepticon," Optimus said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I fully comprehend your distress. However, even if you were to locate the Decepticon, your solitary strength would not suffice to rescue RC." Upon hearing Optimus emphasize the evident disparity in their capabilities, the Decepticon clenched his teeth in frustration. He did not blame Optimus. Rather, he berated himself for his own inadequacies. "RC will always be a vital member of our team. Just as you are," Optimus continued earnestly. "I implore you, should you be the first to discover the Decepticon's mining site in the future, please await reinforcements. Acting rashly may alert the Decepticons to our rescue efforts and heighten their vigilance. Do you understand?" After a prolonged silence, the Decepticon nodded solemnly. "I understand. It is just that I worry about RC. I cannot help but wonder how she is faring." His concern was palpable, yet in truth, gray matter had not harmed RC. He had merely confined her in a laboratory, inducing a forced slumber, thereafter disregarding the matter entirely. Unbeknownst to the Autobots, Optimus Prime harbored his own concerns. He furrowed his brow, offering a few words of encouragement to Skyfall before conducting a brief search of the mine. The findings revealed that this cavern was rich in energon, yet it had been entirely depleted by the energon collectors several hours prior. "Raffi, activate the ground bridge and bring us back," he commanded. Upon his communication, the ground bridge opened immediately before them. As Optimus and Skyfall traversed the bridge, the former maintained a composed demeanor while the latter wore a troubled expression. "Have you located the Decepticons?" Jack was the first to approach, his worry for RC palpable. "No," Skyfall replied, shaking his head slightly. "By the time I arrived, Greylock had already departed." "Greylock? The one who supplanted Megatron?" Meichi interjected, her curiosity piqued. Having spent considerable time with the Autobots, she had gathered much information. But her comment left everyone momentarily taken aback. Raffi corrected her. "Meichi, it seems Greylock has replaced Starscream, not Megatron." Meichi chuckled softly, but Greylock did eliminate Megatron. "It is evident he aims to usurp him. I am certain he is a man of great ambition." Optimus suddenly adopted a serious tone, regardless of Greylock's ambitions. "His current objectives are crystal clear: to eliminate Starscream and kill Megatron. By the time we arrived, both Thundercracker and Skywarp had already been subdued by him. It is undeniable that Greylock intends to dominate the Decepticons, and his abduction of RC is evidently a tactic against us, whether as leverage for negotiation or otherwise. Thus, I believe Greylock will ensure that the weapon he intends to wield against us remains unharmed." Optimus's assertion that RC would not come to harm alleviated some of Skyfall's worries and allowed Jack to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Raffi activated the ground bridge once more, bringing Hook back. Upon crossing the threshold, Hook spotted Skyfall and Jack together and immediately inquired, "Still no luck?" "It was Greylock," Skyfall lamented. "He utilized the collectors. Had it been a normal extraction, the Decepticons would not have departed so swiftly, and we would not have lost this opportunity." "Greylock?" Hook paused, perplexed. "Isn't he supposed to be usurping Megatron? Why is he still idly engaged in mining operations?" Meichi, overhearing this, turned her gaze towards Raffi, her eyes conveying a clear message. "See, even Hook believes Greylock has replaced Megatron." Raffi offered a sheepish smile, but remained silent. Suddenly, the large screen flickered to life, revealing a communication channel. "Raffi, quickly bring everyone back to the base and then transport them to my location. I have discovered the Decepticon mining team." "The Decepticon mining site," Meichi exclaimed excitedly. She was about to elaborate further, but, recalling that Optimus and Hook were nearby, promptly sealed her lips. While others may be manageable, Optimus Prime and Hook would absolutely never allow me to accompany them on missions. Each time I attempted to stealthily follow, I was invariably intercepted by Hook, which was exceedingly frustrating. If I expressed a desire to join the assault on the Decepticon warship, Hook would surely keep a vigilant eye on me. However, without further urging from Mickey, Hook was already acutely aware of her presence. Upon receiving news from the Divider, I promptly prepared for battle. Optimus Prime immediately activated the communication channel. Bumblebee, Ratchet, the Divider has detected a Decepticon mining team. Cease all movement at once. Raph will soon deploy the land bridge to bring you back. Raph initiated the land bridge, first retrieving Bumblebee and then returning for Ratchet. Optimus Prime turned his gaze towards Raph, who spoke first. I've locked onto the Divider's coordinates. I am now activating the land bridge. With the keystrokes, a swirling vortex of green and white materialized before everyone. Considering the potential need for medical assistance, before Optimus Prime could finish his sentence, Ratchet emerged from a corner with a medical kit, positioning himself beside Optimus Prime. I am ready, Ratchet nodded, understanding the implication behind Optimus Prime's words. Concerned for RC's well-being, Optimus Prime refrained from voicing his darker suspicions, choosing instead to speak positively to stabilize the mood of the Divider. Initially, Optimus had not intended for the Divider to partake in this mission, yet given the overwhelming numbers of the Decepticons and their use of advanced weaponry, he ultimately permitted the Divider's involvement. He reiterated, Divider, we must act in unison to increase our chances of rescuing RC. Upon hearing this, the Divider nodded emphatically, yes, I understand. Seeing this, Optimus said no more and approached the land bridge, being the first to step forward. Autobots roll out. Optimus transformed, wielding a gun in one hand and a blade in the other as he charged towards the land bridge. The others similarly transformed their weapons and followed closely behind him into the land bridge. However, Hook was different. He fixated on Mickey and leisurely made his way into the land bridge. Mickey, noticing Hook's unwavering gaze, let out a cold snort. She refrained from making any move, knowing full well that Hook would surely pull her back should she attempt to rush in. Meanwhile, Hook watched as the land bridge vanished before turning to join Optimus and the others. At this moment, Optimus Prime, Ratchet, the Divider, Bumblebee, and Hook found refuge behind a massive boulder. They surveyed their surroundings, noting that the terrain was mountainous with nearby woods, and they were positioned at the forest's edge. Peering out, they spotted a large rock across from them, where the Divider was taking cover. Upon seeing Optimus Prime, the Divider immediately raised a finger to signal silence, then pointed ahead. It was a relatively expansive area, situated at the foot of a mountain, where a dozen Decepticon mining soldiers were utilizing drilling machines to bore into the rock. It was evident to all that they had only just commenced their task, with the holes barely begun, let alone any mining operations. Skyhook quietly inquired whether they should wait for the Decepticons to activate the land bridge, or rush in and capture them to interrogate about the locations of other mining sites or warships. Bumblebee suddenly emitted a series of electronic sounds, suggesting that negotiating directly with Greylock through their communicators might prove more effective. Skyhook glanced at Bumblebee, shaking his head. I doubt Greylock would be inclined to negotiate with us. Flyover, having soared over the mountain, turned to Skyhook, eager to hear his thoughts, as this matter pertained to RC's safety. After a moment of silence, Skyhook organized his thoughts and responded. Our interactions with Greylock have been sparse, yet in light of recent events, the deaths of Black Widow, Tarantulas, and Megatron, along with the subjugation of Shockwave and Scourge, doesn't it seem rather fortuitous? You must grasp my point. Who exactly was Black Widow? Surviving from the Cybertronian War to this day, she is no mere character. She has roamed the cosmos, annihilating countless races, only to fall into Greylock's hands. Tarantulas, cunning and treacherous, managed to survive time and again despite provoking Megatron, only to be ousted and subsequently eliminated by Greylock. As for Megatron, his feats are renowned throughout the universe. Such a formidable figure, capable of toppling Cybertron, met an abrupt demise at the hands of Greylock. I am not casting doubt, but it strikes me as suspicious that these three ruthless individuals all perished on the same day. Is it conceivable that Greylock had been plotting this all along? Upon hearing this, Flyover suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that all of this was part of Greylock's scheme? Skyhook shook his head. No, it's not that simple. How can I articulate this? Skyhook found himself at a loss for words, struggling to convey his thoughts, as it was challenging to encapsulate his ideas in language. It was as if the world conspired to assist Greylock, wasn't it? Indeed, Skyhook felt a rush of clarity, unable to restrain himself from striking a nearby rock. The stone trembled slightly, causing a ripple of concern among the group, who were using it for concealment. Skyhook turned to Optimus Prime, who had provided clarity, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated making such an error at this critical moment. "We shall address this matter later," Optimus Prime remarked, peering over to observe the Decepticon mining team, only to notice one of the mining soldiers had become aware of their presence and was approaching. The mining soldier, having detected the commotion, was already making his way toward them. No need for stealth. Let's launch a direct assault and extract information regarding their other mining sites or warships. With this command from Optimus Prime, all Autobots surged forward, initiating an attack on the group of mining soldiers. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship on the bridge, on a dreary day, Huishich had just employed his optical scanner to examine the locking staff of the Faceless One, inputting its schematic into the morphing gear. In the next moment, he received a communication from the miners. "Lord Huishich, we are under attack from the Autobots. Do not engage. Retreat immediately." These miners represented the limited workforce under the current circumstances. Allowing the Autobots to wreak havoc upon them was unacceptable. This situation demanded resolution. Otherwise, continued pursuit by the Autobots would result in further losses of labor. Aware of this, Huishich understood the necessity of taking matters into his own hands. He turned to the Chief Intelligence Officer and said, "Soundwave, activate the land bridge." Chapter 85. Nightfall. The sky gradually lost its clear, pale blue hue as the sun hid behind the mountains, casting their shadows over the battlefield. The light was dimming. Huishich, despite the gravity of the situation, still found time to observe the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the Divider charged forward, wielding a hammer. With a resounding thud, the Divider's attack failed, and Huishich retaliated with a single, forceful punch, sending him crashing to the foot of the nearest mountain, where he succumbed to unconsciousness, having endured too much and grown weary. Divider. The medic rushed to his side, assessing his condition. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Hook simultaneously launched an assault on Huishich. The latter remained unperturbed, merely raising his right arm to instantaneously unleash a massive blue energy shield, propelling all four adversaries away. "Curse it! With that blue shield in place, we cannot approach him at all." Growling in frustration, Flyover Mountain was irritated, not solely due to RC's plight, but also because Huishich's formidable power and demeanor extinguished any hope of rescuing her. "Flyover Mountain, do not rush," he thought, equipping a shield generator onto himself. This meant that the energy required to produce the shield would need to be sourced from within him. Let us see how many shields he can generate with the energy within him. Hook resolutely gazed at Huishich. The others nodded in agreement with Hook's strategy. Yet Optimus Prime's eyes betrayed a hint of concern. The energy source within a Cybertronian is inherently limited. Equipping powerful weaponry necessitates the user to provide the energy themselves. Carrying additional weapons and ammunition would be cumbersome, severely compromising a Cybertronian's mobility. Each Cybertronian is ideally equipped with merely 2 pulse guns, striking a balance that prevents excessive depletion of their energy reserves while significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Even when outfitted with a pulse cannon, most only carry 1, as exemplified by Megatron and Shockwave, representing a time-tested optimal strategy. However, Huishich's choices contradicted this best practice under normal circumstances. The energy within him would be drastically depleted with each shield generated. The consumption of energy is akin to the blood of a human. Any deficiency or excess manifests in one's vitality. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, it is evident that Gray Tianche's demeanor is remarkably vibrant, exhibiting no signs of lacking an energy source. Could it be that Optimus Prime's mind is racing with thoughts, leading him to conjure a possibility he scarcely dares to believe? "You wielded the hammer of the Chosen," Optimus exclaimed, as this was the most plausible scenario he could envision. Gray Tianche had indeed used the hammer of the Chosen. Otherwise, he could not have become so formidable. "You are correct, Optimus," Gray Tianche declared, as his right arm morphed into a pulse gun, aiming it at the Autobots to unleash a wave of energy. In an instant, it seemed as though a colossal gray wave surged toward them, threatening to engulf them entirely. "Dodge!" Optimus shouted, swiftly grasping Bumblebee, who was closest to him, and leaping in a specified direction. Hook and Flyover also swiftly moved aside, witnessing a massive gray pulse wave sweep past them, striking the nearest mountain. This relentless gray wave resembled an enormous pillar, effectively separating Optimus, Bumblebee, Hook, and Flyover from one another. The pulse wave persisted for a mere 5 seconds before Gray Tian-Che ceased fire. Before the Autobots lay a lengthy fissure in the ground, extending all the way to the mountain. The first thing that caught their eye was a sizable hole created by the pulse wave. Gray Tian-Che and his 4 adversaries could clearly see through this aperture a devastated forest beyond. In that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, at the mountain's base, the ambulance, hindered by limited visibility, did not share the same level of astonishment as the others. However, sensing something amiss, the ambulance lifted its gaze to the mountain's peak, noticing that the entire mountain appeared to tremble, with small stones cascading down, landing haphazardly upon the ambulance and the barrier. This is bad. Optimus reacted swiftly, racing toward the ambulance. The mountain is about to collapse. The ambulance immediately grasped the situation but remained composed, laboriously raising the barrier and advancing step by step towards Optimus. Positioned at the mountain's base, they needed to vacate the area swiftly, otherwise, they would be buried beneath the falling boulders. Although their mechanical forms were not particularly vulnerable to being buried alive, their true concern lay in the injuries inflicted by the tumbling rocks. Those would indeed be painfully real. As the mountainside fractured, a massive boulder, resembling a mountain peak, plummeted toward the ambulance. Realizing evasion was futile, the ambulance instinctively shielded the barrier beneath its body. With a thunderous crash, the mountain succumbed, and the sun revealed its final rays, cascading upon Gray Tian-Che. With a smile, Gray Tian-Che regarded Optimus, who, having failed to rescue the ambulance in time, chose not to assist in moving the boulders, but instead turned his attention fully toward Gray Tian-Che. Optimus Prime, you need not worry about the medic and the barrier. If mere stones can inflict harm upon them, it merely indicates that their steel exoskeleton is an illusion. As soon as Gray Tianche's words fell, Fagua Mountain hurled a large rock towards Gray Tian-Che. Unperturbed, Gray Tian-Che shattered the stone with a single punch. Amidst the countless fragments, a metallic fist lunged at Gray Tian-Che, who deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Fagua Mountain's chest. A resounding thud echoed as Fagua Mountain was forcefully slammed to the ground. With a pained cry, he clung desperately to Gray Tianche's right leg, exhibiting a tenacity that suggested he would not let go easily. Tian-Go, following closely behind, attempted to seize Gray Tian-Che's left leg, but Gray Tian-Che abruptly lifted his left leg and stomped forward, pinning Tian-Go beneath his foot. Suddenly, Bumblebee charged in. Gray Tian-Che reacted swiftly, reaching out for Bumblebee, who, in a surprising twist, grasped Gray Tianche's wrist midair and, using that leverage, lunged toward Gray Tianche's head, enveloping it in his embrace. With his vision obscured, Gray Tian-Che sensed an impending threat and delivered a powerful strike to Bumblebee's back, causing him discomfort before forcibly pulling him away. In the next moment, as his vision cleared, a fist collided with Gray Tianche's face. The assailant was none other than Optimus Prime. Tian-Go and Fagua Mountain, witnessing this, hastily released their grips, while Optimus Prime unleashed another punch that struck Gray Tianche's head. This was followed by a series of blows, 3, 4, 5, until the 10th punch sent Gray Tian-Che flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon falling, he felt a surge of warmth across his face. When he wiped his hand across it, he realized this warmth was none other than his own blood, an indication of his energy form's vulnerability. Truly, Optimus Prime was formidable. Gray Tian-Che understood that the reason for Optimus Prime's sudden fury lay in his previous remarks. While the stones indeed posed little threat to the medic and the barrier, that did not justify any form of harm against them. Optimus Prime wished to protect all from injury, and any act of aggression would inevitably invoke his wrath. Though enraged, Optimus Prime remained rational. Each punch landed on Gray Tianche's face, the most vulnerable point of a Cybertronian. Had he targeted another area, it might not have drawn blood at all. Gray Tian-Che rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the assembled Autobots, who stood poised for confrontation once more. Gradually, the sun descended, plunging the world into darkness, with only the myriad stars providing a faint glimmer of light. Gray Tianche lifted his gaze to the sky and smiled. Tonight, the night sky is devoid of the moon. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor, perplexed by the meaning behind Gray Tianche's statement. Optimus Prime maintained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Gray Tianche, eager to discern his forthcoming thoughts. Gray Tianche surveyed the Autobots and continued, as the sun descends. The moon must inevitably rise in the sky. If it does not, it is merely obscured by dense clouds. Should we wish to behold the moonlight once more, we must disperse the clouds. Optimus Prime, do you aspire to be the moonlight or the clouds? Feigwa-Shan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Are you attempting to recruit us? What a foolish dream." Bumblebee emitted a series of electronic sounds, retorting, "You are the clouds." Disregarding Feigwa-Shan and Bumblebee, Gray Tianche turned to Optimus Prime with a grave expression, stating, "Optimus, I genuinely wish for a cessation of hostilities, for war merely leads to depletion. With Cybertron extinguished, resources are dwindling. Should the Decepticons and Autobots persist in their conflict, it will only exacerbate this depletion, culminating in the utter extinction of the Cybertronians, akin to the ancient behemoths of old, who perished by crushing while we face starvation." Optimus Prime, observing this, chose not to engage with Gray Tianche's words, but instead addressed his comrades. Bumblebee, Feigwa-Shan, you two go rescue Ratchet and the barrier. With a wary glance at Gray Tianche, Bumblebee and Feigwa-Shan turned and sprinted towards the pile of stones, commencing their rescue operation. "I cannot acquiesce to the two conditions you have proposed," Gray Tianche reiterated with unwavering resolve. Optimus Prime paused in contemplation before inquiring, "Can you guarantee that in your efforts to restore Cybertron, humanity on Earth will remain unharmed?" At this, Gray Tianche felt a sense of amusement. Optimus had begun to trust him, or rather, had placed faith in his determination to revive Cybertron. Optimus also recognized that Gray Tianche differed from Megatron. At least Megatron was singularly focused on violently dominating Earth, whereas Gray Tianche exhibited a willingness to engage in negotiations. However, Gray Tianche firmly rejected Optimus's request. Though Optimus did not possess extensive knowledge of Gray Tianche, he had discerned that Gray Tianche was a person of strong convictions, and such resolute individuals are notoriously difficult to sway. After facing rejection, Optimus opted to retreat, though he would not retreat further. While he yearned for Cybertron's resurgence, he would never permit its glory to be founded upon the annihilation of other races. Chapter 86. Pursuit. Gray Tianche was genuinely intent on revitalizing Cybertron. Why? Because he had arrived in this world and was aware of the narrative trajectory. Thus, he was determined to embark on an extraordinary endeavor. As a civilization birthed by divine creation and inheritor of the primordial deity's arcane technology, Cybertron undoubtedly stood as the most formidable civilization in the entire universe. Despite the fact that the planet Cybertron has now extinguished, the existence of synthetic super-energy entities, coupled with the ultimate divine lock capable of resurrecting the very core of Cybertron, alongside the profound technological heritage of the Cybertronians, makes the reconstruction of the golden age of the Galactic Empire merely a matter of time. This represents an immense advantage that human civilization and other races cannot hope to surpass. Megatron has ascended to the position of Decepticon leader. Should he utilize the ultimate divine lock to revive Cybertron, he would instantly become the leader of Cybertronian civilization. To achieve this aim, Megatron must persuade Optimus Prime. Fortunately, Megatron possesses a silver tongue, and he articulates his vision of reviving Cybertron, a cause of profound significance for their race, so compellingly that even the most eloquent of the 13, the Emperor Maximus, would find it challenging to refute, let alone Optimus Prime. Yet, Optimus Prime remains steadfast in his convictions. The revival of Cybertron is indeed permissible, but must not come at the expense of other innocent races. To this, Megatron feigned silence for a moment before responding. That is simply unfeasible. He then elaborated on his statement. Optimus, have your Autobots not harmed humanity? Do not counter that notion. The mechanical special forces are indeed sentient beings. Have you not inflicted harm upon them? Let us not dismiss the mechanical special forces as mere anomalies or terrorists. This does not alter the fact that they are human, nor does it negate the reality of your past transgressions against humanity. When two distinct intelligent races coexist on the same planet, conflict is inevitable. If you are to protect humanity, must you not also extend that protection to the mechanical special forces? There are countless humans on Earth akin to the mechanical special forces. Should they one day launch an offensive against us for the sake of advanced technology, am I to risk our kin's safety for your notion of sparing humanity? Optimus, I understand your yearning for peace and light, yet you must also recognize that chaos and darkness will not simply vanish. Much like the primordial one could not vanquish the cosmic emperor. Thus, I can only pledge to minimize harm to humanity. If humanity were to strike against us, I would retaliate on behalf of the Decepticons. Do not misconstrue my stance as tyranny. Humanity's frailty is no justification for their innocence. Having stated this, the choice now rests with you. While Megatron seemingly relinquished the decision to Optimus Prime, he had already made his choice. Optimus must acquiesce. For Megatron is acutely aware of Optimus's deep-seated desire to cease hostilities. Now that Megatron has proposed a truce, Optimus would find it difficult to refuse. However, Optimus did not respond immediately. He contemplated for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly perceived a glimmer of red amidst the trees behind Megatron. Megatron, having been fixated on Optimus, immediately noticed the shift in his gaze. What lay behind him? With a swift motion, Megatron turned around, his eyes scanning the forest, then directed his gaze toward a distant mountain. Yet he discerned nothing amiss. The laser bird atop the mountain reacted swiftly, concealing itself the moment Gray Sky glanced towards the forest, thus evading detection when Gray Sky turned his gaze back to the mountains. Who? Gray Sky inquired, turning again to Optimus Prime. I only saw a flash of red light. Optimus Prime responded honestly. Red light? Gray Sky pondered, then abruptly shifted his tone. Optimus, you have yet to answer my question. Optimus fell silent once more, but this time only for 3 seconds before responding. If my compromise can foster enduring peace, I would gladly accept it. Thank you for your understanding. Optimus, Gray Sky replied with a faint smile, suddenly producing a data storage device and tossing it towards Optimus. Contained within is the synthesis formula for a super energy entity, which can resolve your energy dilemma. Therefore, I hope that when you encounter Megatron, you will choose to avoid conflict, for I do not wish for disputes to arise again. No sooner had he spoken than Gray Sky transformed into a warplane, roaring into the sky and vanishing into the night. The laser bird atop the mountain noticed Gray Sky's ascent and hurriedly took refuge in a cave. What did I just hear? The synthesis formula for a super energy entity? After Bumblebee extricated Ratchet, the medic rushed to Optimus's side, who naturally handed the data storage device to him. What was going on? Ironhide expressed his bewilderment. Would Megatron truly relinquish such a crucial strategic resource to his adversaries? Regardless of Gray Sky's intentions, if this data storage device indeed contained a synthesis formula for a super energy entity, we would no longer need to worry about energy. Ratchet felt a surge of joy, and the others were equally exhilarated. Yet one individual remained discontent. Flyover Mountain. I would rather not have this, he seethed, having initially believed he could rescue RC, only to find himself accepting the enemy's charity instead. What is this? Flyover Mountain, in a moment of clarity, realized that Gray Sky's intention in providing the synthesis formula for the super energy entity was to prevent us from competing with Megatron for it, thereby avoiding conflict. To ensure our retreat when encountering Megatron, Gray Sky has used RC as leverage against us. With his intellect and prowess, he would not jeopardize RC as safety otherwise. The very threat would lose its significance. Optimus's words elucidated Gray Sky's actions for everyone and assured RC's safety. Flyover Mountain calmed somewhat, but remained furious. After all, RC was in the enemy's grasp, not in immediate danger, yet still utilized by Gray Sky as a tool of intimidation. He seems not to have departed. A remark from Hook suddenly captured everyone's attention. They looked up and discerned a shadowy figure circling in the sky, showing no signs of leaving. In the heavens, Gray Sky surveyed the earth, his gaze sweeping over the mountains and fixating deep into the forest. In the heart of the forest, a Cybertronian with crimson optical lenses lay concealed beneath a long trench. This individual was none other than Black Scorpion. Upon catching sight of Gray Tianche, a torrent of curses surged through his mind. My spark source. How unfortunate can I be? Even in my quest for an energy entity, I stumble upon Gray Tianche and Optimus Prime. The crux of the matter is, how did these two engage in conversation? No, that is not the essential point. The critical issue is that Gray Tianche intends to kill me. Although I have never faced him in combat, my instincts warn me that I stand little chance against him, especially now that he has upgraded, boasting a physique more formidable than that of Optimus Prime. What should I do? What should I do? Black Scorpion's nerves were frayed. He understood that being discovered would spell certain doom. Observing Gray Tianche's aerial maneuvers, he suspected that he had been detected, albeit his exact location remained uncertain. Damn Optimus Prime! Black Scorpion lamented. If it weren't for Prime's gaze upon him, Gray Tianche might not have noticed his presence, considering he was still quite distant. However, in the darkness of night, the brightness of Black Scorpion's red lenses was conspicuous. Despite the distance, he found himself directly in front of Optimus Prime, rendering it improbable that he would go unnoticed. Gray Tianche circled the skies for some time, failing to discern any trace of Black Scorpion. Yet he was not surprised. After all, Black Scorpion was trained as an assassin. If he chose to conceal himself rather than observe, it was entirely reasonable that he would remain undetected. Black Scorpion's mistake lay in his choice to observe, which inevitably risked revealing his position. This could not be attributed to a lack of professionalism on Black Scorpion's part. Without the support of the Decepticons, his solitary quest for an energy entity on Earth was daunting. Should he choose to remain hidden, he would no longer be an assassin, but a fool. Seeing that Black Scorpion remained elusive, Gray Tianche abandoned his aerial search. Transforming into his humanoid form, he shaped a circular magnetic control device in the palm of his right hand, directing it downward to unleash a magnetic assault upon the forest below. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous magnetic force obliterated a vast expanse of woodland, shattering countless trees and reducing numerous stones to rubble. Witnessing this cataclysmic scene, Optimus Prime and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. They finally comprehended that Gray Tianche had previously shown restraint during their earlier confrontation. As Gray Tianche descended to the devastated forest below, a fighter jet suddenly surged forth from the debris, soaring into the sky with incredible speed, vanishing into the clouds. It was Black Scorpion. Tian-Go recognized him at once, realizing that the flash of Red Prime had detected was indeed Black Scorpion's optical lens. Although Gray Tianche had not seen it with his own eyes, through a brief exchange with Optimus Prime, he had pinpointed Black Scorpion's identity and location. The more Tian-Go contemplated the situation, the more he felt a sense of dread. The demise of Megatron at the hands of such an individual was not a tarnish on his reputation. Gray Tianche cast a distant glance at the Autobots, waved his hand, and then transformed back into a fighter jet, swiftly ascending and flying in pursuit of Black Scorpion's fleeing direction. At that moment, Bumblebee suddenly emitted a series of electronic sounds, suggesting whether they should inform old Flash and Jax, as they had been incessantly searching for Black Scorpion. Upon hearing this, the partition shook its head immediately. No, Bumblebee. Although I too yearn to relay Black Scorpion's whereabouts, Gray Sky is present, and I do not wish for them to fall into peril. I concur with your perspective, Partition. Optimus Prime nodded, subsequently activating the communication channel. Rafi, initiate the land bridge and bring us back. Soon, Optimus and his companions departed through the land bridge. And just as they left, Laserbird swiftly soared out of the mountain, heading in the direction where Black Scorpion had fled. Amidst the clouds, a black fighter jet sped forth, closely pursued by a gray fighter jet. Gray Sky observed Black Scorpion's desperate flight, unhurried to engage, for the Autobots were nearby spectating. He gestured to the Autobots, urging them to depart swiftly, even if they chose to linger. The significant distance he and Black Scorpion had already covered rendered the Autobots unable to catch up. At this moment, Black Scorpion was exceedingly tense, desperately accelerating. But no matter how he flew, Gray Sky remained steadfastly behind him, akin to a wolf relentlessly pursuing its prey. Almost there, Gray Sky calculated the distance, targeting Black Scorpion to commence his assault. Waves of gray beams surged towards Black Scorpion, who evaded frantically, continuously heading towards the cloud-laden skies, utilizing the clouds as a smokescreen. Seeing that he had unleashed over 100 beams without hitting a single target, Gray Sky remained calm, for aerial combat often unfolded this way, especially in the skies of Cybertron against an adversary as elusive as the assassin Black Scorpion. Gray Sky continued his barrage, Yet Black Scorpion was left in a dire predicament. With Gray Sky's prowess, he found it exceedingly challenging to mount an effective counterattack. The earlier devastation of the forest by Gray Sky had profoundly shaken Black Scorpion's resolve. He was not inclined to confront Gray Sky. His sole desire was to distance himself, to escape with all his might. Chapter 87. The tool of the Cosmic Emperor beneath the starry sky. On a spacious highway, dozens of race cars were competing, constantly overtaking one another, with some veering off the track due to miscalculations. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a race car that had initially lagged in the last position was unfazed by any competitor, steadily accelerating and soon surpassing all others, leaving them in its wake. All that the spectators could see under the night sky was the vanishing glow of its taillights. The victor of this race was not a human, but rather a Cybertronian, Old Flash. During the Cybertronian War, Old Flash often raced against the Decepticons, and now, having arrived on Earth, he remained unable to shed his passion for speed. In recent times, aside from searching for Energon and the Decepticons, he participated in human racing events. Naturally, he emerged victorious each time, as he always started from the back row, refraining from interaction, his identity a mystery within human society, thus earning the moniker Mysterious Lightning among racers. After Old Flash secured victory in the match, he intended to find a place to rest. At that moment, two straight lines streaked across the sky, accompanied by the thunderous roar of fighter jets. Old Flash immediately recognized Black Scorpion's vehicle form, but it was the first time he beheld Gray Tianch's new form. A wave of confusion washed over him as he noticed the gray aircraft relentlessly firing pulse waves at Black Scorpion, and he quickly deduced that Black Scorpion was being pursued. In the next instant, the jet's exhaust port was struck by a gray pulse wave, resulting in an explosion that produced a thick cloud of smoke. Though it was not particularly conspicuous in the darkness, Black Scorpion let out a pained cry as the nose of his craft collided with a mountain. Just as impact seemed inevitable, he abruptly pulled up, exerting all his strength to ascend. Witnessing this, Gray Tianche swiftly launched pulse waves toward the mountain peak, while Black Scorpion found himself unable to alter his course, inevitably flying into the range of Gray Tianche's attack. A series of gray beams struck Black Scorpion's fuselage and wings, eliciting cries of agony from him as the nose of his craft began to plummet again, this time without an opportunity for recovery. Realizing he was about to crash, Black Scorpion transformed into his humanoid form, hoping to mitigate the impact. To his dismay, Gray Tianche continued his assault, unleashing a barrage of gray beams that destabilized Black Scorpion, sending him crashing into a boulder. Coincidentally, he landed at the edge of the mountain's summit, colliding with a stone before rolling down the slope. The steep incline shattered protruding rocks as Black Scorpion tumbled down, leaving him with numerous scratches from the jagged terrain. Amidst the relentless sounds of collision, he ultimately came to rest at the foot of the mountain. However, these impacts were merely superficial wounds to the steel frame of a Cybertronian. Black Scorpion quickly regained his footing and dashed forward without hesitation. At that moment, Gray Tianche transformed into his humanoid form and descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Black Scorpion. Upon seeing Gray Tianche, Black Scorpion instinctively halted his advance, even taking a step back. Gray Tianche, I suppose it matters little now, he muttered. Gray Tianche intended to correct him, but as the thought of soon ending Black Scorpion's life loomed, he deemed such correction unnecessary. His right hand transformed into a battle blade as he strode toward Black Scorpion. In response, Black Scorpion swiftly transformed both hands into guns and began firing frantically at Gray Tianche. Yet, as the crimson beams struck Gray Tianche, they inflicted no harm whatsoever, merely causing him to stagger slightly from the pulse waves. Gray Tianche approached Black Scorpion with determined strides, swinging his blade down toward Black Scorpion's head. As an assassin, Black Scorpion was agile enough to evade the strike, but in the next moment he found himself seized by Gray Tianche's left hand, gripping his head tightly. In an instant, Black Scorpion felt an overwhelming surge of dread wash over him. He had believed himself sufficiently agile, even if he could not defeat Gray Tianche. He thought he could at least evade him for a while. To his dismay, after just one exchange, Gray Tianche seized his head. Black Scorpion could almost envision the next moment when Gray Tianche would brutally crush his skull. Yet, such a fate did not unfold. Instead of immediately ending Black Scorpion's life, Gray Tianche extracted a shard of dark super energy from him. What followed was an action that Black Scorpion could never have anticipated. Gray Tianche directly embedded the shard of dark super energy into Black Scorpion's chest. Releasing his grip, Black Scorpion collapsed before Gray Tianche, kneeling and emitting muffled sounds. His fists clenched, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, and his blood-red optical lenses gleaming with an astonishing violet light. The blood of the Cosmic Emperor coursed through his veins, and he felt an unparalleled surge of power. With this newfound strength came an influx of confidence, although he remained uncertain of Gray Tianche's intentions. The very act of granting him such power ignited within Black Scorpion a desire to retaliate. Under Gray Tianche's gaze, Black Scorpion, who had ceased trembling, suddenly surged forth, his hands morphing into sharp spikes aimed directly at Gray Tianche's core. Just as Black Scorpion believed he was on the verge of triumph, the spikes halted mere inches from Gray Tianche's chest. Gray Tianche grasped Black Scorpion's spikes firmly, and in a moment that astonished Black Scorpion, he exerted force, snapping the spikes with brute strength. Immediately after, Gray Tianche delivered a powerful punch to Black Scorpion's chest, sending him crashing to the base of a mountain. Black Scorpion scrambled to his feet, shocked to discover a fissure in his chest where Gray Tianche had struck. Some pale, blue super energy seeped from the wound, mingled with a hint of purple dark super energy. Gray Tianche refrained from further assault, choosing instead to observe Black Scorpion. He awaited the moment when the dark super energy circulated through Black Scorpion's veins before delivering the final blow. Why? To provide a vessel for the Cosmic Emperor. The primordial celestial and the Cosmic Emperor share a common origin. Once Gray Tianche employs the ultimate divine lock to resurrect the core of Cybertron, which is also the primordial celestial, the Cosmic Emperor shall awaken anew. However, even with the resurrection of both deities, they would emerge in a state of profound weakness. In the original narrative, the recently revived Cosmic Emperor could not directly travel to Cybertron, and thus utilize the body of Megatron to reach it. The choice of Megatron was deliberate. Having used dark super energy, he became an anti-core. Consequently, upon Megatron's demise, he did not return to the source of the primordial celestial's core, but instead merged with the Cosmic Emperor's anti-core. Following the principle of proximity, the Cosmic Emperor selected Megatron. After upgrading him, he promptly journeyed to Cybertron, where he ultimately fell prey to a container crafted by Optimus Prime, utilizing one of the 13 Apostles, Master Titanium. In pursuit of the goal to absorb the Master of the Universe, Gray Tianche must devise a means for the Master to traverse to Cybertron. Initially, Gray intended to have Megatron fulfill this role as per the original narrative. However, following Black Scorpion's acquisition of the Dark Energon, Gray's perspective shifted, leading him to consider Black Scorpion as the new instrument, or rather, the secondary tool of the Master of the Universe. Why choose Black Scorpion as the secondary instrument? The rationale is simple. Whosoever becomes the vessel of the Master of the Universe must be eliminated, for their enhanced powers would pose an insurmountable threat. If Megatron were to be upgraded according to the original plot, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him, given his status as the champion of the Kaon gladiatorial arena. In contrast, the scenario would differ markedly with Black Scorpion. A fleeting notion crossed Gray's mind. What if a mere Decepticon soldier were substituted? Would it not be easier to dispatch? Yet, this thought was promptly dismissed. Gray craved the advanced armaments bestowed by the Master of the Universe upon his subjects. The Master had previously stated that the Hyperlight Space Drive was merely one of the many upgrades conferred upon Megatron. This implies that upgrading an ordinary soldier would severely curtail the Master's divine potential, resulting in fewer enhancements. Gray would not allow his gains to diminish. Yet he sought to maintain control over the proceedings, leading him to opt for the compromise of utilizing Black Scorpion. Nevertheless, the narrative had yet to unfold to that juncture. Gray resolved to keep these three strategies at hand, postponing the final decision until the stage of the ultimate divine lock. Presently, with Black Scorpion having absorbed the Dark Energon, eliminating him now would prevent his return to the primordial celestial. Instead, he would be claimed by the Master of the Universe. Time slipped away gradually, and as Gray assessed the situation to be ripe, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot through the air. Unperturbed, Gray sidestepped the beam and turned to observe its source. It was an Autobot known as Old Flash. Although it was their first encounter, Gray recognized him instantly from the files he had reviewed. "Old Flash, save me," Black Scorpion cried out in desperation, a scene that astonished Gray. If Black Scorpion sought aid from an adversary, he must be exceedingly confident. As anticipated, Black Scorpion's next utterance garnered Old Flash's assistance. "Old Flash, do you not wish to know who killed Splashwave? I possess the knowledge to lead you to that individual," Black Scorpion bellowed, and Old Flash promptly approached him, seizing Black Scorpion by the throat. "Who is it?" Old Flash inquired. Just then, with remarkable swiftness, Gray Tianche intervened, pressing Old Flash against the stone wall. In the next moment, Old Flash was hurled away by Gray, colliding with several trees in his trajectory. The waves, I recall, are associated with the Thunder Rescue Team. Yet, such details are trivial. Through their discourse, Gray Sky understood the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Black Scorpion must meet his demise. With his left hand morphing into a lethal blade, he plunged it into Black Scorpion's chest, the blade piercing through to his back, effectively cleaving his core in twain. Just as Old Flash had risen, he witnessed the brutal execution of Black Scorpion, the crimson light in his optical lenses gradually fading, extinguishing the spark of life within. Black Scorpion was dead. No, Old Flash bellowed, for he had approached with the intent to slay Black Scorpion, only to discover that Black Scorpion was aware of the identity of his killer, Wave, a comrade of the Thunder Rescue Team, and a dear ally of Old Flash. The demise of Wave was known to Jack, who had informed Old Flash, albeit Jack had merely stumbled upon Wave's lifeless form, unaware of the perpetrator. Now, with the chance to uncover the killer's identity, it was cruelly severed by Gray Sky. Gray Sky, enraged, Old Flash prepared to launch another assault when suddenly, a blue energy shield surged forth, propelling him far away. As he vanished from sight, Gray Sky activated the ship's communications, instructing the station's soldiers to lower the land bridge. Old Flash charged once more, yet he could only witness Gray Sky vanishing with Black Scorpion's corpse into a swirling vortex of azure and white. In the next instant, the vortex dissipated, and Old Flash's frustrated roar echoed throughout the forest. Chapter 88. Subtle Undercurrents. Wave, a member of the Thunder Rescue Team, was widely recognized as a rebellious spirit, affectionately dubbed the Old Rebel by his peers. This title was no trivial matter, for the Thunder Rescue Team specialized in recruiting such defiant individuals, each one a fierce warrior. To be acknowledged as a rebel within such a cadre is to be deemed the epitome of rebellion, the king of rebels. In the original narrative, Jack and Skywing journeyed to Earth due to the latter's slaying of Wave, with Jack seeking vengeance for his fallen comrade, engaging in combat across 100 light years to reach Earth. Now, however, the situation had changed. Jack had discovered Wave's body, yet remained oblivious to the identity of the murderer. What then sparked their conflict? Was it due to factional disputes or the contention for resources? Skywing had not documented the origins of this incident in the database. Perhaps he reported it to Megatron, or perhaps he did not. Regardless, Gray Sky remained uninformed. He did not inquire further, for irrespective of the reasons behind their quarrel, they continued to adhere to the original storyline, with merely 2 additional characters introduced, one of whom he had already dispatched. The decision not to eliminate Old Flash was motivated by the necessity to maintain stability with Optimus Prime. After all, in the future, they were destined to unite against the Cosmic Emperor. To jeopardize their alliance with Optimus for the sake of Old Flash would undeniably be a poor bargain. Characters such as Moonlit, Skyhook, Old Flash, and Black Scorpion, who were non-existent or unmentioned in the original plot, indicate that certain events, even without Gray Sky's intervention, have already undergone transformation, though he remains unaware of these changes. These imperceptible undercurrents are gradually influencing the narrative. Gray Sky felt the ominous approach of the unknown. As the plot unfolded, his prophetic advantage steadily diminished. The storyline of the Leader's Testament was rife with unexpected events, and not all surprises were detrimental. For instance, had it not been for the iron-eating worms, the Autobots would not have faced an invasion. The land bridge system would have remained intact, and the Faceless One could have forcefully activated the land bridge. Consequently, Red Spider's plan to have the Faceless One disguise as a Jack to access the Autobots' land bridge would have succeeded. Thus, although the iron-eating worms posed a grave threat to the Autobots' existence, they inadvertently thwarted Red Spider's scheme, ultimately aiding the Autobots. With this thought, Gray Sky felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps at any moment, the electromagnetic barrier would fail, exposing the Decepticon warship to the Autobots' sight. Nevertheless, these were trivial matters compared to his true apprehension regarding the 13 Apostles. Following the conclusion of the Divine War, the primordial celestial master merged with the core of Cybertron, while the Cosmic Emperor was exiled into the vastness of space, lost to the void. The 13 Apostles, under the relentless tide of temporal power, began to turn against one another. Some had perished, while others remained, yet the latter were elusive, wandering in the far reaches of the universe. Among them, the second apostle, the Voyager of Heaven, particularly occupied Gray Sky's thoughts, as the one responsible for manipulating time and monitoring the Cosmic Emperor. He might very well be observing him from light years away. However, this posed little concern, for the 13 Apostles were unlikely to interfere in the affairs of Cybertron civilization. A quintessential example was Master Titanium, or the Creator of Heaven, who, since founding Cybertron civilization alongside the Celestial Gatherer, had largely receded from direct involvement, even amidst the invasion of the Quintessence, choosing to remain in seclusion, never appearing in the public eye. This served as a comforting reassurance. However, the unexpected characteristics of the Leader's Testament left a profound impression on Gray Sky, as he genuinely worried about the potential for any apostle to whimsically visit Earth, which could lead to considerable turmoil. Remaining vigilant in precarious times, Gray Sky's mind was tumultuous, never finding peace. Upon reaching the bridge, he encountered the station soldiers but did not see Soundwave. He refrained from inquiring with the soldiers, as Soundwave neither needed nor could explain his whereabouts. As the chief intelligence officer, no one held a higher rank than him, apart from the leader. Rather than checking the surveillance for Soundwave's location, he initiated direct communication, asking, "Soundwave, where are you?" Soundwave remained silent, merely operating the computer, which displayed his location on the bridge's screen, a data workstation aboard the warship. Upon seeing the displayed location, Gray Sky promptly turned and departed the bridge, heading to Soundwave's workspace. As Gray Sky entered Soundwave's studio, Soundwave ceased his work, turning to regard him intently, as if expecting him to speak. Gray Sky's gaze swept over Soundwave, noticing that the laser bird on his chest was absent. On a gray day, Gray Tianche smiled inwardly as Soundwave used sonic waves to track him through the laser birds. This was of no concern to him. He had been prepared for such an eventuality. However, rather than simply activating the land bridge to retrieve the laser birds, Soundwave allowed himself to observe them, making it clear that he was monitoring Gray Tianche's actions. Soundwave had chosen Gray Tianche, but he was equally eager to discern his abilities and objectives. Thus, Gray Tianche demonstrated his might and his unwavering resolve to restore Cybertron. Yet, the Autobots remained the sworn enemies of the Decepticons. Despite Gray Tianche's articulate assertions, Soundwave sought further clarification, not merely regarding the Autobots, but concerning Gray Tianche's true feelings. Under Soundwave's penetrating gaze, Gray Tianche approached calmly and stated, "Soundwave, I understand your disdain for the Autobots. However, they possess their utility, especially Optimus Prime. During the Cybertronian War, the Decepticon forces were unstoppable. To prevent the Allspar from falling into Decepticon hands, Optimus clandestinely launched it into space, and its location remains a mystery to this day." Upon hearing this, Soundwave was engulfed in confusion. How could a mere civilian know that Optimus had secretly launched the Allspark into space? Was he truly just a civilian? No, he mused. He was aware of all the high-ranking officials on Cybertron, and Gray Tianche was not among them. Where had he come from? Sensing Soundwave's emotional turmoil, Gray Tianche smiled. "You should feel exhilarated, Soundwave, for we are embarking on a monumental endeavor. Reviving Cybertron is not an endeavor to be accomplished swiftly. It demands prolonged effort and commitment. A truce with Optimus is essential, and we must share the formula for synthesizing Super Energon, lest the Autobots engage in conflict with us over its resources. The Super Energon on Earth is already scarce, and planets like Earth are exceedingly rare in the universe. Continued depletion would only plunge the entirety of Cybertronian civilization into despair. We cannot gamble with the future of our civilization. Most importantly, without the Allspark, Cybertron cannot birth new life. How can we discuss the revival of Cybertron? If we press for the Allspark's whereabouts, Optimus will surely resist to the death. Thus, a truce is imperative. As for how to persuade Optimus to recover the Allspark, that'll be my task. Gray Tianche provided an answer, and Soundwave grasped the implication. Only Optimus could locate the Allspark, and a forceful approach would be futile. A softer method was indeed prudent. Yet, Soundwave sensed that this was not the entirety of Gray Tianche's true intentions. He was concealing something. He yearned for more information. But upon noticing Gray Tianche's gaze, he realized that no further revelations would be forthcoming. At this moment, Soundwave's perception of Gray Tianche had irrevocably shifted. For the first time, he truly recognized that this tall, gray Cybertronian before him seemed to possess knowledge of something extraordinarily significant. However, Gray Tianche no longer intended to continue speaking, and Soundwave ceased his entanglement. He had glimpsed merely the tip of Gray Tianche's ambitions, yet it mattered not. As long as those ambitions served the grand cause of the Decepticons and the revival of Cybertron, Soundwave would offer his unwavering support. In the gaze of Gray Tianche, Soundwave fell silent for a moment before extending his hand to press a key on the computer keyboard. In the next instant, a set of coordinates appeared on the screen, the coordinates of the Iron Fortress project. Gray Tianche recognized them at once, and a smile spread across his face. Well done, Soundwave. Gray Tianche approached the computer, scrutinizing the coordinates, which pointed to Manhattan, one of New York City's 5 boroughs. Relevant memories surged into his mind, and Gray Tianche understood what it was. Without hesitation, he activated the communication channel, instructing Knockout, Deadlock, and Moonracer to lead a contingent of army soldiers to undertake this task. Lord Gray Tianche, I assure you that I will retrieve the Iron Fortress item, promised Knockout, to which Gray Tianche promptly responded, I have faith in your capabilities. You will certainly succeed. In the original narrative, Black Widow awakened a multitude of mechanical insects hidden beneath the ruins of Megatron's demise, leading them to assault the Decepticon warship. Coincidentally, during the chaos, the barricade had fallen into a pile of super-energetic containers prepared by the Decepticon miners, thus being inadvertently transported aboard the warship. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle between Megatron and Black Widow's mechanical swarm, the barricade sabotaged the energy chamber, resulting in an emergency landing of the ship. Once the ship had landed, the barricade promptly fled. The Decepticon repair crew immediately began to assess the damage to the energy chamber, indicating that extensive repairs would be required before the ship could take off again. Megatron, deeply concerned, recognized that the barricade had escaped. He was aware of the warship's current location, and with it immobilized, an Autobot attack would spell dire trouble. More critically, the Allspark extractor was now in the hands of the Autobots, posing a significant threat. Ultimately, Megatron contemplated the Dark Energon. If anything could instantaneously restore the damage, it would be that. Due to the blood of the Prime, Knockout advised against this course of action, but from Megatron's perspective, he had no other option. If he failed to act, the Decepticons would become easy targets for the Autobots. Megatron infused the warship with Dark Energon, and as a result, the vessel gained sentience and discovered a crucial file in its database, the Iron Fortress dossier. The warship immediately began to decrypt the Iron Fortress dossier and, employing a hypnosis ray, took control of all Decepticons, including Megatron himself, while Optimus Prime and others succumbed to the effects of the hypnosis ray. The might of the battleship is formidable. However, its recognition system has yet to be expanded, rendering it temporarily incapable of detecting human presence. Consequently, Raffi Meki Jack, an Agent Fuller, embarked upon the Decepticon battleship, utilizing a compact data storage device to download the Iron Fortress files from the vessel. Thus commenced the fierce contest for the Iron Fortress artifacts between the Decepticons and the Autobots. Yet, prior to the onset of this chain reaction, Gray Tianche meticulously orchestrated the assassination of Black Widow, effectively obliterating the source of the turmoil. And as for the partition, according to the original trajectory, it should have accidentally collapsed amidst the pile of hyper-energy containers at the Decepticon mining site. However, due to the mission to rescue Alcee and the natural influences of Tion Hook and flying over mountain, the partition's trajectory was altered. The energy chamber remained unscathed. The battleship did not make an emergency landing, and the dark hyper-energy was not infused into the vessel, consequently preventing the Autobots from obtaining the Iron Fortress files. Although Optimus Prime possessed the capability to decipher the Iron Fortress files, they had only Optimus as the key but lacked the lock that was the Iron Fortress files. As the Iron Fortress files were decrypted, Soundwave's proficiency would only escalate, enhancing the speed of his decryption. He had already cracked one, leaving 8 coordinates remaining, and it was believed that in the near future, all these Iron Fortress artifacts would be firmly in Grey Tianche's grasp. Chapter 89, Mechanical Insect Brigade Soundwave. Your mission is to continue decrypting the Iron Fortress project. I have stabilized Optimus Prime. Now I must attend to another matter, Grey Tianche instructed before turning to depart. After Grey Tianche left Soundwave's workshop, he made his way to the bridge, ascending to the highest point. He activated the console, locking onto a specific coordinate. Then engaged the automatic navigation mode, directing the battleship toward the designated location. Immediately thereafter, Grey Tianche activated the battleship's intercom. All Decepticons, except for those on duty, assemble all aerial combat units on the deck. The ground forces report to the lower hatch and prepare for battle. This sudden command sent shockwaves through everyone present. The alarm blared, urging the combat units to reach the deck post-haste. They dared not delay even for a moment. Are we about to engage the Autobots in battle? This was the first thought that crossed their minds upon receiving the orders, a notion they deemed entirely reasonable, for in their eyes, there was no organization on this planet capable of mobilizing them all other than the Autobots. Tianjun and Hai-E exchanged glances upon hearing the command and the alarm, both believing that a confrontation with the Autobots was imminent. They hastily made their way to the bridge. Lord Grey Tianche, is it the Autobots? Hai-E burst into the bridge, striding swiftly to Grey Tianche's side, with Tianjun closely following, displaying an expression of irate urgency. Not so, Grey Tianche replied coolly, his words laced with frost, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Not the Autobots? Tianjun furrowed his brow, pondering what could necessitate the entire Decepticon force if it was not the Autobots. Tianche deftly manipulated the control console, extracting a series of space flight records from the Decepticon database, which he projected onto the large screen. These were the launch records from the Decepticon spacecraft, dating back to the Cybertronian War. At once, Hai-E recognized the records displayed. Are you familiar with these records? Tianjun inquired, turning his gaze to Hai-E. Indeed, during the Cybertronian War, I was tasked with safeguarding the spacecraft. Hai-E replied, his memories gradually crystallizing as he recalled numerous details. At that moment, Tianche interjected. During the Cybertronian War, the Decepticons, in their pursuit of the Autobots and in search of planets suitable for Cybertronian life, initiated a process where some Cybertronians were placed into stasis pods and dispatched aboard ships to seek out energy sources. As Tianche sifted through the records, he eventually pinpointed a specific flight log, magnifying it on the large screen as he continued. The Decepticons once deployed multiple mechanical insect battalions across the cosmos. Yet this record indicates that one such battalion lost contact mid-flight, and its original trajectory closely aligns with the direction of this planet. Upon hearing this, Hai-E immediately grasped Tianche's implication and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that this mechanical insect battalion has veered off course to this planet?" Tianche smiled precisely. "Thus, I now suspect there is more than one mechanical insect. That battalion should lie beneath the abandoned mine, though Black Widow did not excavate deeply enough to unearth them." With that, Tianche's expression turned serious as he issued a resolute command. However, one must always be prepared. Should this battalion refuse to yield, they must be annihilated. Under Tianche's orders, the entire warship shifted into combat readiness, deploying every weapon aboard, while the Air Force lined up in an orderly fashion on the deck. And the ground troops gathered densely at the hatch, all silently awaiting their leader's next directive. Tianche stood at the highest point of the bridge, gazing into the layers of dark clouds ahead, where lightning flickered and thunder roared across the sky. If it were a human aircraft, it would need to navigate around the storm to avoid being struck by lightning. However, what could mere clouds and thunder do to impede the formidable Decepticon army? The warship surged forward like a sharp blade, piercing through the storm clouds and traversing the lightning, effortlessly overcoming a challenge that would daunt any human vessel. Suddenly, the bridge's large screen shifted from black to white, capturing everyone's attention as the clouds drifted away, revealing a vast blue sky that transformed the night into day. The warship continued its advance, descending after covering a distance, breaking through the clouds as if a black blade had punctured the heavens. That blade plunged downward, swiftly penetrating the dense mountains and forests below. The Decepticon warship descended upon the derelict mine like an imposing black cloud, casting a formidable shadow. The Decepticon warriors surrounded the abandoned mine. At the command of Gray Sky, the Air Force soldiers leaped down from the deck, while the warship's lower hatch swung wide open, prompting a torrent of Army soldiers to descend as if a deluge had formed a meandering river, completely encircling the forsaken mine. The large screen aboard the warship displayed a multitude of Decepticon soldiers. Any intruders would be swiftly detected. Where had the corpse of Red Spider vanished? It was Shockwave who first sensed the anomaly. He gazed at the screen and soon pinpointed the location where Thunderquake had slain Red Spider. Gray Sky had only taken the bodies of Megatron and the mechanical insects. Thus Red Spider's body should have been there, yet it was conspicuously absent. It must have been removed by the Autobots, as they wished to prevent the majority of humanity from realizing our existence. In order to maintain the facade of false peace on this planet, Gray Sky appeared somewhat indifferent to the matter. How hypocritical, Thunderquake scoffed. He wholeheartedly concurred with Gray Sky's sentiments, for in the eyes of the Decepticons, the Autobots were but a continuation of the High Council. And what was the High Council? Corruption, hypocrisy, filth. To the Decepticons, the High Council epitomized the most vile of terms. Gray Sky's mention of hypocritical peace was a direct criticism of the Autobots' duplicity, perfectly aligning with the Decepticons' perspective, thereby fostering a sense of camaraderie among them towards Gray Sky. Gray Sky activated the intercom once more. Mining crew, gather at the lower hatch lift with the necessary equipment. Your task is to excavate continuously until you locate the Mechanical Insect Battalion. Expedite your efforts. Having spoken, Gray Sky manipulated the control panel to initiate the lift, which promptly descended to the summit of the abandoned mine. The mining crew swiftly assembled at the lift, equipped with their mining and detection apparatus, and descended rapidly before the mine entrance to commence their excavation and scanning operations. Some miners maneuvered drilling vehicles into the cavern, while others organized their detection devices, preparing to explore the subterranean voids. The miners worked with remarkable efficiency, and before long, they had excavated a chasm several hundred meters deep. Gray Sky observed the depth nearing 1,000 meters without yet locating the mechanical insects, but he remained unperturbed, for he was well aware of the narrative of the leader's testament. He was confident that the Mechanical Insect Battalion lay beneath this very ground. Within the cavern, the miners operated the drilling machinery, the incessant buzzing of the drill bit shattering stone reverberating throughout. As the sun approached its zenith, the warship finally received communication from the mining crew. Lord Gray Sky, we have discovered a substantial cache of Cybertronian stasis pods containing mechanical insects. Well done. Take some of your team and open all the stasis pods. Gray Sky concluded the communication and turned towards the bridge's exit, calling, Thunderquake, Shockwave, follow me. On a gloomy day, Gray Tianche led two individuals to a hatch devoid of an ascending mechanism, and without hesitation, he leaped down. Tianjun and Kai Yi followed suit, both jumping through the hatch. A resounding boom echoed, and as dust and debris erupted, the three robust Cybertronians emerged together upon a hillside before a gaping chasm. Standing atop the highest point of the hill, Gray Tianche surveyed the scene before him. Soon, a cacophony of flapping wings filled the air as a multitude of mechanical insects surged forth from the cavern, soaring high into the sky. Observing these massive, winged automatons, Gray Tianche could not suppress a smile. Each mechanical insect towered at 11 meters, though they typically hunched over, giving the appearance of being only 8 or 9 meters tall. Their performance in the original narrative often lacked prowess. For instance, when Megatron commanded the mechanical insect from a bridge, his elevated position contrasted sharply with their subservient postures, making them seem less formidable than him. However, it must be noted that in terms of size, these mechanical insects were on par with the upgraded forms of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Gray Tianche recalled watching the episode The Leader's Test, where during the struggle between Megatron and the mechanical insects, it was evident that the insects stood a head taller than Megatron, aligning perfectly with the height of humanoid forms like that of the Cybertronian warrior. In their humanoid forms, the mechanical insects appeared uniform, lacking genetic diversity, akin to clones. This homogeneity has historically placed them at the bottom of the hierarchy, as despite their brute strength, their intelligence remained low, rendering them insignificant threats. Throughout the eras of the High Council and the Decepticons, mechanical insects were mere pawns. Now, however, Gray Tianche intended to wield their might. The mechanical insects soared into the sky, descending like raindrops, forming a dense circle around the chasm. They transformed into humanoid shapes, raising their heads to survey the Decepticons encircling them, their gazes shifting as if in search of something. Ultimately, their attention settled upon Gray Tianche, as they noticed several Decepticon soldiers glancing his way, seemingly awaiting his command. With Tianjun and Kai Yi, two imposing figures, standing beside him, it was evident that this gray Cybertronian was in command. Chapter 90. Persuasion and Submission. Where is Lord Megatron? The mechanical insects in unison turned their gaze towards Gray Tianche, hoping to receive the answer from his lips. As the resistance against the Supreme Council erupted on Cybertron, the mechanical insects allied themselves with the Decepticons, regarding their revolutionary leader, Megatron, as their master. However, the mechanical insects were beholden to another master as well, Black Widow. Unlike the typical denizens of Cybertron, the mechanical insects possessed an interconnected consciousness. In collective combat, each Cybertronian exhibited distinct tactics, ideas, and combat styles due to their disunited thoughts. Conversely, when the mechanical insects congregated, their minds could easily synchronize, adhering to the combat style dictated by the one with the strongest self-awareness among them. This phenomenon elucidated why, despite their formidable individual capabilities, the mechanical insects struggled to leverage their strengths in group warfare. Black Widow, connected to the spark of the mechanical insects and possessing the strongest self-awareness, commanded their unwavering obedience the moment they drew near her. Although the mechanical insects submitted to Megatron, the lack of a direct spark connection rendered Megatron's formidable will ineffective over them. Thus, if Megatron and Black Widow stood together, the mechanical insects, due to their spark connection, would unhesitatingly side with Black Widow. However, Black Widow swiftly absconded from Cybertron during the conflict, abandoning the mechanical insects to wander the cosmos, leaving them to serve Megatron's commands wholeheartedly. Alas, Megatron was now deceased. Graysky's voice emerged, devoid of any hint of regret. With Megatron and Black Widow gone, it was indeed fortuitous, for now, no one could contest him for the allegiance of the mechanical insect army. Impossible, bellowed a formidable mechanical insect, marked by a conspicuous red scar that distinguished him from his kin. There is no such thing as impossibility, Gray Sky stated flatly, subsequently activating the communication channel, lower Megatron's corpse. After issuing the command, Gray Sky turned to the mechanical insect who had stepped forward and inquired, "What is your name?" "Firestorm." "Very well, Firestorm. I ask you, among your ranks, who are the most ferocious mechanical insects?" Gray Sky's gaze swept across the swarm, swiftly identifying two distinct mechanical insects. These two did not conceal themselves. They boldly strode through the throng, standing alongside Firestorm before Gray Sky. One of them bore numerous battle scars, a testament to its experience. And upon closer inspection, Gray Sky recognized it as the only named mechanical insect in the original narrative, known as Hardshell. The other, also marked with many scars, was particularly notable for the circular scar adorning its chest. "I am Hardshell. I am Critical Hit. Aside from myself, these two are the fiercest mechanical insects," Firestorm declared with a smug grin, while Hardshell and Critical Hit merely snorted derisively, refraining from further comment. Upon witnessing the scene, Gray Tianche immediately understood that the two individuals were at an impasse. However, they refrained from rebuttal, evidently aware that the fierce fire was the true embodiment of the most ferocious mechanical insect. The fierce fire continued, stating, "We are the forces dispatched to space by Lord Megatron, with two primary objectives: to locate and eliminate the fleeing Autobots, and to seek planets suitable for the survival of Cybertronian life." As soon as he finished speaking, two Decepticon soldiers descended on a lift, bearing the lifeless body of Megatron, and proceeded to present it before all the mechanical insects. "This is impossible," exclaimed the fierce fire, astonishment etched across his features, mirrored by the shock of the other mechanical insects. The Decepticon soldiers, upon witnessing the expressions of the mechanical insects, were reminded of their recent selves, who, like this group, found it hard to believe in the demise of Megatron. Gray Tianche waited for a moment, allowing the mechanical insects time to digest the information. Once they fully comprehended the gravity of the situation, he proclaimed loudly, "The truth stands before you. Megatron is dead, slain by Optimus Prime. This is undeniably a grievous loss for the Decepticon cause, yet we must not mourn his death, for the war is not over." He continued, "From this moment forward I, Grey Tianche, shall assume command of the Decepticons, with a singular aim, to revive Cybertron. Mechanical insects, you have but one choice, to tread alongside me on this dark path until Cybertron is reborn in glorious splendor." All eyes were drawn to Grey Tianche's resolute gaze. Each word he uttered silently dismantled Megatron's influence, while swiftly elevating his own standing in the hearts of the Decepticons. Most importantly, Grey Tianche consistently underscored the Decepticon objective, not conquest, not invasion, but the revival of Cybertron. And what the Autobots? Fierce Fire's questioning tone immediately alerted everyone, as it became apparent that this most formidable mechanical insect held Grey Tianche in disdain. Without waiting for response, he raised his right arm, pointing accusingly at Grey Tianche, demanding, "If even Megatron could not defeat the Autobots, what grounds do you have to believe you can surpass what Megatron accomplished?" Upon hearing this, the mechanical insects behind him exchanged glances, clearly in agreement with Fierce Fire's challenge. Yet, observing the current situation, it seemed Grey Tianche had already assumed leadership of the Decepticons and appeared no less formidable than Megatron. Hence, they chose to remain silent. However, Fierce Fire spoke up, not only as the fiercest mechanical insect, but also as the boldest. Everyone anticipated that Grey Tianche would react with fury to Fierce Fire's insolence. This time, Grey Tianche's response was not unexpected. He was indeed enraged. His countenance darkened visibly, and the next moment, he leaped before Fierce Fire, delivering a powerful punch that sent Fierce Fire hurtling backward. A cacophony of anguished cries from mechanical insects erupted as they stood behind the blazing inferno. Hui Tianche's sudden strike sent the formidable blaze crashing down upon them like a shooting star, creating a clearing amidst the dense throng of mechanical creatures. With this singular act, Hui Tianche raised his fist and replied with a nonchalant tone, deliberately casting a glance at the two figures, Critical Hit and Hardshell. Noticing his gaze, they instinctively adopted a defensive posture, bracing themselves for an imminent assault. Yet, Hui Tianche's attention merely flickered over them before returning to Blaze. At that moment, Blaze forcefully pushed aside the mechanical insects surrounding him, his eyes blazing with ferocity as he focused on Hui Tianche. With a thunderous roar, he leapt forward, charging at Hui Tianche. A resounding crash echoed as dust and debris erupted, only to swiftly dissipate, revealing the most ferocious of the mechanical insects, Blaze, sprawled heavily on the ground. In that instant, not only the Decepticon soldiers and mechanical insects, but even Tianjun and Hai Yi were profoundly astonished. How had Hui Tianche become so formidable in such a brief span of time? Hui Tianche retracted his fist, unfurling his fingers to keenly assess the force he had just exerted. A smile graced his lips. He was powerful, immensely powerful. This motley assembly of mechanical insects paled in comparison, and even a throng of monstrous giants would prove no match for him. Armed with the ever-morphing gears, an array of wondrous weaponry, and the sapphire brimming with immense energy, he was undoubtedly the mightiest of Cybertronians. Elated, Hui Tianche raised his arm and proclaimed, "Mechanical insects, you have witnessed my prowess, the very foundation of my challenge against Optimus Prime. You now face but one choice: obey my commands or face annihilation." Upon hearing his declaration, the Decepticon soldiers swiftly aimed their pulse rifles at the mechanical insects. Without hesitation, the mechanical creatures bowed down, kneeling before Hui Tianche. "We shall obey your command, our singular master." Despite Hui Tianche's threats, the mechanical insects regarded them with a certain nonchalance, having grown accustomed to such rhetoric during Megatron's reign. Death and threats were mere trifles to the Decepticons. What truly compelled the mechanical insects to accept their new master was Hui Tianche's demonstrated strength and commanding presence. The former was validated through Blaze's defeat, while the latter was conveyed through Hui Tianche's earlier words, revealing the same imperial will as Megatron. This was not only significant for the Decepticons. These two aspects were paramount for any faction or civilization. Now, Hui Tianche had succinctly affirmed these points to the mechanical insects, along with another critical truth. They had no alternative. Not long prior, Hui Tianche had effectively eliminated the options of Black Widow and Megatron. Under the formidable assault of Gray Sky, he naturally became the optimal choice for the mechanical insects, which swiftly made their best decision. Excellent. Everyone aboard the warship. Upon witnessing the resolution of the matter, Gray Sky was eager to depart. Numerous stasis chambers simultaneously terminated their programs, which might alert the Autobots to underground frequencies. Perhaps they would come to investigate. However, Gray Sky wished to avoid any conflict between the Decepticons and the Autobots. Through Gray Sky's machinations, it was possible that Optimus Prime would discern that the disturbance in the underground frequency was caused by him. He would likely suppress his curiosity. Yet what if Optimus Prime were not at the base at that very moment? What if others were absent, and only Skyfire happened to be flying over the base? Gray Sky contemplated numerous scenarios, devising various countermeasures. If the base were occupied solely by Skyfire and Ratchet, and if Ratchet were to relay the detected underground signal frequency to Skyfire, compelling him to open the land bridge to this location, then it would necessitate the elimination of Skyfire. Executing an Autobot before all the soldiers and mechanical insects would also serve to enhance his prestige. Alternatively, there existed the possibility that Ratchet would refrain from disclosing the underground signal frequency to Skyfire, resulting in Skyfire's ignorance and, consequently, his absence. Should that occur, Gray Sky could withdraw without impediment. Gray Sky pondered various other situations, yet until the last Decepticon soldier boarded the warship, he saw no sign of the Autobots. They did not arrive. Chapter 91. Apprehension at the Autobot base. Strange, why is there such a heightened underground frequency? Wait, ISNT this location? Ratchet's eyes flickered, as if he had realized something. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps approached, causing Ratchet to furrow his brow. With swift dexterity, he operated the computer to close the page. What's going on, Ratchet? Skyfire inquired softly. He had been forbidden by Optimus Prime to leave the base. Reluctant yet obedient, he could only wander within the confines of the base. Now, it seemed something was amiss, likely related to the Decepticons, and he yearned to understand and even act. Yet he feared Ratchet would deem him impulsive. Thus, he deliberately subdued his voice to appear calm. However, this facade seemed rather clumsy in front of Ratchet, who instantly discerned Skyfire's inner thoughts. Without hesitation, he waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, merely an ordinary energon pulse. Once the patrol returns, I'll send them to investigate." Upon hearing this, Skyfire's expression revealed his dissatisfaction. He quickly asserted, "Ratchet, Gray Sky is keen on excavating energetics. There must be something amiss. With Hook and the others absent, I am the only one who can investigate." Ratchet sighed, meeting Skyfire's gaze with seriousness. "Skyfire, if it were in the past, I would have permitted you to go, but now is not the time. Gray Sky has warned us. If you proceed alone, it could very well lead to your demise. Do you understand? But there are no buts. If you must take action, then go and fetch Lafayette and the others, as they are about to finish school." After the ambulance spoke, it turned away and continued to gaze at the computer screen, seemingly absorbed in some task. The flying mountain, resembling a deflated balloon, spun around and transformed into a vehicle, racing towards the exit corridor. Once the flying mountain had departed, the ambulance activated a private communication channel. "Optimus Prime, I am using the land bridge to bring you back. There's a situation." The ambulance pinpointed Optimus Prime's coordinates and initiated the land bridge. In the blink of an eye, Optimus Prime, accompanied by Hook, traversed the land bridge. As they arrived before the ambulance, it promptly shut down the land bridge and proceeded to operate the computer, opening the frequency page. Pointing at the erratic lines displayed, he remarked, "Behold, I have just uncovered an underground signal frequency, and its location is precisely where Gray Sky killed Megatron. I am certain this must be connected to Gray Sky." Hook, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation. How curious. After killing Megatron, Gray Sky detonated a powerful bomb to obliterate that abandoned mine. What could possibly compel him to revisit such a site? Both the ambulance and Hook turned their gazes towards Optimus Prime, evidently sharing the same sentiment. They believed that Gray Sky must be up to something. Optimus Prime engaged in rapid contemplation, aligning his thoughts with those of the ambulance and Hook, eager to investigate further. However, he had previously reached an agreement with Gray Sky, a ceasefire, albeit verbal. Gray Sky had shown goodwill by providing the formula for the synthetic energy core, alleviating the significant issue of energy scarcity. Moreover, the declaration of a ceasefire had originated solely from Gray Sky, while others, such as Thundercracker and Skywarp, had not expressed similar intentions. Persuading them to reconcile with the Autobots would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous task, should the Autobots appear within the sight of the Decepticons. Even if Gray Sky wished to cease hostilities, he would be compelled to engage in battle due to his status as the Decepticon leader. Most importantly, RC remained in Gray Sky's custody. The mere thought of RC sharpened Optimus Prime's gaze as he stated, RC is still in Gray Sky's hands, regardless of Gray Sky's intentions. We must rescue RC. However, given our prior agreement to cease hostilities, our actions will be limited to observation unless we possess a foolproof plan to rescue RC. Otherwise, we must refrain from taking action. Understood, the ambulance nodded, promptly operating the computer to prepare for the activation of the land bridge. I have locked the land bridge to a hill located 3 kilometers from the abandoned mine. Now, I shall activate the land bridge. A swirling vortex of blue and white rapidly formed within the corridor. Ambulance, where is the flying mountain? Optimus Prime inquired, glancing around but failing to spot the flying mountain. I sent him to fetch Lafayette and the others. The ambulance promptly replied, then turned towards the land bridge. Once you pass through, I will bring in the Partition and Bumblebee. Let them remain at the base, ready to act at a moment's notice until I call for assistance, Optimus Prime commanded. Turning towards the land bridge, with Hook closely trailing behind, the duo traversed the land bridge, flanked by a hill and surrounded by towering trees. Upon reaching the summit, they espied a colossal black iron warship in the distance. The Decepticon warship. Hook's pupils dilated in alarm, a sense of foreboding washing over him, causing his expression to tense. Yet, a sudden realization eased his demeanor. Excellent. RC must be confined within one of the ship's cells. Typically, we could never locate a Decepticon warship, and now it lies before us. You are indeed correct. Hook, this presents an opportunity, Optimus concurred, recognizing that regardless of what Megatron was orchestrating, the warship's proximity offered them a chance to board and rescue RC from captivity. Without hesitation, they advanced swiftly towards the Decepticon vessel, taking care to tread lightly while searching for cover. Navigating the intricate forest terrain took some time, but they eventually found themselves concealed behind a rocky outcrop, a mere 30 meters from the Decepticon soldiers. As they cautiously peered over, their eyes widened in unison at the sight of Megatron, surrounded by a swarm of mechanical insects. Mechanical insects? Hook gasped, suppressing his voice to avoid detection, directing his gaze towards Optimus. The latter's composed and serious demeanor instilled a sense of calm in Hook. He refocused on the scene ahead, observing a platform descending rapidly to the ground, where 2 Decepticon soldiers pushed a cart before the array of mechanical insects. Upon seeing the lifeless body of Starscream upon the cart, the insects manifested expressions of shock. Hook recognized this moment. It mirrored the astonishment he and his comrades felt upon witnessing Starscream's demise at Megatron's hands. After this moment of shock, Megatron proclaimed, in the name of reviving Cybertron, and as the Decepticon leader, his command for the insects to submit to him. However, when Inferno resisted, he was promptly subdued, and upon his defeat, the remaining mechanical insects knelt in deference to Megatron. Optimus, Hook urged, observing as Megatron commanded the mechanical insects. Yet Optimus still refrained from issuing any orders to act. He surveyed the mechanical insects and then the warship overhead, ultimately shaking his head. Hook, we must retreat. Without further delay, Optimus concealed his form and shifted direction, adopting a posture of withdrawal. What? For a fleeting moment, Hook questioned his own hearing. Optimus, the Decepticon soldiers and the mechanical insects are all grounded, and the warship is so low, we have a genuine chance to rescue RC. Skyhook, if we proceed now, the consequences will be beyond our capacity to bear. Optimus Prime swiftly articulated, then activated the communication channel. Ambulance, lock onto my position and initiate the ground bridge immediately. A swirling vortex of blue and white materialized before him. Yet Optimus refrained from stepping inside at once, choosing instead to gaze at Skyhook. Skyhook, understanding the gravity of the situation, suppressed any rebellious thoughts. Clearly, Optimus had insights he had not considered. There was no need to inquire further upon their return to base. Optimus would undoubtedly elucidate the circumstances to everyone. Once Skyhook entered the ground bridge, an unexpected commotion erupted nearby. Optimus turned his gaze to witness a multitude of mechanical insects flapping their wings, swarming aboard the warship, while Decepticon air soldiers ascended rapidly, and the ground troops began to return to the vessel in succession via the lift platform. With a final, solemn glance, marked by a hint of concern, Optimus did not linger, but promptly stepped into the ground bridge. Upon returning to the base, he was met by Ratchet, Bumblebee, and Skyfire, who gathered around him. Ratchet, with a worried expression, inquired, "Optimus, what is the situation?" Optimus shook his head. "The outlook is grim. Deep within the abandoned mine lies a long-dormant battalion of mechanical insects. The underground signal frequency you detected likely corresponds to numerous dormant pods being activated simultaneously, resulting in a surge of energy from the sparks of many Cybertronian life forms." Skyhook interjected, "And Grayshot's objective is this battalion of mechanical insects. He has maneuvered the warship directly above the abandoned mine, deploying all Decepticons, evidently to suppress and subjugate this force." Ratchet and Bumblebee exchanged glances, the former asking, "And then what?" "Then he succeeded. The mechanical insects have accepted the demise of Megatron and now kneel before Grayshot. It is likely that the warship is now teeming with these creatures, effectively doubling the Decepticon strength, while simultaneously complicating our efforts to rescue RC," Skyhook concluded, turning to Optimus, both to convey the situation and to question why the opportunity was forsaken. Optimus surveyed his comrades. Speaking gravely, Grayshot, in his quest to dominate this mechanical insect battalion, has brought the warship directly above the mine and close to the ground, deploying all Decepticon soldiers. While he engages with the mechanical insects, Skyhook and I would have had a perfect opportunity to board the warship. However, this does not guarantee we could rescue RC. Our brief encounters with Grayshot have revealed his remarkable decisiveness. Subjugating this battalion will not take him long. If Skyhook and I were to board the warship at this moment, we would undoubtedly alert the guards, facing a combined assault from Decepticon soldiers and mechanical insects. Even if we manage to rescue RC, we will be unable to communicate due to the battleship's cloaking system, rendering us incapable of establishing a land bridge. This brief window of time is sufficient for Gray Sky to seal off all entrances and exits of the vessel, effectively trapping us within. The opportunity is singular, devoid of any absolute certainty. Thus, we must refrain from action. After listening to Optimus Prime's explanation, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly acquiescing to his reasoning, yet Ratchet stepped forward. "Optimus, surely this cannot be the true reason for your reluctance to act." Ratchet, a longtime friend of Optimus, understood him well. If the mission to rescue a comrade were merely fraught with peril, Optimus would not waver, regardless of the risk involved. Indeed, after a shared glance with Ratchet, Optimus surveyed the group once more and stated, "What truly compels me to withdraw from this endeavor is trepidation. I must concede that Gray Sky poses a greater threat than Megatron. While Megatron excels in ruthless aggression, Gray Sky, at present, wields formidable power yet refrains from its misuse, instead amassing strength. However, we remain in the dark regarding his ultimate intentions for this power. Gray Sky claims he seeks to restore Cybertron, but whether this assertion is genuine remains beyond my discernment. Consequently, I cannot predict Gray Sky's actions, much like we could never have anticipated the buried mechanical insect army deep within that abandoned mine. Our knowledge of Gray Sky is alarmingly scant. Should we act recklessly, not only might we fail to rescue RC, but we could also jeopardize the recent truce with Gray Sky. Should hostilities erupt between us, we cannot guarantee that the war would not extend to humanity. Moreover, the Decepticons have doubled in strength. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution." Optimus has openly admitted his apprehension towards Gray Sky, yet it is less an apprehension towards him than an unease regarding the unknown. For Gray Sky's actions have consistently defied all expectations, particularly the shocking assassination of Megatron, which reverberated through the hearts of every Autobot. So, are we to remain inactive? Ironhide clenched his fists, feeling frustrated by the Autobots' current predicament. Our only course of action is to monitor Decepticon movements across the globe and surveil worldwide signals, striving to maintain awareness of their activities. Only through such vigilance can we enhance our chances in unforeseen circumstances. Optimus's demeanor swiftly turned grave, yet a glimmer of concern could be discerned within his gaze. This concern stemmed from Gray Sky's earlier assertion that Soundwave had learned his decryption methods. What progress has been made with the Iron Fortress project? How many artifacts or weapons of mass destruction have fallen into Decepticon hands? The more Optimus pondered, the more his head throbbed. The Decepticons' advantages were growing increasingly formidable. Chapter 92, A Loyal Servant to You, Lord Graysky. On the bridge of the Decepticon battleship, a soldier presented before Graysky the Iron Fortress items he had retrieved from the depths of the human city. Once again, a remarkable artifact imbued with the wisdom of Cybertron has emerged. Gray Tianche extended his right hand and delicately grasped this compact metallic object. My lord, do you know what this is? Ji Dao stood up instinctively, his expression filled with bewilderment, for even he was unaware of the purpose of this item, which resembled a diminutive wristwatch. It appeared anything but a formidable weapon, more akin to a small-time bomb. Shihua wore a similarly puzzled expression. Just as Gray Tianche was about to elucidate, his words faltered upon noticing the fierce fire lying on the ground suddenly open its eyes. Having been knocked unconscious by Gray Tianche's punch, Menghua had finally awakened. His movement drew the attention of all present, prompting Ji Dao to take a step back and ask uncertainly, I was just about to inquire, my lord, what is the situation with these mechanical insects? They are part of the troop I have recently acquired, Gray Tianche explained, effortlessly donning the wristwatch-like metallic object on his left arm and stepping forward to face Menghua. Meanwhile, the duo of Hardshell and Critical Strike contemplated their next actions, but upon noticing the slight movements of the mechanical insects, Gray Tianche cast a commanding glance in their direction. The force of his gaze halted their steps, leading them to exchange a glance before retreating a few paces. At this moment, Menghua had regained his composure, his vision clear as he beheld the towering gray Cybertronian before him. Gray Tianche, without a moment's hesitation, Menghua lunged toward him. Gray Tianche smiled slightly, unhurriedly activating the dial switch on the wristwatch-like device, which instantly emitted a faint blue glow. In the next instant, Menghua collided with Gray Tianche, yet to everyone's astonishment, Gray Tianche did not retaliate, nor was he toppled. Instead, Menghua passed right through him. It was as though a glitch from a video game had occurred. Turning to face the airborne Menghua, Gray Tianche calmly stated, Phase Shifter, allowing the user to traverse through solid objects like a ghost, or to be passed through by them. Quantum tunneling? Ji Dao began to speculate on the workings of the phase shifter. Is it not the quantum tunneling effect? You could study it and find out. Gray Tianche replied with a smile as he deactivated the phase shifter and activated the multifaceted gear, using the optical lens to scan the device. Just as Gray Tianche completed the scan, Menghua lunged at him once more. Unflinching, Gray Tianche held the phase shifter in his right hand while swiftly seizing Menghua's head with his left, forcefully tossing him aside. With Menghua no longer a hindrance, Gray Tianche handed the phase shifter to Ji Dao. My lord, Ji Dao felt somewhat troubled, for this was undoubtedly a pinnacle of Cybertronian technology, and it would be improbable to decipher its workings and structure in a short span of time. Do not worry, this project can be postponed until the end. You may study it whenever you wish, for I am not in haste for results. The clarity of Gray Tianche's stance immediately eased the tension that had gripped Jihua. Once the phase shifter was resolved, the next challenge was Jihua. Gray Tianche turned to face the approaching Jihua, suddenly stepping forward and delivering a powerful kick to Jihua's chest, sending him crashing against the bridge's door. Jihua cried out in pain, for the force of Gray Tianche's kick surpassed any previous assault. Jihua, I grant you one final chance, Gray Tianche commanded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Kneel. As Jihua lay on the ground, a memory echoed in his mind. On that day, he had knelt before Megatron, vowing eternal loyalty and pledging to follow him to the end. Jihua, stand by my word. Jihua rose once more, determination gleaming in his eyes, as he murmured, Megatron. Before he could finish, Gray Tianche abruptly pressed Jihua's head against the bridge door, gripping his chin with unyielding force. With a swift motion, Gray Tianche hurled Jihua towards Hardshell and Brawl. Kill him, Gray Tianche's voice was chilling, his gaze sweeping over Hardshell and Brawl, instilling fear within them. Yet, the two did not act immediately. Perhaps some remnants of camaraderie from their past lingered, though merely a fleeting sentiment. They were not merely mechanical insects, but ruthless Decepticons. Observing their hesitation, Grey Tianche barked, "What are you waiting for?" Startled by his command, Hardshell and Brawl exchanged glances, unsheathing their claws in unison, lunging at Jihua. The sound of metal piercing echoed, and Jihua struggled to turn his gaze toward Brawl, uttering in his final moments, "I'm sorry, Jihua." Then, all fell into darkness. Jihua was dead. Grey Tianche watched as Jihua's optical sensors gradually dimmed, a sigh escaping his lips. He had not intended to kill Jihua, even considering his past loyalty to Megatron. However, the earlier test revealed Jihua's unwavering fidelity, indicating that the likelihood of him betraying Megatron was exceedingly low, even in Megatron's absence. Grey Tianche had many tasks ahead. Although Jihua's strength paled in comparison to his own, his potential as a leader could not be overlooked. Should he choose to incite rebellion, his reckless nature would undoubtedly rally the mechanical insects. If Grey Tianche were present, it could be managed. If not, it would spell significant trouble. To squander precious time on Earth addressing such turmoil for the sake of one Jihua was, without a doubt, not worth it. Thus, Grey Tianche eliminated Jihua, preemptively quelling any potential conflict before they could arise. The confrontation between Hardshell and Critical Strike was a test, and the outcome did not disappoint Grey Sky. He was not surprised by this result, for this was the territory of the Decepticons. Were the Decepticons, though they, like the Autobots, aspire to restore Cybertron, their relentless warfare, even under the guise of noble intentions, cannot conceal their malevolence. Otherwise, from the perspective of justice, Grey Sky would have exclaimed, "What are you hesitating for? Are you not aware of our current predicament? A criminal who poses a constant threat to our warships and the hope of Cybertron's revival continues to exist in this world. Restoring Cybertron is justice, while the Decepticons are the harbingers of that hope. Those who obstruct them and sow chaos are the true evildoers. Despite their numerous atrocities, the Decepticons outwardly uphold justice, masking their sins with the corruption of the High Council. Thus, from a standpoint of righteousness, Grey Sky might have provided them with a justifiable reason to execute Flame, allowing them to kill him without remorse. However, Grey Sky refrained from such actions, for this was not a time of peace but of war. Excessive appearances of justice could undermine his command. Therefore, he merely shouted, "What are you still hesitating for?" This was both an urging and a final ultimatum. They must carry out the orders or face death. Hardshell and Critical Strike clearly felt the threat of death. Despite their past camaraderie with Flame, they were not bonded like Thundercracker or Skywarp, and thus were unlikely to sacrifice themselves for him. After a brief moment of hesitation, they plunged their claws into Flame's body. This act irrevocably and formally aligned Hardshell and Critical Strike with Grey Sky's faction. Grey Sky then glanced at the nearby Decepticon soldiers, and several rushed forward to lift Flame's lifeless form, carrying it out of the bridge. Without a backward glance, Grey Sky returned to the highest point of the bridge. The ship's large screen displayed an image of the moon, drawing ever closer. What lay on the moon? The space bridge. The thought immediately struck Shadow Moon. Recalling that before Grey Sky ascended to the leadership of the Decepticons, he had mentioned that the space bridge would be relocated to the far side of the moon. Apart from the space bridge, Shadow Moon could conceive of nothing else on the moon. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shadow Moon directly inquired, "Lord Grey Sky, are we heading to the space bridge?" Grey Sky candidly replied, "Indeed, we are going to the space bridge to retrieve someone." Retrieve someone? A tidal wave of thoughts surged through everyone's minds as they pondered, yet they could conjure no answers. Only Shadow Moon, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly realized that Grey Sky had companions on Cybertron. Have you guessed it? Grey Sky turned to Shadow Moon, a smile gracing his face. Shadow Moon's expression shifted, and he silently nodded. What had he guessed? Who did he believe that person to be? Critical Strike gazed at Shadow Moon, a look of confusion etched on his face. "I am uncertain, yet I was the first to encounter Lord Grey Sky. I understand that he arrived on Earth via a space bridge that locked onto the planet Cybertron, piloting a spacecraft. Now that he has mentioned the need to retrieve someone, it indicates that this individual resides on Cybertron. However, I am unaware of their identity." Shiwa did not conceal her thoughts, expressing them candidly. "So you merely deduced the location. I had assumed you knew who that person was, Ji-Dao remarked, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Soundwave entered the bridge, his curved screen displaying the image of Cybertron, which promptly appeared on the main display. Soundwave, I will lock onto the coordinates. Gray Sky commanded as he operated the computer, pinpointing the location within a city on Cybertron. The others quickly realized that this precise coordinate must correspond to Gray Sky's residence prior to his arrival on Earth. The battleship gradually navigated around the moon, arriving at its far side, where a colossal, circular space bridge came into view. The bridge rotated slightly before coming to a halt, evidently having locked on a Cybertron. Activate it, Gray Sky ordered, and Soundwave immediately initiated the space bridge. In the next instant, strands of azure and white light materialized within the bridge, swirling like flowing water in a Tai Chi formation, rapidly expanding to form a magnificent and wondrous vortex. This was the technological marvel of Cybertron, the space bridge. By traversing this vortex, one could reach any location within the universe. Chapter 93, Shockwave on Cybertron. Shockwave was quietly documenting the data fluctuations of a formidable creature within his laboratory. Suddenly, a device emitted a series of beeping sounds. Shockwave set aside his work and approached the device. Upon observing the information displayed on the connecting screen, his antennae stood erect, betraying his immense excitement. He hastily exited the laboratory and beheld a swirling azure and white vortex forming in the air not far from the entrance. From within the vortex emerged a towering figure, a gray Cybertronian over 10 meters tall. Before Shockwave could react, another figure stepped out. Soundwave, Shockwave called out the name, scarcely remembering the last time he had uttered it. It had been quite some time. Soundwave remained silent, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Shockwave then turned to the gray Cybertronian beside Soundwave, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you Gray Sky?" "It is I," Gray Sky confirmed with a firm nod. "It has been long since we last met, Shockwave. What has transpired with your physique?" While Shockwave could recognize this gray Cybertronian, who appeared slightly more robust than Megatron, the transformation was so drastic that it left anyone astounded. "Let us discuss this within your laboratory," Gray Sky suggested. "I shall explain everything to you." As Gray Tianche spoke, he took the initiative to grasp Shockwave and walk towards the laboratory door, with Soundwave following closely behind. During their passage into a certain room within the laboratory, Shockwave refrained from further inquiries. Gray Tianche understood that this did not imply Shockwave's indifference. Rather, Shockwave was an individual whose logical reasoning diverged from that of ordinary people. Since Gray Tianche had promised to disclose everything, Shockwave chose to remain silent and await the revelations. In simpler terms, Shockwave was not in a hurry. The three of them arrived at the innermost depths of Shockwave's laboratory, where Soundwave beheld the immense and fearsome mechanical creature. Gray Tianche casually inquired, "Is the behemoth not yet fully cultivated?" Shockwave replied, "It has entered the final stages. Cultivation can indeed be concluded now. However, I do not wish to unleash it before completing all procedures, as I cannot fully ensure its biological capabilities are intact." As he explained, Shockwave deliberately stepped aside, hoping to provide Soundwave with a broader perspective of his creation. "You are correct," Gray Tianche smiled, taking a few steps in a random direction. Let me ponder where I should begin." Suddenly, Gray Tianche turned to face Shockwave directly and declared, "Let me start with my discovery of the space bridge. At that time, I was, as usual, searching for energy signals from the space bridge. I had little hope and was about to take a detour to gather some resources for my return journey, when suddenly the monitoring device emitted an alert. Upon inspection, I discovered that the space bridge had appeared in space directly above me. Naturally, I could not let this opportunity slip away. Fearing that the space bridge might close at any moment, I decided to accelerate and pass through it, intending to use the bridge to bring you over. After all, if I did not act, we would remain trapped here indefinitely. This could very well be our only chance. However, upon crossing the space bridge, I encountered the Autobots and Decepticons engaged in battle, which resulted in the destruction of the space bridge. Even Megatron perished in the ensuing explosion. "Megatron is dead," Shockwave exclaimed incredulously, glancing at Gray Tianche before turning to Soundwave. Soundwave remained silent, merely nodding slightly to confirm Megatron's demise. Gray Tianche continued, The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that I scarcely had time to react. After the explosion of the space bridge, the Autobots retreated, while I directly piloted my ship to the Decepticon warship and established contact with Starscream. The process was straightforward. After stating my intentions, I was casually assigned a position by Starscream. After joining the Decepticons, I refrained from mentioning your situation. Firstly, the space bridge had been destroyed, and even if I spoke of it, I could not retrieve you. Secondly, at the moment of the explosion, Megatron was still on the space bridge, while the Decepticon warship had already departed, which left me with a sense of impending danger. I feared that someone within the Decepticons had orchestrated Megatron's abandonment. Thus, I resolved to proceed with caution, waiting until I fully understood the situation before taking further action. After Megatron's demise, Starscream assumed control of the warship. Although he did not garner universal approval, under his management, the Decepticons did not encounter any significant issues. Nevertheless, in the eyes of many Decepticons, Starscream, despite his ability to manage them, remained merely a second-in-command rather than a true leader. Naturally, Starscream was displeased. After spending some time with him, I discerned that he harbored an intense desire to usurp leadership. I also learned that he was the one who had steered the warship away from the space bridge, a decision that, while astute, led me to question his motives and whether he had a hand in Megatron's death. However, I quickly realized that only sufficient force could ensure one's safety. Thus, I began to forge alliances and establish a foothold within the Decepticon ranks. Starscream, lacking formidable strength, sought allies, and I was among them. He soon recalled the Decepticons' premier warrior, Thundercracker, whom Megatron had dispatched to Earth. Upon this recollection, Starscream immediately ordered Soundwave to accompany him in locating Thundercracker and awakening him. Yet, Thundercracker remained defiant, unwilling to submit to Starscream even after Megatron's passing. Fortunately, Soundwave not only found Thundercracker, but also discovered that Megatron was still alive. Under normal circumstances, no one could withstand the explosion of that colossal space bridge, but he had survived due to the dark energon within him. However, Starscream extracted the dark energon from Megatron, intending to eliminate him, a fact we would later uncover. Despite Starscream's actions, Megatron received timely medical assistance, preserving his life. Concerned for Megatron's safety, I persuaded Thundercracker to remain by his side, ensuring his protection. In the following days, I focused on cultivating my own faction until I examined the warship's historical entry and exit logs, revealing that Megatron had once left the warship with a fragment of dark energon. With a spirit of experimentation, I began my search for the fragment and ultimately found it. I informed Thundercracker of my discovery, planning for him to witness it firsthand. However, during our absence from the warship, it fell under siege. The invasion was precipitated by a malfunction in the electromagnetic field barrier, rendering the warship's cloaking system ineffective. Although Starscream's repair crew worked diligently, they failed to conceal the warship's location from the Autobots, who invaded and employed a cortical psychic connection, causing his consciousness to dissipate. I surmised that Megatron's consciousness had been transferred elsewhere, possibly into the minds of the Autobots. If this were the case, I believe that, aside from Optimus Prime, Megatron could influence any Autobot through his consciousness. As long as the influence is sufficiently potent, Megatron will undoubtedly activate the land bridge. Should Megatron recall the fragment of the dark energon, he would certainly initiate the land bridge to venture there. Therefore, we must dispatch an individual to hold the dark energon fragment and await his arrival. I have entrusted this task to Thunderclash. The outcome aligned with my conjecture. Megatron's consciousness seized control, manipulating the Autobot's form to insert the dark energon into his own being, thus restoring himself completely. Once revived, Megatron busied himself with settling scores with Starscream, neglecting the Autobots entirely, which afforded them a chance to escape. Starscream failed in his endeavor and was met with a severe beating from Megatron, yet he survived, as Megatron evidently intended to grant him another opportunity. Starscream indeed seized this chance, successfully assassinating Megatron. This time, Megatron's head was pierced, his essence shattered. Even with the dark energon, he could not be resurrected, instead becoming a mere shell, akin to the undead warrior we encountered in the basement. Upon hearing the news of Megatron's demise, Shockwave displayed no surprise, but inquired, "How did Starscream manage to murder Megatron?" Grey Thunder replied slowly, "He allied with Black Widow, ambushing Megatron with mechanical insects. However, Black Widow aimed to eliminate Starscream as well. After Starscream fled, he lured the Autobots back. Exhausted from dealing with the mechanical insects, Megatron was left defenseless and ultimately slain by Optimus Prime. Shockwave questioned Black Widow. She was involved? Grey Thunder responded, she is no longer present. Having conspired with Starscream, she was executed by Thunderclash and Skywing, meeting her end on Earth. Hearing of their deaths stirred a tempest within Shockwave. Megatron was dead, Starscream was dead, and Black Widow had perished as well. For Shockwave, Black Widow was of little consequence. Starscream bore some weight, yet Megatron was paramount, being the leader of the Decepticons. Without him, who would lead the Decepticons? Wait, are you now leading the Decepticons? Shockwave directly inquired, noting that Grey Thunder appeared even more formidable than Megatron, exuding an extraordinary presence and speaking with fluidity. More importantly, Soundwave stood beside him. Grey Thunder candidly affirmed, indeed, I now lead the Decepticons. Given my position, I must take responsibility for the future of all Cybertronians, to restore the glory of Cybertronian civilization. Shockwave, I require your strength. Shockwave fell silent for a moment before stating, I have many questions. Grey Thunder slightly nodded, speak. Shockwave queried, before Megatron's revival. It was understandable that you did not disclose my existence. However, after his restoration, why did you not inform him about me? Chapter 94 Explanation. Shockwave, much like Soundwave, is an anomaly. Yet, while Soundwave is characterized by his silence, Shockwave is defined by his adherence to logic. In the original storyline, when Megatron was slain by Bumblebee using the Star Sword, Shockwave demonstrated remarkable composure, indicating his strong rationality. However, upon hearing the news of Shockwave's demise from Starscream, Shockwave merely exhibited a moment of surprise. Thereafter, neither Starscream's schemes nor Megatron's subsequent death could elicit any overt expression of astonishment from him. After listening to Starscream's account of events, Shockwave immediately identified a glaring logical inconsistency. Starscream had failed to inform Megatron that he was still alive. Not only was Shockwave perplexed, but Soundwave also cast a questioning glance, remaining silent. His inquiry mirrored that of Shockwave, yet he harbored no doubts about Starscream's ability to respond. Having spent considerable time with Starscream, he had come to understand the nature of the individual, swift and fluid in both speech and action, exuding confidence tempered with caution. To him, the challenges previously faced by the Decepticons seemed trivial. This time would be no different. Soundwave was confident that Starscream would provide a logically sound explanation. For Shockwave was a being obsessed with logic. As long as Starscream's reasoning was coherent, he would surely appease Shockwave. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Starscream gradually elucidated. The principal reason was the space bridge. When I first traversed the space bridge, it lasted only a brief moment before being destroyed by the Autobots. Since then, the Decepticons have had no intentions of reconstructing it. Although I intended to remind them, I opted for caution, planning to address the matter only after securing sufficient standing. Upon Megatron's recovery, I intended to bring it up. However, Black Widow and Starscream posed obstacles, especially Black Widow. After Starscream's fall from grace, she aimed to seize the position of Vice Commander, while Starscream was also scheming. If I were to raise the issue, they would undoubtedly use it against me, considering the resource-intensive nature of constructing a space bridge. Moreover, I contemplated various factors before ultimately deciding to first defeat the two of them and attain the Vice Commander position. Ultimately, both Starscream and Black Widow defected, allowing me to secure the Vice Commander role and assume responsibility for the Space Bridge project. However, unexpectedly, after the completion of the project, before I could inform Megatron of your situation, the Autobots seized the Space Bridge. Although they later retreated, the location of the Space Bridge had already been exposed. Given the Autobots' previous destruction of a Space Bridge, I feared they might tamper with it, which deterred me from reactivating it, as I was also concerned about the possibility of a sudden attack from them, leading to the dismantling and relocation of the Space Bridge. During this relocation process, Megatron was provoked by Black Widow and ventured out alone to confront her. Though he fell into a trap devised by Starscream and Black Widow, he emerged victorious. The only unexpected element was the Autobots, for the rift between Black Widow and Red Spider led the latter to harbor resentment, ultimately drawing the Autobots into the fray. In the end, Megatron fell at the hands of Optimus Prime. At this juncture, Gray Sky sighed before continuing his narrative. Following Megatron's demise, the Decepticon ranks were thrown into disarray. It became imperative to stabilize their morale, lest the Autobots exploit the chaos and bring about the downfall of the entire Decepticon faction. Thus, I set aside your matters to prioritize the internal issues plaguing the Decepticons. Now that the internal turmoil has been quelled and the space bridge completed, I activated the bridge and arrived before you. Upon Gray Sky's concluding words, the laboratory was enveloped in an abrupt silence. Soundwave turned his gaze toward Shockwave, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Shockwave appeared to absorb the information presented by Gray Sky, and after a brief interlude, he met Gray Sky's gaze and nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, this is quite a convoluted tale, yet it is logical." With that, Gray Sky refrained from delivering a simplistic explanation to Shockwave, instead laying out the entire sequence of events, illustrating a coherent logical chain. This led to that, thereby ensuring Shockwave's swift comprehension. Gray Sky elucidated extensively, primarily to convey a singular notion to Shockwave. I am eager to proceed, yet due to various unpredictable external factors, the risks associated with such actions are considerable. Hence, I have chosen a path of caution to mitigate those risks. Such reasoning is entirely rational, commonplace, and aligns with logical thinking. However, the convoluted narrative does not end here. I wish to know if all data concerning the warship will be accessible to you. Nevertheless, the immediate focus lies with your Giganotosaurus. I intend to assemble a Giganotosaurus battalion, which necessitates your strength. Gray Sky deftly shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. While an ordinary individual might have elaborated further, with a talent as remarkable and distinctive as Shockwave, brevity sufficed. I possess the capability to replicate Giganotosaurus, yet this endeavor demands ample equipment and resources. Most critically, I require the remains of the Giganotosaurus to extract Cybertronian nucleic acid, the foundation of every Cybertronian life. Shockwave, without digression, promptly addressed the matter at hand. Gray Sky feigned contemplation, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, inquiring, "Our warship is located on a planet known as Earth. Does the name Earth resonate with you?" Shockwave pondered for a moment before responding, "I have a slight recollection. Why do you ask? Before my arrival, I commanded a legion of mechanical insects, once dispatched to other planets, but veered off course to Earth, where they remained dormant until my awakening of them." Gray Sky elucidated, then turned to Shockwave. "Thus, I wish to inquire whether there existed a Giganotosaurus battalion dispatched to other planets, including Earth?" Shockwave did not respond immediately, but instead engaged in deep thought. Soon, memories long submerged resurfaced from the depths of his mind. During the great conflict on Cybertron, I replicated numerous Predacons. Under the command of Megatron, I dispatched a formidable battalion of these fearsome creatures to Earth, tasked with the annihilation of the Autobot garrison station there. Shockwave's memories gradually crystallized, leading to a swift analysis. If you have not detected the presence of the Predacons, it indicates they have perished and, over time, have been buried deep underground. Therefore, we must seek out those remains, a task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Soundwave feigned a troubled demeanor, exuding a palpable sense of exasperation. "Fear not, for every Predacon that departed from Cybertron was fitted with a tracking chip. By activating the appropriate program, we shall locate them," Shockwave declared with unwavering confidence. "Excellent." Soundwave responded with a slight smile before shifting his gaze towards the incubation tank. "However, we must proceed methodically. First, you must ensure the flawless cultivation of this Predacon." Both Shockwave and Soundwave turned their attention to the heart of the laboratory, where a colossal incubation tank awaited, poised to unleash a mighty ancient beast in the near future. In the solar system, on the far side of the moon, the Decepticon warship hovered before the grand space bridge. On the deck of the ship, a cadre of high-ranking Decepticons stood, gazing intently at the vast temporal vortex, awaiting the imminent arrival. Before long, Soundwave and Shockwave traversed the vortex, materializing before all present. Soundwave extended his palm towards the swirling portal, addressing the assembly. "Let us welcome our long-lost companion." In the next instant, a towering Cybertronian appeared before the gathered assembly, distinguished by a singular optical lens. He was of considerable stature, on par with Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Starscream. His left arm was a massive square cannon, boasting a caliber even greater than the pulse cannon carried by Skywarp. This individual was none other than the Decepticon scientist, Shockwave. Shockwave. The recognition swept through the crowd, some even exclaiming his name in astonishment. Among the most taken aback was Knockout, who caught Windblade's keen observation of the moment. It was clear to him that this did not imply Knockout had previously wronged Shockwave. Rather, it underscored Knockout's awareness of his own scientific inadequacies compared to Shockwave's esteemed level of expertise. Thus, it was evident that crucial scientific matters would henceforth be entrusted to Shockwave, relegating Knockout to a diminished status. Knockout was acutely aware that his standing would never again be as it once was. As Knockout grappled with his apprehensions, Soundwave approached him directly. Knockout, in a heightened state of sensitivity, misinterpreted Soundwave's approach, fearing he might transfer his significant projects to Shockwave. Tension coursed through his body, every joint instinctively tightening. Yet, Soundwave reassured him, Knockout, do not entertain such unfounded thoughts. It is an undeniable truth that Shockwave's scientific prowess surpasses yours, a substantial gap that you must acknowledge. You must endeavor to learn from Shockwave. Your progress will contribute to the advancement of the Decepticons. The future of Cybertron rests not solely in my hands but also in yours. Upon concluding his statement, Starscream addressed everyone with fervor. Indeed, the fate of Cybertron lies in your hands as well. The primary objective for our resurgence is the annihilation of the Autobots. They have already slain Megatron. Next, they might obliterate our entire Decepticon faction. Before the Autobots devise an even grander conspiracy, we must locate their base and strike decisively, eliminating them in one fell swoop. However, discovering the Autobot stronghold is no simple task. Thus, I intend to adopt the most straightforward approach, to seize control of Earth and dominate humanity. Chapter 95. Strategic Deployment. Since the ocean is akin to searching for a needle, I shall transform the ocean into my domain. Starscream proclaimed confidently, igniting excitement among all present, particularly among the more militant factions like Thundercracker and Skywarp, who advanced to stand before him. Lord Starscream, we are fully prepared for battle and ready to assault Earth at any moment. Thundercracker and Skywarp, ever eager to confront the Autobots, believed that by attacking the humans on Earth, the Autobots would have no refuge amidst total war. Do not rush, if we are to attack. It must be a decisive blow. I do not wish to squander too much time on these humans. Starscream surveyed the crowd before elaborating on his plan. The Autobots are concealed somewhere on Earth, eluding our knowledge. Ever since they dispatched Megatron, our mining units have scarcely encountered any Autobots. Undoubtedly, they are concocting some nefarious plot. Perhaps yet another decapitation strike against us Decepticons, which we must remain vigilant against. However, I contend that rather than dwell on defense, we should take the offensive and aim for a swift victory. The intelligent beings on Earth are known as humans. While their population may not rival that of the former Cybertron, it indeed surpasses our current numbers. If we can control their leaders, we can command this vast populace to serve our purposes. Furthermore, a more significant reason lies in the fact that during previous confrontations with the Autobots, they were particularly attentive to safeguarding their human allies, including the human government agents. By seizing control of the human government, we can extract valuable information regarding the Autobots base from them. Even if we cannot procure such intelligence directly, we can utilize this immense population to conduct a thorough siege in the next moment. Gray Tianche firmly clapped down on the shoulder of the one known as Knockout and addressed the assembly. The task of controlling the human leaders falls entirely to you. Knockout, do not let me down. Rest assured, my lord. Knockout replied with unwavering conviction. Excellent. Gray Tianche smiled at Knockout before turning his gaze back to the crowd. However, before we proceed, we must complete two critical projects. First, the Sonic Fortress Initiative. Second, the colossal army of the Decepticon clones. Until these two projects are fully realized, no one is permitted to act recklessly. Should anyone disturb the humans or Autobots on Earth, I shall ensure they are silenced forever. Gray Tianche's strategic directives swiftly spread throughout the warship. At this juncture, it became evident to all that Gray Tianche intended to strike Earth when the Decepticons' combat capabilities reached their zenith. Meanwhile, Soundwave did not transfer to the warship. Instead, he established communication with the ship before returning to Cybertron. Once his colossal clones were cultivated, he would contact the warship and reappear before Gray Tianche. With the matter of Soundwave temporarily settled, Gray Tianche organized Soundwave and Knockout to pursue their respective tasks. At this moment, the figure known as Shiwe approached, requesting a private audience with Gray Tianche. The two entered a secluded chamber aboard the warship, and before Gray Tianche could speak, Shiwe inquired, "My Lord Gray Tianche, how do you plan to handle RC?" Gray Tianche replied, "RC's sole purpose is to serve as a deterrent to the Autobots, ensuring they remain cautious. Thus, I shall not take any action against her. She will simply remain dormant in the laboratory." However, Shiwe shook his head, resolutely asserting, "No, I do not believe you are unaware of RC's other significance. The location of the Autobots base is stored within her mind. Previously, it was manageable, but with Soundwave's return, he is the very inventor of the cerebral mental link. Indeed, RC was aboard the warship, equipped with the necessary cerebral linking devices, and with Soundwave himself present. The conditions were ripe for a mental connection that could unveil the Autobots base information. Yet, amidst Gray Tianche's fervent strategic declarations, it appeared that everyone overlooked this crucial detail. Only Shiwe, deeply concerned for RC, immediately recognized this upon Soundwave's arrival. Consequently, Shiwe felt a surge of panic, fearing that Soundwave might target RC, while his own standing seemed insufficient to influence the latter. After much contemplation and inner conflict, Shiwe ultimately decided to confide his thoughts to Gray Tianche in private. Gray Tianche placed a reassuring hand on Shiwe's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. My earlier strategic outline is sufficient to occupy everyone's attention. Although we have captured RC, she remains confined in the laboratory, never appearing before anyone. You may amplify the propaganda efforts, striving to keep RC out of sight from all. You need not worry about the Shockwave. It is oblivious to Alcie's presence aboard the battleship." Listening to the composed words of Gray Tianche, Shiwe gradually regained her tranquility. Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over her once more, prompting her to inquire, "But what if the Shockwave?" Gray Tianche interrupted her gently, stating, "That is not a matter for your consideration." Observing Gray Tianche's unwavering confidence, Shiwe felt her apprehensions dissipate. She held great faith in his abilities. Given his assurance, there was no cause for alarm. Noticing Shiwe's growing calmness, Gray Tianche continued, "For the time being, it is best that you refrain from any contact with Alcie. Follow my lead." With Gray Tianche's confidence instilling a sense of security, Shiwe chose not to voice further objections. The events of the past had already attested to Gray Tianche's capabilities. If she could not trust him, whom could she trust? Relying solely on her own efforts would likely be insufficient to rescue Alcie. After ensuring Shiwe's composure, Gray Tianche departed the secure room, making his way toward the bridge. Not long after he left, Soundwave appeared before him, the curved screen displaying the ship Pioneer. Gray Tianche smiled, saying, "Soundwave, your discovery was quite prompt. Lock onto the Pioneer's coordinates and activate the land bridge." Soundwave remained silent, diligently initiating the land bridge protocol, and a swirling vortex of blue and white materialized before them. Gray Tianche stepped forward, followed closely by Soundwave. As they traversed the land bridge, dozens of red dots suddenly emerged, targeting them. While other Decepticons or Autobots might have assumed aggressive or defensive stances upon being locked on, Gray Tianche and Soundwave remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of calm leisure. Soundwave maintained his silence, yet Gray Tianche furrowed his brow, emitting a menacing tone towards the source of the red dots. Such audacity! To aim firearms at me. The red dots originated from the gun sights of human weaponry, aimed at Gray Tianche by a group of humans clad in deep green combat uniforms. If any Fuller agents had witnessed this scene, they would surely have shouted. Mecha's Special Operations Team. Gray Tianche raised his right arm, transforming it into a firearm. Boom! In an instant, dozens of members of the Mecha Special Operations Team were sent flying, their fates unknown, and Gray Tianche paid them no heed. "Commander Celis, we are under." Another shot silenced the irksome report. With the troublesome interference eliminated, Gray Tianche proceeded towards the Pioneer, with Soundwave steadfastly at his side. Upon reaching the ship's inclined deck, a group of Mecha Special Operations Team members emerged, including their leader, Celis. As the team members raised their weapons, preparing to aim at the two formidable figures, Celis swiftly intervened, commanding, "Lower your weapons." He then approached Gray Tianche and inquired, "Lord Gray Tianche, it seems my men did not engage you." Gray Tianche chuckled lightly. "What do you mean, your men? All my subjects. A slave daring to point a weapon at their master deserves death, including you. Do not presume that acquiring half a ship allows you to compare yourself with me. The Decepticon, I can grant you power, but I can also reclaim it. Do you understand?" Silas's expression visibly darkened, yet faced with the formidable gray sky, he could only respond helplessly, "Understood. Then lead the way. Let me witness the true value that the mech special ops team has created for me." Gray Sky declared as he strode towards the entrance of the Arkansas. Soundwave followed closely, now grasping the situation aboard the Ark. Gray Sky had enslaved a group of humans and began to cultivate them. This half of the Ark was merely an investment. However, one might ponder why humans needed cultivation when the Decepticons could simply take over the Arkansas. Though Soundwave was perplexed, he refrained from questioning, knowing that Gray Sky would elucidate the reasons in due course. Upon entering the Ark, guided by Silas, they soon encountered 5 robots. To Soundwave's astonishment, these 5 robots bore an uncanny resemblance to Optimus Prime, standing over 9 meters tall, equipped with 24-inch tires, and adorned in the same red and blue color scheme. This was not merely similar. They were identical. 5 Optimus Primes. Gray Sky was momentarily at a loss for words. Shortly after Gray Sky traversed the space bridge to Earth, specifically before the energy collector incident, the mech special ops team had an encounter with the Autobots. The Autobots had intended to dismiss the mech special ops team in vehicle form, but the sudden intervention of the Decepticons forced them to transform and engage in battle. Consequently, the existence of Cybertronians was confirmed to the mech special ops team. Aware that they could not defeat the Cybertronians, the mech special ops team planned to retreat. Yet they sought to cause trouble beforehand, only to be thwarted by Optimus Prime. As a result of their misdeeds being interrupted by Optimus, the mech special ops team scanned him, recording all the data they could gather. In the original narrative, with the assistance of Starscream's technology, the mech special ops team successfully created a remote-controlled robot resembling Optimus Prime, demonstrating Silas's keen interest in him. What Gray Sky did not anticipate was Silas's profound dedication to Optimus Prime. With the resources of the Ark, Silas could have easily replicated a Sentinel Guard. Instead, he produced a battalion comprised entirely of leaders. Chapter 95. Supreme Divine Armor. Since the sea is too vast to fish for a needle, I shall transform the ocean into my domain. Gray Sky declared confidently, igniting the spirits of all present, particularly those warlike factions such as Thundercracker and Skywarp, who boldly approached Gray Sky. "Lord Gray Sky, we are prepared for battle and can launch an attack on Earth at any moment." The brothers Thundercracker and Skywarp yearned for a showdown with the Autobots, convinced that should they assault the humans on Earth, the Autobots would have no refuge amidst the ensuing total war. "Do not rush. Since we are preparing to strike, we must do so with decisive force. I do not wish to squander too much time on these humans." Gray Tianche surveyed everyone before articulating his strategy. The Autobots remain hidden somewhere on Earth, unbeknownst to us. Ever since they eliminated Megatron, our mining troops have scarcely encountered the Autobots. Undoubtedly, they are concocting some insidious plot, perhaps another assassination attempt directed at us Decepticons, which we must remain vigilant against. However, I believe that rather than focusing on defense, we should take the initiative and secure a conclusive victory. The intelligent beings on Earth are known as humans. Though their population may not rival that of the former Cybertron, it certainly surpasses our current numbers. If we seize control of their leaders, we can harness this vast multitude of humans for our purposes. A more significant reason lies in the past encounters with the Autobots. They have been particularly protective of their human allies, including the human government operative, Agent Fowler. By controlling the human government, we can extract valuable information regarding the Autobots base. Even if such intelligence eludes us, we can conduct a comprehensive search across the globe, utilizing the sheer number of humans. They require energon, and even if they attempt to evade our mining teams, it is improbable that they can remain concealed under such extensive scrutiny. When the time arrives, we shall engage in the final confrontation with the Autobots and annihilate them decisively. This plan is not intricate, and after my discourse, everyone comprehended Gray Tianche's intentions. It became evident to Knockout why Gray Tianche had previously insisted he familiarize himself with human technology. It was to assign the task of assaulting humanity to him. Knockout felt a surge of astonishment, realizing that Gray Tianche had taken a genuine interest in him, dispelling his earlier concerns. In the next moment, Gray Tianche clapped his hand on Knockout's shoulder and addressed the assembly. The task of controlling the human leaders falls entirely upon you. Knockout, do not let me down. Rest assured, my lord, Knockout replied resolutely, without hesitation. Excellent. Gray Tianche smiled at him before turning his gaze to the others. However, prior to this, we must complete two critical projects. First, Soundwave's Iron Fortress initiative, and second, Shockwave's creation of the Predacon army. Until these endeavors are fully realized, no one is permitted to act recklessly. Should anyone disturb the humans or Autobots on Earth, I shall ensure they are rendered voiceless for eternity. Gray Tianche's strategic directives swiftly disseminated throughout the entire warship. At this juncture, it was clear to all that Gray Tianche aimed to maximize the Decepticons' combat prowess before launching an all-out assault on Earth. Shockwave did not relocate to the warship. Instead, after establishing contact through the ship's communication channel, he returned to Cybertron. Once his Predacon clones were fully developed, he would initiate contact with the warship and reappear before Gray Tianche, leading his formidable creations. The matter concerning Shockwave has reached a temporary resolution. Gray Tianche has organized Soundwave and Knockout, allowing them to engage in their respective duties. At this juncture, Shiwe approached with a desire to speak privately with Gray Tianche. The two retreated to a secluded chamber aboard the warship. Before Gray Tianche could utter a word, Shiwe inquired, Lord Gray Tianche, I wish to understand how you intend to deal with RC. Gray Tianche replied, the sole purpose of RC is to instill a sense of deterrence among the Autobots, preventing them from acting recklessly. Therefore, I have no intentions of harming her. She shall remain in the laboratory in a dormant state. However, Shiwe shook his head resolutely, asserting, no, I refuse to believe you are unaware of RC's other significance, which is the location of the Autobot base embedded within her mind. Previously, this was manageable, but with Shockwave's return, who is the creator of the cerebral psychic connection, the situation has changed. Indeed, RC is aboard the warship, equipped with the cerebral psychic connection device. And with Shockwave himself present, the conditions are ripe for a psychic connection to extract the Autobot base's information from RC. Yet, under Gray Tianche's fervent strategic directives, it seems that everyone has overlooked this crucial aspect. Only Shiwe, deeply concerned for RC, immediately recognized this upon Shockwave's appearance. Consequently, Shiwe felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Shockwave might take action against RC, while his own standing appeared insufficient to influence Shockwave. After considerable deliberation and an internal struggle, he ultimately decided to confide his thoughts to Gray Tianche in private. Gray Tianche placed a reassuring hand on Shiwe's shoulder and said, do not worry. My recent strategic arrangements are sufficient to occupy everyone's attention. Although we have captured RC, she remains secluded in the laboratory, never revealing herself to anyone. You may amplify the propaganda efforts to ensure RC fades from the public eye. As for Shockwave, there is no need for concern. He is unaware of RC's presence on the warship. Listening to Gray Tianche's words and observing his composed demeanor, Shiwe gradually calmed down. Suddenly, a new worry struck him, and he hastily asked, but what if Shockwave? Do not fret. If any issues arise, I shall address them, Gray Tianche interjected calmly. Seeing Gray Tianche's unwavering confidence, Shiwe began to ease his worries. He had immense faith in Gray Tianche's abilities. If he asserted that everything would be fine, then surely it would be. Noticing Shiwe's growing tranquility, Gray Tianche continued, during this period, you should refrain from contacting RC. Follow my instructions. Understood. With Gray Tianche's certainty, Shiwe chose not to press further. Past events had already demonstrated Gray Tianche's capabilities. If he could not be trusted, then who could? Relying solely on himself would likely prove insufficient to rescue RC. Yet, it was unfortunate that during her time among the Autobots, encounters always led to conflict, and now, with RC aboard the warship, he could not even quietly observe her. It was indeed disheartening. As the moonlight adjusted his mindset, he resolved to endure for a while. At that moment, Gray Tianche received a message, his expression shifting dramatically as he chuckled. Let us proceed to uncover the location of the next Iron Fortress artifact. Soundwave had decrypted another set of coordinates. Gray Tianche quickly grasped the situation. The two soon arrived at Soundwave Studio. Upon their arrival, Soundwave immediately activated the holographic projection, clearly displaying the coordinates of the next Iron Fortress item on the terrestrial projection. This artifact was located at the southern polar region of this planet. Gray Tianche murmured to himself, waves of memories surging in his mind, and he swiftly unearthed a significant recollection. The southern polar region refers to Antarctica, and among the 12 Iron Fortress items, the sole one situated in Antarctica is the Supreme Divine Armor. In the original narrative, Optimus Prime and Megatron battled over it, ultimately allowing Starscream to benefit. However, Starscream had perished long ago. The Autobots no longer possessed the Iron Fortress database, and there was no need to mention Megatron's minions. Thus, the Supreme Divine Armor was destined to fall into his hands. Upon careful reflection, Gray Tianche realized that the first to discover the Supreme Divine Armor was neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots, but rather humans. With a cold smirk, Gray Tianche commanded, Shiwe, this time you shall collaborate with Megatron to retrieve this Iron Fortress item. Eliminate any obstacles in your path. Yes, my lord, Shiwe responded, immediately preparing for action. Gray Tianche, feeling a tinge of concern, added, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, contact me immediately. On Earth, at the Antarctic base of the American Armed Scientific Expedition Team, a massive ice block measuring 5 meters in length was being melted by steam, revealing an increasingly clear steel structure within. Look, it appears to be a large block of iron. Could it possibly be iron ore? Haha, have you frozen your brain? There is no such thing as shining iron ore. The craftsmanship seemed exquisite. Could it be alien technology? A group of individuals buzzed with chatter, their voices the only warmth in the icy environment, aside from their thermal gear. Absun, come quickly and take a look. A burly man shouted towards the man standing at the doorway. The warehouse doors were closed, with only a small door ajar. The man named Ibsun stood beside this small door, smoking a cigarette, exhaling a plume of white vapor while quietly facing the swirling snow. Hearing his name called, he turned to glance back. Observing the crowd gathered around the massive ice block, he chuckled and shouted, "What's the rush? Who told you to cut such a large block of ice? Now you'll have to wait patiently. I estimate it will take 1 to 2 hours to melt." 2 hours? The crowd paused in surprise, then urged Ibsun, "Hurry and close the small door. The steam is escaping." All right. Ibsun took a deep drag, finished his cigarette, exhaled a final white cloud, casually tossed the butt outside, and with a resounding bang, shut the iron door. "Where are you going?" A man observed Ibsun walking towards another direction, his face betraying a hint of confusion. "The restroom." Ibsun ambled into the lavatory without haste, causing the man to divert his attention and engage in conversation with his companions. As the ice melted, the iron block within became increasingly discernible, igniting the group's curiosity about the nature of this seemingly well-crafted object. Does that thing in the center of the iron block resemble a button? I don't think so. What kind of button is that large? It's bigger than my head. If it is a button, we'll find out once we press it. Chapter 96. Indestructible, the biting wind howled, and ice crystals formed, characterizing this as the coldest locale on Earth, where the conditions for survival were exceedingly harsh, making even the Cybertronians reluctant to linger. Su, Ai, and 5 Decepticon soldiers, totaling 6, had traversed the land bridge to this frigid expanse, progressing slowly through the snow. They soon arrived at the coordinates of the Iron Fortress, only to find a large hole surrounded by a ring of tape, with a small red flag affixed to each support post. Has the Iron Fortress's contents been taken? The absence of a response from the detector prompted Haidt to first suspect the Autobots, regarding humans as too feeble and unworthy of suspicion. Siyu stepped forward to assess the situation, remarking, "It doesn't seem like the Autobots have a habit of placing red flags. And this ice cave doesn't appear to have been excavated by Cybertronian machinery. Humans?" Haidt furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before waving his hand decisively. "Search the vicinity for any human bases." "Understood," replied the 5 Decepticon soldiers, who then transformed into their aircraft forms and soared into the sky, dispersing in 5 different directions. Before long, 2 Decepticon soldiers returned first, pointing towards a direction as they reported, "Captain Haidt, we've discovered a human base behind 5 ice mountains." I see, Hai nodded slightly. Then activated the communication channel. What have you found? Captain Hai, I haven't located any human bases here. I found one, but it appears to be abandoned, devoid of anything. Same here. After hearing the reports from the three, Hai commanded, understood, return immediately. Soon, the three Decepticons flew back. Once all had gathered, Hai turned to the two who had found the human base, instructing, you lead the way. Yes. No sooner had he spoken than all six transformed into aircraft and ascended towards the summit of an ice mountain. The aircraft swiftly soared into the sky, easily crossing one ice mountain after another. And soon they were flying over glaciers, having traversed 4 ice mountains and spotted the human base, set against the pristine white landscape. The base constructed of black iron stood out vividly. Without hesitation, the 6 descended, transforming just before landing, their feet striking the ground with such force that the entire base trembled. A Decepticon soldier approached the entrance of the base, thrusting his bare hand into the crevice of the gate. With a powerful pull, he severed the lock that sealed the door, causing it to swing wide open. As Shiue's gaze swept inside, he discerned 10 humans, 2 helicopters, and a partially melted block of ice, from which a piece of iron protruded, not yet fully released from its frozen prison. It was the very object he sought. Just as Shue prepared to advance, the imposing figure of the Decepticon, Skywing, stepped forward. The 10 humans appeared momentarily stunned, and only as Skywing's massive metallic form moved did they realize the imminent danger, scattering in various directions, not to flee, but to retrieve their firearms. The first man to seize a rifle immediately aimed it at Skywing. Stop, he shouted, yet Skywing remained unfazed, striding confidently toward the ice block. With a swift motion, Skywing extended his right hand, grasping the protruding iron piece and forcefully prying it free from the ice, sending shards and fragments flying in all directions. Some ice still clinging to the iron. Supreme armor, Skywing recognized the artifact, a relic of the Cybertronian War, which had withstood explosions powerful enough to obliterate half a city, emerging unscathed and earning its legendary status. Suddenly, a rocket-propelled grenade struck Skywing's hand, causing the supreme armor to slip from his grasp and tumble into the corner. Seeking death, Skywing roared in fury, turning his gaze toward the burly man still clenching the rocket launcher, and advanced menacingly toward him. The man, realizing the impending threat, hastily loaded another rocket, ready to fire just as Skywing's foot descended upon him, crushing him before he could pull the trigger. The sound of a thud echoed as Skywing's foot slammed down, blood seeping from the cracks between the floor and his sole. The other humans had armed themselves and began firing at the Cybertronians, but their bullets inflicted minimal harm, only causing slight discomfort unless in overwhelming numbers or in the form of rockets. Even then, such attacks merely induced a degree of metal fatigue and a fleeting sensation of pain. While they might have been somewhat effective against weary Cybertronians, facing the relentless Decepticons rendered their efforts futile, merely provoking their wrath. In no time, Skywing and 5 soldiers methodically subdued the remaining 9 humans. Shue was making his way toward the corner to retrieve the supreme armor with the intent of obliterating the scene and erasing all evidence before departing. Suddenly, a human flung open a small door, sprinting fiercely toward the supreme armor. Upon witnessing this, Shue's pupils dilated, muscles tensing as he dashed toward the artifact. The other Decepticons, alert to the unfolding drama, followed suit. After venting his fury, Skywing's attention turned to the supreme armor. As he watched the human approach with outstretched hands, he swiftly drew his pulse cannon from behind, aiming a shot directly at the supreme armor. The supreme armor is indestructible. It can withstand a cannon blast without issue. However, should the human be struck, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere spray of blood. In an instant, Shue arrived before the supreme armor, just as the human leapt onto its control panel. When the button was pressed, steel plates extended from the armored structure, encasing the human and transforming him into a colossal suit of armor in the blink of an eye. Shue's outstretched hand, aimed downward, only managed to strike the armor's waist before it could reach the ground. Simultaneously, the pulse wave from Haid impacted the armor's lower leg. The moment the shockwave was unleashed, Shue was propelled backward, yet remained unscathed, regaining his footing after a few steps. Meanwhile, the human, now donned in the supreme armor, was similarly unharmed. You insufferable human. This belongs to the Decepticons, and you dare to use it without permission. Hai seethed with rage, tinged with astonishment. For he had not anticipated that a human could wield Cybertronian weaponry. It appeared that any humanoid could don the supreme armor. Shiyue's gaze fell upon the sole surviving human, who had transformed from a mere 2-meter figure into a towering steel giant exceeding 5 meters. Ibsen himself was astounded. His initial impulse had been a desperate gamble to see if he could activate the device, and to his astonishment he had succeeded. You call it the supreme armor. It seems to be an incredibly formidable piece of equipment. Ibsen, assuming a battle stance, felt the enormous armor come to life, as if the very ground trembled beneath him. He was gradually filled with exhilaration. The sensation of the massive armor was exhilarating. Just moments ago, he had been looked down upon, but now he could stand level with them. Though he remained slightly shorter, it mattered not. At least he had transformed into a formidable figure. You extraterrestrial beings, bang. Before Ibsen could finish his thought, Shiyue lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Ibsen's chest, sending him flying and creating a gaping hole in the black iron wall. The door swung open, the breach allowing a torrent of frigid wind and snow to rush in, causing the half-melted ice block to regrow a layer of frost. Ibsen was hurled to the ground, but quickly regained his footing. "Huh, I'm fine," Ibsen exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Although he had been kicked away, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. "Damn it," Shiyue muttered, furrowing his brow. The supreme armor was indeed impervious, providing perfect protection to its occupant, making it a formidable adversary. "Now it's my turn." Ibsen grinned, charging toward Shiyue. Observing this, the Decepticon beside Shiyue immediately transformed into a firearm, aiming at Ibsen and unleashing a barrage of pulse waves. Red beams of light converged upon Abson. While an ordinary Cybertronian would have had their spark pierced, Abson remained unscathed. The formidable pulse waves failed to even mar the surface of the supreme armor. In a swift motion, Skywing unleashed a pulse cannon at Abson, yet it merely compelled him to retreat a few steps. Observing this, Skywing refrained from wasting any more energy, retracting the pulse cannon and charging toward Abson to engage in a contest of sheer strength. Abson, encased in his armor, stood resolute and unafraid, swinging his iron fist at the oncoming Skywing. A thunderous clash of steel echoed, sending tremors through the glacier. Despite the protection of his armor, Abson was hurled backward by the force of the blow, crashing against the ice wall, which shattered some protruding ice shards that cascaded down upon him like a torrential downpour. In that moment, the Decepticons, including Skywing, were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed that although humans were feeble, the might of the armor would enable Abson to withstand Skywing's punch, only to be astonished by his being sent flying. Shiyue, suddenly relieved, chuckled. Humans are but humans, pitifully weak, unable to harness the power of the supreme armor. No sooner had he spoken than a shard of ice flew toward him, striking his chest. It caused no harm. Upon colliding with steel, it fragmented into a flurry of ice particles that scattered to the ground. Looking up, Shiyue beheld Abson emerging from a mound of shattered ice, his face displaying displeasure as he regarded him. "Perhaps I cannot fully utilize the power of the supreme armor, yet it appears to be indestructible." Abson's expression shifted, a slight smile gracing his lips. Neither Skywing's punch nor the falling giant eyes had inflicted any damage upon him. This supreme armor was indeed remarkable. Damn human! Fury surged within Skywing, incensed that this mere human dared to wield the pinnacle of Cybertronian technology and challenge him. He lunged forward to engage Abson in battle. Meanwhile, Shiyue maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and with a cold laugh, he remarked, "Almost forgot. Although my knowledge of humans is limited, I grasp some fundamentals. These carbon-based beings require multiple meals a day, lacking endurance. The supreme armor may be indomitable, but the energy for battle must be drawn from within you. How much energy do you have left? If you refrain from eating and drinking, how long can you endure? A day, or perhaps 2. Shiyue's words illuminated a fundamental truth for Abson. Indeed, they were aliens, mechanical beings with far superior stamina. In contrast, he was merely a flesh and blood mortal. Despite undergoing specialized military training, humans, like iron, require sustenance to survive. This supreme armor seemed incapable of replenishing his energy. What of it? If I cannot defeat him, I can still flee. Seizing the opportunity, Abson shoved Skywing aside and swiftly turned to make his escape. As the figure of Shockwave transformed into a fighter jet, it soared over Abson's head and landed gracefully before him, allowing Abson to witness the astonishing metamorphosis of the Cybertronian. "You can transform." Abson gasped in disbelief. "You cannot escape. Hand over the supreme armor, and I shall grant you a swift end." Hygia advanced step by step towards Abson, inexorably closing the distance. Abson's mind was in turmoil. Despite possessing the indomitable supreme armor, he felt like nothing more than a living target. Transformation? He attempted it, but it seemed futile. With no hope of escape and unable to match his opponent in combat, despair began to settle in. In this desperate moment, Abson realized that while the supreme armor was indeed unbreakable, it merely postponed the inevitability of his demise. "I have donned it. How could I possibly remove it now? However, your base has been destroyed, and it won't be long before someone comes to investigate. At that time, you extraterrestrials shall be met with the mightiest air force," Abson shouted, hoping to instill a sense of dread in his alien adversaries. Yet upon hearing his threats, all the Decepticons erupted into laughter. A chill ran down Abson's spine. These aliens held humanity's military capabilities in utter contempt. At that moment, 5 Decepticon soldiers encircled him, joining Hygia and Shockwave in a tight formation around Abson. "Do not harbor any illusions. Even if you sprout wings today, you shall not escape." Hygia bellowed angrily, launching an attack on Abson. With no refuge to seek, Abson had no choice but to confront him. Though he was no match for Hygia, the impenetrable armor provided him with a modicum of confidence, assuring him that he would not succumb to lethal force in the immediate term. The struggle was arduous, with Abson fighting valiantly but retreating under Hygia's advantage. Frustration brewed within Hygia. Were it not for the supreme armor, he could easily crush this human beneath his foot. With a powerful punch, Hygia sent Abson sprawling, landing near the feet of a Decepticon soldier. The soldier wasted no time in lifting his foot to stomp down mercilessly upon Abson's head. Feeling the weight of his oppression, Abson's anger ignited. He seized the soldier's foot and, with a swift roll, toppled him to the ground. "I may not best that brute, but surely I can handle you lesser soldiers," Abson declared as he climbed atop the fallen soldier, raining blows upon his head. In the face of an elite Cybertronian like Hygia, Abson was merely a target, yet against these ordinary Decepticon soldiers, he wielded a distinct advantage due to his formidable size in the supreme armor. Furthermore, as a military elite, Abson possessed exceptional combat skills among humans, making him more than capable of dealing with these common Decepticon soldiers. As he leaned down to deliver several strikes, he suddenly raised his head, only to be met with a kick from another soldier, striking him squarely on the forehead. Shockwave stood nearby, contemplating that this situation would not be resolved swiftly. Should the human army truly arrive here and hostilities ensue, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of repercussions, most crucially exposing our whereabouts, which is precisely what Gray Sky Che does not desire. Without further hesitation, Shockwave immediately activated the communication channel. "Lord Gray Sky Che, I have an update. A human has donned the supreme divine armor." Shockwave relayed the situation to Gray Sky Che in its entirety. Subsequently, Shockwave received an order from Gray Sky Che, severed the communication, and turned to Hygia, exclaiming, "Hygia, throw that human into the land bridge." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a swirling vortex of blue and white materialized beside Shockwave. Abson, upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, had yet to utter a word when he was suddenly seized by Hygia, who hoisted him aloft and unceremoniously hurled him into the land bridge. In that instant, Abson felt as though his very breath had ceased. He had anticipated that the vortex resembled a meat grinder or a pulverizer. Thus, as he entered the swirling maw, he believed he was destined for demise. To his astonishment, he found himself not dead, but seemingly transported to another realm. It turned out to be a portal. With a sigh of relief, Abson cautiously rose, only to find himself face to face with a Cybertronian adorned in a gray exoskeleton. Abson's expression morphed into one of astonishment, for this extraterrestrial was even more formidable than the one who had just bested him. Redirecting his gaze to his surroundings, he inquired, "Is this your lair?" "Indeed. This is the command bridge of the Decepticon warship, and I am the leader of the Decepticons. You may call me Gray Sky Che." Gray Sky Che extended his right hand, grasping Abson's shoulder with a vice-like grip, lifting him effortlessly. He then pivoted and flung Abson onto the command bridge, striding purposefully across it. Before Abson could regain his footing, Gray Sky Che pressed him down forcefully with his foot. At that moment, Hygia, Shiwa, and 5 Decepticon soldiers entered through the land bridge. Lord Gray Sky Che, regarding this mission, Hygia began, stepping forward to provide an explanation. But Gray Sky Che waved his hand dismissively, silencing him immediately. The nearby Decepticon soldiers, noting the return of their comrades, proceeded to deactivate the land bridge. Observing the soldiers' actions and the disappearance of the vortex, a plan to escape swiftly formed in Abson's mind. Gray Sky Che seemed to perceive this. Casting a knowing smile at Abson beneath his foot, he queried, "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing via the land bridge, for escape is impossible. Now, answer me. Do you wish to live or die?" "I cannot die now." Abson steadied his mind, reassuring himself of the impenetrable nature of the supreme divine armor. "Very well," Gray Sky Che replied, lifting his foot from Abson's chest. He then leaned down, intent on pressing the button on Abson's chest. Although Abson was not entirely familiar with the supreme divine armor, the imminent threat of Gray Sky Che's hand reaching for his chest prompted him to grasp the Decepticon's wrist with both hands. Abson seized Gray Tianche's wrist, while Gray Tianche pressed the button. Strangely, the supreme armor remained donned on Abson's body. Now it became clear to Gray Tianche, if the button was pressed forcefully, the supreme armor would interpret it as an attack and would not retract. However, if pressed normally and the armor was in a state of non-intensive activity, it could be recalled. Gray Tianche swiftly grabbed Abson and hurled him before Hai and Shi Wei, commanding, "Hold him down and ensure he does not move." Upon receiving the order, Hai and Shi Wei each grasped one of Abson's arms. "Let go. What do you intend to do?" Abson struggled desperately, aware that this armor was of alien origin, and the extraterrestrials undoubtedly had a greater understanding of it than he did. Hence, he could foresee the potential consequences. They could dismantle the armor, and once that happened, his fate would be sealed. The more he struggled, the tighter Hai and Shi Wei clutched him, striving to limit his movements. Gray Tianche wasted no time and swiftly approached Abson, gently pressing the button on the chest of the supreme armor. In an instant, the armor retracted rapidly, the indomitable steel slipping like a worm from the grasp of Hai and Shi Wei, condensing into a small iron block, no larger than Gray Tianche's palm. As the armor vanished, Abson plummeted from 3 meters above the ground. Just as he prepared to rush forward, he realized the supreme armor had not yet touched the ground and was snatched by Gray Tianche. Abson's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning ashen. This was truly the end. Holding the supreme armor, Gray Tianche suddenly smiled faintly, not out of triumph, but because he recalled certain special effect dramas he had watched in his past life, where armored warriors and masked riders summoned their armor with a small device. Now, the iron block in his hand was indeed a summoning device for the Cybertronian armor. This fleeting thought passed, and Gray Tianche redirected his gaze to Abson. "Now, you may answer me. Do you wish to live or die?" Gray Tianche inquired with a smile, devoid of any murderous intent. "Live? Of course I wish to live, but what do you intend to use me for?" Abson, sensing a glimmer of hope, responded without hesitation, albeit puzzled. If the extraterrestrials did not intend to kill him, they must want to utilize him. Yet, for someone like him, they should have ample resources. So what use could he possibly serve? "Do not panic. As long as you do as I instruct, I shall spare your life and elevate you to the ranks of humanity's elite, allowing you to experience what you have never enjoyed before." Gray Tianche chuckled, shifting his tone. "In truth, your survival is due to your own merit. Had you not acquired the supreme armor, you would not have lived to stand before me. Nor would I have entertained such a unique thought." "What thought?" Abson inquired, confusion etched on his face, yet he released a sigh of relief, realizing that he was unlikely to face death after all. On a dreary day, Gray Tianche observed that Abson appeared somewhat more at ease. He spoke slowly. "My thoughts are rather straightforward. On this planet, there exists a faction of mechanical life forms akin to us who refer to themselves as Autobots. They are our adversaries. Initially, we could have eradicated the Autobots, but under the guise of humanity, they have concealed themselves, their information shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few." Abson furrowed his brow. Do you wish for me to infiltrate the upper echelons of humanity to ascertain the Autobots' whereabouts? Grey Tianche replied, That is one of the reasons. Abson shook his head. That seems improbable. My rank is too low. With a subtle smile, Grey Tianche countered. In normal circumstances, that may be true. But this is a time of war. A war between humanity and us, the Cybertronians. A cosmic conflict. Rank is but a trivial matter. Abson inquired, I understand. Please issue your command. Lord Grey Tianche. Upon hearing this, both Hai and Shiwei were taken aback. They had presumed this human would refuse, yet he had surprisingly acquiesced, betraying his own kind. Humph. Hai let out a cold snort, disdainful of those who betray their own race. What is your name? Grey Tianche inquired, his expression unchanged. Abson, he replied, followed by his full name, Abson Smith. Smith, a surname prominent in America, akin to Zhang, Wang, or Li in China. Abson gradually regained his composure, aware that the deep blue extraterrestrial deemed his actions contemptible. Nevertheless, he had made his choice. He had no desire to sacrifice his life for a so-called racial cause. With a sigh, Abson candidly expressed, Lord Grey Tianche, truth be told, I am indifferent to this racial conflict. I simply wish to survive, preferably in greater happiness. Grey Tianche smiled, excellent. I appreciate individuals of your caliber. Chapter 98. The Scientist Abson. Your task is simultaneously simple and complex, contingent upon your abilities. For you are but one among countless human subordinates. We shall wait for the opportune moment. In but a few years, the Decepticons will openly dominate Earth. Grey Tianche cautioned Abson against harboring any illusions before outlining his actual mission. Your task is not overly arduous. It is to elevate your standing as much as possible, cultivating loyal individuals, particularly those like yourself who are fundamentally indifferent to the fate of humanity as a whole. I understand. Abson nodded slightly, recognizing his position. There must be many humans like him who had aligned themselves with extraterrestrials. Their mission mirrored his own, to build influence, and when these aliens deemed the time ripe, to launch a decisive strike and seize Earth. Then I shall return now, feigning unconsciousness in the restroom. I would appreciate one of you to strike the restroom door, pretending that I was inadvertently knocked unconscious and thus evaded calamity. Abson swiftly conceived this plan, showcasing his quick wit in devising an excuse. No. Grey Tianche shook his head, stating that upon your return, you would remain an ordinary team member with no transformation. Hence, I must award you with a continuous merit. Continuous merit? Abson inquired, his expression one of perplexity as he struggled to grasp the meaning behind those words. Grey Tianche activated the communicator, urging, Jidao, are you ready? We must complete our task before the human forces arrive at the base. Jidao promptly replied, I am ready, Lord Grey Tianche. I shall be there momentarily. Before long, the bridge doors swung open and Jidao entered. Approaching Abson, he knelt and handed him a diminutive chip. Abson took the chip from Jidao's palm, observing that it was no wider than a coin and thinner than the paper typically used by humans, so delicate that it might easily cut the skin if handled carelessly. Place it upon your heart, Grey Tianche commanded coldly. Reluctant yet compelled by circumstance, Abson complied. With his left hand, he loosened his collar to reveal his chest, while with his right hand, he affixed the chip to the left side of his chest. The instant the chip made contact with his skin, a sharp pain surged through him. He instinctively reached for his chest, but restrained himself, reminded of the gravity of the situation. The sting lasted merely 10 seconds, and when Abson glanced down again, the chip had vanished. He reached out to feel for it, but found no trace of metal. It appeared to have completely disappeared. Nonetheless, Abson was acutely aware that the chip remained within him, though its condition, whether it had integrated into his flesh or relocated within his body, was a mystery. Faced with the unknowns of alien technology, Abson's spirit of defiance dissipated entirely. Very well, let it be. When your people find you, simply state that you unearthed this object. Grey Tianche extended his palm, and a holographic image materialized, revealing not the supreme divine armor nor any Iron Fortress artifact, but rather an information storage canister. Indeed, it was a vessel containing the formula for synthesizing super-energy entities. During the Golden Age, numerous such canisters were produced to preserve various invaluable technological insights. Remember its appearance. Recall that after the ice melted, you approached it. Upon your contact, this canister emitted a red light, illuminating you. Everyone was deeply concerned for your well-being, yet you suddenly felt the urgency to relieve yourself. After attending to your business, as you prepared to exit the restroom, the door was forcefully struck, causing you to lose consciousness. The events that followed are lost to you. Upon awakening, fragmented images filled your mind, puzzles incomprehensible to you, composed of our script and scientific formulas. At this juncture, they require someone capable of deciphering these symbols to assist you in completing the formulas. Subsequently, how one capitalizes on this opportunity to gain power and status hinges upon one's capabilities. Should you succeed, you would emerge as a preeminent scientist within the realm of humanity. Conversely, should you falter, it matters not. Once we conquer Earth, you may serve as a mere foot soldier, tasked with the management of human captivity. Upon concluding this statement, a look of doubt and uncertainty clouded Abson's visage. He had initially presumed that Hui Tianche intended to entrust him with a significant mission, but upon hearing the final words, he abruptly realized that his importance to them was rather negligible. Individuals like him, possessing extraterrestrial technology, numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Suddenly, a realization struck Abson, prompting him to lift his gaze and inquire, "So, do you wish for me to transition into a scientist?" Hui Tianche nodded affirmatively. "You need not fret over technical matters. I shall assign a specialist to communicate with you via the chip implanted within you. Your sole task is to replicate their instructions." Abson furrowed his brow. "However, my foray into the realm of science is limited. If I were to masquerade as a scientist, my facade would be easily unraveled. You need not pretend. You're not a legitimate scientist. Merely exhibit a modicum of talent, and given your unique circumstances, your nation will undoubtedly cultivate you into a scholar adept at addressing our extraterrestrial civilization. Time is of the essence," Hui Tianche declared, turning toward the nearby Decepticon soldier. Issuing a command, "Initiate the land bridge and escort this human back." He added, "You shall accompany him and assist him in breaching the restroom door." Antarctica. Amidst the blizzard, 5 combat helicopters approached a recently infiltrated base by the Decepticons. Numerous armed personnel descended via ropes, landing upon the base's helipad. Upon alighting, they untied themselves, grasping modern submachine guns as they swiftly advanced toward the base's entrance. Upon glimpsing the interior, expressions of shock adorned their faces. The source of astonishment for these elite human combatants was not merely the gaping hole created by the supreme god armor, but rather the state of every individual within. An experienced soldier promptly activated the communication channel to report back to headquarters, calling Southern Task Force. "We have arrived at the exploration team's base. However, the situation here is exceedingly bizarre." A response crackled through the communicator. "What is so bizarre?" The veteran approached a pool of mangled flesh, reporting, "It appears as if they were crushed flat. Accurately speaking, their bodies have been compressed into patties by some flat, hard object. Yet I can discern no apparatus capable of exerting such force." Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. He turned to see a figure rushing toward him, just as he was about to inquire about the unfolding events when the scene before him instilled a profound sense of dread. The snow-covered ground was marred by enormous imprints. Despite the swirling blizzard, the colossal footprints remained discernible. Some of these tracks bore conspicuous bloodstains. What in the world? Has a snow monster appeared? The seasoned members were compelled to ponder the sheer magnitude of their predicament, as if a colossal force had flattened them. However, deep down they dismissed this notion. For even an elephant, measured in tons, could not reduce an adult human to mere pulp. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. What was that? The veteran turned to see 2 teammates struggling to pry open a severely bent iron door. Frustrated, one of them raised his firearm and fired several shots at the door's jammed section, followed by a forceful kick that sent half the door crashing down. Someone is inside. The team peered through the opening and quickly spotted a figure slumped against the wall. "Hey, wake up!" They called out repeatedly, yet there was no sign of consciousness. "Isn't that Abson? Surely he can't be dead?" "Nonsense, it's just a bump on the head. It doesn't seem too grave." "A bump on the head isn't serious?" "Enough of this chatter. Let us get him out and check his vitals." With considerable effort, they pried the remaining half of the door free and carefully lifted Abson out for examination. He was still alive. One team member checked for Abson's breathing and pulse, and the results brought a collective sigh of relief. The veteran contemplated for a moment before issuing a stern command. Dispatch a helicopter to transport Abson for treatment, while the rest of you assist me in investigating the scene to uncover what transpired. The team sprang into action. Unbeknownst to them, a Decepticon soldier was silently observing from a distance. Upon witnessing Abson being airlifted away in a helicopter heading back towards their previous route, the soldier promptly activated his communication channel. Lord Megatron, Abson has been taken. Megatron responded immediately. Excellent. Return at once. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron instructed another soldier to deploy the ground bridge for retrieval. Observing this, another soldier inquired, perplexed, Lord Megatron, I doubt that Abson will prove significantly useful. Even with the knowledge we bestowed upon him, he likely won't wield much power. Megatron nodded in agreement. You are correct. In the grand scheme of our Decepticon ambitions, Abson indeed holds little significance. However, he represents a beginning. There are certainly many like him, indifferent to the slaughter of their comrades, and even more who are apathetic to their own race's fate. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is the nature of sentient beings. Due to their intelligence, they are more easily subdued than ordinary creatures. They will make for the finest and most intriguing slaves. I can hardly wait to see the expressions of humanity when they believe they can vanquish us, only to find themselves at the mercy of their own kind. With a gun pointed at their heads, Megatron displayed a wildly audacious and confident smile. Beside him, the one who had been knocked down began to find this situation rather intriguing, unconsciously harboring a sense of anticipation. A faint smile gracing his lips. I shall await with bated breath, my lord. Chapter 99. The Vanguard. Upon resolving matters concerning Abson, Gray Tianche personally donned the supreme divine armor. Now, let me experience the invulnerable protection of this magnificent armor. Gray Tianche held a considerable regard for the supreme divine armor, as it represented the pinnacle of defense, capable of withstanding even the mightiest melee combatant, such as the formidable Chong Yin-Shao. Once enveloped by this divine artifact, Gray Tianche's perspective soared to unprecedented heights, surpassing 13 meters. In the original narrative, Meichi, while adorned in the supreme divine armor, achieved a height of 4 meters. Comparable to Arsai, the Red Spider, after donning the armor, increased from over 6 meters to an astonishing 11 meters, surpassing even Optimus Prime in strength and stature. Just moments ago, Abson, clad in the supreme divine armor, reached a height exceeding 5 meters, rivaling the stature of the Partition. Now, after equipping the supreme divine armor, Gray Tianche's vantage point elevated from over 10 meters to 13, eclipsing the upgraded Optimus Prime and Megatron in might, towering even above the humanoid form of Chong Yin-Shao. Witnessing this transformation, the one who had been knocked down raised his head, gazing in awe at Gray Tianche. The Decepticons nearby were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. My lord Gray Tianche, you are immensely powerful now. Unable to restrain himself, the one who had been knocked down took a step back, striving to grasp the entirety of Gray Tianche's formidable presence. At that moment, he, along with the surrounding Decepticons, appeared as mere children of 7 or 8 years old in the shadow of Gray Tianche. This feels rather splendid, Gray Tianche remarked with a smile, stretching his limbs. His agility remained unaffected, though his overwhelming physique rendered it impossible for him to touch his own back. He chose not to further test the armor. In the original storyline, the Red Spider, while clad in the divine armor, could effortlessly overpower Optimus Prime, and Gray Tianche would only grow more formidable in its embrace. Without uttering more, Gray Tianche removed the armor and activated the shifting gears, performing a thorough scan of the supreme divine armor. Upon completing the scan, he casually tossed the armor to Hailwing. My lord Gray Tianche. Hailwing's face displayed astonishment. You may keep it for now. With the supreme divine armor in your possession, I trust it will prove even more useful. Despite Gray Tianche's formidable strength, he remained the commander of the Decepticons, and typically wouldn't leave the battleship. The ones truly required to traverse the battlefield were Shihua, Hailwing, and Tianjin. Unless in extraordinary circumstances, Gray Tianche would not take matters into his own hands. However, Hailwing appeared conflicted. He had failed to complete his mission and felt unworthy of such a reward. This is an order. If you feel undeserving, then prepare diligently for the next operation. I believe Soundwave will soon decipher the next fortress coordinates. Do not let me down then, Gray Tianche stated with a serious expression, finally waving his hand. You may leave. At your command, my lord. Hailwing cautiously accepted the supreme divine armor and subsequently departed from a bridge. After the departure of Haiji, Huishinch slowly spoke again. I am well acquainted with the character and behavioral patterns of Shi Yue. He is ill-suited for the supreme divine armor. Tianjin possesses formidable combat prowess, and bestowing the divine armor upon him would be a sheer waste. As a researcher, you need not concern yourself with this. I have reservations about Sihua. After much contemplation, I find Haiji to be a commendable candidate. Although his combat abilities may not match Tianjin's, acquiring the divine armor would allow him to contend with Tianjin. Furthermore, with his clear intellect, he might even leverage this power to avert Tianjin from falling into the traps set by the Autobots. Jidao, upon hearing this, fell into silence for a moment before seemingly realizing something. He abruptly turned to Huishinch and inquired, My lord, are you speaking to me? Who else would I be addressing? Am I to converse with them? Huishinch gestured nonchalantly towards the nearby Decepticon soldiers who were still staring blankly in their direction, as if they were still in shock from the recent events. Upon noticing Huishinch's gaze, they hurriedly turned away to continue their tasks, feigning that nothing had transpired. Huishinch displayed an outwardly indifferent demeanor, yet inwardly, he found amusement in the antics of these soldiers. Jidao, come with me. Huishinch led Jidao away from the bridge, unhurriedly approaching a land bridge workstation. Huishinch personally engaged in the operation and quickly locked onto a coordinate. In the next moment, a swirling vortex of blue and white materialized. Come, I shall show you something. Huishinch stepped into the land bridge, with Jidao closely trailing behind. As they traversed the vortex, they were met with a breathtaking valley, in which a portion of the mountains had collapsed, partially concealing a Cybertronian spacecraft. Is this the Pioneer? Jidao swiftly recognized the vessel. Indeed, it was here that Black Widow lost the locking staff, Huishinch remarked, making his way toward the Pioneer. Jidao hurriedly followed, a frown forming on his brow as he questioned. My lord Huishinch, Black Widow's report indicated that the Autobots seized the locking staff, but in reality, it was the Master of Masks disguised as an Autobot who ambushed Black Widow, correct? Correct, Huishinch affirmed with a slight nod. This was a matter that no longer required concealment. After vanquishing Megatron, no one could threaten Huishinch's position. Hence, there was no necessity to continue shrouding certain truths. Therefore, whether in subduing Tianjin or confronting the Autobots, Huishinch permitted the Master of Masks to wield the locking staff, allowing him to exhibit his full might. When the locking staff came into view of the onlookers, several astute Decepticons quickly discerned that something was amiss. Jidao was among them. In his perspective, the locking staff was in the hands of the Master of Masks, who possessed the ability to transform. He could easily disguise himself as an Autobot to ambush Black Widow. This implied that Black Widow's report was erroneous. The locking staff had never fallen into the Autobots' possession. It had always remained in the hands of the Decepticons. The true mastermind behind it all was none other than Huishinch. As for why Graysky acted in such a manner, it is not particularly surprising, for the two were indeed rivals at that time. It would not be astonishing to think that he would resort to an ambush, or even directly instruct the Faceless One to eliminate Black Widow. Coincidentally, you will be transferring responsibilities to the Faceless One. Graysky's sudden remark caused the Striker to realize something momentous. The Faceless One? Transferring responsibilities? Are you implying that the Pioneer has already been restored to operational status by the Faceless One? The Striker gazed at the dilapidated steel vessel before him, momentarily unable to conceive of any utility this forsaken ship might still possess. Yet in the original narrative, this seemingly inconspicuous ship had significantly addressed logistical needs for both Red Spider and the Autobots. Graysky, well versed in the storyline, would not easily relinquish any advantage. Indeed, although the Pioneer had been severed into two pieces, it remained salvageable. Hence, I have discreetly tasked the Faceless One with leading a team of specialists to restore the Pioneer to operational condition, establishing it as our Decepticons' first fixed base on Earth. Graysky and the Striker approached the Pioneer and ascended to its deck. However, the Autobots were also aware of the Pioneer's location. Lord Graysky, are you not concerned about a sudden Autobot attack? The Striker's apprehension echoed the former Megatron's worries, prompting them to remain aboard the warship, constantly on the move. fearful of being traced by the Autobots and ambushed. Yet Gray Sky resolutely replied, "Trust me, the Autobots will not come here." With a thud, Gray Sky bent down, grasped the deck door, and opened it with determination. He descended, followed closely by the Striker. Upon entering the Pioneer, several Decepticon soldiers quickly surrounded them. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the soldiers immediately lowered their guard and respectfully bowed to Gray Sky. "Lord Gray Sky, where's the faceless one?" Gray Sky inquired, scanning the surroundings for any sign of him. "My lord," one soldier stepped forward, and as he did, his appearance began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he revealed his true form, none other than the faceless one himself. "Impressive performance. You blended in so well among the soldiers that I almost failed to recognize you." Gray Sky chuckled. During this time, the faceless one had been masquerading as a soldier, and had he not revealed himself, no one would have discerned his identity. "This is merely my foundational capability. As long as the information is sufficient, I am confident in my ability to portray anyone," the faceless one declared with unwavering confidence. Indeed, possessing the innate ability of the chameleon gear, the faceless one's skills had been honed through countless trials over time. Had it not been for the disparity in information, coupled with the fact that the Striker was a close ally of the faceless one, he could have continued his charade indefinitely. "I trust in your abilities," Gray Sky remarked. Shifting the topic, the energy signal jammer and camouflage device are functioning properly, I presume? The faceless one promptly affirmed, "Indeed, they are operating flawlessly." "Excellent. With that, neither Autobots nor humans will be able to detect any irregularities from the outside." On a gray day, Gray Tianche smiled faintly before turning to the one named Jidao. He remarked, "Jidao, this place is not merely our first surface base on Earth. It shall also serve as our initial front line in the offensive against humanity. I need you to produce as many gadgets as possible to control humans, and then utilize the land bridge here to reach various regions of this planet. Seek out those individuals who are indifferent to the current state of humanity, those who harbor discontent, and draw them to our side. As for the methods of persuasion, you have complete freedom. My only stipulation is that the entire process must remain clandestine. We cannot allow either the Autobots or humanity as a whole to become aware of our actions. Do you understand?" Jidao nodded in affirmation, contemplating that he would be stationed here for an extended period. As he surveyed the surroundings, his expression soured upon noticing the rusted walls and thick layers of dust. How filthy! Although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, it was evident to everyone present that he felt this way. Chimyan-ku chuckled lightly. "After all, it has been abandoned for quite some time, and the conditions are somewhat lacking. However, it will improve in due course." "Very well." Jidao conceded with a resigned nod before shifting the conversation. "By the way, do we need to transport a new set of land bridge equipment from the battleship for the Pioneer?" "No need," Chimyan-ku replied. "Currently, aside from its inability to fly, the Pioneer is nearly fully repaired, and the land bridge system is operational without any issues. Moreover," he added with a mysterious smile, "there's something here that I believe will pique your interest." "Oh," Jidao expressed curiosity. Gray Tianche, however, narrowed his eyes, seemingly aware of what Chimyan-ku was alluding to. Soon, under Chimyan-ku's guidance, Gray Tianche and Jidao entered a laboratory. Along the walls of the lab stood 5 loading machines, each equipped with humanoid iron figures. Their silver exteriors gleamed with a smoothness comparable to that of a mirror, reflecting a brilliant silver light when the laboratory lights were switched on. "Raw entities. These are rather striking," Jidao remarked. His interest piqued as he stepped closer for a better look. Disregarding Jidao's presence, Chimyan-ku continued to address Gray Tianche, "My lord, I have confirmed that these raw entities have completed all processes and can be molded to clone exact replicas of the genetic donors, including their memories. I believe these 5 raw entities will prove quite useful." A glimmer of intensity shone in Gray Tianche's eyes as he grasped a syringe from the workbench and swiftly injected it into his arm, extracting a full vial of super energy. "My lord," Chimyan-ku exclaimed in shock, his face betraying a look of panic as he instinctively moved to intervene. "Gray Tianche, what are you doing?" Jidao echoed in alarm, sharing Chimyan-ku's conviction that Gray Tianche would utilize the 5 raw entities wisely. Yet, they were taken aback to discover that Gray Tianche intended to use these raw entities on himself. He was preparing to clone himself. "Do not panic. I'm fully aware of my actions. With a calm demeanor, Hui Tianche extracted the syringe from his arm and placed it on the workbench. He then initiated the primordial body molding program. As the super energy was infused, the previously motionless silver automatons abruptly lifted their heads. Following this, blue currents surged like ferocious serpents along the aged wires, coiling tightly around each silver automaton. They raised their arms, every metallic part quivering violently. In an instant, these silver automatons transformed into the likeness of Hui Tianche. They leapt down from the loader, their 10 massive feet striking the ground simultaneously, causing the entire Pioneer vessel to tremble slightly. When 5 towering clones materialized before the trio, both Jidao and Qianmianku instinctively took half a step back, while Hui Tianche maintained his composure, leisurely approaching the 5 clones. He inquired, "How do you feel?" The 5 clones exchanged glances, stretched their limbs, stomped their feet, and attentively assessed their current state, then collectively smiled. "We feel fantastic." Hui Tianche continued, "Do you possess the 1,000 change gear and sapphire?" One clone wasted no time. Immediately conducting a test, he extended his right hand, attempting to morph into a locking staff. Another clone transformed his right hand into a gun, firing a shot at the wall. Upon concluding the tests, the clone shook his head. "No, just as I suspected, the primordial body can only replicate basic abilities. The 1,000 change gear and sapphire are classified as equipment and do not exist within my genetic makeup." Hui Tianche asked further, "Can you simultaneously transform into an aircraft and a vehicle?" One clone promptly attempted and succeeded in transforming into an airplane, then into a car. The 1,000 change gear, when applied to the clone, transformed into a dual variant gear. Hui Tianche sighed inwardly. He had deliberately equipped the 1,000 change gear and sapphire first, then enhanced his entire being with the divine power of the celestial hammer, hoping that these elements would merge with his very essence, becoming an integral part of his Cybertronian genetics. Consequently, the clones would also possess the 1,000 change gear and sapphire. Yet, contrary to his desires, although Hui Tianche had anticipated this outcome, the reality of the situation still left him with a twinge of regret. It was merely a fleeting advantage. Suddenly, one clone spoke up, catching Hui Tianche off guard. He chuckled, "Haha, I never imagined there would come a day when I would find solace in my own words." The clones erupted in laughter, wholeheartedly agreeing with this sentiment. Indeed, it was just a temporary benefit. Their current advantages were undeniably formidable, and the future held promise. Witnessing this exchange, Jidao and Qianmianku exchanged glances, astonished. Who would have thought that Lord Hui Tianche and the clones would get along so well? This observation came from Jidao, who himself found it hard to believe. Qianmianku remained silent, merely observing quietly. The gray sky first retracted his smile and said, "You are aware of what I am about to say, just as I am cognizant of your thoughts. Thus, certain matters need not be elaborated upon. However, it is imperative that we maintain regular communication, for the future is bound to present unexpected occurrences, and we must fortify ourselves against the unknown, preparing diligently for what lies ahead." The clone interjected, "This is precisely the rationale behind your desire to replicate the 5 of us. The universe is simply too vast, and if we wish for Cybertronian civilization to dominate it, our strength must escalate exponentially." "Lord Gray Sky," suddenly exclaimed the chameleon guest. As 6 gray skies turned their gaze upon him, a hint of embarrassment welled within the chameleon guest, prompting him to recalibrate his demeanor and continue. "Lord Gray Sky. The clones derived from the original entity are distinct from typical clones." One of the clones remarked, "Indeed, the new lives birthed from standard clones are independent sparks, whereas the spark of the original entity is directly drawn from the primary source, sharing the same essence. Therefore, any pain we endure is also felt by the original. Though it may not be fatal, it will certainly be painful. Conversely, the original entities remain unaffected by one another." Another clone inquired, "Why not simply dismantle the pain receptors?" Gray Sky waved his hand dismissively. "No. While this may appear to be a drawback, it is in fact a method for addressing unforeseen circumstances. Should you find yourselves unable to contact me, I can ascertain your condition through the pain I experience." The chameleon guest paused, and the individual known as Knockdown experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, this perceived flaw transforms into a unique advantage. Knockdown's mind seemed to illuminate as he slowly articulated. If the Autobots were to discover the existence of the clones and conspire to eliminate Lord Greysky's clones while jamming communications, after disposing of the clones, they could impersonate them to lure Lord Greysky into a decapitation plot. However, upon sensing the pain of death, Lord Greysky would realize that the clones had perished, thus turning the tables on them. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Knockdown became, as if this scenario were destined to unfold. One clone pointed at Knockdown and remarked to the others. His mind works quite swiftly. Well, he is a scientist. How could his mind not be quick? Another clone chuckled, only to suddenly shift gears, exclaiming, "Wait, isn't this reminiscent of Black Widow's ploy to ensnare Megatron?" Yet another clone noted, Knockdown must have derived his recent narrative from this very situation. Upon hearing this, Knockdown felt a tightening in his chest. It was one thing for the clones to speak, but now he recognized that his thought process indeed mirrored theirs. These clones possess a keen intellect akin to that of Lord Greysky. One clone, sensing Knockdown's unease, reassured him, "There is no need for you to feel anxious, Knockdown. If it were the Red Spider, he and his clones would soon turn on each other, for they are equally cunning and treacherous, each hoping to be the sole master. Should it be Megatron, he might temporarily ally with his clones, but once their objectives are achieved, they would inevitably engage in a ruthless struggle, eliminating one another until only a single survivor remains. This phenomenon is not limited to just these two. Nearly everyone would ultimately eradicate their clones, as they fundamentally believe themselves to be irreplaceably unique. I too harbor such selfishness, convinced of my singular existence. However, the universe is in a state of constant expansion, and the paths ahead are ever lengthening. My vision transcends their narrow perspectives. I do not concern myself solely with a handful of planets. This universe is vast beyond comprehension, and it is impossible for me alone to govern it. I require more allies, trustworthy and capable companions. The Faceless One narrowed his eyes and inquired, "And what comes after the conquest of the universe?" Defeated, I cast a glance toward the clones. Should Grey Celestial and the clones engage in conflict, they would undoubtedly align with Grey Celestial. The clones spread their arms and smiled, saying, "We shall share the supreme power and strength without question, for the universe is ever expanding, and one cannot manage it alone. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, I too consider myself unique. We all are." Defeated and the Faceless One exchanged puzzled glances, for they could not comprehend the meaning behind the clone's words. Unique is unique. What does that imply? Unable to grasp the clone's intent, they turned their attention back to Grey Celestial. Grey Celestial stated, "In summary, we will not engage in infighting. You need not worry that the emergence of multiple Grey Celestials will lead to a fracture within the Decepticons. Such a scenario is implausible, for I have faith in myself." Defeated and the Faceless One looked at each other. With their leader's resolute stance, they too would not and could not object. Grey Celestial then addressed the 5 clones, saying, "You share my memories, and there is no need for me to elaborate on our next course of action. I shall return to the warship to continue overseeing operations." With that, he turned and left the laboratory, followed by the Faceless One, who had completed his handover with Defeated and was now ready to accompany Grey Celestial back to the warship. In the laboratory, only Defeated and the 5 clones of Grey Celestial remained. Defeated found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to approach these clones. "Do not be anxious. We are him, and he is us. Do not regard us as mere clones. See us as his extensions," one of the clones reassured him. Then, shifting the conversation, it continued, "Defeated, your task remains to manage humanity, but I shall leave 2 of us to assist you, while also ensuring the security of the Pioneer." Turning to his side, he addressed himself. "Let us, the 3 of us, traverse the terrestrial bridge of the Ark and enliven the world." In the expansive underground facility of the Autobot base, the formidable Hook brandished a cannon-like weapon, larger than both of his arms combined. Behind Hook, the partitioned area housed the ambulance, along with Jack, Mickey, and Rafi, who were observing intently. To safeguard the humans from harm, the ambulance positioned itself to shield the trio behind it. With the eyes of the 5 fixed upon him, Hook squeezed the trigger, but instead of firing a projectile, the barrel unexpectedly split apart like a 6-bladed fan. In the next instant, the fan began to spin, a flash of blue light erupted, followed by a blinding brilliance that unleashed a devastating beam of thermal energy obliterating everything in its path. As Hook released the trigger and lowered the laser cannon, a yawning chasm, 3 meters wide, came into view, profound and dark, seemingly endless. "Wow, that's incredible," Mickey exclaimed, suddenly leaping with enthusiasm. "With this, what do we have to fear from the Decepticons?" Jack's confidence surged immeasurably upon witnessing the Autobot-esque weaponry. "Not quite," the ambulance interjected sternly, dousing the exuberance of the children with a splash of cold reality. "This is merely a rudimentary laser weapon, produced under our limited resources. The Decepticons possess far greater assets. Their armaments far surpass this trivial contraption." Rafi glanced at the others, then turned to the ambulance and said, "Yet, to construct such a weapon under such constraints is quite impressive, is it not?" Receiving the compliment, the ambulance shook its head. "No, if it were not for the formula for synthesizing energon that Gray provided, granting us access to nearly limitless energon resources, this equipment would only allow for the creation of a mere welding gun." Mickey gasped. "Synthesizing energon is that powerful?" The ambulance nodded, "Indeed. The greatest advantage of synthesizing energon lies in its ability to yield energon-like effects from alternative resources. Energon is the fundamental resource for all Cybertronian technology. Without sufficient energon, all endeavors become arduous, even in hand-to-hand combat against the Decepticons. Now, with synthesized energon, we can meet all basic needs. For instance, the ambulance extended its arm, and the protective shell of its shoulder instantly parted, revealing a display screen that showcased its data. Previously, to conserve energon, my various metrics were maintained between 30 and 40. Now, due to the ample supply of energon, my metrics are all above 85, and I feel in prime condition, ready to confront the Decepticons on the front lines." The ambulance struck a confident pose, yet Mickey remained skeptical of its self-assurance. She leaned closer to Ratchet and whispered, "I believe the ambulance is rather famished. If it were to enter the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be the one getting struck." Ratchet, however, was not pleased with Mika's remark. With hands firmly placed on his hips, he bent down to look at her and retorted, "Do not be deceived by my role as a doctor. I have traversed the battlefield amidst the gunfire of the Decepticons, healing the wounded, and it is not solely my medical expertise that has enabled me to do so. Even if I cannot best Megatron, dispatching a few Decepticon minions is still within my capabilities." Mika chuckled softly. "Megatron has already met his demise. Can you truly contend with Starscream?" Upon hearing this, Ratchet was suddenly reminded of the scene where Starscream single-handedly faced the entire Elite Guard. He grimaced and waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not be foolish. I'm not so naive as to challenge the leader of the Decepticons. My intellect has yet to rust." Just as Ratchet finished speaking, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed through the air. Everyone turned to the entrance of the testing ground, where Bumblebee burst in, emitting a series of rapid electronic sounds that left Jack and Mika bewildered. Among those present, only the two of them failed to comprehend Bumblebee's words. Yet they could discern from his frantic demeanor that a grave situation was unfolding. "What did you say?" Ratchet exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment, as were the faces of Lockdown and Raph. Bumblebee's message was clear. Optimus Prime had attacked Agent Fowler. How could this be? With little time for elaboration, Bumblebee hurriedly led everyone to the command center. "Agent Fowler, are you jesting?" Ratchet inquired, glancing at the screen. Fowler shouted urgently, "I am not joking. He is about to ram me off the bridge. Someone please hurry." Given Fowler's frantic tone, regardless of whether it was indeed Optimus Prime attacking him, it was evident that his life was in dire jeopardy. "I shall activate the ground bridge immediately." Ratchet promptly locked onto Fowler's location and initiated the ground bridge. A swirling vortex of blue and white materialized, and Bumblebee, Lockdown, and Raph dashed into the bridge. In the blink of an eye, they were confronted with an astonishing sight. A red and blue truck was barreling towards Fowler's black sedan, poised to send it plummeting off the overpass. This overpass was situated above a chasm 70 meters deep. Should Fowler fall, his demise would be inevitable. Bumblebee was the first to sprint towards him. Lockdown hesitated momentarily, tapping Raph's shoulder and gesturing towards Fowler before pointing downwards beneath the overpass. Raph understood immediately, nodding in acknowledgement, and leaped off the overpass. Having given his instructions, Lockdown then bolted towards Fowler. However, with Bumblebee rushing to save Fowler, Lockdown-esque focus shifted to the red and blue truck, Optimus Prime. "Hurry," Fowler urged, gripping the steering wheel and slamming the brakes in a desperate attempt to lessen the impending impact. Yet, fate was unkind as his words faded. He suddenly felt a loss of weight, and both he and his vehicle began to plummet. In a moment of dire urgency, Bumblebee seized the rear bumper of the black sedan, causing Fuller to sense a sudden halt in his descent, which elicited a sigh of relief from him. However, unbeknownst to Fuller, Bumblebee had merely grasped the bumper, an ornamental component of the vehicle, detached from its primary structure, secured only by a handful of plastic clips. Such flimsy attachments could hardly bear the weight of an entire car. Thus, Bumblebee could only sustain this precarious grip for a few more breaths. As anticipated, within mere seconds, the plastic clips fractured simultaneously, and the sensation of weightlessness struck once more. Fuller, witnessing the ground rushing towards him, widened his mouth in panic, nearly letting out a scream. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the black sedan was caught securely by the barrier beneath the overpass, just as Fuller was about to exhale in relief. The airbag in the steering wheel deployed abruptly, striking his nose painfully, leaving him dizzy and devoid of the will or strength to utter a word. Noticing Fuller was unharmed, the barrier turned its gaze upward to Bumblebee and inquired, "Where's Hook?" Bumblebee stood atop the bridge, peering into the distance, as just moments ago, the massive truck had sped away, with Hook unhesitatingly in pursuit. The delay caused by the rescue of Fuller had rendered the night desolate, devoid of any visible taillights. Miles away, the truck, under Hook's relentless chase, barreled into an abandoned factory, surrounded by barren, desolate fields devoid of any signs of life. Hook pursued up to the factory's exterior but refrained from entering, switching off the lights and engine. Concealed in the shadows of the night, he had no intention of venturing inside, for such reckless folly would undoubtedly be foolish. Who knew what traps lay within? Hook first surveyed the surroundings, and upon noting the factory's eerie silence, activated the Autobot communication channel. "Barrier, Bumblebee, how is Agent Fuller faring?" The barrier promptly responded, "Fuller is unharmed. I have instructed Bumblebee to escort him back to the base. I am now en route to your location." "Where are you?" "Outside a factory," Hook replied. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing horn erupted, and the red and blue truck charged forth from the factory, headlights ablaze, barreling straight toward Hook. "Looking for a fight?" "I'm not in the mood for one," Hook retorted as he swiftly began reversing, executing a drift to turn the vehicle around and accelerating away. However, before he could escape far, another red and blue truck approached head-on. Hook, caught off guard and unable to react in time, was violently overturned off the roadway. After striking the ground with the roof of his vehicle, Hook rapidly transformed into his humanoid form, sprawling on the ground to mitigate the impact. Quickly regaining his footing, he was confronted by two identical red and blue trucks looming before him. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded before Tian-Go's eyes. Two trucks simultaneously began to transform, swiftly morphing into towering humanoid mechanical bodies exceeding 9 meters in height, indistinguishable from Optimus Prime. Tian-Go scoffed, remarking, "I initially thought it was that trickster, the faceless man, impersonating Optimus Prime. Little did I expect it to be you, the Mecha Special Operations Team." "You are correct," Sellers replied with a smug grin. "The Mecha Special Operations Team has mastered your biological technology to perfection." Tian-Go chuckled, though it was a laugh tinged with anger, as he derisively countered, "Mastered our biological technology? Huh. Sellers, do not flatter yourself. Just because you've created 2 robots, do not presume you are formidable." Sellers retorted, "Perhaps, but 2 robots to deal with you are quite sufficient." With that, the 2 robots, resembling Optimus Prime in every detail, charged towards Tian-Go. While he dismissed Sellers' arrogance, he remained acutely aware that the 2 robots were indeed formidable steel entities. A moment's carelessness could prove disastrous. Prepared for the confrontation, Tian-Go suddenly heard a sound and whirled around, but before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 102. Military Base A01. Tian-Go was struck on the head by a powerful punch, his vision fading to black as he collapsed. The assailant was yet another robot, identical in appearance to Optimus Prime. "Hurry," Sellers commanded the robot as he directed his gaze towards the factory, spotting several specially modified armored vehicles emerging swiftly. A group of armed personnel disembarked, each wielding dismantling equipment, and quickly approached Tian-Go, commencing their disassembly at his waist. Before long, The Mecha Special Operations Team had removed Tian-Go's transformation gears. Just then, the sound of engines roared from the distance. The Autobot support has arrived. We must leave, Sellers declared. As his words fell, the two robots transformed into vehicles and departed alongside the Mecha Special Operations Team, while the other robot, lacking transformation gears, could only proceed on foot with the convoy. Shepard rushed over and, from afar, witnessed the sight of the foe Optimus Prime sprinting on foot. Choosing not to pursue, he instead approached Tian-Go to assess his condition. Tian-Go, Tian-Go, Shepard called out twice, but receiving no response. He examined Tian-Go's body and found no visible injuries. Erring on the side of caution, he decided to contact an ambulance and return to the base for further action. Ambulance. Tian-Go is unconscious. Optimus, you take us back to the base. We will discuss this further upon our return. Shepard glanced in the direction where the robot had fled, its form mirroring that of Optimus Prime, prompting a wave of suspicion in him. Could this truly be the work of Optimus Prime? Meanwhile, Faye, having flown back to the base, arrived at the center just as the ambulance opened the ground bridge, witnessing Shepard supporting Tian-Go as they emerged from the bridge. Upon witnessing Tian-Go's unconscious state, Faye Guishan's expression tightened, and he hurriedly approached, inquiring what transpired. How is Tian-Go? Guban, sensing Faye Guishan's concern, was at a loss for words and could only respond vaguely. Well, it's a long story. What exactly happened? Faye Guishan, feeling a surge of anger, was already troubled by the news of Arsai's capture, and now, with Tian-Go in distress, he was certain that the dastardly Decepticons were to blame. Faye Guishan, the ambulance, noting the shift in his demeanor, called out to him, then continued with a serious tone, "We shall discuss this later. Let me first examine Tian-Go." Reluctantly suppressing his fury, Faye Guishan assisted Guban in transporting Tian-Go into the laboratory. During the examination, an air of tension enveloped everyone. Tian-Go is fine. He is merely unconscious and will recover shortly, the ambulance announced, prompting a collective sigh of relief. However, the pressing question lingered. Who had rendered Tian-Go unconscious? Guban, did you see the assailant's face? The ambulance directed its gaze toward Guban, the first to arrive near Tian-Go. Guban hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The ambulance frowned, pressing further what exactly occurred. Gathering his resolve, Guban finally stated, "I saw Optimus Prime flee." The ambulance probed further. The truck? Guban shook his head. No, the actual person. As the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Fuller had claimed that Optimus Prime had attacked him, and Guban had witnessed it firsthand. Not the vehicle, but the very individual himself. The question loomed. Why would Optimus Prime seek to harm Agent Fuller? Jack, breaking the silence, expressed his skepticism, not towards Optimus Prime, but rather at the peculiarity of the situation, asserting that he believed Optimus lacked any motive for such an act. Unintentionally, he set the tone, prompting others to engage in discussion. Rafi speculated, could it be that Optimus Prime has transformed into another Decepticon? Mickey initiated a brainstorming session, pondering, what if he has been masquerading as the good guy all along? Fresh from a perilous encounter, Fuller boldly asserted, regardless of the reason, if Optimus has indeed become a Decepticon, we are in deep trouble. This is absurd, the ambulance openly declared, firmly rejecting the notion of Optimus Prime's betrayal. As he surveyed the room, he noted the humans voicing their opinions while the Autobots remained indecisive and silent, seemingly accepting the idea of Optimus's treachery to varying degrees. With no other recourse, the ambulance resolved to present evidence to quell their doubts. Observe, I will now check Optimus Prime's signal location. He is certainly not near the site of the incident. Approaching the control panel, he activated the system, exclaiming, "See, he has returned." As the unmistakable sound of an engine reverberated, all eyes turned towards the tunnel, with the Autobots instinctively positioning themselves before it. Optimus Prime emerged from the tunnel, transforming into his humanoid form, and approached the crowd with an air of familiarity. However, he instinctively paused, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere. What transpired? As he inquired, the onlookers exchanged glances, and finally, the figure at the front, known as the Divider, posed the question, "Where have you been? We cannot reach you." "I was indeed outside our communication range," Optimus explained, turning his waist as if to retrieve something. Yet, under the collective gaze of the assembled crowd, his posture resembled that of a warrior preparing for battle. In an instant, all the Autobots, save for the ambulance, transformed and aimed their weapons at Optimus, while Agent Fuller swiftly shielded the children behind him to protect them from potential conflict. Seeing this, Optimus was momentarily taken aback, then gradually produced a shard of pure energon. Continuing, I was at an underground energon mine. The crowd was equally stunned. It appeared Optimus was unharmed. Was it possible that the Divider had misjudged the situation? Jack, observing the scene, stepped out from behind Fuller and exclaimed, "Enough! Can't you see? He asked one of us." Upon hearing this, the Autobots promptly lowered their pulse rifles. After this tumultuous incident, the earlier tension in the atmosphere began to dissipate. Noticing Optimus's bewildered expression, it became clear that someone needed to take the initiative. Thus, the character known as Flyover stepped forward, stating, "Optimus, we apologize." Optimus widened his eyes at a loss for words, as he was entirely unaware of the current predicament. "Do not blame them, Optimus," Fuller interjected. "I was attacked tonight by someone who bore a striking resemblance to you. He attempted to run me down on the highway." He then queried, "But why were you searching for energon? Do you not already possess synthetic energon?" Straightening his form, Optimus replied, "While the formula for synthetic energon can provide us with ample energy, the essence of our existence remains rooted in pure energon. Hence, I seek to procure as much pristine energon as possible." After elucidating his intentions, Optimus inquired, "Fuller, you mentioned that someone resembling me assaulted you?" Fuller nodded slightly. "Indeed. I was about to seek you out for clarification, but it seems you are unaware of the situation. It must be the Master of Disguise." Flyover interjected, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "It has to be the Decepticons at work. Only the Master of Disguise can alter his form. Last time he masqueraded as a Jack. And now he assumes your identity, Optimus." Before Optimus could respond to Flyover's keen observation, a sudden ringing of a phone disrupted the moment. All attention swiftly turned towards Fuller, who answered his phone and then exclaimed, "What? That's impossible. I swear on the stars and stripes of my underwear. That is definitely not Optimus." After hanging up, Fuller addressed the group. "The Auden military base has come under attack, and they claim it was by Optimus. What are we waiting for?" Chuan stood resolutely once more, his fists colliding with a fierce determination as he declared, "Let us apprehend that impostor at once." Optimus Prime, having been interrupted by Fuller's phone call moments ago, resumed his admonition. "If the adversary is indeed a Decepticon, then the instigators will not be limited to just the thousand-faced man. In your current state of fury, you may easily fall into the Decepticons' trap, resulting in a predicament akin to Alcye's. We cannot afford to have anyone else ensnared by the Decepticons. Agent Fuller, can you provide the location of the Auden military base?" Optimus Prime, acutely aware of the urgency, did not pause for Chuan's reaction, as the pressing situation demanded immediate action. "Of course," Fuller responded, fully cognizant of the gravity of the moment, and without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to the control console of the land bridge. Optimus Prime then turned his attention to the ambulance, commanding, "Ambulance, activate the land bridge according to Agent Fuller's provided coordinates. Additionally, keep a close watch on Chuan." The ambulance shrugged slightly before engaging the computer, beginning to establish the coordinates for the land bridge's descent under Fuller's guidance. At that moment, everyone bore a serious demeanor. Yet only Mei Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as a smile graced her lips, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Soon, as the land bridge initiated, a swirling vortex of blue and white materialized before them. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and the barrier charged into it without delay. Observing this, Chuan prepared to leap into the vortex, but before he could act, the ambulance's hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. With a sigh, Chuan recognized that the ambulance's watchful gaze prevented him from seizing the opportunity. Although he was filled with rage, he had not reached the point of striking back at the ambulance. Thus, once the ambulance restrained him, resistance was not an option, for it would inevitably harm the ambulance. At that moment, Jack's voice suddenly rang out. "Mei Chi, where do you think you're going?" The group turned to see Jack grasping Mei Chi's wrist. "Jack, let go of me. I cannot miss this ultimate showdown between the genuine and the counterfeit Optimus Prime," Mei Chi shouted, desperately attempting to break free and rush down the stairs. The intention behind Mei Chi's actions was abundantly clear. She yearned to witness the chaos of battle, a pursuit she had previously engaged in. "Mei Chi," the ambulance stepped in front of Mei Chi, placing an arm of the staircase's entrance to block her path. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Mei-Chi forcefully shook off Jack's grip, then moved aside, turning her back to everyone in a huff of irritation. Noticing this, Fuller exchanged a knowing glance with the ambulance before approaching Mei-Chi, ready to impart the seriousness of the current predicament to her. Seeing that all was well with Mei-Chi, the ambulance prepared to attend to other matters. Just as he turned away, he observed that the land bridge had automatically closed. Fei Wuxian, where is he? The ambulance scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of him.